On October 10th, 51 years of Konoha, within a secluded chamber, Jun's vision was a hazy blur, and he was filled with terror as he realized he had transformed into an infant. System, are you certain there's no mistake? He questioned in his mind, yet only an infant's cries escaped his lips. Esteemed host, the system does not err. This is indeed the realm of cultivation. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. He strained to move his eyes, the world before him still indistinct. Fortunately, his soul could perceive clearly. Beside him lay another infant, identical to himself, wailing loudly. The 6 whisker-like markings on the child's cheeks were strikingly prominent under the dim candlelight. Is this truly the world of cultivation? He gazed at the nurse in a white coat, the midwife, and the yellow-haired man who was wiping away tears, all of whom appeared far removed from the realm of cultivation. Suddenly, he was lifted by large hands. The midwife held him and the bewhiskered infant before the yellow-haired man, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Minato. You have 2 healthy boys. Naruto, my dear." The yellow-haired man choked on his words, tears brimming in his azure eyes. "Naruto? Is he addressing me?" Jun froze, abruptly turning to the infant beside him. The familiar whisker markings were unmistakably clear from his soul's perspective, striking like a thunderbolt in his mind. "Wait, Naruto? System, don't presume I haven't seen Naruto. This is undoubtedly Uzumaki Naruto." That iconic whisker pattern could not be mistaken. Though he hadn't watched much, he was still familiar with Naruto. The system does not err. The mechanical voice remained devoid of emotion. "Refund." Now, Uzumaki Minato was nearly screaming in his consciousness. "You promised to take me to the realm of cultivation for immortality, yet you've thrown me into the world of Naruto." "Don't touch them." The midwife swatted away the yellow-haired man's hand. "Let them see their mother first." As he was brought beside a red-haired woman, all of Minato's grievances lodged in his throat. Her complexion was as pale as rice paper, yet her lips held a faint pink hue, and her emerald eyes resembled the gentlest lake in early spring, brimming with an overwhelming affection. "Minato Naruto." Her voice was barely a whisper. A cool yet remarkably soft finger, imbued with the warmth of life, gently brushed against his cheek like the lightest feather. This sensation suddenly struck a deep chord within the recesses of his memory. An indescribable pang surged through his nostrils. This life-threatening red-haired woman was his mother, bound to him by blood in this lifetime. Instinctively, he exerted all his infant strength to grasp the finger that was slipping away, only to be lifted again by the midwife. "Warning! Traders from the sect detected approaching. An ancient beast is about to rampage. The sect leader and his wife are in peril. Please prepare immediately, host." Mission: repel the invading enemy's reward. Innate wind spirit root. Damn it! Minato could no longer contain his expletive. Is this system insane? Damn traders from the sect. Setting aside the question of who is in danger now, how can my frail infant form, unable even to lift my head, repel an enemy? Before he could unleash a torrent of curses upon the system in his mind, an icy chill suddenly enveloped him. A shadow adorned with a tiger-striped mask flitted by, and in an instant, the nurse and midwife collapsed to the ground. The assailant's fingers were already gripping his delicate neck, and he could feel the lethal pressure. Just a slight squeeze would extinguish his fragile life. "Fourth Hokage, immediately distance yourself from the Jinchuriki." The masked figure's voice was frigid. "Otherwise, these 2 little ones will have but a minute left to live." "No, brother." In his mind, he seethed, using 2 newborns as hostages? How utterly despicable. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from his mother. He struggled to gain a spiritual perspective and saw her spiraling into emotional turmoil, her abdomen seal fracturing inch by inch, a terrifying red chakra surging forth like molten lava. This was dire. The 9 tails, before he could fully comprehend the situation, his body experienced a sudden weightlessness and Naruto were hurled into the sky by the masked man. "Menma, Naruto," came his mother's anguished cry. Just as the kunai was about to pierce him, a golden flash swept by. Menma fell into the warm and strong embrace of his father, the familiar golden hair swaying before him. It was Dad. A sigh of relief escaped him, and the joy of surviving the ordeal caused his very soul to tremble. Was this the power of the 4th Hokage? The sense of security was overwhelming. Truly worthy of the yellow flash. The masked man's voice, laced with cold admiration, made the tiger-striped mask appear even more sinister in the flickering light of the flames. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and Menma suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from his back, as if someone had ignited a fire behind him. This is bad. Panic surged within Menma. Menma. Naruto. His mother's desperate screams nearly shattered his eardrums. In the next moment, his father, Minato, tore away the swaddling cloth with lightning speed, but it was too late. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, the three of them were sent flying by the shockwave. Menma felt as though the world was spinning around him. Fortunately, his father shielded them with his body, ensuring the two infants remained unharmed. System. Quickly, use your invincible intelligence to think of a solution. Menma cried out in his consciousness. Right now, he was a powerless infant, incapable of even turning over, and the sense of helplessness drove him to the brink of madness. The system remained silent as the grave. Suddenly, the scene before him flickered, and when his vision cleared, Minato had teleported them to another warm room. He gently laid Menma and Naruto down, the golden flash vanishing in an instant. Such remarkable skill in shifting shapes, Menma mused. However, before he could finish his thought, the system's alert echoed in his mind. Ding! The Ninetales is about to break free from its seal. The mistress is in grave danger. Host, immediate rescue is required. Come on, come on. Menma fumed. What can an infant who can't even hold a pacifier do? Am I supposed to defeat the Ninetales with a diaper? Ding! The destiny awakens. The host is both chosen and unique. Ultimate task. Eliminate the foolish twin brother to attain unparalleled supremacy. Task reward. Pure celestial body and the ancient divine beast, the jade-faced flying dragon. How deep is this grudge? Menma mused, gazing at his peacefully slumbering brother, Naruto, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, radiating tranquility. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. System, is there no alternative? The system remained silent. Huh. Menma chuckled softly. If this is what destiny entails, I would rather forego it. Detecting the host's clear heart. Unlocking hidden options. Option 1. Filial piety and ascend rewards unchanged. Option 2. Uphold the heart of virtue unlocks the Schwanwa longevity body. Should have done this from the start. I choose option 2. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the bloodline power of the Schwanwa longevity body. Your chakra and meridians have enhanced 100-fold, awakening divine abilities, diamond ceiling, and rebirth. You're not even pretending. Menma felt the sudden surge of chakra within him, memories of the diamond ceiling and other techniques flooding back. Yet despair quickly followed as he realized his chubby little legs could barely straighten, let alone assist. Menma stared at his pudgy hands, lost in contemplation. How do I deal with the Ninetales now? At that moment, a golden flash illuminated the room as his father appeared, cradling his weakened mother in his arms. Chapter 2. The Indestructible Lock. Kushina, please stay by the children's side. Minato's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze of March. He carefully placed his mother beside him, then turned to retrieve the ceremonial robe embroidered with the insignia of the Fourth Hokage from the wardrobe. Thank you, Minato. Hurry back. Kushina's weakened voice was barely a whisper. I will return shortly. Minato smiled back, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into golden light and vanished. Kushina's fingers gently caressed the pallid cheek of her child, trembling ever so slightly. Why don't you cry like Naruto? There was a hint of concern in her voice. Minato wished to reassure her that he was fine, yet he could only emit faint cooing sounds. Observing her wan complexion and feeling the warmth of her fingertips, he clenched his tiny fists resolutely, vowing to protect them at all costs. He let out a few symbolic howls, inadvertently waking the slumbering Naruto. In an instant, the piercing cries of the infant reverberated painfully against his eardrums. Kakarot, not Naruto. Minato silently roared in frustration, yet he sensed his mother's breaths growing increasingly shallow. He urgently called out in his mind, System, how do I use the revival technique? Ding. Simply allow the target to bite the host. With all his might, Minato stretched his little arm towards his mother's lips, his chubby fingers almost brushing against Kushina's pale mouth, only to be grasped firmly by her. Are you hungry, Minato? Kushina's frail voice was laced with guilt. I'm sorry, mommy, not now. Minato screamed in his heart, desperately wriggling to break free. Yet, the more he struggled, the louder his cries became, startling Kushina into clutching his tiny hand even tighter. Cough. Kushina suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as the essence of life rapidly ebbed away. I must save you, Minato wailed within, his heart torn asunder. Perhaps due to their unbreakable bond, Kushina suddenly released her grip, gazing blankly at this extraordinary child. At last, Minato managed to bring his small hand to his mother's lips. Instinctively, Kushina gently enveloped her son's chubby finger with her mouth, and suddenly, a torrent of warm and potent life energy surged into her nearly depleted body. What is this? Kushina's jade-like eyes widened in astonishment as she distinctly felt her cells repairing and the lost chakra rejuvenating. Even more astonishingly, this power carried the unique life force characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Minato. She trembled as she released her mouth, staring at her newborn child who had awakened the clan's secret techniques, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. Yet, she soon noticed Minato's small face turning pale, causing her heart to ache. Mother is fine now. Tears streamed down Kushina's face as she carefully embraced Minato, pressing her forehead gently against his soft cheek. Warm tears cascaded onto the delicate skin of the infant, as Kushina silently resolved in that moment. She would personally nurture these two children, ensuring that Jiraiya would never come close to her little Menma. The thought of that eccentric old man, who delighted in penning peculiar novels and might corrupt her children, tightened her embrace instinctively. Wah! Naruto beside her began to wail in discontent. All right, mommy will hold Naruto too. Kushina chuckled through her tears, gathering both precious children into her arms. Outside, the roar of the Nine Tails continued unabated, yet her heart brimmed only with happiness and determination. Menma, nestled within his mother's warm embrace, listened to the rhythm of her strong heartbeat, finally releasing a sigh of relief. As Menma contemplated what to do next, a flash of golden light appeared before him. His father had instantaneously transported the entire family before the Nine Tails. Now, they were truly united. Menma gazed up at the colossal figure of the Nine Tails, its immense body looming near, crimson eyes swirling with unbridled rage, its violent chakra nearly suffocating him. Wah! Naruto cried out loudly. Be brave, there's nothing to fear. Kushina gently reassured Naruto. Menma anxiously looked towards his father, whose golden hair was drenched in sweat, breath coming in heavy gasps. He too seemed to be nearing his limit. Kushina was not in a much better state herself. I can hold on a little longer, Kushina suddenly declared through gritted teeth. Dark golden chains erupted from her back, coiling around the Nine Tails' limbs like a dragon. Yet each chain trembled violently, as if it might snap at any moment. No, Menma shouted in despair, helplessly watching as blood trickled from his mother's lips. Yet Kushina offered him a bloodstained smile, one so tender it broke his heart. Damn that masked man. Menma seethed inwardly, vowing, if I catch you, I'll scatter your ashes. Seeing his father's determined gaze, ready to face death, he erupted in fury. I refuse to be an orphan. The cry of the infant overshadowed even the roar of the Nine Tails. In an instant, dozens of radiant golden chains burst forth from Menma's tiny form, akin to the first light of dawn. These chains were thicker than Kushina's, adorned with mysterious spiral patterns, and swiftly bound the struggling Nine Tails into a massive cocoon. For the first time, fear flickered in the beast's eyes. This was unmistakably the power of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina stood in stunned silence, forgetting the blood at the corner of her mouth. Minato maintained his hand signs, his mouth agape in disbelief. The tardy Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, almost stumbled from his perch in the trees, his staff clattering to the ground. I've lived for over half a century. His trembling fingers pointed at the infant with a face flushed from crying. Is this truly a human child? Kushina looked at her son's crimson cheeks, her voice trembling with concern. Minato, Menma is still too young. He can't hold on much longer. Only then did Minato awaken from his stupor. He took a deep breath, his hands swiftly forming seals, the 8-trigram seal, modified. The colossal form of the Nine Tails began to twist and split under the influence of the sealing technique. Yet those crimson, beastly eyes remained fixed on Menma, filled with disbelief that this infant's adamantine chains could surpass even those of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina, as she witnessed Minato's intention to seal the Nine Tails within their two children, she struggled to grasp her husband's sleeve, tears shimmering under the moonlight. You know all too well the agony that comes with being a Jinchuriki. Minato's voice was as soft as a sigh, yet weighed down by the gravity of 1,000 burdens. That masked man would never relent. He turned to gaze at Menma, his azure eyes brimming with guilt and resolve. Only this child can do it. Menma widened his eyes in disbelief, internally lamenting. Is this what a father can do? Alas, all he could emit was a wailing cry. mentally noting, "Old man, I shall surely remove your oxygen tube in the future." Kushina's nails dug deeply into her palms. Her voice hoarse. "Must our child be sacrificed for the balance of tailed beasts in the village? Abandoning the village is no different from abandoning our child." Minato's voice suddenly became strikingly clear, each word hammering into the hearts of those present. "The pain of a fallen nation, the suffering of the displaced. Kushina, you understand better than anyone." He spoke gently. "Moreover, we are ninjas." The third Hokage stood outside the barrier, observing Minato's resolute figure, tears welling in his murky eyes. This was the true will of fire. "Hurry up," Menma roared internally, his small face turning purple from the strain. Minato's gaze sharpened, the sealing technique radiating a blinding light. Now, with a thunderous roar, the Nine Tails was forcefully torn in two, transforming into streams of light and shadow chakra that surged towards the bellies of the two infants. His hands formed seals with such speed that they seemed to leave afterimages. As the chakra of the young Nine Tails was drawn in, gradually flowing into Naruto, the 8 trigram seal is complete. As the final seal was executed, spiral patterns emerged around Naruto's navel. Beads of sweat trickled down Minato's forehead, yet he dared not pause, immediately turning to Menma to commence the same sealing ritual. However, just as the chakra of the Nine Tails was about to enter Menma's body, a blue light burst forth from within him, forcefully repelling the Nine Tails chakra. Minato gazed in shock as the sealing technique he had invoked was distorted and unraveled by an unknown force. "What is happening?" Minato furrowed his brow. At that moment, in Menma's mind, the mechanical voice of the system echoed, "What caliber do you possess to share the host's space with this system? System, you've finally come through." Menma felt deeply moved. Kushina, supporting her weakened body, rose to her feet, a hint of color returning to her pale face. "Minato, seal the remaining chakra within me." She gazed at Menma with eyes brimming with affection, wishing for the child to grow up like any ordinary kid. "However, your body." Minato hesitated, his fingers trembling slightly. Thanks to Menma's abilities, Kushina gently caressed the little one's cheek, declaring, "This child has saved me." Minato's gaze towards Menma was profoundly complex, filled with paternal pride, yet shadowed by deep concern. Awakening such formidable power at such a tender age, how arduous must the road ahead be? Regardless, Minato delicately placed his hand atop Menma's head, vowing, "I will protect you both." As the final seal was completed, the chakra of the Nine Tails flowed entirely into Kushina's being. Menma let out a long sigh, his taut nerves finally relaxing. "System, can you explain now?" he questioned within his consciousness, bewildered by this so-called cultivation world. Ding. Task: repel the traitors of the sect completed. Reward: innate wind spirit root. Hidden task: rescue the sect leader and his wife completed. Reward: innate fire spirit root. What wind spirit root? Isn't this merely wind-attributed chakra? Menma's face flushed with indignation. The system remained silent, feigning ignorance with remarkable thoroughness. "Truly, you are quite something." Menma's infant body finally reached its limit, his eyelids heavy as lead. In the final moment before succumbing to darkness, he seemed to hear his father's gentle whisper, "Sleep now. Menma, tomorrow will bring fine weather." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, bathed in the soft morning light, the embers of his pipe extinguished during prolonged contemplation. This elder, having endured 3 great ninja wars, understood better than anyone what it meant for a child to possess such overwhelming sealing power. He could either become the towering tree that supports the future of Konoha or the tempestuous storm that annihilates all. The third Hokage's peripheral vision brushed over the golden-haired youth beside him, his voice low. "Minato, these 2 children require special guardianship. Konoha must keep a firm grasp on this brother duo, particularly Menma." "I understand," replied Namikaze Minato softly. "Lord Third, I will personally safeguard them." This statement served as both a promise from the Hokage and a warning to any would-be usurpers. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his now cool pipe. He had no doubt in Minato's commitment to the will of fire. What truly unsettled him was Danzo. Returning to his home, the third gazed out at the brightening sky. The hydrangeas, his late wife's favorite, glistened with dew, gently swaying in the breeze. The sacrifice of his beloved once more pierced his heart, and the silhouette of this ninja hero appeared particularly stooped in the dawn light. "Uchiha Sharingan," he murmured, his chapped lips forming the words as if tasting a bitter fruit. According to the intelligence brought back by Minato, The masked man who attacked Kushina was likely from the Uchiha clan. A glimmer of light ignited in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Have they finally been unable to restrain themselves? This thought lingered in the morning breeze, heavy with the portent of an impending storm. The morning light illuminated Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, accentuating the depth of his weary wrinkles. He silently gazed out of the window until the faint sound of a cane striking the ground broke the stillness, slow and steady, reminiscent of a serpent stealthily slithering in the shadows. Shimura Danzo emerged from the darkness, the scar on his chin glaringly prominent in the morning light. His gaze was inscrutable, like a deep pool, and his voice was low and restrained. I regret the incident at Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around. He merely paused momentarily, the pipe between his fingers slightly faltering. Danzo, undeterred by his silence, continued. Now, Konoha possesses 2 Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and there is another child wielding sealing techniques comparable to those of Uzumaki Mito. His eyes glimmered with a calculating light. Such power must not be left unchecked. Minato will personally oversee those 2 children. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, his tone calm, yet resolute. This matter does not require your concern. Danzo narrowed his eyes, a hint of subtle scrutiny lacing his voice. I do not doubt his loyalty to the village. He paused, tapping his cane lightly against the ground, his tone suddenly turning frosty. However, for the future of the village, at least one child should be entrusted to root for cultivation. Danzo. Hiruzen abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. The current Hokage is Minato, not you or me. Do not force me to stand against you. Danzo fell silent for a moment, aware that as long as Namikaze Minato remained, his influence over the 2 children would be limited. Yet, he was not impatient. He was adept at waiting. This moment of probing was merely a means to negotiate for greater leverage. After a brief standoff, Danzo slowly spoke, shifting the conversation. So, what is your current stance on the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen's gaze dimmed slightly. Following the Night of the 9 Tails, his attitude towards the Uchiha had indeed transformed. The events of that night had reverberated throughout the ninja world. Fortunately, Minato and Kushina were still alive. The once restless Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure had retreated upon hearing the news, while only Kumogakure remained intent on seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. Time passed quietly, and months had slipped by since the Night of the 9 Tails. Wow! A loud wail erupted in the room once more as Naruto waved his tiny fists. His little face flushed from crying. Menma, disturbed by the noise, felt his ears buzzing and could not help but lament inwardly. Why has this little brother started again? Look how quiet Menma is, hardly crying at all, Minato remarked. Kushina gently rocked Menma in her arms, while her other hand entertained the wailing Naruto. Naruto was soon coaxed into laughter, his giggles filling the air, while Menma remained apathetic, merely uttering a few disinterested sounds, a visage of utter resignation. It seemed Menma was far more composed than Naruto. Minato removed his Hokage robe, smiling gently. This remark seemed to provoke Naruto. The little fellow pouted and burst into tears once more. Kushina quickly soothed him. Don't cry, don't cry. Our Naruto is very understanding too. Menma lay in his mother's embrace, inwardly praying fervently. Oh, time, please pass quickly. Let me grow up soon. In the arduous days of infancy, when even the most basic bodily functions are beyond control, Kushina suddenly lifted her head, a slight furrow forming on her brow. What is it? Minato asked, fastening his apron in preparation for dinner. Kakashi's recent demeanor seems rather off. You ought to pay closer attention, Kushina expressed her concerns. Chapter 4. Hatake Kakashi. I will. Minato nodded, his gaze darkening. He had long been aware of his pupil's unusual state, the devastating impacts of Obito's demise, as well as the sacrifices of Rin and others, weighed heavily on Kakashi. This thought stirred a wave of guilt within Minato. As a teacher, he felt he had failed to protect his students. Is that Kakashi? Menma perked up. His understanding of the Hokage storyline was limited, yet he had heard tales of the iconic silver-haired Jonin. Isn't he that laid-back, mask-wearing heartthrob? He's actually Dad's disciple? Wait, doesn't that make him the future teacher of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura? While Menma was lost in thought, Minato had already changed his attire and was ready to depart. Are you going out again? Kushina inquired, puzzled. I'm going to invite Kakashi over for dinner, Minato replied with a smile before turning to leave. Cradled in his mother's gentle embrace and lulled by her soothing lullabies, Menma's eyelids grew heavy, eventually succumbing to slumber. After some time, He groggily opened his eyes to find a handsome face obscured by a black mask hovering above him. The silver-haired youth, who seemed reluctant yet restrained from voicing complaints, elicited a chuckle from Menma. This was indeed the youthful Kakashi. Curiously, Menma observed the future copy ninja. Upon sensing that the infant in his arms had awakened, a flicker of panic crossed Kakashi's eyes. What experience did he have in childcare? Fortunately, Menma merely gazed at him quietly, showing no signs of distress, allowing Kakashi to exhale in relief. Menma, he softly called, carrying him to the crib. After carefully comparing him to the peacefully sleeping Naruto, he muttered, Menma lacks whiskers. But Naruto has them. Ding. Detected the genius of a prestigious clan. In the presence of the future clan leader, no one is permitted to conceal their true self. Task: remove the mask of the clan genius. Reward: innate lightning affinity. As Menma curiously eyed the silver-haired youth before him, the sudden system notification echoed in his mind, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. With the wind and fire chakra already at his disposal, removing Kakashi's mask would grant him the lightning attribute. Menma contemplated, his gaze inevitably drawn to Kakashi's signature black mask. Observing his own chubby arms and legs, he pondered the challenge. Direct action would certainly be unwise. Surely, Kakashi wouldn't remain on high alert around an infant? With this thought, Menma suddenly burst into laughter, the innocent sound rendering the usually composed Kakashi flustered. The silver-haired youth stared blankly at the baby in his arms. When he saw those pudgy little hands reaching for him, he instinctively leaned in closer. The opportunity had arrived. Menma's heart surged with joy as his small hand inadvertently caressed Kakashi's cheek, his fingertips deftly catching the edge of the mask. Success! In that fleeting moment when the mask was tugged away, Menma's heart raced to the point of near stopping. Yet, before he could behold Kakashi's true visage, the latter swiftly donned his mask once more with astonishing speed. Although he failed to glimpse the hidden face, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Task completed. Reward: innate lightning chakra. Now he possessed 3 chakra natures. No, 3 distinct chakra attributes. As Menma reveled in the awakening of his newfound lightning chakra, Kushina's gentle voice wafted from the kitchen. Kakashi, come eat. Yes. Kakashi responded reflexively, standing at attention. Cautiously placing Menma back in the crib, he almost fled to the dining table, sitting up straight with perfect decorum. Menma gazed quizzically at Kakashi's unusual demeanor. How strange. His mother is undeniably gentle, so why does he seem so fearful? Before he could ponder further, he sensed an intense gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he found Naruto's azure eyes scrutinizing him with keen interest. The little one extended his chubby hand, babbling in his baby talk. What do you want? Menma helplessly grasped his brother's outstretched hand. Wah! Sensing his brother's aloofness, Naruto's small mouth quivered, and he burst into tears. Menma, startled by the sudden wail, quickly forced a radiant smile to cheer him up. Instantly, Naruto's cries transformed into peals of laughter, his giggles ringing like silver bells. Raising a child is truly exhausting. Menma sighed inwardly, resigning himself to continue playing the role of the dutiful elder brother. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. In a blink, it was the year 54 of Konoha, 3 springs having passed since the Night of the Nine Tails. During these 3 years, while there had been occasional skirmishes between Konoha and the villages of Kumogakure and Awakens, a semblance of peace was maintained under the watchful gaze of the illustrious Minato Namikaze and the formidable Jinchuriki, Kushina, Uzumaki. Big brother, help me get revenge. With a resounding crash, the front door was violently kicked open. A bruised and battered Naruto charged into the house like a whirlwind, heading straight for his brother, who was engrossed in a book by the window. Be gentle, Menma admonished without looking up, turning a page of his book. If their mother discovered you kicked the door, you'd be in for quite the scolding. Over these 3 years, he had finally understood the source of Kakashi's fear of their mother. The title blood-red chili was no mere epithet. Whenever that fiery red hair stirred without wind, even their father, the Hokage, took care to tread lightly. He recalled the time the 2 brothers and Kakashi were caught sneaking a peek at intimate paradise. Kushina's fist had left Kakashi bedridden for a full fortnight, a memory that still haunted him. Setting down his book, Menma finally scrutinized his brother's injuries. Little Naruto's tousled blonde hair framed his face, and beneath his bright blue eyes lay conspicuous bruises, resembling a small beast that had been bullied. Who did you fight with this time? Menma asked helplessly, placing his book aside. Uchiha Sasuke, that rascal, Naruto exclaimed, shaking his tiny fist in indignation. When he cannot defeat me, he calls upon his brother. Has his brother intervened? Menma furrowed his brow. The precocious Uchiha Itachi should not exhibit such lack of restraint. Not at all, Naruto pouted. Brother Itachi doesn't concern himself with us. Then what of your injuries? Menma narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Given the strength of both Naruto and Sasuke, they should have been evenly matched. And Hinata Niji is assisting him, Naruto added, feeling aggrieved. Menma nearly burst into laughter. The Hinata and Uchiha clans have always been at odds. Who would have imagined this younger brother could compel them to unite against him? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two sneaky little figures lurking outside, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. CHG, Shikamaru, no need to hide, Menma called toward the door. I can see you both. The two little rascals sheepishly emerged. Akimichi CHG's chubby cheeks were swollen, yet he still found time to shove chips into his mouth, while Nara Shikamaru sported a disgruntled expression, clutching his bruised left eye, clearly having been embroiled in the scuffle. Chapter 5. Farewell, Brother Menma pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile, and feigned seriousness as he frowned. You three couldn't best two opponents? The trio immediately wilted like frostbitten eggplants, their heads drooping lower. This was hardly surprising. Hinata Niji, being a year older, could easily take on two at once. What was the cause of the altercation this time? Menma inquired, mimicking his mother's lecturing tone, arms crossed. Naruto fixated intently on his shoelaces, his small fists clenched tightly. Shikamaru and CHG, in a tacit understanding, stepped back a pace, emphasizing the instigator. Shikamaru, you explain, Menma directed. Such a hassle. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, reluctantly beginning to narrate. While we were playing hide and seek, Naruto and Sasuke had a spat. Sasuke boasted that his brother graduated at 7 and awakened his Sharingan at 8. A once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha. Stealing a glance at Menma's reaction, Shikamaru continued, Naruto countered that you mastered 3 types of chakra nature transformations at 3, and could also perform the Shadow Clone and Rasengan. At this point, admiration gleamed in Shikamaru's eyes. CHG nodded vigorously, crumbs of chips tumbling from his puffed cheeks. Menma sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and turned to his younger brother, who was grinning through his bruises. And what of Niji? He cheated. Naruto suddenly leaped up in excitement. He used Byakugan during hide and seek. Menma was taken aback. He hadn't realized the genius of the Hyuga clan could utilize the basic abilities of Byakugan at such a tender age. Over the past year, he had delved into the scrolls in his father's study, gaining a modicum of understanding about the hidden intricacies of the ninja world. The more he learned about the history of Konoha, the more he recognized the formidable nature of these bloodline limits. It's merely children at play, he thought to himself. The fact that 3 could lose so miserably to 2 left little to be said. Naruto, Menma suddenly shifted the conversation. Have you completed your theoretical assignment on ninjutsu? Ah, farewell, brother. Naruto sprang up like a startled rabbit, darting out the door in a flash. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to escape as well. The group of children watched with a mix of amusement and helplessness, entirely forgetting that they were only born a few minutes earlier than Naruto. Outside, Naruto's exuberant calls echoed, and Mina stared blankly at the golden figure bouncing about. His brother's radiant smile was a stark contrast to the despised fox demon of their past. Suddenly, Mina felt a warmth behind his eyes. In this life, his brother would never be alone again. Mina, why are you staying home alone? Kushina entered, her crimson hair shimmering warmly in the sunlight. She noticed her eldest son sitting on the sofa, his youthful face marked by a pensive expression beyond his years. She gently crouched down, tenderly caressing Mina's cheek. Why aren't you out playing? I want to read for a while, Mina replied in a muffled tone, lacking the enthusiasm to engage in childish games. Kushina's brow furrowed slightly, as if gazing at a sapling reluctant to turn towards the sun. Children should act like children. She took Mina's small hand, the warmth reassuring. Go play with Naruto and the others. Mommy hopes you grow up happily. As she pushed him toward the door, Mina glanced back to see his mother leaning against the doorframe. Take good care of Naruto, she advised with a smile, and make sure he doesn't get into trouble again. Understood, Mina sighed, ultimately unable to resist his mother's gentle insistence. The sunlight was somewhat blinding as he walked down the street. Young Master Mina. The vendors along the way greeted him with enthusiasm. Mina responded with a polite smile, his demeanor devoid of any childishness. Look at young Master Mina, so composed. He hardly resembles his troublemaking brother Naruto. Rumor had it that even the prodigy from the Uchiha clan was in awe of Mina's capabilities. Whispers trailed behind him, but Mina had long since grown accustomed to them. As he turned the corner, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped him. "Mina!" A cheerful voice rang out. Ino dashed out from the flower shop, her golden ponytail bouncing merrily behind her. She looked up, her emerald eyes sparkling. "Did you not go flower picking today?" "I'm waiting for Sakura," Mina replied. Halting his steps, Ino clasped her hands in front of her chest, glancing down the street. "We promised to go together." Her gaze returned to Mina. "Are you headed to the training grounds?" "Not really." Mina shook his head, waving goodbye. "I'll be on my way." "Okay, goodbye." Ino stood still, watching as his figure receded into the distance, his dazzling golden hair seeming to shine until he turned the corner and vanished from sight. Mina wandered aimlessly to a secluded park, only to be met with the harsh sounds of mocking laughter ahead. 3 boys, each a head taller, surrounded a small girl. Since she is the daughter of the Hyuga clan, why not show some disdain? The leading boy spoke in a mocking tone, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Utterly repulsive. Another child exaggeratedly pretended to vomit. White-eyed monster. The smallest among them stuttered in agreement, yet he laughed the loudest. In the center stood Hinata, clutching her garment, with pearly tears welling in her eyes. Her pristine kimono was soiled, resembling a gardenia battered by a torrential downpour. How did Hinata end up here? Neji furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with these brats. Last year, when they bullied Naruto, he had taught them a severe lesson with the shadow clone technique he had recently mastered. "Are you feeling frisky again?" Neji's voice made the 3 boys freeze in place. Mechanically, they turned around, and upon seeing his radiant golden hair, their faces drained of color. It's Uzumaki Neji." The leader's voice quivered. Like mice confronting a cat, the trio dispersed in panic, one tripping over his own pant leg and tumbling into the bushes. Neji approached Hinata, crouching down to find her wiping her tears with her sleeve, her fair face flushed. "It's all right," he said softly, producing a handkerchief from his pocket. Thank you," Hinata stammered as she accepted the handkerchief, her fingertips trembling slightly. Her once piercing white eyes were now glistening with moisture. "You are too gentle," Neji remarked, taking her icy hand in his. "I will escort you home." Hinata followed closely, her gaze fixed on their intertwined hands. Sunlight filtered through Neji's golden hair, scattering into flecks of gold in her eyes. Naruto had also been bullied by them in the past. Neji slowed his pace, but now they avoided Naruto altogether. Was it because of Neji? Hinata's voice was as soft as a feather landing. She recalled that during the last clan meeting, her brother Neji had mentioned this golden-haired boy. Neji shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Later, Naruto cornered them by the river with Sasuke and made them cry for help. He turned to little Hinata. "You must learn to be stronger, then no one will dare to bully you." Hinata lowered her head, a faint blush coloring her ears. At that moment, Neji was unaware that this seemingly innocuous remark would stir profound ripples in the future. Whenever he reflected upon this incident, he would deeply regret the words he had spoken to her that day. Chapter 6. Flying Thunder God. Neji and Hinata were walking along the stone path leading to the Hyuga residence when suddenly, a familiar sound of laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, Sasuke. You're too slow. Idiot, don't run." Naruto was seen wildly brandishing a wooden shuriken as he sped ahead, pursued by Sasuke and the others. Bang! At the corner, Naruto collided forcefully with a wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He cradled his reddened forehead, collapsing onto the ground as the wooden shuriken clattered beside him. Sorry, sir." Naruto rubbed his head and looked up, his voice abruptly caught in his throat. A giant, towering nearly 2 meters, lifted him as if he were a mere chick. The bronze skin glistened with a metallic sheen under the setting sun, and the markings of the hidden cloud were glaring on the forehead protector. The voice of the giant, like thunder from a metal barrel, struck me painfully. My pupils constricted in alarm. The attire of these individuals clearly marked them as ninjas from the hidden cloud. How could they appear on the streets of Konoha? Ding! Hostile sect detected. Crush their scheme to earn a reward. Body flicker technique. Mastery. The system's notification illuminated my mind. Given the system's tendencies, this so-called body flicker technique was likely my father's renowned jutsu, the Flying Thunder God. Let go of Naruto. Sasuke had already assumed a standard combat stance, the wooden kunai trembling slightly in his grasp. Though he often sparred with Naruto, at this moment, his obsidian eyes burned with anger. What a nuisance. Shikamaru scratched his pineapple-shaped hair at the back of his head, but stepped forward to stand alongside Sasuke. The clever glint in his squinted eyes revealed he was quickly analyzing the situation. Choji, cheeks puffed, took his place beside Shikamaru. Usually insecure, his chubby face now radiated determination, even momentarily forgetting his beloved chips. Most unexpectedly, Niji, with veins bulging around his snow-white eyes, silently joined the ranks of protectors. The Hidden Clouds Jonin, Troy, grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. A bunch of kids. His muscular arms tensed, preparing to hurl Naruto away with great force. Such a throw would surely injure Naruto gravely. In the shadows, the Umbu ninjas had already tightened their muscles, fingers poised on their kunai. But someone was faster. Rasengan. The brilliant blue sphere tore through the twilight. My figure appeared like a specter, catching Naruto securely with my left hand while the Rasengan in my right hand slammed fiercely into Troy's chest. Boom. The shockwave sent leaves flying from the roadside. Troy's 2-meter frame was sent hurtling backward like a rag doll, crashing through a wall 10 meters away. Blood gushed from his shattered armor, spreading a vivid red amidst the dust. Big brother. Naruto looked up, his azure eyes filled with astonishment. Although he had long known of his brother's exceptional talent, witnessing such a thunderous display still profoundly impacted his young heart. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified. Sasuke's fingers gripping the kunai turned white, Choji's chips fell to the ground, and even the usually composed Shikamaru widened his eyes in shock. In the shadows, the Umbu responsible for protection felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their lips trembling beneath their masks. Is the young Master Menma truly human? Capable of instantaneous Rasengan at the age of 3? The members of the Hidden Cloud delegation appeared ashen. They watched helplessly as Troy, a Jonin feared on the battlefield, lay crumpled among the ruins, blood rapidly spreading from his chest. Kekamoi-sama. Someone from the delegation trembled, calling for their leader. Kamoi, the leader of the delegation, swallowed hard, instinctively taking a half-step back as his icy gaze met that of the golden-haired child. In an instant, his face flushed with embarrassment. Utterly stunned by the gaze of a mere 3-year-old child. A profound humiliation indeed. Suddenly, a flurry of shadows emerged from all directions. The ninjas of Konoha surrounded them, with several members of the Umbu standing out distinctly in their animal masks. Masked man, Kakashi, his silver hair standing on end, swiftly positioned himself in front of the children. What has transpired? Kakashi and I, the masked man gently set Naruto down, brushing the dust from his younger brother's clothing. Aware that they were about to take action against Naruto, Kakashi's visible eye narrowed sharply, a palpable killing intent piercing through the ranks of the Cloud Ninjas. Kumo-I was rooted to the spot, a cold sweat soaking his back. Yes, it was this little brat who collided with us. He struggled to maintain his composure, yet his voice quivered uncontrollably. We represent the village of the clouds. You are jeopardizing the peace between our nations. The Konoha ninjas could hardly contain their laughter, incredulous expressions spreading across their faces. Kakashi scoffed, the kunai in his hand glinting ominously. To speak of peace while intending to harm a 3-year-old child? How absurd. The atmosphere thickened, Kakashi's pupils constricting as a violent chakra surged towards them with alarming speed. Boom. An ear-splitting explosion erupted at the center of the crowd, a cloud of dust billowing forth. As the haze began to settle, a brilliant flash of red hair danced wildly in the wind. Kushina's eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light, her chakra manifesting a vivid scarlet aura around her. Which fool dares to bully my son? Her roar reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. The members of the Cloud delegation turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps, some even stumbling to the ground. In Naruto's Jinchuriki, Kumo-I's voice quavered, sweat beading on his forehead. Kakashi's complexion drained of color. He understood all too well the fearsome wrath of his mentor's wife. He urgently barked at the Umbu beside him. Quick! Summon the Hokage immediately. Mom, we're fine. The masked man hurried forward, ushering Naruto along. Upon seeing her 2 sons unharmed, Kushina's chakra gradually subsided. She enveloped them in her embrace, her voice instantly softening to a soothing whisper. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This striking transformation left the onlookers momentarily dazed. What has transpired? The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared suddenly, his Hokage cloak billowing in the turbulence of chakra. His gaze swept across the scene, his wife clutching their children, the Cloud delegation in disarray, and the unconscious body of Troy embedded within the ruins. a wound from a Rasengan he knew all too well. Masked Man has improved, Minato noted with a flicker of pride. This Rasengan had only been demonstrated once before. Kushina, are you all right? He materialized at her side, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Kushina shook her head, embers of chakra still flickering among her red locks. She cast a cold glare at the Cloud Ninjas. They intended to strike at Naruto, but the masked man intervened. Minato's expression sharpened as he turned to Kumoi. Is this truly the extent of Cloud's diplomatic sincerity? Chapter 4. My brother is also strong. This must be a misunderstanding. Kimoi's voice trembled as he finally grasped that Troy had provoked the child of the fourth Hokage. Gazing at the ruins where Troy lay, he realized he was in deep trouble and forced a smile that was more painful than tears. We certainly did not intend to harm this young master. Minato's voice was gentle, yet left no room for dissent, instantly interrupting Kimoi's stammering explanations. Turning to Kushina, his gaze softened from its usual sharpness into a gentle stream. Please take the children home first. Remember to return early for dinner. The residual chakra radiating from Kushina's crimson hair dissipated completely as she took hold of one child, casting a warning glare at the people from the hidden cloud before departing. Once the figures of his wife and children vanished around the corner, Minato disappeared in a flash of golden light. Kimoi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling the intense scrutiny of Kakashi and the others as he clumsily directed his subordinates to retrieve the unconscious Troy from the debris. At that moment, he deeply regretted not stopping Troy's reckless behavior. This young fourth Hokage was far more formidable than the third. This negotiation would likely exact a heavy toll on the hidden cloud. Everyone disperse. Kakashi scanned the remaining children standing in place, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his single eye beneath his silver hair. It was getting late. As the smoke from the body flicker technique cleared, only a few small figures remained on the street. Sasuke stood in stunned silence, staring at the nearly 5-meter-wide crater left by the Rasengan, his young heart shaken by an unprecedented impact. The usually quiet boy, only a few months younger than him, possessed such terrifying power. Humph, my brother is also very strong. Sasuke suddenly clenched his fists, visions of Itachi practicing shuriken filling his mind. He resolved to pester his brother tonight to teach him new techniques, vowing to surpass that fool Naruto. Meanwhile, Hinata trailed closely behind Neji, glancing back occasionally as if that dazzling golden-haired figure still lingered in the twilight. The dim light flickered within the residence of Hiruzen Sarutobi. His frail fingers delicately caressed the smooth surface of a crystal ball, within which the remnants of the recent battle were reflected, an astonishing crater left by the Rasengan. To impart such a high-level ninjutsu to a mere 3-year-old. The swirling smoke from his pipe obscured the complexity of the old man's expression. The crystal ball continuously replayed the swift figure of the golden-haired child, the flawless Rasengan form. The adept manipulation of wind, fire, and lightning attributes, coupled with the innate sealing talent of the Uzumaki clan. It was as if Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. Minato's counterpart, no? His accomplishments would far exceed Minato's. The flickering light within the pipe cast shadows on his face. Such a talent should be a tremendous boon for Konoha. Yet those overly composed eyes reminded him too much of Orochimaru's gaze in childhood, eyes that were not befitting of a child. Danzo, Hiruzen suddenly murmured to the air, his voice raspy like sandpaper. Some lines should be remembered. In the dim corner of the room, shadows suddenly twisted, revealing the silhouette of a dark-clad ninja kneeling on one knee. How are the negotiations between the fourth Hokage and the hidden cloud progressing? The voice of the Umbu, tinged with admiration, reported to the third Hokage. The fourth lord stands firm. The hidden cloud has agreed to make concessions regarding the number of armed personnel. A soft chuckle escaped Hisashi's lips, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing. He gazed out at the brightly lit Hokage building, where a young blonde Hokage was tirelessly advocating for the interests of Konoha. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the spirited youth he once was. Indeed, the vigor of youth is unparalleled. As the last ember in his pipe extinguished, a flicker of relief crossed the old man's murky eyes amidst the ash-gray remnants. Within the temporary quarters of the hidden cloud delegation, Komoi's expression was grim as he stared at the scroll on the table. The flickering candlelight cast deep shadows upon his furrowed brow, and the intelligent scroll in his hand was twisted from his grip. Lord Komoi, regarding the task assigned by Raikage-sama, a special jonin beside him hesitated, his voice barely a whisper. Let it go. Komoe suddenly slammed the scroll down on the table, startling the candle flame into a violent dance. The stance of Minato Namikaze was far more resolute than anticipated. His gaze swept over the unconscious Troilo in the inner chamber, his throat constricting painfully. The image of that 3-year-old child delivering a devastating blow to a jonin lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. The yellow flash, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the body flicker technique, and Sarutobi Hizashi. Each name evoked an involuntary tap of his fingers against the table. More terrifying was the thought of a 3-year-old capable of effortlessly eliminating a jonin. The quarters fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the candle wick. Suddenly, Komoe rose, the air displaced by his cloak nearly extinguishing the flame. Immediately, send an urgent message back to the village. He ordered his trusted aide in a hushed tone. Ensure that Raikage-sama is informed that Konoha is no longer the Konoha of old. Request the termination of this mission. Understood. As the shadow darted from the room, Komoe slumped back into his chair. He stared at his trembling hands, finally grasping why the fourth Raikage harbored such apprehension towards this new generation of Hokage. The fangs of Konoha were far sharper than the intelligence report suggested. In the stillness of the night, as Menma was playfully tussling with Naruto, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully thwarted the conspiracy of the hostile sect. Reward, body flicker technique, mastery. A shiver ran through him as he gently pushed Naruto away. Naruto, enough. Big brother? Naruto blinked his azure eyes, tilting his head in confusion. Typically, at this hour, the brothers would engage in playful antics before settling down to sleep. Menma ruffled his younger brother's tousled golden hair. Starting tomorrow, we have special training. Naruto's expression instantly drooped, and he rolled over into his blankets, deliberately emitting exaggerated snoring sounds. Good night, big brother. Don't you want to defeat Sasuke? Menma asked, suppressing a smile. I do. Naruto sprang up like a spring, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. The recent taunts from Sasuke linger vividly in his mind, igniting an intense desire to rush to the Uchiha residence for a decisive confrontation. Yet, he resolves to obediently retire for the night, promising himself to rise early for training. With a spirited flourish of his tiny fists, Naruto succumbs to slumber as soon as his head meets the pillow, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Menma approaches the window, where the moonlight cascades like water, trickling over the kunai in his palm. What shall he use as the mark for the flying thunder god technique? His father's sword of ninja love is too ostentatious. He concentrates chakra at his fingertips, etching a sharp and succinct character for dry at the base of the kunai, embodying his own forthright nature. The powerful sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan confirm that the hidden protectors and watchers have retreated into the shadows. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai slices through the night, soaring toward the courtyard. Just as the metal is about to meet the ground, a flash. The figure of a golden-haired youth materializes at the kunai's trajectory's end. His slender fingers deftly catch the descending kunai, flipping it to embed in the tree trunk. The motion fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Is this the flying thunder god? Menma gazes at the kunai, now gently quivering in the moonlight, finally grasping the origin of his father's moniker, the yellow flash. This technique is not merely a lethal strike aimed at an enemy's head. It is a divine skill that traverses space in an instant. Kazekage, he whispers reverently, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. The ingenuity of merging space-time ninjutsu with marking techniques is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a frown creases his delicate brow. Beneath the moonlight, his pale fingers brush against the mark on the kunai. If an adversary were to use the mark as bait, would he not be ensnared in his own trap? Even the mightiest of techniques has its limitations. Nevertheless, it suffices for now. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai soars back through the night into his room. Almost instantaneously, his figure appears in the center of his chamber like a specter. Just as his toes graze the floor, a sudden chill courses through him. Someone is there. Chapter 8. Double-edged sword. A sharp sound pierces the air as the kunai carves a cold arc in the moonlight, only to be firmly grasped midway by a warm hand. Menma? The familiar voice trembles with disbelief. Menma looks up to meet his father's astonished azure gaze. Dad! The kunai clatters to the ground. Moonlight filters through the window, casting mottled shadows across Minato's face, revealing the complexity of his emotions in a dance of light and dark. You actually. Minato's voice is barely a whisper. As if fearful of shattering this dream, he kneels slowly, his fingers gliding through his son's soft golden hair, the sensation achingly real. Any so-called genius pales in comparison to you. I'm sorry, Menma murmurs, lowering his gaze. Why apologize? Minato cradles his son's face, his thumb brushing against the slightly flushed cheek. I am so proud of you. This way, you can protect your mother, your little brother, and the village. Menma's head snaps up, seeing glistening tears in his father's eyes. He nods vigorously. I will protect everyone. However, Watergate suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his fingertips gently resting upon his heart, as if wielding a double-edged sword. Too engrossed in its allure, one may gradually forget the original intention behind grasping the sword. The moonlight danced within his cerulean eyes, reflecting countless historical lessons. You should be familiar with the tale of Uchiha Madara. Watergate softly clasped his son's small hand. He too had once been a ninja with grand aspirations. Yet in his pursuit of power, he gradually lost himself. Ultimately, he severed even the most cherished bonds with his own hands. I remember. Menma stood upright, momentarily envisioning that solitary figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world, powerful enough to alter the course of history, yet no one could penetrate the depths of his heart. Power ought to serve as a shield for protection, rather than a spear for harm. Watergate's voice was as soft as a sigh. The moment you feel the need for no one is when danger lurks closest. I understand, Dad. Menma's voice, though youthful, was resolute. Akin to the balance required between spiritual and physical energy for chakra, power and mind must also maintain equilibrium. Otherwise, he paused, articulating in a manner his father could comprehend. It is like forcibly executing an uncontrollable jutsu. Ultimately, it will only inflict harm upon oneself. The dissonance between mind and strength results in, I do not consume beef. A flicker of surprise crossed Watergate's eyes, quickly transforming into a smile of relief. He tousled his son's golden hair. It seems I have worried unnecessarily. You grasped this principle better than I had anticipated. Sleep now. He gently tucked his son's blanket. As he turned, he noticed Menma carefully rewrapping Naruto, who had kicked off his covers, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Time flew swiftly. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The dew upon the training grounds of Konoha sparkled under the sun's embrace. 6-year-old Naruto found himself enveloped by an unexpected thick fog, his golden locks sticking to his forehead due to perspiration. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his azure eyes. Yet his tender hands had already formed a perfect seal, wind release, gale palm. A violent gust erupted from his palm, cleaving the fog as if it were mere vapor. As the mist dissipated, a figure resembling him, yet exuding a greater sense of poise, gradually came into view. Here we go again. Naruto's lips curled into a battle-ready smile, fingers forming seals for the shadow clone technique. After a few soft sounds, 3 clones materialized simultaneously. In his palm, a spiraling Rasengan coalesced, the chakra-generated winds sweeping away the dust from the ground. Utilizing the momentum, the original leapt upward, the Rasengan descending with an ear-piercing hum. Boom! Water splashed, and the struck Menma transformed into a puddle. A water clone. Naruto's golden hair stood on end as an icy chill raced down his spine. A glint of cold steel flashed behind him. The ninja blade was already at his back. In a critical moment, the struck Naruto dissipated into white smoke. When did, Menma frowned, looking up to see the real Naruto plummeting from the sky, the chakra of the Rasengan distorting the very air around him. Bang! Mud and sand erupted as yet another Earth clone was obliterated. Damn it! As Naruto landed, he stumbled slightly, his pupils dilating in shock as a dozen figures wielding ninja blades approached menacingly from all directions, the cold edges glinting ominously. Within the confines of his mental realm, crimson chakra surged like molten lava, the Nine Tails lazily opening one eye, reflecting Naruto's anxious figure in its vertical pupil. Kurama, help me. Humph, the Nine Tails scoffed, its sharp claws tapping lightly on the ground. With your current state, do you truly believe you can defeat that monster? Memories from 3 years ago resurfaced when Naruto, exhausted and unconscious, had seen that golden-haired boy breach the mental realm. The adamantine chains of the seal coiled around him like venomous serpents. The icy gaze of that boy still sent shivers down his spine. How dare that little brat threaten me? The Nine Tails growled, but then recalled how, over the years, this foolish boy had clumsily pressed against the cage, insisting on becoming friends. Humph! The Nine Tails suddenly grinned, revealing a sinister yet subtle smile. Don't bother me. The crimson chakra surged through Naruto's veins, and sensing the overwhelming power within, he exclaimed excitedly, "Thanks, Kurama." He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra within, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the training ground, surging like a golden tide towards the dozen figures. However, within minutes, the clones began to dissipate into white smoke. By the time the last clone was dispelled, Naruto's original form had collapsed on the ground, his orange training attire drenched in sweat. "Big brother, you are being utterly ridiculous," he gasped, extending a trembling finger. The figure emerged from the smoke, reaching down to lift his younger brother. "You performed admirably," he said, brushing off the leaves from Naruto's shoulders. "At this moment, your strength has surpassed that of a special jonin." Bang! Before he could finish, this figure also vanished into white smoke. "What? Another shadow clone?" Naruto exclaimed in frustration, brushing the dust off himself and shouting into the empty training ground. "This is too much." In the distance, nestled among the treetops, the real figure was leaning against a tree trunk, perusing an illustrated book. A gentle breeze turned the pages, and he suddenly sensed something, looking up with a smile. As he gracefully leapt down from the branch, he met the gaze of a pair of lifeless eyes. "Hey, give me back my book," Kakashi said lazily, extending his hand. "If my wife finds out, I might have to lie down for a month." The figure nimbly dodged Kakashi's hand, his eyes still glued to the pages. "Brother Kakashi, I'll just look for a while longer." He turned another page, genuinely admiring. "The artistry of my master is truly exquisite. I want to see it for myself." Kakashi snatched the book back, irritably stuffing it into his ninja pouch. Remembering the bookstore owner's terrified expression, unwilling to sell to children, he sighed and rubbed his temples. Chapter 9. The Uchiha brothers on a nearby street. Wisps of smoke rose into the air. The figure dusted off his sleeves, spotting Naruto in the distance. Cheeks puffed in indignation as he ran towards him. "Big brother, you are too cunning." Naruto's golden hair bristled with fury as he crossed his arms, feigning indifference while secretly stealing glances at his brother's expression. Menma couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling his younger brother's disheveled locks. "All right, your mother must be getting anxious," he said. Noticing Naruto's ears twitch slightly, he lowered his voice. "In a few days, I'll take you to enjoy the limited edition ramen." "Really? I want the big bowl." Naruto's face instantly brightened, the remnants of anger vanishing like mist. Kakashi sauntered lazily behind them, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. He had been frequenting his teacher's home for meals almost daily in recent years. The trio strolled along the stone path carpeted with falling cherry blossoms, and upon turning a corner, they encountered the Uchiha brothers. Itachi was holding Sasuke's hand. "Sasuke!" Naruto exclaimed, darting forward and beaming at Itachi. "Are you accompanying Sasuke for training today?" "My brother is training with me too." He winked playfully at Sasuke. Sasuke huffed softly, unable to mask the envy glimmering in his eyes. Since Itachi joined the Umbu, such moments together had become increasingly rare. He had completed his clan studies ahead of schedule today, just to earn a few precious hours with Itachi. "Indeed, Naruto," Itachi replied, straightening up, the weariness in his eyes softened by a gentle smile. "Kakashi-sensei, Menma." Menma nodded in acknowledgement, but his gaze lingered on the depths of Itachi's eyes, where an unspoken weight seemed to reside, evoking a vague recollection of a troubling memory, the Uchiha clan's massacre. Menma shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Under his father's new policies, the Uchiha had long since returned to the village's center, and Uncle Fugaku had even been promoted to the elite Jonin class. Yet, the shadow lurking in Itachi's gaze still stirred unease within him. After exchanging pleasantries, Kakashi and Itachi soon bid farewell. Menma watched their retreating figures, a frown of contemplation creasing his brow. On their way home, Kakashi's steps seemed unusually heavy. He had recently caught wind of some unsettling rumors. The higher-ups' attitude towards the Uchiha clan had become increasingly ambiguous, and dissenting voices within the clan were rising in volume. He instinctively touched the forehead protector over his left eye, remembering the name eternally inscribed on the memorial stone, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. "Kakashi-sensei." Menma suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Kakashi pulled his thoughts back to the present and turned to the young boy beside him. "Is something going to happen with the Uchiha clan?" Menma cautiously articulated his concern. Kakashi shook his head, raising his gaze to the sky. The previously clear heavens had inexplicably darkened, heavy clouds gathering ominously above the village, as if heralding an impending storm. Menma sensed the oppressive atmosphere enveloping them and pondered, could it be that the Uchiha's fate was truly unchangeable? Even as Hokage, his father could not counter the will of the higher-ups? No, he resolutely dismissed this notion in his heart. If he could alter his parents' destinies, he was determined to rewrite the Uchiha's fate as well. Upon contemplating this, he could not help but question the system within his consciousness. System, have you become overly complacent of late? Aside from issuing a few trivial tasks that granted him the dual chakra nature of earth and water, the system appeared to have entered a state of dormancy. Ding. The path of cultivation necessitates perseverance. The host must cultivate humility and patience, advancing step by step. Indifferent to the system's perfunctory words, he resolved to rely on his own strength to avert this impending tragedy. Whether for Naruto's sake or to ensure that Konoha did not lose the support of the Uchiha clan. As they approached home, Kakashi suddenly halted. All right. He scratched his silver hair. You are due to register at the Ninja Academy tomorrow, aren't you? Upon hearing this, he grimaced, his mouth involuntarily drooping. Beside him, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, repeatedly asking, Kakashi, is school fun? Will there be practical training? Exceedingly tedious, Kakashi replied, his deadpan eyes narrowing as he observed Naruto's immediate deflation. He turned back to him and said, with your abilities, there is truly no need for you to waste time at such a place. He simply could not comprehend why, when he was no longer a match for him, he would need to attend the Ninja Academy. With a sense of resignation, he replied, my mother insists I go, claiming that a child who does not attend school is not a good child. He mimicked Kushina's tone, capturing her spirited essence with impressive accuracy. Kakashi couldn't help but smile, patting his shoulder. In your case, you could easily apply for early graduation. He gestured to himself, just like I did back in the day, and Itachi Uchiha as well. One can only hope, he mused, gazing at the lights glowing from his home, envisioning his mother wielding a spatula with grace. Kushina steadfastly believed he should grow up like an ordinary child, even though he had already mastered all the jutsu inscribed in the sealing book. A gentle breeze carried the aroma of cooking from the kitchen, faintly echoing Kushina's melodic hum. He and Naruto exchanged glances, instinctively quickening their pace. We're back, Naruto exclaimed, rushing into the entryway like a whirlwind, directly lunging toward Kushina, who was arranging the tableware. The enticing scent of miso soup mingled with the savory aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Welcome home, Kushina smiled, playfully pinching Naruto's dusty cheek. Then turning to Kakashi and him with warmth, dinner is ready. We can eat as soon as Minato returns. Naruto wailed dramatically, collapsing onto the sofa, his little stomach audibly protesting. Dad will definitely be home late. We must wait for him. The whole family should eat together. Kushina, hands on her hips, lectured Naruto thoroughly. Naruto looked pitifully towards Kakashi and his brother for assistance. Ahem. Kakashi strategically turned his gaze upward to examine the cracks in the ceiling. Meanwhile, he meticulously studied Kakashi's silver hair. Kakashi, your hair has grown quite distinct. As night fell, familiar footsteps echoed in the entryway. I'm home, Minato's voice, warm yet tinged with fatigue, resonated. Dad, Naruto, in an instant, was rejuvenated, springing like a carp to the dining table, exclaiming, let us eat. And thus, he began to devour his meal with fervor. Slow down, Minato chuckled, affectionately ruffling his golden hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Kushina, standing nearby, began to lecture on table manners, yet she did not forget to serve her husband a generous bowl of rice. Menma sat quietly beside his father, observing the grains of rice adorning Naruto's lips, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Under the warm yellow light, Kakashi beheld this heartwarming scene, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting beneath his mask. Obito and Rin, he whispered in his heart, this family resembles the happiness we once dreamed of. Chapter 10, The Great Spiral Wheel. After dinner, Kakashi rose to take his leave. The sounds of running water and the clinking of dishes echoed from the kitchen, where Kushina was tidying up. Naruto, bouncing with enthusiasm to play with Menma, was interrupted by his mother's call. Naruto, go prepare your things for school tomorrow. Her voice floated in from the kitchen. Got it, Naruto replied with a drawn-out tone, reluctantly making his way upstairs, his footsteps thudding on the wooden stairs. Menma quietly approached his father's study. Under the dim glow of the desk lamp, Minato was reviewing documents, lifting his gaze upon hearing the noise. Menma, do you need to discuss something? He asked, setting aside the scroll in his hand. "Dad?" Menma approached the desk, his azure eyes shining brightly in the light. "Has the Uchiha clan encountered troubles?" Minato's smile faltered slightly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the document. "Indeed, there are some issues." His gaze drifted past Menma to the pitch-black night outside. The discord between Konoha and the Uchiha had sown seeds of conflict since the village's inception, and reconciliation would not come easily. Is it truly irreconcilable? Menma furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why, after decades, this rift remained unbridged. "Menma." Minato placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, the warmth softening his expression. "Leave these matters to me." He gently squeezed the still slender shoulder, adding, "You and Naruto only need to grow up safe and happy." Menma nodded, retreating from the study and softly shutting the door behind him. As his footsteps faded, Minato's smile gradually waned. He stared at the documents spread before him, the latest mediation proposal drafted by Narashikaku. Outside, a fallen leaf gently tapped against the glass, mirroring the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Aside from a select few like Shikaku, the entirety of Konoha's upper echelons harbored deep-seated wariness towards the Uchiha. Even the Third Hokage, when broaching the subject of the Uchiha, often hesitated to express his thoughts fully. This enduring suspicion, spanning decades, resembled an invisible wall, isolating the Uchiha at the fringes of the village. As Menma passed Naruto's room, he caught a glimpse of the chaos within. Clothes were strewn across the floor, shurikens scattered from the ninja tool pouch, and the golden-haired boy was frantically stuffing textbooks into his backpack. He sighed softly and returned to his own room. With a quiet click, Menma retrieved a stack of scrolls from the system space. As his fingertips danced gracefully, several secret seals emerged, and inked characters gradually revealed themselves on the blank scroll. Shimura Danzo, assistant to the Hokage, adept in wind release, leader of the Umbu Root organization, former member of the Second Hokage's Guard, a contemporary of Sarutobi Hiruzen, overseer of the hidden aspects of Konoha, suspected of mastering forbidden techniques. The ink shimmered softly under the light, reflecting the seriousness etched upon Menma's face. Such intelligence was hard-earned, acquired through means that included disguising himself as his father to infiltrate sensitive locations, invoking the name of the Third Hokage to access classified files, and even resorting to blackmail involving Kakashi's collection of Intimate Paradise. Mito Gate-un, senior advisor, proficient in space-time ninjutsu, wields substantial financial authority, a contemporary of the Third Hokage. Zenshin Koharu, senior advisor, responsible for medical and logistical operations. Menma's fingertips unconsciously tapped the edges of the scroll. Then there were representatives dispatched by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. They posed little threat, preoccupied as they were with taxes and border security. The true challenge lay in the invisible chasm between the Elder Council and the Uchiha clan. The crux of the matter rested on the attitudes of Danzo and the Third Hokage. He murmured to himself, his fingers brushing over the characters spelling Uchiha on the scroll. The ink, influenced by chakra, gradually faded, returning the scroll to its blank state. Lying on his bed, Menma stared at the ceiling, while his father maneuvered in the light. He must operate from the shadows. He resolved to first discern the true desires of the Uchiha and the origins of this decades-long estrangement. Most importantly, Menma's azure eyes narrowed slightly. A sudden glow of ethereal blue ignited in his palm, as a spiraling sphere of chakra began to darken into a profound black. The high-density energy orb emitted a dangerous hum in the darkness, casting a stark light upon the boy's stern profile. "You better not let me catch you," Menma whispered to himself, the black sphere pulsating restlessly in his palm. "Otherwise, I'll unleash a Rasengan right in your face." "Menma, you have school tomorrow. It's time for bed," came Kushina's voice from outside the door. "Got it." The black chakra dissipated in an instant, and Menma's voice returned to the innocent timbre of childhood. Listening to his mother's footsteps fade away, he sighed in resignation. The thought of attending school with a bunch of small children made him rub his forehead in exasperation. Yet, even his father, the Hokage, dared not defy his mother's orders, let alone him. Oh well, flowers may bloom again, but one cannot reclaim their youth. He pulled the quilt over his head, the fabric still carrying the scent of sunlight. He decided to treat it as a nostalgic return to school life. Outside, the chirping of insects gradually diminished, and the moonlight quietly ascended the headboard. On the streets, still shrouded in morning fog, two small golden retrievers wandered dreamily. Menma and Naruto bumped shoulders intermittently, their heads nodding in and out of slumber, resembling two drowsy kittens. Suddenly, a pair of sharp raps jolted the brothers awake. Kushina stood behind them, hands on her hips, the morning light casting a golden halo around her red hair. Wake up. Do you want to give your teacher a lazy impression on your first day of school? Understood, understood. The two children clasped their flushed foreheads, their eyes glistening with tears as they nodded. They would no longer dare to doze off while walking, their backs now straightened. At the school gate, Kushina knelt down to meticulously adjust the collars of the two children, continually reminding them of the important rules to observe at school, to respect their teachers, and to avoid fighting. Menma's thoughts had already drifted far away when he caught a glimpse of Shikamaru and CHG, who were also escorted by their parents. Shikamaru was yawning while CHG reluctantly munched on a bag of chips. This sight provided him with a slight sense of balance. Kushina, a gentle voice called out. Mikoto Uchiha approached slowly, holding Sasuke's hand. The dark-haired boy wore a serious expression, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. Mikoto. Kushina's face lit up, and the two mothers immediately engaged in warm conversation. Mikoto's gaze lingered on Menma for a moment, slightly surprised. Even a genius like Menma must attend school? Children should indeed go to school, Kushina replied, though her eyes concealed an unmistakable pride. Menma noticed Sasuke and Naruto engaged in a playful rivalry, one crossing his arms with a huff, while the other made silly faces. What a couple of childish fools. Beneath the shadows of the trees at the school gate, Hinata clutched the hand of her maid, her snowy white eyes timidly gazing at the radiant golden-haired figure. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and softly called out, Menma-kun. Her voice was as delicate as falling cherry blossom petals, yet it made Menma pause in his steps. He turned to see Hinata standing there shyly, with the Hyuga family maid respectfully positioned half a step behind her. You're also coming to school? Menma casually asked, his gaze sweeping over her slightly reddened ears. Hinata responded, lowering her head as her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Just as she pondered how to continue the conversation, a cheerful sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility. Menma. Ino bounded over like a lively fawn, her golden ponytail dancing in the sunlight. We're in the same class. Without waiting for a reply, she enthusiastically grabbed Menma's wrist. Let us go. We're going to be late. Hinata stood there, watching their retreating figures, her small fists involuntarily clenching tighter. Big brother, wait for me. Naruto frantically scanned the area, and suddenly his eyes brightened as Sakura approached. He immediately straightened up, waving his arms. Sakura, over here. The pink-haired girl beamed brightly, quickening her pace, only to brush past Naruto and rush directly towards Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Good morning. Sasuke's lips twitched upwards imperceptibly as he purposefully walked past Naruto, leaving the golden-haired boy seething with frustration. Damn you, Sasuke. Naruto shouted at the air, throwing a few punches. It's time for class, Shikamaru lazily reminded, while CHG continued to crunch on his chips beside him. Oh no. Naruto's expression changed dramatically, the image of his mother in a rage flashing through his mind. Like a whirlwind, he dashed through the school gate, unintentionally colliding with two teachers who were conversing. Whose child is this? One of the teachers exclaimed. It seems to be the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto. Ah, but young Naruto is truly brimming with vitality. Inside the principal's office, the principal wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and solemnly handed a stack of student files to the young teacher before him. Irika, I entrust this class to you. The principal's voice trembled slightly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint. Irika straightened his back, accepting the file with both hands. When he lifted his gaze, the principal's seat was already empty, leaving only half a cup of steaming tea as evidence of a previous presence. Confused, he scratched his head. Where had the principal gone? In the corridor. As Irika perused the files, the cold sweat on his brow increased. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino are all from prestigious families. He chuckled ruefully and continued to read. Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan. And then his fingers suddenly froze upon encountering the radiant smile of a golden-haired boy gazing back at him. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. When he reached the last file, he nearly dropped the entire stack. Uzumaki Menma, the prodigy who could defeat a Cloud Village Jonin at merely 3 years of age? Am I to teach him, or will he teach me? Irika leaned against the wall, suddenly comprehending why the principal had fled. standing before the classroom door. Iruka took 3 deep breaths to muster the courage to push it open. The sight before him rendered him momentarily petrified. In the back row, Sasuke and Naruto were grappling on their desks. Sakura stood nearby, cheering for Sasuke. Choji's desk was strewn with snack wrappers. Shikamaru lay sprawled on his desk, soundly asleep. Kiba's Akamaru was dashing around the aisle, chasing after Shino's bugs. Meanwhile, in the window seat, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was stealing glances at the legendary prodigy sitting in the last row, who was currently doodling strange symbols in his textbook out of sheer boredom. The eldest daughter of the Yamanaka clan flitted around him like a cheerful little bird, chattering incessantly in his ear. Iruka's lesson plan fell to the floor with a thud. In that moment, he envisioned a bleak future for his teaching career. Taking a deep breath, Iruka steeled himself and shouted, "Silence!" The clamor in the classroom gradually subsided, except for Shikamaru, who continued to drool in his slumber, until Choji elbowed him awake, crumbs from chips adorning his arm. Menma slightly straightened in his seat, his gaze settling on Iruka's somewhat anxious expression. In his memory, this ordinary yet warm teacher had once been the first ray of light illuminating Naruto's darkness in a predetermined fate. "I am Yumino Iruka, and from today onward, I shall be your homeroom teacher." Iruka leaned on the podium, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He bowed solemnly. "I look forward to your guidance." "TCH. He looks so weak," Naruto muttered under his breath, envisioning that a teacher should at least possess the strength of Kakashi-sensei. "Naruto," Menma called out softly, his voice barely audible to those nearby. Naruto immediately retracted his neck, becoming as obedient as a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck. Iruka pretended not to notice the minor interlude, scanning the classroom until his gaze settled upon Naruto. "Well then, let us have this student introduce himself first." "Me?" Naruto's azure eyes widened in surprise. Confirming that the teacher was indeed calling on him, he promptly leaped onto the podium. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the tips of his golden hair. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at himself, he beamed with an almost blinding smile. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Sixth Hokage." A momentary silence enveloped the classroom, which swiftly erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand, wearing an expression of exasperation, while Sasuke rolled his eyes and muttered, "Idiot Naruto." Ino silently buried her face in her hands. "Why the Sixth Hokage?" Iruka managed to suppress his laughter and inquired. "Because the Fifth Hokage is definitely my older brother," Naruto declared confidently, pointing at Ino, whose golden hair shimmered in the sunlight. "He is a super genius." Ino's toes curled inside her shoes, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Clearing his throat, Iruka hastily called upon the next student. "Woof!" Akamaru barked in anticipation. Kiba Inuzuka strode confidently to the podium, declaring, "I am Inuzuka Kiba. My favorite is Akamaru, and I absolutely detest cats." He shot a challenging glance at Naruto, adding, "My goal is to become the Sixth Hokage. I am the future Sixth Hokage," Naruto exclaimed, jumping up from his seat. A figure wrapped in a trench coat quietly stood up. Shino Aburame adjusted his goggles, stating calmly, "I am Shino Aburame. My interest lies in insect observation, and my dream is to establish an insect paradise." No one paid him any heed, as all eyes focused on Ino. This is too much, Shino thought. Feeling overlooked once again, he silently left the podium. "I am Uzumaki Ino." Her voice was cool yet gentle. "I enjoy Ichiraku ramen and manga, and I detest those who do not cherish their comrades." After a brief pause, she added, "My dream is to protect my family. As for the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment," she sighed inwardly, "I have been led astray by this unreliable system." "All right, class is about to begin." Iruka sighed in relief, realizing that the legendary genius was not as difficult to engage with as he had anticipated. The afternoon sun lazily spilled across the desks in the classroom. During the break, Ino's figure quietly vanished, only to reappear atop the Hokage rock. She stretched out, lying on the head of her father's stone statue, gazing at the geese flying in a V formation across the sky. "If my mother finds out I'm skipping class." The thought of Kushina's fiery red hair when she was angry sent a shiver down her spine. Before the bell rang, she instantly teleported back to her seat, primarily to escape Ino's incessant chatter. She preferred beautiful women and found no interest in young girls. Chapter 12. Ninja Techniques. Meanwhile, at another desk, Shikamaru idly poked at his eraser with a pencil. He turned to glance at the equally drowsy Naruto and suddenly lowered his voice. "Hey, do you want to skip class?" It's so stifling in here. Skip class. Naruto sat up abruptly, his golden hair standing on end, but he soon slumped back like a deflated balloon, knowing that unless he stealthily glanced at the dozing Mai in the back row, he would face his mother's wrath. You called my brother? Skipping class? Take me with you. Suddenly, Kiba Inuzuka popped up between them, with Akamaru barking twice in agreement. The three little heads huddled together, casting a conspiratorial silhouette in the sunlight. CHG simply stared at them, bewildered. Hey Naruto, if you could get Mai to skip class too, would you go? Shikamaru inquired. Naruto's azure eyes sparkled instantaneously, akin to a cat that had spotted a treat. Do you have a plan? A sly smile crept onto Shikamaru's lips as he leisurely strolled to Mai's desk. He curled his fingers and gently tapped the surface twice. Mai lazily lifted her eyelids, a rebellious strand of golden hair flopping over her forehead. Shikamaru, what is up? We're planning to skip class for some fun, Shikamaru whispered. Do you want to join us? Mai glanced out at the bright sunshine, then at Naruto, CHG, and Kiba's eager expressions, and waved her hand dismissively. You all go ahead. She was about to lay her head back down on the desk when Naruto's face fell, his golden lashes fluttering pitifully. If their mother found out, having an older brother would at least mitigate some of the consequences. Shikamaru, unfazed, leaned closer to Mai's ear and murmured, I know where to get the latest copy of Paradise of Affection. Mai shot up straight, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Really? Absolutely, Shikamaru nodded confidently. In the next moment, Mai was already perched on the windowsill. With a swift motion, she leaped out, turning back to beckon the others. The little ones exchanged glances before hurriedly scrambling out the window. CHG made sure to stuff one last handful of chips into his mouth, while Kiba's Akamaru yipped excitedly. The curtains by the window fluttered gently, leaving the classroom filled only with Ino's frustrated stomping. Mai has escaped again. Mai-kun. Hinata nervously wrung her fingers, just as the little group tiptoed around the corner. A familiar figure blocked their path. Naruto. Shikamaru. Iruka stood in the corridor with hands on his hips, his stern gaze sweeping over them, and finally landing on Mai. You too? The children froze in place, sweat beading on Shikamaru's forehead, while Naruto's throat involuntarily tightened. All eyes were on Mai. Leave this to me. With a calm stride, Mai stepped forward, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Iruka instinctively took a half step back, his back pressing against the wall. Is he going to? Thoughts of the various rumors surrounding this prodigious youth made his palms sweat. Shikamaru swallowed nervously, while Kiba's Akamaru whimpered anxiously in his arms. Naruto held his breath, fearing that if his brother truly confronted the teacher, he would surely face their mother's wrath at home. Ninja art, seduction technique. With a soft pop, a cloud of pink smoke enveloped the air. As the mist dissipated, an exquisite beauty with golden hair and azure eyes stood before Iruka, striking an alluring pose. Iruka's face flushed crimson in an instant, and blood gushed from his nose. Staggering back a few steps, he ultimately collapsed to the ground with a thud. Shikamaru clutched his head in agony, while CHG calmly stuffed chips into his mouth. Inuzuka Kiba gaped, as if his entire worldview had been upended. Remarkable. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He danced with fervor, exclaiming that his elder brother must teach him this trick. But first, they had to leave. Temari seized her brother's collar, and in a flash, the group vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving Iruka unconscious on the floor, surrounded by scattered lesson plans. The group escaped the school, with Shikamaru leading them to hide behind a fruit stall, peering at the bookstore across the street. Just as the fruit vendor was about to express his frustration, he recognized the children and immediately donned a warm smile, handing them a few oranges. Shikamaru, this vendor always hides when he sees me, Temari remarked, peeling the orange with a hint of exasperation. Last time, he nearly chased me away with a broom. Shikamaru smiled mysteriously and exchanged a knowing glance with Kiba. Kiba, understanding, patted Akamaru's head and said, Go for it, Akamaru. Akamaru yapped joyfully and bounded towards the bookstore entrance. Under the vendor's puzzled gaze, he suddenly lifted his hind legs. You little rascal. The vendor, infuriated, grabbed a feather duster and chased after him, while Akamaru swiftly darted into an alley, his white tail disappearing around the corner. It's your turn, Shikamaru nudged Naruto and CHG. Huh, what? Naruto blinked with confusion. Shikamaru face-bombed. Just start a fight. The more chaotic, the better. Why didn't you say so? Naruto exclaimed, suddenly punching CHG in the stomach, causing the chips in CHG's hands to scatter everywhere. My chips. CHG shouted angrily as he lunged at Naruto, and the two of them tumbled into a cloud of dust. "Look, the second son of the fourth Hokage is fighting," a bystander exclaimed. "Isn't that one from the Akimichi clan?" People began to gather, forming a circle around the commotion. Seizing the distraction, Shikamaru and Temari crouched low and slipped into the bookstore. To ensure their safety, Temari formed hand seals, her figure blurring before transforming into Sasuke's likeness. "Sasuke," Shikamaru gasped, taking a step back and nearly toppling a bookshelf. "Shoo, it's me," Temari whispered, covering his mouth and lowering her voice. Upon seeing Shikamaru's expression of realization, she added, "You should disguise yourself too." With a smirk, Shikamaru swiftly formed seals and transformed into Niji Hyuga. The two exchanged smiles and stealthily made their way toward the restricted section. Temari's gaze fixed on a gilded-covered book titled Paradise of Affection perched at the highest shelf. With a gentle leap, she secured the book in her arms. Before leaving, she discreetly slipped a few bills from her wallet beneath a vase on the counter. Just as they were about to make their escape, a shadow suddenly loomed at the entrance. The bookstore owner, wielding a wooden stick, reflected a dangerous glimmer of white light through his glasses. "Little brats, do you dare steal books from my shop?" Startled, Shikamaru shivered, instantly dispelling his transformation technique. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar red-haired figure outside. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. It was not that he lacked loyalty, but rather that his mother's fist was far more fearsome than any ninjutsu. Strangely, the owner rubbed his eyes, convinced he had just seen a child from the Uchiha clan. Turning to look again, even that pineapple-headed boy had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a familiar, furious shout echoed through the street. "Naruto, do you dare skip school?" "Mother, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake." Naruto's anguished cry startled the sparrows perched on the eaves. The owner adjusted his glasses, observing the golden-haired boy being hoisted by Kushina, and wisely chose to retreat into the shop. Atop Hokage Rock, Shikamaru leaned against the statue of his father, feeling a residual tremor in his chest. He silently congratulated himself on his swift escape. Had he been caught skipping class by his mother, a thorough beating would surely have ensued. Yet, he felt a twinge of pity for Naruto. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he thought of his foolish younger brother enduring a thrashing. Just as he prepared to leap from the cliff, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Detected a conspiracy mission from the sect elder. Rescue the sect's genius. Reward: heavenly level technique. Mirror flower water moon. Ignores all illusions. Chapter 13. Uchiha Shursui. Shikamaru's movements abruptly halted. The sect elder? Could it be? His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a shadow. A young boy clad in a deep blue stand-collared uniform quietly slipped into the thicket beneath the cliff, the fan emblem on his back standing out vividly against the dusk. Uchiha Shursui. Shikamaru's pupils constricted slightly. The name of the instant Shursui was known throughout Konoha. Yet, what concerned him more was the direction in which the boy was heading, clearly towards the secret entrance of Root. Something felt amiss. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Transformation technique. With a brief exclamation, white smoke dissipated, revealing a masked Umbu member at the spot. Cautiously, Shikamaru restrained his chakra, the unique sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan acting like invisible tendrils, silently trailing Shursui's path. The passageway of the Root base was cold and damp, with flickering torchlight casting distorted shadows on the walls. Each of Shikamaru's steps was as light as a feather. Yet he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart as he navigated past several guards, arriving at the headquarters of Root. This is the headquarters of Root? He marveled inwardly. Even his father might be unaware of the full extent of this organization. His lips pressed into a straight line beneath the mask. Though bolstered by the system, he was still uncertain of his standing in this world. Until he achieved true invincibility, caution was the key to survival. Within the dimly lit hall of Root, a bizarre statue with 3 heads and 6 arms cast a twisted shadow. Shikamaru pressed himself against the cold stone wall, acutely aware of the chilling chakra emanating from Danzo, its malevolence as unsettling as a serpent's flicking tongue. Even if you thwart the Uchiha rebellion, Danzo's somber and calm voice resonated through the vast hall. Konoha will not alter its stance towards the Uchiha clan. What will you do? Shursui straightened his back, his 3-tomo Sharingan glimmering faintly in the dim light. The 4th and 3rd Hokages have assured me, naive. Danzo suddenly roared, his exposed eye ablaze with a terrifying light. The villagers' attitude towards the Uchiha clan will not change, nor will my view on them. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing directly at Shisui, asking, "Will you also employ Kodo Amatsukami against me then?" Kodo Amatsukami? Shisui's breath hitched momentarily. Although the exact meaning eluded him, it was undoubtedly a technique formidable enough to instill such fear in Danzo. In that fleeting instant, Danzo's bony fingers lunged like a venomous serpent towards Shisui's right eye. Shisui's muscles tensed instantly, but he saw his Sharingan whirl rapidly, freezing Danzo in place. Genjutsu? Just as Shisui exhaled in relief, another Danzo emerged eerily from the shadows. Caught off guard, Shisui was struck and sent flying, tracing a desperate arc through the air. Danzo grinned maliciously. His fingertips mere inches from that precious eyeball. Such power must reside solely in my hands. Whoosh! A kunai sliced through the air, precisely sealing off Danzo's path. The metallic glint illuminated the fury etched on Danzo's face, forcing him to retreat, his sinister gaze locking onto the suddenly appeared Anbu with a cat mask. "Who are you?" Danzo's voice dripped with ire. Shisui sensed the other was pondering his identity. Was he sent by the fourth or the third Hokage? He remained silent, adopting a defensive posture. He could hear Shisui's labored breaths behind him, along with the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. The hall fell into a deathly silence, the only sound being the crackling of the torches reminding them of the passage of time. Dozens of root ninjas emerged like phantoms from the shadows, donning uniform masks. Their kunai glinted with a chilling light in the fire's glow surrounding the two. Uchiha Shisui knelt on one knee, pressing his right hand against his painfully throbbing chest. His dark hair was soaked with cold sweat as he gazed at the shadow of the Anbu standing before him, a tumult of emotions swirling within. "The Hokage has secretly sent someone to protect me. Fall back." The raspy voice of the Anbu snapped Shisui back to reality. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly completed the hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The searing fireball hurtled forth, only to be intercepted midway by 3 water dragons. Sizzle. Scalding mist enveloped the entire hall. Shisui felt a sudden tug on his arm as they used the fog for cover to escape the root's base. In their haste, Shisui's fingertips deftly etched an almost imperceptible flying thunder god technique onto a stone pillar. Behind them, Danzo's cold voice commanded, "Pursue." Deep in the forest, the moonlight was fragmented by the dense canopy above. Shisui's breaths grew heavier, and as they burst forth from the woods, they were met with a sheer cliff before them. The 12 root ninjas approached in a fan formation, their kunai glistening like a silvery net under the moonlight. Beneath the mask, the brow of the one known as Menma furrowed slightly. Fortunately, Danzo had not pursued them. If he were to inadvertently eliminate Danzo, it would not only incite the wrath of the higher-ups, but also complicate matters with his father. He cast a discreet glance at the rushing waters below the cliff. Uchiha Shisui, panting heavily, straightened his posture as the 3 tomo in his eyes began to rotate slowly. "Sir," he began, but Menma raised a hand to interrupt. Lowering his voice, "Prepare for a breakout." His gaze swept over the encroaching adversaries as he gradually straightened. Lightning release, false darkness. Menma's hand seals were executed with such speed that they seemed to leave after images. A blinding bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth, striking like a divine sword, instantly piercing the chests of 3 root ninjas. They did not even have time to scream before their charred bodies collapsed to the ground. Shisui's pupils constricted sharply. The prowess of this lightning technique reminded him of the silver-haired prodigy Kakashi, yet the power displayed before him was even more formidable. Time was of the essence. Shisui's figure abruptly split into over a dozen afterimages, each one accurately targeting a root ninja. The blades wove a deathly web, yet the muted thuds of the strikes revealed he was still holding back. The reputation of Shisui was indeed well-deserved. Menma shook his head slightly, still harboring some reservations. He ghosted towards a fallen root ninja. The sound of his kunai slicing through the throat was nearly imperceptible, yet blood had already silently soaked through the black uniform. He looked up at Shisui, who was watching him with a look of shock. "Why must you kill them, senpai?" Shisui's voice trembled. Menma did not respond, his gaze suddenly locking onto a retreating root ninja. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The lightning arrow accurately pierced the ninja's back, and as the body fell forward, it still retained the posture of flight. "Senpai." Shisui's fingers twitched involuntarily. He observed droplets of blood splatter onto the dark mask of the Umbu ninja, slowly trickling down its icy surface. Is this the will of Lord Hokage? A complex emotion flickered in Shirsue's Sharingan. He suddenly realized that perhaps the fourth Hokage had long been intolerant of Danzo's influence. He had underestimated Danzo's strength and ruthless nature, now abandoning any hopes of reconciliation. If the fourth Hokage was determined to eradicate Root, then the Uchiha clan must align with the Hokage. Menma was unaware of Shirsue's inner turmoil, leaving only a parting statement before vanishing. Please return and inform clan leader Fugaku to restrain the Uchiha clan members. Shirsue stood there, staring blankly at the empty space, his eyes momentarily lost. Was this a warning from the fourth Hokage? He unconsciously clenched his sleeves. Indeed, some clan members had gone too far. However, clan leader Fugaku seemed unable to rein them in. Shirsue, the hurried voice of Uchiha Itachi shattered the silence. Chapter 14. All illusions are but deception. When he beheld the devastation and the multitude of deceased root ninjas strewn across the ground, his footsteps abruptly halted, and his typically tranquil eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable that this was the doing of Shirsue. It was not me. Uchiha Shirsue felt somewhat uneasy under Itachi's gaze, for he was indeed not the perpetrator. Then who was responsible? Itachi pondered, fully aware of Shirsue's character. He could never commit such an act. Yet his mind was awash with confusion. The Umbu. Uchiha Shirsue hesitated briefly before responding. The Umbu? Itachi was taken aback. He worked within the Umbu, yet was oblivious to this occurrence. Could it be? He paused, a conjecture forming in his mind. Uncertain whether it was the will of the fourth or third Hokage. Most likely the fourth Hokage, Shirsue speculated. Let us return for now, Itachi suggested, assisting Shirsue as they made their way toward their clan's compound. Menma utilized the flying thunder god technique to return near his home. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have avoided detection. The transformation technique had proven effective against the renowned Shirsue, emboldening him to act more audaciously in the future. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Heavenly grade technique. Mirror flower water moon. Ignores all illusions. Menma felt a surge of clarity flood his mind, as if he could pierce through all worldly deceptions. He was acutely aware of the formidable illusions wielded by the Uchiha clan and other masters of Genjutsu, previously concerned about his ability to resist them. However, at this moment, he resolved that from now on, all illusions in the world would appear as mere folly to him. Now, the most pressing question loomed. Did my mother know I skipped class? Surely that rascal Naruto would not betray me, he thought anxiously, his pace unwittingly slowing. An idea struck him, and he leapt onto the roof of his house, hanging upside down like a bat outside Naruto's window. Through the glass, he observed Naruto, furiously grappling with his homework, the pencil tip nearly gnawed to oblivion. Bro, Naruto exclaimed, noticing him. He bounded over in surprise, then whispered in reproach. You actually left me behind. Now I'm in trouble with Mom. Ahem. Menma chuckled awkwardly, eager to lower his voice. Mom didn't catch me skipping, did she? Of course not, Naruto scoffed. Do I seem like the type to betray my brother? He shot Menma a knowing look, causing the latter's ears to flush. He deftly flipped into the room, slinging 2 Ichiraku ramen discount coupons over Naruto's shoulder. I really had an urgent matter. It wasn't intentional. Seeing his brother's eyes light up, he quickly added, but don't expect me to do your homework. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he slipped out the window. Arriving at the front door, Menma took a deep breath and raised his voice deliberately. I'm back. Menma's back? Kushina appeared from the kitchen, flour dusting her apron, her fiery red hair resembling a warm flame. Take a break for a moment. Dinner will be ready when your father returns. All right. Upon witnessing her mother's calm demeanor, the anxiety that had gripped her heart began to dissipate, and she could not help but feel a surge of gratitude towards Naruto, her beloved younger brother. Before long, Naruto was lured downstairs by the tantalizing aroma of food. Like a whirlwind, he dashed into the living room, collapsing dramatically onto the dining table, lamenting, I'm starving. When will dinner be ready? Just wait a bit longer for your father, Kushina replied without turning her head. What? It's already dark, and Dad still hasn't returned. Naruto feigned despair, clutching his stomach and rolling his eyes in a mock faint. Stop acting like that, Kushina said, hands on her hips, turning around just in time to avoid splattering oil from the spatula onto Naruto's face. You only ate a bowl of tonkatsu ramen half an hour ago. Sticking out his tongue, Naruto seized the opportunity while his mother was distracted to plop himself down beside Minato. Leaning in conspiratorially, he whispered, "Brother, where did you go this afternoon?" Coughing nervously, Minato glanced towards the kitchen to ensure Kushina was occupied humming while cooking, then leaned in to reply in hushed tones. "I went fishing by the river. You must take me next time. Otherwise," Naruto was about to issue a playful threat when Minato swiftly covered his mouth. "Got it." Minato widened his eyes, silently warning him with gestures. As night deepened, Minato finally pushed open the door to their home. Despite the fatigue etched across his features, he wore his signature warm smile, as if it could dispel all shadows. "Why are you so late today?" Kushina inquired, setting down her ladle. An unexpected situation arose. Minato replied casually as he took a seat at the dining table. Minato bowed his head, quietly consuming his rice. He keenly sensed his father's unusual silence and pondered quietly. "It seems Dad is already aware. I wonder how he will handle this matter." Minato mechanically chewed his food, his thoughts drifting back to the urgent report. The news from the Umbu regarding Itachi Uchiha was like a thunderclap. Danzo had actually made a move against Shursui. More shockingly, the Umbu not only rescued Shursui, but also eliminated over a dozen root ninja. Everything had unfolded so swiftly that even he, the Hokage, was caught off guard. Could it be that the Third Hokage sent them? Minato discreetly glanced at the moonlight outside, pondering whether he too was aware of the root's actions. Meanwhile, in the chambers of Hiruzen Sarutobi, smoke spiraled upwards. Hiruzen slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, his brows furrowed tightly. Is Minato truly going to take action against the root? The embers in his pipe flickered, reflecting the complexity of his gaze. Though Danzo's methods were extreme, the unsavory deeds had indeed shielded Konoha from numerous calamities. However, going after Shursui was a step too far. Suddenly, the Third Hokage broke into a fit of coughing, the pipe clattering heavily onto the table. His thoughts tumultuous. Should such power as the Kodoame Tsukumi really exist? The most tormented of all was Danzo. The fury in his singular eye seemed almost tangible, his fingers leaving deep impressions on his cane. Was it Hiruzen or Minato? His hoarse voice echoed in the empty basement. "Do you truly dare to leave such an ocular technique in the hands of the Uchiha?" As the tempestuous vortex ignited this storm, Menma lay peacefully cocooned in his blanket, blissfully unaware of the turbulent currents surging silently beneath the calm of the night in Konoha. The playground of the Ninja Academy basked in the warm embrace of sunlight. Iruka clapped his hands, his voice resonating as he declared, "Next, we shall have a demonstration of the shadow clone technique." His gaze swept across the eager faces of the students, finally resting on the golden-haired youth. "Menma, you shall demonstrate first." With poise, Menma stepped to the center of the field, his fingers deftly forming seals, his movements fluid and graceful. "Shadow clone technique," he exclaimed. And with a puff of smoke, two identical figures stood side by side. Perfection. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Iruka's eyes as he led the applause. The surrounding classmates erupted in awe. Even the birds perched atop the trees seemed startled, taking flight in a flurry. The girls whispered excitedly among themselves, with Ino enthusiastically waving her arms. "Menma-kun is so cool." Hinata, hiding within the crowd, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her fingers nervously entwined, softly calling his name in her heart. Naruto smirked, fully aware that his brother's shadow clones far exceeded this mere display. "It's my turn," he exclaimed, eagerly charging forward, forming hand seals before Iruka could speak. Multiple shadow clone technique. Chapter 15, stolen again with a series of explosive sounds akin to firecrackers. The entire playground was suddenly filled with the golden-haired youth. Hundreds of Narutos jostled and pushed against one another, some climbing the treetops, others forming pyramids, creating utter chaos. Iruka's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his attendance sheet clattering to the floor. "Naruto!" he bellowed, his voice echoing across the playground. Startled, Naruto's clones vanished in an instant. Scratching the back of his head, he displayed his signature radiant smile. "How was that, Iruka-sensei?" "You performed exceptionally well," Iruka replied, each word enunciated slowly, his temples throbbing. This student always managed to complete his assignments in the most astonishing manner, simultaneously elevating his blood pressure to unprecedented heights. "Next, Shikamaru." "Oh, what a hassle," Shikamaru groaned, reluctantly stepping forward to begin forming seals. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Sasuke clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He fixed his gaze upon Naruto, the flames of resentment burning brightly in his dark eyes. How could the gap be so vast? This realization pierced his pride like a kunai. I must have my brother train with me more, Sasuke silently vowed, only to be reminded of Itachi's recent hasty departures. The words, "Forgive me, Sasuke," and the gentle touch on his forehead twisting his heart into knots. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's call snapped him back to reality. Yes, Sasuke replied sharply, the shadows in his eyes replaced by a fierce determination. Menma observed Sasuke's retreating figure, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. I must find a way to infiltrate the Uchiha compound for reconnaissance. Before the school bell rang, Menma quietly tugged on Naruto's sleeve. Brother? Naruto turned his head, his azure eyes filled with bewilderment. Menma lowered his voice and said, you need to find a way to keep Sasuke from going home too early. Inviting him over to our house would be fine too. Why? Naruto blinked, utterly perplexed. Some matters required confirmation. Menma's hand, resting on Naruto's shoulder, tightened slightly as he whispered, this is a secret ninja mission. Instantly, Naruto straightened his posture, excitement igniting in his eyes. Understood. I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. He nodded vigorously, his heart racing with anticipation. Just as the school bell rang and Menma was about to leave, a faint voice, delicate as a whisper, came from behind. Menma-kun. He turned to see Hinata, her head bowed, fingers anxiously fidgeting, her snowy cheeks tinged with a soft blush. What is it? Menma paused, curiosity evident in his voice. I. Hinata's lips quivered gently, her words faltering in a flurry of confusion. Just then, Ino rushed in like a golden whirlwind, seizing Menma's wrist. Menma. New. Stunning flowers have bloomed in my garden. Come quickly to see. Without waiting for a reply, she tugged Menma along, her golden ponytail bouncing joyfully behind her. Hinata stood frozen, her pale eyes trembling, watching the two depart, a strange emotion stirring within her chest. She's taken him again. The thought startled her, and she quickly covered her flushed cheeks. Turning the corner of the hallway, Menma caught sight of Naruto dragging a reluctant Sasuke towards the school gate. Seizing the opportunity, he gently slipped from Ino's grasp. Next time. I promise. Before the words could fully escape his lips, he vanished like a fleeting shadow at the end of the corridor. Menma. Ino stomped her feet in frustration, her small shoes producing a sharp sound against the floor. Always next time. She puffed her cheeks, her golden locks fluttering in the evening sun. As twilight approached, Menma darted into a secluded alley. With swift hand seals, a puff of white smoke enveloped him, and he transformed into Sasuke's likeness, black hair, dark eyes. Even the proud furrow of his brow perfectly mimicked. As he entered the Uchiha clan's territory, Menma deliberately slowed his pace. The setting sun cast an orange hue on the stone path, and passing clan members greeted him with friendly glances. Little Sasuke, you're home early today? A kind aunt with a basket of vegetables called out cheerfully. Menma replied tersely, inwardly astonished by the peaceful atmosphere here. So contrasting with the somber image of the Uchiha that villagers often spoke of. It seemed that most of the Uchiha clan were ordinary people. He had previously accompanied his parents to Sasuke's home, following the path etched in his memory toward the Uchiha residence. Suddenly, a gentle figure appeared around the corner. Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha's words faltered abruptly. She keenly sensed her son's unusual demeanor today. His eyes, typically sparkling with joy, now held a hint of wariness. I'm going to find my brother. Menma hastily uttered a sentence before swiftly departing, leaving behind a perplexed mutter from Mikoto. This child. Once hidden behind the corner, Menma exhaled deeply, his palms already damp with perspiration. His transformation technique could flawlessly replicate chakra fluctuations. Yet those who shared a daily bond with him could always detect the subtle discrepancies. For instance, every time Sasuke encountered his mother, he would leap into her embrace like a joyous little kitten. Hey Sasuke! The unexpected call caused Menma to freeze. 3 ninjas adorned with the Uchiha clan insignia approached, the leading young man scrutinizing him with a frown. What are you doing here, daydreaming? I'm searching for my brother, Menma replied, thinking quickly. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue crossed the youth's eyes, his smile becoming somewhat strained. Itachi. This subtle shift in expression did not escape Menma's keen observation. Haruki. The clan meeting is about to commence. Came the urging voice of a companion. I'll be there shortly. The youth, referred to as Haruki, cast one last glance at Menma before turning away. Menma held his breath, drawing his chakra to its utmost restraint. He trailed behind like a wraith, his senses unfurling like a spider's web in the encroaching dusk. Concealed within the shadows of the courtyard walls, he observed the brightly lit dwelling. Guards, both vigilant and hidden, patrolled the area, their Sharingan gleaming faintly in the darkness. Just as he contemplated retreat, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. An Uchiha ninja, clutching his abdomen, rushed forward, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A spark of clarity ignited in Menma's eyes as he ghosted behind the man. Sasuke? The moment the individual turned, his pupils dilated in shock. Menma's hand seals were executed with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained. The Jinjutsu infiltrated the man's consciousness in an instant. The ninja's gaze became vacant, his body slumping forward. Menma swiftly caught his shoulder, silently dragging the unconscious figure into the thicket. Moments later, Uchiha Tetsuya emerged from the shadows, hunched over, his right hand pressed tightly against his abdomen. Agony etched across his features. Tetsuya, you're late. The guard frowned, his Sharingan scanning Menma's face. Apologies, I had an upset stomach. Menma mimicked the man's voice, adding a tremor of frailty. The guard waved him off impatiently. Hurry inside. The meeting began half an hour ago. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Menma was immediately enveloped by a palpable tension. Inside, candlelight flickered as over 20 Uchiha elites gathered around a table. Menma lowered his head, hastening to a corner while discreetly observing the unfolding situation. Silence reigned. Fugaku's deep voice resonated within the room. Chapter 16. Is it you? All eyes focused intently on Fugaku Uchiha, seated at the head of the table. He slowly raised his gaze. The matter of relocation has been resolved through the efforts of the Fourth Hokage. There is no need to revisit it. Should we truly engage in conflict with the village, it would spell disaster for both our clan and Konoha. But, clan leader, an Uchiha with short hair abruptly stood, the villagers look at us as if we are monsters. And the upper echelons have excluded you from discussions. If we continue to endure like this, indeed. Another individual rose with fervor, his eyes unconsciously activating the Sharingan. The disdainful gazes of the commoners etched into his memory forever. The flames of indignation spread wildly, like a conflagration. Menma observed several Uchiha ninjas simultaneously manifest their Sharingan. The crimson glimmers particularly jarring within the dimly lit room. The retreat of the Fourth Hokage merely underscored their trepidation towards the Uchiha's martial prowess. A scarred ninja bellowed. Konoha was founded with the participation of our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Why should we be ostracized? A chorus of agreement surged forth. We must reclaim our place at the helm. This sentiment resonated deeply, igniting a collective resolve that made Menma's heart sink further. He discreetly surveyed the impassioned faces around him, committing each visage to memory. How naive. He scoffed inwardly. They fail to comprehend that once war commences, the Uchiha shall face utter ruin, regardless of victory or defeat. The other four great ninja villages would seize this opportunity, leading to the inevitable eruption of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The thought sent a chill coursing down Menma's spine, as he envisioned rivers of blood and the silhouettes of his parents and younger brother clad in battle armor. His pupils dilated sharply. No, such a calamity must not come to pass. He turned his gaze towards Fugaku at the head of the assembly, noting the furrowed brow and clenched fists, as if he were embroiled in a profound internal conflict. Uncle Fugaku, I hope we do not become adversaries. For the sake of his father's position as Hokage and his own bond with Sasuke's family, he yearned for a harmonious coexistence between the factions. Yet, it seemed increasingly improbable. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected rebellion within the Zongmin Chiyu Demon Eye clan. Task 1. Suppress the rebellion. Content. In the name of the clan, lead elite disciples to eradicate the Chiyu Demon Eye clan, ensuring complete annihilation. Reward. Chiyu Demon Eye can be upgraded. Consequence. Significant loss of clan strength. Potential outbreak of a war in the cultivation realm. Task 2. Lead the uprising. Content. Betray the clan and lead the Chiyu Demon Eye clan in revolt. Reward. Extinction Demon Eye, upgraded version of Chiyu Demon Eye. Consequence. Confrontation with parents in battle. Task 3. Covertly incite defection. Content. Incite the genius of the Chiyu Demon Eye clan to quell the rebellion. Minimizing losses. Reward. Heavenly Calamity Reincarnation Eye, upgraded version of Extinction Demon Eye. Consequence. The genius will bear the name of traitor, suffering a fate worse than death. Am I mad? Menma nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Is this system deranged? Although he did not fully grasp the specific effects of these ocular techniques, the descriptions alone suggested a clear connection to the Sharingan. Nonsensical options, I shall select none. He found these tasks utterly unworthy. At that moment, a shout from an Uchiha interrupted his thoughts. With Shursui and Itachi here, we will surely succeed. Menma then realized that the two were conspicuously absent from the assembly. Where have Shursui and Itachi gone? Doubts were raised, and all eyes were fixed upon Fugaku. They had a mission at hand. His voice was hoarse, and an unprecedented weariness etched his features. He was already aware that Danzo had set his sights on Shursui. Should this matter reach the ears of his clan, the flames of anger would likely engulf the entire Uchiha compound. In his heart, he silently called out to the fourth Hokage, as if such a plea might provide him with guidance. Yet, the only response was the cacophony of voices in the meeting room, those blinded by hatred clamoring for a final confrontation with the village. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes. He had long since relinquished any hope regarding the higher-ups. But what tormented him further was the realization that he could not fully trust even Minato at this moment. As the clan leader, he understood better than anyone the perilous predicament the Uchiha faced. As a father, he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited Itachi and Sasuke should conflict ensue. In the Hokage's office, Minato gazed at the two Uchiha prodigies kneeling before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is the meaning of this? His tone remained gentle. Itachi slowly raised his head, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions. Lord Fourth, I beg your forgiveness, he said, his voice deeper than usual. I have concealed many matters regarding our clan. As a double agent navigating the delicate balance between the village and his family, Itachi had grown accustomed to maintaining a fragile equilibrium through lies. However, at the moment Danzo made his move against Shursui, he finally comprehended that the facade of peace he had woven was destined to shatter. Minato's azure eyes suddenly narrowed, the temperature in the room seeming to drop several degrees. Please, detail the current situation of the Uchiha clan. For the next half hour, Shursui and Itachi alternated in revealing the entirety of the conspiracy brewing within their clan. Minato listened intently, cold sweat beginning to bead on his back. He had been aware of the tensions between the Uchiha and the village, yet he had not anticipated the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Do the third Hokage and Danzo know of this? Minato's voice was taut. The two Uchiha youths exchanged a glance, uncertain. Even they could not ascertain the extent of the roots that had infiltrated every corner of Konoha. Who could truly clarify what lurked within the shadows? Return for now, Minato instructed, rising to his feet, the Hokage robe glowing with a golden-red hue in the sunset. As he sought to delay the clan's actions. As the two turned to leave, Minato unexpectedly bowed deeply. I swear by the name of the Hokage to do everything in my power to protect the Uchiha clan. Please, trust me. Shursui and Itachi stood frozen in place. In the twilight, the young Hokage's upright figure seemed to radiate a warm light. The cloud of anxiety that had loomed over them for days appeared to have been pierced by a glimmer of hope. Sasuke, burdened with heavy thoughts, walked along the path in the Uchiha compound. He had just resumed his form as Sasuke and was about to stealthily depart when he unexpectedly collided with Shursui and Itachi around the corner. Sasuke? Shursui raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Where are you off to at this hour? I'm going to find Naruto. Sasuke instinctively took a step back, turning to flee. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed before him. The kunai held by Itachi pressed against his throat, the three tomo in his black eyes slowly swirling. You are not Sasuke. His voice was as cold as ice. What? Shursui instantly drew his short knife, the Sharingan glowing crimson in the night. Menma sighed, dispelling the transformation technique to reveal his true form. Brother Itachi, how did you discover it? Menma? The two exclaimed in unison, their weapons lowering simultaneously. A flicker of helplessness crossed Itachi's eyes. When Sasuke sees me, his first reaction is to rush over and train. His tone softened unconsciously when speaking of his brother. Shursui surveyed Menma in astonishment. A transformation technique that even the Sharingan cannot see through? He then suddenly lowered his voice. Was it you who saved me that day from the Umbu? Chapter 17. The True Ruthlessness. What Umbu? Menma blinked innocently, his gaze inadvertently drifting elsewhere. He was unclear about their attitudes, thus feigning ignorance. Shursui exchanged glances with Itachi. Finally, Shursui stepped forward, his voice barely a whisper. Menma, we just met the fourth Hokage. Itachi and I both hope for harmonious coexistence between our clan and the village. The night breeze swept by, the moon casting shadows upon them. Menma's gaze flickered between Shirzue and Itachi, and after a deep breath, he asked, "Brother Shirzue, Brother Itachi, what are your true thoughts about the village and the clan?" Shirzue stared at the boy before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the fourth Hokage. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "We have been searching for a balance, striving for peaceful coexistence between our clan and the village." Menma listened intently, gradually comprehending their stance. Shirzue had once been an idealist until Danzo's attack shattered his dreams, while Itachi, though equally valuing peace, appeared more resolute in his convictions. As the son of the Hokage, Menma naturally aligned with his father's views. He felt a measure of respect for the choices of the two before him, realizing that if he were in their position, he would undoubtedly choose his family without hesitation. "I have an immature idea." Menma suddenly turned and walked deeper into the woods. Shirzue and Itachi exchanged knowing glances and followed suit. They understood that Menma, like themselves, was a prodigy, possessing a unique perspective on issues. Once they confirmed the area was secure, Menma sensed the barrier being erected. "I know that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha is irreconcilable. Beyond historical grievances, the existence of the police force is critical. Prolonged enforcement will inevitably breed resentment among the villagers." He paused for a moment before adding, "From extensive research into various documents and records, it appears that the second Hokage's oppressive policies towards the village's clans, particularly the Uchiha, have been perpetuated by the third Hokage and Danzo, resulting in deeply ingrained prejudices." The only sound in the forest was the rustling of leaves. Observing the grave expressions on their faces, Menma knew they were absorbing his words. "Brother Shirzue," Menma's voice suddenly dropped. Shirzue turned to look at him. "What exactly is a Tengu?" Shirzue's fingers involuntarily trembled. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. "That is the ocular technique of my kaleidoscopic Sharingan, capable of altering the will of others without their awareness." The pupils of his companion, Shirzue, suddenly constricted. This revelation was more terrifying than he had imagined. The ability to silently manipulate another's thoughts was a power that left him in shock. He finally comprehended the madness of Danzo. Anyone, upon learning of such a technique existing in the world yet remaining beyond their grasp, would undoubtedly be unable to find peace. He himself could not tolerate such a power slipping from his control. Fortunately, he was immune to Jinjutsu. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared. Shirzue narrowed his eyes slightly. "Such power," he continued, "will not be permitted to exist under any authority unless you ascend to the position of Hokage. Do you understand? The more individuals who are aware of it, the greater your peril." Shirzue's complexion turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He had been naive in the past, never contemplating such matters. In hindsight, revealing his possession of the otherworldly technique to others was an exceedingly foolish act. "What should I do now?" Shirzue's voice was strained. "I even considered using this technique to influence the clan leader." "That would be futile." He shook his head. "Even if you altered Uncle Fugaku's perspective, it would not change the minds of the radicals. They are now beyond reason." The three fell into silence. In Shirzue and Itachi's eyes, the light of hope was gradually extinguishing. The peace they fought so hard to maintain was slipping through their fingers like sand, ungraspable, regardless of how tightly they clutched. "Now, there are three choices." He raised 3 fingers, his voice deep and clear. Shirzue and Itachi held their breath, fixated on this boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to the fourth Hokage. "First, assist the Uchiha clan in instigating a rebellion." His tone turned sharp, undeniably pitting them against the village, against his father, and against him. A cold light flickered in his azure eyes, and an astonishing chakra erupted like a volcano. The violent gust stirred debris from the ground, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Shirzue had to raise his hand to shield himself from the oncoming wind, his Sharingan reflecting the deep black Rasengan hovering in the palm of his hand. The destructive potential contained within made his hair stand on end. This chakra, Shirzue's throat tightened. Even Susanoo might struggle to withstand it. Secondly, he suddenly retracted his aura, a gentle smile returning to his lips. Yet the content of his words sent a shiver through both men. "For the sake of the village's peace, you could reach an agreement with the higher-ups to discreetly eliminate the Uchiha clan, leaving as rogue ninjas to preserve the clan's honor." Shirzue's face turned ashen. This choice was akin to a dull blade, cruelly and slowly slicing through his heart. To protect the village from the ravages of war while personally orchestrating this. Is there truly no other way? Shusui's voice trembled slightly. He did not immediately answer, instead turning his gaze to Itachi, who had remained silent throughout. In the dim light, he noticed the distinct glimmer in Itachi's eyes, a stark contrast to Shusui's, not characterized by hesitation or anguish, but rather an almost unyielding resolve. Sanma slowly raised his third finger, but before he could finish speaking, Itachi interrupted. No need to say more, Itachi's voice, eerily calm, declared, I choose the second option. Itachi. Shursui turned abruptly, his Sharingan wide with shock. Itachi met Sanma's gaze directly, stating, but you must agree to 3 conditions. First, Sasuke must be protected. Second, the honor of the Uchiha clan must remain intact. Third, his voice finally wavered slightly, I will execute this alone. The night wind suddenly stilled, leaving only the heavy breaths of the 3 in the forest. Sanma gazed deeply at the youth before him, who was only a few years his senior, and for the first time, grasped the true essence of a ruthless individual. Let me finish, Sanma said slowly. And the third? Shusui's voice trembled, fear creeping in as he realized Itachi was even more extreme than he had imagined. He hoped for a different answer. A dangerous smile crept across Sanma's lips. Eradicate the root organization. What? Both Shursui and Itachi exclaimed in unison, their 3-tomo Sharingan involuntarily activated in shock. Isn't this tantamount to opposing Konoha? Shursui's voice was hoarse with disbelief. Sanma gently shook his head, his golden hair glinting coldly in the moonlight. Root does not represent Konoha. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. But will the third Hokage agree? Shursui's Sharingan fixated on Sanma, attempting to discern whether this was the boy's own idea or a directive from the fourth Hokage. Grandfather Sarutobi, Sanma suddenly revealed an innocent smile. He is a kind and benevolent man, embodying the will of fire to its fullest. For some reason, that smile sent a chill down Itachi's spine. Chapter 18. The rebellion is doomed to fail. In addition to eradicating Root, I also require a list of the radical elements within the Uchiha clan. Sanma turned to leave, but suddenly paused to add, oh, and I've noticed that most of the Uchiha are commoners. They are quite amiable. This statement pierced the hearts of both boys like a dull knife. A flash of gold passed, and the youth's figure had vanished. Flying Thunder God technique. Shursui's pupils constricted sharply. How old could he be? Itachi stood in silence, feeling for the first time how laughable his own reputation as a genius was. Shursui. Itachi's voice was unnaturally calm. Shursui smiled wryly, shaking his head, haunted by the image of that dark Rasengan. We have no choice, Itachi. His voice was heavy with fatigue. Facing such power, compounded by the fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the rebellion of the third Hokage's clan, defeat was inevitable. As the night breeze swept through, stirring fallen leaves, the 2 Uchiha youths stood amidst the trees, for the first time seeing clearly the price required to uphold the peace they desperately sought. Yet, for them, this was the best solution they could hope for. I have returned. Upon opening the door, the warm, golden light enveloped Menma entirely. The enticing aroma of miso soup wafted from the kitchen, where Naruto was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book, and the entire living room exuded a cozy atmosphere. Why are you so late today? Kushina inquired, peering from the kitchen, flour dusting her crimson hair. A frown creased her brow. You usually return before nightfall. Menma's gaze wandered, fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothing. I went to Ino's house. Oh, to little Ino's? Kushina's face brightened with a radiant smile, but in the next moment, her red chakra surged, her fiery locks dancing in an unseen wind. Naruto on the sofa curled up, frantically signaling his brother, his mouth forming the words, Ino was here. Mom, let me explain. Menma felt a chill down his spine and quickly covered his head, attempting to summon maternal affection. Learning to lie, are we? Kushina swiftly seized Menma, her movements so swift they left a blur in their wake. Liars must face consequences. She settled on the sofa, poised to strike. I'm sorry, Menma cried out, struggling. When suddenly, I'm home. Minato entered, dew still glistening on his golden hair. He blinked, surprised that this time it was Menma facing the consequences instead of Naruto. Observing this rare scene, he inquired, what is happening here? Menma, seeing a glimmer of hope, leapt to hide behind his father, peeking out from beneath Minato's arm. His blue eyes filled with desperation. Menma has learned to lie. Kushina narrowed her eyes. Is this your influence? How could it be? Minato chuckled awkwardly. his Adam's apple bobbing uncomfortably. I never lie. Suddenly, he turned and gently nudged Menma forward. Dad. Menma's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his father's swift betrayal. Kushina had already opened her arms. Menma, I'm sorry. Menma immediately capitulated, only to be met with unexpected tenderness rather than the anticipated punishment. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Kushina tousled his golden hair. Children must be honest. At the dining table, Menma scooped food onto his plate while casting a questioning glance at Naruto. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Naruto innocently blinked his blue eyes, his mouth full of grilled meat as he mumbled, You didn't ask. Menma's mouth twitched. That's my fault. After dinner, Menma quietly slipped into his father's study. Beneath the dim light of the desk lamp, Minato was reviewing documents. Hearing the noise, he looked up, his golden hair glowing warmly under the light. Dad, may I ask you a question? Menma closed the door. Minato set down his pen, his azure eyes reflecting gentle curiosity. What is it? What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? Menma approached the desk, his voice subdued. Minato raised an eyebrow slightly. What brings this on? I heard from Kakashi that. Menma's gaze flickered momentarily, silently apologizing to Kakashi in his mind. The Uchiha have been acting rather unusually of late. The expression on Minato's face grew increasingly perplexed as he set down the document in his hand. How could Kakashi, he began, only to pause mid-sentence and reveal his customary reassuring smile. Do not worry, Dad will handle it. Father. Menma suddenly raised his voice, placing both hands firmly on the desk. I am no longer a child. His blue eyes shone brightly under the light, and he implored, Please consider me a partner in discussions. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Under the illumination, he suddenly realized that his eldest son's features were more defined than he remembered. The once round face now bore the beginnings of sharp angles. A surge of complex emotions washed over him, both pride and a hint of reluctance. Menma had truly grown up. Minato sighed softly. After a brief contemplation, he finally spoke. I have just received news that the Uchiha clan may be preparing for rebellion. He noticed that Menma's expression remained inscrutable, which surprised him. What does Dad plan to do? Menma pressed. The study fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. Minato leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the table. He had not intended for his son to confront such matters so early, but observing the steadfast gaze mirroring his own in those blue eyes, he ultimately decided to share his concerns and plans. However, this approach merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue. Menma's voice carried an unexpected maturity. The longer we maintain a facade of peace, the deeper the resentment will fester, culminating in a more violent explosion. Minato exhaled softly, his gaze toward his son laden with complexity. For the first time, he regarded this gradually maturing young man as an equal. Do you have any suggestions, Menma? My methods are not infallible, yet they may resolve the current predicament. Menma leaned forward, his azure eyes glimmering with intensity. Dad, if someone threatens the village's safety, what will you do? Minato straightened abruptly, his pupils narrowing. Surely you do not mean to confront the Uchiha. His voice trembled slightly. Father, what are you thinking? Menma furrowed his brow in discontent, observing his father's awkward smile. He then solemnly declared, I aspire to become the fifth Hokage. I would never act against the village. Inwardly, he added, the Hokage position should be passed down through our family. This world, which is prone to erupting into ninja world wars, requires thorough reform. Minato regarded his son's resolute expression, a faint smile of pride unconsciously gracing his lips. It was as if he glimpsed the pure fire of what he once possessed in his youth, now shining brightly in the next generation. Dad, you still haven't answered my question. Menma's voice shattered the silence. Minato lifted his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his azure eyes. Anyone who poses a threat to the village is my enemy. His voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Then I am reassured. Menma's lips curled slightly. Before he spoke earnestly, there is indeed such an enemy hidden within the village. Who is it? Minato inquired immediately. Chapter 19. The decayed roots must be uprooted. Danzo. With a sudden clatter, Minato's elbow knocked over the ink bottle on the table, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. He abruptly rose to his feet, the ink spilling across the documents in a dark stain. Minato, he admonished, lowering his voice with an unprecedented severity. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Unfazed, Minato calmly righted the ink bottle and retrieved a cloth from the drawer to wipe the desk clean. His composed demeanor sharply contrasted with his father's astonished expression. Father, if I were to leverage your reputation, he spoke while cleaning, to establish an organization more clandestine than the Umbu. Under the guise of for the village, to eliminate dissenters and pursue personal gain, what would your response be? Minato's pupils narrowed slightly as he gradually returned to his seat, his gaze scrutinizing the suddenly unfamiliar visage of his son. The youthful contours of Minato's face had faded, revealing a maturity beyond his years. How do you know about this? Minato's voice was somewhat hoarse. He was acutely aware of Danzo's unsavory dealings, yet had chosen to endure in silence, mindful of the bonds forged over 3 generations and his own fragile position. Slowly, he crouched down to meet his 6-year-old son at eye level, taking a deep breath as he gently placed his hands on Minato's small shoulders. Your father understands everything you have conveyed. His tone was soft, tinged with fatigue, yet the reality was often far more intricate than one could envision. You are overcomplicating matters, father. Minato shook his head, his youthful voice resonating with simplicity. Sometimes, the resolution is quite straightforward. If you wish to protect your family, safeguard the village, and realize your ideals, decisive action is required. He extended his small hand, gesturing emphatically. Whether it be the Uchiha or the roots, all must serve the village and the Hokage. Minato's pupils constricted in astonishment as he gazed at the child, barely reaching his waist. In the warm glow of the lamp, Minato's golden hair shimmered softly, yet the fierce determination in his blue eyes was disconcerting. The decayed roots must be uprooted. He mimicked a pulling motion, or the entire tree shall wither. Pausing, he revealed an innocent smile. Moreover, the will of fire instilled by the Third Hokage is no less potent than yours. Minato's voice trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that he may have never truly understood his son. The impact of this brief exchange surpassed the cumulative weight of the past 30 years. How did you conceive such thoughts? He inquired softly. Minato tilted his head, displaying the innocent smile befitting a 6-year-old. By studying. Minato tousled his son's golden locks, forcing a smile. Let me ponder this for a moment. You should rest now, for school awaits you tomorrow. Okay. Minato nodded obediently, a slight smile curving his lips as he turned to leave. He understood that his father had been swayed. How could a man destined to become the 4th Hokage truly be as gentle and harmless as he appeared? The illustrious title was forged through struggle and strife. As the study door gently closed, Minato gazed at the shadows cast by the lamp on the table, his expression gradually deepening in thought. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha flickered warmly and brightly. Yet who could have imagined that beneath this serene facade, a storm capable of altering the village's dynamics was brewing? The catalyst of this impending tempest was, astonishingly, a mere 6-year-old child. Sunlight streamed into the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy, where Menma rested his head on the desk, poking at eraser shavings with his pencil. He envied Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha for their early graduation, but the thought of his mother's wrath deterred him from applying for a grade jump. Menma called Ino. Without lifting his head, he mumbled, "What is it?" Ino leaned closer, her golden hair cascading in front of his eyes. After class, could you teach me the shadow clone technique? Menma straightened up, puzzled. Didn't you already learn it? Just 3 days prior, he had instructed her at the training grounds, where her 3 shadow clones had been remarkably lifelike. Ino tugged at his sleeve, shaking it slightly. I'm not proficient enough yet. Please teach me again, okay? With a reluctant nod, Menma replied, I'll teach you when I have the time. Really? Ino's eyes sparkled, her ponytail bouncing with excitement. Yeah, Menma suddenly smiled. If my mom asks later, just tell her I went to your house to admire your flowers. Why? Ino tilted her head in confusion. Just do as I say, Menma insisted, gazing intently at her. Ino's ears turned crimson, and she lowered her head. Okay. As the class bell rang, Menma promptly returned to resting on his desk. Nearby, Hinata observed the two. She wished dearly that she could be as bold as Ino, speaking freely to Menma rather than secretly admiring him from afar. During the break, Naruto rushed into the classroom like a whirlwind, conspiratorially leaning toward Menma, whispering, Hey, do you want me to distract Sasuke again today? Recalling the thrilling scene from yesterday when he and Shikamaru had dragged Sasuke into the woods, he felt a rush of excitement. No need. Menma waved his hand dismissively, though his gaze unconsciously drifted to the front row. Sasuke had been sulking since morning, as if he had been trampled 100 times over. What exactly did you do to him yesterday? Nothing much. Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, his golden locks bouncing with the movement. Menma narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Then why has he not spoken to you all day? This morning, he had clearly seen Sasuke's expression, as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Even Naruto's friendly overtures had been met with silence, which was decidedly suspicious. I swear we didn't do anything. Naruto raised his hands in defense, his gaze flickering nervously out the window. We just helped him with some training. Training? Menma raised an eyebrow. Be specific. Curiosity piqued. He wanted to know what kind of training could lead to such a transformation. Naruto attempted to squeeze between Menma and Ino, only to be halted by a fierce glare from Ino, forcing him to retreat sheepishly to the other side. He pulled out a piece of fluorescent green fabric from his ninja gear bag. Yesterday at the training grounds, we encountered Kakashi and Guy. Guy gifted us each a set of specially designed training uniforms. The fitted outfit, when spread out, shimmered in the sunlight with an almost blinding green hue. Sasuke absolutely refused to wear it, so we helped him change into it. Stealing a glance at the brooding Sasuke in the front row, Naruto looked perplexed. I think it looks great. It's especially convenient for training. Naruto. Menma's gaze fixated on the tight-fitting garment that seemed to emit a glow of its own, sending a shiver down his spine. The iconic, dazzling smile of Might Guy flashed through his mind, and he imagined Naruto and the others striking a youthful pose, causing another chill to run through him. Don't ever let me see you in that again. He firmly grasped Naruto's shoulder, and certainly don't let Mom catch sight of it. Why not? Naruto protested, shaking the comfortable attire in his hands. It feels great. No wise. Menma decisively interrupted. It's simply unacceptable. Got it, Naruto sulked. Stuffing the garment back into his bag, his spirit visibly deflated as he trudged away. As he passed Sasuke's seat, he contemplated striking up a conversation, but a fierce glare from Sasuke made him retract his neck in trepidation. As the school bell rang, the entrance was inundated with parents arriving to collect their children. Menma's mom had only come a few times at the start of the school year, and he had no expectations of his father, the Hokage, showing up. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, he spotted Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi peering around the corner. Before he could approach, Sasuke dashed out first, his previous gloom evaporating as he shouted, "Brother!" and lunged towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi placed a hand gently on Sasuke's forehead to halt his momentum, smiling as he said, "Forgive me, Sasuke, I have matters to attend to. We'll talk next time." With that, he disregarded Sasuke's disappointed expression and walked towards Menma alongside Shursui. Chapter 20. How should I trust you? Follow me. Menma sensed they were seeking him for a reason and spoke briefly. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to run back to Naruto, advising, "Make sure you get home early. If Mom asks, tell her I went to Ino's house." Where are you going? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "I have a secret mission to carry out," Menma said with an air of mystery before suddenly raising his voice. "Uzumaki Naruto." "Yes." Naruto stood at attention. "This is the ninja task I entrust to you. Can you complete it?" "I promise to accomplish the task." Naruto responded excitedly. "Good. When I return, I'll bring you 2 ramen vouchers." 5. Naruto held up 5 fingers. "Free vouchers. I want 5, if Mom gets angry." Naruto feigned concern. "Good boy, learning to be mischievous. Who taught you that?" Menma was somewhat surprised. "You." Naruto grinned widely. "Get going." Menma pulled out 2 ramen vouchers and handed them to Naruto. "Hey, this is only 2. Naruto protested, counting them. "Complete the task, and I'll make up for it," Menma said, turning to slip into the nearby woods. Uchiha Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances before swiftly following him. "I envy you both for having a brother," Shursui remarked, watching the two with a gentle smile, though a trace of melancholy lurked in his eyes. Alone, he understood better than anyone how precious such a blood bond was. It was precisely for this reason that he felt a profound need to protect the hard-won peace. "Shursui." Itachi hesitated, his throat tightening, ultimately managing to utter, "We are brothers too." Shursui's throat suddenly constricted, and a wave of emotion welled in his eyes. This brotherly bond felt like a bonfire on a winter's day, warming him deeply and stirring a fierce heat within his eyes. Menma rubbed his arms, goosebumps rising all over his skin. The intense, unbreakable bond of brotherhood characteristic of the Uchiha clan was truly overwhelming. "Let us set aside your brotherly sentiments for now and address the matter at hand." He interrupted their silent exchange, his demeanor growing serious. "Have you both resolved how to proceed regarding the Uchiha clan?" Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, responding in unison. "We are prepared for whatever may come." Shursui withdrew a scroll from his robe, running his fingertips along its edges with a complicated expression. This contains the names of the radical faction within the Uchiha clan. Menma accepted the scroll and unsealed it. The multitude of names that greeted him revealed over 40 Uchiha clansmen, predominantly armed personnel from within the clan. He discreetly stored the scroll in the system space and remarked solemnly, "I am pleased to see your resolve. I hope this list is comprehensive. Once the seeds of hatred take root, they are difficult to eradicate." "I understand," Shursui replied with a solemn nod. "And what of Uncle Fugaku's stance?" Menma inquired, aware that the patriarch's position would directly influence the fate of the entire clan. Shursui's expression paled, while Itachi hung his head in ominous silence. Menma felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously asked, "Did you employ Kodoame Tsukumi on him?" "Yes," Shursui exhaled, his voice sounding as if it were drawn from the depths of his chest. He was acutely aware of the power of Kodoame Tsukumi. Who would wield such a double-edged sword unless absolutely necessary? A moment's carelessness could lead to the user losing themselves. A warning bell rang in Menma's mind. If Shursui could maintain self-restraint now, there was no guarantee he would not lose control in the future. The human heart is the most inscrutable of things. Should he ever turn against his own father? The Hokage, his pupils constricted, and his tone grew colder. What is the cost of using Kodoame Tsukumi? Sensing the lethal intent in Menma's words, Itachi instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Shursui's raised hand. Shursui took a deep breath and replied calmly, "The right eye's Kodoame Tsukumi can instantaneously alter a person's thoughts, but its effects are limited on those with strong wills or greater ocular power than mine. The left eye can permanently rewrite one's will, but its cooldown can extend for over a decade." As his words echoed in the forest, silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, the breeze ceased, leaving dry leaves suspended in midair. Menma fixed his gaze on Shursui. "How can I trust you, Shursui? It's not like Shursui would do that." Itachi's voice rose, his fingers tightening into white-knuckled fists, the pouch of kunai at his waist rising and falling with his rapid breaths. "Itachi," Shursui interrupted his companion's defense, his deep brown eyes reflecting Menma's wary expression. After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly reached for his ninja tool pouch, a glint of cold steel flashing as he thrust a kunai towards his own left eye. "Shursui," Itachi gasped, leaping forward, his garments swirling with the rush of air. Yet, Menma was quicker, firmly grasping Shursui's wrist that held the blade. "I trust you, Shursui," Menma declared. As he released his grip, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the smile at the corner of his eye. Jisue gripped the trembling kunai, frozen in place, his throat constricting as he eventually rasped out a hoarse, "Thank you for your trust." Menma clapped his palms together, brushing away non-existent dust, and his expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. "Now, allow me to outline my plan." His gaze swept over the taut shoulders of the two men as he continued. "We will have Uncle Fugaku rally the radical members of the Uchiha clan under the pretext of seizing power within the village to confront the root. When both sides are weakened, you will handle the aftermath and eliminate root." He emphasized his words, articulating each with precision. "It is imperative that we eradicate Danzo, otherwise, the repercussions will be endless. However, the Umbu and others." Jisue furrowed his brow, his bangs swaying slightly with the movement. The Umbu would arrive 2 hours after the attack commenced, and a portion of the Shimura clan's ninjas would be dispatched on a mission tomorrow morning. Menma remarked nonchalantly, "Other clans have long harbored dissatisfaction towards Danzo and Root. Their elimination aligns with everyone's interests." Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared on his face, his canines glinting in the sunlight. "As for Grandpa Sarutobi, Naruto, and I will pay him a visit tomorrow bearing gifts." The birds in the forest suddenly became alarmingly shrill. Menma's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over Jisue and Itachi's tense expressions. "The most crucial point thereafter is that you must firmly control the Uchiha clan, ensuring that no dissenting voices arise." "Understood." Jisue sheathed the kunai, the metallic clash resonating clearly in the silent woods. He observed Menma's eloquent demeanor, feeling somewhat dazed. Menma seemed to be a natural leader. "Prepare yourselves. Act tomorrow night," Menma declared resolutely. Uchiha Jisue and Itachi's expressions hardened, and they responded in unison, "Yes." Just as the two were about to turn to leave, Menma called out to them, "Jisue, Itachi, please wait a moment." They swiftly pivoted, their gazes fixed on Menma. He scratched his head, shedding the earlier seriousness to reveal a childlike, bashful smile. "I would like to inquire about something." How did you manage to skip class without being discovered? Huh. Jisue and Itachi froze simultaneously, their previously taut nerves instantly relaxing. They gazed at Menma's expectant expression, only then realizing that this strategic youth was, at his core, merely a 6-year-old child. Chapter 21. Youth never bows to defeat Shadow Clone. Uchiha Itachi answered with a sense of inevitability, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Huh. Menma's eyes widened, and he clapped his hands together in sudden realization, exclaiming, "Of course. Why didn't I think of that?" He scrunched his nose, murmuring softly about his own oversight. "Is there anything else, Menma?" Jisue inquired gently. "No, that's all, Jisue, Itachi," Menma replied with a smile, waving them off as he watched them leave. Once their figures vanished into the woods, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening once more. There were countless tasks at hand. Convincing his father, the Hokage, was merely one aspect. The priority was to keep a vigilant eye on the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His prestige in Konoha was unparalleled, and should he appear during the operation, the plan would undoubtedly encounter unforeseen complications. Once everything settled, he too would have no choice but to accept reality. Menma murmured to himself, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his azure eyes. On the journey back, familiar sounds of commotion drifted from a distance. Menma raised his gaze and beheld Might Guy, brimming with determination, engaging Kakashi in a spirited contest, while Kakashi, as usual, wore an expression of indifference, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Upon noticing Menma's presence, a flicker of light ignited in Kakashi's eyes. Menma's heart sank, sensing impending doom. He instinctively sought to make his escape. Menma. Kakashi, quick as a flash, blocked his path. "Might Guy?" Menma froze, forcing a gentle smile. "Oh, Menma, it's been a while." Might Guy exuberantly approached, revealing his trademark broad grin, radiating an undeniable enthusiasm. "Brother Guy?" Menma's scalp prickled as he recalled the days of his youth when he had foolishly sought Kakashi for sparring, only to be handed over to Might Guy as a training partner, thus ensnaring him in the nightmare governed by the vigor of youth. No matter how many times he bested Guy, the latter would exuberantly proclaim, "Youth never surrenders," and rise anew to combat. "Menma, I sense the essence of youth within you," Might Guy exclaimed, thumbs raised, his gaze fervent. "Let us engage in a spirited contest, the strongest genius of the village." "Brother Guy?" Menma's complexion paled, his voice rising in urgency. "My mother awaits my return for dinner, perhaps another time." Before he could finish, he fled like a startled rabbit, vanishing around the corner. Might Guy stood rooted, watching Menma's retreating figure, only to find Kakashi had already disappeared. Clenching his fists, tears of fervor welled in his eyes as he shouted, "What a worthy rival you are, Kakashi!" His youthful cries echoed through the desolate streets. As night descended, the lights of Konohagakure gradually illuminated. Menma stood at the threshold of his study, gently tapping on the wooden door. "Come in." The voice of Minato resonated from within. Upon entering, Menma saw his father bent over a pile of documents, the Hokage hat resting beside him, candlelight casting shadows on his weary visage. "Father, have you made a decision?" Menma inquired straightforwardly. Minato set down his pen, lifting his gaze toward his son, his expression a mixture of complexity and depth. "Menma, if this endeavor falters, it could inflict irreparable harm upon the village. Every undertaking carries the risk of failure." Menma remained resolute. "If we fail, I will bear the responsibility." He emphasized his words, locking his gaze firmly onto his father's eyes. "This is a gamble we must win." Minato furrowed his brow slightly. "Menma, father." Menma interjected, his voice unwavering. "Reform is not about compromise or retreat. It requires blood and sacrifice." He stepped closer to the desk. "The village is ailing and must be healed. Even if the process is painful, we must eradicate the root cause. If we do not excise the tumor, new shoots will never thrive in the sun." Minato set down his brush, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. The cicadas outside suddenly became a cacophony, disturbing the tranquility. The village, having been established for only a few decades, had already endured 3 great ninja wars. The average lifespan of a ninja scarcely reaches 30 years. Countless children are sent to the battlefield immediately upon graduation. These truths are clearer to you than anyone else. Menma gazed directly into his father's eyes and declared, "Regardless of the decision you ultimately make, I will always be your son." After a brief moment of silence, Minato chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never anticipated that I would be less resolute than a child. He slowly rose to his feet, approached Menma, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Determination finally glimmering in his eyes. You are right. Transformation necessitates sacrifice, yet this burden should not rest upon your shoulders. His tone was gentle, yet unwavering. No matter the outcome, I trust you to safeguard Mother and Naruto. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to me. I will ensure their protection. Menma solemnly nodded and then retrieved a scroll from his cloak, presenting it to Minato. It contained the list of the Uchiha radicals. As Minato accepted the scroll and unfurled a corner, his pupils constricted in surprise. Noticing his reaction, Menma smiled slightly and laid bare his plans, encompassing the movements of the Uchiha clan, Danzo, the Third Hokage, and the various great families. After absorbing the information, Minato inhaled deeply, a flicker of shock passing through his gaze. He had not anticipated Menma's meticulous preparations. I understand now. Minato secured the scroll, his hesitation dissipating. I shall prepare immediately. He gave his son's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning towards the doorway. The Hokage's cloak billowed behind him, and his silhouette appeared more resolute than ever. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Menma gently pushed open Naruto's door, discovering his younger brother sprawled across the bed, clutching a blanket. His golden hair tousled in disarray. Naruto, it's time to rise. Menma shook his shoulder gently. We are visiting Grandpa Sarutobi shortly. Naruto mumbled, turning over sleepily. His nightcap askew, revealing a tuft of hair defiantly sticking up. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he replied, still heavily drowsy, Big brother, why are we going to Grandpa Sarutobi's house? For fun, Menma said, retrieving two neatly pressed outfits from the wardrobe, casually tossing one onto Naruto's head. Naruto, sitting up with the garment perched atop him, yawned widely. What's so fun at Grandpa Sarutobi's? I've made plans to go on an outing to the back mountain with Shikamaru today. Let us go another time. Menma approached the window, casting a vigilant glance at the street outside, then leaned closer to Naruto, lowering his voice. Listen, today there is an important task for you. Task. Instantly alert, Naruto's azure eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily donned his clothes, even putting on his slippers incorrectly, and dashed towards the door. Give me 5 minutes. Watching his brother rush off, Menma's lips curled into a slight smile. The enticing aroma of fried eggs wafted from downstairs. Kushina, donned in an apron, busily prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing her two sons descend, she laid out a sumptuous meal on the table. Hurry and eat. I made your favorite thick omelet. At the table, Naruto, overflowing with enthusiasm, nearly toppled the miso soup, only to be gently reprimanded by Menma with a light tap on the back of his hand. Kushina, observing the unusual exuberance of her younger son contrasted with the overly composed demeanor of her elder, inquired quizzically, What's with you two today? You seem rather strange. Chapter 22. The old horse with his mouth full of food. Naruto mumbled a response. After the meal, Kushina assisted the two children in tidying their attire. She crouched down, meticulously smoothing out the creases in Naruto's collar, her long red hair cascading over her shoulders. You must be polite at Grandpa Sarutobi's house. No mischief, understood? Got it. The twins replied in unison. As she watched the two children depart, Kushina leaned against the doorframe, the morning breeze gently tousling her hair. Remember to come back early. Understood. Menma turned back to wave, sunlight dancing upon his golden locks. Naruto had already dashed off but turned back to add, Goodbye, Mom. Once around the corner, Menma's expression suddenly grew serious. Upon arriving at the Sarutobi estate, they fortuitously encountered Asuma stepping out. His countenance appeared somewhat gloomy, the cigarette between his fingers already burnt down to the filter. Uncle Asuma. Menma and Naruto greeted energetically. Asuma looked up at the sound of their voices, the clouds of sorrow dissipating from his face. He extinguished the cigarette with a flick of his fingers, revealing a gentle smile. It's Menma and Naruto. Menma keenly noticed the wrinkles on Asuma's sleeves, indicative of a recent heated argument. He inquired politely, Are you heading out, uncle? Ah, just a little matter, Asuma said, patting Naruto on the head. His gaze drifted to the beautifully wrapped gift in their hands. Are you here to see the old man? He might not be in the best of spirits today. He hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. Have fun, you two. Watching Asuma's departing figure, Menma appeared contemplative. Pushing open the courtyard gate, they found the third Hokage seated alone on a stone bench, smoke curling from his pipe, enveloping his wrinkled visage. hearing their footsteps. The elder lifted his head, and the gloom in his eyes was instantly replaced by warmth. Grandpa Sarutobi. Naruto bounded over. "Ah, come here and let me have a look," Hiruzen said, smiling as he ruffled the children's hair. Upon noticing the exquisite tea leaves in Menma's hand, his eyes glistened with nostalgia. "I remember how much Grandpa loved this." In the living room, Menma sat upright, engaged in a discussion about ninjutsu with the third Hokage. As time passed, Naruto found it increasingly difficult to stay still, feeling an incessant itch, shifting restlessly on the cushion. Just as he stole another glance at the door, he unexpectedly met a pair of round, curious eyes peering through the crack. It was a chubby little child, stealthily spying from the doorframe. Naruto recognized him as Konohamaru, just a month old when his father perished 3 years ago. Suddenly, Naruto stuck out his tongue and made a silly face. Konohamaru recoiled in fright, then glared back. His tiny fists clenched tightly. Menma discreetly kicked Naruto under the table, yet Naruto was already engrossed, playfully making faces at Konohamaru while they were distracted. Hiruzen observed the scene with a bittersweet smile of both sorrow and pride. Clearing his throat, he addressed Menma. "So, how have you been adjusting at school lately?" "Well, my classmates are all very friendly," Menma replied. With both hands resting on his knees, Menma unconsciously grazed the creases of his trousers with his fingertips. Hisashi squinted, the blue smoke rising from his pipe obscuring his expression. "With your abilities, you could apply for early graduation, couldn't you?" He recalled the reports from the Umbu. This young boy before him was capable of wielding 5 chakra elements simultaneously, far surpassing the strength of an average J-nin. The corners of Menma's mouth twitched slightly. "Mother disagrees," his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Ha!" Hisashi suddenly erupted in laughter, ash falling from the pipe. "That girl Kushina." His laughter resonated with nostalgia and a hint of unease. Menma gazed out the window as the sun slowly descended. Naruto, unable to contain himself, had already dashed off to play with Konohamaru. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale. "Moreover, I cherish my comrades dearly." His voice was barely audible. "I wish to protect this bond." Hisashi's smile froze on his face. Through the curling smoke, he seemed to perceive the figure of Minato standing on Hokage Rock, pledging his vows years ago. The setting sun painted the old man's white hair with hues of orange, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softened. "Good boy. You are the future of Konoha." Hisashi's tone suddenly took on a solemn gravity. "The will to protect the village must be passed down to you." Menma straightened his back, his gaze earnest and resolute. Outside, the clouds and hues of dusk gradually dimmed, the last rays of sunlight brushing against his slightly trembling eyelashes. From a vantage point unseen by the elder, his peripheral vision remained fixed on the sun sinking in the west. That night, the streets of Konoha were enveloped in an unusual silence. The once familiar silhouettes of ninjas vanished, leaving only a few civilians wandering. Within the Uchiha compound, young Sasuke clutched tightly to his mother's garment. The sound of fully armed clansmen echoed on the cobblestone path, and his father, Fugaku Uchiha, cast a particularly grim shadow under the torchlight. Mikoto's fingers unconsciously brushed against her son's dark hair, her eyes filled with worry like an impenetrable ink. "Mom." Sasuke's voice trembled slightly, the unknown fear driving him to bury his face deep into his mother's warm embrace. Mikoto offered no reply, merely holding her child tighter as the wind chimes beneath the clan leader's residence jingled softly in the night breeze. Atop the Hokage building, the night wind flared the hem of Minato's ceremonial robe. He stood alone beneath the starlit sky, his azure eyes reflecting the glow of countless lights. Not far behind him, Nara Shikaku was engaged in hushed conversation with the Umbu captain, while dozens of Umbu stood motionless in the shadows, their breaths barely discernible beneath their masks. Meanwhile, deep within the root organization S-base, Danzo's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. "Intruders." His somber voice echoed against the stone walls. "Summon the third Hokage immediately." Before his words could fade, a deafening explosion suddenly rent the night sky. Danzo sprang to his feet, his cane cracking the bluestone floor. "What is happening?" he barked. "It's a Uchiha revolt." Root ninjas stumbled in, their masks smeared with ash. "They are attacking us." In the depths of Danzo's singular eye, a glimmer of cold light flickered, yet a sinister smile crept upon his lips. What a self-destructive fate for the Uchiha. He turned and gestured to his waiting subordinates. "Convey my orders. Everyone mobilize." Additionally, his cane pointed toward 2 elite members, You shall personally inform the third and fourth Hokage." As the last subordinate departed, Danzo slowly made his way to the window, gazing at the distant flames. He caressed the bandages concealing his Sharingan, murmuring to himself, "This certainly alleviates my troubles." The root ninjas scattered like arrows released from a bow, traversing the dense forest. The leading captain suddenly halted as a swarm of crows descended like a dark cloud overhead. His pupils constricted sharply before he could raise the alarm. A pair of crimson tomo had already imprinted themselves in his line of sight. Uchiha Itachi's figure emerged like a specter from the shadows of the trees, the kunai in his fingertips glinting coldly under the moonlight. Several elite members of Root maintained their running stances, yet were rendered as lifeless as puppets, their gazes vacant. Simultaneously, another small team found their path obstructed by an unexpected green figure. Dozens of afterimages flashed in the forest as moments of stillness ensued. After the sharp whistle of kunai slicing through the air, only a few lifeless bodies of Root ninjas remained. Shursui sheathed his blade, the crimson kaleidoscope gradually fading into the darkness of night. Chapter 23. The fangs have finally emerged, Fugaku. Danzo's cane sank deeply into the soil, confronting Uchiha Fugaku from a distance. The explosive flames around them elongated their shadows, the clashing of kunai resonating incessantly. Yet it did nothing to diminish the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield. "Have your fangs finally been revealed, Fugaku?" A chilling light flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. He calculated the passage of time. Logically, reinforcements should have arrived by now, yet only the Uchiha clan's emblem flickered in the firelight. Suddenly, a Root ninja flew backward, blood gushing from his throat and splattering onto Danzo's robe. He glanced down at the gradually cooling corpse, his brow furrowing deeper and still. The figures of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi remained absent. This was exceedingly unusual. "Your reinforcements will not be coming." Fugaku finally spoke, the tomo in his eyes swirling slowly. Distant explosions echoed, illuminating Danzo's face as it abruptly paled. The veins in his hand gripping the cane bulged, a long-forgotten chill of being outmaneuvered creeping up his spine. "Danzo!" Uchiha Fugaku's furious roar resonated like thunder, the tomo in his Sharingan erupting with an eerie crimson glow amidst the flames. "What you have done to the village and the Uchiha clan has come time for retribution." He moved like lightning, the kunai in his hand slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Danzo's throat. Sparks flew from the clash of metal. Danzo raised his kunai to block, a grotesque expression crossing his face. "Is it just you, Uchiha?" He abruptly retreated a half-step, his emaciated chest swelling suddenly. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The wind bullet, compressed to its utmost limit, whistled forth, and Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly. Just as the wind bullet was about to reach his face, he sidestepped to evade. In midair, his 10 fingers formed intricate seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing fireball illuminated half of the night sky as Danzo narrowed his single eye, retreating rapidly while his bitten thumb traced a crimson line upon the ground. Summoning technique. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dreamlike beast resembling a colossal elephant shattered the earth beneath it. Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply as he unleashed 8 shurikens. The swift hand seals creating afterimages. Fire release. Phoenix fire jutsu. The burning shurikens scattered like petals in the wind, only to be obliterated by the tempestuous gale drawn in by the dream beast's long trunk. Danzo's figure appeared spectrally behind Fugaku, his withered fingers forming the tiger seal. Wind release. Vacuum wave. This is dire. Fugaku found himself ensnared by the beast's whirlwind, witnessing the wind blades poised to cleave him in two. Boom. In the white smoke of the dispersing shadow clone, the true Fugaku launched a surprise attack from the shadows. A kunai gleamed coldly as it struck, revealing sharp branches beneath Danzo's torn bandages. The sudden wooden thorns grazed Fugaku's cheek, drawing forth a trail of blood. Would release. Fugaku staggered backward, astonishment flickering in his Sharingan for the first time. Danzo grinned wickedly, his right arm twitching as new branches writhed like venomous serpents. The Uchiha Sharingan should serve as nourishment for the roots. A barrage of wind bullets surged once more, and in a frantic attempt to evade, Fugaku felt a gash tear into his left arm. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, locking his Sharingan onto the enemy, knowing he could only buy time until Shursui and Itachi arrived. In the distance, the explosive firelight was accompanied by the anguished cries of his clan. Fugaku's kunai plunged deep into Danzo's chest, blood dripping down the blade. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood cascading from his chin. Just as he exhaled in relief, Danzo's figure dissipated like a phantom. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The sound of slicing wind from behind sent chills down Fugaku's spine. At that critical moment, a shadow appeared. A ninja blade clashing against the wind release, sparking bright flames. Father. Itachi's voice was eerily calm, three tomos spinning rapidly in his Sharingan. Only then did Fugaku notice that Danzo stood unscathed nearby, a peculiar chakra pulsating faintly beneath the bandage over his right eye. Izanagi. Fugaku's pupils dilated sharply, instantly grasping the truth. The missing clansmen, the corpses stolen from the battlefield. Rage surged within him, making his Sharingan almost bleed. Danzo, how dare you? The Uchiha Sharingan should rightfully serve Konoha. Danzo retreated with a cold smirk, his lone eye darting nervously around. When he beheld the verdant glow of Susanoo illuminating the night, his fingers involuntarily twitched. Uchiha Shursui strode through the burning rubble, the emerald Susanoo's skeletal frame emanating an awe-inspiring presence. The game is over, Danzo. His voice was soft, yet sent a shiver down Danzo's spine. Danzo's throat tightened as he stole a glance towards the still and silent Hokage rock. The absence of Hiruzen and Minato filled him with an unprecedented chill. He tightened his grip on the cane, his knuckles turning pale. Do you think this will suffice? At the moment when Shursui's Susanoo was about to sever Danzo's head, a vortex-like ripple suddenly distorted the air. It seems you require assistance, Danzo. A deep, indifferent voice resonated as a mysterious figure, donning a tiger-striped mask, materialized from thin air. The single crimson Sharingan he revealed slowly rotated, his gaze lingering on Shursui's Susanoo for a brief moment. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui, it's you. Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, and the kunai in his hand trembled slightly. The image of the comrade he had slain merged with the figure before him, nearly overwhelming him with murderous intent. Fugaku stared in shock at the masked man Sharingan, his voice quavering. Who are you? Could it be? A ludicrous conjecture surfaced in his mind, causing his fingers to instinctively tighten around the kunai. The masked man offered no response, merely casting a detached glance at the corpses of the Uchiha on the battlefield. His objective was none other than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, yet he had not anticipated this unforeseen complication. It appeared that Danzo had been ensnared in a trap. As he pondered, an icy sensation suddenly crept up behind him, and the glowing sigil of the flying thunder god illuminated the space. Minato's figure appeared like a streak of golden lightning, the azure sphere of chakra aimed directly at the masked man's back. At the critical moment, the masked man's body bizarrely phased out of reality, allowing the Rasengan to pass through and detonate, creating a massive crater in the ground. Fourth Hokage, Shursui exclaimed. Minato landed beside Shursui, the kunai imbued with the flying thunder god glinting ominously in his hand. Indeed, it is you. He fixated on the masked figure, the architect behind Kushina's attack and the chaos unleashed upon the village. Under the mask, Obito's heart raced, narrowly escaping another Rasengan. He mused, as expected of my teacher. I was detected the moment I revealed myself. He gazed at Minato's familiar visage, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. Yet you no longer recognize me. Shursui, Itachi, Fugaku. Minato intoned gravely. To be brief, his phasing ability renders him immune to all physical attacks. However, he must materialize when launching an assault. Hearing this, Fugaku and the others' expressions shifted, immediately adopting combat stances. An uncanny standoff ensued on the battlefield, with the masked man and Danzo standing together against the golden flash of Namikaze Minato, the instantaneous Shursui, and the Uchiha father and son. The night breeze rustled the garments of all present, the Sharingan, and the flying thunder god kunai gleaming with a chilling radiance. Chapter 24. I have devoted my entire life to protecting Konoha. Mima sat within the tea room, suddenly furrowing his brow. His keen senses detected an unfamiliar chakra fluctuation, quickly followed by the presence of his father's chakra in the same direction. The teacup in his hand paused slightly, ripples forming on the surface. Sarutobi grandfather. Mima set down the cup, an appropriate smile gracing his face. I shall take my leave for a moment. Go ahead. The third Hokage nodded with a cheerful expression, smoke curling from his pipe. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, he felt reassured by Minato's presence safeguarding the village. Mima discreetly exited the tea room, catching Naruto, who was playfully entertaining Konohamaru, at the corridor's corner. Naruto, an urgent mission. Mikami lowered his voice, his expression more serious than ever. Naruto immediately straightened his back, his azure eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't worry, big brother. What is the task? No matter the means. Mikami fixed his gaze intently on his brother's eyes, determined to keep the third Hokage from leaving the estate. Huh. Naruto exaggeratedly widened his mouth, but quickly reined in his expression under Mikami's stern gaze. Thumping his chest with determination, leave it to me. Despite his multitude of questions, the rare urgency in his brother's eyes prompted Naruto to nod firmly. As he turned, a mischievous grin crept onto his face, the mind of the prankster king bursting with a dozen ideas to delay the third Hokage. This time, he was on official business, and even if his mother were to blame him, his brother would take the fall. Danzo's gaze was fixed on Minato, who stood alongside the Uchiha clan, a chilling realization flickering in his solitary eye. His aged fingers tightened slowly, the knuckles turning white from exertion. So that's it. No wonder the reinforcements have yet to arrive. Behind all this, it is the fourth Hokage pulling the strings in the shadows. His voice emerged like a hiss through clenched teeth. Minato, how dare you collude with the Uchiha traitors? His staff slammed heavily against the ground, sending sparks flying. This village has invested its heart and soul in you, and this is your repayment? Minato's azure gaze flickered momentarily, his fingertips trembling slightly around the kunai of Flying Thunder God. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar chakra fluctuation suddenly resonated in the air. Boom. In an instant, a surge of golden light erupted, the violent chakra wave lifting all the surrounding debris into the air. Mikami's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield like a divine being, golden chakra enveloping his form, the ground beneath him fissuring like a spider's web. Upon recognizing the figure wearing a tiger-striped mask, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Danzo, the youth's voice was cold enough to freeze. You dare conspire with the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident, intending to destroy the village? His family had nearly perished at this man's hands. How could he not harbor hatred? Absurd. Danzo swung his cane, creating a gust of wind. I have dedicated my life to protecting Konoha. Protecting? Mikami's right hand formed a loose grip, dark chakra condensing into a spiral sphere. The terrifying gravitational field caused all debris within a 10-meter radius to levitate, the remnants of the foundation being torn apart and drawn into the energy vortex. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly, disbelief flooding his mind as he gazed at the destructive power contained within this dark energy sphere, which made his heart race with trepidation. Your father has long possessed all the evidence of your crimes. Mikami advanced step by step, the hum of the spiral sphere resonating like the whisper of death. Secretly collecting Sharingan, conducting human experiments, colluding with foreign enemies with each word, the energy sphere expanded further, even plotting the assassination of the current Hokage. Under Tobi's mask, the crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, his gaze flicking between Minato and Mikami, before suddenly emitting a raspy cold laugh. What a lively scene. Before his voice faded, his form began to dissolve, the surrounding space rippling like the surface of water, twisting into a vortex. Attempting to flee, the cold light in the masked man's eyes surged violently. He had not anticipated that this elusive figure would dare to reveal himself. The spiral wheel in his hand erupted with a blinding dark light, unleashing a devastating energy that surged directly towards Obito's face. Simultaneously, Minato's figure flickered like a wraith behind Obito, the azure spiral sphere and the masked man coordinating a perfect assault. This is bad. Obito's pupils suddenly constricted beneath his mask. He should not have taken the risk to reveal himself, but it was too late for regrets now. In a moment of peril, his body completely vanished, allowing the two lethal attacks to pass through him. Boom. At the instant of collision between the spiral sphere and the spiral wheel, the father and son activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. The deafening explosion echoed through the night sky, the fiery blaze illuminating the area for hundreds of meters as if it were day. The violent shockwave swept through, instantly vaporizing the surrounding wreckage in the searing heat. Uchiha Shursui and the others had to raise their arms to shield themselves from the oncoming heatwave. Through their fingers, they witnessed the distortion of space at the center of the explosion, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Is this truly the might of Minato and the masked man? Uchiha Fugaku's back was already drenched in cold sweat as he struggled to swallow. Fortunately, a coup had not been instigated, otherwise, the Uchiha clan would face utter ruin. Amidst the billowing smoke, Obito's form staggered into view. although he had evaded the fatal blow by dissolving. The black sleeve of his right arm had been torn apart by the remnants of the explosion, revealing an arm marred by grotesque scars. A drop of blood fell from his fingertip, stirring up fine dust upon the scorched earth. Coughing, a suppressed groan escaped from beneath the mask. Obito glared intently at the distant golden figure. The masked man had surprisingly grown to such an extent. At this moment, even he could sense Minato's flying thunder god mark behind him. The current situation was no longer merely a thwarted plan, but a matter of imminent death. A flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes. There was no choice but to employ that technique. "Shursui, stop Danzo!" the masked man shouted, keenly sensing Danzo retreating amidst the smoke of the explosion. Uchiha Shursui immediately sprang into action, his form flickering as he split into 7 phantoms. These were not ordinary clones, but phantasmal manifestations of the body flicker technique, each capable of delivering tangible attacks. "Danzo, this is where it ends." Shursui's voice resonated from all directions as the 7 figures simultaneously formed hand seals, encircling Danzo. Meanwhile, Uchiha, Itachi, and Fugaku swiftly took their positions. 3 pairs of crimson Sharingan glinting ominously through the haze. A glimmer of malice flickered in Danzo's single eye as he gripped his cane tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "I never imagined I would be cornered by you youngsters to such an extent." The conflict between the root organization and the Uchiha was approaching its conclusion, with both sides left with little. Danzo knew that at this moment, no one could come to his aid. Seeing Danzo restrained, the masked man redirected all his focus back to the masked figure. He took a deep breath, exchanging a tacit glance with his father. In the midst of their assault, he could not afford to lose focus. "Minato," he murmured, as he continuously hurled specially crafted kunai. These weapons, inscribed with the flying thunder god technique, scattered across the battlefield like stars, weaving an invisible web of space. Menma nodded in understanding, also launching several kunai to reinforce their formation. The father and son positioned themselves strategically, encircling Obito at the heart of the flying thunder god domain. Obito's Sharingan, concealed beneath his mask, spun rapidly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, distorting the space before him into a whirlpool, unleashing a torrent of shuriken like a torrential downpour. Chapter 25. Danzo, your era has ended. With a flash of golden light, both Minato and Menma vanished simultaneously. In the next heartbeat, Minato appeared behind Obito, his kunai aimed directly at his neck. In that fleeting moment, victory seemed within reach. A glimmer of joy flickered in Obito's eyes as his left hand stealthily reached towards Minato's shoulder. However, Menma's figure abruptly materialized from the sealing technique inscribed on his father's kunai, and a Rasengan surged toward Minato. "What?" Obito's pupils constricted sharply, forcing him to abandon his capture and once again phase out to evade. Their attacks once more passed through his incorporeal form. As Menma landed, he quickly adjusted his stance. Furrowing his brow, he sensed the formidable nature of Obito's abilities. "Father, his power." Menma spoke softly. "Ah. It appears that continuous use may burden the body." Minato replied, a sharp glint flashing in his cerulean eyes as he pressed the attack. Obito rematerialized several meters away, his breathing slightly labored beneath his mask. He fixated on the golden-haired duo, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. The pain in his right arm served as a stark reminder of the precariousness of his situation. He needed to break free from this predicament swiftly. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he quietly formed a secret seal with his left hand. Should he name this technique Flying Thunder God, Super Spiral Double Instant Dance Roar, or Flying Thunder God, Parent-Child Mirror Dance Style 3? Minato abruptly halted his offensive. Resting his chin on one hand in deep contemplation, the tips of his golden hair swaying gently in the heat. His vexed expression suggested that he was not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but rather in the trivial pursuit of naming a newly developed ninjutsu. "Dad, is this really the time for that?" Menma nearly stumbled, almost losing grip on his Rasengan. Rolling his eyes, he added, "Besides, both names are utterly lame." With a sheepish grin, Minato scratched the back of his head, his smile carrying a hint of childlike innocence. "Naming is important too, you know." Amidst this seemingly light-hearted exchange, both their pupils suddenly contracted as the figure of the masked man flickered in and out of view, as if preparing to retreat. In an instant, Minato transformed into a flash of gold, the Rasengan aimed directly at Obito's back. Almost simultaneously, Menma struck, and at the moment his father pierced through the illusion. 3 shadow clones had already completed their seals. Fire release, head engraving technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. The threefold ninjutsu interwove into a cataclysmic tempest. The searing flames, propelled by the hurricane, engulfed Obito's position entirely, accompanied by the ferocious lightning. The ground melted into a crimson magma under the sweltering heat, transforming the surrounding area into a hellish inferno within moments. I am curious to see how long you can sustain this ethereal state. The masked figure observed the distorted silhouette amidst the sea of flames with an icy demeanor, his hands swiftly forming seals once more. His chakra seemed boundless, with afterimages tracing his fingertips that stood out vividly against the firelight. Z. Cho Su Wu Shun Hien. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A more ferocious wave of flames erupted, and the remnants of the base crumbled entirely under the cataclysmic blaze. The heat distorted the air, forcing even the distant Uchiha clan members to retreat in avoidance. At the center of the inferno, Obito's Sharingan narrowed slightly. For the first time, cold sweat trickled down his face beneath the mask as he sensed the rapid depletion of his ocular power due to the ethereal state. This little brat's chakra was nearly akin to that of a tailed beast. The sting in his right eye served as a reminder that his limits were approaching. Under normal circumstances, his ethereal state could only be maintained for a maximum of 5 minutes. There was no choice left. Obito's left Sharingan, a deep crimson, slowly closed. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the flames. A jolt of surprise coursed through Obito, and a flicker of hope flashed in his eyes. Had he succeeded? He immediately halted the ninjutsu, witnessing the silhouette slowly becoming charred and distorted within the raging inferno. Without hesitation, he plunged into the flames. He had vowed to reduce this scoundrel to ashes. He intended to keep that promise. Just as his fingers were about to graze the charred mask, what? The corpse before him began to dissipate like a mirage. Obito's pupils constricted sharply, and an overwhelming sense of perception surged through him. At the edge of his vision, the masked figure's intact form began to merge into a spatial vortex. Truly remarkable, a descendant of the Yellow Flash and Kushina of the Whirlpool. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. A raspy voice echoed from the void. Minato's golden figure appeared in that very instant, yet he was a moment too late. The Rasengan merely grazed the opponent's robe, tearing away a piece of black fabric. He escaped once again. Minato's brows furrowed, his azure eyes filled with gravitas. This enigmatic masked figure was akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. As long as he remained, unrest would prevail. Obito swiftly materialized beside his father. His fists clenched tightly. "I'm sorry, it was my negligence." "It is not your fault," Minato replied, shaking his head. His warm palm gently tousled his son's golden hair. "That individual's abilities are formidable. Even I could not prevent his escape." "Father, what of the masked man?" Obito inquired. Uchiha Shursui descended from the sky, commanding his emerald Susanoo, cradling the barely conscious Danzo in its colossal hand. "He got away," Obito sighed in frustration. "It was Izanagi," Uchiha Fugaku explained, leaning on Itachi for support as he approached. Noticing the puzzled gazes from the crowd, he continued in a solemn tone. "This is a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan, capable of transforming an unfavorable reality into a dream for a brief period, retaining only the results that are beneficial to oneself. However, the cost is the permanent blindness of the Sharingan used. Such a technique exists." His eyes narrowed slightly. He was already aware of the formidable power of the Sharingan, but he never anticipated that it possessed the ability to rewrite reality, an almost divine capability. This revelation instilled in him a newfound respect for the Uchiha clan's might. Although the masked man managed to escape, Danzo was ultimately trapped, unable to flee. He strode towards Danzo, who was confined by Susanoo, the azure glow of the Rasengan illuminating the latter's disheveled visage. "Danzo, your era has come to an end." The brilliance of the Rasengan reflected intricate patterns in Minato's eyes as he observed his son's resolute silhouette, choosing not to voice any objections. "Ha!" Danzo suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, his withered fingers tearing at his robes. His chest, covered in sealing techniques, was exposed to the moonlight, and the dark incantations writhed as if alive. "In that case, let us descend into hell together." For symbol seal, the inky script spread like a tide, swallowing light in its wake. Rocks crumbled, trees splintered, and the entire world seemed to be erased by an eraser. Flying Thunder God Technique. Menma's hands had already completed the hand seals. A golden chakra barrier unfurled instantaneously, enveloping everyone within it. In the next moment, space distorted, and all figures appeared simultaneously on the rocks 100 meters away. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, a realm of absolute darkness with a diameter exceeding 50 meters formed where Danzo had stood. When the black hole dissipated, only a flawless spherical pit remained, its edges smooth enough to reflect a silhouette. The night breeze tousled Menma's golden hair as he turned to face the crowd. The cancer of Konoha has been eradicated. Chapter 26. The Eyes of the Divine. Minato gazed at his eldest son's youthful, yet resolute profile. The 6-year-old exhibited strength and determination far beyond his years, filling Minato with both pride and tenderness. A warm hand gently rested on his son's shoulder, silently conveying a father's pride. Uchiha Shursui exhaled deeply, the verdant Susanoo gradually dissipating. Lord Fourth, what shall we do next? Swish. Umbu ninjas appeared like falling leaves. Immediately seal off the information. Minato's voice shifted to that of Hokage, as the Umbu took complete control of the root base, sealing all documents. He turned his gaze to Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, please assist in maintaining order. Fugaku nodded solemnly, a glimmer of relief crossing his eyes. This political struggle, which had persisted for decades, finally reached its conclusion on this night. Menma's smile was just beginning to bloom when thoughts of the masked man swiftly extinguished it. Father, that masked man. I understand. Minato's expression grew solemn. The matter of his space-time ninjutsu and the Sharingan required thorough investigation. Turning to face his son, his cerulean eyes brimmed with concern. Your performance today was too dazzling. It may have drawn his attention. That's fine. Menma clenched his fists, the dark spiral of the Rasengan flickering in his palm. The night wind tousled his golden hair, but could not disperse the fighting spirit burning in his eyes. When we meet again, I will ensure he has no means of return. On that night, not only was the shadow that loomed over the village dispelled, but the very history of Konoha was irrevocably rewritten. Just as Menma prepared to depart, a melodious notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden task completed. Eliminate the evil sect elder. Reward. Innate wood spirit root. Ding. Hidden task completed. Avert the sect rebellion. Safeguard the Chi-Yu Demon Eye clan. Reward. Inyang Creation Eye. Unlocked 30. Menma paused. A surge of warm and vibrant energy suddenly welled up within him. To his astonishment, this power was purer than ordinary chakra, imbued with the essence of perpetual vitality. Is this the power of wood release? He quietly clenched his fist, feeling the verdant energy coursing through his fingertips. This force evoked the legendary tales of the first Hokage, yet it seemed even more profound. System, what is the Inyang Creation Eye? He silently inquired. The Inyang Creation Eye belongs to the divine lineage, governing creation and annihilation. The day of complete awakening is the day the host ascends to divinity. Menma raised an eyebrow. Does it grant immortality? To seek immortality is like trying to fish the moon from the water. Then what use is this cursed eye to me? Menma couldn't help but curse inwardly. If paired with the true spirit immortal body, one can share longevity with heaven and earth. Menma's eyes brightened. How does one obtain the true spirit immortal body? The system fell silent. Viewing attributes. He sighed in resignation. A luminous screen unfolded before him. Vortex Menma. Physique. Mysterious vortex longevity body. Spiritual roots. Innate water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and with spiritual roots. Techniques. Diamond sealing, resurrection, body flicker, earthly transformation 72 changes, primordial boundary breaking wheel, mysterious spirit communication technique. What a jumble of nonsense. Menma's forehead throbbed. I need to change this to something comprehensible. He began to edit it himself, and the screen flickered several times. Vortex Menma. Physique. Vortex clan bloodline awakened. Attributes. Wind, water, fire, thunder, earth chakra nature transformation, with spiritual root, ninjutsu, diamond sealing, healing bite technique, flying thunder god technique, 3 bodies technique, multiple shadow clone technique, great spiral wheel. Vortex clan perception technique, 5 nature transformation techniques, special abilities, mirror flower water moon immunity to illusions, Inyang Creation Eye, unlocked 30. Now that's more like it. Menma nodded in satisfaction, casually closing the panel. Lord Fourth Hokage, an Umbu ninja materialized before Minato, kneeling on one knee. His mask bore traces of soot, and his voice carried a hint of hesitation. We discovered several surviving children in the secret chamber, along with a member of the root organization who can utilize wood release. Wood release. Minato's azure eyes narrowed suddenly. He understood full well what this entailed, the legendary power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the forbidden techniques that Danzo and Orochimaru had frantically studied. Many lives were lost in the experiments back then, and the third Hokage had to order a cessation. To think that Danzo had secretly conducted research and succeeded. Bring him here. Minato's voice instinctively took on a more serious tone. Menma also perked up his ears. As one well-versed in the history of Konoha, he was acutely aware of the value of wood release. The legendary ninjutsu, wielded by the god of shinobi who single-handedly subdued the Nine Tails and founded the Hidden Leaf Village, was poised to resurface in the world. Shortly thereafter, the Umbu escorted a young man with short hair into the room. His large, exceptionally clear eyes and hands bound by ropes conveyed a sense of vulnerability. "What is your name?" Minato inquired gently, personally loosening the ropes. "Ka," the young man replied in a hushed voice, as if unaccustomed to speaking after a long silence. Minato gazed intently at this former member of the Foundation. Logically, the ninjas of the Foundation should have been Danzo's loyal soldiers. Yet in the eyes of this youth named Ka, he discerned not fervent loyalty, but a profound sense of confusion. "Ka," Minato's voice radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze. "The Foundation no longer exists. You have always been a part of Konoha. In the name of the fourth Hokage, I invite you to join the Umbu. Do you accept?" Ka lifted his head, momentarily dazed by the brilliance of the fourth Hokage's smile. Throughout his life, he had only known to obey Danzo's commands. Now, the man who had controlled his existence had suddenly vanished, leaving him feeling akin to a kite severed from its string. Yet at this moment, a hand was extended toward him. "I am willing." Ka's voice was soft, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. "From this moment on, you shall be known as Tenzo," Minato declared with satisfaction. Menma, observing from the side, couldn't help but marvel. "Truly, my father possesses an unparalleled charisma." He began to contemplate his own plans for a team. Shursui and Itachi were already bound to him, and his companions like Shikamaru and Sage were equally unescapable allies. As for that boy Sasuke, he would leave him to Naruto. Menma's gaze fell upon a group of children being escorted by the Umbu. Among them, two stood out distinctly. One, a blue-haired boy standing quietly, and beside him, a timid black-haired boy nervously clutching his shirt. Their eyes lacked the innocence of childhood, replaced instead by bewilderment and helplessness. Another of Danzo's creations? Menma, mimicking his father's demeanor, stepped forward, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. He extended his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "I am Uzumaki Menma. Would you like to be friends with me?" The blue-haired boy paused briefly. "I'm Shin." The black-haired boy hesitated for a moment before softly uttering, "Sasuke." Menma's hand remained poised in the air, his tone resolute. "I see a profound embodiment of the will of fire within you. Are you willing to join me in protecting our village?" He blinked. "I will ensure your safety." "I am willing," Shin declared without hesitation, placing his hand atop Menma's. Sasuke glanced at Shin, then at Menma's warm smile, and finally placed his hand on top. I am willing too. From this moment forth, you shall bid farewell to a dark past and embrace a radiant future," Menma proclaimed. Nearby, Uchiha Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances. The fourth Hokage and Menma were indeed a formidable duo. Chapter 27. A sense of imminent catastrophe. Shursui sighed softly, recognizing that Menma was a natural leader. Fugaku watched the scene unfold with a complex expression. In the present day, the Uchiha clan finds itself with no choice but to closely follow the fourth Hokage. Menma, feeling content, arranged accommodations for his two new companions. On the way back, he was plagued by the unsettling feeling that he had forgotten something significant. "What about Naruto?" Watergate suddenly inquired. "Ah," Menma exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He was still at Grandpa Sarutobi's house. Watergate rubbed his temples, remarking, "I need to provide an update to the third Hokage. I'll accompany you." Menma nodded in agreement. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance. Unbeknownst to them, Watergate had grown accustomed to considering Menma a partner in discussing weighty matters. There were things he chose not to share with Kushina, yet he felt at ease confiding in his son. Upon arriving at the Sarutobi clan's courtyard, the third Hokage stood quietly amidst the serenity, wisps of smoke curling from his pipe. His figure appeared more hunched than usual, revealing the toll of age. Menma surveyed the surroundings, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen, A tightness gripped his throat. Grandpa Sarutobi, where is Naruto? Kushina has already taken him home. The calm voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, tinged with a hint of exhaustion. Both Watergate and Menma were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the once majestic elder, now radiating a profound solitude. Third Hokage. Watergate opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. No need to say anything, Watergate. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. This is all my fault. His voice was low and hoarse, as if burdened by unspeakable weight. I was fully aware of Danzo's many transgressions, yet I chose to turn a blind eye. The night breeze brushed past, causing the embers of his pipe to flicker, casting shadows across his wrinkled visage. Menma stood silently beside him, observing the once mighty ninja who now resembled an ordinary elder, lost in reflections of past regrets. When Watergate resolved to take action against the Root organization, Hiruzen had already sensed the shift. Had he intervened, his old friend might have survived. But he refrained from doing so, even from making an appearance. He understood all too well that if his old friend lived, he would never let the matter rest. And the threats to Konoha would persist indefinitely. Watergate, the third Hokage, slowly turned his head, a glimmer of solace appearing in his murky eyes. You need not feel guilt over this. All of it is for the sake of the village. You have done remarkably well. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable affirmation. Under your stewardship, Konoha will undoubtedly progress further than our generation ever could. Watergate's azure eyes quivered slightly, and as he swallowed hard, he ultimately bowed his head deeply, replying, yes. Menma watched this poignant scene unfold, his heart a tumult of emotions. Menma. Hiruzen's gaze shifted to the golden-haired youth, his features softening into a gentle smile. Menma instantly straightened his posture. Grandpa Sarutobi, you and Watergate were truly alike in your youth. The third Hokage chuckled softly as he tapped his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke. You are all prodigies, harboring the fervent will of fire at such a tender age, capable of contemplating matters more profound than many adults. He squinted, his gaze piercing through the curling blue haze towards the horizon. Entrusting the future of the village to young souls like yours gives me great confidence. Menma regarded the elder with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. The third Hokage may have been indecisive at times, perhaps even made erroneous decisions, yet his love for Konoha surpassed that of anyone else. Grandfather Sarutobi, I will visit you often, Menma said, his radiant smile reflecting the warmth he felt, and I will bring that rascal Naruto along. The mere thought of that mischievous blonde's antics made the third Hokage chuckle wryly, a hint of blood threatening to surface at the thought. Very well, you should return now. Kushina must be anxiously waiting. He waved his hand dismissively. As night deepened, the father and son maintained a comfortable silence on their way home. The moment they opened the door, both froze in their tracks. Kushina stood in the middle of the living room, arms crossed, her crimson hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of danger. On the sofa, a bruised and battered Naruto blinked his blue eyes with a pitiful expression, seeking rescue from his father and brother. Kushina, what has happened? Minato swallowed hard, fearing that Naruto had gotten into trouble again. Menma instinctively took a half-step back, his intuition warning him that something serious was amiss. Just who had Naruto learned those troublesome jutsu from? Kushina's voice chilled the air in the living room. Minato and Menma stiffened, their gazes fixed on Naruto, their expressions filled with an unspoken question. What mischief have you gotten into? Menma felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. This is it. Surely. She has discovered that technique. Kushina let out a cold laugh, her hair swirling ominously. Naruto, you better confess. The boy trembled at being singled out, instinctively seeking his brother's support with his blue eyes. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. He's slandering me. Menma immediately flared up, retreating further, driven by an instinct for self-preservation. His gaze inadvertently darted toward his beloved father. Minato's hair stood on end, although he had no clue about the troublesome jutsu in question. His eldest son's look unmistakably suggested a plan to shift blame. Kushina, he exclaimed, hastily raising his hands in surrender. I have no idea what you are talking about. Knowing her husband well, Kushina scrutinized him for 3 seconds before concluding that he could not possibly have taught such jutsu. Her menacing gaze shifted back to Menma. If the child is lying, then it must be Kakashi. Menma, struck by inspiration, blurted out the name. Indeed, it was that boy. Kushina's fiery hair erupted in fury, her fists cracking ominously. always clutching those dubious books from Jiraiya-sensei, and now corrupting innocent children. Meanwhile, somewhere in Konoha, Kakashi, who had just returned from completing a mission, suddenly sneezed. Strange. He rubbed his itchy nose, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, an inexplicable sense of impending doom washing over him. A sudden gust of night wind swept by, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Today, he was spared from the confines of school, seated cross-legged on the living room sofa, observing his mother's diligent figure. Kushina was bent over, mopping the floor, her crimson hair swaying gently with her movements. "Mom," he suddenly spoke, "am I the last of the Uzumaki clan?" The sound of the mop gliding across the floor ceased abruptly. Kushina paused, slowly straightening her back. A fleeting sorrow flickered in her eyes, akin to ripples disturbing a tranquil lake. Those long-buried memories surged forth like a tide. The cries of her kin amidst the ravages of war in the Whirlpool village, and the belated arrival of the Leaf Ninja. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her fate had been sealed from that moment. "We were brought here as vessels for the tailed beasts," the gentle voice of Granny Mito echoed in her ears. "But before that, we must find love to fill the void." Kushina's fingertips subconsciously brushed against her abdomen, where the most malevolent of tailed beasts was sealed. Yet at this moment, her heart brimmed solely with warmth. Meeting Minato, having both Menma and Naruto, her life had already exceeded her expectations in fulfillment. Chapter 28. How to Forget Her. I'm sorry. Menma's voice pulled her back to reality. The boy hung his head in guilt. Kushina set the mop down and walked over to her son. She crouched before him, her warm palm gently caressing his soft golden hair. "There's no need to apologize." She spoke in a voice as gentle as water. "With you both, I am already content. I'm not sure if there are any other clan members still alive." Kushina continued earnestly, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her red hair. "But I remember that when the land of whirlpools fell, a few survivors scattered across the world." Her gaze drifted past Menma, fixated on the azure sky outside, as if she could glimpse those wanderers among the clouds. "But now, I have no idea where they might be." Menma's cerulean eyes flickered, reminiscent of a young beast poised to strike in the forest. His ambitions would not be confined to the village of Konoha, but rather the entirety of the shinobi world, and he sought greater allies. Why did the land of whirlpools perish? Menma suddenly looked up at Kushina. "Aren't we allies with Konoha?" Kushina leaned the mop against the wall. "At that time, during the Second Shinobi World War, all nations feared our sealing techniques and came to assault the land of whirlpools." Her tone remained calm. As for Konoha, the Second Hokage had just fallen on the battlefield, leaving the village in dire straits, unable to extend aid to the Whirlpool village. Menma nodded thoughtfully. The notion of clan members scattered across the world igniting an idea within him, to locate the surviving kin, easily identifiable by their distinctive red hair. Contemplating this, he touched his own golden locks, unable to suppress a glance at his father's photograph on the wall. One could not help but marvel at the potency of his father's genes, which had rendered the Uzumaki clan's hallmark red hair utterly absent from his own appearance. As he pondered, a sound echoed from the entrance, a dull thud. Naruto donned protective goggles, his shoulders bearing a fishing net taller than himself, radiating like a little sun. "Big brother, hurry up. Time is running out." "I know," replied Menma, gracefully leaping off the sofa and heading toward the door, turning back to call, "Mom, we're off to go fishing. Be careful and return early," Kushina admonished from her place by the window. Outside, Shikamaru lazily leaned against the wall, his lips curling in a smirk as he saw them emerge. "You're too slow, Menma, Naruto." Choji stood quietly beside him, his chubby little hands retrieving 2 bags of chips from his pocket, which he silently offered to Menma and Naruto. Menma smiled as he accepted the chips. Anyone who could coax Choji into sharing his snacks undoubtedly held a special place in his heart. "Let's go." Menma tucked the chips into his pocket, his golden hair dancing gently in the breeze. The warm sunlight bathed the street, and as they passed by Ino's flower shop, Menma spotted her pacing anxiously in a large sun hat. Clutching a flower basket, she occasionally rose onto her toes to peek around, her hair swaying with her movements. Upon catching sight of Menma, Ino's initially anxious eyes sparkled with excitement, and she waved her arms, calling out, "Menma, I'm over here." With that, her skirt fluttering, she jogged over, her face alight with uncontainable joy. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Menma offered her a gentle smile. Ino's breath caught in her throat. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, trailing closely beside him while occasionally stealing glances, her eyes never straying far from him. Shikamaru, noticing Ino was joining them, couldn't help but mutter, women can be such a hassle. Though his voice was low, Ino's keen ears caught it. She whipped her head around, her big almond-shaped eyes wide and glaring at Shikamaru. What did you say? Shikamaru froze under her gaze, hastily waving his hands. And nothing. The group made their way to the Hyuga clan's residence. Naruto cupped his hands around his mouth, calling out, Niji, come out and go fishing. His voice echoed through the spacious courtyard. After a moment, Niji emerged leisurely, a fishing rod slung over his shoulder, his straight back exuding a sense of nobility. Behind him followed his father, Hayashi Hyuga, who smiled warmly, his eyes filled with affection. Uncle Hayashi, Menma greeted politely, bowing slightly with a charming smile. Ah, it's Menma. Hayashi replied with a nod, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes curving into crescent moons as he looked at Niji with gentle encouragement. Have fun, you two. Yeah. Niji responded, deliberately putting on a stern expression, feigning reluctance as he joined the group, though the warmth in his eyes betrayed him. As they prepared to leave, Menma caught a glimpse of a small figure swaying behind the door. Turning his head for a closer look, he saw Hinata in her training outfit, shyly hiding there. Her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, her large, watery eyes peeking out, filled with disappointment. How could I have forgotten her? Menma thought, turning to approach Hinata, extending his hand gently. Would you like to come along too? Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her earlobes tinged with a delicate scarlet hue. As she became acutely aware of her nervousness, unsure of where to place her hands and feet, in a flurry of anxiety, she first glanced at her uncle beside her, who remained silent, before stealing a furtive look at her father, who was approaching. Her heart raced within her chest. Torn between the desire to join her friends in play and the fear of displeasing her father and incurring his wrath, her eyes betraying her inner turmoil. Menma, observing Hinata's conflicted expression, recognized her inherently gentle and shy nature. With a determined stride, he approached, standing tall and wearing a radiant smile, and addressed the slowly advancing Hyuga Hayashi. Uncle Hayashi, I have come to invite Hinata to join us for fishing. Hyuga Hayashi's face was as impassive as a still pond. He first noticed the timid, cautious glances his daughter cast in his direction, then lowered his gaze to Menma's face, which was alight with vitality and sincerity. In that moment when Hinata felt as if she might hold her breath in tension, Hyuga Hayashi finally revealed a rare smile, his voice softening slightly. You may go, but remember to return home early. Hinata's eyes widened, her long lashes fluttering in disbelief, her expression filled with incredulity. She could hardly fathom that her usually stern and demanding father would permit her to venture out to play. Just as she was lost in a daze, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence drawing near. Menma had approached her side so quietly that she could hear their breaths mingling. Hinata felt as if her heart might leap from her chest, her cheeks burning fiercely. Her mind went blank, and she felt dizzy, as if she might collapse at any moment. You should go change your clothes. We will wait for you. Menma's gentle voice reached her ears. Huh. Hinata, awakening from her reverie, looked down at her training attire and instantly understood, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hurriedly scampered back to change. Just as she rounded the corner, she collided with her sister Hanabi, who was bouncing towards her. Hinata instinctively opened her arms, securely catching her sister as she leaped into her embrace. Big sister, play with me, Hanabi exclaimed, clinging tightly around Hinata's neck. Looking into her sister's sparkling eyes filled with anticipation, Hinata felt a pang of guilt. However, thoughts of Menma and her friends waiting outside compelled her to bite her lip and respond apologetically. Hanabi, I will play with you next time. I must go now. Menma is waiting for me. With that, she gently released her sister's grasp and turned to race back towards her room. Hanabi stood rooted in place, gazing blankly at her sister's departing figure, confusion etched in her eyes. She could not comprehend why her usually gentle sister, always willing to indulge her wishes, would refuse her now. Menma? Hanabi murmured this unfamiliar name to herself, her heart brimming with curiosity. At that moment, she caught sight of her sister, now dressed in a soft pink outfit with her hair casually tied up, her face still adorned with a lingering blush, hurrying out the door. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Hanabi stealthily followed her, hiding in the shadows to watch. Before her stood her sister, beside a fair-haired boy, her eyes brimming with a blend of shyness and joy, seemingly captivated solely by his presence, leaving no room for anything else. A strange emotion unfurled within Hanabi. a flicker of jealousy and a subtle resentment brewing in her small heart towards the boy who had stolen her sister away. Hinata stood beneath the porch, gazing at her daughter's retreating figure, her lively steps and the perpetual smile gracing her lips, a sight he had never witnessed before, radiating an unparalleled brightness. Her eyes, glued to the blonde youth, sparkled with the unique shyness and admiration of a young girl. This scene stirred an unfamiliar tumult within the usually stern clan leader, as if something of great importance was quietly slipping through his fingers. Elder brother, Hayashi approached his sibling, his gaze also falling upon the pair. Noting that Hinata had never appeared so joyful, Hayashi's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a discontented glare at his younger brother, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, he turned to retrace his steps, a medley of complex emotions swirling within him. While he harbored some dissatisfaction towards the golden-haired lad for winning over his daughter, he could not overlook that the boy's father was the fourth Hokage and that the youth himself was hailed as the strongest prodigy in the history of Konoha. Such esteemed identities and accolades compelled him to swallow his discontent, for the enduring strength of the Hyuga clan lay in their ability to assess circumstances and always position themselves on the winning side. Back in the study, Hayashi sat alone at his desk, absently caressing the scrolls while murmuring to himself, "I never imagined the fourth Hokage would act so decisively, successfully eliminating the root." A heavy sigh escaped his lips, his eyes flashing with seriousness as he contemplated the Uchiha clan's firm alliance with the fourth Hokage. Realizing that the Hyuga clan could not afford to lag behind, the fourth's power had likely reached its zenith within the village. Reflecting on that younger, yet resolute figure, the yellow flash, Hayashi's heart was a tumult of emotions, coupled with the image of his eldest daughter's infatuated gaze directed at the youth. He could not help but shake his head. It seemed Hinata's affections had long been claimed by that boy. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of his youngest daughter, Hanabi, peering from the door. Hayashi regarded her intently, a decision forming in his mind. It appeared that the family legacy would have to be entrusted to the youngest daughter. At this moment, Hinata remained blissfully unaware of the quiet shift in her status as the family heir. She trailed behind the group, her gaze fixated dreamily on the figure of Menma ahead, her heart wholly devoted to that radiant youth. A gentle breeze caressed her flushed cheeks as she softly murmured, "As long as I can watch Menma-kun like this, it is enough." This pure affection allowed her to momentarily forget everything else, her heart and eyes filled solely with him. The cicadas sang incessantly in the summer heat. Yet Menma felt a chill creeping along his back. Stealing a glance with the corner of his eye, he noticed Hinata's gaze, gentle yet fervent, akin to a small flame. Ino pouted, her cheeks puffed in displeasure, her eyes brimming with jealousy, while Tenten, sporting her signature bun, sparkled with admiration unabashedly. Though Menma could withstand the attention from these little admirers, the intensity of Naruto's gaze was undeniably daunting. The prodigious youth of the Hyuga clan stood with his arms crossed, the cursed mark of the branch family on his forehead flickering into view as he furrowed his brows. A palpable resentment seemed to coalesce, piercingly directed towards the figure of Menma. "What have I done to you?" Menma silently murmured, casting a quick glance at Niji. With a disdainful huff, Niji abruptly turned his head away, his hair flicking up with the motion, embodying an air of aloofness that suggested he could not be bothered. Menma resolved not to take offense. Instead, he simply flashed a grin, revealing his two prominent canine teeth. At that moment, a cacophony of noise approached. Naruto strode in, tugging Sasuke along. Sasuke, his brow furrowed, wore an expression of impatience, attempting to free his ensnared hand while the other remained stubbornly lodged in his pocket, his chin held high. Meanwhile, Sakura followed closely behind, her cheeks puffed in annoyance, her fists clenched tightly, casting occasional glares at Naruto's back. Upon reaching the small river behind the mountain, Menma was astounded to find that nearly all of the Konoha 12 had assembled. The grassy bank by the river suddenly buzzed with life, the chatter of voices mingling with the gentle flow of the water. Standing by the riverbank, Menma casually scooped up a handful of homemade bait and sprinkled it into the water, sending ripples cascading outward. Fishing follows a pattern. Observe the bubbles to locate the fish. Different species release different bubbles. Large bubbles indicate a big fish, while small bubbles suggest smaller ones, he explained, sketching diagrams in the dirt with a twig. As he caught the admiring gazes of his companions, Menma felt invigorated and casually picked up a fishing rod. Casting and reeling in require finesse. "Menma, You're truly impressive. Knowing so much, Ino exclaimed, inching closer, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Menma-kun, Hinata's voice chimed softly, her fingers fidgeting nervously, her snow-white eyes glistening with affection. You're incredible. Knowing everything, she remarked, her bun bobbing as she hopped excitedly, her words filled with admiration. Allow the fishing master to demonstrate for you, Menma said, a confident smile gracing his lips. In the eager eyes of his friends, he elegantly flung the fishing rod, the line slicing through the air and plunging into the river, creating a series of ripples. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the bobber remained immobile, steadfast as a rock. Sweat beads formed on Menma's forehead as he feigned calmness, tugging at his collar while anxiety bubbled within him. Just then, a jubilant shout pierced the air. I've caught a big fish. Naruto's excited exclamation startled a few sparrows from the riverbank. With flushed cheeks, he gripped the rod tightly, his body leaning back at an exaggerated angle. The fishing rod bent like a bow. Shikamaru skillfully retrieved a net from the side, crouching low, eyes fixed intently on the water's surface, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Menma craned his neck to see, and immediately frowned. The large fish in Naruto's arms glimmered like silver in the sunlight, its tail thrashing about, splashing water onto Naruto's clothes. What is the big deal? It's just luck, he muttered under his breath, absently kicking a pebble at his feet, a wave of bitterness swelling in his heart. Go, Menma-kun. Hinata's timid encouragement floated over from beside him. As Menma turned his head, he beheld the girl, her hands clutching the hem of her garment, a rosy hue gracing her worried visage, and her clear eyes brimming with encouragement. Unbeknownst to him, the others had become captivated by Naruto's feats, gathering around in a cacophony of astonishment. Even Ino had pulled Sakura to the riverside to pick flowers, leaving only Hinata silently by his side. It's nice to see you, Menma offered a smile at Hinata. However, when he caught sight of the small fish swimming in Hinata's little bucket, his smile abruptly froze upon his lips. In the vast expanse by the river, his bucket lay desolate, a source of embarrassment for one who prided himself as a master angler. Hinata keenly sensed the shift in his mood. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Quietly, she shifted the bucket behind her back, and when Menma was not paying attention, she gently returned the little fish to the river, where it flicked its tail and vanished among the water plants. Afterward, she fidgeted with her fingers, standing awkwardly to the side, unsure where to direct her gaze. Observing this scene, Menma's lips twitched uncontrollably. Caught between laughter and exasperation, he mused, how unfair. As the sun gradually sank in the west, painting half the sky in hues of crimson, Menma brushed off the grass clippings from his attire, regaining his air of confidence. Though his luck in fishing had waned, his culinary skills were undeniably formidable. With deft precision, he skillfully prepared the catch, the blade gliding seamlessly across the fish's body, yielding immaculate cuts. With a sizzle, the fish entered the oil, and an enticing aroma instantly permeated the air. Seasoning was added, water poured, and the sauce was reduced, all executed with an elegant fluidity. Ultimately, a vibrant and aromatic braised fish emerged from the pot. Wow, it smells divine, Naruto exclaimed, his nose twitching like a hound on the scent as he bounded forth from the crowd. The others, too, abandoned their fishing rods, drawn in by the tantalizing fragrance. Salivating, Naruto fixated on the steaming, glistening braised fish, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, Brother, when did you acquire such remarkable culinary skills? From books, Menma replied, crossing his arms with a proud arch of his brow. Witnessing the rekindled admiration in his friend's eyes, the earlier frustration of not catching any fish evaporated, and he could not suppress a triumphant grin. Did I not say so? Sasuke declared, languidly collapsing onto the ground, beads of sweat adorning his pale face. Having exhausted nearly all his chakra to assist with the cooking, his voice came out in breathy gasps. Menma chuckled as he patted Sasuke's shoulder, gesturing toward the eager crowd awaiting their meal. This single fish will not suffice. Let us persevere a bit longer. Huh, Sasuke grimaced. This, too, is a form of training. Honing your precision in controlling chakra, Menma stated with earnestness. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Sasuke's eyes ignited with determination as he gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals. A flame, even more fervent than before, erupted from his mouth, causing the oil in the pot to sizzle loudly. Oh, this is also a form of training. Lee unexpectedly appeared, his watermelon head bobbing with each movement. He waved his arms excitedly, exclaiming, "I must not relax my training either. From this moment on, I shall perform 500 push-ups." No sooner had he uttered these words than he thudded onto the ground, swiftly commencing his push-ups while chanting synchronized slogans. At such a time, Shaoli remarked with a sigh, "This is not the moment for such antics." As the last fish was plated, Menma clapped his hands in satisfaction. Turning his gaze, he noticed Sasuke's eyes rolling back before he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. "Sasuke!" Sakura shrieked, rushing over to assist him. However, Naruto reacted even more swiftly, seizing a nearby bucket and splashing its contents all over. Though Sasuke flinched from the cold water, Sakura was drenched, her pink hair dripping like a wet chicken. "Naruto!" Sakura trembled with fury, her hair bristling in indignation. Naruto! Frightened, he retreated, flailing his hands in a haphazard manner to explain, "I didn't see you just now." "Idiot Naruto!" Sakura roared, grabbing his collar and raising her fist to strike. "Stop!" Sasuke, now conscious, stood unsteadily, pointing at Naruto and declaring, "That fool can only be defeated by me." Uft. The water Menma had just sipped burst forth from his mouth, causing him to cough violently. His eyes wide in disbelief as he glanced back and forth between Sasuke and Naruto. Observing their fierce glares and defiant expressions, he pondered, these two are acting rather strangely. Menma, a soft voice, as gentle as a feather, brushed past his ear. Turning, he found Hinata with her head bowed, her hair concealing her flushed cheeks, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "What's wrong?" Menma inquired. "I." Hinata suddenly lifted her head, her watery eyes meeting his for a fleeting moment before she shyly averted her gaze, her voice barely audible. "I still wish to eat some." Menma's eyes fell upon Hinata's empty food container, momentarily taken aback. The braised fish he had shared with her was ample enough to satisfy an adult ninja. Yet her container appeared pristine, devoid of even a drop of sauce. Slightly dazed, he divided his portion of fish in half and offered it to her, silently musing. Her appetite, despite her delicate appearance, is indeed formidable. "Thank you," Hinata said, her gaze fixed on the remnants of fish marked by Menma's chopsticks. Her earlobes crimson as if about to bleed, her head bowing ever lower. "This is what Menma has eaten." No sooner had she spoken than she began to eat delicately. Though her movements were gentle and graceful, within minutes, half the fish had vanished without a trace. Hinata, savoring the moment, extended her petite pink tongue to gently lick the sauce from her lips, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the empty container, her demeanor utterly adorable. Menma's eyes widened, nearly dropping his chopsticks in astonishment, rendered speechless by the unexpected veracity of this shy, demure girl before him. After a moment of stunned silence, he tentatively asked, "Do you wish to eat more?" Hinata's voice was faint, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, her head nearly buried in her chest. Resembling a child who had erred, Menma, bemused and somewhat exasperated, rose to prepare another dish of braised fish for Hinata, observing her devour the fish with remarkable fervor. Leaving not even a morsel behind, he found himself widening his eyes in disbelief, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Hinata's flat abdomen, devoid of any signs of overindulgence. This was utterly preposterous. Clearing his throat, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. What sort of insatiable appetite was this? She appeared so petite, yet outmatched even Naruto in her voracity. Hinata, sensing Menma's astonished gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson, wishing to vanish into the earth. With her head bowed, her hands fidgeted nervously, no longer daring to ask for more, though her mind lingered on the delectable taste of the braised fish. Menma lazily leaned against a sturdy branch, observing the joyful camaraderie of his friends nearby. Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a competitive climb, neither willing to concede. Naruto's face was flushed as he scrambled like a nimble monkey, while Sasuke maintained an air of aloof elegance, executing his movements with grace yet agility. Sakura stood below the tree, fists clenched, enthusiastically cheering them on. Neji was assisting Lee with his training, yet his gaze frequently drifted toward Menma. Whenever Menma caught his eye, Neji would promptly turn his head away, haughtily snorting in disdain. Choji sat beneath the tree, munching on potato chips, his cheeks puffed out, occasionally offering a chip to the drowsy Shikamaru, who invariably failed to catch it. Tintin was helping Ino arrange freshly picked flowers, the two of them occasionally laughing as they debated which bloom was more exquisite. Kiba was chasing Akamaru across the grassy field, but in his excitement, He stumbled and fell into the river with a splash. Soaked and disheveled, he rose, water dripping from his hair, yet his smile remained radiant. Meanwhile, Hinata quietly stayed by Menma's side, her hands resting on her knees. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at him, and upon finding him looking back, her shyness would compel her to lower her gaze, though a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Menma surveyed the vibrant scene before him, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. The darkness that once shrouded Konoha had dissipated, and the village now basked in the warmth of sunlight. His desire extended beyond merely sparing the children of Konoha from the battlefield. He yearned for all children across the world to thrive joyfully under the sun's embrace. Suddenly, Menma furrowed his brow, an unsettling notion nagging at him. He felt he had forgotten someone. Kakashi? No, that's not it. Shizen. Even further from the mark, he muttered softly. Straining to recall. Kitsune and Sai? He decisively shook his head. They were with Tenzo. Frustrated, he scratched his head, pondering who it could be. Unable to derive an answer, he chose to dismiss the thought, rising to call out to his friends. It's getting late. Let's head home. Meanwhile, at the crossroads, Shino stood quietly, a fishing rod slung over his shoulder and a small bucket in hand. A flock of birds soared overhead, and beneath his sunglasses, a glint of resentment filled his gaze, for he felt overlooked once more. The following morning, Menma arrived at the revitalized Uchiha clan residence. Following the recent purges, the radical faction had vanished, and the remaining clansmen began to engage with the villagers. Thanks to the joint efforts of Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi, the once aloof and insular Uchiha clan gradually began to reveal a newfound demeanor. Is that little Menma? Come to play with Sasuke? Upon Menma's arrival at the clan leader's mansion, Uchiha Mikoto was busy in the courtyard. Upon seeing the young visitor, this gentle woman smiled warmly, her eyes curving in delight. Aunt Mikoto, I'm here to find Brother Itachi. Menma gazed at the tender-hearted woman before him and politely bowed. Looking for Itachi? He just returned not long ago. Mikoto called out a few times towards the house. When no response came, she mused, that child must have gone to the training grounds again. Then I'll go find Brother Itachi myself. Goodbye, Aunt Mikoto. Menma waved farewell and set off towards the Uchiha training grounds. Beneath the cherry blossom trees along the way, several Uchiha children were playing merrily. In the training grounds, Uchiha Fugaku was instructing Sasuke in ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As Sasuke formed the hand seals, a searing fireball erupted forth. Although he had shown some promise, Fugaku shook his head slightly, and, as he turned to leave, he encountered Menma, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern expression. Menma, here to find Itachi, I presume? Yes, Uncle Fugaku. Menma gave a slight bow, catching a glimpse of disappointment in Sasuke's eyes. Not far away, Itachi was gently stroking his younger brother's hair, whispering words of comfort. Brother Itachi. Hearing his name, Itachi withdrew his hand from Sasuke's head and turned, the warmth in his gaze still evident. Menma, what brings you here? I heard you were going out on a mission. Menma got straight to the point, having already devised a plan to search for the lost members of the Uzumaki clan. Though he knew his mother would disapprove of his current endeavors, he sought Kakashi's assistance, yet the latter seemed to avoid him like the plague, leaving him to place his hopes on Itachi. Itachi's expression suddenly sharpened, and he dismissed Sasuke. When he turned back to Menma, his demeanor had shifted to one of seriousness. Is there a specific mission? Not exactly a special mission, Menma replied sheepishly, scratching his head. But I would like to ask Brother Itachi for a favor. Could you help me find information about the Uzumaki clan members? Ah, I see. Itachi replied with an understanding smile. Leave it to me. Thank you, Brother Itachi. Menma nodded and handed Itachi a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. Just as he was about to turn to leave, he noticed Sasuke peeking curiously from behind the door. He paused, contemplating for a moment, and then said to Itachi, Brother Itachi, Sasuke's talent in lightning release is actually stronger than his fire release. Perhaps nurturing him in a different direction would yield better results. The weasel paused momentarily, his gaze oscillating between the departing figure of Menma and his younger brother, who was hidden behind the door. With a contemplative murmur, he pondered, lightning release, perhaps? At the training ground on the back mountains of Konoha, Minato, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, was poised to impart new jutsu to his two sons. Dad, teach me some impressive jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, his fists clenched, bouncing with excitement. Observing the youthful exuberance of his younger son, Minato couldn't help but chuckle, his golden locks shimmering in the sunlight. Ha ha, You both have already mastered the Rasengan. When it comes to basic ninjutsu, Menma is even more proficient than I am. Really? Naruto's enthusiasm deflated momentarily as he pouted at his older brother. Sensing his younger sibling's gaze, Menma's lips curled slightly upward. Don't worry, Dad specifically summoned us here. He surely has some hidden techniques up his sleeve. Is that true? Naruto immediately perked up again, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he turned to his father. Minato nodded, quickly biting his thumb and forming hand seals. Today, I shall teach you this. Before he could finish his sentence, his palm pressed firmly against the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, prompting Menma and Naruto to instinctively shield their faces. Once the dust settled, a colossal toad appeared before them. Minato stood confidently atop the toad's head, which bore a pipe in its mouth and a fierce scar over its left eye, while a sharp katana hung at its waist. Is this the legendary Fukusaku? Menma's eyes widened with realization. The toad exuded an aura of authority, embodying the essence of a formidable amphibian. How magnificent! Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced in place, his golden hair bouncing with each movement. Dad, I want to learn this. I absolutely must learn this. Hey, Minato. Fukusaku exhaled a puff of smoke, his deep voice tinged with a hint of languor. It's been quite a while since you last summoned me. Have you encountered some trouble? My apologies for the disturbance, Minato replied with a sheepish smile. I merely wish to demonstrate the summoning technique to my children. I see. Fukusaku lowered his eyelids, assessing the two young boys beneath him. One was composed and reserved, a mirror image of Minato in his youth. The other was lively and exuberant, strikingly reminiscent of Kushina. With a slight smirk, he remarked, I'm quite busy. Please refrain from summoning me without cause in the future. With a soft thud, the gigantic toad vanished, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating smoke. My apologies, Minato scratched his head, gracefully descending from the air to stand firmly before his two sons. Dad, I want to learn. Naruto dashed forward, excitedly leaping towards Minato, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. This is the summoning technique, Minato said, gently restraining the enthusiastic Naruto. The practitioner must first forge a blood contract with the summoning beast, after which they can call upon it for assistance in battle. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and laid it out carefully upon a nearby stump. In addition to Watergate's signature, the scroll bore the elegant calligraphy of Jiraiya. A momentary spark of inspiration ignited within Menma as he contemplated. Perhaps his master, who had been traveling abroad, possessed greater knowledge of the whereabouts of their scattered clansmen. This notion stirred his heart. Seeking assistance from Jiraiya might prove to be a more fruitful endeavor. As for the summoning technique itself, he was not overly concerned. Given his current prowess, summoning a beast would merely be an embellishment. However, considering that his father was personally instructing him, he did not wish to dampen the occasion. Naruto, brimming with excitement, hastily bit his fingertip and solemnly inscribed his name upon the scroll. No sooner had he completed the contract than he eagerly formed the necessary hand seals. Summoning technique. Chapter 32. System, do not mess up. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, a palm-sized little toad sat bewildered on the ground, still clutching a half-eaten insect in its mouth. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression turning despondent. Ha. Watergate chuckled, affectionately ruffling his son's golden hair. It was quite commendable that he had successfully summoned a creature on his first attempt. With continued practice, Naruto would eventually be able to summon larger toads. Oh, Naruto replied glumly, bending down to poke the little toad. Hey, what is your name? Tadpole G, the little toad grumbled, puffing its cheeks. I was in the midst of my meal when you suddenly yanked me here. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man destined to become Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, instantly revitalized, showcasing his signature radiant smile. Tadpole G rolled its eyes. Whatever you aspire to be, if there's nothing else, I'm returning home. Before the words had fully left its mouth, with a soft pop, the little toad vanished, leaving Naruto staring blankly at the empty ground. Seeing Tadpole G depart, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief as he nudged Menma. Big brother, it's your turn. Me? Menma hesitated, meeting his father's expectant gaze. He then bit his thumb, pressed it onto the contract, and swiftly formed the hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, not particularly dense. Watergate raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it appears Menma is still not proficient with the summoning technique. Given his eldest son's talent, he had anticipated at least a summon of the caliber of Gamabunta. Upon witnessing this, Naruto erupted with laughter, clutching his stomach in mirth. Haha, big brother. You're not much better than me. An aged, raspy voice emerged from the smoke. Watergate's pupils constricted. This voice sounded eerily familiar. As the smoke fully cleared, the typically composed Fourth Hokage nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. His eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. While what? The great sage toad. Before him stood an enormous toad, its skin wrinkled with age, leisurely surveying its surroundings. Adorned with a necklace inscribed with oil characters and a string of beads draped around its neck, its murky eyes were filled with confusion. You are. The great sage toad squinted its bleary eyes, scrutinizing the golden-haired youth before it for an extended moment. There was an inexplicable familiarity about this individual, yet the vastness of memories accumulated over millennia rendered it difficult to recall their identity at that moment. What perplexed it further was the stark contrast between its current state of dozing on a seat in my bokuzen and suddenly finding itself in this unfamiliar locale. Gazing at the quivering old toad before it, its mind was awash with incredulous thoughts. This elder struggles to walk. Will I be the one to protect him? Or will he protect me? What is this? Naruto gaped in astonishment, pointing at the toad sage, who could hardly stand upright. At least the toad he summoned was lively and sprightly. This elder toad required assistance just to remain standing. Naruto, mind your manners. Minato admonished his younger son, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, then respectfully bowed to the toad sage. Great sage, I am Minato Namikaze, a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei. At this moment, a tempest of emotions engulfed him. The fact that his son had summoned the legendary toad sage, who had lived for over 1,000 years, was astounding. This was a being whom even Jiraiya-sensei revered. Oh, so it is little Jiraiya? The toad sage squinted his drowsy eyes, his gaze lazily sweeping over Minato. When his eyes landed on Naruto, he suddenly froze. This child resembles someone I have encountered in my dreams. He shook his head in confusion, questioning whether he was still dreaming. However, when his gaze finally settled on Naruto, his cloudy old eyes widened in shock, and his breathing quickened. Why you are? The sage's voice trembled slightly, his heart stirred by a whirlwind of emotions as he fixed his gaze upon Naruto, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Realizing the significance of the sage's presence from his father's demeanor and words, Naruto politely inclined his body in a bow. After all, one who is addressed as a sage must be no ordinary figure. Uzumaki Naruto, the ancient sage, having lived for centuries, gradually calmed his emotions. Yet his gaze remained complex as he scrutinized the golden-haired youth before him. No wonder all the prophetic dreams I had have come to naught. It is because of this child. His gaze lingered on Naruto for an extended moment, making the boy feel quite uneasy. Unable to restrain himself, Naruto softly inquired, "Does the toad sage have any questions?" No matter. The sage slowly shook his head, the astonishment in his eyes gradually transforming into profound contemplation. This child possesses the power to change the world, akin to Yui, perhaps even surpassing her. At least I could once discern Yui's future clearly. After a lengthy silence, the sage abruptly turned to Minato. Instantly, Minato straightened his posture, akin to a student awaiting a lecture. "And who might you be?" the sage inquired abruptly. "I am Minato Namikaze," Minato replied, managing a sheepish smile as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Naruto, appearing bewildered, leaned closer to Naruto's ear and whispered, "Big brother. It seems this toad elder has a poor memory." "Shoo, he can hear you." Naruto urgently tugged at his brother's sleeve. Hearing the hushed exchange between his sons, Minato could only force a wry smile. "And who are you?" The toad sage slowly shifted his gaze towards Naruto, a hint of curiosity woven into his aged voice. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage," Naruto declared, puffing out his chest with a resonant voice. The toad sage mused for a moment before abruptly turning to Menma. "Uzumaki Menma, was it you who summoned me here?" "That should be the case," Menma replied, somewhat uncertainly. The sage's profound gaze lingered on Menma, as if he held back words that yearned to be spoken. Ultimately, he spoke in a slow, aged tone, "Uzumaki Menma. The fate of this world shall flourish or wither based solely upon your thoughts." Menma was left bewildered, internally scoffing. What a riddle this old toad has become. Beep. Detecting the presence of misleading younglings. Mission 1. Slay the heretical frog and brew toad soup. Reward. The great dream of eternal reign, foreknowledge of the future. Mission 2. suppress the demon immortals, and eradicate their lair. Reward: innate celestial body system, please cease. Menma rolled his eyes inwardly, taken aback by the absurdity of the tasks being assigned by the system, as he had not provoked any trouble. Beside him, Minato felt a jolt of concern upon hearing the sage's words. As Jiraiya's disciple, he understood the weight of the Toad Sage's prophecies. Just as he was about to inquire further, the sage interrupted, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Uzumaki Naruto." With that, his form gradually became translucent. The trio of Minato and his sons exchanged glances. That old toad even mispronounced a name before departing. "Dad, what did the Toad Sage's words mean?" Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head in confusion. "I'm not quite sure either," Minato replied, glancing up at the darkening sky. He added gently, "It's getting late, and I have work to attend to. You two should head home before your mother worries." "Understood, goodbye, Dad," the brothers replied in unison. Once Minato departed, Naruto immediately tugged at Menma's sleeve, his eyes sparkling. "Big brother, teach me a few wind release techniques." "Very well," Menma nodded, forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. With a soft pop, an identical Menma appeared beside him. "Huh." Naruto stared in astonishment at the shadow clone, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Not this again. My foolish doo-doo." The shadow clone Menma mischievously ruffled Naruto's golden hair, while the real Menma had already vanished, racing towards the residence of Tenzo and the others. Tenzo-sai and Shin were gathered around a table, enjoying ramen when Menma suddenly appeared, causing them to put down their bowls and stand up in surprise. "Continue eating. Don't mind me," Menma waved casually, his gaze sweeping over the modest yet warm abode. "Are you all settling in well here?" "Yes," the trio replied in unison, nodding. Ever since learning of Menma's true identity and strength, Tenzo no longer regarded this golden-haired youth as an ordinary child. "Brother Tianzong, I have come to seek your guidance on the wood release ninjutsu." Menma stated his request plainly. Tianzong was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, "Yes, young Master Menma." They proceeded to a secluded training ground, once a secret base of the root organization. Wood release, birth of the tree world. As Tianzong completed the hand seals, the ground began to tremble, and a dense forest erupted from the earth, swiftly enveloping the entire training area. "Is this truly the wood release ninjutsu?" Menma narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that its power was far from the legendary First Hokage. He turned to Tianzong, who was gasping for breath, and kindly suggested, "Brother Tianzong, you should rest for a moment." "Yes, young Master Menma." Tianzong wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving violently. "Just call me Menma." The youth flashed a sunlit smile, his warm demeanor momentarily causing Tianzong to see a reflection of the fourth Hokage. "All right, Menma." A genuine smile crept onto Tianzong's face as he retrieved an ancient scroll from his robe. "This was entrusted to me by Danzo. It contains all the wood release techniques of the first Hokage." He paused, a hint of regret in his tone. "Unfortunately, my abilities are limited, and I cannot unleash the true might of the wood release. Moreover, performing it requires the integration of the first Hokage's cells. You have worked hard, Brother Tianzong." Menma accepted the scroll, merely glancing at it before tucking it away. He brought his hands together, the surging with spirit energy within him bursting forth. Wood release, birth of the forest realm. Before the astonished eyes of Tianzong and the others, the earth shook violently. Countless towering trees burst forth, their robust roots writhing like great dragons, and their lush canopies obscuring the sky. In mere moments, the entire training ground transformed into a primeval forest. What was even more astonishing was that Menma could distinctly sense each tree and every leaf within the forest. They felt like extensions of his own body, easily manipulated to form the strongest shield or the sharpest spear at his whim. A glint of determination flickered in Menma's eyes. There would be no easy escape this time. A gentle breeze rustled through the newly formed forest, the leaves whispering as if in response to their master's will. Tianzong and the others stood frozen, gazing at the miraculous youth before them, rendered speechless. How is this possible? Tianzong's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. As the only ninja in Konoha currently capable of wood release, he understood better than anyone the significance of this scene. The vast sea of trees, the surging vitality. It was akin to the first Hokage returning to the world. He murmured, his voice trembling to the point of being nearly inaudible. In the shadows, the ENBU responsible for their protection were equally stunned. These elite ninjas, typically well-trained, now stood frozen, their faces beneath their masks etched with disbelief. Could I be dreaming? One Anbu pinched his thigh, realizing this was indeed the wood release of the first Hokage. The newly assigned Yuzuki Yuin was equally shaken to her core. The violet-haired Kunoichi clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from exertion. Just half an hour ago, she had been inwardly lamenting the incongruity of this protective mission, despite having heard of the prodigious talents associated with the name of Menma. However, gazing at the unexpectedly materialized primordial forest before her, Shoyin finally comprehended the reverence with which her colleagues spoke of the young master Menma. That sister? A clear and youthful voice suddenly resonated beside her. Shoyin shivered, realizing that the golden-haired boy had appeared before her without her noticing, his azure eyes sparkling with mirth. You were peeking just now, weren't you? Menma tilted his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Shoyin's cheeks flushed crimson. Though the cat-faced mask obscured much of her visage, the warmth radiating from her ears betrayed her embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she knelt on one knee in salute, stating, I am here to protect you, as ordered, my lord. Protect? Menma echoed the word with a teasing lilt, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over the towering trees surrounding them. Shoyin felt her cheeks blaze hotter. Did such a creature truly require protection? The task was utterly absurd. Yes, indeed, she replied, mustering her resolve. It is the Hokage's command. Menma nodded in understanding, beckoning to the still-dazed Tenzu and the others, and as he turned, he flashed Shoyin a radiant smile. Sister, there is no need to be so formal. It was only after the small figure had receded from view that Shoyin remained rooted in place, lost in thought. It wasn't until a companion gently patted her shoulder that she snapped back to reality. Hey, why are you daydreaming? We need to catch up. Ah, yes. Shoyin hurriedly followed, only to stumble slightly with her next step. Biting her lip and touching her heated cheek, she inwardly chastised herself for being so flustered by a mere child. Within the Sarutobi estate, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe gradually released curling tendrils of smoke. He scrutinized the intelligence scroll on the table, a complex expression emerging on his wrinkled face. Even would release. The gnarled fingers of the elderly man gently caressed the words on the report, as if to verify the authenticity of each character. The power and scale far exceeded Tenzu's. The flame in the pipe slowly dimmed, yet the third Hokage remained oblivious. His gaze drifted out the window, penetrating the rooftops of Konoha, as if he could see the towering silhouette of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, standing proudly atop the treetops decades ago. If he were to continue growing, the aged fingers unconsciously tapped the table, producing a dull sound. Suddenly, the gravity etched on the old man's face melted away like snow, replaced by a serene smile. To think that in my lifetime, I would witness the successors surpassing their predecessors. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward the training grounds, his murky eyes reflecting the resplendent hues of dawn. Konoha's future shall shine even brighter than imagined. Meanwhile, in the office of the fourth Hokage, Minato's scroll fell with a soft thud onto the table. Chapter 34, Do not worry. I shall not harm you. The usually composed Minato Namikaze found himself unable to suppress the trembling of his fingers, as the cerulean depths of his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Immediately seal off the information, he exclaimed, rising abruptly, his voice tinged with urgency. Yes. The Umbu ninja complied without hesitation, leaving the office steeped once more in silence. Minato slowly picked up the scroll, the sensation beneath his fingertips strikingly real. Yet it left him in a state of surreal disorientation. In that moment, the prophecy of the Toad Sage echoed in his mind. Naruto Uzumaki. Whether you bring prosperity or calamity to the world lies within your choice. At last, Minato comprehended the weight of those words. Naruto, he spoke softly yet resolutely, as if pledging an eternal vow. I will ensure your safety and help you become the beacon of hope for the ninja world. As the evening breeze caressed Hokage Rock, the statue of the first Hokage stood solemnly in the twilight, as if also watching over this era poised to transcend legend. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the path home from school, where Naruto strolled leisurely with his hands tucked into his pockets, his ears filled with his relentless commentary on ramen flavors. He felt the crumpled bills in his pocket and frowned slightly. His allowance for the month was running perilously low. It seemed he would need to devise a way to earn some extra pocket money. Lost in thought, a jet-black crow alighted silently upon his shoulder, its crimson eyes spinning with 3 tomo. A message from Itachi? Naruto's gaze sharpened as he called out to his exuberant younger brother ahead. Naruto. What is up, big brother? Naruto turned, a hint of longing for miso ramen still lingering on his lips. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Naruto pulled out 2 Ichiraku ramen discount vouchers from his pocket and added, you go ahead and eat, but remember to cover for me with mom. Before Naruto could protest, a puff of smoke erupted, leaving no trace of him behind. In a secluded alley, Naruto unfurled the scroll before him, the words Land of Grass coming into focus. He ignited a flame of chakra at his fingertips, incinerating the intelligence, the ashes scattering with the wind. The Land of Grass. It's still embroiled in conflict with the Awakens. Swiftly forming hand seals, a clone composed of wood release materialized beside him. This clone possessed not only a physical presence, but also chakra fluctuations indistinguishable from his own, sufficient to evade his mother's perception. As the runes on the kunai of Flying Thunder God faintly glimmered, Itachi discerned that the golden-haired youth was approaching. Yet, the moment he beheld Naruto materialize before him, surprise flickered across the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask. Thank you, Itachi and I. Naruto gracefully descended onto a branch, the night breeze tousling his golden locks. It was a mere trifle, Itachi replied, his voice as gentle as flowing water. The borders of the Land of Grass have been unstable lately. Be cautious of Awakens patrols. Understood, Naruto responded with a playful wink. Once this is over, I shall treat you to a hot spring in the Land of Water. Before his words had fully settled, his figure vanished like a whisper in the twilight. In the dense forest along the border of the Land of Grass, Naruto retrieved a Kumogakure forehead protector from his ninja tool pouch, a sly smile gracing his lips. A flash of lightning transformed the originally dazzling golden hair into a deep chestnut hue, while the striking azure eyes morphed into a somber shade of gray, akin to a rogue cloud concealed within the hidden rain village. Consequently, any ensuing commotion would inevitably be attributed to the village's misfortunes. He leapt nimbly to the treetops, hastening towards the direction indicated by the intelligence report. In the distance, the watchtower of the hidden grass village cast elongated shadows beneath the setting sun, and further north, wisps of smoke were faintly visible rising from the border of the Land of Earth. The sensation of her mother's sleeve lingered on Xianglin's fingertips, abruptly severed as a grass ninja roughly yanked her out of the room. Stumbling, she turned back, barely catching a glimpse of her mother's arm, marred with bite marks. Slipping away. Since her earliest memories, the bond between mother and daughter had been akin to drifting duckweed. They ultimately took refuge in this hidden grass village, merely exchanging one prison for a more brutal confinement. Her mother had become a living medical pack, and Xianglin was destined to follow the same fate. The most painful sight was witnessing her mother return, burdened with weakness, yet forcing a smile. Xianglin had buried her face in her bedding and cried countless times. Yet she dared not weep aloud. Now, even those days had reached their conclusion, as the ravages of war consumed her mother's final vitality. Xianglin scarcely had time to grieve before being thrust into a medical room reeking of blood. The covetous gazes of the wounded sent shivers down her spine, their grotesque injuries resembling gaping maws. That little girl, extend your hand. A scarred ninja gruffly seized her arm. In despair, Xianglin shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could not escape this fate. Just as the fangs were poised to pierce her skin, a deep voice echoed like thunder, lightning release, thunder mirage. In an instant, blinding white light engulfed the entire world, rendering all grass ninjas motionless as if they were puppets. Xianglin felt a tight grip on her wrist, yanked into a warm embrace. Do not be afraid, a strange voice whispered in her ear. The wind howled around her, and she felt like a leaf swept away by a tempest, futilely widening her eyes as the outline of the hidden grass village rapidly diminished in the night. When she reopened her eyes, the scent of damp foliage enveloped her senses. The unfamiliar ninja released her, and she stumbled backward, her back colliding painfully against the rough bark of a tree. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mottled net upon the ground. The figure stepped forward, and instinctively, Xianglin curled up, akin to a drenched kitten. She bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes behind thick lenses, yet she stubbornly withheld them. Suddenly, the figure before her transformed. Golden strands of hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, and cerulean eyes resembled tranquil lakes. Do not worry, I shall not harm you, he gently assured her, his voice soothing as if comforting an injured bird. You are free now. Xianglin gazed blankly at the boy before her, one of similar age, his smile radiating warmth akin to the winter sun. His outstretched hand was clean and elongated, devoid of the nauseating scent of blood that clung to other ninjas. "I am Uzumaki Naruto," he said, slightly bowing to meet her gaze, "and I am one of your kin." The boy spoke as he extended his hand towards her. Xianglin hesitated for a moment, her fingertips trembling as they rested upon his palm. His hand was warm, akin to cradling a small son. With a gentle tug, Menma lifted her from the ground, his movements tender as if handling a fragile treasure. "What is your name?" "Xiangxianglin." She heard her voice, delicate as a whisper. When the boy's fingers softly brushed away the tears on her face, Xianglin froze entirely. That touch was so gentle, in stark contrast to all the harsh encounters she had known. "Xianglin, come with me." His voice seemed imbued with enchantment. "I will take you home." Home. This unfamiliar word stirred ripples within Xianglin's heart. She gazed vacantly at their intertwined hands. His palm was warm and dry, enveloping her cold fingers entirely, the warmth radiating from his palm dispelling the chill of the night. Chapter 35. Xianglin. She was uncertain of where this boy, who called himself Menma, would lead her, nor did she know what the future held. Yet, at this moment, the hand holding hers felt like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. Tears finally fell from behind her thick lenses, this time not out of despair, but from an unfamiliar, warm fluttering in her heart. Xianglin followed him closely, her heart racing within her chest. She could not yet comprehend this strange flutter, but many years later, while reminiscing beneath the cherry blossoms in Konoha, she would come to understand that this was the light of her life, the first glimpse of illumination that had entered her world. Since they had managed to slip away, Menma was in no rush to return. Leaning against the tree trunk, he cast a glance over at Xianglin, who curled up sleeping by the campfire. The flickering flames illuminated her youthful face, her vibrant red hair strikingly vivid against the night. As Menma interlaced his fingers behind his head, gazing at the starry sky, he silently contemplated the distribution of the tailed beasts, the one tail in Sunagakure, the two tails and 8 tails in Kumogakure, the 3 tails and 6 tails in Kirigakure, the 4 tails and 5 tails in Awagakure, while the 7 tails seemed to be in Takigakure. The thought of the tailed beast's cataclysmic power deepened Menma's gaze. Such strength must be firmly controlled in one's own hands. However, he gently stroked his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite his confidence in his abilities, he had never faced the top-tier powerhouses from the other 4 great ninja villages. Acting recklessly could prove perilous. Moreover, the tailed beasts, as the most formidable weapons of each village, would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Menma muttered to himself, suddenly struck by an idea, his eyes brightening. Speaking of which, when the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, would the second Hokage, with his cunning nature, have left the flying thunder god technique on the tailed beasts? It was indeed quite possible. Just as he pondered whether to mark the tailed beasts in each village first, Xianglin suddenly shrieked beside him, abruptly diving into his embrace. The girl's frail form trembled violently, evidently having experienced a nightmare. Menma instinctively attempted to push her away, only to feel warmth and moisture on his shoulder. He swallowed hard, ultimately letting out a gentle sigh, awkwardly patting her back. "It is merely a nightmare," he reassured, gazing down at the weeping girl in his arms, his expression softening. The matters concerning the tailed beasts could be addressed gradually. For now, it was imperative to return this kin back home. Surely, Mother would find joy in discovering that her kind still existed in this world. The following morning, in the streets of Konoha, he utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to the village with Cheyenne at his side. Cheyenne clutched the hem of his garment tightly, her ruby-like eyes anxiously scanning her surroundings. Although this place was 100 times more prosperous than the village of grass ninjas, it felt overwhelmingly foreign to her. "Do not be afraid," he gently held her icy hand. "This is my home, and it shall be yours as well." Cheyenne looked up at him, her heavy glasses framing a pair of eyes filled with unease and dependency. She bit her lip in silence, tightening her grip on his hand. "Mama-kun," a voice as soft as cotton candy suddenly called out. Cheyenne turned to see a girl in a light purple kimono standing a short distance away. The girl, with her snow-white eyes, was shyly looking down, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "Hinata?" Mama paused in his steps. "Are you heading home?" I was just about to." Hinata's voice dwindled. Each time she encountered Monma, her heart raced uncontrollably. Just as she felt flustered, her gaze fell upon the red-haired girl beside him. The way their hands were intertwined sent a pang of familiarity through her, stirring bittersweet feelings once more. "Hinata?" Mama queried, observing the girl lost in thought as he waved a hand in front of her. I shall take my leave now. See you another day. Hinata remained rooted to the spot until Monma's figure vanished around the corner. The Hyuga family's guard gently reminded her, Miss, it is time to return. Only then did she awaken from her reverie, turning away silently, a hint of melancholy flickering in her alabaster eyes. Shine glanced back at the receding figure, then shifted closer to the golden-haired youth beside her. Sensing her movement, Monma reassuringly squeezed her hand. We are almost there. My mother will surely adore you. As Monma opened the door to his home, a rich aroma enveloped him. He peered inside to find his mother, with her crimson hair casually tied back, tending to a pot of soup. Mother, where is Naruto? Monma inquired, surveying the surroundings deliberately. Mama? Kushina paused, her ladle stilling as she turned to him in confusion. Did he not accompany you? Seeing the narrowing of her eyes, Monma's heart skipped a beat as he nearly forgot about the shadow clone. He chuckled nervously. I thought he had returned ahead of me. Mother, guess what surprise I have brought for you? He quickly redirected the conversation. A surprise? Kushina blinked, her lips curving upward involuntarily. What kind of surprise? First, close your eyes. As Kushina obediently closed her eyes, Mei gently brought Shikuro, who was hiding outside the door, inside. Shikuro stood awkwardly at the entrance, but upon seeing Kushina, a profound sense of connection stirred within her, causing her eyes to well with tears. When Kushina opened her eyes, she stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Her lips trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on Shikuro's vibrant red hair. You. Kushina slowly crouched down, her trembling hand brushing against Shikuro's locks. Are you a child of the Uzumaki clan? Tears streamed down Shikuro's face. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, the gentle woman before her reminded her of her mother. She nodded vigorously, her tears dampening her clothing. This is wonderful, Kushina exclaimed, pulling Shikuro into an embrace, joyful tears cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, it felt as though her wandering heart had finally found its home. I am Kushina Uzumaki. She held Shikuro's small face in her hands, her voice trembling with excitement. What is your name? Shikuro Uzumaki, Shikuro replied through her sobs. Kushina turned to Mei, her eyes brimming with delight. Mei, how did you find her? Thanks to Itachi, Mei grinned. We must express our gratitude to him. Wiping her eyes, Kushina took Shikuro's hand and led her to the sofa. She had 1,000 words to share, yet she simply patted Shikuro's hand gently. Please sit for a moment. The soup will be ready shortly. Mei looked at the still somewhat timid Shikuro and softly said, From today onward, this will be your home. Besides our parents, I have a younger brother who is very easy to get along with. I'll go prepare your room. Okay, Shikuro nodded obediently, her small hand unconsciously caressing the soft sofa cushion. The sound of a spatula clattering in the kitchen caught her attention, and Kushina's busy figure humming a tune filled her view. Everything felt so real that she feared it might just be a beautiful dream. As night fell, Minato returned home. As he pushed the door open, a wave of warm, savory aromas enveloped him. He hung his Hokage cloak at the entrance, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar red-haired girl by the dining table. Who is this? Minato asked, puzzled, looking towards his wife. Chapter 36. Your relative? Kushina's face radiated joy as she hurried to her husband's side. Minato, I have something important to tell you. Lowering her voice, she recounted Shikuro's origins. After listening, Minato thoughtfully glanced at Mei, who was serving food to Shikuro, before sitting down and addressing the anxious girl. Shikuro, welcome to our home. His azure eyes brimmed with warmth. From now on, this will be your home. Thank you, uncle, Shikuro said, her face flushed as she lowered her head, though her eyes involuntarily flicked toward Mei. Observing the striking resemblance between the boy and his father, she suddenly imagined what Mei might look like as he grew up. Would he be as handsome as Uncle Minato? Late into the night, Minato gently knocked on Mei's door. May we talk? Minato settled beside the bed, contemplating how to broach the subject of wood release. A sudden jolt pierced Monma's heart. He scratched his head, a spark of inspiration igniting. Perhaps it's an awakening of my bloodline, after all. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distantly related. Stealing a glance at his father's expression, he added, Moreover, I've fused the nature transformations of water and earth release, enabling me to learn wood release ninjutsu. Minato's eyes widened slightly. Though this explanation was unexpected, it seemed plausible. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to tousle his son's soft golden hair. Regardless, Seeing you grow so strong brings me great joy. Moonlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a gentle silver glow upon Minato's profile. Menma suddenly noticed the fine lines that had appeared at the corners of his father's eyes. I will protect everyone, Menma solemnly vowed. Minato smiled with satisfaction, gently embracing his son. I believe in you. After watching his father depart, Menma let out a long sigh. Retrieving the wood-release scroll entrusted to him by Tens, the characters detailing the formidable techniques of the first Hokage flickered in the night's shadows. He had already mastered techniques like the birth of the forest and the wood dragon jutsu. His fingertips traced the word sage art on the scroll, his brow furrowed slightly. For true Senju techniques, and the Meijin gate required the synergy of sage arts to be executed. Leaning back against the headboard, he gazed vacantly at the ceiling. The sage techniques of the first Hokage had long been lost, and the only one likely to possess such knowledge, Tsunade, was notoriously elusive. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he reflected. Among the 3 disciples of Sarutobi, Orochimaru had defected, Jiraiya roamed the world, and Tsunade wandered far and wide. None of Konoha's elite forces remained stationed in the village. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Morning sunlight spilled across the corridors of the ninja academy. Menma and Naruto flanked Karui, escorting her toward the classroom amid the curious gazes of their peers. Thanks to the privileges of being a Hokage's kin, Karui's enrollment process went exceptionally smoothly. Silence. Irika's booming voice instantly silenced the bustling classroom. Even the usually mischievous Naruto and Shikamaru settled down obediently. This teacher held a special authority in the eyes of the students. Today, our class welcomes a new student, Uzumaki Karui. As applause erupted, Shikamaru elbowed Naruto. Hey, same last name. Is she a relative of yours? I suppose so. Naruto scratched his head. Though he didn't grasp the full context, since she was brought by his elder brother, they were family. At the podium, Irika offered Karui an encouraging smile. Please find a seat you like. Yes, Karui adjusted her glasses, her gaze swiftly scanning the classroom. Upon locking onto Menma's figure, she confidently strode toward him. This action made Ino, seated immediately to Menma's left, stiffen her spine. The golden-haired girl narrowed her eyes, keenly sensing the unique sentiment reflected in Karui's gaze. It must be my sister, Ino murmured softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. For they all share the same surname. However, when Shikamaru naturally settled beside Ino, the interplay of their crimson and golden hair glimmered in the sunlight. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. Hinata quietly lowered her head, a hint of melancholy flickering in her snow-white eyes. Shikamaru remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the girl's atmosphere, his focus solely on the more pressing matter of retrieving Konoha's lost elite combatants. On the playground, the sun scorched the sandy ground, stirring up fine dust. Irika led the students to the center of the training field, his gaze flitting between Naruto and Sasuke. The combat spirit in the eyes of these 2 children almost palpable, making the surrounding air feel tense. Begin. With Irika's command, the golden and black figures instantly intertwined. Shikamaru stood at the sidelines, his eyes slightly squinted. Ever since he had taught Naruto ninjutsu, Sasuke had not managed to gain the upper hand in combat. But today, bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed repeatedly. Sasuke's movements were sharper than ever. Each pivot, each strike carried a precise anticipation. Clearly, following the Uchiha incident, Itachi had invested considerable effort into his younger brother. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Seizing a moment, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, a searing fireball hurtling forth, instantly engulfing several of Naruto's shadow clones. A sea of flames erupted on the playground, the scent of scorched earth permeating the air. Rasengan. Naruto's tactics were straightforward and forceful. A shadow clone seized the ankle of the original, launching him with all its might. The blue chakra sphere spun rapidly in his palm, hurtling towards Sasuke. Irika's expression changed drastically. These 2 boys were genuinely going for it. He instinctively glanced towards Shikamaru, only to find him still composed, showing no intent to intervene. Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. Faced with the oncoming Rasengan, he realized he had nowhere to escape. Sasuke! Sakura's sharp cry pierced the air. Boom! The immense impact sent Sasuke flying, leaving him with severe injuries to his chest. Naruto himself was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating such a grave wound to Sasuke. Just as everyone believed the outcome was decided, Sasuke on the field abruptly transformed into a charred wooden stump. The real Sasuke had somehow circled around to Naruto's rear. Substitution jutsu. When did that happen? Ino firmly grasped Sakura, who was eager to rush into the fray, advising. Iruka-sensei and Shikamaru have not intervened. Don't go. Lion's barrage. Sasuke's figure leapt like black lightning, executing a series of fierce kicks that left multiple afterimages in the air. Before Naruto could react, he was struck repeatedly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it, you're hitting me too hard. Naruto struggled to rise, spitting out dirt and grit, a fiery resolve igniting in his azure eyes. He clasped his hands together with fervor, wind style, gale palm. A violent gust of air surged forth, and Sasuke instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. In that fleeting moment, the shadow of shuriken multiplied. Dozens of shuriken whistled through the air, and Sasuke, in a hasty attempt to block with his kunai, found himself still grazed by their edges, blood dripping down his arm. To his astonishment, one of the shuriken transformed right before his eyes into the likeness of Naruto. Bang! A heavy fist connected with his cheek, sending Sasuke flying backward to tumble several times on the sandy ground before coming to a halt. Stop! Iruka finally exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he announced, Vortex Naruto wins. Seal of reconciliation. Panting heavily, Naruto approached Sasuke, extending his hand. Hey, are you okay? Sasuke propped himself up, his dark hair disheveled and sticking to his sweaty forehead, as he caught the surprised and sympathetic gazes of his classmates. A wave of humiliation washed over him. Slap! He forcefully swatted Naruto's hand away and turned his back, his silhouette a mix of defiance and embarrassment. Sasuke! Naruto stood there, bewildered, casting a pleading glance at his brother. Menma merely shrugged, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. The younger generation's ability to handle pressure is truly diminishing. Chapter 37. Too Cunning, Hinata. Iruka watched Sasuke's retreating figure with a resigned sigh. This marked the third time this month that Sasuke had stormed off in anger after losing to Naruto. Next group, he redirected his gaze to the roster. Menma versus Hinata. The entire playground fell into a hush. Menma blinked, questioning his own ears. Iruka-sensei, can I pass? Absolutely not, Iruka replied sternly. This is a compulsory class. Everyone must participate. He leaned closer to Menma, lowering his voice. Just keep it reasonable. Hinata is too gentle. A slight smile curled at Menma's lips. Understood. Bullying a little girl is what I do best. Clearing his throat, Menma stepped to the center of the field and bowed earnestly. Hinata, I humbly ask for your guidance. Huh. Hinata trembled, her fair cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, she stood frozen like a startled rabbit, utterly at a loss. Hinata, Iruka encouraged. Believe in yourself. Taking a deep breath, Hinata shakily approached. Her slender fingers formed a gentle fist stance, veins popping at the corners of her eyes. Menma-kun, please guide me, she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper, yet within her pure white eyes flickered a glimmer of unnoticeable determination. Menma raised an intrigued eyebrow. It appeared this shy little rabbit had a fierce side as well. Remaining still, Menma simply observed Hinata. The girl's delicate arms trembled slightly, her gentle fist stance appearing cautious. It's all right, Hinata, he said softly, a supportive smile gracing his lips. You can do it. With newfound courage, Hinata inhaled deeply and charged forward. Her movements were as light as a butterfly, yet her nerves caused Menma to easily evade her advance. As Hinata's delicate wrist was enveloped by the warmth of her opponent's hand, she froze entirely, her face flushing a deep crimson akin to a ripe apple. On the verge of fainting, Menma, startled, quickly released his grip. You're holding back too much. Put some strength into it, Hinata. He raised his thumb in encouragement. You are truly the best. Inspired by his words, Hinata launched another attack, this time with a discernible increase in intensity. Yet, just before landing a decisive blow, she would instinctively ease her strength, her gentle palm breeze merely brushing against the hem of Menma's clothing. Menma furrowed his brow in concern. This was hardly the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Niji had always struck with lethal precision during their sparring. This girl was far too kind-hearted. He sighed inwardly, realizing she required proper guidance. On the sidelines, Naruto, bored, picked his nose. My brother doesn't he fight like this with me, he remarked. Shikamaru, squatting with his chin resting on his hand, found the whole situation exhausting just to watch. In contrast, Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. She yearned to try this gentle sparring style herself. Iruka sighed, rubbing his forehead. Moments ago, Naruto and Sasuke had fought as if they were bitter enemies. And now these two were behaving as though they were engaged in a ballroom dance. Today's students were becoming increasingly perplexing. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. This was not a ninja duel, but rather resembled a duet dance. Menma, feeling exasperated, sighed and suddenly grasped Hinata's slender wrist, gently pulling her towards him. Hinata, caught off guard, lost her balance and fell into Menma's embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, and Hinata could even catch a faint whiff of sunlight on him. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Hinata felt as though the world was spinning. Her cheeks were so hot they felt as if they might ignite. Her legs weakened, and she felt as though she might melt away, relying solely on Menma to keep from collapsing to the ground. How cunning, Hinata! Ino fumed, stomping her foot, her forehead veins bulging like a furious little lion. Had it not been for Sakura holding her back, she would have dashed forward to separate the two. Karui stood frozen, unconsciously biting her lip, her nails digging deep into her palm. Just as Menma was about to say something, he suddenly felt a shift in his arms. Bang! Hinata's forehead collided forcefully with his nose, and seizing the moment of pain, she scurried away like a startled rabbit, leaving only a hasty silhouette behind. Irika's forehead twitched with irritation as he silently noted in his lesson plan. Under no circumstances should these individuals be allowed to spar again. Menma rubbed his reddened nose, watching Hinata retreat with a smile creeping upon his lips. This shy little girl had quite the spirit when she let loose. On the way back to the classroom, Menma caught a glimpse of Mizuki-sensei approaching the brooding Sasuke. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. His memories of Mizuki were not particularly fond. Naruto, come here. Naruto, who had been frolicking with Shikamaru and the others, bounded over, grass clippings still adorning his golden hair. What's up, big brother? Follow Sasuke after school, Menma instructed in a hushed tone. Why? Naruto inquired, scratching his head in confusion. I suspect someone is plotting mischief. With narrowed eyes, I urge you to keep a vigilant watch and prevent any foolish actions. Naruto's gaze sharpened instantly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Sasuke indeed did not return home directly. Instead, he stealthily slipped out of the school gates. I exchanged a knowing glance with Naruto, who promptly followed suit. Karen, you should head home first, I advised the red-haired girl before making my way towards the secret training ground. Tenkai was instructing Shin and Sai in basic ninjutsu, while Uchiha Shursui practiced shuriken throwing on the opposite side. The piercing sound of kunai slicing through the air resonated, each one striking the target with pinpoint accuracy from 100 meters away. Shursui, could you spare a moment to practice with me? I inquired as I approached. With a graceful arc, the last shuriken soared through the air. Shursui turned, offering a wry smile. Menma, your skills have long surpassed mine. There's little merit in sparring with me. Please, I respectfully bowed. I wish to test my mettle. Shursui paused momentarily, the familiarity of my words striking a chord, reminiscent of a certain doting brother's catchphrase. All right, he relented, raising his hands in surrender. I have some time. Just go easy on me. He slowly drew his ninja blade, his demeanor shifting dramatically, transforming him into a drawn sword, radiating a fierce aura. I took a deep breath, adopting a combat stance. The others in the training ground had already retreated to a safe distance, holding their breath as they observed this pinnacle clash. Be careful. Before my warning could fully escape my lips, Shursui's figure split into several phantoms, surrounding me completely. These illusions were indistinguishable from reality, each one potentially concealing his true self. In an instant, I hurled several flying thunder god kunai. Understanding that Shursui's body flicker technique shared a similar essence with my kunai, I anticipated his ability to shift seamlessly between illusions. Just as the kunai were about to strike, my own form vanished. Clang! Sparks erupted from the clash of metal. My kunai aimed accurately at Shursui's throat, only to cut through a mere shadow. His true self had already teleported to another illusion. Swiftly forming hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Dozens of shuriken imbued with flames surged forth, not only blocking my escape, but cleverly enveloping all my kunai. What a brilliant tactic! My pupils constricted as I rapidly formed seals, water release, water barrier. A colossal water vortex materialized, the swirling wall of water successfully shielding me from the searing flames. To conjure such a grand water release in a dry environment, Tenkai's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, the assault did not cease. 3 of Shursui's phantoms breached the water wall, attacking me from different angles. Shadow clone technique. I instantly summoned 3 clones, simultaneously forming seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Lightning release. False darkness. A tempest amplified the flames. The inferno entwined with thunder, as the combined ninjutsu swept across the arena with overwhelming force. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Shizushui spun rapidly, and the emerald Susanoo rose majestically from the ground. Its skeletal armor swiftly enveloped the meridians, as the immense energy form withstood the cataclysmic strike. As the dust settled, the land within several dozen meters had transformed into scorched earth. Shizushui stood beneath the protection of Susanoo, his expression grave. He could never comprehend why his illusions had no effect on this youth. Shall we continue? Menma wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes ignited with fighting spirit. A subtle smile graced Shizushui's lips as he raised the colossal sword of Susanoo. What I seek remains elusive. From afar, the onlookers collectively swallowed hard. This clash had transcended their realm of understanding. Be careful, Shizushui. Menma clasped his hands together, and the ground trembled violently. Sturdy tree trunks burst forth from the earth, twisting and entwining like living beings, swiftly transforming into a vividly animated giant wooden dragon. The dragon unleashed a silent roar as it lunged towards Susanoo. This was the wood dragon technique of the first Hokage. Shizushui's pupils constricted as the massive spiral sword of Susanoo swung fiercely, yet the severed vines regenerated instantaneously. More alarmingly, he could distinctly feel his chakra being voraciously consumed by the wooden dragon. With a crack, the verdant Susanoo began to fracture. Compelled to retreat from the Crow Tengu form to its second stage. Spiral wheel. Seizing the opportunity, Menma leapt into the air, the dark energy sphere in his hand radiating with destructive waves. The moment the spiral wheel struck the chest of Susanoo, the entire energy form shattered as if it were glass. Stop! I concede. Shizushui shouted urgently, blood tears streaming from his right eye. Upon hearing this, Menma immediately withdrew, the wooden dragon dissolving into specks of green light in the air. I concede, Shizushui. Menma smiled and extended his hand. Shizushui rose with the aid of Menma, a wry smile on his face. Your strength is truly astonishing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, marveling at how the first Hokage's would release appeared so effortless in Menma's hands. With a few awkward chuckles, Menma felt a deeper admiration for Hashirama Senju, who could subdue the 9-tailed beasts solely with wood release. Indeed, he was the god of the ninja world. On the sidelines, Sai and Shin gaped in astonishment at Tenzo. Tenzo, can you also wield this level of wood release? Tenzo's lips twitched, his gaze seemingly conveying, isn't that obvious? If I could do that, would I still be here teaching you? As Menma departed the training grounds, he suddenly recalled that Naruto was still trailing Sasuke. I must check on the situation. He swiftly formed hand seals, deploying his sensory technique, faintly perceiving Naruto and Sasuke's chakra moving toward a certain direction in the village. Menma furrowed his brow, unleashing the body flicker technique with all his might, his figure darting between rooftops like a specter. As night fell, Sasuke knelt alone in the training grounds of the rear mountain. Sweat dripped from his chin, creating dark pits in the dry earth below. His arms trembled, nearly unable to grasp the kunai, yet his mind incessantly replayed the image of his defeat to Naruto earlier today, the fool's triumphant smile, the astonished whispers of his classmates, and the disappointed sigh of his father as he turned away. Once again, you are practicing diligently, Sasuke-kun. A gentle voice emerged from behind the trees. Mizuki, bathed in the moonlight, approached with a perfectly measured concern gracing his lips. Sasuke did not lift his gaze. The kunai quivered as it struck the wooden post, missing the target by half an inch. It must be difficult to be bested by the son of the Hokage, huh? Mizuki leaned casually against a nearby stone. I've heard that his brother often takes him to pilfer forbidden jutsu from the library. What did you say? Sasuke suddenly turned, fiery determination igniting in his obsidian eyes. Mizuki gazed up at the moon, reminiscent of his father from years past. You know how the fourth Hokage rose to power, right? It was through forbidden techniques. The night breeze rustled the leaves, muffling Sasuke's suddenly rapid breaths. If you obtain the scroll of sealing, you can surpass those brothers. Mizuki's enticing voice lingered in the air. Sasuke, tense, swallowed hard as his fingers grazed the scroll. Just then, a golden figure burst through the window. Stop! Naruto spread his arms to block the doorway. Sasuke, Mizuki-sensei is deceiving you. Your brother never. Get out of my way. Sasuke's kunai grazed past Naruto's ear, tugging a strand of golden hair. You have no right to lecture me. Naruto's azure eyes widened in shock. He lunged forward, tightly embracing Sasuke's waist. The two tumbled through the shattered wooden window, landing amidst the debris-strewn courtyard. You don't understand anything, Naruto shouted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. My brother trains with me every dawn. His hands calloused from forming hand seals. Sasuke's fist froze mid-air, the moonlight illuminating his pale visage, sweat clinging strands of hair to his forehead. In the distance, hurried footsteps approached, and Mizuki's figure appeared atop the surrounding wall. What a touching display of friendship. Mizuki's refined mask was completely torn asunder. He drew forth a wind shuriken, its blade slicing through the air with a chilling arc. Too bad you both must die here. The massive shuriken whirled, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Naruto instinctively shielded Sasuke. The dull thud of the blade piercing flesh caused Sasuke's pupils to constrict. Warm blood dripped from Naruto's clothing, blossoming crimson flowers upon his forehead. Why? Sasuke's voice trembled, unsteady. Naruto grimaced in pain, yet managed to muster a radiant smile. Because we are friends, you big idiot. Sasuke's eyes suddenly welled with warmth, his vision distorting into shades of red. When he refocused, he could see Mizuki's malevolent expression, the blood-stained shuriken, and even the trembling of distant leaves in sharp detail. Atomo slowly spun in his crimson gaze, as if awakened by bloodshed. Die? Mizuki released his second shuriken. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was bone-chilling. Yet Mizuki's smile abruptly froze as Naruto, cleaved in two, morphed into a wooden post. A substitution jutsu. Before he could comprehend, Sasuke's foot brutally struck his chin. Lion's barrage. The silhouette of the youth carved a fierce trajectory through the air, each step imbued with long-suppressed fury. As Mizuki fell heavily to the ground, a dozen shadow clones of Naruto descended like a pack of wolves, fists and feet raining down upon him. Breathing heavily, Sasuke leaned on his knees, glaring at the unscathed Naruto. You absolute fool. You just tricked me. Naruto scratched his head, grinning foolishly, then suddenly turned serious. But my intent to protect you is genuine. TCH. Sasuke turned his face away, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. He strutted off, hands in pockets, as Naruto's boisterous pursuit echoed behind him. On the rooftop, Menma shivered, the apple in his hand suddenly tasteless. The bonds of Konoha are terrifying. An Umbu ninja appeared like a specter, dragging the mangled Mizuki away. Menma cast a glance at the audacious individual, his figure gradually blending into the night. Compared to such triviality, he worried more about his younger brother being led astray by the reckless Naruto. That exchanged glance had felt decidedly off. Chapter 39. Kimimaro, Zabuza, and Haku Menma received the latest intelligence from Itachi's crows. Jiraiya's whereabouts seemed to have surfaced near the borders of the land of water. Perfect. Chakra flames ignited at his fingertips, incinerating the information. As the ashes scattered, his form transformed into that of a merchant, mingling aboard a ship bound for the land of water. The humid sea breeze carried a fine drizzle, the islands of the land of water shrouded in mist. Standing on the deck, Menma gazed at the indistinct outlines in the distance. This island-encircled nation was enduring its darkest period, engulfed in a blood mist. Lowering his hat, a hint of a smile crept onto his lips. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it was to navigate the murky waters. As he walked along the path, contemplating his infiltration into Kirigakure, he was suddenly halted by a white figure. Are you from the mist? The silver-haired child pointed a bone spike directly at Menma. Crimson markings on his forehead vivid as fresh blood. He emanated a dangerous aura, akin to a spooked little beast. No, Menma replied calmly, his gaze scanning the bone spike in the child's hand, which seemed to be a manifestation of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Apologies. The child retracted the bone spike, his demeanor turning polite as if the previous menace had been but a figment of imagination. He then dashed into the depths of the fog. Menma narrowed his eyes and silently followed. He too sought entry into Kirigakure, and this child was the perfect guide. Amidst the damp fog, Kimimaro suddenly halted. Two figures ahead gradually came into focus, a tall ninja wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of sharp eyes visible, and a young boy beside him carrying a bamboo basket, a gentle smile adorning his delicate face. More pursuers from the mist? Zabuza's hand rested on his executioner's blade, his tone chilling. Menma, concealed in the shadows, felt his pupils constrict. the demon Zabuza, and Haku. His gaze flitted between the three, an involuntary smile forming on his lips. This was intriguing, so the child must be Kimimaro. Kimimaro repeated the same question, receiving a negative response, before plunging headlong into the thick fog once more. Menma swiftly formed seals, and his wooden clone quietly followed Zabuza, while his true form continued to pursue Kimimaro. By the stone tablet at the entrance of the hidden mist village, a slender silhouette caused Menma to catch his breath. The yellow kimono was barely visible, and black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Orochimaru surveyed the village with serpentine-slitted eyes, his tongue unconsciously flicking over his lips. Menma nearly chuckled, gently stroking the kunai of Flying Thunder God. Indeed, he had found the notorious rogue ninja Orochimaru instead of his master Jiraiya. Just then, Kimimaro's bone spike lunged towards Orochimaru. Bang! Without even turning, Orochimaru effortlessly kicked the youth several meters away. Kimimaro rolled on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Are you from the hidden mist? The boy struggled to rise, brandishing the bone spike at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden slitted pupils narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on Kimimaro's arm for a moment. He suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. The hidden mist village is over there. His slender fingers pointed deep into the thick mist. Menma concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze shifting between Orochimaru and Kimimaro as they departed. His knuckles unconsciously rubbed against the kunai of Flying Thunder God. The intelligence on the three tails and six tails was fleeting, but capturing this slippery serpent would be no easy feat. He fixed his eyes on Orochimaru, determined not to let him escape. As Orochimaru turned to leave, a glint of brilliance sparked in Menma's eyes. His left hand swiftly formed seals, sending a new wooden clone silently after Kimimaro, while his true form shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh! The sound of the kunai slicing through the air startled the birds in the forest. Orochimaru's lips curled into an eerie arc as his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. However, when he caught sight of the technique inscribed on the kunai's handle, his golden pupils suddenly shrank to fine lines. A cold glimmer flashed. Menma's figure materialized beside the kunai, his wrist twisting as the blade pressed against Orochimaru's throat. The sharp edge sliced through pale skin, blood splattering like ink on the yellow kimono. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru knelt on the ground, dark red blood oozing between his fingers, his pupils gradually losing focus. Menma observed coldly, the kunai spinning at his fingertips. No more theatrics. Heh. A chilling laugh emerged from the corpse's throat. Suddenly, the dying Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, a new body slick with mucus slowly crawling out like shedding skin. The reborn Orochimaru licked the residue from his cheek, his cold gaze coiling around Menma like a venomous serpent. Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze? Before he could finish, he shook his head in denial. Though this ninja wielded the ultimate technique of Minato, he was well acquainted with him and knew he was certainly not that man. Orochimaru's pupils trembled violently, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. His hoarse voice twisted with shock. Who exactly are you? Stop guessing, Orochimaru. Menma toyed with the kunai of Flying Thunder God, the cold glimmer dancing between his fingers. He deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking the cold tone characteristic of the Umbu. I am a member of the Will of Fire's pursuit unit, specifically tasked with hunting down rogue ninjas. Orochimaru's expression suddenly transformed, his golden slit pupils reflecting a clear disdain, as if to say, do you take me for a fool? His raspy voice dripped with sarcasm. Having spent decades in Konoha, I have never heard of any Will of Fire assassination unit. Humph. The kunai in Menma's hand abruptly halted, its sharp blade aimed directly at Orochimaru. At your level, do you truly believe you are worthy of knowing the secretive forces cultivated by the Second Hokage? He deliberately lowered his voice, alluding to a presence even the Third Hokage was unaware of. Orochimaru inhaled sharply, his long tongue instinctively licking his lips. Although he recognized the absurdity of his opponent's words, the technique Flying Thunder God combined with the Shadow Snake hand caught him off guard. Without warning, Orochimaru's right arm transformed into multiple venomous snakes, lunging towards Menma's throat with their razor-sharp fangs. Whoosh! In a flash of golden light, Menma reappeared 10 meters away beside the kunai. With a swift motion, the snake heads were severed. Simultaneously, the Rasengan in his left hand mercilessly surged towards Orochimaru's chest. Boom! Wood splinters flew everywhere. The replacement wood was obliterated, revealing the true Orochimaru perched atop a tree branch, his pale face finally displaying a grave expression. "Surrender easily," Menma proclaimed amidst the scattered wood shavings, a confident smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. The adept execution of the Flying Thunder God technique and the flawless form of the Rasengan were reminiscent of Minato Namikaze. He murmured to himself before promptly shaking his head in denial. Their demeanor, tone, and methods were utterly distinct. "Who on earth are you?" Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement, his scientific curiosity overpowering his fear. He fixed his gaze on the enigmatic ninja before him, as if attempting to dissect every inch of him. "As I stated, I am here to capture you." With a flick of his wrist, Menma sent the Flying Thunder God kunai hurtling through the air. Orochimaru's slit pupils abruptly contracted as he spit forth the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, accurately targeting the trajectory of the kunai. He had anticipated Menma's instant teleportation. However, Menma remained motionless, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. Seizing the moment of Orochimaru's vacated attack, a flurry of kunai was launched like a celestial shower, surrounding Orochimaru in a perfect arc. In a flash of gold, Menma appeared behind Orochimaru. The cold blade of the kunai pressed against his throat. Chapter 40. Orochimaru. Cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's pale cheeks, his golden pupils igniting with a furious flame. He was being toyed with. "Spare me. Illusions are ineffective against me." Menma formed a hand seal, and suddenly, the surrounding trees came to life. Thick branches coiled around Orochimaru like a constricting serpent, binding him tightly, rendering even his fingers immobile. "Would release." Orochimaru's voice was filled with shock. He stared intently at the mysterious ninja before him, a multitude of experimental data flashing through his mind. This was a flawless wood release beyond any half-finished product he and Danzo had ever studied. "Pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall reveal the truth." Menma's gaze locked onto Orochimaru's slit pupils. "Ha ha ha." Orochimaru let out a raspy, cold laugh, his long tongue involuntarily licking his lips. "You expect me to pledge my loyalty? Such a notion is preposterous, unless you can assist me in achieving my goal of immortality." In the next moment, his cold smile froze upon his face. The figure of Menma gradually diminished as he released his transformation technique, ultimately revealing the true form of a young boy with golden hair and blue eyes. Orochimaru's pupils trembled violently, his mind unusually entering a state of paralysis. "The son of Minato Namikaze?" His voice quivered with excitement. This could not be possible. The moonlight illuminated the boy's smiling visage. The golden glimmer of Konoha at that instant acquired an entirely new legacy. The shock presented by this 7-year-old child surpassed all the experiments he had undergone over the past several decades. The golden strands of hair shone brightly, and within those azure eyes lay a depth far beyond his years. "Uzumaki Menma," Orochimaru rasped, repeating the name as his long tongue unconsciously licked his lips. The identity of Minato's son elucidated the Flying Thunder God technique, yet that impeccable wood release, the secret of wood release. Orochimaru's voice trembled with desire. Menma gently shook his head, his fingers brushing against the branches that entwined Orochimaru. "That depends on your choice." The emerald branches tightened slightly with his movements. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled. A mad and exhilarated sound. A 7-year-old child, negotiating with me? "No." Menma's gaze sharpened abruptly. "This is a negotiation with the future 5th Hokage." This proclamation detonated like thunder. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in Orochimaru's slitted pupils, not from awe of power, but from the shock of this child's ambition. "Your research on immortality. Your forbidden techniques. I can assist you." Menma's voice was as soft as a whisper, but the price is. He leaned closer to Orochimaru's ear. "Absolute loyalty." The wind in the forest suddenly stilled. Orochimaru felt the entwining branches siphoning his chakra. "Is this a transaction?" Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and slow. "Indeed," Menma replied succinctly, his fingers moving slightly as the entangling branches gradually loosened. Orochimaru flexed his wrist, a knowing smile curving his lips. "I do not wish to return to Konoha just yet." "That is acceptable." Menma tossed a specially crafted kunai for the Flying Thunder God to him. "I will not restrict your freedom. However, when I require you, you must appear." Orochimaru caught the kunai, his long tongue involuntarily licking his lips. "I am pleased to serve you, Menma-kun." Menma understood that at this moment, Orochimaru was only superficially compliant. This sly serpent would not truly submit to anyone at present. "We both have our needs." Menma turned to gaze in the direction of the hidden mist village. Remember, the price of betrayal is one you cannot afford. Orochimaru smirked coldly, concealing the kunai within his sleeve. He watched Menma leap toward the hidden mist village, a dangerous glimmer flickering in his eyes. What a perfect vessel! Were it not for the disparity in strength, this boy, embodying both the flying thunder god and would release, was precisely the reincarnation body he had longed for. An exhilarating collaboration awaited. Orochimaru's figure gradually melded into the mist, like a true serpent slipping into the underbrush. At this moment, within the hidden village of mist, Menma had stealthily infiltrated the dark corners of the blood mist. The rebellion of the Kagaya clans swept through the village like a tempest, yet dissipated as quickly as bubbles. The diminutive figure of Kimimaro stood out amidst the chaos, mechanically wielding his bone spikes, as his kin fell one by one, their blood staining his white attire. Menma navigated the tumultuous battlefield, his formidable chakra sensing ability unfurling like a radar. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Near a distant building, a colossal and ferocious chakra blazed brilliantly like a torch in the night. Found it. He glided through the battlefield like a wraith, contemplating whether it was the three-tailed beast or the six-tailed beast. However, just as he was about to approach his target, an unfamiliar and powerful chakra surged toward him. Menma abruptly halted, his sharp gaze rising. A woman with reddish-brown curls stood atop the opposite rooftop, her blue strapless dress accentuating her voluptuous curves. With her hands on her hips and a floral smile. Her emerald green eyes, however, were filled with danger. I noticed you earlier, little brother. Terumi May gracefully descended before Menma, her ample bosom gently rising with each breath. Menma subtly stepped back, fleeting images from certain websites flashing through his mind. The fifth Mizukage, Terumi May, was indeed well known to him. I am here to capture the rogue ninja Orochimaru. He maintained a harmless smile, hoping his sister would not misunderstand. Orochimaru. Terumi May's pupils abruptly contracted, her full crimson lips parting slightly. She was certainly aware of Orochimaru's notorious reputation, but never anticipated his presence in the hidden mist village. She scrutinized the golden-haired youth before her. Little brother. She suddenly leaned closer, her enticing cleavage faintly visible. A lying child must face punishment, you know? Menma felt a slight flush creep to his ears, but his gaze remained clear. Having been discovered, it was evidently not the right moment to approach the tailed beast. Just as he intended to depart, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him. He warily sidestepped, only to find Terumi May had closed the distance. A kunai's cold glimmer pressed against his throat. You dare pursue a rogue ninja to the Mizukage Tower? Terumi May's lips curled in a smirk, her jade eyes sparkling with a dangerous light. Menma discreetly retreated a step, still wearing his innocent smile. I truly am chasing Orochimaru. He is nearby. Oh. Terumi May leaned closer, her slender fingers brushing against Menma's cheek. Is there no one left in Konoha? They sent such a small child? The cold glimmer flashed. Her kunai suddenly aimed at Menma's throat, but as it touched his skin, it met empty air. Such a cruel heart you possess, sister. A voice laced with mirth came from behind, as a chilling kunai pressed against her waist. Terumi May's emerald pupils narrowed. What speed is this? Trying to maintain her composure, she pivoted, her long legs sweeping out like a whip. How am I to believe you, little brother? Bang! Menma blocked with one hand, using the force to retreat. Terumi May's pursuit was relentless, her whip-like kick crashing down with a sound that cleaved the air. In the moment before impact. Chapter 41, Playing with Koizumi May. A flash of light. The kunai once again pressed against her pristine neck. The voice of Menma remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Do not move. Koizumi May's breath momentarily faltered. She could sense the retracted killing intent emanating from the boy behind her. This seemingly harmless child possessed a terrifying power. Who are you, really? Her voice retained its alluring tone, yet now held a hint of seriousness. Menma leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. As I said, I am here to capture Orochimaru. Is that so? Koizumi May suddenly turned around, her crimson lips parting. Then I believe you, dear brother. A kiss, laced with corrosive mist, surged toward him. Menma quickly evaded. The ground where he had stood now marred with a scorched pit, acrid white, smoke rising ominously. What a venomous beauty. A glint of cold light flashed in Menma's eyes as he swiftly brought his hands together. Would release, silent binding technique. Suddenly, thick vines erupted from the ground. coiling around Koizumi Mei's limbs like sentient creatures. To her astonishment, she found herself suspended in a cross shape, her supple waist tightly bound by wooden restraints. Is this would release? Koizumi Mei gazed incredulously at the golden-haired boy before her. The secret technique of the first Hokage had re-emerged in the hands of a child. Can we converse now? Menma retracted the kunai, his smile innocently benign. Yet Koizumi Mei distinctly observed the glimmer of something sharp and unchildlike in his azure eyes. What do you intend to do? She narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with warning. This is the hidden mist village. Even if you kill me, you cannot escape. Menma suddenly revealed a cunning smile, leaning closer to her ear. How could I bear to kill you? The warmth of his breath tinted Koizumi Mei's ears a shade of red. We must play nicely, dear sister. Just you? Koizumi Mei feigned composure, her gaze dismissively sweeping over Menma, who had yet to fully mature. Menma's expression darkened instantly. The kunai pressed against her delicate cheek. Playing with sister doesn't necessarily require anything sinister. You. Koizumi Mei's body tensed, her toes instinctively curling. Yet she stubbornly held her head high. Suddenly, a marker appeared between Menma's fingers. He grinned mischievously as he twisted the cap off. Let me leave a little memento on you. You dare. A hint of panic finally crept into Koizumi Mei's voice. The tip of the pen gliding across her skin ignited a mixture of shame and fury within her. As Menma stepped back to admire his handiwork, a comically endearing turtle appeared on Koizumi Mei's fair cheek. Perfect, he declared, contentedly pinching her cheek, exhaling a sigh of relief. Koizumi Mei's azure eyes blazed with fury. If glares could kill, Menma would have been eviscerated 1,000 times over. Until we meet again, the boy waved with a smile, his figure gradually fading. I won't let you off so easily, dear sister. The night wind carried away his final words, leaving Koizumi Mei bound by vines. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the empty alley, the turtle ink mark on her face glaring under the moonlight. As Chunin and Nagajiro arrived, they beheld Terumi Mei ensnared against the wall by vines, her cheek adorned with a comical drawing of a turtle. The two froze in place, their breath suspended in shock. Chunin's singular eye widened in disbelief, his throat constricting with trepidation. Terumi Mei slowly raised her gaze, a tempest of murderous intent swirling within her azure eyes. In a panic, Chunin rushed to untie her, only to find her gripping his collar with fierce determination. Dare to speak of this, and I shall end your life. Yes, I understand. Chunin's cold sweat soaked through his back. Terumi Mei's gaze shifted toward Nagajiro, who stumbled back in fear and fell to the ground. I swear, I won't say a word. She released her hold, directing her attention to the vanishing figure of Menma, her fingertips digging painfully into her palm. This grudge, she would remember. She had not anticipated Menma's peculiar interests. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his long tongue gliding over his lips. Menma cast him a frosty glance. Go find that child of the Kaguya clan. They traversed the blood-soaked battlefield, remnants of dried blood lingering amidst the crumbling ruins. Menma paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping over the corpses dealt with by the mist's dark forces, then resolutely stepped into the dense forest. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, trailing behind her at a deliberate pace. Meanwhile, Junmaru wandered alone in the vast expanse of snow, his thin garments rustling in the biting wind. Once imprisoned in the dungeons, he had at least received food. Now, liberated yet directionless, he found himself halted by a small river, gazing at the indistinct reflection in the water. The pale youth staring back appeared so foreign, as if he were not himself. On the riverbank, a delicate white flower trembled in the cold breeze, its lonely demeanor stirring something within him. Why bloom in this desolate place? Junmaru knelt slowly, bone spikes extending from his palm, unnecessary and unseen by anyone. Just as the sharp bone blade was poised to obliterate the small white flower, a clear voice resonated from behind. That flower is beautiful. Why must you destroy it? Junmaru turned to see a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy standing in the snow. The boy was slightly shorter, gazing at him with gentle eyes. Life may seem devoid of meaning. The golden-haired youth stepped closer, the crunch of snow beneath his boots echoing softly. But to live is to encounter beautiful things. Just as you have encountered it. Just as I have encountered you. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the boy's outstretched hand. Come with me. I need you. Junmaru stood transfixed, his hollow eyes gradually shimmering with a glimmer of light. The warmth of being needed enveloped him, as if, in an instant, it filled the icy void within his chest. Not far away, Orochimaru squinted, a familiar resonance in the boy's words igniting his curiosity. Menma caught the questioning expression on Orochimaru's face, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Lines such as these belong to whoever utters them first. We must depart. Menma took Junmaru's hand, turning to step into the snowy curtain. Her wooden clone was still in pursuit of Zabuza and Haku. Now, they needed to hasten to rescue another lost boy. Snowflakes fluttered down, gradually obscuring the footprints of the three. The delicate white flower stood resolutely by the shore, gently swaying in the cold wind. Menma rested one hand on Orochimaru's shoulder while holding onto Kimimaro with the other. In a flash of the flying thunder god technique, the three instantly materialized at the location of the wooden clone. In the distance, Zabuza and Haku hurriedly approached the dock, burdened with their packs. As expected, they were leaving the land of water, Menma mused quietly. After all, staying in the land of water was far too perilous for the rogue ninjas of the mist. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixated on Haku's figure, his long tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Menma-kuin's insight is truly remarkable. That child harbors something intriguing within. The one I have my eye on. You would do well to refrain from harboring ill intentions. Menma cast a cold glance, his blue eyes glinting with a frigid light. Though I do not consider myself virtuous, I do possess certain boundaries. He locked his gaze with Orochimaru's, such as the matter of human experimentation. It is best to cease at this point. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's shoulders quivered, his laugh raspy. On the path to immortality, sacrifice is an inevitability, Menma-kun. Menma dispelled the wooden clone, a kunai spinning deftly between his fingers. He followed Zabuza and Haku at a measured pace, leaving no trace in the snow. To achieve one's goals by any means necessary ultimately renders one a mere puppet of power. The night wind swirled the snowflakes, and Menma's voice rang clear. I believe that with your intellect, you will undoubtedly forge a new path. I have heard of a researcher named Amato, who has made significant advancements in this regard. He suddenly turned, his smile radiating brilliantly in the sunlight. I choose to trust you, Orochimaru, regardless of your past, just as you trust me. Chapter 42, Trust? A flash of gold passed, and he and Kimimaro vanished. Trust? Orochimaru stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought as he seemed to glimpse the silhouette of the silver-haired man. Many years ago, when surrounded by Iwagakure and trapped in despair, Jiraiya had said the same. But how do you know I trust you? He whispered softly, yet he lifted his foot to follow. Just as Menma's toes grazed the deck, a sound like a breaking wind surged forth. Zabuza's executioner's blade, accompanied by a fierce arc of light, descended, shattering the ship's railing, and splinters erupted like snowflakes. Menma nimbly leaped back with Kimimaro, landing steadily at the far end of the deck. The kunai at his fingertips spun deftly, his gaze sweeping over the figure of Haku, who stood in front of Zabuza. Leave this one to me. Menma's lips curled slightly as he nodded towards Haku. You go meet that child. Understood. Without hesitation, Kimimaro charged forward, his bone spikes glinting with a chilling light. His movements were crisp and decisive, his focus solely on executing the command. Arrogant little brat, Zabuza bellowed, his executioner's blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Kimimaro's throat. Just as the blade was about to make contact, clang, the sharp sound of metal clashing echoed across the sea. Menma, having shielded Kimimaro, held a kunai with one hand, successfully parrying the powerful strike. What? Zabuza's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the golden-haired youth before him. Before he could regain his senses, a fleeting glance revealed the blue chakra sphere coalescing in the opponent's other hand. The spiraling sphere hurtled towards him with a piercing whistle. He hastily defended with his blade. Boom! The massive sword shattered into two pieces, and Zabuza was sent flying by the overwhelming force. In midair, he swiftly formed hand seals, his hoarse voice cutting through the sea breeze. Ninja art. Mist concealment technique. Thick fog surged from the sea like a living being, swiftly engulfing the entire vessel. In the blinding white mist, even the nearby mast became obscured. However, under the formidable perception of Menma, this dense fog was rendered inconsequential. He distinctly saw Zabuza lurking not far away, muttering under his breath about the locations of vital points such as the throat and heart. Zabuza Momochi, Menma suddenly spoke, his tone laced with mockery. This technique is futile against me. Cease your soliloquy. Even before his words faded, Zabuza's figure vanished from sight. What? Zabuza's eyes widened as he beheld the golden-haired youth appearing beside him, and before he could react, Bang! A powerful kick sent him soaring. Zabuza skidded across the water's surface, struggling to regain his balance when he felt a surge of chakra from behind. Water release, water prison technique. With a single hand gesture, Menma ensnared Zabuza within a torrent of water. What kind of speed is this? Zabuza was astonished for the third time in mere seconds. What manner of monster was this child? Who are you? He gritted his teeth and inquired. Menma did not respond, instead shifting his gaze to the battle aboard the ship. Junmaro's every strike was lethal, while Haku refrained from causing harm to others, consistently avoiding vital areas. In this back-and-forth exchange, Haku soon found himself at a disadvantage. Just as Junmaro's bone spike was about to pierce Haku's pupil, Menma called out, "Stop!" Junmaro's movements came to an abrupt halt, the bone spike retracting slowly as he silently stepped aside. Menma utilized wood release to firmly bind Zabuza, swiftly returning to the ship and tossing the captive beside Haku. "I apologize, Mr. Zabuza," Haku said, his head bowed in shame. "I was unable to protect you." Humph. Zabuza turned his face away, unwilling to acknowledge the fact that he had been effortlessly subdued by a child. "You are not from the mist. What is your purpose?" His voice carried a chilling edge. He rummaged through his memories but could find no information about this individual. Menma slowly raised his hand, deftly twirling a kunai at his fingertips. "My intention is to take both of your lives." His tone remained calm. Zabuza's breath caught, and he unconsciously glanced at Haku from the corner of his eye. This subtle movement did not escape Menma's notice. "Is it for a bounty?" Zabuza suppressed his unease, his voice tinged with skepticism. "No," Menma shook his head. "Please spare Mr. Zabuza." Haku suddenly stood, his frail figure resolutely positioned in front of Zabuza. His large eyes brimmed with determination. "If you wish to kill, then take my life instead." The throat of Zabuza trembled with difficulty. He noticed the slight quiver of Bai's shoulders, yet he deliberately shouted in a more ferocious tone, "I do not require uselessness. You are merely a tool." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, but his pride prevented him from retracting his statement. The light in Bai's eyes dimmed for a fleeting moment, yet swiftly regained its resolve. He understood his value lay in protecting Mr. Zabuza. That was the entirety of his existence. Menma observed this scene with keen interest. Orochimaru stood to the side, his golden slit pupils glimmering with amusement, as if watching a meticulously orchestrated drama unfold. Declaring someone worthless, while simultaneously safeguarding them, was quite the spectacle. Menma chuckled softly, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Zabuza. "How touching, Zabuza!" Zabuza's chest heaved violently as he fixed his gaze on Menma, fury igniting in his eyes. Yet beneath that rage lay a fear he was reluctant to admit, the fear of losing Bai. However, the weak inevitably fall prey to tragedy. Menma's expression suddenly turned cold. In the instant the kunai sliced through the air, Bai's body trembled slightly, a vivid crimson line blossoming upon his neck. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zabuza's pupils dilated. The only sound left was the dripping of blood. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, as if his throat were choked. "You bastard!" The roar of anger finally shattered the silence. Blood vessels erupted in Zabuza's eyes, his face contorted in horror. He struggled violently, the bindings of wood release digging deep into his flesh, blood trickling down the vines. The sheer desperation evoked a flicker of empathy, even in Kimimaro. Yet he knew he must obey Menma's commands. Menma quietly observed the unfolding scene, shaking his head gently. Had Zabuza possessed the Uchiha bloodline at this moment, his eyes would likely have been at least 3 tomo. Orochimaru watched with indifference. This scene seemed to leave his already numbed heart untouched. A flicker of boredom crossing his slit pupils, a dull performance. Mr. Zabuza, Bai trembled as he rose from the ground, his fingers unconsciously brushing over his unscathed neck. Confusion filling his gaze. He looked down at his clean hands, then raised his eyes to Zabuza, his lips quivering slightly. "Bai." Zabuza's voice faltered. His eyes fixated on Bai's figure, shock gradually morphing into anger. He abruptly turned to Menma, veins bulging on his forehead. "You bastard." His voice was laced with a mix of humiliation at being toyed with, and an almost imperceptible relief. Menma calmly regarded them, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the kunai. "There is no future in following you, Zabuza." His voice was low, yet each word struck deep. "Your power is far too insignificant. It will ultimately lead to a tragic end." Chapter 43. Future enemies. Zabuza's breathing grew labored as he lowered his head, shadows obscuring his expression. The strength he once took pride in now seemed utterly inadequate before this youth. His clenched fist gradually unfurled, the knuckles emitting a faint crackle. In my eyes, he was merely a tool. Zabuza suddenly raised his head, his voice deliberately maintaining an air of indifference. If you have chosen him, it is indeed his fortune. As he uttered these words, his gaze consistently averted from Haku's direction. Mr. Zabuza. Haku's voice quivered with a broken sob, as he staggered a step forward, only to halt in place. Silence. Zabuza barked, his tone laced with an undeniable finality. You are no longer worthy of standing by my side. Upon finishing this statement, his throat involuntarily convulsed. Haku stood there in a daze, tears blurring his vision. He slowly turned towards Kakashi, his voice barely a whisper. Please let Mr. Zabuza go, and I promise to follow you. Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his temples. The scene unfolded like a theatrical display of a tyrant bullying a powerless husband, seizing his wife. Come on, we are all men here. Let us remain calm. Kakashi sighed. What I value is your capability, Haku. As for Zabuza, I will not kill him. What I seek is your loyalty. He then turned to Zabuza, adding, moreover, I can offer you assistance, Mr. Zabuza. The wind in the forest suddenly stilled. Zabuza remained silent, his expression in the shadows inscrutable. A man like him had long since disregarded life and death. His sole purpose for survival was to eliminate the fourth Mizukage. Yet now, it seemed that hope was somewhat dim. After a prolonged silence, he slowly lifted his head, the sharpness in his eyes having waned, leaving only profound fatigue and a flicker of faint hope. I must know to whom I owe my allegiance, he inquired in a low voice, tinged with caution and skepticism. The Uzumaki clan. Kakashi gestured lightly, and the wood-style vines coiling around Zabuza instantly receded. He stepped forward, extending his hand. A confident smile gracing his lips. The future fifth Hokage. The Uzumaki clan. Hokage? Zabuza furrowed his brow, rapidly recalling information about the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing techniques. Considering the terrifying power this youth had just displayed, he had no doubt that the other could indeed become Hokage. Looking down at Kakashi's outstretched hand, he noted that this boy appeared even younger than Haku, yet this child had effortlessly subdued him, the demon of the mist. After a brief silence, Zabuza slowly extended his own calloused hand, grasping Kakashi's palm. Leveraging the contact, he rose to his feet, then slightly bowed, his voice deep and solemn. I shall pledge my loyalty to you, future Hokage. At the moment he raised his head, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Orochimaru lurking in the shadows. The golden snake-like eyes were ominously dangerous, causing Zabuza to tense, instinctively tightening his muscles. Orochimaru. His voice betrayed an unmistakable shock. Do not worry, Kakashi stated calmly, his gaze sweeping over Orochimaru. He is one of us. Zabuza's single eye darted back and forth between the two, his mind tumultuous with a storm of emotions. Who exactly was Orochimaru? One of the legendary three ninjas. The rogue ninja of the Leaf Village has now inexplicably submitted to a mere youth? Can you truly bring him under your control? Zabuza murmured softly, followed by a bitter smile. It seems my choice will not be in vain. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, his gaze shifting between Kimimaro and Haku, ultimately settling on the latter. A glimmer of greed and fervor flashing in his eyes. Compared to the ice techniques of the Mizunotaka clan and the bone jutsu of the Kagaya clan, it is this young man's body that he yearns to study most fervently. Haku, naturally aware of Orochimaru's scrutiny, merely curled the corners of his lips in a slight smirk. Unfazed, he recognized the necessity of Orochimaru's talents, his techniques, and knowledge. The adversaries that awaited them in the future were far beyond what the current ninja world could easily contend with. The sea breeze caressed the air, and the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the ship's hull echoed. Haku stood at the bow, his garments billowing in the wind. He gazed out at the increasingly indistinct coastline of the land of water, the shimmering surface of the sea reflected in his deep-set eyes. Haku, where are we headed? Kimimaro's voice came from behind. He stood quietly beside Haku, his pale locks dancing in the wind, his gaze imbued with pure loyalty and a hint of confusion. Haku turned around, the sunlight casting a gentle halo across his face. He smiled at Kimimaro. To my village, which is also yours. My village? Kimimaro's eyes widened slightly, the unfamiliar term leaving him perplexed. Yet soon, his expression returned to calm. For him, merely being by Haku's side was sufficient. As the vessel docked, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glimmered in the shadows. He approached with measured steps, his hoarse voice laced with intrigue. What do you require of me, Haku-kun? Not for the time being. However, Haku's gaze swept over Zabuza and Haku standing nearby. I suggest you establish a hidden village in an inconspicuous small country. Establish a hidden village? Orochimaru's lips curled into a dangerous smile, seemingly intrigued by the proposal. He scrutinized Haku with a knowing look. It appears your ambitions extend beyond the leaf, Haku-kun. Haku did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to Zabuza. You will act alongside Orochimaru. And, noticing Zabuza's taut jawline, he added, rest assured, your freedom will not be constrained by him. With that, he handed over a flying thunder god kunai. Zabuza took the kunai, his rough fingers tracing the patterns upon it. He glanced at the silent Haku beside him, ultimately nodding, understood. As he watched the three depart, Haku softly called, Kimimaro. Yes. The youth stepped forward eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us go. Haku gazed towards the direction of the land of fire, his voice gentle, yet resolute. Come home with me. The setting sun elongated their shadows, gradually merging into the path leading towards Konoha. Kimimaro followed closely behind Haku, seemingly filled with genuine anticipation of the word home. At the village entrance, Yuzuki Yugugo idly swung her legs from the treetop. Her flowing purple hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, while the dark feline mask hung carelessly at her waist. After losing track of her target for the 7th time, she grumbled indistinctly, gnawing on a blade of grass. Suddenly, a familiar laughter echoed from afar, prompting her to sit up straight. Here it comes again. In a flurry, she donned her mask and peered through the gaps in the leaves, spotting a blond boy accompanied by an unfamiliar white-haired youth approaching the village entrance. The white-haired boy's curious eyes roamed around, taking in his surroundings. Another one brought back. Ujetsu Yuin squinted her eyes and gracefully leaped towards another tree, her movements as agile as a true cat. At the village gate, Steel Iron rubbed his temples in exasperation. Mianma Shao, my name is Steel Iron, not Iron Steel. I know. Mianma chuckled, waving his hand dismissively before turning to wink at Junmaru. These two are the mightiest gatekeepers of Konoha. Be sure to greet them politely when you encounter them. Junmaru bowed stiffly, yet an unusual sparkle glimmered in his eyes. They're leaving. Mianma suddenly shouted towards the empty space. Sister, if you keep daydreaming, you'll lose them again. With a crack, a branch on a nearby tree snapped under pressure. Ujetsu Yuin's cheeks flushed with anger, nearly causing her to tumble from her perch. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to follow the two, vowing that one day she would make this insufferable little brat pay. Chapter 44. Brother, you don't understand. In the year 63 of Konoha, the early summer sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the corridors of the ninja academy. Mianma leaned against the window, his long fingers gently tapping the frame. He stood tall, his golden short hair shimmering softly in the sunlight. With a sigh of resignation, he gazed at his younger brother Naruto, whose face was smeared with paint, the orange hue even splattering the tips of his golden locks. Naruto, are you preparing for a festival? Mianma sighed again, reaching out to wipe the paint from his brother's face, only to have Naruto nimbly evade his grasp. Brother, you don't understand. Naruto twirled around proudly, the paint glimmering in the sunlight. This is my meticulously designed look. Irika-sensei said to showcase my personality. Mianma rubbed his forehead, catching a glimpse of several girls at the classroom door giggling and pointing at Naruto. He lowered his voice. Are you certain Dad won't make you redo it when he sees? Heh, don't worry, big brother. That won't happen, Naruto waved dismissively, oblivious to the paint smudged on his sleeves. You're just too serious, you should lighten up sometimes. Mianma shook his head and turned to leave, only to glance back at the door to add, remember to wash it off before Mom sees. Stepping out of the photo studio, Mianma squinted against the glaring sunlight. Xianglin instantly approached, her red hair billowing in the breeze, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Young Master Mianma. Junmaru slightly bowed, his silvery hair cascading over his shoulders. The once frail boy now stood half a head taller than Mianma, yet his respect remained undiminished. How many times must I say it? Just call me by my name. Mianma offered a resigned smile, reaching out to pat Junmaru on the shoulder, only to find the latter instinctively preparing to bow, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Siren seized the moment, entwining her arm with Mianma's, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Where shall we head next? Mianma's gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar lavender figure at the corner. He gently retracted his arm, feigning an adjustment of his forehead protector, It's time to return to the classroom. Irika-sensei must be waiting anxiously. Siren puffed her cheeks, pushing up her glasses. Just in time to catch a glimpse of Hinata hurriedly passing by, her head bowed. She let out a soft huff, but hastened to follow Menma. Junmaru observed their retreating figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he quietly trailed behind. As Hinata approached Menma, her heart skipped a beat unexpectedly. She instinctively pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the rapid thumping within. Her fair cheeks flushed a delicate pink, reminiscent of the evening glow reflecting upon the snow. Although she had grown accustomed to meeting his gaze, the flutter of excitement remained palpable with each encounter. "I've kept you waiting, Hinata," Menma said gently, deliberately slowing his pace to allow her to fall into step with him naturally. Hinata replied softly, her fingers unconsciously adjusting the hem of her clothing. She quietly regulated her breathing, striving to appear less anxious. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the faint scent of youth that clung to him. Observing the shy demeanor of the girl beside him, Menma felt a flicker of admiration. He marveled at how this young girl had grown so formidable at such a tender age, surpassing her peers effortlessly. Catching a glimpse of Siren from the corner of his eye, Menma silently compared their abilities. While Siren was undoubtedly talented, in contrast to Hinata, she resembled a modest hill before a towering mountain. This meaningful glance did not escape Siren's notice. She adjusted her red-framed glasses, the fire of determination igniting in her eyes behind the lenses. Why, despite being of similar ages, did Hinata lead so far ahead? She bit her lip, contemplating the next opportunity to inquire if Hinata possessed any secrets to her prowess. Through their years of companionship, Siren had gradually come to recognize a truth. Menma seemed to favor the more mature older sister type. Much like his playful teasing towards Yuzuki Yuin, he treated Siren with a tenderness akin to that of an older brother. This disparity unsettled Siren deeply. "One day, I shall make you fall in love with me, Menma," she vowed silently, her fists clenched, her gaze resolute as if she could pierce through the distance separating her from the two ahead. "Siren, if you don't hurry, Menma will be out of reach." Junmaru's soothing voice broke through her thoughts. "You're so annoying." Siren shot him an irritated glare, only to realize that Menma and Hinata had already distanced themselves considerably. In a flurry, she began to sprint after them. "Wait for me," she called out. "Siren, why are you running?" Menma halted, extending his hand to steady the red-haired girl, who almost stumbled. Siren adjusted her crooked glasses, suddenly at a loss for words. She cast a glance at the quietly standing Hinata, the pang of unfulfilled longing swelling within her. "If I don't hurry, I'll be late." Menma glanced at the sky and took the lead in stepping forward. He was acutely aware of Xianglin's subtle mood, yet she was still young and naive in many ways. Upon returning to the classroom, Menma settled into his seat. Propping his chin on one hand, he absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the desk, his thoughts drifting further away. Progress on Orochimaru's side was going smoothly. The Sound Village in the land of rice had begun to take shape. And those cursed seal ninjas modified by Orochimaru indeed possessed commendable combat prowess. The funding channels operated by Zabuza and Haku in the shadows were also quite stable. When faced with particularly challenging tasks, Orochimaru would personally intervene. As for the troubles that even Orochimaru could not handle, Menma's lips curled into a confident smile. Those were the matters worthy of his personal attention. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering where Jiraiya might be wandering. He had heard occasional news about Tsunade, but she seemingly had no intention of returning to the village just yet. Then there was Itachi Uchiha, who was quietly weaving an extensive web of intelligence for himself in the shadows. However, he could not find any trace of the young man named Amato. Menma narrowed his eyes, the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the desk unconsciously quickening. This name was like a phantom, no matter how much manpower and resources he employed. He could uncover not a single clue, as if he did not exist in this world at all. A loud bang abruptly interrupted his reverie. At the classroom entrance, Ino and Sakura were shoving each other as they squeezed into the classroom, both of their faces flushed with excitement. "I won, Sakura," Ino declared triumphantly, lifting her chin, her golden ponytail bouncing merrily with her movement. "Are you blind?" Sakura retorted defiantly, her pink hair nearly bristling. "My toes touched the classroom floor first, a whole centimeter earlier." "Huh, that was just your imagination. You're the one dreaming." The two girls engaged in a spirited argument, their voices growing louder. Just as Ino and Sakura were embroiled in their quarrel, Ino's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Menma. Her expression transformed instantly, her fierce gaze softening, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Menma. Ino's tone sweetened dramatically as she trotted over to him, delicately adjusting her outfit before sitting down. When did you arrive? You didn't wait for me. Her golden ponytail swayed gently with her movement, sparkling brightly. Menma felt an inexplicable urge to reach out and tug at it. Not long after I arrived, he replied with a smile, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her sparkling eyes. Ino suddenly leaned in closer, her big eyes glimmering with anticipation as she asked, "Have you noticed anything different about me today?" Menma scrutinized her intently, deliberately prolonging his response. Did you get new clothes? No. Ino pouted her rosy lips, shaking her head with a hint of grievance. Summoning her courage, she suddenly pouted at Menma. Chapter 45. The foolish younger brother. Menma froze momentarily, his heart skipping a beat. Had Ino taken some sort of bold medicine today? How daring of her. In broad daylight. It seemed rather inappropriate, and he leaned back uncomfortably. What's the matter? Inoue asked, perplexed. Didn't you notice my subtle makeup today? So that's it. Menma said, scratching his head awkwardly, his ears slightly flushing. I thought what? Inoue tilted his head, pressing for an explanation. It's nothing, Menma chuckled dryly. Inwardly lamenting the premature maturity of the young girls in the ninja world, nearly leading to a misunderstanding. As Inoue was about to inquire further, a sharp gaze suddenly pierced through the air. Without needing to look, he knew it was that bespectacled redhead. She straightened her posture and shot a defiant glare back. What are you looking at, four-eyed girl? What is it to you? In response, Hyuka adjusted her glasses, her eyes igniting with determination. The two engaged in a silent duel of glances across Menma, and one could almost hear the crackling sparks in the air. Sighing helplessly, Menma stood up and quietly walked away. As he approached Hinata, the classmates who had been seated there promptly vacated the spot, scurrying to sit beside Kimimaro. Menma-kun. Hinata's voice was barely audible. She lowered her head, her fair cheeks reddening like ripe apples, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Menma lazily rested his chin on the table. Although they exchanged no words, Hinata felt a sweetness akin to honey in her heart. Just being able to sit quietly beside him was enough to satisfy her. Sakura. Naruto burst into the classroom, his face scrubbed clean of paint, droplets of water still clinging to his golden hair. He dashed over to Sakura, his blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Menma glanced at his younger brother's unremarkable demeanor, disdainfully curling his lip. If only this kid had half the charm their father had when pursuing their mother, he sighed inwardly. But his gaze was suddenly captured by Naruto's antics. His brother leaped onto the desk, squinting down at Sasuke from above. Sasuke, undeterred, met Naruto's glare with his own cold, dark eyes. What infuriated Naruto even more was the gaggle of chattering girls surrounding Sasuke. It was bad enough that his brother was popular with the girls, but why did this arrogant Sasuke have to bask in it too? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, inching closer to Sasuke. Menma watched intently, their mutual gazes seeming to collide with sparks in the air. He subconsciously accepted the cup of water Hinata offered, taking a sip without noticing her ears turning crimson from the indirect kiss. A brawl was imminent. Go for it, Naruto. Sasuke-kun, you can do it. The classroom erupted in excitement, students cheering for the unfolding drama. Just then, a classmate behind Naruto stood up, accidentally elbowing him in the back, causing the entire classroom to fall silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Uffed. Menma, witnessing the two suddenly kissing, sprayed water everywhere. Bursting into a fit of coughing, Hinata hurriedly patted his back, her small hand trembling with anxiety. Sakura's scream nearly tore the roof off. She frantically tugged at her pink hair, her entire face contorted in a fit of rage. Ugh! The two individuals involved recoiled as if electrocuted, turning aside to retch uncontrollably. A palpable aura of menace filled the air. Naruto suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and when he turned, he was met with Sakura and a group of girls glaring daggers at him. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Sweat poured down Naruto's face as he flailed in his attempts to explain. He turned to his elder brother for help, but found that Menma had averted his gaze, wearing an expression that clearly said, I don't know this fool. Naruto. Sakura's fist whistled through the air like a projectile. Menma calmly swatted away the flying shoe, continuing to focus on trimming his nails. He was already accustomed to the chaos that erupted in the classroom. After all, the foolish Udu was quite resilient. Irika pushed open the classroom door, his attention immediately drawn to the bruised and battered Naruto. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, but quickly regained his composure. After years of teaching, he had long grown accustomed to Naruto's frequent mishaps. Ahem. Iruka cleared his throat, tapping his fingers lightly on the podium. The classroom gradually quieted, all eyes fixated on him. From today onwards, you will become independent ninjas. Iruka's voice echoed through the classroom, sweeping over the youthful faces before him. However, you are still mere novice genin. He hesitated slightly upon seeing Menma and Kinshiki, mentally adding, except for these two anomalies. Next, you will form teams of 3. Guided by a genin teacher to execute missions, he continued. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Nearly everyone widened their eyes in astonishment, while Menma remained unfazed. Casually spinning his pen, he had already anticipated the grouping rules. The school would pair students based on their abilities. Naturally, he had arranged to team up with Kinshiki and Cheyenne through his father's influence. Fantastic. Ino was the first to leap up, her golden ponytail swaying joyfully. She clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Menma. I can finally be in a group with Menma. Dream on. Cheyenne retorted immediately, adjusting her red-framed glasses, her confident eyes glimmering with determination. Of course, I am the one who will be in a group with Menma. Hinata discreetly raised her eyes to glance at Menma's profile. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, and she hastily lowered her head to fidget with her fingers. Naruto, scratching his head in confusion, glanced left and right, his expression a portrait of inner turmoil. Should he team up with his brother or with Sakura? Even Sasuke found himself involuntarily looking at Menma, then casting a sidelong glance at the quiet Kinshiki. He pondered to himself, if I must form a team, these two are the only ones worthy of being my companions. Menma suddenly realized that the entire class's attention was fixed on him, causing his pen to momentarily pause. He raised an eyebrow, inwardly chuckling. It seems there are quite a few eager to join forces with me. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his handsome profile as he raised a hand to adjust the stray locks of hair on his forehead, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. After all, finding a teammate as dashing and talented as himself was indeed a rare treasure. In order to balance the strengths of each group, the teacher will be responsible for the division. Iruka surveyed the classroom, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. All the students held their breath, a mix of tension and anticipation etched on their faces. The first group, Iruka deliberately elongated his tone, Naruto Uzumaki. The classroom fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Ino instinctively tightened her grip on the edge of the desk. Hinata's Byakugan widened slightly, and even Sasuke straightened his posture. Kagaya Kimimaro and Kintsuchi. Excellent. Kin suddenly leaped to her feet, her glasses askew. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she turned to give Naruto a victory sign. Kimimaro's lips curled upwards slightly. What? Ino slammed her hands on the desk. Iruka-sensei, why does Kin get to be in the same group as Naruto? Her golden ponytail swayed furiously. Chapter 46. Impressively my brother, Naruto. Hinata lowered her head in disappointment, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. Naruto exhaled deeply. Well, I guess I'll have to choose Sakura. He scratched his head, content as long as his teammate wasn't Sasuke. Humph, quite the balance, Sasuke scoffed, his obsidian eyes filled with disdain. With the two strongest individuals in one group, how could the others compete? The seventh group, Iruka continued, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. Awesome. Naruto leaped up, nearly toppling his desk. Sakura's expression immediately soured. In a group with Naruto? She lamented, resting her head on the desk. Uchiha Sasuke. Fantastic. Sakura instantly perked up, joyfully bouncing. In a group with Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto slumped back into his chair like a deflated balloon. The eighth group, Iruka's voice rang out again, Hinata Hyuga. Lost in a glance at Naruto, Hinata jolted back to reality and softly responded, here. Kiba Inazuka, Shino Aburame. Akamaru barked from Kiba's arms, while Shino adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. Hinata stole another glance towards Naruto, quickly lowering her head again, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. How did it come to this? Ino fumed, slumped over her desk, her golden ponytail drooping. When she caught Kin's triumphant gaze, her frustration boiled over, and she stomped her foot in anger. I really don't understand you all. Shikamaru languidly rested his chin on his hand, his expression one of disdain towards Ino's exaggerated reaction. The 10th group, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. What? Ino wailed, clutching her head. Not only did she have to be in a group with that insufferable Shikamaru, but also with a gluttonous, chubby boy? No way. Let us introduce the Jonin teachers this afternoon. For now, let us disperse, Irika announced before hastily exiting the classroom, eager to avoid being cornered by the students. Ino immediately rushed to Naruto's side, her hands clasped in a pleading gesture. Naruto, could you please talk to Irika-sensei and let me be in your group? She blinked her large eyes, her voice sweet enough to draw honey. What are you thinking, Ino? Xianglin immediately positioned herself between the two, adjusting her glasses with a cold smirk. Step aside, four-eyed girl. I have no interest in conversing with you at the moment. An evident furrow appeared on Jingya's forehead as she shouted angrily at Xianglin. Xianglin disdainfully snorted. After all, she was the victor now and had little desire to engage with Jingya. Turning her gaze dreamily towards Menma's profile, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. It was worth noting that they were childhood companions, sharing meals, training, and even sleeping in separate rooms. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed at the thought. She had begun to fantasize about what names they might give their future children. Observing Jingya's forlorn expression, Menma sighed helplessly. Leaning slightly forward, he gazed tenderly into Jingya's eyes, his voice soft and sincere. It's all right, Jingya. Even if we aren't in the same group, I will always watch over you and protect you. Jingya's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks blooming with color. She stared blankly at the blonde youth before her, her heart racing fervently. In a daze, she envisioned a future where she held Menma's hand, even contemplating names for their children. Hinata stood nearby, a hint of melancholy flickering in her pristine white eyes. Lowering her head, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment. Menma, keenly attuned to Hinata's emotions, discreetly clasped her soft hand beneath the desk. You too, Hinata, he murmured, gently rubbing his thumb across her palm. Hinata's eyes trembled lightly, reflecting Menma's gentle smile in her pure white gaze. Her heartbeat raced as if it might burst from her chest, the warmth of his touch rendering her lightheaded. What a scoundrel, Shikamaru remarked, dumbfounded. As his pencil clattered to the desk, propping his head on his hand, he observed the three girls utterly entranced by Menma's mere words, and he couldn't help but lament. I really don't understand why this guy is so appealing to girls. The sunlight streamed perfectly into the classroom, illuminating Menma as he stood amidst the three girls, his golden hair shimmering. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, and his gaze held a tenderness that seemed to overflow with warmth. Shikamaru shook his head, suddenly feeling that his intellect was of no use in such an abstract situation. As the afternoon sun slanted into the classroom, Menma languidly leaned against the back of his chair, his legs casually draped over the desk. He absent-mindedly twirled a pencil in his fingers, secretly pondering whom his father might appoint as his guiding jonin. Surely it couldn't be Jiraiya. He gently shook his head. He was accustomed to freedom and would not easily conform to being a teacher. Reflecting on Kakashi being assigned to Naruto's group brought a slight smile to Menma's lips. This sensation of the unknown filled him with a sense of anticipation, quickening the pace of his pencil spinning. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino. A gentle female voice broke the air as Yakumo strolled into the classroom with graceful steps. Her crimson eyes scanned the list, while her long black hair swayed gently with her turning motion. As Menma lifted his gaze, he inadvertently met the eyes of Red Sunset, who immediately flashed her signature sunny smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. The name Menma echoed in her heart, accompanied by a flicker of complexity in her expression. This boy, reputed to be the strongest genius of Konoha, was said to evoke admiration even from the Hokage himself for his prodigious talent. She returned a polite smile and departed the classroom with her three students. Menma, watching her retreating figure, suddenly recalled the scene from the original narrative where she attempted to cast a genjutsu before Itachi, only to be swiftly countered. A light chuckle escaped him, but soon his smile faltered. After all, Itachi had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. With Shursui still alive and the Uchiha clan thriving, Itachi had not encountered those thrilling challenges. Should he perhaps find an opportunity to help him open his eyes? Menma pondered, stroking his chin, his gaze shifting mischievously toward Sasuke on the other side of the classroom. Without the Manjiki, Itachi's strength would undoubtedly be diminished. Sasuke, languidly leaning against the window, suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. He straightened up, his obsidian eyes scanning the surroundings warily, yet he detected nothing amiss. What was happening? He furrowed his brow, rubbing the back of his neck, The sensation of being watched with malice left him uneasy, an ominous premonition creeping over him. Meanwhile, Menma had already averted his gaze, leisurely twirling a pencil as if the earlier events had nothing to do with him. Just then, after Asuma had taken Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji out of the classroom, the door swung open once more. An unexpected figure strode in with a lively gait. Chapter 47. The Struggle of Heirs. Mom. Menma's eyes widened in disbelief as he tumbled from his chair with a thud. At the same moment, Naruto also fell from his seat with a thump. The two brothers mirrored each other's incredulous expressions, their azure eyes wide with shock. Kushina stood at the front of the classroom, her vibrant red hair elegantly tied up, a green J-nin vest accentuating her statuesque figure. With her hands on her hips and a dangerous smile playing at her lips, she asked, "What? Aren't you happy to see your mother?" Sasuke and Sakura exchanged sympathetic glances, both swallowing hard in unison. They understood that regardless of which group Kushina guided, the outcome for the brothers would be dire. Having their mother as the supervising J-nin was terrifying. Sakura shivered, her voice trembling. It was indeed a nightmare. Even the usually composed Kimimaro felt his back stiffen involuntarily, his throat moving as he swallowed. Oh no, Menma lamented internally. Having barely endured to graduation and the prospect of freedom, only to have his mother personally take charge. He tugged at his hair in frustration, foreseeing a bleak existence ahead. Kushina's red hair seemed to stir without wind, her expression turning dangerous. "From the looks on your faces, it seems I am not very welcome?" "That's not true." Both Menma and Naruto shouted in unison, instantly standing upright and fervently shaking their heads in denial. A spark of inspiration ignited in Naruto's mind as he contemplated. If his mother were the esteemed Jonin guiding his elder brother, he would be liberated. He promptly donned a charming smile. "Mom, you must be here to mentor my brother, right?" Menma abruptly turned, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Naruto. "You little rascal, how dare you betray me?" Kushina beamed at her younger son. "What's this? Naruto, doesn't he want his mother to guide him?" "And no, of course not." Naruto hastily waved his hands, chuckling nervously. "I would be delighted to have Mom personally mentor me." He cast a guilty glance at Menma, silently apologizing to his brother. "The rivalry of heirs has always been thus. This is what you taught me." Internally, however, he sighed with relief. He understood his mother well. Her presence here undoubtedly signified her intention to support Menma. After all, in all of Konoha, only she could manage him effectively. Vortex Menma, Kumaru, and Karen, "Follow me," Kushina declared, disregarding her younger son's antics, bestowing a gentle smile upon Menma and his companions. Her expression bore an undertone of danger. "Yes." Kumaru and Karen responded promptly and respectfully. Karen adjusted her glasses, secretly pleased. To her, Aunt Kushina felt as warm as a mother. Yet, she cast a sidelong glance at Menma, lamenting inwardly. This would make it all the more challenging to confront him. "Mom." Menma swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Now, you must refer to me as teacher," Kushina corrected with a smile. "Yes," Menma replied glumly, feeling utterly defeated. It dawned on him what his father's earlier enigmatic smile had meant. This was undoubtedly a premeditated scheme. Menma felt as if he could weep without tears. Slowly he rose, lethargically trailing behind Kushina. Wonderful. As he watched his mother escort his brother out of the classroom, Naruto finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing into his seat. At this moment, he was utterly unconcerned about who his mentor would be. After all, it could never be worse than what his brother was enduring. Sasuke and Sakura watched Menma's despondent figure depart, both shuddering involuntarily. Even the usually composed Kumaru unconsciously softened his footsteps, fearing the attention of that fiery redhead. Outside the classroom, Kushina glanced back at her dejected son, a sly smirk flickering in her eyes. "From today onward, your teacher will take good care of you." Menma froze at her words, overwhelmed by unease. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the expansive desk. Minato furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the mission scroll in his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood nearby, wisps of smoke curling from his pipe, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he observed the scene before him. Having stepped down from the Hokage position, he now served as an advisor, content to assist Minato. Noticing the resentful glances from Menma, his smile widened even further. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely exhaled smoke rings, his face adorned with a mischievous glee that seemed to proclaim, "Today is your day of reckoning." What a laugh! Menma seethed inwardly, waiting to see. I shall have Naruto take Konohamaru to your house daily to perform the seduction technique. Ahem. Minato felt a twinge of discomfort under the gaze of his eldest son, who looked utterly forlorn and pretended to organize his documents to mask the awkwardness. He was well aware that this arrangement would irk Menma, but aside from Kushina, no one else could reign in this prodigious troublemaker. Minato glanced at his dejected firstborn and then caught sight of the spark of excitement twinkling in his wife's eyes. Clearing his throat, he proposed, "Let us commence with the C-rank missions." Yes. Kushina immediately straightened, though she could hardly suppress her smile. She reached out to tousle her son's golden locks. Her heart brimming with joy. Not only could she legitimately keep an eye on this rascal, but she could also seize the opportunity to venture out. Ever since becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she had felt like a caged bird trapped within the village, and now she could finally spread her wings. "Mom, my hair is a mess." Menma struggled to escape his mother's grasp, yet Kushina deftly seized him by the back of his collar. "All right, it's time to undertake the mission," Kushina announced exuberantly, dragging Menma outside like a kitten. Her red ponytail danced merrily behind her, reflecting her excellent mood. Kumadori couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Respectfully bowing to Minato and the third Hokage before taking his leave, Shine adjusted her glasses and hurried to keep pace with Kushina. The moment the office door closed, Minato could no longer contain his laughter. The third Hokage stroked his beard, chuckling. "Thank goodness there's someone who can handle that little monster." He took a deep draw from his pipe, narrowing his eyes as he gazed towards the door. "That child belongs to the Kagaya clan, does he not?" "Indeed," Minato nodded. "He is a child that Menma brought back." A pitiful child, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also heard of this matter. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, watching the rings slowly disperse in the sunlight. Does the hidden mist know about this? Minato pondered momentarily. Perhaps they do. According to the intelligence from Itachi, the fourth Mizukage seems to have met with an unfortunate incident, and now a lady named Terumi may serve as the fifth Mizukage. The fifth Mizukage, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. It appears that the outside world is still quite tumultuous. Minato silently gazed out the window, his gaze distant. In recent years, a mercenary organization known as Akatsuki had been active in the shinobi world, instilling a sense of unease within him. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Menma was being dragged along by Kushina like a cat by its scruff, utterly devoid of hope. As they turned a corner, they happened upon Kakashi, who was approaching with Team 7. "Auntie." Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with a lazy smile as he raised a hand in greeting. "Ah, it's Kakashi." Kushina beamed brightly, but her expression abruptly turned stern as her gaze landed on Naruto. "Naruto, you must listen carefully to Kakashi." However, Chapter 48, Kushina's concerns, she warned, raising her index finger, "You are not to read those inappropriate books." "I know already." Naruto stood tall, catching a glimpse of his elder brother's sorrowful gaze, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise in a smile. Kakashi muttered in resignation. There was truly no need for that last remark from Mother. He noticed the disdainful looks cast by Sakura and Sasuke, prompting him to sigh silently in his heart. Meanwhile, Menma seized the opportunity to escape his mother's grasp. Smoothing down his tousled golden hair, he shot a glare at the gleeful Naruto, silently mouthing, "Just you wait." Naruto responded with an infuriatingly radiant smile. The sun shone warmly. Menma languidly leaned against a sturdy branch, chewing on a blade of grass, idly staring at the sky in a daze. Junmaru stood quietly beside him, his silvery hair gently swaying in the breeze, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a deafening rumble erupted from deep within the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Almost immediately, the lively voice of Kushina echoed through their earpieces, "Menma, stop it." Menma sluggishly acknowledged, spitting out the grass and rising to his feet. He beheld a panicked bear charging towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could react, Junmaru had already dashed forward, executing a beautiful spinning kick that sent the unfortunate bear tumbling to the ground. "Well done, Junmaru." Kushina and Karui emerged from the woods, applauding joyfully at the sight of the fallen bear. Upon noticing Menma still perched on the tree, she immediately placed her hands on her hips, frowning. "Menma, you need to drag it back." "Understood," Menma sighed, instantly appearing beside the bear. Vines of vibrant green sprouted from his palm, securely binding the unconscious bear. "Let me assist." "Lady Kushina." Junmaru stepped forward, eager to help. "No." Kushina firmly shook her head, her red ponytail swaying with her movements. "This is a team task that must be completed together. It tests our spirit of collaboration. Turning to Menma, her expression softened as she reached out to ruffle his hair. Menma, even the mightiest ninja cannot go far without the support of comrades. I understand, Mom. Menma nodded, dragging the bear, now tightly bound, along with him. Mission accomplished. Watching the bear safely return to its habitat, Kushina clapped her hands in delight, proclaiming, "In a little while, I'll treat everyone to ramen." "Hooray!" Karui exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. It seemed that at some point, she had developed a fondness for the taste of ramen. Perhaps it was merely because it was Menma's favorite dish. As Menma strolled along the forest path, he unexpectedly collided with the returning team guy on a mission. "Oh, Menma." Guy dashed forward, his signature bushy eyebrows framing eyes that sparkled with enthusiasm, his pearly whites gleaming in the sunlight. His green jumpsuit bore traces of sweat, clearly indicative of a recent intense training session. "Brother Guy," Menma halted, beaming brightly. Guy, brimming with excitement, gave a thumbs up, his voice booming. "The strongest genius of Konoha is diligently fulfilling his ninja duties. This is what youth is all about." He suddenly turned around and spoke sternly to his disciples behind him. "Niji, Lee, Tenten, do you see? Do not complain about the size of the task. There are no shortcuts in training during youth." "I understand." Little Lee's blood surged with excitement, and the fire of determination ignited in his eyes beneath his thick brows. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted at Mina, "If even a genius like Mina works so hard, I must exert tenfold, no, 100-fold effort to keep up with him." "Lee." Guy was moved to tears, embracing his beloved student tightly. "Guy-sensei." Little Lee was also in tears, and the master and disciple held each other closely. "Here we go again," Tintin sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Niji stood silently to the side, his Byakugan eyes narrowing slightly. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, he once fixated on surpassing Mina. But now, he had long since come to terms with the fact that he is merely human, while Mina is a veritable monster. Yet, the mere thought of his sister Hinata made Niji's hand unconsciously tighten, his knuckles turning white. If only Mina could focus on Hinata, but this bastard. He raised his eyes and glared fiercely at Mina, only to feel further infuriated when their gazes met. It wasn't that exaggerated. Mina was feeling somewhat awkward from the enthusiasm of Guy and his disciples, but upon noticing Niji's murderous glare, he only grinned provocatively. Veins bulged around Niji's Byakugan. Had it not been for the fact that he could not defeat this bastard, he would have succumbed to the impulse to charge forward. At that moment, light footsteps approached along the forest path. Guy? Kushina arrived with Karen and Kimimaro. "Lady Kushina." My Guy immediately straightened his back, his hands pressed against his trousers, his voice booming as if to shake the leaves from the trees. "Yes, we are preparing to embark on a mission." "Who asked you?" Tintin silently scoffed, but still bowed respectfully to Kushina. "Lady Kushina." She secretly raised her eyes, filled with admiration. In her heart, aside from Lady Tsunade, Kushina was the most admirable female ninja. However, her gaze quickly drifted back to Mina, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "I'm leaving now, Guy brother, Niji, Lee, Tintin." Mina waved goodbye with a smile. "Tintin." Suddenly, Tintin called out softly to him. "What is it?" Mina turned around in confusion. "Can you teach me the shuriken throwing technique again later?" she asked, stealing a glance at Kushina, who was conversing with Guy, then ignoring the glaring Karen beside her. Her ears turned slightly red. Mina pondered for a moment, his blue eyes blinking beneath his golden hair. "If I have time, I will." He couldn't guarantee whether he would have time later. "Okay, it's a promise." Tintin's eyes brightened, happily nodding as she jogged to catch up with Guy's team. Karen stomped her foot in frustration behind them, her eyes nearly shooting fire from behind her glasses. Kimimaro shook his head helplessly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Kushina observed everything with a complex array of emotions. Compared to the mischievous Naruto, it seemed that Menma garnered more affection from the girls. Hinata from the Hyuga clan, Ino from the Yamanaka family, and even Karui. Upon this realization, she couldn't help but massage her temples, filled with distress and concern. "It's all Kakashi's fault." "Menma." Kushina suddenly halted her steps. "Let us go see how Naruto and the others are faring in their training. Once they finish, we can enjoy some ramen together." "Sure." Menma replied eagerly, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. If Kakashi is still using that bell-grabbing technique, with Naruto and Sasuke's current prowess, he is bound to be drenched in sweat. Thus, he quickened his pace. "Kakashi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Breathed heavily as he focused intently on his two students. While he had anticipated Naruto's skills, Sasuke's rapid growth surpassed his expectations. Chapter 49. The Secrets of Konoha's Forbidden Techniques. What made matters more challenging was the remarkable synergy between the two boys. If it hadn't been for his extensive experience, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Sasuke's searing fireball melded flawlessly with Naruto's powerful gusts, causing the flames to swell exponentially, transforming into a raging sea of fire that surged toward Kakashi. The heat washed over him, and Kakashi's pupils constricted as he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall, etched with the image of a dog's head, erupted from the ground, barely managing to shield him from the oncoming inferno. The surface of the wall charred black, with debris cascading down. Before Kakashi could catch his breath, a golden figure flashed to his side. Rasengan. The swirling chakra sphere in Naruto's hand hummed ominously, barreling toward Kakashi's waist. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm as he was struck fiercely by the Rasengan. With a resounding crash, Kakashi dissipated into white smoke. The real Kakashi emerged from beneath the ground, seizing Naruto's ankle and forcefully slamming him into the earth. The ground shook violently as Naruto became embedded in the soil, his toes twitching involuntarily. Suddenly, the whistling sound of shurikens sliced through the air from various angles. Kakashi, slightly swaying, effortlessly dodged them. However, Sasuke smirked coldly, deftly manipulating chakra threads that caused the shuriken to spin back toward Kakashi. What? Kakashi's pupils dilated, and in his hasty attempt to evade, he felt the fabric of his sleeve tear, leaving a cut on his forearm. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly approached, his fingertips grazing the bell. I got it. Yet again. It was merely a replacement wooden log. Sasuke's expression shifted drastically as he felt a firm grip on his ankle. Earth style, inner decapitation technique. The ground beneath him suddenly softened into a quagmire, and Sasuke felt himself spinning as he was dragged into the earth, leaving only his head above. His dark hair caked in mud, rendering him a pitiful sight. So na-vi, Sasuke. Kakashi squatted before him, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as he spoke lightly. Humph. Sasuke turned his face away, his ebony eyes filled with defiance. When he caught a glimpse of Kakashi's crimson Sharingan, his frustration intensified. You are far too na-vi, Kakashi-sensei. Unknown to him, Naruto had emerged from the pit, launching a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's back. Anticipating the attack, Kakashi vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Naruto. He quickly formed hand seals, striking a tiger pose. Dodge, Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm, his voice tinged with rare panic. The secret technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of pain. Naruto's scream pierced the air as he was propelled away like a cannonball. Clutching his backside, he rolled on the ground, tears and snot smearing his face. Sasuke stared in disbelief, then turned to Kakashi with a look of utter disdain. Kakashi, unfazed, stood up leisurely, retrieving the book Make Out Paradise from his ninja pouch. Just as he was about to open it, he noticed the peculiar looks from Sasuke and Sakura, their gazes laced with schadenfreude. A chill ran down Kakashi's neck as he felt a surge of killing intent. He stiffly turned his head, only to meet Kushina's fiery gaze. Oh no! Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened, but he merely sighed in resignation, pressing a hand to his forehead. How could he be caught off guard by his own mother while using this technique? He averted his gaze, unable to witness the impending disaster. Let us go? Menma whispered to the two beside him. The upcoming scene may be quite gruesome. Cheyenne nodded, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Even the usually composed Junmaru couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Kakashi. As the trio turned to leave, Kakashi's wail echoed behind them. Mother, I was wrong. Menma shook his head, the mournful cry lingering in the forest. He could already envision an additional patient at the Konoha hospital by tomorrow. On the streets of Konoha, Sai suddenly appeared before Menma, a rare look of panic on his otherwise calm face. What has happened? Menma asked, his brow furrowed, a flicker of concern flashing in his blue eyes beneath his golden hair. Sai's fingers unconsciously rubbed against his sleeves. Menma, Shinko's condition has worsened. His voice was taut. Understood. Menma replied, his expression sharpening. He turned to Junmaru and Cheyenne, giving a brief directive. You two head back. I'll go check. Before he finished speaking, he grasped Sai's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. In the corridors of the Konoha hospital, The smell of disinfectant was particularly pungent. Menma hurried into the ward, where the harsh fluorescent lights illuminated Shinko's pallid face, which appeared even more haggard. "How is Shinko?" Menma inquired of the attending physician. "Young Master Menma." The doctor bowed respectfully, adjusting his glasses, his voice heavy with concern. "We have done our utmost to stabilize him, but the condition has progressed beyond our expectations." He hesitated, ultimately bowing deeply. "I am truly sorry. This is not your fault." Menma gestured for the medical staff to leave first. Once the door was closed, he approached the bedside. Young Master Exine struggled to sit up, but was gently pressed back onto the pillow by Menma. A violent fit of coughing caused his frail body to tremble. "Rest well," Menma said with a warm smile, as sunlight danced upon Exine's golden eyelashes through the curtains. "You have me." Exine weakly blinked his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to return to those sunlit days, fishing by the river with Menma, Zui, and teacher Yamato, training together. Ever since emerging from the darkness of despair, these simple joys had become treasures to him. Yet now, Exine's vision blurred. He longed to remain by the sides of these significant people, to contribute in any way to the youth before him who had granted him a second chance. Exine weakly lifted his hand, his gentle gaze resting on his brother. Zui, the only family member he truly worried about. Young Master Exine coughed softly, a hint of color returning to his pallid face. "I wish to entrust you with something," he said. Menma leaned in slightly. Exine trembled as he grasped Zui's hand. "I hope you can take care of Zui after I'm gone." "Brother Exine." Zui hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, his lips quivering uncontrollably. "Zui is my companion," Menma replied solemnly, his voice firm and resolute. "You need not worry. I will take good care of him." Exine revealed a comforting smile and turned to his brother. "You must protect young Master Menma well and listen to him." "Brother Exine." Zui grasped his brother's hand tightly, his gaze more resolute than ever. "I will definitely protect Menma, even at the cost of my life." "Don't speak as if you're leaving a last will," Menma abruptly interrupted, frowning. "I won't let you die. Trust me." He stood up, looking down at the bedridden Exine. "My ideals still require you all to help realize them. Hold on, Exine. Wait for my return." Young Master Exine's eyes glistened with moisture. He would forever remember that it was this golden-haired youth who had rescued him from the abyss of despair, granting him a new life. If he could survive, he silently vowed to devote the rest of his life to pursuing Menma's ideals. Chapter 50. Just for the mission rest well, Menma turned to Zui, patting his shoulder. "Take good care of Exine. I will find a solution." Exiting the ward, Menma took a deep breath. The smell of disinfectant in the corridor remained pungent. He looked towards the waiting doctor, his voice low yet resolute. "Please ensure he remains safe for the next 10 days. Saying this, he bowed to the doctor. "I beg you." The doctor, taken aback, straightened his posture. "Young Master Menma, please rest assured. I will ensure this within 10 days. Thank you for your hard work." Menma straightened up and turned towards the hospital entrance. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to the doctor and said, "By the way, please reserve a bed for Kakashi Hitaki." "Huh?" The doctor blinked, looking utterly bewildered. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, Menma felt the gentle caress of the wind through his golden locks as he squinted at the setting sun, which was descending on the horizon. It appeared imperative to retrieve Tsunade ahead of time. The lives of his comrades were at stake, and her desires could no longer be considered. There was also Kimimaro. Although his bloodline disease had not manifested in recent years, it remained a latent threat. Menma instinctively furrowed his brow tighter. Even with the formidable healing abilities possessed by the Uzumaki clan, akin to those of Karui, he found himself at a loss against such stubborn afflictions. He hoped Tsunade would have a solution. Exhaling softly, Menma turned towards home. After preparing his belongings, Menma arrived at the Hokage's office. Gently pushing the door open, he found his father, Minato, diligently reviewing documents, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat nearby, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Father, I need to find Lady Tsunade," he stated directly. Minato paused momentarily, lifting his gaze. A flicker of concern passed through his azure eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. "You seek Lady Tsunade." He set down his pen, interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, and after a brief silence, nodded. "Very well, I will inform Kushina. Please ensure your safety." "Understood," Menma replied succinctly, turning to leave. "Wait." "Menma," Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected. Menma halted, glancing back in confusion. "Grandfather Sarutobi, is there anything else?" The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his brow furrowing deeper. While I have great confidence in your abilities, the outside world is fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be prudent for Shursui to accompany you. That's unnecessary, Grandfather Sarutobi. Shursui has his own mission. Menma gently shook his head, understanding that some challenges must be faced alone to grow as an independent ninja. He slightly smiled. To save my comrades' lives, I will undoubtedly bring Lady Tsunade back. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the spirited youth, the ember of his pipe flickering. After a long pause, he revealed a contented smile. I understand. Please, do take care. Yes. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Menma transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from the office. At the entrance of Konoha village, the remnants of the sunset bathed the bluestone pavement in warm hues. As Menma approached, he spotted Kimizuki Izumo and Tetsu Iron languidly leaning against the gatepost. Izumo, Tetsu, Menma greeted with a smile. Menma-sama, I am Tetsu Iron. Tetsu corrected with a look of exasperation, his voice laden with resignation. Understood, Tetsu, Menma responded with a sincere blink, his tone impeccable. Tetsu sighed heavily, completely abandoning his struggle, baffled as to why Menma always mispronounced his name. Kamizuki Izumo stifled a laugh, feigning ignorance of his companion's disgruntled expression. Menma-sama is heading out again? Yes. Just taking care of some matters. Menma nodded, waved his farewell, and stepped beyond the village gates. As I stepped out, a flash of purple suddenly emerged from behind a tree, blocking my path. Yuzuki Shien's violet hair shimmered softly, and the dark mask was tucked at her waist, revealing her exquisite features. What brings you here? Menma inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. My duty is to protect you, Shien replied, blinking innocently, a mischievous smile curving her lips. I'm not here for leisure. Nor am I playing. Shien averted her gaze, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. It's merely a task. Very well, do as you wish, Menma shrugged, continuing forward. Shien hastened to keep pace and, after a moment's hesitation, quietly asked, Do you dislike my company? Not at all. Menma turned to her, grinning widely. With such a stunning beauty by my side, I couldn't be happier. Don't overthink it. Shien's voice suddenly softened, her eyes cast downwards. I'm only here because of the mission. After all, I'm several years your senior. Menma observed the typically poised dark female ninja beside him, now resembling a bashful girl, and couldn't help but smile. He deliberately winked. I'm not overthinking anything. Hearing this, Shien bit her lower lip, flicked her purple hair, and quickened her pace to walk ahead. The night breeze swept through, her long hair billowing like silk. Menma chuckled softly, following leisurely. To his surprise, Shien, seemingly in a huff, increased her speed, and they began playfully chasing each other like two children. As dusk fell, Menma chose a flat spot beside the river to stop. He retrieved a spacious tent from a ceiling scroll, followed by pots and pans, and finally, to Shien's astonishment, a fluffy mattress. Why on earth do you carry all this unnecessary stuff? Shien exclaimed, her eyes wide and hands on her hips. In her mind, ninjas were meant to travel light, armed only with essential tools. This fellow seemed as if he were on a vacation. Who says it's useless? Menma raised an eyebrow, magically producing a fishing rod. Skillfully, he baited the line and cast it, then reclined comfortably on the mattress, hands behind his head. This is called enjoying life. Do you understand? Humph. Shien rolled her eyes, leaning against a tree with her arms crossed. Observing his relaxed demeanor, she couldn't help but tease. Regardless, you won't catch any fish. The fishing rod is entirely superfluous. Who says so? Menma sprang up, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He might not care about his abilities being questioned, but his fishing skills were beyond reproach. He mumbled under his breath, It's just that my luck hasn't been great lately. Heh, Shien giggled softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Stop standing there like a fool. Menma patted the soft mattress beside him. Come sit. It's comfortable. Shien's cheeks instantly flushed, her heart racing like a drum. She bit her red lip, stammering, I still have a mission to execute. What mission? Menma chuckled. I won't bite you. Is there really any need to be so tense? What nonsense are you spouting? The tips of Shien's ears were a deep crimson, betraying her composed facade as she sat down, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She shot a faint glare at Menma, oblivious to the fact that her flushed cheeks had already revealed her true feelings. The river shimmered with glistening reflections, and the fishing line flickered under the moonlight. Menma stretched his body languidly and closed his eyes, assuring her that the traps were set. There was no need for concern. He cast a sidelong glance at Xian, whose back was rigid with tension, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. I'll take a quick nap. Keep an eye on the fishing rod. Such technical work is beyond an amateur like you. Xian let out a soft huff, but refrained from retorting. Chapter 51. You've misjudged me. She discreetly turned her gaze, using the moonlight to study Menma's serene, sleeping face. His lashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyes, and the usually smiling corners of his lips were now gently pressed together. For reasons unknown, her heartbeat quickened once more. What? Do I have something on my face? Menma suddenly opened his eyes, startling Xian into quickly turning away, feigning an intense focus on the fishing rod. The redness of her ears was particularly pronounced. I know I'm handsome, Menma teased, winking at her. Look all you want. It won't cost you a dime. Stop being so vain. Xian glared at him, feigning a strike, only to have Menma effortlessly capture her wrist. She stared at him, her breath becoming increasingly rapid, her crystalline eyes widening in astonishment. She felt the warmth of his breath brush against her cheek, her mind going blank as her body involuntarily leaned forward. Menma gazed at Xian's approaching visage, his heartbeat quickening slightly. A faint, enchanting fragrance surrounded him, tightening his throat. Upon witnessing Xian gently close her eyes, her enticing lips slightly parted, he felt his blood surge with fervor. Just at that intoxicating moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. To win a heart, to never part ways. Kiss her to win the affections of the purple-haired fairy. Securing an eternal bond, be steadfast, or receive a woodcutter's axe as a reward. Amidst a sea of flowers, untouched by any, to be youthful is to embrace romance. Kiss her to pluck a beautiful blossom, binding reward, a woodcutter's axe. Is this a legitimate system? Menma nearly choked on the sudden options, mentally lamenting the absurdity. System, you've misjudged me. He fervently defended himself in his thoughts. When it came to admiring beautiful women, he had always been devoted and sincere. Never one to start something without intending to see it through. Looking at Xian, who awaited with closed eyes, Menma took a deep breath and gently caressed her silky purple hair. The instant her surprised eyes fluttered open, he tenderly placed a kiss upon her smooth forehead. Xian emitted a soft sound, her cheeks instantly aflame. This unexpected kiss left her feeling both disheartened and sweetly elated, as if her heart might burst from her chest. Menma suppressed the tumult of emotions within, feigning calmness as he softly murmured, "You should get some rest. It's quite late." Without waiting for Xian to respond, he swiftly lay down, turning away and tightly closing his eyes to feign sleep, leaving behind a rigid silhouette. Xiang sat in silence, her fingers unconsciously brushing against her forehead, still tinged with the warmth of a kiss. The moonlight cascaded like liquid upon her delicate features, illuminating her in an ethereal glow. Her gaze lingered on Menma's face, peacefully asleep beside her, and a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes. Indeed, he must only regard me as an elder sister. The thought arose within her heart, accompanied by an indescribable bitterness. Suddenly, Xiang felt a warmth welling up in her eyes and hastily turned her face away, fearful of revealing her emotions. Unbeknownst to her, Menma, feigning sleep, had not truly succumbed to slumber. He stealthily opened a sliver of his eye, observing Xiang's forlorn silhouette, and sighed softly within. It was not that he did not wish to, but rather that the time had not yet come. He mused silently, shifting further away from her. Certainly, it was not due to any fear of a certain axe. As dawn's light began to break, the two resumed their journey. Menma pretended to focus intently on the map, yet his peripheral vision frequently darted toward Xiang. The usually vivacious violet-haired girl appeared unusually detached today, her footsteps heavier than usual. "Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Menma offered, his tone casual, as if nothing had transpired. "Not thirsty," Xiang responded, not sparing him a glance, her voice as cold as ice. She donned her mask with precision, enveloping herself instantly in an aura of solemnity. By midday, they arrived at a small town. Menma inquired again, "Are you hungry? Shall we eat something?" "Not hungry," came the indifferent reply from beneath the mask. Menma scratched his head in resignation. "Well, I am hungry. Wait here, don't wander off." No sooner had he spoken, his figure vanished from sight. Xiang stood rooted to the spot, her lips, concealed beneath the mask, turned pale from biting them. Why can't that foolish boy say a few more comforting words to me? Frustrated, she stamped her foot, contemplating leaving entirely. Yet, in the end, she merely crossed her arms and muttered to herself, "Humph, it's only for the mission." "Hey, little lady over there, come and entertain this esteemed gentleman." A flippant voice suddenly called from behind her. Xiang, caught off guard and seeking an outlet for her pent-up emotions, spun around, chakra already gathering in her palm, only to freeze upon recognizing the speaker. Menma leaned casually against the wall, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. He shook the lunchbox in his hand, filled with her favorite dishes, and asked, "Would this beautiful sister do me the honor of sharing lunch?" Xiang's face beneath the mask flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation causing her to turn away, although she could not conceal the slight lift of her lips, her ears tinged with warmth. She hesitantly approached Menma. Snatching the lunchbox from his grasp, she deliberately avoided looking at him, instead focusing on fiddling with the box's lid, her fingertips unconsciously tracing its edges. "Why do you speak in such a frivolous manner?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, her gaze drifting towards a nearby stall. Menma blinked innocently, pretending to be serious as he explained, "I just came from the store and saw a beautiful big sister standing there. I couldn't help myself." He scratched his dazzling golden hair and smiled, appearing harmless, leaving no one to suspect that it was indeed our Xiang's sister. "Smooth talker." Xiang playfully glared at him, her eyes brimming with mirth. She turned and walked ahead, her steps light and buoyant like a fluttering butterfly, the earlier gloom having long since dissipated. Menma gazed at her jubilant silhouette, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, she was still just a young girl, easily manageable. He chuckled to himself, quickening his pace to catch up. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it the faint, enchanting fragrance from Xiang's hair. Menma understood, for those who genuinely cherish you, even the most clumsy words of affection transform into the most poignant declarations. Conversely, for those who do not, no matter the effort expended, the most one can hope for is a mere token of goodwill. "Wait for me," he called out, extending his voice, hastening to catch up with Xiang. The setting sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson, as Menma settled upon a smooth rock, his brow slightly furrowed as he repeatedly perused the map. His fingers traced over the marked locations, having already scoured every potential spot, taverns, casinos, yet the elusive figure of Tsunade remained absent. "It seems our only options left are Shao Street and Tangren Village," he murmured to himself, rolling up the map for safekeeping. At that moment, a delicate hand appeared before him, offering an exquisite water bottle. Menma paused, looking up to meet Xiang's glimmering gaze. The faint lipstick mark on the rim of the bottle was particularly conspicuous, while she had already turned her face away. Yet, the blush on her ears and the slight tremor of her fingers betrayed her nervousness. His throat indeed felt parched, and without hesitation, Menma accepted the bottle, tilting it back to drink. The cool water flowed down his throat, and he deliberately smacked his lips in satisfaction, catching a glimpse of Xiang's ears reddening instantaneously. "Here you go," he said with a smile, returning the bottle, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against hers. Xiang recoiled as if shocked, pretending to cough to mask her fluster. "Where shall we go next?" "Let's head to Shao Street and try our luck," Menma replied, rising and casually brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. The sunset cast a dazzling orange-red hue upon his golden hair, elongating his shadow on the ground. Xiang nodded gently, her eyes reflecting the brilliance of the evening glow. For her, the destination had never held significance, as long as she could remain by his side. Any place, no matter how distant, felt like home. Chapter 52, Hunter? Pray the night breeze caressed them, carrying the fragrance of unknown wildflowers from afar. Their silhouettes, one ahead of the other, gradually melded into the twilight. Xiang discreetly quickened her pace, shortening the distance between her and Menma, close enough to catch the subtle, refreshing scent that enveloped him. Before the casino at Shao Street, neon lights flickered in the dimming light. As Menma and Xiang set foot on the steps, they were intercepted by two burly men. "You kids shouldn't be here," the leading thug remarked, arms crossed, looking down at them from his towering height. Menma flashed a radiant smile. "Big brother, we're here to find someone." The thug, known as Joji, was momentarily taken aback. The golden-haired youth's smile inexplicably elicited a sense of goodwill. His tone softened unconsciously. "Who are you looking for?" "I know all the regulars here." "Tsunade," Menma stated plainly. "The big lamb?" In Joji's mind, the image of a golden-haired woman with twin ponytails and ample bosom, the most sought-after fortune-bringer of the casino, immediately surfaced. He shook his head. "She left 2 days ago. You are too late." Menma furrowed his brows slightly, discreetly unleashing his perceptive abilities. Indeed, there was no significant chakra fluctuation within the casino. He politely nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Turning, he departed with Shi Yan. Jiuji, why waste words on a mere child? Mocked another thug, cigarette dangling from his lips. Jiuji gazed at Myanmar's receding figure, lost in thought, for some reason. I sensed at first glance that this youth is extraordinary. Perhaps he will become a significant figure in the future. Have you had too much to drink? His companion scoffed. You wouldn't understand. Jiuji stroked his chin. My instincts have never failed me. Just like when I first encountered the big fish, I knew she would lose everything. That goes without saying. His companion rolled his eyes. Who in Swansea Street doesn't know that the big fish loses every time they gamble? Their banter gradually drowned in the cacophony of the casino. At the end of the street, Myanmar halted. It seemed the only option was to try his luck in Tangren village. He turned to Shiyen, her golden hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. But before that, shall we indulge in a bowl of ramen? Shiyan's lips curled into a slight smile. As dusk deepened, Swansea Street was ablaze with lights. Myanmar pushed open the door of an inn, the wind chimes ringing with a crisp sound. Boss, we need 2 rooms. Myanmar knocked on the counter. The balding proprietor adjusted his glasses, a troubled expression crossing his face. Unfortunately, there is only 1 room left. He discreetly glanced at Shiyan, who was feigning interest in the patterns of a vase behind Myanmar, and added, there has been a surge of tourists recently. 1 room. Myanmar's eyes widened. He hesitated to look at Shiyan, only to find her engrossed in counting the petals on the vase. Ahem, let it be. Myanmar forced himself to pull out a stack of bills. The proprietor, with a smile, accepted the money and, as he handed over the room key, cast a meaningful glance at Shiyan. Once the pair disappeared around the corner of the staircase, he murmured to himself, Ah, little Shiyan, your uncle can only assist you this far. He suddenly grew concerned, rubbing his bald head, but that boy seems a bit too young, doesn't he? Meanwhile, in the room at the end of the second-floor corridor, Myanmar and Shiyan stood by the bed, enveloped in an eerie silence. The distant sound of a shamisen accentuated the stillness within the room. Myanmar sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the bedspread. His ears slightly flushed. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. I will keep watch outside. Shiyan turned in a flurry, her purple hair tracing a graceful arc through the air. Wait. Myanmar grasped her wrist, the touch cool and delicate. Rest assured, I will not act inappropriately. Shiyan instinctively withdrew her hand, her gaze darting toward the bathroom. I will go take a shower first. Before her words could fully escape, she dashed into the bathroom, the door slamming shut, causing the framed pictures on the wall to tremble. Listening to the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, Myanmar lay on his back on the bed, shielding his burning eyes with his arm. The tall silhouette of Shiyan lingered in his mind, the perfect proportions of her long legs and the alluring curves that even her dark uniform could not conceal. He couldn't help but compare her to that little girl, Ino. As he swallowed hard, he thought of her mature and enticing figure, which was just a wall away, enveloped in mist. Suddenly, he sat up, his golden hair tousled. The sound of water persisted for a long while. Myanmar fixated on the hazy silhouette on the frosted glass of the bathroom, observing the graceful outline as she dried her long hair, her curves accentuated whenever she bent over. He pinched his thigh hard. Why be afraid at this point? Hadn't he invested significantly to bribe Dingxi? The creaking of the bathroom door made him tense up. In the swirling steam, Shiyan emerged, wrapped in a pristine white bathrobe. Her damp purple hair cascaded over her rounded shoulders, droplets of water clinging to the ends. Her cheeks were flushed, and her moist eyes shimmered with a misty allure. The hem of her bathrobe slightly parted with her unsteady steps, revealing her elegantly shaped calves. Her delicate toes curled nervously, the light lavender polish glistening under the illumination. Myanmar's gaze uncontrollably wandered upwards, traversing her slender ankles and long calves, eventually resting on the hint of her thigh skin. The dazzling whiteness of her complexion made him instinctively hold his breath, his eyelashes trembling violently. Shiyan stood at the edge of the bed, the collar of her bathrobe subtly rising and falling with her quickened breaths. There was barely a half-step between them, yet neither dared to break the silence. The night breeze lifted the curtains, wafting the fragrant scent of her post-bath freshness towards Myanmar, intoxicating him. You must not regret this. Myanmar's voice was deep and hoarse, his golden lashes fluttering in the light. His fervent gaze locked onto her, the delicate sensation at his fingertips sending his heart racing. Yin gently shook her head, her eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. I do not regret. Her soft voice resonated like thunder in Myanmar's heart. In the next moment, a strong arm encircled her slender waist. With a slight pull, he drew her into his embrace. Their noses brushed, breaths mingling, warm air caressing their cheeks. Yin's lashes fluttered, her eyes brimming with anticipation and shyness. Myanmar no longer hesitated, lowering his head to capture her enticing red lips. The instant their lips met, Yin trembled, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, responding to the kiss with a mixture of innocence and fervor. Myanmar's kiss was both commanding and lingering, nearly taking her breath away. Her response was inexperienced yet passionate, drawing him deeper into their shared moment. As their emotions intensified, Yin's trembling fingers reached for the tie at her waist, only to be stopped by Myanmar, who grasped her wrist firmly. He gently nipped at her flushed earlobe, his voice husky. Don't take it off. I like it this way. A soft moan escaped Yin, and she melted into his embrace, pushing him back onto the bed. The first encounter with the enchanting and wondrous sensations left Myanmar utterly captivated. The art of multiplication had officially commenced. Myanmar's ninjutsu was fierce and domineering, driving Xiang into a series of retreats. Yet, not only was Xiang proficient in the Leaf Village's sword techniques, but her water-release ninjutsu was also executed with divine finesse. The gentle waves of water surged forth, propelling Myanmar into the air. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting their entwined forms against the wall. The night breeze swept past, whisking away the final remnants of rationality. As dawn broke, a solitary crow perched quietly before the window, awaiting the door's opening. Chapter 53. Tsunade with the first light of morning. Myanmar gently withdrew his hand from Xiang's soft, delicate form. She, still in a daze, buried her face into the pillow, her purple hair cascading across the sheets. What is the matter? She murmured. Just some trivial matters. You may continue sleeping, he replied softly, placing a light kiss amidst her hair before quietly dressing himself. The crow on the windowsill flapped its wings, its blood-red eyes transforming into 3 tomo in the morning light. It released a small scroll, which gracefully settled upon Myanmar's shoulder. Tsunade has confirmed her presence in the hot springs village of the Land of Rivers. Additionally, a base of the Akatsuki organization has been discovered. Please advise on a course of action. Itachi, with a flicker of chakra flames at his fingertips, Myanmar incinerated the scroll, his brow furrowing slightly. The Akatsuki's efforts to gather tailed beasts were progressing more swiftly than he had anticipated. The morning breeze tousled his golden locks. Having someone else collect the tailed beasts certainly simplified matters for him. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Once the Akatsuki had assembled the other 8 tailed beasts, how delightful it would be for him to reap the rewards. He could maintain his hand's cleanliness while standing on the moral high ground. While strength is paramount, reputation and credibility hold equal weight. Besides, the pawn that Orochimaru had planted had already infiltrated the Akatsuki. Myanmar retrieved a new scroll and rapidly inscribed instructions. Do not alert the enemy. Focus on locating Amato. As he wrote, memories of his previous roommate's incessant chatter came to mind, speaking of a scientist named Amato, who had even surpassed Orochimaru in certain fields. In pursuit of a mobile device for the ninja world, Myanmar shook his head and returned the scroll to the crow's beak. He had exerted considerable effort for this goal. The crow flapped its wings and soared into the morning light. Meanwhile, Xiang turned in her sleep, revealing an expanse of alabaster skin. Myanmar glanced back from the window, where the morning light adorned her sleeping face with a soft golden hue. He gently drew the curtains, isolating the room from the impending storm. In the hot springs village, the unique scent of sulfur mingled with the fragrance of verdant foliage in the air. Myanmar and Xiang walked along the stone-paved streets, flanked by hot spring inns adorned with red lanterns, where visitors strolled leisurely in their yukatas. There, Myanmar suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon a figure at the entrance of a hot spring establishment. Tsunade strode purposefully inside, her impressive physique swaying gently beneath her green cloak, while her twin pigtails bounced playfully behind her. Following closely behind was Shizune, cradling a pink piglet, trotting eagerly. A faint smile graced Myanmar's lips as he inhaled deeply and called out, Grandma Tsunade. In that instant, the air became charged with tension. Tsunade's footsteps abruptly halted, her silhouette visibly stiffening. She slowly turned around, a pronounced symbol of anger forming on her forehead, her fists cracking ominously. Who dares to be so reckless? Upon recognizing that the voice belonged to a golden-haired youth, her fury momentarily wavered. Her brown eyes narrowed, suddenly enlightened. You are the child of Minato and Kushina? Indeed. Lady Tsunade. The polite and well-mannered Menma bowed, sunlight glinting off his radiant golden hair. I am Uzumaki Menma. Little brat. Tsunade's lips twitched, revealing a chilling grin. The piglet in Shizun's arms squirmed uneasily. In the next instant, Menma's collar was seized with a firm grip. Tsunade lifted him to her eye level, her fury boiling over. You insolent little rascal. Today, I shall teach you some manners on behalf of Kushina. Her massive fist, akin to a sandbag, came hurtling towards him with a sound that sliced through the air. Lady Tsunade, Shizun exclaimed in alarm. Yuin's eyes glimmered slightly. Her fingers instinctively reached for the hilt of her blade, but then relaxed. She understood Menma's prowess all too well. Bang! Wood splintered everywhere as Tsunade's punch shattered the wooden substitute. Menma's true form appeared 5 meters away, his heart racing as he gazed at the debris. A flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. Are you serious? Tsunade scoffed lightly, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. With her arms crossed, her impressive curves became even more pronounced, revealing a profound cleavage. Your reflexes are quite commendable, little brat. Seeing Menma's displeasure, she suddenly stepped forward, gripping his face and playfully rubbing it back and forth. Don't be so stingy. Her tone resembled that of a caregiver soothing a 3-year-old. Your grandfather praised you to the skies, claiming you are the strongest genius in the history of Konoha. I must verify this personally. Menma's face was buried between her formidable assets, and he struggled to breathe. Flushed and flustered, he stammered. Boys and girls should maintain a distance. Lady Tsunade, please be mindful of your image. TCH. Tsunade scoffed dismissively. What a little brat still lacking in maturity, trying to act like an adult. By lineage, you ought to address me as auntie. At this, Yuin turned crimson, awkwardly averting her gaze, for she held the most authority on the matter of Menma's maturity. Ahem, Menma composed himself. Tsunade Baba. I mean auntie. Tsunade firmly pressed down on his head, her knuckles digging into the golden swirl of his hair. Isn't that a bit too familiar? Menma was tossed around, utterly bewildered. I am akin to sisters with Kushina. Calling me auntie is entirely appropriate. Tsunade leaned closer, her youthful visage magnifying before Menma's eyes, her red lips curving into a dangerous smile. Is that true? Menma muttered softly, contemplating that this woman in her 50s seemed more childish than Ino. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her knuckles cracking ominously. It's nothing. Menma quickly capitulated. You are the elder. Your word is law. He inhaled deeply, his expression suddenly turning solemn. Tsunade aunt, I have a matter of great importance for you to assist with. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. My companion is gravely ill, Menma revealed, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. I hope you can return to Konoha to provide treatment. Ill. Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing together. Is the medical team in Konoha truly at a loss? Her voice carried a hint of reluctance. The village, laden with painful memories, was a place she was loath to revisit. Menma nodded earnestly. Yes, only you can heal him. Tsunade's fingers suddenly stiffened. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her face. Tsunade-sama. Shizun hesitated, worry etched on her face as she observed Tsunade's trembling fingers, hands that could barely hold a scalpel now. Please, Tsunade aunt, Menma implored, bowing deeply, his voice imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. He was aware of Tsunade's hidden afflictions, yet the urgency of his companion's condition left no room for delay. It is not that I wish to refuse. Tsunade abruptly turned away, her green cloak billowing in the wind. Her gaze drifted toward the distant mist of the hot springs, as if she could glimpse terrifying images through the swirling vapor. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, her nails digging into her skin. Shizun quickly stepped forward. Menma-sama. Tsunade-sama, she swallowed her words, helplessly watching Tsunade's quivering silhouette. The clamor of the hot spring street seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of droplets falling from the eaves. Menma straightened, observing Tsunade's tense form, and suddenly spoke softly. Though I am truly sorry, the matter concerns my companion's life, and I must offend Tsunade aunt. Chapter 54. Do you wish to strike me? Upon hearing Menma's words, Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous smile curving her lips. What? Do you wish to strike me? She crossed her arms, her alluring figure partially concealed beneath the green cloak, completely dismissing the golden-haired youth before her. Do not look down on me, Tsunade exclaimed, suddenly lashing out. Her long, elegant leg rose high, cutting through the air with a sharp sound aimed at Menma. Wood release, thorned killing technique. Menma did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised his right arm, and a number of stout vines erupted from the ground, instantly binding Tsunade in midair. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her gaze filled with astonishment. How could this brat wield my grandfather's wood release ninjutsu? Meanwhile, Menma's wooden clone had swiftly appeared beside Shizune, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Sister Yuin. Yuin understood, her purple hair flowing as she moved to Menma's side. Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance. The space around them distorted, and in an instant, they found themselves on the streets of Konoha. The familiar Hokage rock came into view, and Tsunade finally regained her senses. Scrutinizing Menma with a complex expression. This boy, inheriting both my grandfather's wood release and my other grandfather's flying thunder god technique, is truly only in his teens? I apologize, Tsunade aunt, Menma said, releasing her from his bindings and bowing with contrition. Tsunade flexed her wrists, letting out a cold snort. Even if you bind me here, it will be of no use. She turned her face away, her voice instinctively lowering a few notches. Menma fell into deep contemplation. Tsunade's hemophobia was indeed a formidable challenge. How could one possibly perform surgery when she trembled at the mere sight of blood? He couldn't help but reminisce about his brother Naruto, whose eloquence could breathe life into the deceased. Perhaps he should seek Orochimaru's assistance? The thought barely surfaced before he dismissed it. Not to mention whether that fellow would be willing to come to Konoha, given his tendencies. He would likely resort to summoning Tsunade's brother and lover through the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade would surely seek retribution. After all, such desecration of the dead was unforgivable. The image of Tsunade in a fit of rage sent a shiver down Menma's spine. As he anxiously rubbed his temples, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Big brother. Naruto sprinted toward him, his orange figure strikingly vibrant in the sunlight. Kakashi and Sakura followed closely behind, while Sasuke lingered at the rear with an expression of disdain. Naruto skidded to a halt, curiously eyeing Tsunade and Shizune, pondering, why has Big Brother brought back two beautiful sisters again? He covertly glanced at Tsunade's impressive figure and then at the little pig in Shizune's arms. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Tsunade was also observing the golden-haired boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Menma, her lips curling slightly. Kushina's two sons are indeed intriguing. One is as composed as a tranquil pond, while the other is as exuberant as a blazing fire. Who is this auntie? Naruto leaned toward Menma, believing he was whispering. She is Tsunade Baba, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside Jiraiya-sensei, Menma replied in a similarly hushed tone. The legendary Sannin? Tsunade Baba? Naruto's blue eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, but Tsunade Baba looks so young. Hey, you two brats. Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, her fists cracking ominously. Do you think I'm deaf just because you're shouting? Whoa. Naruto jumped back in fright from her thunderous outburst, nearly colliding with Sakura, who had just arrived. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Lady Tsunade, you have returned. He too had not anticipated her return. Sakura curiously assessed the legendary Sannin, and upon noticing Tsunade's striking figure, she instinctively glanced down at herself, feeling disheartened. Sasuke stood at a distance, arms crossed. Yet it was evident that he too was intrigued by the legendary female ninja. Menma, somewhat helpless, felt his golden hair flutter gently in the breeze. His gaze suddenly deepened as he focused on Tsunade, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps to conquer fear, one must confront its very source. Kakashi brother, where are you heading? He abruptly inquired, his tone deliberately calm. Kakashi scratched his silver hair. We're off to the Hokage's office to receive a mission. As he spoke, he grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar. Lady Tsunade, we must take our leave. Tsunade nodded reluctantly. Just as she turned, Menma suddenly stepped forward with urgency. Master Menma, Shizune exclaimed in surprise, as the kunai in Menma's hand glinted with a chilling light. It sliced a slender wound across his index finger. Vivid red droplets of blood immediately welled up, cascading slowly from the tip. You. Tsunade abruptly lifted her head, her pupils constricting sharply. Her breath quickened, and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her long legs trembling uncontrollably. Lady Tsunade. Shizune attempted to step forward, but was forcibly restrained by Kyoheim, who gently shook her head. Have faith in Menma. Menma advanced step by step, each footfall seeming to tread on Tsunade's taut nerves. Instinctively, she recoiled until her back pressed against the cold wall, with no retreat left. Don't come any closer. Once a formidable presence on the battlefield, she now sounded as fragile as a frightened child. Her nails dug deeply into her own arm, oblivious to the pain. Menma gazed upon the legendary kunoichi, now curled in a ball, with a twinge of sympathy. Yet he understood that this moment of cruelty was for the sake of a greater redemption. Look at me, Aunt Tsunade. His voice softened unexpectedly. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade's prowess would render her impervious to such a degree of jinjutsu. However, overwhelmed by fear, she fell unguarded into the carefully woven illusion crafted by Menma. Tsunade's gaze gradually dulled, her body ceasing its tremors. Shizune, standing anxiously to the side, suddenly noticed an unnatural flush creeping onto Tsunade's cheeks, followed by an involuntary, blush-inducing whimper. What? Shizune whipped her head towards Menma, her eyes filled with inquiry. This has nothing to do with me. Menma frantically waved his hands, his golden hair standing on end. It's merely an ordinary technique of Naruto. Bewildered, he pondered how a mere illusion revealing one's deepest fears could provoke such a reaction. As Shizune observed Tsunade begin to writhe unconsciously, her expression grew increasingly perilous. You dare call this an ordinary illusion? Cold sweat beaded on Menma's forehead. This was a dire predicament. Should Tsunade suffer public humiliation, he would surely be hunted to the ends of the earth. He was about to form hand seals to dispel the jinjutsu when he noticed blood trickling from Tsunade's lips. With a fierce bite to her tongue, she summoned incredible willpower to break free from the illusion. When her brown eyes opened once more, they blazed with unbridled fury. Lady Tsunade, just as Shizune moved closer, she was repelled by a surge of violent chakra. Menma felt a chill run down his spine as he watched Tsunade gradually rise, her presence radiating a palpable aura of menace. Wiping the blood from her lips, she bore a smile so sinister it sent shivers down one's spine. How dare that little brat do such a thing to me? Her fists cracked ominously, and the stone beneath her feet began to fracture. I will kill you. The ferocious chakra erupted, sending shockwaves that knocked Shizune and Kyoheim back several paces. Menma crossed his arms in front of him, his golden hair swirling in the tempest of chakra. When he beheld the powerful seal of the 100 healings emblazoned on Tsunade's forehead, his pupils dilated in shock. No way. Is this for real? Chapter 55. How to defame out of thin air. Boom. A flash of golden light erupted, leaving behind a massive crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Menma instantly teleported to the treetop 100 meters away, glancing back with a lingering sense of dread. Tsunade stood amidst the swirling dust, her fists cracking ominously. You little brat, don't let me catch you. Lady Tsunade, Ino, clutching the trembling Tun-Tun, suddenly froze as she realized that Tsunade's casual gesture of wiping the blood from her lips exhibited no trace of tremor. Chien silently retreated further, a glimmer of understanding flickering in her eyes. Although the situation was bizarre, Menma had indeed wrought a miracle. You too. Tsunade abruptly turned, her chilling gaze causing the very air to still. We saw nothing. In unison, Ino and Chien echoed, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. Tsunade snorted disdainfully, her long legs beneath her green coat coming together in an unnatural manner. The urgent matter at hand was to swiftly return home and change her trousers. In the treetops, Menma let out a long sigh, scratching his head in confusion. How could an ordinary Narukami technique? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. System. Are you behind this? Host, please refrain from baseless accusations. The system adheres to a principle of integrity. The mechanical voice replied with solemnity. I'd believe in ghosts before I believe you. Menma rolled his eyes. Your integrity is as trustworthy as Jiraiya claiming to be a respectable man. He leaped down from the tree, his garments billowing in the breeze. Hinata was walking with her head down when she was startled by the commotion, stumbling back a step. Upon recognizing him, her fair cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously entwining, resembling a bashful steam maiden. Emyamakuen. Hinata's voice was so soft it seemed to dissipate in the wind, her gaze lowered, unable to meet his, yet she couldn't resist stealing glances through her lashes. Menma? He raised an eyebrow, about to inquire why she was alone, but his peripheral vision caught sight of an approaching figure. The tall, elegant Yujito, followed closely by Kiba, who had his hands on his head, and the silent Shino. Kiba's hood revealed Akamaru's fluffy little head, barking excitedly in their direction. Menma, why are you up in the tree? Kiba grinned widely, revealing a sharp canine. Menma chuckled awkwardly, discreetly brushing the leaves off his sleeves, just enjoying the scenery. Are you all heading for training? He casually redirected the conversation, though his gaze involuntarily drifted behind him. Yes, Hinata nodded gently. Gathering her courage, she raised her eyes, only to see Menma hurriedly departing, vanishing around the corner. As Yujito and her companions arrived at the large pit left by Tsunade, they halted in unison. With her ruby-like eyes widening slightly, Yujito parted her lips. What is this? Before them lay a deep crater in the ground, its cracked surface resembling an intricate spiderweb. The adjacent wall had crumbled significantly, debris scattered across the ground. Kiba gasped, Akamaru's fur bristling. What happened? Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Crouching down to examine the fissures closely, from the signs of destruction, it appears to have occurred within the last half hour. He pinched a handful of soil and inhaled deeply, sensing the lingering traces of chakra. When he lifted his gaze, he discovered that Teacher Red had already led the others far away. Shino's shoulders sagged instantaneously, and the reflection from his sunglasses glinted coldly. Indeed, he had been overlooked once more. As he ambled along the streets of Konoha, his brow furrowed, fingers absently stroking his chin, he decided it was best to consult Grandpa Sarutobi first. With a sigh, he turned on his heel and slipped into a nearby confectionery shop, reasoning that bringing a small gift could never go amiss. Moments later, he exited with exquisitely wrapped wagashi in hand, hastening towards the Sarutobi residence. Upon pushing open the garden gate, he spotted Sarutobi Hizashi bent over, leisurely tending to a potted plant, a pipe clamped between his teeth, wisps of smoke rising gracefully. Grandpa Sarutobi, Shino exclaimed with a bright smile, his voice buoyant. How have you been lately? Sarutobi straightened, squinting at him for a moment before a knowing smile crept across his face. Ah, little Shino, how thoughtful of you today. What trouble have you gotten into? Shino chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Oh, no trouble at all. I merely came to see you. He hesitated, his gaze drifting. And I have a small favor to ask. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, chuckling silently, an expression of knowing amusement adorning his features. Shino, feeling the weight of the moment, relayed the incident that had angered Tsunade in brief. Ha. Sarutobi nearly lost his grip on the pipe, laughter causing his shoulders to shake. You've got quite the audacity, daring to provoke her. Please don't just laugh. Shino replied urgently, leaning closer. If she truly holds a grudge, my life will become unbearable. Sarutobi shook his head gently. Tsunade has a stubborn temperament. Even I, an old man, cannot sway her. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, pondering for a moment. Why not seek out Kushina? The moment Shino heard this suggestion, his expression fell. That's probably not a good idea. He slumped dejectedly. If my mother discovers the truth, she would surely give me a beating first. As he exited the Sarutobi residence, Shino let out a long sigh. Now I truly find myself at a dead end. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he strolled leisurely down the street, when suddenly he sensed a rustling sound behind him. Frowning, he spun around. A square stone was stealthily trailing him, almost stumbling forward due to its inability to halt in time. Shino's lips twitched. The disguise was rather lackluster, with a pair of Konohamaru's pant legs peeking out from beneath the stone. Konohamaru, come out. He sighed, exasperated. Ha. The stone erupted with a familiar silly laugh, the disguise fabric being flung aside as Konohamaru leapt out, proudly giving a thumbs up. As expected of my brother's brother, you saw through my perfect disguise at a glance. Shino replied, no, that bears no resemblance to perfection whatsoever. Big brother Shino. Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand as Udon and Moegi also emerged. The three individuals struck a classic pose reminiscent of the Konohamaru core, exclaiming in unison, behold the fruits of our rigorous training. The seduction technique. With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing three alluring beauties striking poses. Konohamaru and Udon swayed their hips and cast flirtatious glances, while Moyello, blushing, awkwardly tugged at her overly short skirt. Brother Menma. The trio chimed in syrupy voices. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream emanated from behind. Upon turning, Menma beheld Hibisho, clutching her nose, which was gushing blood, collapsing to the ground, her sunglasses flying off. Menma felt a throbbing in his temples. While Konohamaru and Udon's antics were expected, how could Moyello have been led astray? Surely, When she grew up and recalled this embarrassing chapter, she would be mortified enough to wish to erase it from existence. Is this it? Menma crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, unimpressed, under the astonished gazes of his companions. He swiftly performed hand seals. Allow me to demonstrate the true seduction technique. Chapter 56. What is she really after? With a bang, amidst the smoke, a serene and ethereal female swordswoman gracefully appeared. Her white, gauzy attire fluttered in the breeze, the hint of her alabaster curves leaving Konohamaru and the others wide-eyed. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Oh. They erupted in wild applause, truly a testament to Menma's prowess. Just as Hibisho had managed to rise, a single glance caused her to once again collapse, blood gushing from her nose. Even Lord Menma, not far off. On a tree branch, Xian nearly lost her footing and fell. Blushing, she turned her head away, muttering softly, I never expected Menma to have such a preference. With the technique dispelled, Menma placed his hands on his hips, looking down upon the trio of youngsters. You all must strive harder in your training. Absolutely magnificent. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with admiration, practically prostrating himself in reverence. Please, take us as your disciples. Menma replied. No, he had no desire to be such a master. Resisting Konohamaru's enthusiasm, Menma decided it was best to return home. I'm back, he announced as he pushed open the door, only to have his smile freeze in place. Tsunade lounged leisurely on the living room sofa, her long fingers lightly tapping the coffee table, her brown eyes glinting with a knowing smile. In silence, Shizen sat beside her, cradling a small piglet, her gaze holding a hint of sympathy. This was not good. Menma's heart sank, his foot hovering in midair. Instinctively, he took a half-step back. Just as he was preparing to escape, Kushina's voice called from the kitchen, Menma, what are you doing standing at the door? Kushina, clad in an apron, peeked out from the kitchen, her red hair dusted with flour. She cast a puzzled glance at her eldest son, who stood frozen, before turning to Tsunade with a smile. Just a moment, dinner will be ready shortly. Take your time, Tsunade replied, elegantly lifting her teacup, yet her gaze remained fixed on Menma, a knowing smile playing on her lips, as if to say, this time, where do you think you can run? Menma felt his throat tighten, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He slowly made his way into the living room, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Aunt Tsunade. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. It was truly a misunderstanding, no harm done. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, the teacup producing a crisp sound upon the table. How could I possibly hold a grudge against a child? Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled, yet one could distinctly perceive that the mirth did not reach her eyes. Really? Menma inquired cautiously, sensing that the situation was not so straightforward. Of course. Tsunade replied with a light-hearted tone, taking a sip from her cup. Ahaha. Menma chuckled awkwardly, hurriedly complimenting. Aunt Tsunade, your magnanimity is boundless. My admiration for you is akin to a perpetually snow-capped mountain, like the ceaselessly flowing river. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the youth who fervently praised her, clearly pleased by the flattery. I forgive you, she said, nonchalantly waving her hand. As the last rays of the setting sun faded away, the interior lights took on a particularly warm glow. Menma sat at the dining table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. Tsunade remained unusually quiet throughout the afternoon, which only heightened his unease. We're back. A clear voice rang from the entrance, and Kurinai rushed in like a gust of wind, her red hair flying with her movements. Upon spotting the table laden with dishes, her eyes instantly brightened, her petite nose twitching slightly as her mouth nearly watered. Wow, there's braised pork today? She exclaimed excitedly, hurriedly kicking off her ninja shoes, not even bothering to put on slippers as she dashed towards the seat beside Menma. However, just as she was about to sit down, her peripheral vision caught sight of Tsunade on the sofa. Kurinai's movements abruptly halted, her smile vanishing in an instant, as if she had been paused. Quickly adjusting her posture, she gently tidied her clothes before elegantly sitting down in another chair, her hands neatly placed on her lap, even her breathing becoming more subdued. Kurinai and Kimimaro are back, Kushina called from the kitchen, holding a spatula with a gentle smile. Ready to serve the meal once Minato returned. Kimimaro followed closely behind Kurinai, quietly changing his shoes, bowing respectfully to Tsunade before sitting silently to the side. His gaze flickered briefly between Menma and Tsunade, seemingly sensing a subtle tension, yet he chose to remain silent. As time passed, until Minato finally entered, Naruto was still nowhere to be seen. Menma furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with his chopsticks. Dad, why hasn't Naruto returned yet? He could not help but ask, his tone laced with curiosity. Minato removed his coat, smiling as he explained, Naruto and Kakashi went on a mission to escort Mr. Tazuna back to the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves? Menma's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers pausing momentarily. His thoughts raced. Was this about the mission to the Land of Waves? However, Zabuza and Haku were already allies, and they could not possibly have any ties to Kado. Hence it should not pose any danger. With this thought, he felt a slight sense of relief. As he stole a glance at Tsunade, he discovered she was still leisurely savoring her tea, a faint smile gracing her lips, devoid of her usual impatience. This unusual tranquility tightened Menma's chest, an inexplicable sense of unease welling up within him. Something is amiss, Menma mused internally. What is she scheming? He felt that Tsunade's calmness resembled the eerie stillness before a tempest, and she was undoubtedly harboring some grand plan. After dinner, the atmosphere in the living room gradually became delicate. Tsunade remained comfortably seated on the sofa, idly toying with an empty wine glass, showing no intention of departing. Menma's fingertips gently tapped the table, his gaze intermittently darting towards the door, his discomfort palpable. Aunt Tsunade, he finally could not resist lowering his voice. Casting a glance at the quietly seated Komaru, could you please assist Komaru in examining his bloodline disease? Komaru furrowed his brow slightly at the mention, his cool voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Menma, I am not ill. No, you are, Menma interrupted decisively. Tsunade's gaze shifted between the two, her slender fingers lightly stroking her chin. Noticing the concerned looks from Minato and Kushina, she finally set down her glass and said earnestly, There is nothing conclusive at this moment. Let us conduct a thorough examination at the Konoha hospital tomorrow morning. Then I will leave it to you. Minato replied with a gentle smile, his golden hair glimmering warmly in the light. Komaru is not only Menma's companion, but also part of our family. Tsunade waved her hand with a flourish. Rest assured, as long as it's not a terminal illness, I am confident in my ability to cure it. A confident smile curled at her lips, yet her gaze lingered meaningfully on Menma. Menma inwardly rolled his eyes. Her words held little reassurance. However, upon reflection, given Tsunade's medical skills, it should indeed pose no problem. Just then, Kushina abruptly set down her cloth, her expression turning serious. By the way, there is something I must inform you. Chapter 57. So this is where you've been waiting, she gazed gently at Menma. I may not have much time to accompany you on missions anymore. For her, preparing meals for her family was of utmost importance. From now on, Lady Tsunade will lead most of your missions, Kushina added. What? While Cheyenne and Komaru were not particularly surprised, Menma nearly slipped off his chair, scrambling to steady himself by gripping the table's edge. His incredulous gaze flitted between his parents and Tsunade, ultimately fixing on her fox-like grin. So this is where you've been waiting for me. Menma lamented internally, feeling a chill run down his spine. He looked to his father for help, only to find Minato nodding with a cheerful smile, clearly already aware of the situation. Aunt Tsunade is so busy, she surely wouldn't have time to lead the team. Would she? Menma forced a smile, secretly calculating. At least when his mother was leading, he could find an excuse to slip away. After all, she would return to cook. But if it were Tsunade, how could that possibly be? Tsunade gracefully filled her glass, a sly smile gracing her lips. I've been quite idle of late. She took a sip of her wine, reveling in the satisfaction of witnessing the immediate dismay on Menma's face, fully confident in her ability to guide them well. Menma, filled with despair, gazed at Tsunade's expression that seemed to declare, you cannot escape, feeling as though the days ahead would be shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, Tsunade joyfully swirled her glass, delighting in the sight of the young man in distress, finding the wine particularly sweet this evening. That little rascal had embarrassed her so thoroughly. It would be uncharacteristic of her not to exact some form of retribution. I believe this matter could be reconsidered, Menma persisted, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the tablecloth. For instance, Shursui would make an excellent guiding jonin. Suddenly, Tsunade slammed her glass down, causing the dishes on the table to rattle. Minato, startled by the abrupt noise, looked over. What is it? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her voice taking on a dangerously elevated tone. Do you not welcome me as your instructor? Menma immediately shook his head vigorously. No, that is absolutely not my intention. He cast a pleading glance at his father, his blue eyes pleading for rescue. Minato, resigned, shrugged, and gave him a look that suggested he was on his own, while a smirk struggled to escape his lips. He was well aware that in matters jointly decided by Kushina and Tsunade, even the authority of the Hokage held little sway. Mom. Menma turned to Kushina, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice unconsciously laced with a hint of pleading. I truly believe your guidance skills are already unparalleled. He stole a glance at Tsunade and quickly added, of course, Aunt Tsunade is also quite formidable. Kushina beamed with delight at the compliment, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Don't worry, Menma, I will still find time to train you. She tenderly ruffled her eldest son's golden hair, completely oblivious to the flicker of despair in his eyes. All right. Tsunade suddenly rose, her green coat swaying gently with her movement. Her expression turned serious as her sharp gaze swept over the three children. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather at Training Ground 3. Her gaze lingered on Menma for an extra moment. I want to assess your abilities and conduct a check on Kinmaru. As she reached the door, Tsunade turned back, her red lips curling into a meaningful smile. Do not be late. Now the rising intonation sent a chill down Menma's spine. With the sound of the door closing, Menma slumped back into his chair. It's over, he lamented inwardly. Not only did he have to contend with his mother's sporadic surprise inspections, but he also had to navigate life under Tsunade's watchful eye. Kushina blinked in confusion, while Kinmaru gazed pensively at his palms, murmuring to himself, a bloodline disease? The training ground in the early morning was shrouded in mist, the cool air imbued with the fragrance of grass and foliage. Kinmaru stood straight at the edge of the field, tiny droplets of dew glistening on his gray-white hair, his entire being as still as a drawn sword. Meanwhile, Cheyenne sat cross-legged on the grass, sipping from a carton of milk. She occasionally stole glances at Menma, who was dozing against her shoulder. Whenever she brought the milk to his lips, a delicate blush would grace her cheeks. No more, Menma mumbled, groggily shaking his head and releasing a milk burp. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice thick with fatigue. We've been waiting for half an hour. She wouldn't stand us up, would she? At that moment, Tsunade lay sprawled across the bed, her blanket kicked to the foot. Shizune stood by the bedside, clock in hand, wearing an expression of exasperation. Lady Tsunade, if you don't get up now, you'll be late. 5 more minutes, Tsunade murmured sleepily, pulling a pillow over her face. Shizune sighed, suddenly struck by inspiration. If you're late on the first day, your authority in front of those kids will be diminished. What? Tsunade shot up, her disheveled golden hair resembling a burst dandelion. Squinting at the clock, she gasped, is it nearly 7? The ensuing chaos was nothing short of pandemonium. Tsunade dashed barefoot into the bathroom, where she hastily swirled her toothbrush before spitting it out, snatching a jacket and bolting for the door. Breakfast. Lady Tsunade, you haven't eaten. Shizune's shout was abruptly silenced by the slamming door. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Menma was listlessly counting the ants on the ground when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Tsunade came running, fastening her jacket while droplets of water dripped from her hair. Just in time, it was 7 o'clock. Tsunade exhaled silently, feigning composure as she adjusted her collar. Deliberately adopting a serious expression, she declared, very well, you all arrived on time. Menma raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Tsunade's crooked collar and tousled hair, unable to suppress a smirk. Just as he opened his mouth to comment, he caught Tsunade's warning glare and promptly fell silent. All right, let us begin with self-introductions. Tsunade crossed her arms, her sharp gaze sweeping over the three of them, lingering on Menma for a few extra seconds, so I can have a preliminary understanding of you. The morning mist at the training ground gradually lifted. Menma stood tall under Tsunade's gaze, the tips of his golden hair glinting in the sunlight. I am Uzumaki Menma. His voice was clear and resolute. I have many favorite foods and equally many dislikes. At this, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. My hobby is fishing, and my dream is. He paused, his expression suddenly serious, to become Hokage and ensure that the entire ninja world basks in the light of the sun. To become Hokage? Tsunade's pupils constricted slightly, her voice involuntarily lowering. In a moment of reverie, she seemed to see the figures of Rope Tree and the broken past merging with the golden-haired youth before her. That familiar vow, those unrealized dreams, her fingertips trembled unconsciously, and she quickly clenched her fists. All right, next. Tsunade took a deep breath, forcing herself to pull away from the memories. She turned her gaze toward Karen, striving to keep her voice calm and steady. Xianglin immediately straightened her back. the lenses of her glasses reflecting an excited gleam beneath her crimson hair. I am Uzumaki Xianglin. Her voice quivered slightly with exhilaration. I adore all the foods that Menma loves and detest those that he dislikes. With every word, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Menma, her cheeks blooming with a charming blush. Her dream was, Chapter 58, that moment doesn't he count. Suddenly, Xianglin found herself lost in her own fantasies, her hands cradling her cheeks, and little hearts even appearing on her glasses. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, completely immersed in a bubble of rosy daydreams. Tsunade observed this scene. A few dark lines appearing on her forehead. This girl is nothing short of a female Jiraiya. She shook her head helplessly, deciding to let this clearly spaced-out girl be, and shifted her gaze to the last individual, Kagayakimaru. The youth in white slightly bowed, his voice as cool as the moonlight. After a brief pause, as if contemplating earnestly, he stated, "There is nothing in particular that I love or hate." Suddenly, he turned to Menma, a rare warmth flickering in his eyes, and a gentle curve gracing his lips. Menma's dreams are the very essence of my existence. Tsunade nearly stumbled. She held her forehead, silently critiquing. I thought he would be like Orochimaru in his youth, yet it's turned out this way. The dynamics of this team are increasingly bizarre. She looked at the boys and girls surrounding Menma, a sudden ominous premonition regarding her future as a leader creeping into her mind. All right, now let me witness your abilities. Tsunade retrieved 2 bells from her ninja tool pouch, the metal gleaming dazzlingly in the morning light. She deliberately made the bells ring with a crisp sound, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. The rules are simple, as long as you can snatch them from me. Before she could finish her sentence, Menma's figure had vanished from sight. A cold gleam sliced through the air as a kunai aimed directly at Tsunade's face. What? Tsunade's pupils constricted, her body reacting before her mind could process the situation. With a swift motion, her long right leg swept out with a fierce gust, accurately targeting the trajectory of the kunai. Bang! As the sound of impact echoed, Menma's figure abruptly materialized beside the kunai. He crossed his arms in defense, yet was still jolted by Tsunade's terrifying strength, his arms going numb. Truly, she is one of the legendary 3. Menma thought in awe, his kunai slipping from his grasp. Just as the kunai was about to touch the ground, his figure flickered again. Tsunade felt a sudden lightness at her waist. The 2 bells had vanished without a trace. Menma had returned to his original position, casually tossing the spoils into the air, his blue eyes sparkling with triumph beneath his golden bangs. Menma is amazing, Xianglin exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, her hands flailing like an exuberant little rabbit. Tsunade's expression darkened to a shade akin to the bottom of a pot. She shot a glare at Xianglin, causing her to shrink her neck and hide behind Kimaru. Ahem, Tsunade cleared her throat awkwardly, a vein throbbing on her forehead. The ninjutsu invented by Grandpa Tobarama is utterly outrageous. She suddenly placed her hands on her hips and boldly declared, "That doesn't count. The key is to test teamwork." Pointing at Menma, who looked utterly bewildered, she added, "You. No using Flying Thunder God, and no would release either." What? Menma nearly dropped his jaw to the ground, incredulous at her reasoning. Watching Tsunade act like a petulant child, he rolled his eyes. With a dismissive sneer, he tossed the bell back casually, saying, "Do as you wish. Even without those 2 techniques, I have plenty of ways to make this legendary Sannin acknowledge my prowess." Menma flexed his wrist, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Tsunade accepted the bell, a slight, unnatural flush crossing her face. She was well aware that her argument was somewhat unreasonable, but against a prodigy like Menma, conventional methods were utterly futile. Preparing for battle, Tsunade assumed a combat stance, her golden twin tails billowing in the morning breeze. A dangerous smile curved her lips. "Let us begin. Watch closely. Are you ready?" Menma grinned confidently and exchanged glances with Hyuka and Junmaru. The 2 understood instantly, quickly spreading out to form a triangular encirclement. Tsunade focused intently on Menma as he formed hand seals, her palms unwittingly beading with sweat. What other tricks did this little rascal have up his sleeve? She stood on high alert, muscles tense, ready to counter any potential ambush. Humph. Menma suddenly let out a cold chuckle, completing his hand seals. Reverse color temptation technique. Boom. In an instant, smoke erupted, revealing a tall figure suspended in midair. Golden hair danced in the wind, and a white robe rustled dramatically. The handsome youth casually wielded a long sword, his robe wide open, exposing chiseled abdominal muscles, glistening droplets of water trickling along the defined lines of his physique. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, her lips parting unconsciously. She felt her blood boil, warmth flooding her nostrils as a drop of crimson slipped silently from her nose. Kyuka's eyes widened, and the kunai in her hand clattered to the ground. Her cheeks flushed in instant crimson, and blood gushed from her nose as she toppled backward like a marionette with its strings cut. Tsunade-sama, your breakfast. Just arriving at the training ground, Shizune stood frozen, her food container slipping from her grasp. Mechanically wiping her nose, she discovered her fingertips stained with bright red blood. Thud! A dull thump echoed from the shadows as Xiang stumbled down from the tree, two suspicious red stains rapidly blooming on her mask. Most absurd of all was Junmaru. The typically composed youth now sported crimson-tipped ears, his gaze flitting uncertainly, caught between wanting to look and being too shy to do so, causing veins to pulse ominously on Menma's forehead. Are you blushing like a teapot? Menma shot him an annoyed glare. You little brat. Tsunade's furious shout reverberated across the training ground. She delivered a punch squarely to Menma's head, knocking him back to his senses. Bored. Tsunade feigned calmness as she wiped away the blood, forcing an air of nonchalance. Yet, the flushed ears and slightly trembling fingers betrayed her true reaction. Today's training has come to an end. Fearing the occurrence of unforeseen events, she declared the session adjourned. The corridor of Konoha Hospital was permeated with the scent of disinfectant, mingling with the afternoon sunlight. In the hallway, Menma sat on a bench, his right side occupied by Shaoan, who resembled a wilted kitten, slumped against his shoulder, her eyes behind her glasses still reflecting a dazed expression. Sai occupied the opposite side, his demeanor equally tense. At last, the door to the operating room creaked open. When Tsunade emerged, her white coat bore traces of blood, and her golden hair was damp with sweat, clinging to her cheeks. Menma rushed forward. Aunt Tsunade, Shin's condition has stabilized. Tsunade removed her mask, her voice tinged with exhaustion. With a month of rest, he will recover. Instantly, the tension in Menma's shoulders dissipated. He bowed earnestly. I am truly grateful. Thank you immensely, Lady Tsunade. Sai's voice trembled unusually. After receiving permission, he nearly stumbled into the ward, forgetting to close the door behind him. Menma observed Tsunade's fatigue and hesitated. Would you like to rest first? Stop being so verbose. She waved her hand dismissively, yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. I'm still looking forward to a few rounds of games. She licked her lips, as if already hearing the sound of rolling dice. Menma's lips twitched. Tsunade was remarkable in every aspect, yet her perennial bad luck at games made it somewhat difficult to bear. Chapter 59. I will not give up inside the ward. Color finally returned to Shin's pallid face. Upon seeing Menma, he struggled to rise. Young Master Menma, don't move. Menma gently pressed his shoulder down. Just focus on your recovery. He paused, revealing a radiant smile. Once you're well, we'll fight side by side. Tears suddenly welled in Shin's eyes. As he nodded vigorously, the tears cascaded down, staining the pristine sheets with dark spots. Aware of his recent surgery, Menma chose not to linger and called Sai to exit the ward. After waiting outside for a while, Tsunade eventually emerged. Her footsteps were considerably heavier than usual. Menma immediately approached her, only to see her brow slightly furrowed, her once vibrant eyes now dimmed, and her lips pressed tightly together. His heart sank abruptly. Cold sweat forming in his palms, his voice parched. Kisame. He recalled how he had initially regarded Kisame merely as a pawn, yet over the years, that taciturn youth had silently stood by his side. Unbeknownst to him, Kisame had become like a brother to him. His throat constricted, nails inadvertently digging into his palms. Tsunade gently shook her head, her golden locks veiling half her face. She took a deep breath, her voice solemn. I'm sorry about Kisame's bloodline illness. How could this be? Menma felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, a dull ache spreading throughout him. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The corridor's lights suddenly blazed, and before him appeared Kisame's pale, yet resolute visage. The crimson eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Lady Tsunade, is there truly no hope? Her voice trembled, recalling how Kimimaro had always cared for her like an elder brother, shaking his head in exasperation during her capricious moments, yet never casting blame. Tsunade closed her eyes, her long fingers gripping her shoulders tightly, knuckles turning white. Leaning against the cold wall, her forehead pressed against it, she momentarily envisioned her younger brother, Sh. Ju, and her beloved, witnessing their final moments. That sense of helplessness washed over her anew. Clenching her teeth, her chest heaved with emotion. Lady Tsunade, Ino's eyes were red-rimmed. She longed to step forward and offer support, yet found herself at a loss for words. Helplessly rooted in place, the corridor was suffused with a stifling silence, with passing medical staff treading lightly. Sai leaned against the window, his brush unconsciously sketching chaotic lines in his notebook. He gazed at the falling leaves outside. The smile that once adorned his lips now vanished. Tsunade lifted her gaze to Niji, who had his head bowed, shadows cast by his tousled hair obscuring his expression, though the tension in his jaw revealed his inner turmoil. As long as he refrains from using his bloodline abilities, he may yet survive for a few more years. As her words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, signifying that Kimimaro-'s inability to become a ninja would soon lead to his demise. I will not give up. Niji suddenly struck the wall with a fist, his knuckles reddening, the muted thud echoing in the stillness. Drawing a deep breath, his voice rang with unwavering resolve. All eyes turned to the golden-haired youth. I will surely heal him. He raised his head, the azure of his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Rest assured, I will never abandon any comrade. A slow smile graced his lips, radiant and familiar, as if it could dispel all gloom. Ino gazed at him, entranced, tears blurring her vision. In that moment, she seemed to see the boy who once reached out to her, pulling her from the abyss. Sai widened his eyes slightly, his throat tightening. Once upon a time, it was this very smile that first made him feel genuine bonds, freeing him from darkness and granting him a true family. You little rascal, Tsunade chuckled softly, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She observed Niji's resolute demeanor, as if witnessing familiar silhouettes, even that of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, embodying the unyielding will of fire. I shall not give up either. She clenched her fists tightly, her voice resonant and firm. After all, Kimimaro is my student. At that moment, the legendary Sannin re-emerged. A renewed fire ignited in her eyes. This time, she would not allow those dear to her to slip away. Lady Tsunade. Ino wiped away her tears, unable to suppress a smile. She wished more than anyone for Tsunade to emerge from the shadows of her past. After leaving the hospital, Niji rubbed his throbbing temples. Though his words were resolute, he found himself at a loss for a concrete plan. A gentle breeze tousled his golden hair, stirring his thoughts. Bloodline diseases are indeed a formidable challenge. He murmured to himself, unconsciously stroking his chin, pondering the progress of Orochimaru's techniques. With this thought, he tentatively inquired within his mind. System, do you possess a method to cure bloodline diseases? The primordial chaos yields the revered path, refining the essence of heaven and earth. The interplay of yin and yang births the four symbols, now residing within my grasp. His brow twitched involuntarily, and he sighed in resignation. Could you perhaps articulate something I can comprehend? The system fell into silence, reminiscent of a deliberately enigmatic riddle. Never mind, I shan't rely on you. Shaking his head, he turned to his companion. Kaguya, you may return home. I have some matters to attend to. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Within the subterranean base of the Sound Village, Orochimaru, who had been meticulously preparing reagents, abruptly halted his activity. He sensed the fluctuations of the flying thunder god technique, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his golden snake-like eyes. It has been a while. Menma-kun, Orochimaru remarked, turning to face him, his raspy voice imbued with a unique cadence. What a rare visitor. Menma was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Orochimaru. The figure before him was slender and elegant, with cascading long hair, and the previously pallid skin now bore an additional touch of beauty, exuding an androgynous allure. What have you done? Menma's brows twitched uncontrollably. As you can see, Orochimaru gracefully spread his arms, the flowing sleeves of his robe reminiscent of water. I have transcended the mundane constraints, reaching a new realm. Menma's lips twitched slightly. Must one become an androgynous being to transcend realms? He found it difficult to fathom the thought process of this scientific madman. Orochimaru let out a low, rumbling laugh, his golden eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. To be honest, my fascination with Menma-kun's physique has long surpassed the so-called sage's eye. The sage's eye? Menma furrowed his brow, warily scrutinizing the increasingly bizarre individual before him. The leader of the Akatsuki organization was said to possess the legendary sage's eye. Orochimaru extended his slender tongue, slowly licking his lips. He once invited me to join the Akatsuki, but I declined. My gaze lingers upon Menma, for you captivate me far more. Menma surveyed the laboratory, noting the absence of any ongoing live experiments, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Yet, he was soon stunned into immobility by Orochimaru's subsequent declaration. Chapter 60. Perfectly flawless thus, I yearn to possess Menma-kun's body, Orochimaru stated plainly, a peculiar smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Of course, with my current capabilities, I cannot forcibly seize it. He deliberately paused, adding with significant implication, however, I have noticed that Menma-kun seems particularly interested in women. What? Menma's pupils dilated in shock. Orochimaru elegantly twirled, the ample fabric of his kimono subtly revealing alluring curves. Therefore, I have decided to approach this from that angle to obtain Menma-kun's body. His crimson tongue again glided over his pale lips. By the heavens! Menma erupted in outrage, retreating several steps until his back collided heavily with the laboratory table. His body was covered in goosebumps, and his stomach churned violently. You twisted pervert. Don't even think about it. Orochimaru, however, wore a confident smile, exuding an air of certainty. Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Menma-kun. My modifications are not yet complete. He caressed his own visage, implying that once finalized, you would undoubtedly change your mind. Menma could hardly suppress a retch, his complexion paling. That's utterly disgusting. Orochimaru, you are courting death. He clenched his fists, contemplating that had it not been for his investments in this laboratory, he would have already sent Orochimaru flying with a well-placed strike. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his golden serpent-like eyes glimmering with determination, his slender fingers gently stroking his chin, as if envisioning his flawless new form. Menma forced himself to suppress the surging anger within, the veins on his forehead subtly throbbing. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to resist the impulse to deliver a fatal blow to this scoundrel. I have come to discuss a serious matter, he stated, his tone steady. Is there a way to cure Kimimura's bloodline disease? Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Has that child's bloodline disease manifested? What a pity, he lamented, shaking his head. Cut the nonsense. Menma interrupted impatiently. Can you or can you not cure it? Orochimaru's eyes suddenly brightened, scrutinizing Menma like a serpent eyeing its prey, his gaze unsettling. Menma felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily tightening his fists. Menma-kun, do not be alarmed, Orochimaru said, stepping back a half-step, forcing a nervous chuckle. I merely require some of your cellular samples. Why didn't you say so earlier? Menma shot him an irritable glare, swiftly grabbing a test tube from the lab bench and decisively making a cut in his palm. Blood dripped from his fingertips into the tube, leaving crimson trails on the glass surface. When Orochimaru accepted the test tube, his hands trembled slightly, his eyes igniting with fervor. Menma's cold gaze bore into him, his voice as frigid as ice. If I discover you have created anything bizarre with my cells, his chakra erupted violently, causing the laboratory's glassware to tremble. I will personally end you. Orochimaru carefully tucked the test tube into his sleeve, fervently assuring him, I have complete faith in your capabilities. I vow not to engage in any indiscreet activities. He paused meaningfully. Unless, of course, I receive your approval. Menma resolutely declined. Not in this lifetime. He halted, his brow furrowed. How long will it take? Kimimura cannot afford to wait. Orochimaru, unable to contain his eagerness, summoned his assistants and rapidly issued experimental commands. Without looking up, he replied, if all goes smoothly, a month will suffice. His words flowed quickly, an unusual speed reflecting the fervor in his golden serpent eyes. Our ruin is also a fine child. I wonder if he will suit Menma-kun's taste, Orochimaru remarked, suddenly lifting his gaze with a pointed implication. Orochimaru. Veins throbbed at the corners of his forehead as he gazed at the bewildered purple-haired girl standing at the doorway, her green robe swaying helplessly. He could no longer endure Orochimaru's presence, and with a flash of golden light, he vanished from sight. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently, casually dismissing Honglian. His trembling fingers caressed a blood-filled vial, and a sickly flush crept across his pallid cheeks. It was simply exquisite. In the laboratory, monitoring instruments emitted rapid beeping sounds. Orochimaru fixated on the data fluctuating on the screen, his pupils narrowing into thin slits. This vitality surpasses that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. And this chakra possesses an attribute unlike anything ever witnessed before. The glassware reflected his contorted smile. Orochimaru, like a madman who had discovered a treasure, danced with glee before the experiment table. If only he could unravel this secret, the prospect of eternity would be within reach. Menma was thoroughly disgusted by Orochimaru, unable to find peace even in his dreams. Just as he was enjoying a tender moment with Shiyuan, the beauty in his arms suddenly transformed into Orochimaru's androgynous face, flashing him an eerie grin. What the hell? Menma jolted upright in bed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Cursing, Orochimaru, you scoundrel. He clenched his teeth and struck the bedboard, but then reminded himself that great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. Forcing himself to regain composure, this scientific madman posed no real threat to him. At worst, he was merely a source of nausea. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled having asked his roommate about the leader of the Akatsuki organization. At the time, his roommate had casually remarked, just a rice dealer. Later, he blew up Konoha. Although causing such destruction to Konoha would not be difficult for him, the ninja world was fraught with hidden dangers, and caution was prudent. Awakened from his nightmare, sleep eluded him, and Menma gazed out at the moonlight, yearning to see Shiyuan. He wondered if she was asleep. Once this thought surfaced, he could no longer suppress it. To think it is to act. This is his ninja way. In a flash of golden light, Menma silently appeared in Shiyuan's bedroom. The sleeping Shiyuan sensed something amiss and instantly awoke, instinctively reaching for the ninja blade by her bedside. Shiyuan, it's me. Menma whispered. Menma? Shiyuan, illuminated by the moonlight, recognized him and glanced at the pitch-black night outside, furrowing her brow in confusion. What brings you here at such an hour? I must. Menma nodded decisively. Before Shiyuan could fully comprehend, Menma dove into the covers beside her, startling her. Wait, don't. Menma was well-versed in navigating such escapades, and soon, he had Shiyuan soaring towards the clouds. At dawn, Menma and his companions were listlessly engaged in weeding tasks. After bringing them to this desolate land, Tsunade had vanished without a trace. Tsunade-sama is truly unreasonable. Xianglin huffed, spitting out the weeds she had been chewing, her scythe swinging haphazardly as she frolicked off, leaving them to toil. Junmaru merely smiled gently, his actions still meticulous and unwavering. His fingertips gently brushed against the weeds, a movement so graceful it hardly resembled the toil of farm work. He was likely off to the casino again, leaning languidly against the trunk of a tree. He squinted his eyes like a cat basking in the sun. Among the entire team, it seemed that only Junmaru was genuinely engaged in labor. I wonder when my foolish brother will return, he murmured, resting his arms behind his head, gradually drifting into slumber. Young Master Menma, I finally found you. Shizun panted as she rushed over, clutching Tun-Tun, her pink kimono speckled with bits of grass. Chapter 61. As long as the money is right, just call me by my name, Shizun, Menma replied, gracefully leaping down from the tree. Is there something you need? Shizun hesitated, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lady Tsunade said she was unwell and asked me to lead the team for a while. Her voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper, akin to a buzzing mosquito. This clumsy lie left her ears burning. Menma sighed in exasperation. Tsunade. Even her excuses are so half-hearted. I understand, he resignedly said. Then let us tackle the weeding together, shall we? All right, Shizun replied glumly, setting Tun-Tun down and squatting to pull out the weeds, silently grumbling. Lady Tsunade is being too unreasonable on my rare day off. At that moment, Menma's gaze fell upon the plump Tun-Tun, and he suddenly craved roasted suckling pig. He unconsciously swallowed, causing Tun-Tun to tremble in fear and dart into Shizun's embrace. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Team 7 had successfully escorted Tazuna to the Land of Waves. The thugs sent by Gato were utterly no match for them. The escort mission is complete. We should head back now, Kakashi said lazily, shouldering his pack and casually waving goodbye to Tazuna. Tazuna suddenly hunched over, his voice trembling. Once you leave, Gato will surely kill me. He muttered to himself. Just go, don't mind this old man. Even if I die, only Inari will mourn for me. He wiped away non-existent tears, lamenting, my daughter will surely despise the leaf ninjas and live a lonely life. But this is all my own doing. It has nothing to do with you. Kakashi, helpless, ran a hand through his silver hair, his eyes betraying a weariness beneath his forehead protector. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged exasperated glances. This old man had recited this lamentation no fewer than 800 times. Grandpa, Inari timely leapt into Tazuna's arms, his eyes brimming with tears. The grandfather and grandson duo cast a pitiful gaze towards Naruto, their expressions so sorrowful they could pierce through anyone's heart. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Naruto instinctively clenched his fists. He had always detested such displays of bullying the weak, and a surge of righteous anger welled up within him. Kakashi-sensei. He suddenly turned and shouted. I know. Kakashi sighed, resigned to the situation. He had anticipated this outcome. Thank you so much. Dasna straightened his back in an instant, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. Thank you, brother Naruto. Inari's tears turned to smiles, his eyes sparkling with admiration, akin to witnessing a hero. The waning rays of the sunset cast a warm glow upon the shimmering sea. As Naruto took a bite of the rice ball made by Inari's mother, sitting side by side on the wooden dock, the salty sea breeze gently tousled their hair. Brother Naruto, what kind of person do you think can be called a hero? Inari lifted his youthful face, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. A hero. Naruto blinked his azure eyes and gazed upward at the darkening sky. The steadfast silhouette of his father and the radiant smile of his brother flooded his mind. My father and brother are the heroes in my heart, he said softly, his voice laced with undeniable pride. Does brother Naruto also have an elder brother? Inari inquired, tilting his head with curiosity. Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously, his golden hair shimmering in the sunset. He reminisced about the times he was bullied. When it was his brother who first came to his defense, he recalled the moments of mischief when his brother stood in front of him to take the blame. Though this brother, born merely an hour before him, often reveled in selling him out in front of their mother. What do you think a hero should be like? Naruto turned the question back to Inari. Inari's expression suddenly dimmed. He lowered his head, tears falling like pearls from a broken string, plopping onto the wooden planks. Naruto was taken aback, helplessly whispering, "What's wrong?" Inari thought of his stepfather, Kaisha, a man who toiled day and night to repair the dam. Revered as a hero by the villagers, the man who, in defiance of Cardo's tyranny, led the self-defense force to resist but was wrongfully accused. In his memories, his stepfather stood tall at the execution ground, shouting to the gathered villagers, "Evil will ultimately be punished." Before his death, he admonished Inari to always gaze upon the stars. For a true man must choose a path that he would not regret, no matter how painful or sorrowful it may be, to protect what is truly valuable, even at the cost of his life. Inari wiped his tears and recounted these past events. Naruto listened quietly, then firmly patted his shoulder. Your father is a true hero. Although I am not skilled with words and may not know how to comfort others, he scratched his head, revealing a warm smile. His spirit will surely guide you to become a remarkable man. Brother Naruto. Inari lifted his tear-filled eyes, looking at the boy who once mocked them. Now opening his heart to him, Naruto's smile shone particularly bright in the sunset. A sudden, clear sound of wind chimes resonated within the Cardo group's base. Two mysterious figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds approached silently, their wide-brimmed hats obscuring their faces. A tall man bore a ring engraved with the character for North on his left pinky, glinting coldly in the dim light. Beside him stood a slightly shorter companion, bearing a menacing scythe known as the Blood March, the three characters inscribed on the ring faintly visible. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, I can eliminate any target. The tall figure slowly removed his conical hat, revealing a pair of cold, unfeeling green eyes. His voice emanated as if from an icy vault, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. I truly cannot tolerate you, Kakuzu. What do you need all that money for? The companion, burdened with the scythe, impatiently raked his fingers through his hair, his eyes brimming with irritation. Haiden, Kakuzu slowly turned, a murderous intent suddenly flaring in his gaze. Speak again, and I shall slay you. Huh, what kind of attitude is that? Haiden exaggeratedly spread his arms, and upon receiving no further attention, muttered sulkily, cold-blooded old fool. He abruptly pivoted towards Kato, fervently brandishing the pendant of the evil god cult from his chest. Why not join the evil god cult? Offering prayers to the deity is the true meaning of life. Silence, Haiden. Kakuzu's forehead pulsed with veins. If it weren't for the fact that this lunatic is practically impossible to kill. TCH. Haiden scoffed, disinterestedly toying with the scythe in his hands. Leaning on a cane, Kato's eyes glimmered with avarice behind his lenses. Money is no object. As long as you can deal with Dazuna and those rebels, I shall give you whatever you desire. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Prepare the payment, Kakuzu coldly remarked, turning with his cloak billowing ominously. Before departing, Hayden made sure to remind Kato, "Do consider my proposal." The duo's figures vanished like phantoms at the corridor's end, leaving only the gentle chime of wind bells. As Kakazu perused the mission dossier, his dark green pupils suddenly constricted. The cover page boldly displayed the ninja profile of Kakashi. Copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. He scoffed, a cold smirk curling beneath his mask. Ah, finally, a worthy adversary. Chapter 62. The blonde brat. Although Kakashi's name resonated throughout the ninja world, Kakazu remained unfazed. Throughout his protracted existence, he had dispatched countless so-called geniuses. His fingers continued to flip through the dossier, and upon spotting the information concerning Uchiha Sasuke, he disdainfully raised an eyebrow. That brat from the Uchiha clan. His tone suggested an evaluation of a trivial toy. However, when the name Uzumaki Naruto caught his eye, Kakuzu's hand abruptly froze mid-motion. A serious expression crossed his typically grim face for the first time. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Hayden tilted his head, approaching. He had never witnessed this partner, who claimed to have assassinated the first Hokage, display such a demeanor, except when facing their leader, Pain. Kakuzu entirely disregarded Hayden's incessant chatter. His gaze fixated on the radiant photograph within the dossier. A warning from the masked Akatsuki member echoed in his memory. Upon encountering the blonde brat from Konoha, retreat immediately. Yet the exorbitant bounty promised by Kato coiled around his rationality like a venomous serpent. Kakuzu's fingers instinctively caressed the dossier, as if weighing the stakes. The pride that has surged through his veins for over 90 years roared within him. He is the legendary figure who once assassinated the sage of the Six Paths. Would he cower before a mere fledgling? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's hoarse voice escaped his clenched teeth as Kakuzu abruptly slammed the documents shut. His eyes blazing with a terrifying ferocity. "I shall see if this brat is worthy of the caution that Akatsuki holds for them." On the grand bridge of the Land of Waves, the sea breeze enveloped him with a briny embrace. Dasna stood atop the scaffolding, brandishing the blueprints as he vociferously directed the workers in their labor. This nearly completed bridge bore the hopes of the entire Land of Waves for liberation from Kato's grasp. "Sakura-chan, look at how beautiful this shell is." Naruto spun around Sakura like a golden retriever, holding up a vibrant shell, his azure eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Sasuke-kun, are you tired? Would you like some water?" Sakura entirely disregarded Naruto, bringing forth her meticulously prepared water bottle, her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Sasuke. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Sasuke's dark hair swayed gently in the sea breeze. He coldly turned his face away, presenting the perfect profile to the two. "Damn you, Sasuke." Naruto clenched his fists with gritted teeth, replaying in his mind the heroic rescue scenario for the 800th time. Sasuke, battered by the enemy, and then he. The dashing hero, appearing just in time to turn the tide of battle, culminating in Sakura leaping into his arms with hearts in her eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle at the delightful thought, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the bridge. "Such a fool," Sasuke muttered under his breath, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto's foolish antics. Yet strangely, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to that fool, as if magnetized to iron. Sakura, keenly aware of Sasuke's line of sight, felt a sudden pang in her heart. She looked down at her carefully prepared water bottle, for the first time deeply questioning her own feminine allure. In the distance, leaning lazily against the railing, Kakashi casually tucked his hands into his pockets, one hand clutching Ika Paradise. His single eye, concealed beneath silver hair, swept over the three students, shaking his head in resignation. This scene was one he had long since grown accustomed to. A thick fog had inexplicably settled upon the bridge, and the sudden chime of wind bells rang out with clarity. Kakashi instinctively lifted his gaze, and upon spotting two figures cloaked in black with red clouds approaching slowly from the bridge's edge, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He discreetly stuffed Ika Paradise into his ninja pouch, his right hand resting on a shuriken. The aura emanating from those two instilled a primal sense of danger within him. "Excuse me, do you have business here?" Naruto asked, swallowing hard as he faced the two who had unexpectedly halted before him. The oppressive presence radiating from them sent a chill down his spine. Sasuke's fingers had already brushed against the shuriken at his waist. Sakura, however, looked around in confusion, still oblivious to the impending threat. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's sinister voice caused Naruto to freeze, as if a venomous serpent had locked onto its prey. Naruto widened his eyes, momentarily at a loss. The revelation of his secret identity left his mind in a blank state. Naruto. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared before the trio, his forehead protector lifted, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Fixed intently on the enemy before them. Sweat beaded on his brow, his voice more serious than ever. You all must retreat. This is an order. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto instinctively took a step back, confusion etched across his face. Although he sensed the gravity of the situation, he had never considered abandoning his comrades to flee. These two were no ordinary ninjas. Kakashi struggled to maintain his composure, his tone unyieldingly resolute. You need to leave first. I will catch up shortly. His gaze remained locked on Kakuzu and Haiden, mentally preparing for the worst. Sasuke, take Naruto and Sakura and go. Kakashi's voice was low and urgent, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Kakuzu. Seeing Naruto still hesitating, he suppressed his own anxiety and turned sharply to Sasuke, commanding him sternly. Understood. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his single Tomo Sharingan activating in an instant. He seized Naruto by the arm and called to Sakura. Let us go. Thinking of escaping? You might as well come to serve the Lord of Evil. Haiden sneered as he unsheathed his scythe, his form darting forward like a specter. The blade cut through the mist, leaving a scarlet arc in its wake. Not good. Just as Kakashi was about to act, Kakuzu's arm suddenly twisted grotesquely, countless black threads shooting forth like a torrential downpour. Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle Punch. Boom. Kakuzu's fist pierced through Kakashi's chest, blood splattering onto the misty bridge. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's anguished scream pierced the air. Idiot. Look ahead. Sasuke barely managed to block Haiden's scythe with his kunai, the clash of metal showering sparks in all directions. However, Haiden, grinning maliciously, lifted his leg and delivered a heavy kick to Sasuke's chest, sending him flying several meters away. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's legs weakened, helplessly watching as Haiden turned his attention toward her. Little girl, would you like to join the cult of the evil god? Haiden licked the blade of his scythe, his eyes dilating in excitement. Sakura stood frozen, paralyzed by the manic killing intent emanating from him, unable to even twitch a finger. If you don't answer, I'll offer you to the Lord of Evil. Haiden raised his scythe high, its edge reflecting the light of impending death. Rasengan. A dazzling blue sphere erupted violently against Haiden's chest, crashing him forcefully into the bridge surface. As debris flew, Naruto maintained his striking pose. Turning to Sakura with his signature smile, are you okay? He anticipated her embrace, but instead heard, that hurts. You little brat. Haiden twisted as he crawled out of the rubble, his chest a bloody mess, yet still laughing maniacally. I will sacrifice you all. Impossible. Naruto's pupils dilated in shock. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, incredulously watching as Haiden, seemingly unfazed, swung his scythe and charged once more. That body appeared not to be flesh and blood, but rather an immortal entity. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke swiftly darted to Naruto's side, his hands weaving seals with the speed of lightning. A searing fireball erupted from his mouth, illuminating the entire bridge. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto synchronized perfectly, the howling wind bolstering the fireball's might. The fusion of wind and fire transformed into a towering inferno, instantly engulfing Haiden. The anguished screams of Haiden echoed through the sea of flames. Oh, Kakuzu. Locked in combat with Kakashi, cast a sidelong glance, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. These two youngsters indeed possessed some skill. Yet, despite their formidable prowess, it was still far from the level worn by Obito. In that moment of distraction, an excruciating pain surged through Kakuzu's chest. Chapter 63, The Ceremony Begins. Kakuzu incredulously looked down, only to see an arm, crackling with lightning, piercing through his back, the electric sparks crackling at the wound. Losing focus in battle could prove fatal. Kakashi's Sharingan glowed of bloody crimson in the shimmering light, his breath heavy with determination. Damn it! Blood trickled from the corner of Kakuzu's mouth, his voice hoarse. It's over. Kakashi abruptly withdrew his arm, preparing to assist Naruto and the others, when an unsettling chill coursed through him. Kakuzu's body began to writhe unnaturally, a bizarre mask bursting forth, accompanied by countless black tendrils, exploding into fragments mid-air. What? Kakashi's pupils constricted, activating the body flicker technique to its utmost, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the next moment, several sharp earth spears erupted from where he had just stood. Before he could catch his breath, the rejuvenated Kakuzu had completed his hand seals, fire release, Head cut. Simultaneously, another masked creature separated from his body. Wind release. Pressure damage. Wind and fire intertwined, transforming into an inferno that blotted out the sky. The searing flames cracked the bridge's surface, boiling the seawater, as the entire structure warped and twisted under the intense heat. Water release. Water barrier. Kakashi, struggling against his dwindling chakra, formed hand seals with remarkable speed. A colossal wall of water surged upwards, crashing violently against the sea of flames. With a hissing sound, a dense mist enveloped the battlefield, reducing visibility to a minimum. Truly, he was the copy ninja who had replicated thousands of jutsu. Kakuzu's voice resonated through the fog, tinged with cold admiration. So, how many more of my attacks can you endure? The third masked creature broke through the mist. As Kakuzu completed his hand seals, lightning release, false darkness. Dazzling lightning tore through the fog, transforming into a ferocious serpent that lunged at Kakashi with devastating force. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled furiously, his hands igniting with lightning. The dual thunder cuts interwove before him, forming an electric net that collided with the incoming thunderstorm. Amidst the blinding light, his figure swayed precariously, yet he resolutely refused to retreat even a single step. Kakashi knelt upon the shattered bridge, his arms trembling from the excessive use of chakra. Sweat dripped from his forehead, leaving dark stains on the charred wood. A dizzying sensation from his nearly depleted chakra washed over him. Yet his concern for the battle on the other side persisted. Naruto and Sasuke stood shoulder to shoulder, their breaths now erratic. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled maniacally, capturing every frenzied motion of Haiden. Naruto's shadow clones were relentlessly torn apart by scythes, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Die! Haiden cackled madly, brazenly taking Sasuke's shuriken, allowing the sharp blades to pierce his back. In the splatter of blood, he only grew more exhilarated, the scythe carving a lethal arc aimed directly at Sasuke's throat. Sasuke narrowly leaned back, the blade grazing past his nose. Dozens of Naruto's shadow clones seized the opportunity, surging from all directions, each wielding a brilliant Rasengan. Useless. Haiden whirled his scythe, stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. The shadow clones detonated one after another, the residual chakra sending tremors through the bridge's surface. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers subtly curling. The scattered shuriken were suddenly drawn by chakra strings, ensnaring Haiden like a web. What? Haiden struggled as the chakra threads tightened into his flesh, blood dripping along the silver strands. It's over. Naruto's physical Rasengan surged toward Haiden's face, the blue chakra illuminating Haiden's grotesque grin. In a hair-raising moment, Haiden forcibly twisted his body, the dark spear darting out like a venomous serpent. The spear tip grazed Naruto's cheek, drawing a line of blood. Haiden greedily licked the blood from the spear's tip, his pupils dilating to their limits. Sinister black patterns crawled over his body like a spider's web, and he cackled maniacally, dipping his foot in blood to inscribe a malevolent sigil on the ground. Allow me to show you the blessings of the Lord of Evil. Sasuke keenly sensed the oddness of Haiden's actions, a chill creeping up his spine. Naruto, interrupt him quickly. But it was too late. Haiden stood at the center of the crimson sigil, raising the dark spear high, revealing an utterly deranged smile. The ritual begins. A sense of foreboding coiled around Sasuke's heart like a viper. He fixated on Haiden's bizarre movements, catching a glimpse of the dazed Naruto, his voice involuntarily rising. Hey Naruto, are you alright? I'm fine. Naruto mechanically swallowed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He stared blankly at the frenzied Haiden at the center of the sigil, instinctively sensing that danger was imminent. It appeared that matters were reaching a climax over there. Kakuzu deflected Kakashi's kunai with his hardened arm, casting a scornful glance at his comrade who had successfully drawn blood. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is nothing special. That guy Haiden certainly overreacted. Naruto. Kakashi's call was laced with unprecedented urgency. This momentary distraction allowed Kakuzu's leg to land heavily on his waist. Kakashi flew away like a broken kite, crashing violently against a bridge support. Kakuzu approached leisurely, the stitches writhing in the shadows. I'll gladly accept the bounty of over 100 million, Hitaki Kakashi. Meanwhile, Haiden slowly raised his fervent gaze. He licked his lips, the spear glinting coldly. Come, let us experience the utmost pain together. As the words left his mouth, the pitch-black spear plunged brutally into his own abdomen. Naruto suddenly doubled over, clutching his abdomen tightly. Blood gushed forth between his fingers, staining the orange training uniform a deep crimson. His blue eyes widened in disbelief, his trembling lips unable to form coherent syllables. Naruto. Sasuke lunged forward, his shaking hands supporting his companion's slipping body. Upon witnessing the wound on Naruto's abdomen, the Tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly. This cannot be happening. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Haiden, his voice hoarse. What have you done? Naruto. Sakura stumbled toward them, tears blurring her vision. She desperately pressed against Naruto's continuously bleeding wound, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, loathing her inability to protect her injured companion. Beside the bridge pier, Kakashi's throat was gripped tightly by Kakazu's hand. Through his increasingly blurred vision, Kakashi beheld Naruto collapsing in the distance, his heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. Obito's dying words echoed in his mind once more, Rin's blood-stained figure merging with the grim scene before him. Once again, he had failed to protect someone important. Ha ha ha. Haiden's twisted laughter echoed across the bridge as he brandished his spear, reveling in the despair etched on everyone's faces. Sasuke could only watch helplessly as the pitch-black spear was raised once more. This level of suffering was far from sufficient. Haiden licked his lips, savoring the sight of others on the brink of death. The transformation of such agony into pleasure was the most exhilarating experience. His fingers caressed the spear's tip as if selecting the sweetest of fruits. Where shall I taste pain next? The spear slowly moved toward his own heart. Stop! Sasuke's furious roar shattered the air, his single Tomo Sharingan evolving into a double Tomo in an instant. He charged toward Haiden in a frenzy, only to despairingly realize the distance was too great. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space inside Naruto, the Kyuubi's slit pupil suddenly opened wide. Brat, wake up! It battered against the seal, crimson chakra surging forth like lava, beginning to mend Naruto's abdominal wound. In Konoha, Kushina dropped her spoon with a clatter. She suddenly clutched her chest, an unprecedented wave of palpitations washing over her, as if a piece of her heart had been violently ripped away. Naruto. A mother's instinct made her understand in an instant, tears streaming uncontrollably. Minato. She rushed into the room, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Go check on your brother. A flash of light heralded Minato's arrival on the battlefield. Upon teleporting next to Naruto, he was met with the sight of his brother lying in a pool of blood and Sasuke desperately charging forward. Meanwhile, that maniac covered in dark patterns had already pressed his spear against his own heart. Minato's pupils constricted sharply, as time seemed to freeze at that moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing in front of Sasuke. The specially made kunai sliced through the air, and before it could touch Haiden, his figure had already appeared before him. What? Fadewan's sinister grin remained frozen on his face when he felt a vice-like hand grip his throat, forcibly drawing him away from the formation. The intricate sealing runes on his face and arms writhed as if alive, swiftly binding his chakra completely. How would you prefer to die? Menma's voice was as cold as ice, and the killing intent in his gaze was palpable. Fadewan's body stiffened, and a series of choking sounds escaped his throat. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in his eyes, which were usually filled with madness. Was this the reinforcements? Not far away, Jiao Du, still reeling from shock, was suddenly met with a fierce gust of wind. Menma's figure appeared like a wraith, and Jiao Du instinctively raised his hand to block, but was nonetheless sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily into a bridge pillar. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Menma clasped his hands together, causing the bridge to tremble violently. Thick trees erupted from the ground, transforming almost instantaneously into a ferocious wood dragon that clamped down on Jiao Du. The wood dragon greedily siphoned his chakra, leaving Jiao Du limp and finally comprehending the meaning of Afei's warning. Menma, quickly check on Naruto. Sasuke knelt in a pool of blood, his voice tinged with an unprecedented panic. Menma instantly teleported to his brother's side and carefully lifted the unconscious Naruto. He turned to the battered Kakashi. Brother Kakashi, I leave this place to you for now. A flash of golden light later, Menma appeared directly before Tsunade. In the casino, Tsunade, just about to deal cards, was startled. You reckless brat. Her scolding abruptly halted as her gaze fell upon Naruto's blood-stained clothing. What happened? There was no time for explanations. Follow me. At the hospital, Tsunade meticulously examined Naruto. After a moment, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Menma's heart tightened, What would have happened if I were a moment later? A moment later, the wound would have healed by itself, Tsunade replied, crossing her arms with a hint of a smile. Menma paused, his eyes resting on his brother's gradually reddening face. Is it the Nine Tails? At that moment, within Naruto's sealed space, the Nine Tails lay on the ground, panting heavily. Damn it. You little brat finally brought him back. A flicker of relief lingered in its golden slit pupils. Aunt Tsunade, I entrust Naruto to you. Menma stood at the door of the ward, pausing briefly before adding, Please, do not tell my mother about this for now. With that, his figure dissipated into a flash of gold. On the battlefield, Fade Wan was bound tightly like a dead fish, while Sasuke pressed sealing talismans onto his incessantly babbling mouth. In the jaws of the wood dragon, Jiao Du swayed like a rag, regret etched in his eyes. He deeply regretted not heeding Ah Fei's advice. Upon seeing the blonde brat from Konoha retreat immediately, he had assumed it referred to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but he had not anticipated this golden-haired boy who could wield the first Hokages would release. Brother Kakashi, are you all right? Menma crouched down. Kakashi leaned against the shattered bridge pillar, his headband askew, revealing fatigued eyes. I'm fine, he replied with a bitter smile, grasping Menma's outstretched hand, involuntarily inhaling sharply as he was helped up. Sakura immediately rushed forward to steady his swaying form, her fingers instinctively tightening around Kakashi's sleeve. Are you Naruto's elder brother? A child's voice, tinged with tears, suddenly rang out. Inari had broken free from his grandfather's restraint and dashed towards Menma, his small face streaked with tears. Naruto, he's okay, right? Menma hesitated for a moment, catching sight of Sasuke's suddenly tense posture. He crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, gently ruffling his tousled hair. He's fine. He's currently in a safe place, dreaming sweet dreams. That's wonderful, Inari exclaimed, both crying and laughing as he bounced up. I knew Naruto wouldn't easily die. Sasuke turned his face away, yet a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Sakura's shoulders trembled slightly as she discreetly wiped away her tears, seeing that his companions were unharmed. The warmth in Menma's eyes abruptly chilled. He raised his hand, and the wooden dragon dissipated into specks of green light, while Kankuro, like a broken sack, fell heavily to the ground. Kakashi, what do you know about these two? Menma asked, stepping firmly on the struggling Kankuro. His voice carried a chilling intensity. Do you know their intentions? Kakashi, clutching his injured ribs, shook his head. The specifics are unclear. He paused, a flicker of alertness crossing his eyes. But it seems they are specifically targeting Naruto. Menma's golden eyes narrowed slightly, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fist. I think I understand. Just as he was about to bend down to seize Kankuro, his entire body froze as an eerie chakra fluctuation filled the air. Who? A kunai slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in a tree stump several meters away. The bark began to wriggle strangely, and a half-black, half-white creature resembling a pitcher plant gradually emerged. Discovered, the white half said in a flippant tone. Run, the black half warned, its voice ominous. Menma had already vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he single-handedly grasped the white Zetsu's neck, lifting it up, but noticed the black portion seeping into the ground like melting asphalt. Quite swift, Menma remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the struggling white Zetsu. His other hand had already formed a sealing hand sign. A flash of golden light appeared as he returned to his companions, dragging the captive along. The white Zetsu's shrill cries piercing the air. Menma casually tossed the sealed white Zetsu to the ground, where it landed with a dull thud. He stepped onto a stone beside Kankuro's head, resting one hand on his knee as he leaned slightly forward, his golden hair cascading down. Akatsuki's North Star. Menma fixated on the ring adorning Kankuro's finger, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. It's truly you, Kankuro. Kankuro's pupils dilated suddenly, the muscles beneath his stitched skin tensing involuntarily. How do you know? His hoarse voice betrayed his astonishment. The organization's intelligence was typically stringent. How could this little brat? Let me guess. Menma straightened up, methodically lifting Kankuro as though he were a prize awaiting slaughter. That guy over there is hiding from the Akatsuki, isn't? He tilted his head, revealing a smile devoid of warmth. You, the immortal duo. Are you seeking to prolong your lives? Kankuro's Adam's apple bobbed, cold sweat slowly trickling down. Before him stood a golden-haired youth, whose smile belied an oppressive aura more terrifying than death itself. What truly unsettled him was the apparent familiarity the youth had with the intelligence concerning Akatsuki. Could it be that there was a traitor within the organization? Chapter 65. The Shattered Heart of Tao. In the concealed stronghold of the original root organization within Konoha, Haiden and Kakazu were being escorted by the enigmatic figures of the Akatsuki. "Jisue, I appreciate your assistance," they said, casting the trio heavily onto the ground. Turning to the already waiting Uchiha Jisue, "Be sure to extract useful intelligence from them." Jisue nodded slightly, his calm demeanor under his short black hair akin to still waters. "Leave it to me." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes transformed into the crimson hues of the Sharingan, the patterns within them rotating slowly like a shuriken. "Haha, don't waste your efforts. Do you really think you can pry any secrets from me?" Haiden's arrogant taunt was abruptly silenced. Under the gaze of the Mangeki Sharingan, his pupils dilated and his expression became vacant. In that instant, he began to mechanically divulge every secret, including the details of the dark ritual that granted him immortality. Jisue, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had seen this man's likeness on the black market bounty board and finally comprehended why his bounty was so exorbitant. Yet, before he could ponder further, a pair of swirling mangeki appeared before him. Moments later, blood trickled from the corner of Jisue's eyes, and his vision began to blur. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood, yet he persisted in his interrogation of Black Zetsu. "Jisue, your eyes." A sense of worry creased the brow of the Akatsuki member as he stepped forward. He understood the cost of overusing the Mangeki Sharingan, blindness. "I'm fine," Jisue waved dismissively, forcing himself to complete the final interrogation. When it concluded, his complexion was somewhat pale. This organization known as Akatsuki, Jisue's voice was hoarse, is headquartered in Amigakure, with the objective of collecting all tailed beasts. He paused, adding with a hint of resignation, "Kakazu joined for the bounty, while Haiden seeks to spread the teachings of the evil deity." Aside from them, the core members included the rogue ninja Sasori from Sunagakure, Deidara from Awagakure, and Kisame from Kirigakure. At this juncture, Jisue's expression grew complex as he mentioned the rogue ninja, Obito from Konoha. Obito. The pupils of the Akatsuki member contracted slightly. The name resonated within his memory. Furthermore, in the original timeline, this position was meant to be held by Itachi Uchiha. With elongated fingers gently stroking his chin, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes. "Continue." Jisue nodded slightly, shifting his gaze toward the limp form of Black Zetsu, his brow instinctively furrowing. "This entity appears to lack a complete consciousness, thus the intelligence we can extract is quite limited." He paused, his tone growing grave. "I only know that there are two more mysterious members within the organization, one named Jay and the other named Toby." "Toby?" A cold smirk suddenly graced the lips of the Akatsuki member. "The leader of the Akatsuki organization is known as Pain," Jisue continued, unconsciously pressing his fingers against the aching corner of his eye. "It is said that he possesses the legendary Sage Eye and is often accompanied by a female member named Conan." At this point, his tone became notably grave. "Menma. These individuals are exceedingly perilous. Given their objective to capture the tailed beasts, shouldn't we prepare ourselves in advance?" "I understand." Menma narrowed his eyes, realizing that this intelligence aligned closely with the information provided by Toby, and in certain aspects, it was even more detailed. He suddenly shifted his train of thought. "Did they attack Naruto for the Nine Tails?" "No, it is not so." Jisue shook his head and explained. "This operation was a personal commission taken on by Kakashi. Their true aim is the bounty on Kakashi-senpai and the life of Dasna." "Is that so?" Menma's shoulders subtly relaxed. If the Akatsuki dared to target the Nine Tails now, he would not hesitate to take action, joined by his father, Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jisue, which would be more than sufficient. However, it seemed that this was merely Kakuzu's personal greed. "Jisue, I implore you." Menma suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. "Do not speak of this to anyone just yet. I have my own plans." However, Jisue hesitated, ultimately nodding in agreement under Menma's resolute gaze. He understood better than anyone that when the Akatsuki's ambitions touched upon Lady Kushina and Naruto, this seemingly gentle blonde youth would unleash a terrifying power. Menma gazed intently at Jisue's furrowed brow, acutely aware that although he was not as extreme as Itachi, he was fundamentally an idealist. With a soft sigh, he decided to lay bare his plans. "Jisue, I have a scheme I wish to share with you." His voice was notably lower than usual, deliberately slowing his speech while observing Jisue's reaction. Please, do tell." Jisue slightly tilted his head, a gentle smile still gracing his lips. "Jisue, I am indeed gathering the tailed beasts. Mianma locked eyes with Jishui, his tone steady. What did you say? The smile on Jishui's face froze. For the sake of true peace, so that all the children of the ninja world can grow under the sun, he declared, raising his hand as the setting sun's rays filtered through his fingers, casting mottled shadows upon his face. The balancing policy of the first Hokage has failed. Mianma's voice carried a suppressed fervor, reflecting on how short a time had passed since his death until the first great ninja war. The blood from the 3 wars had yet to dry. Must we continue this absurd cycle? Jishui's lips quivered slightly, instinctively taking a half step back. His hands clenched into fists. Mianma noted that his nails had dug deeply into his palms, yet Jishui appeared utterly oblivious. A shadow now veiled his eyes, as if recalling some painful memory. You understand this pain better than anyone. Mianma softened his tone. In that moment when you activated your Manjiki, what did you lose? The body of Jishui trembled noticeably. He abruptly closed his eyes, thick eyelashes casting 2 shadows upon his face. Mianma could hear his labored breaths and observe the intense rise and fall of his chest. After what felt like an eternity, Jishui slowly opened his eyes. Mianma. His voice was hoarse beyond belief. Do you truly believe that unifying the ninja world will bring about everlasting peace? As he posed this question, his body quivered slightly. Mianma shook his head, releasing a barely audible sigh, turning to face the setting sun in the west. I am not so naive. He grimaced, shaking his head. His gaze directed towards the blood-red remnants of the sun on the horizon. People will argue endlessly over ideals, beliefs, and even whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory. His tone suddenly took on a somber weight. Throughout history, no one has ever managed to shatter this curse, and I do not believe myself capable of doing so. The light in Jishui's eyes dimmed instantly, as if all hope had been drained from him. So, is peace forever unattainable? Mianma gazed into Jishui's eyes, which were gradually losing focus, and felt a sudden pang in his heart. He blinked, pondering, could I have shattered this fellow's resolve? It was certainly a possibility. For the Uchiha clan members were notoriously fragile. At this thought, Mianma's lips twitched imperceptibly. He recalled the scene when Itachi was persuaded. That lad was, in fact, even easier to sway than Jishui. After all, Itachi's way of thinking had long diverged from conventional reasoning, like a tree that grows askew, easily toppled with a gentle push. However, Jishui was different. His idealism was deeply rooted in the soil of reality, making it far more challenging to sway. Chapter 66, Radiant Light Ahem. Mianma deliberately cleared his throat, softening his voice slightly. While eternal peace may be a fallacy, I can at least assure several generations of tranquility. He paused momentarily, swiftly organizing his thoughts, convinced that the order established by the first Hokage would be far more enduring. He silently added in his mind, as long as my heart continues to beat, as long as my blade remains sharp. This notion caused his right hand to unconsciously rest upon the kunai at his waist. The cold metallic touch offered him a modicum of reassurance. Is that true? Jishui abruptly lifted his head, the gloom in his eyes dissipating like morning mist pierced by sunlight. Mianma could even perceive the rekindled spark in his gaze, a flicker of hope akin to a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood. Indeed, Mianma offered a perfectly timed smile, sunlight casting a warm halo upon his face. He deliberately made this smile appear exceptionally sincere, the curve of his lips meticulously calculated. Slowly extending his right hand with his palm facing upwards, he presented a gesture imbued with profound symbolism. But I need your strength. I need you by my side. His voice was deep and resolute, each word forged through countless trials. As he spoke, his fingertips trembled slightly, not from anxiety, but as a deliberate display of vulnerability. This tactic had always proven effective with idealists. Jishui's response was even more fervent than anticipated. He nearly lunged forward to grasp Mianma's hand, the force sufficient to elicit a faint crack from his knuckles. To seek answers, I shall remain steadfast by your side. His voice trembled with fervor, eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if pouring a lifetime of conviction into this promise. At that moment, the setting sun suddenly radiated with extraordinary brilliance, casting a golden glow that enveloped the duo in a sacred aura. Their clasped hands cast elongated shadows upon the grass, stretching as if to reach the very horizon. In the distance, the chirping of returning birds added a touch of solemnity to the scene. After departing from the secret base, Mianma exhaled deeply, raising a hand to wipe away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. What a tremendous ordeal, he murmured softly, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. This time, he had gained not only the unwavering loyalty of Uchiha Shursui, but also a blade sharp enough to pierce through any obstacle. Menma gazed down at the three unconscious figures of Kato at his feet. Before handing them over to Orochimaru, he needed to resolve the nuisance that was Kato. Summoning technique. With a clap of his hands against the ground, a circle of pale blue chakra rippled outward. As the smoke dissipated, a small, entirely emerald toad crouched at the center of the rune, its puffed cheeks rhythmically expanding and contracting with each breath. Deliver this information to Zabuza. Menma crouched down, gently inserting the scroll into the toad's mouth. The little creature blinked its amber eyes and responded with a soft croak. Boom. The smoke billowed once more, returning the scene to silence. In a secret base, the flickering candlelight wavered, elongating Zabuza's silhouette against the stone wall. He was meticulously polishing the blade of his executioner's sword when his fingers suddenly froze, his ears twitching slightly. A toad appeared out of thin air beside him. Zabuza did not flinch, extending his hand to catch the scroll that the toad had expelled. His fingertips grazed over the sealing mark of the scroll, chakra vibrating at a specific frequency, unraveling the intricate runes. Kato, is it? Understood. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zabuza's eyes as he hefted the executioner's sword. The curse mark of heaven seemed to slither across half of his face, glowing ominously under the candlelight. Haku, we have a mission. Yes, Master Zabuza. The youth in the corner, busy organizing his shuriken, looked up at the call, ice crystals forming delicately at his fingertips. Haku's movements were as graceful as a tea ceremony, rather than the preparation of a weapon for murder. On the road to the land of waves. Why must young Master Menma deal with Kato? Haku's voice was soft, akin to falling snowflakes. His fingers unconsciously stroked the shuriken, the metallic surface reflecting the clarity of his gaze. Just focus on completing the mission. Zabuza slightly turned, the tip of his sword etching a fine line into the ground. Upon noticing Haku's head bowed in a slight dip, his tone involuntarily softened. Kato, that scoundrel. Zabuza's single eye narrowed, recalling the villain's numerous transgressions, smuggling, murder, and arson. His fingers tightened, in the order that young Master Menma aspired to establish. There was no room for such vermin. The sun must forever shine brilliantly. Zabuza pressed his hand firmly upon Haku's shoulder, and we, like torches, are destined to incinerate the shadows. Haku's eyes widened slightly, witnessing the fervor flickering within Zabuza's gaze. I comprehended. A frosty crystal lotus blossomed between Haku's fingers, its petals sharp as blades. With these hands, I shall clear the path for Master Menma. At the apex of the Kato group, the crystal chandelier illuminated the office as brightly as day. Kato's corpulent, diminutive form sank into the leather chair, his gold watch reflecting blinding rays of light. Useless. All of them are worthless. He seized the golden ashtray from the desk and hurled it to the floor, instantly scorching a hole into the expensive carpet. Several bodyguards bowed their heads, beads of sweat trickling down their temples. After spending so much money, Kato's roar reverberated, causing the glass to hum. Did he summon a group of incompetents who couldn't even contend with a mere leaf village genin? Suddenly, a layer of frost condensed upon the floor-to-ceiling window. Kato's tirade abruptly ceased as he realized with horror that his breath had transformed into white mist. What is happening? Is the air conditioning broken? A dense fog seeped in through the cracks of the door, swiftly enveloping the entire room. The bodyguards, in a panic, drew their blades, only to freeze in place as ice crystals adorned their eyelashes. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. The nights in the rain village are perpetually cloaked in a chilling deluge. The pitch-black sky seemingly never to clear. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the depths, slick earth cascading from him as he rejoined with white Zetsu's form. Raising his head, he gazed at the solitary figure above. Uchiha Obito lounged casually at a height, raindrops sliding off his mask, dripping silently onto his black robe. Kakuzu and Haiden had been captured. Black Zetsu's voice was low and hoarse, akin to a malevolent specter whispering from the abyss. It was the work of Uzumaki Menma. Obito did not turn, merely tilting his head slightly, the Sharingan beneath his mask gleaming with a chilling red in the rainy night. His tone was indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. I had warned them long ago. Black Zetsu sensed Obito's nonchalance. However, the situation is far from simple. He moved forward slowly. Obito, the enemy's power has exceeded our expectations. Black Zetsu's voice grew darker, like a venomous serpent hissing in his ear, capturing the tailed beasts, particularly the nine-tails Jinchuriki, is something he must obstruct. What do you wish to convey? Obito finally turned his head, the Sharingan beneath his mask rotating slowly. His tone remained calm. Yet Black Zetsu discerned the underlying wariness. Uzumaki Menma has mastered Senju Hashirama's would release. Black Zetsu enunciated deliberately. This will impact Lord Madara's plans. We must prepare early. His scheme cannot falter. It has been in the making for over a millennium, and it must not unravel at the final juncture. It is time to reclaim your other eye. Chapter 67. Challenging the divine is utter folly. Obito's figure momentarily faltered, for he certainly understood what Black Zetsu referred to, the Sharingan residing within Kakashi. Do not concern yourself, Kuro. Obito's voice deepened, his breath slightly uneven, as if he had struck a sensitive nerve. This world holds no value anymore, he stated coldly. Kuro gazed at him in silence for a long while. Ultimately, he slowly sank into the earth, leaving behind a whisper. I merely suggested. His figure vanished completely into the soil, leaving only the sound of rain. The unfolding events had surpassed expectations. The growth rate of the vortex was alarmingly swift, and Obito's demeanor had become increasingly elusive. Kuro realized he must take action. The outer path golem loomed in the dim depths of the cave. Its 10 colossal fingers should have held 10 figures. But 2 positions were now vacant, those of Kakuzu and Haiden. Pain's Rinnegan glimmered coldly in the shadows as he spoke with an emotionless tone. Kakuzu and Haiden have encountered an unfortunate incident and have been captured by the Leaf Ninja. According to Zetsu's intelligence, the enemy is formidable. The air momentarily thickened with tension. Reactions varied among the group. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Deidara idly fiddled with the clay in his hands, seemingly indifferent. Scorpion, concealed within his crimson cloak, slowly uttered in a hoarse voice, "It is merely that." Haiden remained silent, as if the events held no relevance to him. Half of Zetsu's face emerged from the ground, quietly observing the group's reactions, while White Zetsu chimed in cheerfully. Oh dear. This certainly diminishes the fun. A dramatic sigh broke the silence. Obito, disguised as Toby, scratched his head with exaggerated flair. What a pity. I had warned the 2 seniors that the leaf was perilous. Now, we shall no longer witness Haiden's wicked rituals or hear Kakuzu's incessant mutterings. He feigned sorrow by wiping non-existent tears, then shifted his tone, laced with a hint of probing. However, given the strength of our adversaries, shouldn't we perhaps adopt a more discreet approach? For instance, temporarily hiding? His gaze, through the eyeholes of his mask, subtly swept toward Pain, suggesting that now was not the time for a direct confrontation. Yet, Pain coldly replied, the plan proceeds as usual. His voice was irrefutable. Like a divine decree, the power of God is invincible. To challenge God is sheer folly. Obito's brow furrowed beneath his mask. This individual was exceedingly arrogant. He sighed inwardly but maintained the frivolous demeanor of Toby outwardly, spreading his hands with a smile. Ah, since the leader has spoken, it would be unwise for this junior to speak further. Haha. Pain disregarded his jest. Continuing to issue orders, Kakuzu's capture necessitates that financial matters be temporarily entrusted to Konan. Konan nodded slightly, paper fluttering silently at her fingertips. The second phase of the mission would continue, while gradually initiating the third phase. Pain's Rinnegan slowly surveyed the assembly before settling on Obito, adding, as for the 9 tails, I shall handle it personally. Obito narrowed his eyes. This Nagato fellow has become so arrogant that he fails to see reality. It appears that the suggestions of the dark entity possess a modicum of validity. Within the dim confines of the laboratory, test tubes emanate an eerie green luminescence, casting an unsettling glow upon Orochimaru's pallid visage. Menma carelessly discarded Kakuzu and Haiden onto the floor, while White Zetsu's form tumbled to the side like a rag doll, producing a dull thud. These 3 are to be dealt with by you. Menma's voice reverberated in the vast laboratory. Orochimaru slowly raised his gaze from the microscope, his golden serpent eyes sweeping over the unconscious figures sprawled on the ground. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, and his slender fingers unconsciously stroked the rim of a test tube. In times past, he might have found these 3 intriguing. However, his current focus was wholly absorbed in the study of Menma's cells. Had it not been for Menma's personal visit, he would likely have ordered their disposal without a second thought. Noticing Orochimaru's indifference, Menma arched an eyebrow. The members of the Akatsuki organization are not worthy of your research. He nudged Kakuzu with his toe, remarking on the old man's longevity of over 90 years, burdened with the Earth Grudge Fear technique. He then gestured towards Haiden, declaring him even more exceptional, famed for his so-called immortality. Lastly, he pointed at White Zetsu, his tone tinged with disdain. Though this one exhibits some intellectual deficiencies, it does possess would release cells. The sound of liquid dripping echoed through the laboratory. Suddenly, Orochimaru chuckled softly, a raspy laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. Menma-kun. He extended his tongue to moisten his lips. You are mistaken. The research value of White Zetsu is, in fact, the highest among them. Menma's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Kabuto has already returned with some samples. Orochimaru approached the laboratory bench, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. As for the two so-called immortals, he abruptly turned, his golden slit pupils glinting with a dangerous light. Earth Grudge Fear? Merely a laughable imitation of true immortality. To survive by seizing the hearts of others ultimately confines one to the limitations imposed by others. Before the echoes of his words faded, a shuriken had pierced Haiden's skull. Orochimaru leaned in to observe, his serpent eyes narrowing slightly. Fascinating. Although the cells have lost their vitality, some unknown force maintains their form. Can it be deciphered? Menma stepped closer, curiosity flickering in his gaze. His obsession with immortality was wholly ignited in that moment. Orochimaru slowly shook his head, retracting the shuriken. Not at present. And there is little research value. After all, he too will eventually meet his demise. Menma felt a twinge of disappointment and was about to depart when a sudden voice resonated in his mind. How can the unorthodox paths compare to the true essence of the Tao? Host, refrain from arrogance and impatience. Grounded in reality, with the assistance of this system, you shall undoubtedly achieve a revered status, coexisting with the very heavens. Menma halted, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. What do you mean by the true essence of the Tao? He silently scoffed. In the beginning of chaos, the Tao is paramount. The Tai Chi and its dualities govern the vast expanse. If one seeks immortality, where shall it be found? At the Jade Void Palace. One may seek the true immortal. Never mind, as long as you are content. Menma sighed, exasperated, as he resigned himself to the whimsical riddles of this peculiar system. At that moment, Orochimaru's raspy laughter echoed once more. If we were to compare, Menma-kun, your very being harbors an unparalleled energy. What do you mean by that? As Menma turned around, he found himself gazing into the fervent snake-like eyes of Orochimaru. With palpable excitement, Orochimaru stepped forward, questioning whether Menma had not realized that his cellular vitality far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and that his chakra affinity was distinctly unique. His voice quivered slightly with enthusiasm, and intriguingly, each time he endeavored to delve deeper into his research, he encountered an inexplicable barrier. Menma raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is it truly that exaggerated? Orochimaru chuckled ominously, suddenly presenting a kunai, suggesting, if you doubt me, why not try it for yourself? Inflict a wound with this, and witness the beauty of the injury healing instantaneously. Am I insane? Why would I harm myself for no reason? Menma shot him an irritable glare and turned to leave. Wait. Chapter 68. Perhaps it will prove useful. Orochimaru's tone shifted to one of seriousness, proposing that Menma might consider cultivating sage techniques, which could yield unexpected benefits. He handed Menma the contract scroll for the Dragon Cave. Sage techniques? As Menma accepted the scroll, images of his father performing sage techniques danced in his mind. Enhanced ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and perception abilities. He recalled his father's bashful admission that his sage techniques were still somewhat immature. Should I take the time to visit Mayuboka Mountain? Or perhaps inquire with Tsunade about the origins of her grandfather's sage techniques? With these thoughts, Menma vanished in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru watched the spot where Menma had disappeared, the golden serpentine pupils shimmering with complex emotions. He turned to the three gifts on the experimental table, instructing them to be moved. However, he refrained from eliminating them outright, considering that they might prove useful in the future. Upon returning to the hospital, Menma pushed open the door to the ward, just in time to see Naruto sitting cross-legged on the bed, arms crossed, engaged in a fierce staring contest with Tsunade. Big brother, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he sprang off the bed with remarkable agility, entirely uncharacteristic of an injured patient. He swiftly pulled aside his hospital gown, revealing wounds that had nearly healed. Look, I'm completely better. Granny Tsunade insists on keeping me here, not even allowing me to eat Ichiraku ramen. You little brat. Call me auntie. Tsunade snapped, her forehead twitching with irritation as her fists cracked ominously. Menma held his younger brother at bay, examining Naruto's abdominal injuries. Noting that the once gruesome scars were now barely perceptible, the healing prowess of the Nine Tails is indeed astonishing. Aunt Tsunade is doing this for your sake. Menma ruffled Naruto's messy blonde hair, advising him to accompany him home for now, and to keep this matter from their mother, as she would certainly worry. Finally, I can leave this place. Naruto cheered, bouncing in place with glee. Menma turned to Tsunade, earnestly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Naruto. Humph. Tsunade averted her gaze, stating, I only did it for Kushina's sake. Now that you're back, I shall take my leave. She stretched lazily, her ample figure swaying with the motion, causing the brothers to momentarily freeze in surprise. Little brats will always be little brats, Tsunade scoffed before exiting the room. As the footsteps of Tsunade faded into the distance, Naruto suddenly smacked his forehead. All right, brother. How are Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei doing? They are fine, Mako replied. Opening the window, the gentle breeze of early summer, imbued with the distinctive fragrance of Konoha's trees, wafted into the hospital room. They'll be back in a few days. When the two brothers returned home, the sound of the door lock turning prompted Kushina, who had been anxiously pacing, to rush to the entrance in an instant. You too. Her voice quivered, her red hair trembling slightly on her shoulders. Upon seeing her son standing before her, and scathed, the tension in her shoulders finally eased. Before Naruto could speak, Kushina grasped his arm tightly, her fingers instinctively tightening around him. Her anxious gaze swept over his face, chest, and arms. And only after confirming that there were no injuries did she exhale a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. Naruto chuckled, scratching his head. Just as he was about to declare his ambition to become Hokage, he was suddenly enveloped in his mother's warm embrace. Kushina's hold was both comforting and strong, and he could feel her body trembling slightly. He paused, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, and an indescribable wave of emotion surged within him. Mom, he called softly, his voice unconsciously softening. Do you know how worried I was? Kushina's voice was muffled and choked with emotion. She lifted her head and pulled Mako into the embrace as well. Taken by surprise, Mako was enveloped by his mother, inhaling the familiar, faint scent of her hair. Mako, thank you for bringing Naruto home. Kushina's voice softened as her fingers gently caressed the backs of her two sons, as if to affirm their tangible presence. Though she was unaware of the specifics of the events, a mother's instinct had gripped her heart with unease at that moment, a feeling that only dissipated upon seeing her children safe and sound. After releasing her embrace, Kushina wiped her eyes with her sleeve, her face blossoming once more into a gentle smile. You must be hungry, right? Sit down and rest. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Her fingers lingered on her son's cheeks before she turned and headed towards the kitchen. Okay, Mako nodded, quietly settling onto the sofa. Great. I've been starving, Naruto exclaimed, bouncing onto the sofa in excitement. I want a supersized bowl of miso chashu ramen. From the kitchen came Kushina's cheerful reply. All right, I'll make it for you. The sounds of pots and pans clattering, coupled with the enticing aroma of food, gradually filled the home once more with warmth and vitality. Mako watched his brother's exuberance and then turned to gaze at their mother's busy silhouette in the kitchen, a slight smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This moment of tranquility was perhaps what he had always longed to protect. As the delightful scents wafted from the kitchen, just as Kushina placed the last dish on the table, the sound of the door lock turning resonated through the air. Minato walked into the house, and upon seeing his family gathered around the dining table, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. When did Naruto return? He removed his Hokage cloak and hung it by the door, his gaze lingering on Naruto for a moment. Kakashi had yet to report on the mission, remaining oblivious to his son's injury. There was a minor mishap. Menma set down his chopsticks and calmly explained. Kakashi and the others encountered a group of rogue ninjas. Naruto sustained a slight injury, so I brought him back. Minato furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly moving to sit beside Naruto, gently grasping his son's wrist to examine it closely. Once assured there were no serious issues, he turned to Menma. Do you know the origin of the assailants? They were rogue ninjas from Takigakure and Yugakure, Menma replied unhurriedly. They were hired by a merchant named Kato, aiming to assassinate the target Kakashi was protecting and, incidentally, to claim Kakashi's bounty from the black market. However, I have already dealt with them. Minato pondered for a moment before asking, are Kakashi and the others unharmed? They are fine. They will return in a couple of days. Just take care of everything here. Minato's tense shoulders relaxed, a look of approval gracing his eyes. At that moment, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of steaming miso soup. Naruto immediately jumped up to assist her, but, upon brushing against the bowl's edge, recoiled dramatically, shaking his fingers. Hot, hot, hot. Be careful, Kushina exclaimed, half amused and half annoyed, yet she gently took his fingers and blew on them. Just then, the doorbell rang. Kankuro and Kinshiki entered, appearing somewhat disheveled. Kankuro's red hair was tousled, and his eyes behind glasses were filled with fatigue, while Kinshiki maintained an upright posture, albeit with a hint of dust on his clothing. Smells delicious. Kankuro's nose twitched as he dashed towards the dining table, only to be lightly tapped on the back of his hand by Kushina. Wash your hands. Got it. Kankuro stuck out his tongue and hurried off to the restroom. Moments later, he returned with damp hands, affectionately squeezing in beside Menma, eagerly grabbing a piece of tempura. Kinshiki quietly washed his hands and, after greeting everyone politely, took his seat. His demeanor remained somewhat reserved, though his gaze had softened significantly since his arrival. Minato watched this scene unfold, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Kankuro's presence indeed infused the household with a unique vitality. At times, he even found himself pondering how wonderful it would be to have a daughter. However, recalling Kushina's words about waiting until their two sons grew older, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. At the dining table, Naruto animatedly recounted his heroic exploits, with Kankuro interjecting with playful jests while Menma quietly indulged in his meal, occasionally chiming in. Kushina busied herself serving rice, while Minato gazed tenderly at it all. The light cast their shadows upon the wall, weaving a heartwarming tableau of family togetherness. Outside the window, the night enveloped the wooden leaves in tranquility and serenity, with only the occasional chirping of insects adding a touch of vitality to this splendid evening. After dinner, Kushina tugged at Minato's sleeve, drawing him into the corner of the corridor. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery halo upon her crimson hair. With her hands on her hips, her eyes shimmered with unease and reproach. You must never allow Naruto to take on such perilous missions again. Her voice, though lowered, could not conceal the tremor within it. You have no idea how terrified I was today. What if something had happened to Naruto? As she spoke, her hands moved restlessly. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if merely envisioning that scenario was almost unbearable. Heaven forbid, I can scarcely imagine it. In any case, they must never be put in danger again. I understand, Minato replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his tone tinged with helplessness. He was acutely aware that this incident had been unforeseen. It was originally a mere escort mission. Who could have anticipated an ambush by rogue ninjas? Yet, gazing into his wife's reddened eyes, he swallowed all explanations. Naruto and Menma will undoubtedly grow into exceptional ninjas, surpassing even me, he sighed inwardly. He understood Kushina's concerns as a mother, but he was also cognizant of the harsh realities of this world. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could never bloom amidst the storms of the ninja realm. Moreover, given the nature of their two sons, how could they possibly remain content beneath the shelter of their parents' wings? I will be cautious, he gently reassured, tenderly grasping Kushina's slightly trembling hands. He noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes, which softened his heart, yet he was reminded of his son's unwavering determination, particularly Naruto's fervent ambition to become Hokage, which lit up his gaze. To become Hokage, one must surely weather the storms. Menma leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene of his mother admonishing his father, unable to suppress a grin. I definitely won't end up like Dad, completely under Mom's thumb. What are you laughing at, big brother? Naruto suddenly peered in from the side, curiosity gleaming in his azure eyes. Just thinking of something amusing, Menma replied casually, turning to head back to his room. However, to his surprise, Naruto followed him in, shutting the door behind him. Is something the matter? Menma raised an eyebrow, noticing his brother's hesitance. Naruto clenched his fists, raising his head to reveal a flame of determination in his eyes. Big brother, help me with special training. I want to become stronger. You are already quite strong, Menma said, patting his shoulder, feeling the tension in Naruto's muscles. This enemy is no ordinary ninja. I want to be even stronger, Naruto exclaimed, swinging his arms vigorously, his voice echoing in the room. Only then can I protect everyone. Menma was taken aback. The moonlight illuminated Naruto's face, and those eyes, usually filled with mirth, now sparkled with an unprecedented resolve. This incident had catalyzed Naruto's growth. Perhaps empowering him was the best form of protection. All right, Menma finally nodded. Starting tomorrow, I'll train you whenever I can. You're the best, big brother. Naruto leapt forward, nearly knocking both himself and Menma to the ground with his tremendous force. He burst through the door like a whirlwind, the sound of pounding footsteps and suppressed cheers echoing down the corridor. Menma gazed at the swaying door, his smile gradually fading. Approaching the window, he unconsciously traced the frame with his fingers. The moon shone exceptionally bright tonight, yet it could not illuminate the shadows lurking in his heart. Had it not been for his mother's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. This thought weighed heavily upon his chest. He could not remain by his brother's side forever, as he had today. The only way to ensure true safety was to make him strong enough. As dawn broke, the dew on the training ground sparkled among the blades of grass. A gentle breeze rustled, lifting a few fallen leaves that danced in the air. Menma stood at the center of the field, the golden tips of his hair swaying softly in the wind. With his arms crossed, he calmly regarded Naruto across from him. In a moment, unleash your full attack. Let me witness your potential. Huh. Naruto blinked, tilting his head in confusion. Let loose. No need to hold back. Menma took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of fresh grass mingled with the morning breeze. He gradually adopted a defensive stance, the dust beneath his feet rising slightly. Oh! Naruto immediately perked up, excitedly clapping his hands together, producing a crisp sound, lowering his center of gravity. The blue of his eyes ignited with determination. Be careful, big brother. The familiar hand signs flowed effortlessly as he initiated the timeless shadow clone technique. 3 Narutos leapt into the air simultaneously, their movements synchronized. 2 of them quickly performed hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. A fierce wind surged forth, carrying sand and debris directly at Menma. The 3rd clone hurled a shuriken while swiftly forming hand signs. Shuriken shadow clone technique. A torrent of cold light descended like a raging storm. The corners of Menma's mouth curled upward. His fingers traced a phantom in front of his chest. The speed of his hand signs so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar as a solid earthen wall rose, blocking the shuriken with a series of metallic clinks. Just then, Rasengan. Naruto raised a brilliant blue sphere of chakra, leaping down from the top of the earthen wall. The swirling energy tore through the air, emitting a piercing hum. Without flinching, Menma gripped his right hand tightly. Black chakra rapidly coalesced into an astonishingly dense energy sphere. Let me see your limits. Rasengan. Oh no. Naruto's expression changed drastically. He was all too aware of the power of this technique. The last time he had witnessed it, the entire training ground had been flattened. The blue and black energy spheres collided with a thunderous boom, a blinding white light instantly consuming both figures. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, uprooting grass and snapping trees in half. Dust soared into the sky, startling the birds in the distant woods. Ah! Naruto's anguished cry echoed as his figure dissolved into a cloud of white smoke. Before the smoke could clear, dozens of Narutos surged forth from all directions. Each clone wielded a dazzling Rasengan, their blue chakra painting the morning mist in fantastical hues. Menma slowly drew forth his ninja blade, its edge glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight. His perception radiated outward like ripples in water. Chapter 70. As long as we join forces. The moment the first shadow clone lunged towards him, swish. The blade sliced through Naruto's clone with a clean, decisive stroke. Menma weaved through the throng of clones, each swing of his blade executed with precision and elegance. The Leaf Village's sword technique in his hands resembled a dance, slashes, cuts, thrusts, and feints, each movement flowing seamlessly, imbued with a deadly rhythm. The sharp whistle of the blade slicing through the air intertwined with the explosive sounds of the clones vanishing, creating a unique symphony. In the distance, Xiong leaned against a ginkgo tree, her purple hair fluttering in the breeze. Her gaze was intently fixed on that golden figure, an involuntary blush creeping across her cheeks. I only taught him once, she murmured softly, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the hilt of her own blade. As the last clone dissipated in a flash of steel, Menma sheathed his sword. Continue. His voice echoed across the training ground. Naruto gasped for breath. sweat trickling down his golden locks. He refused to believe that his brother's chakra was limitless. Gritting his teeth, a defiant flame ignited in his azure eyes. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of shadow clones surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly filling the entire training area. Each clone maintained a forward charge, their footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Menma chuckled lightly at the sight, his fingers forming seals at a speed that blurred their motion. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Boom. The tranquil training ground was suddenly engulfed by a colossal wave. The chakra-infused floods swept along, carrying debris and splintered wood, roaring forth like an enraged sea god towards the army of shadow clones. Where the giant wave passed, clones dissipated into white smoke, with splashes soaring dozens of meters high. Xiang, watching from afar, instinctively took a step back, her purple hair whipped by the turbulent air. She leaned against a tilted tree trunk, murmuring to herself, "Are these two brothers monsters?" For an ordinary ninja, creating a few shadow clones is already an extreme challenge. Yet Naruto casually summoned hundreds, or even thousands. More terrifying was Menma, whose scale of water release rivaled that of the second Hokage reborn. As the last splash subsided, the training ground had transformed into a vast lake. Naruto stood soaked to the skin at the center, his chest heaving, glistening droplets of water clinging to his golden eyelashes. He raised a hand to wipe his face, unwilling to concede as he formed seals once more. Damn it! The emptiness from his depleted chakra left his legs weak, his fingers trembling as they formed the seals. I can only seek assistance now. In the realm of his spirit, a chilling cage radiated a crimson glow. Naruto pressed his hands against the iron bars, shouting towards the interior, "Kurama, lend me some chakra." The enormous fox didn't even open its eyes, merely exhaling a puff of hot air. "Humph. Please, Kurama." Naruto clasped his hands in prayer, his eyes sparkling with hope. "If we join forces, perhaps we can defeat my brother." The Nine-Tails' ears twitched, slowly turning its massive head. Its scarlet slit pupils glimmered with derision. Humph. It truly wished to convey to this naive child that, even with all its might, it would not stand a chance against his brother. The opponent was indeed its nemesis. As the Nine-Tails turned away once more, Naruto stomped his feet in frustration, calling it a petty fox. Yet, he did not relent and formed a series of seals with his hands across his chest. Oh! The Nine-Tails slightly opened one of its crimson-slit pupils, intrigued as it observed this stubborn child. It was curious to see what tricks this child could conjure. "You have forced my hand, Kurama." A mischievous smile crept across Naruto's lips. With a resounding bang, smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings. As the mist dissipated, a pristine white nine-tailed fox gracefully materialized before the iron bars. It flicked its fluffy tails gently, its long eyelashes fluttering, and feigned innocence by scratching its neck with its front paws. The pupils of the Nine-Tails suddenly constricted into fine slits. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted as the Nine-Tails, filled with fury, slammed against the iron bars, causing the entire mental realm to tremble. "Fool! Do you think this trick will work on me?" The violent roar, accompanied by a surge of chakra, instantly shattered Naruto's transformation. Crouching to the side, clutching his buzzing head, Naruto gazed pitifully at the enraged Nine-Tails. "You wretched creature." The Nine-Tails took a deep breath, suppressing its boiling rage. It slowly directed its slit gaze towards Naruto, its voice resonating like distant thunder. "Even if I lend you my chakra, with your current capabilities, you cannot harness my power." Naruto blinked, suddenly grasping something within the Nine-Tails' words. He dashed to the iron bars, gripping the cold metal tightly, his eyes shimmering with radiant light. "How can I know without trying? Rest assured, I will surely master it." The Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes, observing the pure trust and anticipation in the boy's gaze. After a moment, it gradually retreated a few steps, languidly lying down. "Do not hold me responsible if things go awry." With that, it closed its eyes, yet the tip of its tail unconsciously swayed slightly. A stream of red chakra began to seep slowly through the gaps in the iron bars. In the real world, Naruto's body suddenly trembled violently. The crimson chakra erupted from every pore of his being like boiling magma. This energy, infused with a savage aura, coalesced in the air, gradually transforming into a flowing cloak of the tailed beast, with bubbles continually swelling and bursting, producing an eerie gurgling sound. As the first scarlet tail coalesced behind him, Naruto's visage began to contort, His azure pupils shrank into beastly slits, fangs elongated uncontrollably, and his once sunny face now appeared grotesque and terrifying. His fingers twitched spasmodically, nails morphing into sharp claws. This is bad. Naruto struggled to emit a painful groan through clenched teeth, feeling as though he was losing control. Beads of sweat began to surface on his skin, only to be evaporated into white mist by the searing chakra. In the realm of the mind, he roared into the depths of darkness at the colossal beast. 9 tails. This amount of chakra is insufficient. At the far end of the training ground, Minato stood resolute by the water's edge, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the second crimson tail manifested behind Naruto, his fingertips trembled imperceptibly, yet he ultimately refrained from action. Was this the transformation into a tailed beast, or would it end here? This thought flickered briefly in his mind, soon dissolving into a sigh of resignation. His brother would eventually have to confront this power. Moreover, with his presence, he could suppress the rampaging 9 tails at any moment. Not enough. Too weak. Minato suddenly barked sharply, his voice striking Naruto's chaotic consciousness like a whip. Damn it! Naruto emitted a roar that was anything but human, as the third tail erupted with a thunderous crash. The violent chakra began to scorch his skin, wisps of white smoke rising from festering wounds. The hatred and desire for slaughter that had been sealed away for years surged forth like a flood, overwhelming his reason. I will kill you. A hoarse growl escaped his throat, as Naruto became entirely consumed by the tailed beast's chakra. He dropped to all fours, poised like a true beast, ready to unleash his fury. Chapter 71. What does it matter to me? Minato's fists clenched slightly. Watching his brother's skin crack in agony, he felt a pang of compassion. Yet, in the end, he inhaled deeply, suppressing all hesitation deep within. As long as there is breath in me, I can bring you back. Come on, Naruto. Minato spread his arms wide, ready to take the plunge. Roar. When the fourth crimson tail fully unfurled behind Naruto, the very air of the training ground stilled. The raging chakra twisted the very fabric of space, the ground fracturing under the terrifying energy fluctuations. Towering ancient trees were uprooted and torn to shreds midair. This aura of brutality swept through the entirety of Konoha like a tempest, stirring countless ninjas. A flash of yellow was the first to appear at the edge of the battlefield. The kunai in Minato's hand gleamed coldly as he discerned the scene before him. His pupils constricted sharply. Dad, it's all right, I'm here. Minato's voice pierced through the cacophony of chakra. He stood at the eye of the storm, allowing the ravaging energy of the tailed beast to rush towards him, his sleeves billowing in the fierce wind. Minato furrowed his brow slightly, merely nodding before retreating to a safe distance. Yet that specially crafted kunai continued to spin at his fingertips, poised to activate the Flying Thunder God technique at a moment's notice. Boom. Another scarlet figure barreled through countless trees at breakneck speed. Kushina's red hair danced wildly within the cloak of chakra, her panic utterly unmasked. Naruto. Upon witnessing her son's terrifying transformation, her maternal instincts propelled her forward recklessly. Kushina. A golden flash intervened, as Minato timely positioned himself before his wife. Kushina clutched her husband's collar tightly. Minato, quickly save Naruto. He will be consumed by the 9 tails. Calm down. Minato gently caressed his wife's trembling back, gesturing for her to observe the scene where Menma was maintaining control. Following her husband's gaze, Kushina spotted their eldest son standing steadfastly not far from Naruto. However, she was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of the Kyuubi's rampage. Her voice quivered with emotion as she lamented, "You know how dreadful it can be." A pang of anguish gripped Kushina's heart as she beheld the burn marks adorning Naruto's body. Minato enveloped his wife in his embrace, softly whispering in her ear, "Have faith in our children." Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the battlefield. Kushina clenched the fabric of her husband's sleeve, her nails digging deeply into the material. As a mother, she yearned to rush forth and rescue her son from his torment. Yet, as a ninja, she understood all too well that certain growths must be accompanied by profound suffering. In the recesses of Kushina's mind, the dark Kyuubi coiled within its damp cage. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated from outside the confines, prompting Kushina's furious roar. "Is it you again causing trouble?" The dark Kyuubi's ears perked up, its crimson slit pupils reflecting a flicker of impatience. It flicked its tail, perplexed by the unfounded accusation. Compared to the spacious and radiant quarters of the light Kyuubi, its own dark and damp surroundings were already stifling. Although it was no longer bound by chains, its circumstances were hardly improved. What trouble has the other me caused that involves me? Nevertheless, upon witnessing Kushina's wrathful expression, the dark QB felt a twinge of trepidation. After a brief moment of hesitation, it reached out through their mental link to question its counterpart. What are you up to? On the side of the light QB. Sunlight bathed its fluffy fur as it languidly stretched, its 9 tails unfurling with contentment. How peculiar it is to converse with oneself, it mused, narrowing its eyes. That boy sought power on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Yet, you have implicated me. The dark QB, irate, slammed a paw against the iron bars. Finally, this madwoman isn't restraining me, and you wish for my demise? The light QB simply closed its eyes, indifferent. What does it matter to me? Back in the tangible world, the higher echelons of Konoha's forces had gathered around the training ground. With a swish, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in battle armor and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, descended from the heavens, landing firmly beside Minato. His aged yet piercing gaze swept over the tailed beast transformation of Naruto, brows furrowing in concern. Minato, what has transpired? Third Hokage, it's nothing, Minato replied, shaking his head apologetically as he regarded the approaching crowd. His gaze ultimately settled on the silent Menma at the center of the arena, explaining. Menma is assisting Naruto in controlling the power of the tailed beast. Now, Hiruzen inquired, somewhat astonished, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he observed Menma. Indeed, with this young lad present, the QB would be unlikely to stir up significant trouble. Both would release and the diamond prison were more than sufficient to subdue a rampaging tailed beast. However, witnessing Naruto's suffering, he couldn't help but express his concern. Could this be too soon? After all, Naruto is still quite young. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed. A furrow of concern etched on her brow. The risk of forcibly controlling the tailed beast's power is far too great. A flicker of compassion passed through her brown eyes. The child might not withstand it. Minato gently shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked toward the eye of the storm where his youngest son stood. I have faith in Naruto. Silently, he cheered for his son within. Go. Naruto, your will and ability are not inferior to those of the sage. Uchiha Fugaku observed the unfolding situation from a distance, his 3-tomo Sharingan quietly assessing the circumstances. Shursui stood at his side, sharing the same concern in his eyes. Mikoto gazed at her brother, who was howling toward the heavens, her brow slightly furrowed. Beneath the chakra cloak of 4 tails, Naruto's skin was severely burned, yet within his crimson beastly eyes, a glimmer of resistance remained. Is he still struggling? He mused softly. However, maintaining his composure in the 2-tailed state was already a significant breakthrough. With a sigh, Mikoto clasped her hands together, forming a unique seal, Kakwan Nitten Suishu. A primitive kanji appeared in the palm of her right hand, and simultaneously, numerous brilliant golden chains erupted from her body. These chains, imbued with the bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan, entwined around Naruto's rampaging form, securely binding the ferocious tailed beast chakra. In a flash, Mikoto's figure shimmered, her right hand aglow as it rested upon Naruto's forehead. The crimson chakra receded like a tide, revealing the youth's body, marred by burns. As the last vestiges of the tailed beast's power were subdued, Naruto's eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed forward. Mikoto caught her brother firmly, his skin alarmingly hot to the touch. Give it to me. Tsunade's figure appeared in an instant, her vibrant green chakra swirling in her palms. She pressed both hands onto Naruto's chest, her brow knitted tightly. You both have been reckless. It hurts. Naruto's eyelashes quivered as he awakened amidst the excruciating pain. His azure eyes glistened with a film of tears. Every inch of his skin felt as if it had been seared by fire. Mikoto brought her wrist to her brother's lips, her voice gentle. Just take a small bite. Instinctively, Naruto bit down lightly, and a surge of vitality swept through him like a spring breeze. The terrifying burns began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Naruto. Kushina's figure rushed in like a whirlwind, enveloping her youngest son in her embrace. Her crimson hair cascaded down, casting a warm shadow over Naruto's face. Upon seeing those familiar blue eyes blink in confusion, her anxious heart finally found peace. Suddenly, Kushina stood up, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. In a swift motion, she delivered a swift reprimand atop their heads. Bam! Bam! The crisp sound echoed across the training ground. You two have been far too reckless. She placed her hands on her hips, her red hair billowing without wind. "It was my fault," Mikoto said, covering her reddened forehead. A rare expression of grievance crossing her face. "I merely wished to gauge my brother's potential." Beside them, Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This tone and demeanor. How reminiscent it is of his eldest son, who always delights in testing others. Chapter 72. You don't want to miss the Chunin exam, do you? It's none of your brother's business. Naruto, clutching his head, defiantly lifted his face and asserted, "It was my own request." Kushina, observing the stubborn expressions mirrored on the faces of her two sons, felt her anger dissipate. She opened her arms and embraced them, gently stroking their golden hair. "Next time, don't act so impulsively," she admonished, her voice trembling with the remnants of worry. "Understood," the brothers chorused in unison. "Huh." Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. Folding her arms, she watched the tender scene with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. "Honestly, you're just a bunch of troublemakers." She feigned annoyance, declaring, "Since everything's fine now, I'll take my leave." I was almost about to break even. Isn't that a bit heartless? Menma's lips twitched as he suppressed the urge to retort. "Ha." Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes in laughter, the embers of his pipe dancing with his mirth. He shot a glance at Tsunade, silently acknowledging her knack for stirring up trouble. "I have no more funds to lend you, my dear." Standing to the side, Minato scratched his head sheepishly, joining in the light-hearted laughter. In the twilight of the forest, flickering torchlight danced in the distance. Tsunade stood ahead, the moonlight casting a silver halo around her golden locks, her brows furrowed in an unusual seriousness. "Is it really necessary?" "They are merely a band of mountain bandits," Menma mused inwardly, yet he found himself drawn to Tsunade's uncharacteristic focus. He stealthily approached, eager to overhear the strategies of the legendary Sannin. "If only I had unleashed my full power earlier. It's all my fault for this hand," Tsunade muttered in frustration, unconsciously rubbing her left wrist. Menma's forehead twitched in disbelief. "So, she's analyzing the gambling situation." "Aunt Tsunade," he inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain a smile. "Do we not have any battle plans?" "Plans?" Tsunade blinked her brown eyes in confusion. "What plan is needed for something you can handle alone?" She waved her hand dismissively, her wide sleeves wafting a fragrant breeze. Menma was momentarily speechless. The principles of teamwork and trust in comrades instilled by his parents seemed utterly irrelevant in Tsunade's presence. Was it that she trusted him too much, or was she simply seeking to evade responsibility? "What? You're unwilling?" Tsunade suddenly leaned closer, a playful smile curling her lips. As she leaned in, the delicate curve of her neckline, subtly illuminated by moonlight, was striking. "Do you wish to participate in the Chunin exam?" Menma's gaze was inadvertently drawn to her allure, rendering him oblivious to her subsequent words. It wasn't until a warm hand landed heavily atop his head that he snapped back to reality. "You little pervert, what are you staring at?" Tsunade teased, ruffling his golden hair with enough force to make him grimace. "Ahem, as Confucius said, food and lust are part of human nature," Menma stammered, his ears reddening as he feigned composure. "Ha." Tsunade laughed. "What did Confucius say?" He said something about food and lust," Menma replied, flustered. In a flurry, Menma glanced at his pocket watch, hastily shifting the topic. Xianglin and the others must have set up the explosive talismans. It was best to wrap things up and head home early. He turned towards the bandit camp, deftly spinning the kunai between his fingers. In his mind, he lingered on that brief moment. He truly grasped what it meant to be dazzled by a myriad of vivid colors. "Just a little brat," Tsunade scoffed softly, crossing her arms and leisurely following behind. The moonlight cascaded over her alluring curves, illuminating her languid yet confident demeanor. She harbored no worries for Menma. The number of individuals capable of harming him was exceedingly few. Her gaze was instead fixed on Xianglin and Junmarlu, who lay in ambush at a distance. At the campus entrance, several bandit guards leaned against the wooden fence, dozing off. The flickering torchlight danced across their faces, revealing their drowsy expressions. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed guard's eyes widened in alarm. Someone was approaching. This cry was akin to cold water splashed into a hot pan, and the guards instantly scrambled for their weapons. The burly man with a scarred face barked, "Halt! What do you want?" Menma walked forward unhurriedly, the kunai in his fingers fluttering like butterflies. "I come to escort you on your journey," he replied with a narrowed smile, his expression appearing particularly chilling to the bandits. "Ninja." The scarred man's pupils contracted sharply, a cold sweat soaking his back. In this world, The terror of a ninja was never measured by age. He decisively commanded, "Seize him. Quickly alert the others." A dozen bandits howled as they lunged forward, only to freeze collectively in the next moment. Wood release. Birth of the trees. At the instant Menma brought his palms together, the ground began to tremble. Countless robust roots erupted from the earth, writhing like awakening giant serpents. Towering trees shot up at a visible speed, their thick branches swiftly filling the entire camp. The sound of breaking wooden beams mixed with the bandits' startled cries. The bandits, still lost in slumber, were ensnared by branches, dangling in midair, bleary-eyed amidst a sea of greenery. Even the guard dog was bound up in vines, letting out pitiful whines. In the blink of an eye, the entire camp transformed into a primeval forest, the treetops adorned with struggling humanoid fruits. The action was indeed swift. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the scene, but found it excessively exaggerated. She pouted, suddenly feeling that taking this boy on a mission was rather dull, failing to showcase her presence as the team leader. Xianglin peeked out from the thicket, her glasses reflecting the moonlight. "Is it over?" she asked, still clutching the explosive talisman she and T had the chance to use. Jun Marlu silently retracted his protruding bone spikes, his expression unreadable as he gazed at the golden figure. Tsunade and her companions gracefully landed beside Menma, staring at the abruptly manifested forest before them. She sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose, honestly. Xianglin, disregarding everything else, dashed towards Menma, her red hair billowing in the night breeze. Without a word, she began to examine him, her slender fingers meticulously checking him over, her eyes filled with concern. "Menma, you're not hurt, are you?" Before Menma could respond, she had already extended her fair wrist, turned her face away, and lightly bit her lower lip. Her voice tinged with a blend of shyness and urgency. "Hurry, just bite me once." Menma, feeling helpless, gently pushed her wrist away. "I'm fine." Tsunade, observing from the side, rolled her eyes in exasperation. She turned to look at Kimimaro, intending to commend him for at least being somewhat normal, only to find the white-haired youth staring intently at Menma, his indifferent gaze betraying a hint of veiled concern. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and sighed deeply. Indeed, I shouldn't have idled about pretending to be a guiding jonin. In the forest under the night sky, Menma suddenly halted, turning to Tsunade. "Aunt Tsunade, when is the Chunin exam you mentioned earlier?" "Oh, you wish to participate?" Tsunade turned around, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Menma could tell from her expression that it was likely not a good sign. However, to ascend to the position of Hokage through the proper channels, one must first pass the Chunin exam, followed by promotion to Jonin. The complication lies in the fact that participation in the Chunin exam requires a recommendation from a guiding Jonin. "Just tell me the conditions outright," Menma stated decisively. Tsunade blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting such directness from him. Her lips curled into a smile. "I do enjoy your straightforwardness." She raised a slender finger. "First, you must not argue back at your teacher." A second finger followed. "Secondly, when I strike you, you must neither run nor retaliate." "That's too much, Teacher Tsunade," Kankuro interjected, springing forth like an agitated kitten, positioning herself protectively in front of Menma with hands on her hips. "That's not fair." Tsunade merely cast a disinterested glance at her, causing Kankuro to deflate like a punctured balloon, retreating behind Menma. "Humph, if I can't handle this little brat, how could I manage you?" Tsunade thought smugly, then turned back to Menma, launching into a lengthy list of inequitable terms. Menma felt his temples throb in frustration and finally declared, "I might as well remain a genin for life." "Who says a genin can't become Hokage?" Tsunade paused, then her smile widened even more. She ruffled Menma's golden hair, pleasantly surprised by its texture. "Don't be hasty. There's a second option." "What option?" Menma retreated a cautious step. "Lend me some money to recoup my losses." Tsunade blinked, her expression brightening with eagerness. As the night breeze rustled through the trees, a falling leaf spun gently down between them. Menma pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly. "I suddenly find the first option quite humane." Kankuro, beside them, stamped her feet in frustration. "Menma, how can you agree to this?" "Humph." Tsunade puffed her cheeks in displeasure, her golden hair swaying slightly. She had intended to borrow money all along. After all, if she truly hurt this youth, Kushina would surely turn against her. "I'm not someone who borrows without repaying." She suddenly donned a charming smile, her arm casually draping over Menma's shoulder. The soft touch caused the young man to stiffen, and she added, "If you lose, it's on me. If you win, I'll share half with you. How does that sound? As she spoke, she deliberately brushed her proud bosom against his arm. Myanmar felt a rush of warmth surge to his forehead, his ears instantly tinged with crimson. Did this woman not comprehend the concept of propriety between men and women? This was utterly outrageous. Xiang Lin, beside them, was fuming and stamping her feet, but could only roar inwardly. This old woman, even in her 40s, she still dares to seduce Myanmar. Yet, as she beheld the sight of her beloved Myanmar nestled in Tsunade's embrace, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her, causing her cheeks to flush. What on earth am I thinking? She shook her head frantically, hastily casting aside this perilous notion. Ultimately, Myanmar could not withstand Tsunade's relentless persuasion and slowly retrieved his wallet. I am willing to gamble, but your luck appears to be quite dreadful. Perhaps you should consider bringing me along next time. Just as Tsunade reached for the wallet, he abruptly withdrew his hand and added, Do you gamble as well? Tsunade snatched the wallet with a gleam in her eye, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. Heh! Myanmar chuckled softly, suddenly straightening his back. Proudly gesturing to himself with his thumb, Did you not know? Besides being the greatest genius of Konoha, I also bear a formidable title. What title? Tsunade inquired casually, counting the bills within the wallet. The gambling deity of the ninja world. You? Tsunade's head shot up, disbelief etched across her face. Care to test it? Myanmar challenged, raising an eyebrow provocatively. All right. Tsunade seemed to conjure a die from thin air, slamming it onto the smooth rock surface. Let me see what you're made of. The loser must wash the other's clothes for a month. Tsunade's lips curled into a playful smirk. Then be prepared to wash my clothes for a month. Myanmar stood confidently with crossed arms, his golden hair swaying gently in the night breeze. Betting against the legendary big fat sheep? He could win with his eyes closed. The rules are simple. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, one foot resting on the stone slab. The vivid red of her nail polish stood out strikingly, her rounded toes glistening like pearls. The one who rolls the higher number wins. Bring it on. Myanmar averted his gaze, entirely focused on the die. Xiang Lin and Junma Lu curiously leaned in, for pairs of eyes fixated on the tiny die. After several rounds, Myanmar stood in shock, staring at the die on the slab, revealing yet another glaring one. Ha! Tsunade laughed heartily, her ample bosom rising and falling with each peal of laughter. She had never experienced such exhilaration before. Her streak of consecutive victories left her radiant. So, what do you say, my gambling deity? This is impossible, Myanmar muttered to himself, utterly unable to accept this reality. He had not won a single round against the legendary big fat sheep. You must have cheated. He shot up, his azure eyes brimming with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Tsunade laughed even more heartily, leaning closer to Myanmar, her sweet breath brushing against his face. A wager is a wager in my years traversing the ninja world. You might inquire when I have ever cheated? Observing the expression of defeat on Myanmar's face, Tsunade felt a weight lift off her shoulders, dispelling years of frustration. She sighed deeply, contentedly ruffling Myanmar's golden hair. Remember, for the next 3 years, all your clothes will be your responsibility to wash. Myanmar sat on the ground, teary-eyed, internally lamenting. Gambling is a path to ruin. Never get involved in gambling. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, bathing Konoha village in a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Myanmar leisurely leaned against a towering tree trunk, his arms resting behind his head, eyes closed in restful meditation. A gentle breeze stirred, causing his golden locks to dance softly. Below the tree, Rin's small head bobbed, her red hair swaying slightly with her movements. Unbeknownst to her, her glasses had slipped to the tip of her nose. Yet she remained oblivious, lost in a hazy slumber. Junmaru stood nearby like a statue, his indifferent gaze fixed on Myanmar, as if everything around him were of no consequence. Suddenly, a light patter of footsteps shattered the tranquility. Myanmar slowly opened his eyes to see Itachi Uchiha approaching, accompanied by Sasuke. Itachi maintained his usual composed demeanor, while Sasuke appeared somewhat awkward trailing behind his brother. Myanmar gracefully leapt down from the tree, landing almost silently. This movement startled the drowsy Rin, who hurriedly adjusted her glasses, her cheeks flushing as she stole a glance at Myanmar's profile. Itachi, is there something you need from me? Myanmar asked with a smile. Yes. Itachi replied, nodding, his gaze lingering on his brother for a moment. I hope you can guide Sasuke in mastering the lightning release techniques. Among the ninjas in Konoha, your proficiency is unparalleled. Me? Myanmar blinked, glancing at Sasuke in surprise. Noticing Sasuke awkwardly turn his face away yet steal glances back, Menma couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, lightning release is my weakest area, he shrugged. Seeing a flicker of disappointment in Sasuke's eyes, he added meaningfully, however, I do know someone who would be an excellent choice to mentor Sasuke. Who? Sasuke blurted out, then immediately realized his eagerness, his fair cheeks flushing a light pink. He instinctively moved closer to Itachi, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Chapter 74. Temari. Itachi observed his brother's endearing reaction with tender affection in his eyes. He softly inquired, Are you referring to Kakashi-sensei? Precisely, Menma confirmed. Kakashi's mastery of lightning release is on par with mine, and his teaching style would suit Sasuke much better. Turning to Sasuke, he earnestly stated, With your talent and potential, I believe you can not only grasp lightning release swiftly, but perhaps even develop your own unique techniques. Upon hearing this, Sasuke proudly lifted his chin, unable to conceal the delight in his eyes and the smile tugging at his lips. After all, this was the acknowledgement of the strongest genius in Konoha's history. Thank you, Menma, Itachi said, slightly bowing as he turned to leave with his brother. Menma gazed at Sasuke's unmistakably smug silhouette, unable to suppress a chuckle as she shook her head. That guy is still so full of himself. However, she had heard that since returning from the mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke had seemingly transformed, engaging in relentless training and even summoning Itachi back to the village for guidance. Was it because of Naruto? Menma pondered aloud, only to smile in resignation. I truly cannot comprehend the nature of their friendship. If Naruto were to endure a few more injuries, perhaps Sasuke would directly awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan. As she walked home, Menma spotted Naruto being chased down the street by Sakura, with Konohamaru trailing behind. Amidst the chaos, Konohamaru turned back to make a face, shouting, Ugly, violent girl. Ha ha ha. Sakura's furious roar startled the birds from the trees as she clenched her fists, pursuing Konohamaru with fierce determination. Konohamaru ran for his life, only to collide with a figure around the corner. Ouch! He clutched his head, falling to the ground. But before he could gather his wits, a hand seized him by the collar and yanked him upright. That hurts, you little brat. Menma squinted at the assailant, who bore the forehead protector of Sunagakure and sported peculiar face paint. This boy seemed to be named Kankuro, didn't he? Her gaze shifted to the golden-haired girl beside him, carrying an enormous fan. This must be Temari. Don't act rashly, Temari warned her brother, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Be careful not to get hurt. Just then, Sakura, panting from the chase, arrived and immediately bowed in apology. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. However, Naruto was already fuming, pointing at Kankuro and shouting, Hey, let go of Konohamaru. Kankuro dismissed Naruto's outburst with disdain, ignoring Temari's warning as he grinned maliciously. Shaking Konohamaru in his grip, before the troublesome one arrives, I might as well have some fun with you. Konohamaru struggled desperately, his small face turning crimson. Naruto assumed a fighting stance, while Sakura nervously scanned the area, sensing that something dreadful was about to unfold. Menma's gaze cut through the chaotic scene, locking onto the figure concealed among the trees, Gaara. A smirk graced her lips as she whispered, Karui, Kankuro. Understood. The two immediately grasped her intent. Keep an eye on Naruto. Menma's eyes glimmered with mischief. Let's not allow him to harm our allies. No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished from sight. In the treetops, Gaara observed the commotion below with cold detachment when a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. Young man, what are you watching? Gaara jolted, nearly tumbling from his perch as sand surged uncontrollably from his gourd, forming a protective barrier around him. Who are you? He glared at the elusive, golden-haired youth, nearly losing his temper. Do not be anxious, Menma said with a cheerful smile, waving his hand. He suddenly leaned closer to Gaara's ear and whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. It seems your little raccoon is rather restless. Would you like me to assist you in dealing with it? Gaara's pupils dilated sharply, and a chill coursed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He swiftly retreated, the sand gently lowering him to the side of Temari and Kankuro. Below, Naruto was being held by Kinshiki, his legs flailing in the air. Let go of me. I want to teach that bully of Konohamaru a lesson. Meanwhile, Kinshiki was grasping Konohamaru by the back of his collar, as though he were a small kitten. Gaara. Kankuro's forehead glistened with cold sweat, clearly anxious. Temari also furrowed her brow, glancing at Gaara. It was rare to see her brother so uncomposed. When the golden-haired youth gracefully landed, Temari was momentarily taken aback. She looked at Menma and then at Naruto, her lips parting slightly. Who are these two? Seizing the opportunity, Naruto broke free from Kinshiki and dashed to Menma's side, exclaiming, "Who are they? I've never seen them before. If only you had listened to me and read more." Menma sighed in resignation, bemused that Naruto couldn't even recognize the forehead protectors of Sunagakure. Turning to Gaara and his companions, he spoke with a gentle yet unyielding intensity. "Guests are always welcome, but should you seek trouble?" He squinted. "Konoha is not to be trifled with. What brings the people of Sunagakure to our village?" Naruto mumbled, scratching his head. "To participate in the Chunin exams, of course." Kinshiki could not help but roll his eyes at this academically challenged relative. Chunin exams. Naruto blinked in confusion, his eyes suddenly widening as if ignited by a spark. He grasped Menma's arm excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother, can I participate in the Chunin exams?" Menma, feeling dizzy from the shaking, helplessly pressed down on his brother's shoulder. "Yes, you can, but," he deliberately prolonged his tone, "you will need Kakashi-sensei's recommendation." As he spoke, his gaze thoughtfully swept over Gaara and his siblings. "Let us depart." Gaara's voice was as frigid as ice. He suppressed the unease churning within him, silently retracting the sand from his gourd. The intense pressure emanating from the golden-haired youth left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances and quickly followed their brother. "I will seek out Kakashi-sensei right away," Naruto exclaimed, bolting off like a gust of wind. "Naruto." Sakura stood rooted in place, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. She watched Naruto's retreating figure and stole a glance at Menma, a bitter feeling welling up within her. The Chunin exams were something I could never compare to them. Menma, forcing a smile, slightly inclined his body. "I shall return first. Be careful on your way," Menma replied gently, his expression growing serious as he turned to Konohamaru's group. "You all, do not wander outside aimlessly. Return home early." "Understood." Konohamaru, along with Moegi and Udon, dashed away. Xianglin adjusted his glasses and remarked, "That red-haired imp is quite perilous." Junmaru nodded silently in agreement, while Menma, seemingly indifferent, ambled along the sun-drenched streets of Konoha towards the training grounds. He had promised to mentor Tian in her practice, yet his pace unconsciously slowed as a familiar figure caught his eye. Tsunade walked dejectedly, her once vibrant golden locks now dulled, her eyes vacant and her steps unsteady, resembling a mere shell of her former self. Strangely, Shizune trailed behind her, struggling under the weight of 2 large boxes, yet despite her exhaustion, a smile graced her face. "What an oddity!" Menma raised an eyebrow, observing Tsunade's disheartened demeanor as though she had lost a fortune. Yet why was Shizune so jubilant? He quickened his pace and inquired, "Aunt Tsunade, have you lost all your money again?" "Ah, it's you," Tsunade replied, lifting her gaze momentarily, a flicker of light in her eyes that quickly extinguished, her voice weak and lacking vitality. Menma was further perplexed. Typically, Tsunade would erupt in fury after a loss, insisting on recouping her bets. Actually, Shizune interjected, setting down the boxes and wiping the sweat from her brow, her eyes squinting with delight. "Lady Tsunade has won today. She hasn't lost a single bet." "What?" Menma's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the hefty boxes, astonished that they were filled with winnings. He couldn't help but glance at the sun, wondering if it had risen in the west today. "You've won, and yet you still look like this? Isn't that a good thing?" Sighing heavily, Tsunade gazed at the 2 boxes brimming with cash, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Ever since her victory over Menma, her luck at gambling had soared, winning every bet without fail. Initially, she had been apprehensive. Past experience taught her that good fortune seldom boded well. However, as days passed without incident and her wealth increased, she pondered whether her luck had shifted due to that encounter with the boy. Suddenly, she turned to Menma with a melancholic expression. "What joy is there in winning continuously?" She mimicked his pose, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, theatrically sighing. "You wouldn't understand this feeling of solitude that comes with mastery." "Hey, why are you mimicking me?" Menma squinted, expressing his discontent with her poor imitation. Hee. Tsunade's demeanor shifted abruptly as she playfully pinched his cheeks, tugging at them mischievously. "This is all your fault. You've robbed me of the joy of gambling," she teased while playfully tormenting him. "Let go." Menma protested, swatting away her hands. "Are you out of your mind? You're unhappy about winning, and you blame me for it?" "Lady Tsunade," Shizune chimed in, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Recalling the days spent hiding alongside Tsunade, enduring a life filled with hardship and uncertainty, she could not help but voice her discontent. We have struggled so hard. All right, Tsunade retorted, with a dismissive pout, suddenly tossing one of the boxes to Menma, declaring that she would share half of the winnings. What? Menma fumbled to catch the box, its substantial weight causing his eyes to widen in surprise. There must be at least a few million taels within. Instantly, a smile spread across his face as he clutched the box tightly, realizing he needed to hide it quickly. If his mother discovered it, it would undoubtedly be confiscated. Look at you, so inexperienced, Tsunade scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Menma, who was hugging the treasure. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, and she wrapped her arm around his shoulder, exclaiming, "Since I have lost interest in gambling, why not accompany me for a drink?" Tsunade-sama. Ino interjected immediately, her face flushed with urgency. Menma is still so young. What is there to worry about? Tsunade replied nonchalantly, tapping Menma's forehead with her fingertip, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This little brat is quite mature for his age. She then lowered her voice, speaking with a hint of intrigue. If I'm not mistaken, you're seeing that girl named Yun, aren't you? Don't make baseless accusations, Menma stammered, his ears burning with embarrassment, his gaze faltering. We are merely friends. Huh. Tsunade's smile grew more suggestive. And what about that fragrant Lin? And the girl named Ino? I told you, they are just friends. Menma turned his face away, his voice diminishing. What a little lecher. Tsunade laughed heartily, insisting on dragging him towards the tavern. Come on, let us have a couple of drinks. Tsunade-sama, Ino exclaimed, stamping her foot in distress as she hurried to keep up with them, clutching the money box. Wait, Menma suddenly remembered something, struggling to halt his steps. I promised my friend I would help with their training. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued once more. Which little girlfriend is it this time? It's just a friend. Menma chuckled awkwardly, retreating a couple of steps. Never mind. Off you go, Tsunade said abruptly, releasing her grip and waving her hand dismissively. I would rather not attract Kushina's ire, she murmured softly. Ino sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, and mustered the courage to address the dejected Tsunade. I'll join you for drinks. You? Tsunade regarded her with disdain. You'll be tipsy after just 3 cups. Babbling nonsense while hugging a piglet. I would not. Ino's face flushed crimson, and she cast a guilty glance at Menma, who pretended not to hear her as he hastily departed, allowing her to breathe easier. Upon arriving at the training ground, Menma spotted Tintin squatting on the ground, resting her chin on her hands, lethargically drawing circles with her shuriken. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, she looked up with sudden excitement. Menma, Tintin exclaimed, leaping to her feet. But the abrupt motion caused her vision to darken, and she stumbled forward. Be careful. A pair of warm hands caught her shoulders securely. Every day? She lifts her gaze to meet those blue eyes, twinkling with mirth, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Thank you, she stammers. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Why didn't Team Menma catch me with her body? This thought leaves her inexplicably despondent. Noticing the blush on her cheeks and the dimness in her eyes, Menma inquires with concern, Are you feeling unwell? No. She hurriedly shakes her head, her attention suddenly drawn to the large box in Menma's hands. What is this? This. Menma replies, pride evident as she pats the box, her lips curving into a radiant smile. It's my pocket money from investments, several million taels. Wow, that's impressive. Tion's eyes sparkle as she calculates. That's about the monthly revenue of my family's shop. Menma's smile freezes instantly. A month? She takes a deep breath, once again astonished by this seemingly ordinary girl, who can casually toss out hundreds of shurikens like a little wealthy princess. Cough. Let us not discuss that anymore. Menma clears her throat and nonchalantly tosses the box into the system space. Let us begin our training. Please refrain from attempting to bribe the system. This system adheres to the principles of integrity in its operations. A mechanical voice abruptly sounds in her mind. You are being a bit presumptuous, Menma mutters, her lips twitching. This is not for you. Tian tilts her head, looking at Menma, who has suddenly gone blank. What's wrong? Nothing. Let us start cultivating. Menma gathers her thoughts and turns to Tian, asking, What ninjutsu would you like to learn? I feel my shuriken throwing could use improvement, Tian mumbles, her head lowered, a faint blush illuminating her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. Just like before, teach me hand in hand. All right, Menma readily agrees, retrieving a shuriken. With a flick of her wrist, the shuriken gleams as it flies through the air, striking the target with a crisp thud. Impressive. Tian clasps her hands over her heart, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Though Menma feels a tinge of exasperation at such exaggerated adoration, a flicker of joy stirs within her. After all, who wouldn't cherish having an adorable little fan? In Chapter 76, You Are Mine, Tian mimics Menma's actions, but her shuriken veers off course, landing crookedly at the edge of the wooden post. Why have you regressed? Menma frowns, puzzled. Her foundation is solid. Could it be my teaching is at fault? Unbeknownst to her, Tian is secretly observing her from the corner of her eye. As Menma approaches to guide her closely, a sly smile creeps onto the girl's lips. Focus your eyes on the target, Menma instructs, wrapping her arms around Tian from behind, her warm hands resting gently on the slender wrists. The warmth of her breath brushes against Tian's neck, leaving her feeling weak and her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She absorbs none of the instructions being given. Very well, just a bit more precision and it will be perfect. Menma nods in satisfaction as she watches the shuriken approach the target. Clearly, her teaching skills are commendable, as Tian's progress is evident after just a few instructions. I sense something is amiss. Every day, I murmur softly, my eyes glinting with mischief. Take your time. I have ample time today, Menma gently encourages. I nod emphatically, feeling a sweet warmth in my heart, for in this moment, I belong solely to her. From behind the bushes, a pair of snow-white eyes gazes intently at this scene. Hinata unconsciously clenches her fists, her nails digging into her palms without her noticing. Menma-kun, she whispers softly, a strange ache rising in her chest. The intimate interaction between the two from afar pierces her heart like a thorn. Hinata? What's wrong? Comes the distant call from Red. Yet, Hinata pays no heed. Her gaze fixed on that pair of figures in the training ground. You are mine. This whispered thought dissipates into the wind, but plants a seed of obsession in her heart. As night falls, Menma opens the door to his home, where the lights blaze brightly. Minato has returned home early, entangled in Naruto's insistence on the application form for the Chunin exams. Dad, just give me the application form. Naruto tugs at Minato's sleeve, bouncing around. Naruto. Kushina interjects with hands on her hips. Don't disturb your father while he works. Matters like this should be directed to Kakashi. Minato smiles gently, his golden hair shimmering warmly in the light. He ruffles Naruto's messy golden locks. Your mother is right. A recommendation from a guiding jonin is required to participate in the exams. What? Naruto sulks like a deflated balloon but brightens upon seeing Menma enter. Brother, where have you been? Sunbathing. Menma replies casually, taking a seat beside Minato. Dad, which villages are participating in this Chunin exam? Minato ponders for a moment. Only Sunagakure has confirmed participation among the great nations. There are also Kusagakure and Amigakure. He pauses, and the recently established Otogakure. Otogakure? Menma's eyelids flicker slightly. Is Orochimaru coming? He decides to inquire directly with Orochimaru and also to check on the progress of Kimimura's bloodline disease research. Naruto remains oblivious to his brother's unease, still fretting about the exam. Where has Kakashi-sensei gone? I've been looking for him all day. Kushina brings in steaming hot dishes, the aroma instantly filling the room. Eat first. She shoots a glare at Naruto. You can search for him tomorrow. After dinner, Menma excuses himself to rest in his room, and the moment he closes the door, he activates the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he finds himself in Orochimaru's underground base. Surprisingly, the usually research-absorbed Orochimaru leans lazily against the back of a chair, eyes closed in a state of relaxation. The golden earrings sway gently in the candlelight, enhancing the otherworldly pallor of his skin. It's rare to see you not engrossed in experiments. Menma raises an eyebrow. Even research requires a measure of rest, Menma-kun. Orochimaru slowly opens his eyes, the slitted pupils sparkling with intrigue. The deliberately softened tone sends shivers down Menma's spine. What progress has been made in the treatment of Kimimura's bloodline disease? Menma casually dragged a chair and seated herself, her gaze sweeping over the countless test tubes on the laboratory table. The completion was imminent. Orochimaru elegantly crossed his legs, and his voice bore an unexpected mellifluous quality, markedly more pleasant than usual in recent days. You've changed quite a bit, Menma remarked, scrutinizing the transformed Orochimaru, unable to resist teasing. Should I call you Orochimaru or Orochimaruheim now? Whatever pleases you, Miyama-kun. Orochimaru flicked his tongue across his lips, a gesture that once evoked dread, now imbued with an unexpected allure. Enough of that, Myanmar said, waving a hand dismissively, then adopting a serious tone. Why did you send the sound shinobi to participate in the Chunin exams? The flickering candlelight crackled, and for a rare moment, Orochimaru fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke softly. After all, it is a place I have lived for decades. I wish to return and see the old man. Myanmar was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this cold-blooded scientist harbored such sentiments. Your current status is still too sensitive, Myanmar said earnestly. Once I become Hokage, I will ensure your return. I appreciate it, Myanmar-kun. Orochimaru suddenly shifted the conversation. Do you require my assistance in eliminating the fourth Hokage? He is but a stumbling block on your path. No need. He is merely an inconsequential character, Myanmar replied, narrowing his eyes and lightly tapping the back of the chair with his fingertips. Understood, Orochimaru chuckled ominously as he stood, the hem of his lab coat sweeping through an elegant arc. I shall return to my experiments. Myanmar watched the figure retreating towards the laboratory table, deep in thought. I shall take my leave, do not dawdle. Myanmar turned to depart, his cloak trailing gracefully behind him. Myanmar-kun, Orochimaru suddenly called out, his voice echoing in the vast laboratory. Is there something else? Myanmar turned his head. I have a disciple in the village. Orochimaru leaned against the lab table, fingers gently caressing a test tube. I hope you can keep an eye on him. Myanmar raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. You have changed quite a bit, Orochimaru. As the candlelight flickered, a rare softness appeared on Orochimaru's pale visage. After all, he slowly raised his gaze, fervor swirling within his vertical pupils. I have witnessed a new direction. I am quite curious where this wind will carry the ninja world. That scorching gaze compelled Myanmar to avert his eyes. As long as you are happy. No sooner had the words left his lips than Myanmar's figure vanished in an instant. The morning sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha, and Naruto joyfully waved the Chunin Exam application he had obtained from Kakashi, his smile brighter than the sun itself. So happy. Be careful not to embarrass yourself by failing. Ino pushed her glasses up and chuckled. Humph. At the very least, I can secure second place. Naruto retorted defiantly, pouting. You cannot even defeat Junmaru, Xianglin remarked, deliberately elongating her tone, her gaze flitting towards the quiet white-haired youth beside her. Junmaru merely smiled faintly at her words, his calm demeanor inciting further frustration in Naruto. Things are not so certain now. Suddenly, Naruto noticed the absence of someone. Where's my brother? Chapter 77. Never seen such a large one. He has gone to fetch the application form from Tsunade-sensei. Xianglin immediately deflated, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. Perhaps she was the most negligent guiding jonin. Thinking of Tsunade, Naruto couldn't help but feel that Kakashi-sensei was, in comparison, a paragon of teaching, despite his penchant for tardiness, frequent misdirection, and his fondness for the warm embrace of paradise, alongside his tendency to slack off during training. With a slight scratch of his head, Naruto muttered to himself. It seems he is not much better than Tsunade-sensei either. Myanmar searched through the casinos and taverns, but found no trace of Tsunade. Thus he made his way to the old estate of the Senju clan. This once magnificent residence still exuded grandeur, with its expansive courtyard and opulent architecture reflecting its former glory, though it now appeared unusually desolate. Upon entering the grand hall, he spotted Tun-Tun squatting alone in a corner, a look of melancholy on its face. The moment the little pig saw Myanmar, it trembled in fright and squealed before darting away, not forgetting the boy's ominous intentions of roasting it. It was surprisingly swift. Myanmar shook his head in amusement, surveying his surroundings. Was Shizun also absent? Where could they have gone? Just as he was about to leave, Shizun entered, carrying a basket of vegetables. Shizun, you are cooking yourself? Myanmar asked, somewhat surprised. Shizun raised an eyebrow. What else? Should we rely on Lady Tsunade to cook? That was indeed a valid point. Myanmar chuckled awkwardly. Expecting Tsunade to prepare a meal was nothing short of a fantasy. By the way, he quickly shifted to the main topic. Where is Tsunade-sensei? She is likely still asleep, Shizun replied, setting down the basket and wiping her hands. I will go wake her for you. Thank you, Shizun. Myanmar settled on the sofa in the living room as seconds ticked by. Yet there was no sign of life from upstairs. Glancing at his pocket watch, his brows furrowed. If this continued, they would miss the application deadline. At last, Shizun descended, her expression forlorn. I'm sorry, I couldn't wake her. Lady Tsunade drank too much last night. What? Menma was taken aback. This unreliable teacher had forgotten such an important matter. Is it urgent? Shizun observed his expression. Our Chunin Exam application form. Menma responded helplessly. She hasn't given it to us yet. Oh. Shizun was momentarily stunned, then complained. How could she forget something so important? After contemplating for a moment, she suggested, why don't you go wake her? I will help you search for the application form. Menma sighed, resigned to his fate as he trudged upstairs. This guiding jonin was indeed woefully incompetent. He hastened to Tsunade's door and gently knocked. Tsunade-sensei? Upon finding no one to respond, he hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. I have arrived. Before he could finish, the scene before him rendered him momentarily frozen in place. Tsunade had already awakened, her face contorted in pain as she rubbed her temples, while with her other hand, she was in the process of changing her attire. The vast expanse of her snow-white skin dazzled his eyes, and the sight of such unrestrained beauty caused a rush of blood to surge in the young man's face, igniting a warmth at the tip of his nose, a sensation he had never encountered before. Suddenly, a pillow came hurtling towards him with a whoosh, its force causing him to stagger backwards. What are you doing? He protested, clutching his nose where the pillow had struck. What are you looking at? Tsunade, now fully dressed in a flash, strode towards him with an intimidating presence. The way she placed her hands on her hips accentuated her curves, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Such is human nature, he muttered under his breath. I did not mean to intrude. I knocked on the door, and you did not respond. I thought it was on silent mode. Tsunade abruptly seized his collar, dragging him into the living room as if he were a mere kitten. Who would have thought it was you? You little pervert. Tossed onto the sofa, he adjusted his collar and replied irritably. I came to collect the application form. Application form? Tsunade blinked, suddenly smacking her forehead, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she revealed a rare expression of embarrassment. I almost forgot about that. He glanced at his watch, anxiety rising within him. Hurry up, he exclaimed. We are going to be late. Just a moment. Tsunade dashed into the study, the sounds of rummaging accompanied by the clattering of various bottles and jars echoing throughout. Moments later, she returned in a flurry, slapping a crumpled application form against his chest. Here you go. With a sudden shift, she donned a gentle smile, tousling his golden hair affectionately. Would you like me to accompany you? No, thank you. In a flash, he utilized the body flicker technique to disappear, fearful that lingering any longer would lead to further complications. As he gazed at the now empty living room, Tsunade chuckled softly, shaking her head. That little rascal. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a rare warmth across her features. He sprinted all the way to the Chunin Exam building, spotting Kinshiki and Cheyenne anxiously waiting at the entrance. Mama. Cheyenne's eyes lit up, and she rushed towards him, leaping into his embrace. He caught her securely, quickly distributing the application forms. Hurry inside, we are going to be late. Due to Tsunade's oversight, the three of them hastily submitted their applications before making their way to the examination venue. As they pushed open the grand doors, they were greeted by a spacious hall bustling with activity, with hundreds of candidates already in position. Mama. Before he could fully assess the situation in the exam hall, a soft figure suddenly leaped onto his back. Ino nimbly perched there, her golden hair cascading around his neck, tickling him. I missed you so much these past few days. Ino, let go of Manma. Cheyenne erupted, her hands trembling as she adjusted her glasses. PFT Ino made a cheeky face. Are you jealous, four-eyed girl? The two immediately began to bicker fiercely. Women are truly troublesome. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, his expression one of utter indifference. Dingzi continuously stuffed chips into his mouth, eagerly offering a packet. Menma, if you wish to learn the art of duplication, just invite me for some barbecue. Next time for sure. Menma quickly interjected, fearing he might utter something peculiar on the spot. With a surge of courage, Hinata stepped lightly towards Menma, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue. Yet she was now able to approach him with composure in front of the crowd. Her pure white eyes appeared subtly altered from their usual brilliance. Hinata, have you been training hard these past few days? Menma inquired gently, his gaze discreetly scanning the examination venue. Aside from a few Chunin examiners masquerading as candidates, the only notable presence was Gaara from Sunagakure, accompanied by the Shikaku within him. No, not at all, Hinata replied with a sweet, melodic voice, her fingers nervously entwined. Just the thought of Menma made even the most grueling training bearable. As Menma prepared to respond, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze. It was undoubtedly Niji Hyuga. the overprotective brother. He chose to deliberately ignore Niji and instead flashed a smile at Tenten, who beamed back, cupping her cheeks with her hands in delight. Brother, why did you take so long? Naruto mimicked Sasuke's stance, hands in pockets, adopting a cool demeanor. A little incident occurred, Menma replied succinctly, his gaze drifting over to Sasuke, who mirrored Naruto's pose, completely fixated on Niji and Lee, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Sakura was frantically attempting to mediate, trying to separate the heated argument between Ino and Kin. On the sidelines, Kiba watched the commotion with interest, while Shino silently leaned against the wall, his sunglasses reflecting a cold light. This disturbance drew the attention of all the candidates present. Chapter 78. The first round of the Chunin exams. The foreign ninjas cast unfriendly glances, while the young ninjas of Konoha displayed friendly smiles. Setting aside Menma's identity as the heir of the Hokage, his reputation as the strongest genius in the history of Konoha was already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Gaara stood quietly in a corner, the sand within his gourd subtly shifting. His unwavering gaze was fixed on Menma, instinctively sensing the oppressive aura exuded by the golden-haired youth. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto suddenly leaped forward, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at all the candidates present. His golden hair shone brightly, and his cerulean eyes burned with determination. I will not lose to any of you. Listen closely, I am claiming the second place in this exam. An immediate silence enveloped the examination hall. Menma facepalmed, thinking, is this what they call social awkwardness? My foolish friend. Shikamaru observed the scene with resignation. Though his words are quite spirited, something feels off. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly analyzed. It is normal to feel a sense of dissonance since he emphasized second place. Why second? A candidate from the Rain Village could not help but interrupt, questioning his audacity. That is because... Naruto grinned broadly, throwing an arm around Menma's shoulders. The first place is definitely going to my big brother. The entire venue once again descended into an eerie silence. Here it comes. Sakura abruptly yanked Naruto down, her embarrassment palpable as her toes dug into the ground. Could you not do this every single time? Her propensity for second-hand embarrassment had flared up again. Meanwhile, Menma also felt a twinge of awkwardness, discreetly stepping back. Suddenly, a fierce aura of killing intent surged towards Naruto. His gaze sharpened, and he beheld Tsu from the village of sound advancing like a specter. Half of his face was swathed in bandages, while a menacing gleam flickered in his exposed eye. The multi-holed protective arm bracer hidden beneath his sleeve had already extended, targeting Naruto's face. Just as the bracer was a mere 3 inches away from Naruto, Menma's figure appeared like a bolt of lightning. He deftly grasped Tsu's wrist with one hand, exerting just the right amount of force to halt the attack abruptly. What? Tsu's pupils constricted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as his entire arm trembled uncontrollably. Why you? How dare you? I hope you adhere to the rules here. Menma's voice was calm, his fingers applying slight pressure. Crack. The steel-crafted bracer crumbled as if it were a mere pancake. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. Incredible. That was a special piece of equipment from the Village of Sound. Is this the prowess of a Konoha genius? Tsu staggered back, shock written across his face as he stared at his ruined weapon, his lips quivering, yet no words escaped. His companions, Saku and Kin, were utterly dumbfounded. What a joke. He crushed Tsu's bracer with bare hands. How will we explain this to Lord Orochimaru? Menma cast a dispassionate glance at them, lacking even the interest to reprimand. These mere pawns were hardly worthy of his attention. Silence. A deep, commanding voice suddenly resonated as Marino Ibiki entered with the examination team. Beads of sweat dotted the forehead of the chief examiner. The 2 young masters from the Hokage's household were overly exuberant, and he felt the weight of pressure mounting. His stern gaze swept across the assembly, his voice as frigid as ice. I will now announce the examination rules. The venue fell silent in an instant. No fighting without permission. Even if allowed to engage, lethal force is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Do you understand? Observing the candidates' hushed compliance, he nodded in satisfaction. The first round of the Chunin selection exam begins now. Please take your seats according to your registration numbers. The written test papers will be distributed shortly. Written test. Naruto was instantly petrified, mechanically turning to Menma, despair etched across his face. Is this normal? Menma raised an eyebrow in confusion. Did Kakashi-sensei not inform you? This is a disaster. Naruto lamented, his voice echoing through the exam hall. As the perennial underperformer in the theoretical classes of the Ninja Academy, the written test felt like a death sentence. Humph, at the bottom again, Sasuke smirked derisively, finally finding a domain to dominate Naruto. Naruto, Sakura gazed at him with concern, acutely aware of his academic struggles as a top student in theory. You can do it. Menma patted his brother's shoulder with a sense of resignation. After all, he had inherited their mother's academic genes, he sighed inwardly. In an earnest endeavor to enhance Naruto's academic performance, his family was truly distressed. His overachieving father, being the Hokage, was perpetually occupied and had little time to spare, while his mother's abilities were, at best, mediocre. As for his own teaching capabilities, he shook his head. Some individuals are simply not cut out for scholarly pursuits. Menma took his seat with composure, entirely unconcerned about Naruto's written examination. If worst came to worst, he could always have his younger brother submit an essay titled My Hokage Father, which would surely suffice. Just as he settled down, he noticed Ino to his right playfully making a peace sign. In the front row, Cheyenne slumped over her desk like a wilted eggplant, while Hinata in the back gazed at him with gentle eyes. To his left, Tetsuko, the elder brother, asked, "Are you also here to serve as an examiner?" Menma grinned widely. "I am Tetsuko Tetsu, young master Menma," he replied. The examiner, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, stating, "I am indeed the examiner now. Please refrain from conversing with me." "Understood," Menma replied, sitting up straight with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Ibiki picked up a piece of chalk and swiftly inscribed the rules on the blackboard, his voice resonating like thunder. "There are several important regulations for this examination. No questions will be entertained. First, each participant starts with 10 points. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point. A wrong answer will result in a deduction of 1 point." The chalk screeched against the board as he continued. "Secondly, scores will be calculated based on the total points of each group of 3. A murmur of disbelief swept through the audience. Sakura immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Why should it be based on the total score? Enough chatter." Ibiki scolded sharply, though he thought to himself, "My dear girl, consider yourself fortunate to be grouped with the Hokage's son." He then thumped the blackboard emphatically, stating the most crucial rule: if any participant is deemed to have cheated by the proctor or is suspected of cheating, 2 points will be deducted from their score for each infraction. This means some may not even last until the end of the examination. Stay calm. Sakura attempted to reassure herself. As long as Sasuke and I perform well, it won't matter if Naruto scores 0. Her words were abruptly interrupted by Ibiki's mocking laughter. "I must add 1 more point. If anyone in the group scores 0, the entire group will be deemed unqualified." "What?" Sakura froze in shock, her pencil clattering to the desk. Sasuke's eyes widened, and both of their fierce gazes turned towards Naruto. "Oh." Naruto shrank back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What a terrifying look. Ibiki surveyed the room, announcing, "The final question will be revealed in 45 minutes. The total examination time is 1 hour." He slammed his hand down on the podium, declaring, "The examination begins now." As the papers rustled through the air, Naruto stared at the dense array of questions, feeling as though darkness was closing in. Tch. Menma glanced at his fidgeting brother, curling his lip in disdain. He casually flipped through the exam paper before tossing it aside, laying his head down on the desk to take a nap. A ninja stands 7 meters high in a tree and throws a shuriken. Please calculate the maximum distance of the projectile, analyze the possible characteristics of enemy ninjas he may encounter, and finally, give this technique a striking name. Was the question setter out of their mind? Chapter 79. Red Bean. Regardless, he was confident he would pass, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. In a moment of desperation, Ino found herself at a loss, contemplating cheating off her neighbor, only to discover that Menma had succumbed to slumber. With her wide eyes blinking in disbelief, she gently prodded his arm with her fingertips, whispering, "How can you be sleeping? If you can't figure it out, I can help you." Though she murmured this softly, she was aware that her own understanding was somewhat lacking, yet her confidence in evading detection was unwavering. "Thanks, Ino," Menma replied lazily, cracking open one eye to flash her a smile. "I'll just take a quick nap. Wake me when it's time to submit." However, Ino hesitated, her thoughts lingering. "Don't worry, I'll definitely pass," Menma assured her with a playful wink. With a resigned sigh, Ino pushed her exam paper away and mimicked Menma's posture, though sleep eluded her. Instead, her mind began to dreamily envision scenarios of a date with Menma. her lips curving into a smile, clearly enjoying the thought. Hinata, seated behind them, cast a worried glance at Menma, then shifted her gaze to the examiner, who was resting his head on his hand. Her cheeks flushed, and she too set her pen down, contemplating. If Menma is destined to remain a genin for life, then I shall accompany him. The notion made her ears burn with warmth, though she felt somewhat guilty towards Shino and Kiba for such thoughts. Guy, observing the trio with a mix of indignation and disbelief, remained silent, acutely aware of the examiner, Ibiki, who pretended not to notice the unfolding scene. Within the examination hall, astute candidates quickly recognized the true essence of this written test, a contest of intelligence and information gathering. Scholars like Sakura and Kimimaro fervently scribbled. The sound of their pens a soft rustle upon the paper. Niji S. Byakugan, Sasuke S. Sharingan, and Gaara S. Sand techniques all showcased their unique talents. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself utterly overwhelmed, his mind consumed by despair. Every time the examiner put pen to paper, the anxious students flinched, fearing they might be caught cheating. In a half-dream, Menma observed the exam room, noting that Kiba was particularly impressive, able to exchange answers with Akamaru. Shino's insects were also adept, and the sight of Tintin manipulating a mirror with thread to aid Lee was clearly a favor granted by Ibiki to Guy. Menma chuckled at the casual demeanor of Shikamaru and Choji, recognizing the nuances of human relationships at play. No, give me another chance. As the unfortunate candidates were dragged from the room, their anguished cries sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. He glanced helplessly at his older brother, only to be taken aback by the sight of him sleeping. Isn't he supposed to be a genius? Naruto thought, aghast. He feared the repercussions of a failing grade at home, imagining Kushina's wrath, which made him worry for both their fates. Oh well, he resigned himself, mimicking Menma's posture and resting his head on the desk. The rhythmic sound of their snores elicited a twitch from Ibiki's lips, though he could do nothing but feign ignorance. As time silently slipped away, marking 45 minutes, Ino gently nudged the young man beside her. Menma slowly opened his sleepy eyes, instinctively rubbing them, his fingers lingering at their corners until he clearly perceived the concern etched on Ino's face. Is the time up? He inquired. Yes, it is, she confirmed. In a subtle nod, Ino cautiously pushed her already filled answer sheet towards Menma, whispering, "You can copy mine." "No need," Menma replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. He turned his gaze toward the podium where the proctor, Ibiki, was rhythmically tapping his rough fingers on the desk, the scar cutting across his cheek appearing even more menacing in the shadows. "Now, I shall announce a rule of despair." A rule of despair? A chorus of gasps erupted in the examination hall. Sakura's pen clattered to the desk. Shikamaru's hand, which had been propping up his chin, suddenly froze. And even the typically composed Sasuke instinctively tensed his back. Out of the corner of his eye, Menma noticed Naruto rubbing the back of his head in confusion, evidently just roused from slumber. Indeed, he mused inwardly, Ibiki, as the captain of the Umbu interrogation unit, had always been adept at psychological warfare. You may choose whether or not to attempt the 10th question. Ibiki's voice resonated clearly in the hushed examination hall. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze slicing through each candidate's facade of calm, as if to unravel their forced composure. "What happens if we choose not to attempt the 10th question?" Temari abruptly inquired. "If you opt not to attempt it," Ibiki grinned, "your score will be reduced to 0. He deliberately paused, relishing the sight of several genin's faces turning ashen. "You will also forfeit your right to continue, along with your teammates. Furthermore," he suddenly raised his voice, "should you choose to attempt the question but fail to provide a correct answer, that candidate will permanently lose their eligibility for the Chunin exams." "What a joke!" Kiba erupted, and the examination hall was thrown into chaos. "Menma, you should at least write something," Ino urged, grasping at Menma's sleeve. Her eyes clouded with deep concern as she glanced at the blank sheet before him. "If you fail, Aunt Kushina will be furious." Her voice trembled slightly. Menma's expression stiffened. With a resigned sigh, he finally picked up his pen and began to scrawl across the paper. The young girl remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His handwriting, a flurry of strokes across the blank spaces, revealed that this examination had never truly been about the questions at hand. At this moment, Naruto appeared particularly flustered, his azure eyes shimmering with anxiety as he looked pleadingly at Menma. Understanding his brother's turmoil, Menma recognized that Naruto felt utterly adrift. Scanning the surroundings, He observed that more than half of the candidates had succumbed to Ibiki's psychological tactics, dejectedly vacating their seats. "Proctor, let us proceed with the 10th question," Menma declared calmly, his golden locks swaying slightly with his movement. After a moment of contemplation, Ibiki surveyed the examination hall and, seeing that the number of eliminations had met his expectations, announced in a low voice, "The 10th question is a choice. Those who choose to remain, congratulations. You have passed the first round of the examination." "Huh." Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, a look of disbelief painted across his face. He glanced down at his nearly blank answer sheet, then back at the proctor, seemingly unable to fathom how this could qualify as passing. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he suddenly felt that this examination was not as daunting as he had initially perceived. Menma paid no heed to Ibiki's lengthy explanation, resting his chin on one hand, his thoughts drifting far away. "What shall we eat? With the first round of the Chunin exams concluded, I wish you all success." Finally, Ibiki wrapped up his speech. Just as Menma prepared to rise, a shadow darted through the shattered window like lightning, accompanied by the sound of crashing glass. The newcomer enveloped Ibiki entirely in a massive black cloth emblazoned with the title of the second examiner. "This guy is unbearable." Ibiki shook his head in resignation. Yet a hint of relief flickered across his brow. Waimatsu Akane made a flamboyant entrance, clad in her signature fishnet bodysuit, topped with a gray-brown trench coat and a tan skirt, exuding an untamed and wild aura. She looked strikingly fierce. Menma gazed at this examiner, reminiscent of a female version of Naruto, and couldn't help but murmur, "How did Orochimaru train her?" Chapter 80. What stimulus triggered this? Children, this is not a time for joy. With one hand plunged into her coat pocket and the other raised dramatically, Akane declared loudly, "I am the chief examiner for the second round, Waimatsu Akane." She raised her fist high, excitement shimmering in her eyes. "The next examination is about to commence. Follow me." A hush fell over the examination hall, candidates exchanging bewildered glances, their faces etched with astonishment. Sakura's lips twitched as she quietly remarked, "This chief examiner is so much like Naruto." Akane's exuberance was abruptly doused. She pouted in dissatisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the sea of candidates below. "This is not the version of you I expected," she complained to Ibiki, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. "However, in this second round, I intend to eliminate at least half of the participants." When her gaze inadvertently brushed past Menma, her pupils dilated sharply. "The heir of the Hokage has come to participate in the exam?" She gasped inwardly, momentarily taken aback. Akane studied the golden-haired youth in disbelief, contemplating, is he, the so-called strongest genius of Konoha, truly required to partake in such an examination? An invisible weight suddenly settled upon her heart, and she realized why Ibiki had displayed that relieved expression upon seeing her. "Why was I not informed beforehand?" Fuming, Akane shot a glare at Ibiki, who feigned ignorance and merely coughed twice. "The rest is up to you." Reluctantly, Akane steeled herself to continue. "Upon arriving at the examination site tomorrow, I will elaborate on the rules, the specific location and time." She paused, returning to consult your guiding J-Ning. "Now dismissed." As her words echoed, Menma promptly rose and exited. In the meantime, Ino and Karen sprang up simultaneously, each refusing to yield as they jostled towards the door, resulting in a tangle at the narrow threshold. Neither willing to take a step back. This sudden traffic jam left the other candidates stranded within the classroom. What a bother. Shikamaru languidly reclined against the back of his chair, observing the farce unfolding before him. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischievousness flickered in his eyes as he deliberately raised his voice, exclaiming, "Look, Hinata and Menma have dashed off together." "What?" In unison, Ino and Sakura gasped, immediately abandoning their tussle over the doorframe and rushing outside in a frenzy. Both cursed inwardly. That seemingly gentle Hinata turned out to be quite cunning. "Well played, Shikamaru." Kiba, with his hands tucked into his pockets, grinned widely. He had no desire to miss mealtime due to this commotion, and so he effortlessly sauntered through the now unobstructed doorway. Menma was just about to check on Orochimaru's preparations when he suddenly sensed light footsteps behind him. Turning around, he discovered Hinata following closely, her pale fingers nervously ringing together, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Hinata?" He halted, his tone gentle as he inquired, "Is something the matter?" "Aye." Hinata took a deep breath, summoning her courage to meet his gaze, her snowy eyes filled with determination. She softly uttered, I would like to invite Minma-kun for ramen. However, as their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head like a startled rabbit, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Is that all right? Minma was momentarily taken aback by Hinata's unexpected invitation. He glanced up at the sinking sun on the horizon, contemplating for a moment before responding kindly. I have a few matters to attend to at the moment. If it's not urgent, could you wait for me? Hinata nodded vigorously, her voice barely containing her excitement. I will wait for you, Minma-kun. Minma offered her a reassuring smile before utilizing the flying thunder god technique, instantly appearing within an unassuming inn, Orochimaru's temporary stronghold. Minma-kun. Orochimaru's disguise was nearly flawless, almost imperceptible upon closer inspection. Minma surveyed the four-sound ninja standing around before Orochimaru promptly gestured for them to withdraw. Habitually licking his lips, he cautiously inquired, Is it about Kimimaro? Yes. How are the preparations coming along? Minma casually toyed with an apple resting on the table. All is ready. Orochimaru presented a fruit knife. Minma skillfully peeled the apple, the silver blade creating elegant arcs in the air. After taking a crisp bite, he asked, How long will the treatment take? Approximately a week. Orochimaru narrowed his golden serpent-like eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Will it affect your exam? I will complete the second exam as swiftly as possible. Minma finished the apple in a few bites, the core landing perfectly in a distant trash bin. At that time, I will deliver him directly to the base for treatment. Recalling that Hinata was still waiting for him, Minma decided not to linger. Just before departing, he suddenly asked, Have you seen Sarutobi Gigi? Not yet. Orochimaru's gaze drifted, his golden slit pupils shimmering with waves of nostalgia. His elongated fingers unconsciously caressed the window frame, the sound so faint as if afraid to disturb something. Suddenly, he turned to face Minma directly, unusually asking, Minma-kun, by what should the worth of a ninja be determined? This seemingly simple question, when uttered from his lips, bore an inexplicable weight. Minma's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a glimmer of alertness flashing in his eyes. He keenly sensed the profound implications within Orochimaru's words, his tone abruptly turning cold. Orochimaru, when did you become so tedious? It was merely a casual inquiry. I wish to engage in discussion with you. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips, his smile losing its usual cunning, replaced with a hint of sincere perplexity. This is a matter you ought to discuss with Jiraiya. Minma inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he warned, Lord Sarutobi must not encounter any unforeseen incidents, especially during my father's administration. I understand. Orochimaru gradually closed his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. I am not foolish to that extent. His voice was ethereal. Jiraiya is returning, and Tsunade is here as well. It truly evokes nostalgia. Minma suddenly realized that the man before him, once so sinister, now emanated an air of transcendence. The golden sunset streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on his pale profile, rendering him almost sacred. What has spurred this change in you? Minma Rare inquired about his subordinate's psychological state. Nothing. Orochimaru shook his head. As he turned, a fervent spark ignited in his eyes. He stepped forward excitedly, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Since discovering the unique qualities within you, Minma-kun, I have finally found the meaning of life. What do you intend to do? Minma, startled by Orochimaru's sudden fervor, took a half-step back, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. Chapter 81. If it were you. Minma-kun, do not be anxious. Orochimaru laughed lightly upon noticing his reaction, waving his hand dismissively. I have no interest in such matters. He cast a pointed glance at Minma's defensive stance, methodically explaining, It is the secrets contained within your cells that are utterly fascinating. 5 chakra natures? No, they are far from ordinary chakra attributes. I can sense the distinction. As he spoke, Orochimaru reverted to the familiar visage of the mad scientist that Minma knew. His pallid cheeks flushed with a sickly hue, his hands gesturing in the air, tracing incomprehensible paths, his voice quivering with excitement. Calm yourself. Minma sighed in exasperation, attempting to pacify the frenzied scientist. What exactly have you discovered? It is a power I cannot yet fully comprehend. Orochimaru took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, though the fervor in his eyes remained undiminished. But I can ascertain that it harbors boundless possibilities. And then there is the wood release attribute, which possesses greater vitality than the first Hokage's cells, and is less prone to rejection. Upon reaching this point, The typically proud scientist displayed an unusual hint of embarrassment. I must apologize for having unilaterally transplanted Menma's cells. He gently caressed his arm, his voice gradually calming. Though far inferior to the original, I can sense that the door to eternity is now within reach. As for the method to treat Kimimaro, Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. It involves thoroughly transforming his constitution using Menma's cells. Menma, momentarily at a loss for words, could only blink in confusion. At this moment, Orochimaru exuded a peculiar aura, reminiscent of Tsunade's current invincibility in gambling, radiating a lonely chill from his lofty perch. Am I truly that remarkable? After departing from Orochimaru's abode, Menma could not help but indulge in self-doubt. Silently, he called out, "System, are you genuinely a cultivation system? This system adheres to the principle of integrity in its operations. Host, please remain humble and grounded. With the system's assistance, you shall surely attain longevity alongside the heavens and contend with the sun and moon in brilliance. It seems your code has been updated." Menma sighed in resignation, having entirely lost patience with the system. Arriving at the designated location, under the dim glow of the streetlights, Hinata stood quietly, awaiting his arrival. The night breeze gently tousled her purple hair. He approached slowly, his golden locks shimmering warmly in the light. "Hinata, let us go," he softly uttered, his azure eyes exuding an extraordinary tenderness. "Huh, okay." Hinata seemed lost in thought until Menma's voice broke her reverie. Her fair cheeks instantaneously flushed with a delicate hue, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously entwined. The two walked side by side toward Ichiraku Ramen, Hinata occasionally glancing at Menma's hands tucked in his pockets. Suddenly, lost in her own thoughts, she vigorously shook her head, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. "What's wrong?" Menma inquired, turning his head with concern. Naturally, he reached out, gently placing his hand on Hinata's forehead, his brow slightly furrowed. "You don't have a fever, do you?" "Ah." Hinata squeaked like a startled rabbit, causing Menma to quickly retract his hand. She seemed on the verge of emitting steam, and Menma awkwardly chuckled. "I apologize. I thought you were unwell." "No, it's fine." Hinata averted her face, her voice barely above a whisper. "If it's Menma-kun, it's all right." Menma unconsciously swallowed, sensing that this statement harbored some special significance. The warm light of Ichiraku Ramen swiftly dissipated the previous subtle atmosphere. Menma skillfully ordered 2 bowls of the signature ramen, then paused to add another. "Is that for Naruto?" I.M. asked, smiling as she took note of the order. "No," Menma replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. "It's for Hinata." "Huh." I.M. looked in surprise at the petite Hinata, struggling to imagine her consuming such a quantity. She quickly regained her composure. "Please wait a moment." Hinata puffed her cheeks out, resembling an irate little hamster. Being told directly that she could eat made her feel a mix of embarrassment and irritation, yet more so, it filled her with the sweet warmth of concern. Menma gazed at her captivating expression, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. He had never witnessed such a lively display from Hinata. Her adorableness nearly compelled him to pinch those puffed cheeks. "How have your recent missions been?" he inquired, struggling to think of a more engaging topic in her presence. Hinata cradled her bowl of noodles, her fingertips turning slightly pale from the pressure. "It's all right," she replied softly, her voice barely rising above the din of the eatery. "Teacher Red and my companions take good care of me." Menma nodded, and the air between them grew suddenly heavy. As he racked his brain for the next subject, I.M. timely brought forth a steaming bowl of ramen. "Enjoy your meal." I.M.'s smile radiated brightly under the lights. "Thank you." Menma expressed his gratitude, only then noticing the absence of a familiar figure behind the counter. "Where's Uncle Handmaid? I haven't seen him today." "Dad went to restock." I.M. shrugged, tossing a cloth over her shoulder and rubbing her sore lower back. "Managing the shop alone is quite hectic. With business thriving, why not consider hiring some help?" Menma cheerfully suggested, nudging the condiments towards Hinata. I.M. pouted. "A small business like this can't afford extra help." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Menma over the counter. "But if you, Menma-kun, were willing to come," she trailed off playfully. "Don't joke around, I.M.-chan." Menma laughed, waving his hand. "If I helped out, the shop would probably descend into chaos." Unbeknownst to him, Hinata's fingers, gripping her chopsticks, trembled slightly. Her downcast eyelashes cast shadows under the light, while a tumult of emotions swirled within her. Menma's disregard for her feelings ignited a flicker of self-loathing towards her own timid nature. Menma deliberately slowed his pace of eating, thinking Hinata might need some time with her 2 bowls. However, upon glancing up halfway through, he was astonished to find both of her bowls already empty. So fast, he exclaimed, surprise flashing in his eyes. He noticed Hinata discreetly extending her delicate tongue to savor the remnants at the corner of her mouth. An innocent gesture that inexplicably quickened his heartbeat. Would you like another bowl? He asked softly, a hint of uncontainable amusement in his tone. No, it's fine. Hinata hurriedly shook her head, her fair cheeks flushing, fingers anxiously fidgeting together. Menma set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Don't worry about what others think. He met Hinata's snow-white gaze directly. As a ninja, being well-fed is essential for performing missions and training effectively. Moreover, his tone softened. The most fundamental element of human survival is nourishment. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Hinata lowered her head, her small hands clenched into tight fists. After a brief moment, she finally summoned the courage to speak. I would like another bowl, please. Is 1 bowl sufficient? Menma inquired cautiously, wary of startling this shy young lady once more. 2 bowls. Hinata timidly extended 2 delicate fingers, her voice as soft as a feather's whisper. Chapter 82, The Innately Malevolent Blonde. Menma couldn't help but laugh. Then let us have 3 more bowls. He turned and called out to the kitchen, Sister I am. 3 more bowls of ramen, please. To go? I am peeked out, already preparing the ingredients. No need. We shall dine here. Menma waved his hand dismissively. As Ayam watched Hinata gracefully and swiftly consume 3 bowls of ramen, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Hinata's flat abdomen, finding it hard to fathom where all that food could possibly fit. Menma felt certain that Hinata must be full and was about to reach for his wallet to settle the bill when he noticed Hinata had already produced an adorable purse adorned with wisteria flowers. He smiled gently, deciding not to dwell on it. He could treat her next time. Stepping out of the ramen shop, the evening had deepened. Street lamps cast a warm glow upon the cobblestone path as Menma observed Hinata's purple hair dancing in the night breeze. Let me walk you home, he offered softly. All right, Hinata replied, her voice tinged with barely concealed excitement, her snow-white eyes shimmering with delight under the moonlight. She subtly drew closer to Menma, their shadows intertwining and separating along the cobbled road. Throughout their journey, Hinata spoke little, yet wore a sweet smile that lingered at the corners of her lips. Occasionally, she stole glances at Menma's hand resting at his side, each furtive look causing her to blush and lower her gaze. The mingled feelings of anticipation and disappointment in her eyes left Menma deeply puzzled. Arriving at the entrance of the Hyuga residence, just as Menma was about to bid farewell, Hinata suddenly called out to him, Menma-kun, what is it? Menma turned, noticing Hinata's hands clasped tightly against her chest, her cheeks aflame. See, could you come in for a bit? Her voice was barely audible, yet the eagerness in her eyes was unmistakable. Observing her anxious yet hopeful demeanor, Menma, realizing how difficult it must have been for this bashful girl to muster the courage, felt compelled to agree. He offered a faint smile and nodded, all right. Yes. Hinata's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart soaring with the realization that being a bit more proactive might draw Menma's attention towards her. As they crossed the grand porch of the Hyuga estate, the guards, upon seeing the young lady return with a blonde boy, initially widened their eyes in astonishment. However, once they recognized him as the heir of the Hokage family, friendly smiles spread across their faces, and they greeted him with respectful bows. It seems the Hyuga family is not as exclusive as the tales suggest, Menma mused. Just then, Menma's attention was drawn to a small head peeking out from behind a pillar. Little Hanabi was glaring at him with her pure white eyes, her small face puffed up in indignation, resembling a feisty little kitten. This little sprout, Menma thought to himself, as he returned her a warm smile. He could not comprehend why, each time they met, Hinata's younger sister regarded him with the gaze of an adversary. He had never wronged her, which rendered her hostility utterly baffling. Seizing the moment when Hinata turned away, Menma exaggeratedly made a face at Hanabi, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue at an odd angle, while deliberately tousling his golden hair. Startled, Hanabi stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Menma quickly reverted to a neutral expression, though a smirk crept at the corners of his mouth. Observing the flush of anger on Hanabi's face, he raised an eyebrow in delight. How infuriating! Hanabi's small fists trembled slightly, and the veins around her pristine white eyes bulged ominously. Were it not for her sister's presence, She would have eagerly employed the newly learned 8 trigrams palm to teach this annoying blonde a lesson. Hanabi, you mustn't be so rude. Hinata gently grasped her sister's wrist, her voice soft yet imbued with an unusual firmness. Turning to Menma, her fair cheeks flushed with color, she added, Menma-kun, Hanabi is still quite young. I hope you won't take her antics to heart. Of course not, Menma replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Hanabi is merely joking with me. How could I hold a grudge against a child? That is not a joke. Hanabi protested, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. Her sister had always been the most caring towards her, always finding time to play, even after exhausting training sessions. Yet now, she seemed to scold her for the sake of this outsider. Crystal tears shimmered in her eyes, but she defiantly lifted her chin, refusing to let them fall in front of this detestable boy. Seeing this, Hinata felt a pang of sympathy and crouched down to comfort her sister, only to be pushed away by Hanabi. The little girl ran off, her hair billowing in the night breeze. After a few steps, she abruptly halted, glancing back to shoot Menma a fierce glare, unmistakably conveying, "You will pay for this." Menma chuckled nonchalantly. After all, she was just a little girl. How could she possibly seek revenge on him? Entering the elegantly antiquated living room, Menma encountered Hisashi Hyuga, who sat regally in the main seat. He inclined his head slightly, his golden locks swaying with the motion, his azure eyes reflecting just the right amount of respect. Hisashi Ajisen, he greeted. Ah, Menma, Hisashi responded, a rare smile gracing his usually stern features, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. He gestured for Menma to take a seat, his movements exuding the authority of a clan head. As a seasoned politician, he understood better than anyone the significance of the young man before him. Hisashi's gaze subtly appraised Menma. In terms of strength, this youth possessed a chakra-level rivaling that of tailed beasts, mastering 5 elemental ninjutsu. And wielding the Flying Thunder God technique in the first Hokage would release bloodline limit, making him undoubtedly one of the foremost combatants in Konoha. Regarding his background, as the son of the 4th Hokage, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, and a student of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, his ascent to the position of Hokage appeared almost assured. Such a prodigy associating with Hinata was, in fact, a privilege for the Hyuga clan. Hisashi contemplated this in his mind, and his smile became increasingly benevolent. As for the rumors of Menma's close relationship with the daughter of the Yamaika clan, the Hyuga clan was far from conventional. The typically solemn patriarch, who rarely displayed a smile, exhibited a somewhat rigid grin at this moment, prompting Hanabi to unconsciously adjust her posture. Hidden behind the columns, Hanabi's wide, pure white eyes were filled with disbelief as she observed her father's unusual demeanor. Her small face scrunched up in frustration, unable to fathom why this insufferable blonde had garnered her father's favor. Surely, he had employed some deceitful means to beguile him. Angrily biting her lip, her small hands clenched until pale, she resolved to unmask his true nature. Hinata knelt nearby, her fair fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Witnessing her father rarely smile at Menma filled her with unexpected joy. His acceptance of Menma brought her more happiness than she had anticipated. As for her sister's little tantrum, Hinata cast a gentle glance at the fuming Hanabi, deciding to soothe her later. As night deepened, Menma stood to take his leave. Hinata's father, Hisashi, intended to escort him personally, but the youth politely declined, stating, Uncle Hisashi, there is no need for you to see me off. I am but a junior. His voice was clear and composed, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture. Upon exiting the Hyuga residence, Menma encountered Niji, who had just concluded his training. Under the moonlight, Niji's white training attire was soaked with sweat, and the forehead protector gleamed coldly in the night. Training at such a late hour? Menma paused, his golden hair fluttering in the night breeze, and thought to himself, I shall refer to you as the diligent prodigy. Chapter 83. The self-important fool, what brings you here? Niji inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure evident in his white eyes. The words he uttered carried an almost accusatory tone. He had always harbored a lingering resentment towards this flirtatious individual. I am here to escort Hinata home, Menma replied, blinking innocently and deliberately elongating his tone. He observed with amusement as Niji struggled to suppress his irritation, unable to retaliate against him, fingers lightly stroking his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. You. Niji inhaled deeply, his knuckles whitening from the tension of his clenched fist, yet his impeccable upbringing forced him to quell his anger. How wonderful. Niji brother also despises him. Hanabi, who had been secretly watching from behind the door, felt a surge of excitement. She had finally found an ally who shared her sentiments. I can't be bothered with you, Niji scoffed, turning to leave. Wait. Just as the two brushed past each other, Menma abruptly halted. As he turned, the moonlight illuminated his face, enhancing the depth of his blue eyes. The division between the main and branch families is an anachronism of a bygone era. His voice was soft yet articulate. Once I become Hokage, I shall endeavor to bring about change. Niji stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, his eyes quivering slightly. He gazed at Menma's departing figure, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within him. After what felt like an eternity, he exhaled deeply, an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. This fellow is perpetually so self-assured. Yet, as he turned, his steps felt unusually lighter than usual. Niji brother? Hanabi stood rooted in place, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. She tilted her head in confusion. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. What spell does this blonde boy possess? Deep within the corridor, Hinata Hayashi observed everything with a discerning gaze. He looked at the rare sight of his son at ease, and the words of Menma echoed in his mind, stirring waves of emotion in his weathered eyes. Brother. His voice was somewhat hoarse. No need for further words, Hayashi. Hinata closed his eyes with a sigh, the moonlight casting mottled shadows across his solemn visage. Even as the clan leader, I find the clan structure difficult to alter. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing far into the direction Menma had departed, contemplating that perhaps this child could indeed bring about change. Indeed, Hayashi nodded solemnly, as if he could perceive the chains binding the Hyuga clan for years, now showing the slightest fissure in the direction of that golden-haired youth. Morning sunlight streamed through the door into the dining hall of the Hyuga household, where Hayashi sat at the head of the table, his teacup suspended in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing scene before him. His typically gentle eldest daughter, Hinata, was now holding a bowl larger than her own head, elegantly and swiftly devouring its contents. Hayashi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He had never imagined that the daughter who always spoke softly and timidly in his presence possessed such an astonishing appetite. Even more shocking was the fierce determination shining in her eyes as she focused on her meal, as if it were a battle. Suddenly, a thought struck Hayashi, causing his grip on the teacup to tighten. Could it be that Hinata's previous lackluster abilities stemmed from her never having had enough to eat? This notion tightened his heart with both compassion and regret. Observing his daughter relishing her meal, he couldn't help but wonder, could Hinata actually be a hidden genius? Sitting across from her, Hanabi was utterly astonished, her chopsticks suspended in midair, forgotten. Her pure white eyes were wide with shock, her mouth slightly agape. As she watched her sister's graceful yet swift eating style, suddenly feeling as if she herself was already full. Burp. Hinata gently set down her empty bowl, finally noticing the astonished gazes of her father and sister. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue, her fingers nervously intertwining. But soon, she recalled Menma's gentle yet resolute words. Menma said. Hinata summoned her courage to lift her head, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. As a ninja, one must eat well. Her voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable conviction. Hayashi took a deep breath, striving to uphold the dignity of the clan leader. He set down his teacup, a somewhat stiff smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's nothing. Being able to eat is a blessing. Yet internally, he began to contemplate whether he should take on a few additional tasks. At this rate, it seemed his esteemed position as the head of the Hyuga clan would soon be unable to support his eldest daughter's burgeoning appetite. Hanabi observed her father's forced composure and then glanced at her sister's satisfied expression, suddenly feeling as though the world had become a tad foreign. Morning sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows along the outskirts of the forest of death. As Menma yawned and arrived at examination room 44, he discovered that the majority of candidates had already gathered. Peers from the same cohort clustered in small groups, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Menma, a familiar, cheerful voice sounded from behind him, and before he could turn around, a soft figure pressed against him from behind. Jingya, like an excited fawn, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her rosy cheeks affectionately rubbing against his ear, her golden ponytail swaying gently with her movements. Jingya, Xianglin instantly bristled, her eyes behind glasses igniting with fierce anger. She seized Jingya by the collar and forcibly pulled the intruder away from Menma. The two girls immediately faced off, tension crackling in the air like invisible sparks. Menma helplessly rubbed his temples. Sometimes, having too many infatuated admirers truly felt like a sweet burden. Honestly, it's only been one night, Shikamaru remarked lazily from the side, half closing his eyes as he observed the spectacle, finding it more exhausting than watching clouds. Meanwhile, Naruto excitedly rushed towards Sakura, exclaiming, "Sakura!" However, the pink-haired girl's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke, not even sparing a glance for him. Naruto's enthusiasm quickly deflated, and he sulkily glared at Sasuke. Stuck-up Sasuke. Total idiot. Sasuke merely snorted, shooting a glare back at him. Sakura, Lee, with his prominent brows, suddenly appeared, striking a pose identical to Guy's, his white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Lee? Sakura instinctively took a half-step back, forcing a smile. Sorry, I just can't handle those thick eyebrows. Seeing Lee's instant petrification, Shikamaru's lips twitched involuntarily. Such odd characters, he muttered under his breath. But then his gaze froze as he scanned the crowd. Hinata and Tintin were one thing, but even the usually aloof Neji Hyuga was staring blankly at the blonde boy. With a long sigh, Shikamaru pressed his forehead in exasperation, observing Menma, surrounded yet blissfully carefree, and genuinely quipped, "You are truly the most abnormal one here. Before the second round of the exam begins, let us distribute this to everyone." The crisp voice of Akamichi echoed at the forest's edge. She surveyed the candidates gathered around Menma, a meaningful smile curving her lips. Holding up a stack of documents, she shook them slightly, declaring, "All participants must sign this first." Menma understood all too well. It was a death waiver. Chapter 84. Was it really not for revenge? The Chunin exams had always been perilous, and this document merely served to prevent subsequent complications. As he accepted the paper from Akamichi, he noticed the examiner's fingers tremble slightly. It seemed that even she felt pressure in the presence of this golden-haired boy. Why? Naruto suddenly raised his hand, confusion evident in his azure eyes. The smile of Hondo suddenly took on a perilous demeanor, for it was quite possible that someone might meet their demise soon. She deliberately elongated her tone, stating that if this matter remained unresolved, it would cause her considerable distress. Her words elicited gasps of shock from several of the lower-ranked ninjas, some even paling at the implication. As they listened to Hondo's explanation, the examination rules appeared straightforward. Within 5 days, one must gather both the heaven and earth scrolls and reach the central tower. This indicated that at least half of the teams would face elimination. For ordinary lower-ranked ninjas, this was a life-and-death trial. For Menma, it was merely a formality. When collecting the scrolls, Junmarlu silently accepted the earth scroll and respectfully handed it to Menma. In full view of everyone, Menma casually stuffed the scroll into her ninja tool pouch, showing no sign of concealment. The corner of Hondo's eye twitched. Only he would dare to be so audacious. She mused to herself, knowing full well he possessed strength surpassing that of a Jounin, yet still chose to participate in the Chunin exams. The candidates from Konoha were unfazed, collectively hoping to avoid this team. Although the candidates from other ninja villages were somewhat perplexed, they quickly grasped the situation from the reactions of those around them. This small team was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, when the signal to commence the exam sounded, only the 3 members of Menma's team were visible at their entrance. The trio strolled leisurely through the dense forest. Their demeanor so relaxed it felt as if they were on an outing rather than partaking in a Chunin examination. What a bore, not a single shadow in sight. Xianglin pouted in complaint, her red hair swaying gently with her movements. Yet soon, her gaze fixated on Menma, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Images of delightful moments spent alone with him flooded her mind, causing her to unconsciously cradle her warm cheeks, her body slightly twisting in embarrassment. "What is the matter with you?" Junmarlu asked with a furrowed brow, concern etched across his face. "Mind your own business." Xianglin snapped back, jolted from her reverie, casting an indignant glare at him before hastily catching up to Menma. Fumbling, she retrieved her water bottle and eagerly offered, "Menma, would you like a drink?" "No, thank you." Menma replied with a gentle smile. "Well, how about something to eat?" Xianglin persisted, undeterred. Having traveled for most of the day without encountering a single adversary, Menma thoughtfully rubbed the earth scroll in his hands, his brow knitting slightly. This was not acceptable. They needed to complete their mission swiftly. He glanced at the silent Junmarlu before finally focusing on Xianglin. "Xianglin, sense for nearby teams." Xianglin perked up instantly, puffing out her chest with pride. She was no mere ornamental vase. Closing her eyes, her red hair seemed to sway without wind as her sensory abilities rippled outward. Moments later, she opened her eyes abruptly, pointing towards the southeast. The closest is Shikamaru's team. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes at the thought of Ino being in that group. If they could seize their scroll, it would be delightful to see her fail the exam. Menma cast a wary glance at her, as if discerning her intentions. Are you truly not seeking revenge? Of course not, she retorted, flustered. Xianglin averted her gaze, a blush creeping from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Never mind, let us switch teams. Menma shook his head helplessly. Very well, Xianglin pouted, yet resolutely vowed within herself. She would triumph over Jingye in fair competition, proving to Menma who truly deserved his affection. Xianglin closed her eyes momentarily, then suddenly opened them. Her crimson hair danced gently in the breeze. 1 kilometer to the 9 o'clock direction, the sand-hidden trio. 2 kilometers to the 10 o'clock direction, the sound-hidden trio. They would suffice. Menma decisively commanded, Xianglin, Junmaru, intercept the sound trio. I shall confront the sand squad. After acquiring the necessary scrolls, we will rendezvous at the tower. No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures darted into the depths of the thicket like arrows released from a bowstring. The sand trio was navigating through the treetops when suddenly, a white figure materialized before them like a wraith. Junmaru stood silently on a branch, his pale skin appearing particularly stark beneath the dappled sunlight. Surrender the scroll, he stated, his voice devoid of any tremor. Do not underestimate us. Sake bellowed, unleashing a void slash without hesitation. The sharp air blade sliced through the atmosphere, aiming directly for Junmaru's visage. Sake. Toshi's attempt to intervene arrived too late. Junmaru calmly raised his hand, and from his palm erupted bone spikes, weaving together to form a shield before him. With a crisp sound, the void slash was effortlessly deflected. In the next moment, Junmaru had materialized before Sake like a specter, the bone spike piercing through his palm, pinning him to the tree trunk. Ah! Sake screamed in agony. Before Qin could react, Xianglin launched a surprise attack from the side. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck her abdomen, sending her plummeting from the tree and crashing heavily to the ground. Stop! Toshi, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he retrieved the scroll and placed it on the ground. Please, do not harm them. Take the scroll. Xianglin rolled her eyes, swiftly leaping down to collect the scroll. Upon seeing the character for heaven inscribed upon it, her eyes gleamed with excitement. What fortuitous luck! She waved farewell to Toshi. Let us go. Thank you, Toshi murmured, straining to hoist the unconscious Qin, casting a worried glance back at Sake, still pinned to the tree. Junmaru indifferently extracted the bone spike, carelessly tossing Sake to Toshi as if he were a mere kitten. Toshi, burdened with his 2 companions, fled in a flurry, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He understood that Lord Orochimaru would likely be furious, yet gazing at his comrades, he resolutely decided, this responsibility shall rest upon my shoulders. Gaara walked alone at the forefront of the group. Temari and Kankuro maintained a respectful distance, exchanging glances filled with concern. Come forth. Gaara abruptly halted. Temari tightened her grip on her 3-star fan, while Kankuro's fingers hovered over the mechanisms of his crow. Yet Menma remained motionless atop the treetops, observing with keen interest. Moments later, 3 rain ninjas emerged slowly from the dense forest. The tall, slender man at the forefront sneered. The little brat from Sunagakure dares to provoke us. How utterly foolish. The short rain ninja ominously added. Choosing opponents requires caution, otherwise, one might meet their demise. As he spoke, the tall rain ninja had already unfastened the specially designed umbrella from his back. Gaara remained with his arms crossed, not even lifting his eyelids. Such a lot of nonsense, old man from the village of Rain. This remark caused the expressions of the opposing rain ninjas to darken instantly. Kankuro lowered his voice to caution. Gaara, first confirm their scrolls. If they are of the same type, it is of no consequence. Gaara abruptly interrupted him, the murderous intent in his eyes surging violently. Everyone I see must die. Chapter 85. Fortunately, there is an elder sister seeking death. The tall rain ninja, enraged, hurled 3 umbrellas into the air and swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, rain and dew 1,000 bodies. The spinning umbrellas instantaneously unleashed a barrage of countless needles. Yet as they neared Gaara, they were entirely halted by an automatically rising wall of sand. With a clattering sound, the fine steel needles fell to the ground. Temari and Kankuro instinctively took a step back, knowing that when the sand activated its defense, Gaara's murderous intent would become uncontrollable. Sandaime was intently observing the battle when he suddenly sensed another team rapidly approaching. His brow furrowed as he extended his perception to reveal it was Hinata's team. "This is troublesome," Sandaime murmured to himself, originally intending to draw out Shikaku to leave a mark of the flying thunder god. It seemed the plan would have to be postponed. Otherwise, Shikaku's rampage would inevitably affect Hinata and her team. As he contemplated, a chilling scream shattered the forest's tranquility. Upon looking up, he saw Gaara's sandstorm had reduced 3 rain ninjas to mere pulp, blood mingling with grains of sand, cascading down like a torrential downpour. This killing intent is rather excessive. Sandaime squinted his azure eyes at the crimson sand waterfall, shaking his head slightly. Kankuro, suppressing his nausea, picked up the scrolls with a forced smile. "We are fortunate. It is the heavenly scroll we need." He turned to Gaara. "Now we should head to the tower." "Silence," Gaara coldly interrupted, suddenly turning towards the thicket where Hinata and her companions were hiding, the murderous intent in his eyes swelling. "I am not finished yet." The trio behind the bushes froze, their breaths becoming cautious. Akamaru trembled violently, curling up in Kiba's embrace. Sandaime's gaze darkened as he observed this bloodthirsty figure, realizing it was necessary to instill in him the understanding of the vastness of the world. "That is enough, Gaara." Kankuro hastily stepped forward to intervene. "Are you afraid? Coward!" Gaara mercilessly taunted. "Gaara." Kankuro's voice trembled, suppressing his anger. "Perhaps it means little to you, but it is too dangerous for us. One set of scrolls is sufficient." "You worthless fool. You have no right to command me." Gaara remained unfazed, his right hand already aimed at Kiba and the others, sand beginning to coalesce in his palm. Kankuro, unable to tolerate any longer, seized Gaara by the collar and shouted, "You must know your limits. Can't you ever listen to your brother?" Gaara slowly lifted his icy gaze, the sand around him stirring restlessly. "I have never regarded you as family." His voice was eerily calm. "If you disturb me further, I will kill you." With a swift motion, he ruthlessly brushed Kankuro's hand away, a barrier of sand rising between them. "Gaara, please don't." Temari rushed forward, her trembling hands gesturing in desperation. Her voice was as soft as that of a child being soothed, both helpless and tender. "Don't be so heartless. I'm begging you, please." Surprisingly, the murderous aura around Gaara gradually subsided. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Understood." His departing silhouette remained solitary, yet at least his intent to kill was restrained. On the treetops, Shino quietly retracted the kunai of flying thunder god from his fingertips, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Fortunately, there is an elder sister to keep you in check. Otherwise, I would have had to retrieve the tailed beast prematurely." However, as Shino gazed at Gaara's receding figure, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. He was curious whether this tempestuous child could indeed become a valuable piece in his plans. Casting one final glance towards Hinata's direction, Shino's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a few falling leaves to drift slowly. The 3 siblings, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, rested by the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water echoing distinctly in the tranquil forest. Temari was bending down to scoop water when a sudden flash of gold reflected on the surface. "It's you." She abruptly lifted her head, her pupils contracting. A golden-haired youth stood before her, sunlight enveloping him in a soft halo. Temari instantly tensed, her fingers poised on the mechanism of her fan. "Don't be alarmed. I'm merely here to confirm a few matters." The boy flashed a gentle smile, which in the next moment morphed into a golden afterimage, hurtling directly towards Gaara. "Gaara." Temari's expression changed drastically, and she cried out in alarm. Before Gaara could react, the sand around him instinctively formed a defensive barrier. However, against the spiraling kunai in Shino's hand, the so-called absolute defense of the sand wall crumbled as if it were child's play. Crash! In a critical moment, Shino retracted his lethal move, using only his fist to slam Gaara into the rock wall, sending debris flying. "This is impossible." Kankuro's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his jaw almost hitting the ground. His brother, who possessed absolute defense, had been struck aside like a mere punching bag by this youth. Temari had already unleashed her fan with full force. Wind release, dust storm. A ferocious whirlwind, laden with countless vacuum blades, howled forth. Shino, without even raising an eyebrow, simply clapped one hand to the ground, Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall surged upward, intercepting all the lethal wind blades. Crack. The crow puppet controlled by Kankuro barely made it halfway before Shino casually kicked it to pieces. My puppet. Kankuro watched the fragments scattered across the ground, heartbroken and agitated. You fool. Save Gaara first. Shamyuri stomped her feet in anger. It was only then that Kankuro snapped out of his stupor and scrambled towards the rock pit. As Shamyuri watched Kankuro lift the unconscious Gaara, her racing heart eased slightly. She gasped for breath, her fingers tightly gripping the handle of her 3-star fan, warily focusing on the blonde youth before her. Take Gaara and go. I will hold them off, she commanded fiercely without turning back. Yet Kankuro attempted to argue. Hurry. Shamyuri turned abruptly, a glint of resolution flashing in her eyes. She offered her brother a gentle yet determined smile. After all, I am your sister. Kankuro's eyes reddened as he shot a fierce glare at Menma, before hastily retreating with Gaara on his back. Such a poignant display of familial love. Menma's lips curled slightly, but in the face of overwhelming power, such sentiments were rendered utterly meaningless. Before he could finish his thought, his figure darted past Shamyuri. Don't even think about it. Shamyuri gritted her teeth, swinging her 3-star fan with all her might. Wind scythe technique. A furious gust of wind surged forth once more. Menma, without a backward glance, swiftly formed a single-handed seal, wind release, great breakthrough. An even fiercer storm instantaneously rebuffed Shamyuri's ninjutsu. Like a kite severed from its string, she was hurled away, crashing heavily onto the riverbank, her fan flying from her grasp. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, her entire body throbbed with pain as if her bones were splintering. Yet, thinking of the peril her 2 brothers might face, she stubbornly propped herself up with trembling arms. Do not harm them. Shamyuri swayed as she rose to her feet. Her golden hair matted with mud, the blood at the corner of her mouth stark against her pale visage. She staggered forward, revealing a tragic yet resolute smile. You shall have to step over my dead body. Menma halted, a flicker of complexity crossing his azure eyes. This girl, battered yet fiercely protective of her brothers, stirred something within him. Chapter 86. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Shamyuri strained to maintain her precarious stance, her gaze fixed intently on Menma. What is your true objective? She was acutely aware that the other party was not after the scroll. The scroll Kankuro had dropped lay not far off, yet Menma had not even glanced at it. Could it be? A horrifying thought struck her, draining the color from her face. Was Konoha planning to strike at Gaara? But then she dismissed the notion as absurd, considering that the 2 nations were ostensibly allies. I merely wished to confirm certain matters, Menma stated, unwilling to prolong their entanglement. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Shamyuri, forming a one-handed seal in her astonished gaze, Naraka's gaze. Ah! Shamuri's eyes widened suddenly, her cheeks flushed with visible intensity. She emitted a shameful whimper, her legs buckling beneath her. Menma, quick to react, caught her, though a look of confusion crossed his face. Why this reaction again? It reminded him of the time he had cast a genjutsu on Tsunade, evoking a similar response. Is there something wrong with my genjutsu? He mumbled to himself, gently laying the unconscious Shamyuri on the soft grass. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of disdain. Is it not your own fault? Do not shift the blame onto the system. How absurd, to claim innocence. The protagonist's face twitched in irritation, had he not been acutely aware of the system's nature. He might have been swayed. Observing the bright crimson of his companion's cheeks and the quivering lashes, he sighed. Realizing that it would be prudent to avoid illusions in the future, the effects appeared far from proper. He swiftly formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone to remain behind while he transformed into a golden flash, pursuing the fleeing Kankuro. Kankuro was sprinting through the dense forest, carrying Gaara, when he suddenly felt a lightness on his shoulder. In a moment of terror, he discovered that half of his brother's face had twisted into a grotesque, beastly form, drooling with a foul, putrid saliva. Frightened, he hastily released Gaara. I will kill you. Gaara, now partially transformed into a tailed beast, emitted a howl that was anything but human, his murderous gaze fixated on Kankuro. The palpable aura of malice rendered Kankuro's body rigid, rendering even his fingers immobile. Meanwhile, deep within Naruto, the Ninetales perked up, lazily opening one eye. That Shikaku fellow, it muttered, before resuming its nap in the grass. Gaara, Kankuro cried out in despair, attempting to awaken his brother's sanity. A flicker of struggle crossed Gaara's eyes, but it was swiftly engulfed by madness. His claws poised to rend Kankuro apart in an instant. Kankuro, overwhelmed by despair, shut his eyes tight. Boom. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, a deafening crash resonated through the air. Trembling, Kankuro opened his eyes to see the golden-haired boy who had attacked them standing before him, while Gaara was sent flying, crashing through several towering trees. Gaara. Kankuro instinctively moved to rush forward. Go find your sister, the boy said without looking back. His gaze fixed on the figure slowly rising from the clouds of dust. What do you want? Kankuro was both alarmed and furious, utterly perplexed by his adversary's intentions. The boy slightly tilted his head, his voice calm. If you do not hurry, your sister may be in grave danger. Kankuro clenched his fists tightly, then stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it! He cast one last glance at his frenzied brother before turning and sprinting back the way he came. Now that there are no distractions, Shikaku, the boy declared, standing at the heart of the swirling sandstorm, his golden hair billowing in the tempest. He gazed at Gaara, who was in the throes of complete tailed beast transformation, Shikaku's form becoming vaguely discernible. A meaningful smile graced his lips. This has gone on long enough. Your presence is too conspicuous and may invite unnecessary trouble. In a flash, he appeared before Gaara, his right palm glowing with the radiant chakra of the sealing technique. Gently, he pressed his hand against Gaara's dark-ringed forehead. Seal. As the sealing technique unfolded, Gaara's transformation began to recede, and the boy's consciousness delved into his mental realm. He beheld the young Gaara, curled up in a dark corner, sorrowfully clutching his knees and weeping, while Shikaku let out a low, rumbling growl not far off. The Jinchuriki, Menma, surveyed the fragments of memories drifting around him, his voice deep and resonant. Such injustice should not exist. He approached the crimson-haired child, crouching to meet his gaze. From birth, your mother was absent, and the villagers regarded you as a monster. Each word struck heavily upon the scars of memory. Your father, an arrogant man, not only sent assassins to test you, but also stole the only light of your childhood. Young Gaara lifted his tear-filled eyes, incredulous as he gazed at the intruder. How do you know this? Menma revealed a sunlit smile, reaching out to gently caress the child's cheek. This gesture made Gaara tremble, for he remembered someone had once touched him with such tenderness. Memories swirled around them like a revolving lantern, the gentle whisper of Karura at the end of her life. Calling him Gaara, the villagers, terrified, pointing and exclaiming that the monster had returned, the indifferent back of his father, Raza, merely testing the performance of weapons. The glimmering kunai raised by Yashimaru, filled with resentment, the fearful gazes of Temari and Kankuro. Yet, deep down, you never wished to harm anyone. Menma's voice pierced through the shadows of memory, revealing that it was this world that had first inflicted harm upon you. Tears streamed down young Gaara's face. As for the first time, someone saw through his violent exterior to the soul that merely yearned for love. Now, Menma emerged like a radiant dawn, forcefully breaking into Gaara's long-closed world. If you wish, I shall be your friend. Menma knelt on one knee, meeting Gaara's gaze, his golden eyelashes shimmering in the ethereal light of the mind. I am Uzumaki Menma. He gently took Gaara's small hand, using his thumb to wipe away the cold traces of tears. Your sister and brother truly care for you. Just moments ago, Temari, despite being unable to stand, still thought to protect you with her body. His voice was as gentle as a lullaby. He ruffled Gaara's red hair, an action that rendered the child, who had long been devoid of warmth, completely still. I have a brother named Naruto, who also houses a tailed beast within him. Menma said softly. It is the troublesome Nine-Tails, far more complex than Shikaku. As he spoke, he took Gaara's hand and walked directly toward the bound Shikaku, restrained by sealing chains. As they drew near, Gaara gasped, instinctively hiding behind Menma, gripping his clothing tightly. Ah, you wretched little brat. Shikaku's eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness, its hoarse voice shaking the realm of the mind. I nearly. Silence, foolish raccoon. Menma shot a glare at the beast, then turned to Gaara and winked. You might try to befriend it, or... The golden chains shimmered faintly at his sleeves. I shall help you keep it suppressed forever. Chapter 87. Why apologize? A friend? Gaara peered from beneath his disheveled hair, gazing at the menacing beast before him, his voice barely above a whisper. Is this truly possible? He could not fathom coexisting peacefully with the creature that tormented him nightly in his nightmares. Yet, it was as pitiable as himself. With a delicate gesture, his fingertips coalesced into glimmers of golden light, transforming into countless fragments of memory, once free in the desert. Now ensnared by humanity, as a weapon. Suddenly, he poked Shikaku's nose. Look, you actually appear quite adorable when you're riled up. How dare you? Shikaku's roar abruptly ceased. Countless golden chains erupted from the void, swiftly binding him into a size reminiscent of a rice dumpling. When the brilliance faded, only a frantically wriggling mini raccoon remained. What have you done to me? Despicable wretch. The diminutive Shikaku trembled with rage, his stubby legs flailing in the air, resembling a kitten grasped by the scruff of its neck. This ludicrous sight elicited an unprecedented chuckle from Gaara, who quickly stifled it. A glimmer of curiosity sparkling in his eyes. With a firm grip on Shikaku's scruff, the figure lifted him before Gaara, who appeared timid. Do not fear. He is quite docile now, he gently encouraged. Gaara, trembling, extended his hand, cautiously brushing his fingertips against Shikaku's head. How dare you? Shikaku shrieked indignantly, but faltered when Gaara's fingers grazed his round belly. His singular eye widened, and his tail involuntarily perked up. I am not comfortable at all. Silence, came the sharp rebuke, and Shikaku immediately wilted, his ears drooping, resembling a tamed little raccoon. Even the nine tails must behave in my presence, the figure scoffed, tapping Shikaku's forehead, leaving behind a flickering mark of the flying thunder god. What do you think you are? As he led Gaara away from the realm of the mind, Shikaku continued to fume. Cursed little brat. In the real world, the armor of sand cascaded away. Restored to human form, Gaara sat motionless on the ground, gazing blankly at the golden-haired youth who had transformed his world, his cracked lips quivering yet unable to form words. He should remain subdued for a while, the figure reassured, patting his shoulder, sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on his face. You can finally get some proper rest. Farewell. As he turned to leave, he gave a thumbs up, adding, Oh, and apologize to your sister for me. This gesture made the sunlight dance upon his fingertips, as if leaving warmth behind. It was only when the golden figure had completely vanished that Gaara realized the corners of his mouth had lifted in a smile. He looked down at his palm, where the lingering sensation of touching Shikaku remained, along with a long-forgotten warmth known as hope. Gaara stood motionless, his gaze lingering in the direction of the figure's disappearance, until the distant sound of hurried footsteps jolted him from his reverie. Gaara, Temari, supported by Kankuro, appeared pale yet blossomed into a smile upon seeing her brother safe and sound. Her eyes shimmered with tears, her voice choked with emotion. I'm so glad you're okay. Kankuro anxiously scrutinized Gaara, his Adam's apple bobbing several times before he finally managed to utter, Are you all right? Gaara observed the two of them, their disheveled, yet caring expressions stirring an unfamiliar warmth within him. Hesitating, he stepped forward and reached out to steady the swaying Shizune. This simple gesture rendered both Shizune and Kankuro momentarily frozen. It was the first time Gaara had taken the initiative to touch them after all these years. I'm sorry, Shizune. Kankuro, Gaara murmured, his head bowed, his voice barely audible. He yearned to call them sister and brother, yet the unfamiliar titles eluded him, causing a faint flush to rise to his ears. Shizune's tears spilled over instantly. Ignoring her own pain, she abruptly embraced Gaara, her golden locks cascading onto her younger brother's shoulder. You fool, she choked out in a reprimanding tone, yet held him even tighter. Kankuro turned his face away, discreetly wiping his eyes with his sleeve, his voice hoarse, You idiot. As the three began to make their way back, Gaara suddenly recalled, Oh right. Naruto asked me to apologize to you. He looked at Shizune in confusion, not understanding why Naruto needed to apologize. Shizune halted abruptly, her pale cheeks flushing crimson. The shameful memories stirred by the illusion surged back to her mind, and she clenched her fists in frustration. That jerk. Kankuro, sensing the shift in atmosphere, was about to inquire further, but Shizune shot him a warning glare. Gaara observed his sister's unusual demeanor, tilting his head in curiosity. He realized that beyond fear and anger, there existed a multitude of complex and warm emotions between people. When Naruto entered the tower, Kin and Jirobo had been waiting in the reception area for quite some time. As soon as Kin spotted him, she eagerly approached. You should hand over the scroll to the examiner and head home first, she said. Naruto offered the scroll to Kin, noting that they couldn't possibly waste 5 days here. Kin's fingers tightened around the scroll as she asked, Where are you going? A flicker of unease crossed her gaze behind her glasses. I'm taking Jirobo to get treated, and I'll be back soon, Naruto replied with a reassuring smile. Turning to the silent white-haired boy, Kin bit her lip, ultimately nodding in agreement. All right then, let's go. Naruto placed a hand on Jirobo's shoulder, and in a flash of golden light, the two appeared beside Orochimaru. It seemed Naruto had everything well arranged. Orochimaru slowly turned, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Jirobo. It's been a while, Jirobo. Upon seeing Orochimaru's androgynous new appearance, Jirobo's typically indifferent face revealed a rare moment of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, merely nodding slightly. Let's head directly to the base, Naruto instructed decisively, placing his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. Another flash of golden light enveloped them, and the three found themselves in the underground base of the Sound Village. Are we ready to begin? Naruto inquired straightforwardly. Orochimaru licked his lips. At any time. He turned his gaze towards Junmaru, naturally considering his will. Junmaru's eyes shifted to Menma, resembling a soldier awaiting orders. Go ahead, Menma urged, patting his shoulder. Only by curing your bloodline disease can you better assist me in realizing my aspirations. This statement ignited a fervent light in Junmaru's eyes, and he solemnly nodded, yes. Just as the two were about to enter the operating room, Orochimaru suddenly halted. This may take several days. Should you find yourself bored, Menma-kun, he offered with a sly smile, you may have Girin show you around the hidden Sound Village. That child is rather remarkable. No need, Menma replied, his lips twitching, and in a flash of golden light, he vanished. Before departing, he could still hear Orochimaru's low chuckle. Returning to the streets of Konoha, Menma smiled wryly. Who would have thought that one of the legendary Sannin now resembled a mere pimp? He shook his head, his golden locks shimmering in the sunset, pondering how he had come to this. Menma, are you not participating in the exams? While in thought, a somewhat surprised voice interrupted his musings. Brother Kakashi? Menma looked up to see Kakashi and asked, where are you headed? Kakashi sauntered over, his dead fish eyes devoid of emotion, to buy books. He scrutinized Menma. Have you snuck out again? What do you mean, snuck out? Menma pouted in dissatisfaction, his golden hair glinting in the sunlight. Is this level of examination truly challenging for me? That is indeed the case, Kakashi replied with a squint and a smile, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Wait, Menma suddenly called out, his expression turning serious. I heard that Master Jiraiya is returning. Are you aware of this? What? Kakashi froze momentarily, then sprang to life, taking a step forward and excitedly gripping Menma's shoulders. Is that true? His mind was already racing with thoughts of how to procure the latest signed copy of the Tale of Gutsy Ninja. My father mentioned it, Menma nodded, then conspiratorially leaned in, glancing around before lowering his voice. Kakashi, I need to discuss something with you. Kakashi immediately took a cautious step back. Every time Menma displayed such an expression, it meant trouble. What is it? He inquired warily. If I could obtain the latest manuscript from Master Jiraiya. Menma rubbed his hands together, flashing an innocuous smile. Would it be possible? Impossible. Kakashi interrupted decisively, his tone firm. Don't even think about it. If you want something, go ask Lord Jiraiya yourself. Humph. Menma huffed, turning on his heel to leave, muttering under his breath, stingy old man. Kakashi watched his retreating figure, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. People do grow. They cannot always be taken advantage of. Menma ambled leisurely along the path, intending to spend time fishing by the small river in the back mountains. As he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with a familiar figure. As Tsunade stepped out of the casino, her golden twin tails hung limply, her face etched with dejection. Aunt Tsunade, Menma greeted her with a smile, his gaze drifting over her empty hands. Lost everything, I see. It's you, Tsunade replied with a roll of her eyes, exasperated. Now I don't even have the chance to lose. She irritably ran her fingers through her hair. These casinos shut their doors the moment they see me. It's utterly mundane. Why is that? Menma blinked in surprise. It's all your fault. Tsunade suddenly ruffled his golden hair, her voice laced with frustration. I won too much money. And now these casinos refuse to let me in. With a melancholic sigh, the pendant around her neck swayed gently. Menma couldn't help but chuckle. How can you blame me for that? I never imagined I inadvertently did you a favor. Not only did I help you quit gambling, but I also saved countless potential gamblers from bankruptcy. Aren't you supposed to be participating in the Chunin exams? Tsunade narrowed her eyes suddenly. What are you doing loitering around here? Just passing through. If I were to take it seriously, the other candidates wouldn't even have a chance to showcase their skills. Menma replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze back to Tsunade. And speaking of you, as our team leader, Aren't you also just idling about all day? That's different. Tsunade crossed her arms, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as her gaze wandered. I'm an adult. You're still just a child, so of course it's not the same. Sure, Menma drawled, uninterested in further debate. He glanced skyward. The weather was perfect, ideal for fishing. Where are you going? Tsunade instinctively followed as he made to leave. Fishing. TCH. How boring, she pouted, completely unable to fathom the enjoyment of merely tending to a fishing rod. Yet, her feet obediently trailed after Menma, and as they passed a liquor store, she casually purchased a bottle of sake. Menma didn't comment on Tsunade's presence. He figured she would soon grow bored and leave. After all, fishing, which required patience and stillness, was not a pastime for everyone, especially not for someone as restless as Tsunade. He chose a prime spot beneath the shade of a tree, skillfully casting the bait into the river, the fishing line tracing a graceful arc through the air. Then, he leaned against the trunk and closed his eyes, allowing the rod to lean against the bank. Tsunade plopped down beside him, her long legs stretching out casually. Occasionally, she took a swig from her sake bottle, her eyes fixated on the water's surface, not out of interest in fishing, but merely waiting for a catch to accompany her drink. To her, with Menma's skills, catching a few fish should be effortless. However, as the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the bobber on the water remained utterly still. Growing bored and feeling the effects of the alcohol, Tsunade unknowingly dozed off, a glimmer of drool at the corner of her slightly parted lips. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, jolting Tsunade awake. She wiped her mouth, bleary-eyed, and glanced at the empty bucket beside her, an explosion of rage igniting within her. Smack! She kicked over a bucket of water and, clutching half a bottle of wine, bellowed at Menma. Have you spent the entire day fishing for nothing? Menma's face flushed crimson, his gaze wavering. You don't understand that explaining to an outsider is akin to playing the lute to a cow. His voice dwindled. Lacking conviction. Inwardly, he lamented, what on earth is happening? I used to catch big fish with such ease. Humph. Tsunade tilted her head back and gulped down another generous mouthful of wine, the amber liquid cascading down her fair neck, leaving a glistening trail along her alluring curves, ultimately disappearing into the profound depths of her cleavage. Menma quickly turned his face away, feigning a cough. The sky is darkening. Let us call it a day. He hurriedly packed up his fishing rod, quietly justifying, I usually catch big fish effortlessly. Today was merely an anomaly. Burp. Tsunade let out a belch, casting a sidelong glance at him before striding ahead with a slightly unsteady gait, her golden twin ponytails swaying gently in the evening breeze. On their way back, Menma and Tsunade walked one after the other. After a moment's hesitation, Menma finally spoke. Aunt Tsunade, may I stay at your house for the next few days? Tsunade turned around, squinting her eyes as she scrutinized Menma, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile. What is this? Afraid of being nagged by Kushina? Nonsense. Menma's ears turned a shade of red. He quickly added, I just don't want them to worry. He stammered. Besides, Xianglin is at home. What do I have to fear? Tsunade crossed her arms, her voice laden with meaning. Staying at my place is not out of the question. But you must heed my words. As long as it does not pertain to principle. Menma assured her with a pat on his chest, but upon catching Tsunade's sly gaze, an unsettling premonition washed over him. You little rascal. Just as Tsunade was about to say something, Menma abruptly veered towards the direction of the market. Where are you going? To buy groceries, Menma replied as if it were the most natural thing. Tsunade's eyes widened. You can cook? Not everyone is like you. Menma retorted with a smile. TCH. Tsunade scoffed. Even if you can cook, it probably won't taste that great. Nevertheless, she followed him. At the market, the vendor warmly stuffed vegetables into Menma's basket upon seeing him. The fruit stall owner also insisted on giving him a bag of oranges. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the increasing number of bags in Menma's hands. I didn't realize you were so popular. Menma proudly lifted his chin. What can I say? Good looks and talent, coupled with integrity and enthusiasm. Conceited little brat. Tsunade rolled her eyes, suddenly noticing the fish in one of the shopping bags. Why are you buying fish? She inquired with a sly smile. Could it be that you talk too much? Menma, embarrassed and indignant, quickened his pace, while Tsunade behind him erupted into triumphant laughter. Chapter 89. Menma's endeavors. As Menma and Tsunade stepped into the house, they encountered Shizune returning from her shift at the hospital. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? In a gentle tone, Shizune bent down to change her slippers and said, Please wait a moment. I will prepare the meal. No need. Shizune, Tsunade suddenly called out to her. Under Shizune's puzzled gaze, she gestured toward Menma, saying, "This little rascal claims to possess remarkable culinary skills. Let us allow him to demonstrate today." She raised her eyebrows at Menma in a teasing manner. Such childish provocation. Menma rolled his eyes and promptly took the apron from Shizune's hands, tying it around himself. "Leave it to me today, Shizune. You should take a good rest." Shizune hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed him into the kitchen to lend a hand. As she washed the vegetables, she curiously observed Menma. The young master of the fourth Hokage's household moved with surprising finesse. With a flick of his wrist, the ingredients in the pan danced in the air, perfectly cooked. How delicious! The enticing aroma prompted Shizune to inquire, "Did you learn your cooking skills from Lady Kushina?" "Not at all," Menma replied, focused on his stir-frying. Not lifting his head. "Cooking is a rare joy for my mother. We seldom have the opportunity to cook." "Then, who did you learn from?" Shizune asked, handing him a plate. Her curiosity piqued. "I learned at the New Eastern Culinary School," Menma casually fabricated, thinking it better not to mention skills from a past life. "New Eastern? Is that a culinary master?" Shizune tilted her head in thought. Menma's movements paused momentarily. "Apologies." Upon noticing his hesitation, Shizune quickly waved her hand. "If it's inconvenient to discuss, that is fine." She assumed it was a matter of secrecy. Menma smiled and offered no further explanation, turning to handle a fish. The oil in the pan sizzled, and soon, the enticing aroma enveloped the kitchen once more. Tsunade, slightly tipsy, leaned back against her chair, her eyelids heavy. However, as the fragrance of the food wafted towards her, she sat up straight. "Oh, this looks quite promising." She picked up her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the plate of braised fish. With precision, she nabbed the most succulent piece and eagerly placed it in her mouth. Shizune anxiously observed Tsunade's reaction. Suddenly, Tsunade froze, her fingers trembling slightly around the chopsticks. "How is it?" Shizune whispered. Tsunade feigned calmness as she swallowed the fish, nonchalantly stating, "Not bad." Yet internally, she was screaming, "This is absolutely delicious." Stealing a glance at the composed Menma, her lips involuntarily curled upward. This young man, not only formidable in strength, but also possessing such extraordinary culinary prowess. But then, a thought struck her. What if she wouldn't be able to enjoy such exquisite meals in the future? This notion left her feeling unexpectedly melancholic. "Oh my goodness! This is amazing!" Shizune's exclamation broke Tsunade's reverie. Shizune's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Menma, as if he were some rare creature. Inwardly, Shizune sighed. Such a perfect young man, surely the dream of countless girls. If only she weren't significantly older than him, a woman who had yet to see the world. Menma merely chuckled inwardly at their reactions, elegantly taking small bites of her meal, but soon realized that the situation was amiss. The two women across from her were devouring their food with increasing ferocity. If this continued, he would hardly have enough to eat. Tsunade had audaciously placed her feet upon the chair, directly reaching out to snatch food, while Shizune, despite her desire to maintain her composure, was wielding her chopsticks with such speed that they nearly left a blur behind. This was outrageous. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune protested, feeling wronged, only to have her plea dismissed with a swift chopstick strike from Tsunade. With a loud belch, Tsunade, unperturbed by decorum, slumped back into her chair, one hand contentedly stroking her slightly protruding belly. Squinting at Menma, her golden ponytail cascading messily over her shoulder, she remarked, "I am quite satisfied. Henceforth, you shall be rewarded with the duty of cooking for me." "You certainly have a high opinion of yourself," Menma scoffed, setting down his chopsticks. Although he was quick to grab food as well, he at least adhered to basic etiquette. Glancing at Shizune's forlorn gaze, he offered a resigned smile. "Shizune, next time I'll prepare more." "Really?" Shizune's eyes sparkled with excitement, her delicate tongue instinctively licking the remnants of sauce from her lips. She placed the now gleaming plate down and looked expectantly at Menma. Caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm, Menma hadn't anticipated her hunger to be so intense. "Then I shall clean up," Shizune exclaimed, buoyed by his promise to ensure she was well fed, and promptly sprang into action, humming a cheerful tune as she began to gather the dishes. In the courtyard that night, Tsunade strolled leisurely to aid digestion, rubbing her belly while muttering, "This kid's culinary skills are truly lethal." "Tsunade, what is the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the courtyard, the glow of his pipe flickering in the darkness. He curiously observed his disciple's rare demeanor. It's all that brat Menma doing, Tsunade complained, clearly vexed. I would never normally eat this much. Thud. Sarutobi's pipe fell to the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief. Uchiha. Uffed. Menma, sipping tea on the porch, spewed it out, choking on his drink. Observing their exaggerated reactions, Tsunade first frowned in confusion, then felt the veins on her forehead throb with irritation. Clenching her fists, she made a cracking sound. What are you two rascals thinking? I'm stuffed. Oh, Sarutobi chuckled awkwardly as he picked up his pipe, leisurely relighting it. So it was just that you ate too much. Otherwise, what did you think? Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously. I thought you meant something else. Sarutobi averted his gaze. Feeling guilty. Humph. Tsunade snorted. After decades of being mentor and disciple, she was all too aware of the old man's wandering thoughts. Folding her arms, she impatiently inquired, Now, what is it that you need from me? Can an old man just come to sit for a while? Sarutobi leisurely ambled over to a wicker chair in the courtyard. Silently, he respectfully presented the warm tea, and the elder nodded kindly. Thank you. Tsunade crossed her arms and sat across from him, her brow slightly furrowed. What is the matter? It is nothing troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke. Calling out to the boy who was about to retreat, he gazed at the golden-haired youth, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. There is no need to shy away, Mitarashi. We are all family here. Very well, Grandpa Sarutobi. Mitarashi settled back down in the corridor, listening quietly. I hope you can remain in the village, the glow of the pipe illuminating Hiruzen's weathered face, aiding the village in cultivating the next generation of medical ninjas. He noticed Tsunade's fingertips tremble slightly and added, Consider it fulfilling an old man's wish. Is this your personal desire? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Or is it the village's wish? It is my wish. Hiruzen's gaze drifted through the curling smoke. Minato shares this sentiment as well. The courtyard fell into silence, with only the autumn insects chirping softly in the grass. Suddenly, Tsunade glanced at Mitarashi, her meaningful gaze tightening the boy's heart. Why are you looking at me? Very well. Tsunade suddenly relented, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Though her eyes remained fixed on Mitarashi, that would be splendid. Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, keenly sensing the subtle exchange of glances between master and disciple. Were it not for this child, Tsunade likely would not have chosen to stay, he mused, then smiled contentedly. Indeed, he had altered the fates of many. By the way, Hiruzen began to rise to leave, but abruptly paused. Jiraiya is likely returning soon. Chapter 90. That may not be the case. What is he coming back for? Tsunade chuckled lightly, the image of the white-haired figure who often penned frivolous novels flashing in her mind, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Perhaps he returns to visit this old man. Hiruzen chuckled, his gaze lingering meaningfully between Tsunade and Mitarashi. Were it not for this child's initiative to bring her back, she might never have set foot in Konoha again. Don't flatter yourself. Tsunade smirked. Her long legs crossed atop the stone table as she lazily gazed at the starry sky, remarking that the man would not return for such trivial matters. Ha ha. Hiruzen's hearty laughter echoed through the courtyard. Since resigning as Hokage, he had indeed found much relief, even the wrinkles on his face easing slightly. Listening to their conversation, Mitarashi's eyes flickered with contemplation. Some matters may be broached now. He cleared his throat gently. Jiraiya-sensei has come to visit Grandpa Sarutobi, and Aunt Tsunade is here too. He deliberately paused, as if the legendary Sannin was merely missing Orochimaru. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. Hiruzen's pipe hung in midair, and Tsunade's fingertips trembled slightly. Under the moonlight, their expressions grew increasingly complex. Tsunade's gaze gradually lost its focus, as if she were traversing through time to the past. That pale face, always bearing a chilling smile, had once been her comrade in arms for decades. When did he begin to change? Was it the sterile lights of the laboratory? The forbidden research? Or perhaps, she was reluctant to dwell on it any further. A heaviness settling in her chest. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, the smoke curling languidly in the moonlight. His aged visage flickered in and out of the haze. His murky eyes filled with nostalgia and guilt. If it weren't for me. His voice was hoarse, followed by a heavy sigh. Orochimaru would not have transformed in such a manner. It is indeed connected to you, Tsunade retorted without mercy. Yet upon noticing the elder's deepening sorrow, her tone softened. However, the primary responsibility lies with him. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the starry sky and sighed. Jiraiya pursued him for so many years, but could not bring him back. Perhaps the three of us, the legendary Sannin, will never reunite in this lifetime. Not necessarily. Niji murmured silently, yet worry crept into his heart. I fear you may not be able to accept his current form. Reflecting on Orochimaru's transformation into a snake-like figure, Niji felt a throbbing at his temples. He stole a glance at Sarutobi, lost in memories, and imagined what expression would grace the elder's face upon seeing his most cherished disciple transformed into someone ambiguous in gender. The thought caused his lips to twitch uncontrollably. Are you unwell? Tsunade keenly observed his peculiar demeanor and raised an eyebrow. No. Niji quickly waved his hand, feigning composure as he lifted his teacup for a sip, nearly scalding his tongue in the process. After Sarutobi departed, Tsunade languidly stretched, the loose collar of her kimono slightly parting with emotion. She casually waved her hand at Niji. Find yourself a room to sleep in. I am weary. With that, she stifled a yawn and ambled toward her bedroom. Understood. Niji nodded. At that moment, Shizune appeared from the corridor, clutching blankets. The room has been prepared. If you're tired, you should rest early. Thank you, Shizune. Niji replied with a radiant smile. Noticing Shizune carrying a thick stack of documents toward the study, he couldn't help but inquire. You still have work at this late hour? The medical department's report is not yet complete, Shizune replied with a wry smile, before hastily disappearing into the study. Niji shook his head in resignation. It seemed that life as a ninja was no less arduous. He entered the guest room prepared by Shizune, freshened up briefly, and lay down. Had it not been for the mission that had taken Yuin away, he would not have needed to stay at Tsunade's home. The night passed in silence, and as the morning light streamed through the paper doors, Niji had already awakened. He made his way to the dining area, discovering a delightful spread of sandwiches and warm milk on the table, accompanied by a note. Niji, breakfast is prepared for you. Tsunade is likely to sleep until noon. Please prepare something for her to eat then. Silence, she muttered, her lips pouting as she bit into her sandwich, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite being in her 40s, she still struggled with the mundane aspects of life. The sweetness of milk melted on her tongue as she carried her cup into the courtyard. The Senju estate, shrouded in morning mist, stood with an air of ancient dignity, the family crest on the corridor still gleaming brightly. Suddenly, she became aware of something, furrowing her brow as she surveyed her surroundings. Logically, in a prestigious clan such as the Senju, there should not be only Tsunade remaining. Even with the second Hokage's policy of family division, it was hard to believe that the once mighty Senju clan, once on par with the Uchiha, had dwindled to this extent. Were the Sarutobi and the Nara clans not thriving? Thoughtfully, she traced the rim of her cup. Perhaps this was the simplicity that Hashirama and Tobirama desired? To let the name Senju gradually blend into the myriad lights of Konoha? In this regard, they truly lived up to the title of Hokage. As the sun ascended high in the sky, Tsunade sauntered out of her bedroom at a leisurely pace. She was not dressed in her iconic green coat, but rather wore a sleeveless inner garment that showcased her elegantly toned arms. Below, she donned dark three-quarter pants, her toes peeking playfully from her ninja high-heeled footwear, adorned with vibrant red nail polish. As she scratched her tousled golden hair and yawned her way into the living room, she discovered her disciple, Menma, nestled on the sofa engrossed in a comic. The swimsuit-clad woman on the cover prompted Tsunade to squint, and she swiftly snatched the book away. What are you doing? Menma exclaimed, infuriated by the sudden interruption just as he was reaching a critical plot point. Children should not be indulging in such unhealthy material. Tsunade chastised him sternly, though she couldn't resist stealing a few glances at the content. Upon realizing it was a legitimate, spirited manga, a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, and she reluctantly tossed the book back, huffing, "Tsh, how boring." Menma lost interest as well, tossing the comic aside. He had indeed been deceived by the cover when he purchased it, unaware that the content was unexpectedly captivating. With Tsunade's interference, all enthusiasm had dissipated. Rising, he placed the warmed meal onto the table with a hint of annoyance. Eat. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, preparing to reprimand her disrespectful student. But the tantalizing aroma wafting from the food made her stomach grumble in response. Too lazy to argue, she dug in without even washing her hands, eating with a gusto that was anything but ladylike. After a satisfying meal, she slumped in her chair, letting out a loud belch, and waved her hand dismissively as if she were a queen. Clean up. Indulged, have you? Menma scoffed, leaning back on the sofa, unyielding. You clean up after yourself. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare, the air crackling with tension. Noticing Menma's stubbornness, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. She straightened up, one hand lazily propped on the table while the other rested gently under her chin. This posture accentuated her already voluptuous figure, the deep neckline fully exposed to the sunlight. "Help me clean up, won't you?" She suddenly cooed in an excessively sweet tone, deliberately batting her eyelashes. "Please, my dearest disciple." The sudden jolt caused Menma to slide off the sofa, scrambling to grasp the coffee table to avoid tumbling headlong. Chapter 91. I told you so? His face flushed crimson as he stammered a reprimand. "What are you going mad for? Be serious. Isn't this quite serious?" Tsunade provocatively twisted her body, even daring to pinch her own softness, insisting, "Whatever my disciple says goes." Menma's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. "Are you really Tsunade?" He suspiciously scrutinized her from head to toe, wondering if it might be an impersonator. "Guess," Tsunade replied playfully, casting a flirtatious glance, her long legs elegantly crossed, the crimson nail polish glimmering in the sunlight. "I am truly at a loss for you." Menma hastily retreated to the dining table, deftly gathering the dishes, his ears burning with embarrassment. Watching Menma's flustered retreat, Tsunade let out a satisfied hum. "You little brat, can I handle you?" She straightened her collar, regaining her usual demeanor. Had it not been for her inability to manage this extraordinarily gifted disciple, the illustrious Sannin would not resort to such tactics. Yet, upon reflection, isn't intelligence warfare the essence of a ninja? Having uncovered this lad's weakness, why not exploit it? Tsunade sauntered over to the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of vintage red wine. The scarlet liquid swirled in the glass as she took a delightful sip, her peripheral vision catching Menma seated on the sofa. "Don't just sit there," she teased, swirling her glass with a mischievous smile. "And while you're at it, do wash my clothes. Don't go too far." Menma sprang up like an agitated cat. "I'm not your servant." Tsunade leisurely sipped her wine. "This was all wagered by someone who lost to me." She deliberately elongated her words. "The esteemed heir of the fourth Hokage wouldn't dare to renege, would he?" Menma immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back down in defeat. Caught under Tsunade's thumb, he had no choice but to accept the consequences of his lost wager. Delighted by Menma's predicament, Tsunade set down her glass and dragged out a massive laundry basket from the bedroom, spilling its contents before him with a crash. "Take your time washing. This is just a month's worth, and you still have 2 years and 11 months to go. Are you a pig?" Menma's head emerged from the pile of clothes, staring incredulously at the mountain before him. "Who changes this many clothes in a month? How dare you speak to your teacher like that?" Tsunade's forehead twitched with anger, her fists cracking ominously. "A deal is a deal. Unless you want the whole village to know you can't handle a loss." All right. Menma interrupted through gritted teeth, resigned to sorting the garments, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. As he pushed aside a few outer garments, he was taken aback to find several elegant undergarments nestled among them. Menma froze, mechanically turning his head. "Do I really have to handle these too?" "Of course," Tsunade replied nonchalantly, swirling her wine glass, the crimson liquid trickling down the corner of her lips. She languidly reclined on the sofa, her long legs elegantly crossed, toes slightly curled. "I don't mind. What are you afraid of?" All right. I shall wager with you once more." Menma abruptly slammed his palm on the table. A proud man such as he could not be manipulated by a mere woman, albeit one of considerable stature. Tsunade's impressive figure and formidable presence indeed made him feel somewhat apprehensive. "You said it." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, a cunning smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a fox fixated on its prey. She leisurely lifted her wine glass, taking a sip, leaving a delicate mark of her crimson lips on the rim, her gaze brimming with confidence as if victory were assured. "I said it." Menma's voice involuntarily rose an octave. He felt his dignity being challenged, blood rushing to his head, his ears burning crimson. At that moment, he completely forgot his previous humiliating defeats, consumed by the singular desire to reclaim his honor. "All right." Tsunade suddenly placed one foot upon the table, retrieving a pair of dice from her pouch. "The usual rules?" "Wait." Menma interjected, extending his right hand, fingers splayed to block Tsunade's advance. "Let us play something else." He slowly produced a brand new deck of playing cards from his pocket. "Whatever you wish to play." "I shall oblige," Tsunade replied with grandiosity, casually tossing the dice behind her. She slightly lifted her chin, golden strands of hair cascading from her shoulders. shimmering in the sunlight like honey. This gesture accentuated her alluring décolletage, yet Menma was far too preoccupied to appreciate the view. He slapped the cards onto the table with a resounding clap, smirking, "Do you dare to play this? In this regard, there is nothing I, Tsunade, would shy away from." Tsunade scoffed, casually adjusting her collar for easier breathing. Their gazes clashed in the air, as if igniting invisible sparks. Menma's pupils constricted slightly as he noticed the sudden sharpness in Tsunade's eyes, a unique focus characteristic of the gambling table. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. Even the leaves drifting outside hung, suspended in midair. The passing Tuntan, upon witnessing this scene, was instantly petrified. Its little eyes widened in shock. Sensing the palpable tension emanating from the two, and it swiftly vanished without a trace. After 10 hands, the so-called gambling god of the ninja world, Menma, had not won a single round against the infamous big fat sheep, Tsunade. Menma's gaze became vacant, as if his soul had departed. Memories of each round replayed incessantly in his mind. He had seen through her tactics, yet still lost miserably. More terrifyingly, he not only had to do Tsunade's laundry, but also prepare her meals, always at her beck and call. The thought of a future shrouded in darkness caused his heart to ache. "Ahaha!" Tsunade laughed with unrestrained exuberance, hands on her hips. Her ample bosom swaying with her movements, tantalizingly visible between the fabric of her clothing. However, Menma had no heart to admire this alluring sight. He slumped in his chair, his eyes devoid of any luster. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a stark light upon the gaming table, rendering Menma's pale face even more desolate. He had suffered a crushing defeat, feeling as though he would never be able to lift his head in the presence of this woman again. The shadow of Tsunade loomed over him, akin to an insurmountable mountain. After reveling in her triumph, she gazed down at him with the demeanor of a conqueror. "You must honor your wager, little Menma," she elongated her tone, triumphantly waving the freshly signed contract. Later that evening, Shizune returned, her hands laden with fresh vegetables purchased from the market. Habitually discarding her sandals, she froze at the threshold upon lifting her gaze. Lady Tsunade leaned against a pillar, her eyes sparkling with a contented delight. Her fair complexion radiated a healthy blush, and a faint smile danced at the corners of her lips, her long fingers absent-mindedly twisting around the golden strands of her hair. However, it was the sight of Menma, slumped against the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, that made Shizune gasp in horror. The youth appeared utterly drained, his once vibrant blue eyes now dull and lifeless. Sweat matted his golden hair into clumps, and his collar was askew, revealing suspicious red marks on his collarbone. Shizune's pupils dilated sharply, the shopping bag slipping from her fingers as tomatoes and eggplants tumbled to the ground. A surge of frantic and absurd thoughts raced through her mind. Chapter 92. You should worry about yourself now. This is outrageous. Shizune's sudden scream startled the sparrows from their perch beneath the eaves. Her face flushed crimson. Trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Tsunade. "How could you do such a thing to Menma?" The words faltered into a choked sound of indignation, and she could only clench her fists and mutter softly, "Menma is still just a child." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, the diamond mark on her forehead glinting subtly. She leisurely straightened herself, her collar slipping slightly, revealing more alluring skin that sparked the imagination. "Oh," a mischievous smile appeared on her lips, the blush of wine still lingering on her cheeks. "You're aware of it now?" This revelation struck Shizune like a bucket of icy water poured over her. She staggered back a step, unable to fathom that her esteemed Lady Tsunade could be so utterly shameless. "You can still laugh about this." Shizune was both astonished and furious, scarcely noticing her nails digging deeply into her palm. Tsunade tilted her head in confusion, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. "What's the matter?" She waved dismissively towards Menma. That boy didn't protest, and it was he who initiated it. "What?" Shizune's shriek startled the koi in the pond, plunging them into the depths. Menma, startled, looked up in bewilderment. Upon meeting Shizune's gaze, which swirled with disappointment, heartache, and an instinctual maternal protectiveness, his already pale complexion grew even more distressed. "Why is Menma like this?" Shizune's voice was thick with emotion. Her eyes darted between Tsunade's languid posture and Menma's despondent demeanor, trembling fingers pointing at Tsunade. "He is still young and naive. How could you acquiesce to such an absurd request?" Tsunade's expression finally turned serious, her arms crossing over her chest, and the furrow between her brows revealing her authority. Isn't that a bit harsh? She said in a hushed tone. I haven't done anything to him. What is so absurd about taking responsibility for a bet? Taking responsibility for a bet? Jingyin blinked, suddenly sensing something awry. She noticed Menma gazing at her with a look of pity, while Lady Tsunade's eyes began to narrow dangerously. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jingyin's spine as she abruptly realized she might have made a grave mistake. Tsunade's demeanor shifted to one of palpable threat as she slowly approached Jingyin, her shadow stretching infinitely in the setting sun. You can't possibly mean. Her voice was soft, yet spine-chilling. No. Jingyin frantically waved her hands and retreated, her back colliding with the doorframe. She looked pleadingly at Menma, only to see him scoff, deliberately turning away, mumbling, "Those with filthy thoughts should reflect in solitude. You brat." Tsunade's roar sent cherry blossoms tumbling from the trees in the courtyard. Before Jingyin could defend herself, a chakra-infused fist came hurtling toward her. She screamed and ducked, scrambling away as the wrathful Tsunade pursued relentlessly. I was wrong, Lady Tsunade, Jingyin cried, leaping over a stone lantern by the pond. Tsunade's punch leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the stone. I was genuinely just worried about you. Right now, you should be worried about yourself. Tsunade appeared before her in an instant, ominously raising a fist the size of a cooking pot. Menma slumped against the corridor wall, observing the chaotic scene in the courtyard, suddenly feeling that losing the bet might not be so terrible after all. Menma had spent several days in Lady Tsunade's home, experiencing a blend of pain and joy. The second round of examinations was nearing its conclusion. He glanced at the date marked in red on the wall calendar. It was almost time. He needed to go pick up Kimimaro. Menma clapped his hands and stood up, casting a glance towards the bedroom. Not wanting to disturb Tsunade's slumber, an act he deemed terrifying, he refrained from bidding her farewell. In a flash, he arrived at Orochimaru's base. Surprisingly, Orochimaru appeared far from fatigued, leisurely seated in a swivel chair, engrossed in research materials. Menma-kun has arrived, he said, rising slowly, his voluminous sleeves swaying gently with the motion. Menma noticed several test tubes filled with red liquid on the lab table. How is Kimimaro? Menma gestured for him to sit, getting straight to the point. Thanks to your cells, Kimimaro has completely overcome his bloodline disease, Orochimaru replied, a smile gracing his lips as he habitually licked them. Moreover, his strength has undergone a significant transformation. Just as Menma was about to inquire further about Kimimaro, the latter appeared before him. At the end of the corridor, that familiar figure approached briskly. Menma-sama, Kimimaro exclaimed, halting 2 meters in front of him, tears shimmering in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. He donned a pristine white kimono, adorned with delicate bamboo leaf embroidery at the collar, and appeared utterly revitalized. His once pallid complexion now radiated with the vigor of health. Most striking was the surge of his chakra, pulsating like a tempestuous heat wave. Menma, observing his well-being, smiled with relief and scrutinized him closely, inquiring, "How do you feel now?" I could sense the blood of Menma coursing through my veins, Kimimaro stated, his gaze fixed intently on Menma, brimming with excitement. He raised his hand, and a crystalline bone spike materialized in his palm, purer and harder than ever before. I am now imbued with strength. I can clear the obstacles in your path once more. As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly, the joy of rebirth and loyalty reaching an apex at that moment. Menma felt slightly awkward under Kimimoro's fervent gaze, offering a dry chuckle. Though accustomed to Kimimoro's unwavering loyalty, the intensity of his emotions was still somewhat disconcerting. He turned his gaze toward the exit, steering the conversation elsewhere. It's about time, let us return. Indeed. Kimimaro nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling even brighter. He gazed at Menma's retreating figure, silently vowing, I will protect you, Menma. He clenched his fists, feeling the exhilarating surge of newfound power within his bones. A sensation of unprecedented might. Orochimaru observed Kimimoro's expression with keen interest, licking his lips in quiet contemplation. This power must thrill you, much like it did for me when I first embraced it, he mused, his gaze darting between the two. The calculating gleam in his golden slitted eyes revealing his anticipation for the transformations this newfound strength might bring. Unaware of their thoughts, Menma utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. Orochimaru, refrain from revealing your identity for the time being. The moment is not yet ripe, Menma instructed. Orochimaru, in response, curled his lips into a playful smile, nodding gently. Rest assured, Menma, I, too, find the current situation quite intriguing. Chapter 93. The first match of the preliminary round. Subsequently, Menma escorted Kimaru to the tower for the second exam. He pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a spacious arena already teeming with participants. The air was thick with a blend of tension and anticipation as candidates clustered in small groups, some animatedly recounting their exam experiences, while others leaned against the walls, fatigue evident in their demeanor. At the center of attention stood the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His golden hair shone brilliantly, and his countenance retained that gentle smile. Behind him stood Kakashi and several other elite jonin in neat formation. Kakashi maintained a straight posture, eschewing any distractions. Is Tsunade not present? Menma mused, scanning the area for her figure, only to let out a sigh upon realizing her absence. He felt utterly exasperated by the laziness of that woman. Before he could continue his contemplation, a crimson figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Menma. Xianglin's voice brimmed with delight as she unhesitatingly leapt into Menma's embrace, her eyes behind the glasses ablaze with fervor. Her embrace was as forceful as ever, as if she feared he might vanish. Four-eyed girl. Upon witnessing this, Ino stomped her foot in frustration, her golden ponytail swaying with her movements. Unwilling to concede, she dashed to Menma's other side and clutched his arm, casting a defiant glance at Xianglin. Xianglin, Ino, please, refrain from this behavior. Menma found himself sandwiched between the two young ladies, tugged in opposite directions, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He could feel various gazes upon him, some curious, others envious, and a few tinged with hostility. Hinata's snow-white eyes narrowed slightly, her small hands clenched into fists. Menma-kun, she murmured softly, her typically gentle demeanor now laced with an unsettling chill. Standing beside her, Inuzuka Kiba sensed the shift and blinked in surprise. What is happening? He swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. Even Akamaru in his arms sensed the tension, whimpering softly and retracting his neck. Aha! Minato chuckled awkwardly as he observed his son being tugged by the two girls. He was about to announce the details of the forthcoming examination in an attempt to alleviate the delicate atmosphere when suddenly, I apologize for my tardiness. Tsunade sauntered in, yawning, appearing as if she had just awakened. Her golden hair tousled as though she had recently emerged from slumber. Tsunade-sama? Minato was momentarily taken aback, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, but he quickly regained his gentle smile. It's quite all right, you're just in time. Tsunade chuckled heartily, her gaze sweeping over her three disciples, Kimimaro, Xianglin, and Menma, who was encircled by the young girls. Her eyes lingered on Menma for a moment, seemingly imbued with a deeper significance, before she returned to her languid demeanor. Folding her arms, she leaned against a nearby pillar and lazily remarked, "You all continue. I shall not intrude." However, her little admirer, Tian, was utterly ecstatic, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. She fixated on her idol, whispering to Niji beside her. "Why has Tsunade-sama come?" Her voice was tinged with barely concealed eagerness. "You don't know?" Niji shot her a puzzled glance, a flicker of surprise in his white eyes. Noticing her head tilt and the genuine confusion in her round, glistening eyes, he realized she seemed truly unaware. He lowered his voice to explain. "Tsunade-sama is now the supervising jonin for Menma's team." Tian blinked in astonishment, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. She instinctively turned her gaze towards Tsunade, then glanced at the two girls surrounding Menma, her lips slightly pursed as she asked in confusion, "Isn't Lord Kushina the guiding jonin for Menma?" I recall that the details were somewhat unclear. Niji shook his head. However, the current guiding jonin for Menma is indeed Lady Tsunade. As he spoke, his eyes wandered thoughtfully between Tsunade and Menma, seemingly contemplating the deeper significance behind this arrangement. "That's fantastic." Tintin suddenly clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with tiny stars. She excitedly bounced lightly on the spot, her black hair, tied into a bun, swaying playfully. "That means when I go to see Menma, I can often encounter Lady Tsunade." Her voice involuntarily rose a few octaves, drawing the curious glances of several nearby genin. Tintin was completely immersed in her joy, already calculating what gift she might bring to meet her idol. Would it be Lady Tsunade's favorite sake? Or perhaps her specially crafted ninja tools? She even imagined the appreciative smile Lady Tsunade would exhibit as she respectfully presented her gift. Niji observed his companion's infatuated demeanor, letting out a helpless sigh. His gaze drifted towards Menma in the center of the venue, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder where this fellow draws such immense charm, even captivating me." Minato arrived, his presence radiating warmth as he surveyed each participant present, clearing his throat. His voice resonated clearly throughout the examination hall. The third stage of the exam serves as a crucial platform to showcase your abilities, as well as a key assessment for becoming a Chunin. As he elaborated on the significance and rules of the exam, the expressions of the candidates gradually shifted to one of focus. Naruto crossed his arms, his blue eyes glimmering with eagerness. Gaara stood quietly in the corner, solely fixated on Menma, leaving his companion Kankuro somewhat speechless. A glance at Temari revealed that she too was watching intently, making Kankuro feel like the odd one out. "Now, I shall hand it over to the chief examiner for the third round," Minato concluded, nodding encouragingly at the side where Moonlight Shikaku stood, a smile gracing his face. "You may begin." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Moonlight Shikaku responded energetically, half kneeling in salute, his long black hair swaying gently with the motion. When he stood, Menma couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. This frail ninja, who had always been plagued by a persistent cough in his memories, now appeared flushed and full of vigor. The third round of the preliminary matches would adopt a one-on-one format, and Moonlight Shikaku's voice rang out with strength, continuing until one side conceded or lost the will to fight. As the electronic screen began to rotate, Menma's gaze wandered among the candidates. Aside from familiar peers, there were Niji's group and Gaara's group. To his surprise, 3 of Orochimaru's sound ninja were also included, though their leading jonin was no longer disguised as Orochimaru. Menma had some recollection of him. It seemed he was a ninja from the Wind Demon clan. When their eyes met, the Wind Demon jonin respectfully bowed slightly in his direction. This action nearly caused Menma to choke, but fortunately, everyone else was engrossed in watching the screen, oblivious to this detail. The third preliminary match, the first of its kind, Moonlight Gale announced loudly, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Tostin. Chapter 94. You are too naive. Go, Sasuke. Beat him up. Naruto exclaimed, leaning over the railing. His golden hair tousled wildly as he exaggeratedly gestured. Go, Sasuke. Sakura clenched her fists, her pink hair fluttering behind her. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Humph. Sasuke let out a cold scoff, his hands tucked into his pockets as he leaped into the arena with an effortlessly cool demeanor. His Sharingan had quietly activated. He looked down at the sound ninja Tostin with a condescending gaze, a signature smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Give up. You stand no chance against the Uchiha clan. Menma sighed, observing Sasuke's overly dramatic demeanor, suddenly feeling an urge to hand him a guitar. Yet, despite the teasing, Menma was acutely aware of the outcome of this battle. Sasuke had not only received meticulous guidance from Itachi and Shursui, but had also mastered the Chidori taught by Kakashi. Coupled with frequent sparring sessions with Naruto, his strength was now unparalleled. Menma even believed that if Kakashi were to forego his Sharingan and rely solely on physical techniques and regular ninjutsu, he might still falter before Sasuke. Ultimately, Sasuke triumphed over Tostin with overwhelming ease. He stood at the center of the arena, his eyes displaying 3 parts disdain and 7 parts indifference, as if this victory were utterly trivial. Incredible! Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. She cupped her hands around her mouth, her voice brimming with admiration. You are amazing. Humph. Nothing special, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms in front of his chest, softly grumbling. I could easily defeat an opponent like that. As he spoke, his fingers absent-mindedly dug into the railing. On the other side of the stands, Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly, watching the Uchiha youth with keen interest. That must be a young one from the Uchiha clan? She inquired, tilting her head toward Minato. Indeed, he is Uchiha Sasuke, the youngest son of Fugaku, Minato replied gently, his gaze following Sasuke's unperturbed exit from the arena. The Hokage's cloak fluttered gently in the breeze, his tone imbued with pride. Sasuke has grown quite a lot. He is now on par with Naruto. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's lips curled into a knowing smile. Leaning lazily against the railing, her figure subtly rising and falling with each breath, she remarked, but compared to your eldest son, he still falls short, doesn't he? Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the opposite stand, where Menma was lazily leaning on the railing, his striking golden hair glistening like flowing gold under the sunlight. Haha, Minato chuckled, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable pride. Though his tone remained modest, Menma is indeed more mature than his peers. To be honest, at his age, his strength has already surpassed my own from back in the day. Ah, what a fellow, Tsunade chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Yet among his peers, I have yet to encounter anyone stronger than him. Even my grandfather, at that age, could not compare. Upon hearing this, Minato gazed tenderly at his eldest son, a swell of immense pride swelling within him. He believed that with the right guidance, Naruto's achievements would undoubtedly surpass all others. In the second match, Shino Aburame faced off against Sakan. The voice of the Moonlight Gale resonated once more throughout the arena. Naruto, feeling languid, stifled a yawn. Utterly uninterested in such a predictable duel, he casually rested his chin upon his intertwined arms, resembling a lazy cat draped over the railing, eyes closed in restful contemplation. Kinshiki stood beside him like a statue, his pristine white kimono untouched by dust. His gaze remained fixed on Naruto's sleeping visage, oblivious to the fierce battle unfolding around them. However, when a red-haired youth, burdened by a colossal gourd, approached with measured steps, Kinshiki's demeanor shifted, his eyes sharpening with sudden intensity. "What is it?" Kinshiki advanced silently, his voice low yet laced with an icy edge. His tall form acted as a white barrier, keeping Gaara at a safe distance. Gaara halted abruptly, never before experiencing such a pure, chilling intent to kill. So sharp it felt as though countless bones could pierce his body at any moment. In the past, he would have disregarded the identity of his opponent and unleashed his fury, but now he merely clenched his fists. Just as his hoarse voice escaped, Gaara heard that familiar tone, which brought him an unexpected sense of calm. "Kinshiki, it's all right." Naruto, unbeknownst to him, had already opened his eyes. Gently pressing down on Kinshiki's arm, he offered Gaara a reassuring smile. "He is my friend." Those words flooded Gaara's heart with warmth, akin to sunlight breaking through a cold dawn. He stood frozen, the buzzing in his ears reminiscent of 1,000 butterflies fluttering within his chest. The term friend, once so distant and unattainable, was now spoken by Naruto with such effortless sincerity. "I want to thank you." Gaara's voice was barely audible, his pale face tinged with a rare flush. "I've been able to sleep well lately." Naruto's smile deepened. He straightened up, leaning casually against the railing, his golden hair swaying gently in the breeze. "It's no trouble at all. Friends need not be so formal with each other." He paused, his tone sincere and gentle. "From now on, if there's anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask." Gaara stared at him, his eyes quivering slightly. The remnants of his former darkness were gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented brightness. He nodded vigorously, as if making a solemn promise. "That boy," Tsunade said from a distance, exasperated as she supported her forehead with her hand, though her lips could not help but curve upwards. She teased Minato. "Is it any wonder you're father and son? Just a few words, and that sand ninja brat is utterly compliant." "Ha ha ha." Mizumura bashfully scratched his head, gazing at the silhouette of his eldest son. Suddenly, he was transported back to the moment years ago when he first grasped that tiny hand. At that time, his son was merely a toddling child. Yet now he had blossomed into a radiant sun capable of illuminating the darkness of others. What a situation! Gaara's mentor, the esteemed Jounin Maki, sprang up in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. The bloodthirsty Gaara now stood before him, resembling a bashful ordinary youth, even sporting a hint of an innocent blush on his cheeks. Just moments earlier, when Gaara approached Mizumura, Maki's heart nearly ceased to beat. He jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his back. This was a disaster. After all, the boy was the son of the Hokage. Surely, he wouldn't. He had envisioned countless dire outcomes in his mind, even contemplating how to explain the situation to Lord Kazekage. Yet, the spectacle before him utterly shattered his preconceptions. Gaara not only refrained from going berserk, but appeared as a child delighted by candy, his eyes sparkling with a light Maki had never witnessed before. It was a pure trust and reliance, as if Mizumura were the beacon illuminating his dark world. What on earth was happening? Maki, in a state of frenzy, tugged at his hair, feeling as though his worldview was crumbling. He involuntarily scrutinized Mizumura. The golden-haired youth smiled so warmly that the very air around him seemed to soften. Despite it being their first encounter, Maki inexplicably felt an urge to draw closer. His gaze instinctively shifted to the fourth Hokage, and suddenly, Maki sighed in realization. It was no wonder both father and son possessed faces that were utterly endearing. TCH. Beside him, Kakashi disdainfully curled his lip, his deadpan eyes reflecting the sentiment that they were woefully naive. He silently rolled his eyes, internally mocking. You have yet to witness this boy's true nature. As a victim, he was all too aware of the cunning demon concealed beneath Mizumura's seemingly harmless exterior. Recalling his own harrowing experiences of being relentlessly pursued by his mentor, Kakashi couldn't suppress a shiver. Chapter 95. The Bonds of Girls. Yamanaka Shino wins. The voice of the announcer echoed through the arena. Mizumura turned towards the sound. Witnessing Sakura collapsed on the ground, her arms a bloody mess, as several medical ninjas hurriedly lifted her onto a stretcher. However, with Orochimaru's skills, healing her would be no issue. Mizumura mused idly, his gaze sweeping over the jounin of the Wind Demon clan in the stands. The individual seemed unconcerned about the injuries of his subordinate, instead observing every participant in the arena with keen interest. The third match, Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. Just as Mizumura was about to head to the resting area, he halted, a smile involuntarily creeping across his lips. He adored watching young girls engage in combat. Leaning against the railing, he eagerly directed his attention to the center of the arena. The two girls on the field presented a stark contrast to one another. In the arena, Ino stood tall with her blonde hair flowing, exuding confidence, while Sakura, with her pink locks partially obscuring her face, kept her head lowered. Go, Sakura! Don't let her win! Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, nearly toppling over the railing in his enthusiasm. I never anticipated that I would be facing you. Ino declared, hands on her hips, a signature confident smile gracing her features. Thanks to the special guidance from Menma, her abilities had significantly improved. Yet, Sakura remained silent, lost in memories of her childhood when Ino was always the first to defend her from bullies, and how she would offer her beautiful bouquets whenever tears fell. Those warm recollections softened her fists unconsciously. Begin. As the sound of the command echoed, both girls sprang into action simultaneously. Sakura attempted a moon-gazing balance move, but Ino deftly evaded it. Shurikens danced through the air as Ino skillfully caught a flying kunai and, with an elegant spin, hurled it back. Thud! The kunai embedded itself in the ground, mere inches from Sakura's toes. The two exchanged blows, and it appeared that Sakura had the upper hand. Is she really unable to go all out? Menma mused softly, observing the duel. Each time Ino's strikes neared their target, she instinctively held back. This subtle flaw allowed Sakura to counterattack, forcing Ino to the edge of the arena. This girl is too kind, just like Hinata, Menma thought, shaking her head gently, her gaze tender. Clearly, when faced with her childhood best friend, Ino was unable to unleash her full potential. Sakura possesses overwhelming superiority, Naruto exclaimed, his fists pumping in excitement. His azure eyes sparkling. He grinned widely, leaning over the railing as if ready to leap down in celebration at any moment. Idiot, can't you see? Sasuke interjected, hands tucked into his pockets, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. What's that supposed to mean, you jerk? Naruto retorted, glaring at Sasuke indignantly. Humph. Sasuke turned away, his back to Naruto, displaying an air of aloofness. Fool, Shikamaru remarked lazily, leaning against the railing. Watching Naruto's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but comment, it's evident to everyone. Except for you. What did you say? Naruto turned, blinking in confusion, his golden brows furrowed. It's nothing, just enjoy yourself. Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively, mimicking Menma's tone. Clearly, the female ninja's taijutsu is only at this level, Niji commented, arms crossed, his voice dripping with the characteristic pride of the Hyuga clan. That's not true. Tintin immediately pouted in protest, glaring at Niji. It's only that their match is too relaxed. She pointed towards the arena, asserting that battles knew no gender. What does too relaxed mean? Naruto blinked in bewilderment, a large question mark seemingly appearing above his head. He scratched his golden hair, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he turned to rush towards Menma. Big brother, Naruto exclaimed, grabbing Menma's sleeve. What do they mean? It's nothing serious, Menma chuckled, explaining in a manner his younger brother could grasp, just like I 1T hit you with full force. Naruto paused for a moment, then comprehension washed over him. He turned to observe the arena, finally realizing why Ino's attacks always seemed to fall short. She had been holding back all along. Ah, there's no hair pulling. It's rather dull. Menma mused, watching as Ino missed yet another opportunity to strike, a light laugh escaping his lips. Memories surfaced of two little girls holding hands while picking flowers on a hill. At that time, Ino always led the way, proudly guarding the shy Sakura behind her. They were the best of friends, and this match orchestrated by their fathers was indeed intriguing. Menma glanced towards the high platform where Minato was intently observing the match. Ninjas must grow to survive in this harsh world, yet he looked back at the two girls in the arena. Unable to suppress a sigh, some things were beyond their control, regardless of their efforts. His gaze drifted to the girl beside him, Cheyenne. You two just focus on being beautiful young ladies. Let me handle the task of changing the world. Ino. Sakura suddenly halted her offensive. Fixing her gaze on her friend with unwavering resolve. I'm no longer the delicate flower you need to protect. What? Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. The girl who once hid behind her now bore an unfamiliar intensity. I'm stronger than you now, and I don't regard you as a threat. Sakura assumed a classic fighting stance. Menma keenly noticed her fingertips trembling slightly. Ino's face flushed crimson, her azure eyes igniting with fury. Sakura, do you know who you're speaking to? She retorted angrily. Don't get carried away, you crybaby. Sakura's words felt a bit harsh. Naruto sulked, muttering under his breath about Ino's terrifying glare. Not quite. Menma shook his head, softly clarifying. She's trying to provoke Ino into fighting without holding back. Oh, I see. Naruto exclaimed, a radiant smile breaking across his face. I knew Sakura wasn't that kind of person. Kakashi leaned against the railing of the observation area, his visible right eye narrowing slightly as he observed the two girls on the field, murmuring to himself, rivalries are truly remarkable phenomena. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently shifted toward Might Guy beside him. Guy, sensing Kakashi's stare, abruptly turned his head. Ah! Kakashi was startled by the sudden eye contact. Hastily raising a hand with a nervous laugh, hello. His voice betrayed a hint of fluster, and his exposed eye curved into a crescent shape. Might Guy's thick eyebrows twisted together, igniting a fervent fire within him. My youthful rival, Kakashi. That inexplicable reaction continues to infuriate me. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. Sakura took a deep breath and slowly removed the faded ribbon from her forehead, a gift bestowed upon her by Ino many years prior. I return this ribbon to you. Sakura's voice was soft yet resolute. Her pink hair danced gently in the breeze. Her emerald eyes filled with determination. Ino initially furrowed her brow, but it soon relaxed. She tilted her head slightly, a familiar, somewhat haughty smile gracing her lips. That ribbon was given to you, it matters not. I am no longer the little girl chasing after Ino. Sakura straightened her back, her voice clear and powerful. I understand now, Sakura. Ino accepted the ribbon laden with memories. Like Sakura, she removed her ninja headband and retied it upon her forehead. This time, they shouted in unison, their voices resonating throughout the arena. They both assumed combat stances, ready to give it their all. A fair and square showdown. Why have they suddenly become so passionate? Naruto in the stands scratched his head in confusion. He gazed at the two girls below, their spirits ablaze. Utterly perplexed by this abrupt transformation. Perhaps this is what youth embodies. Niji shrugged, a gentle smile adorning his face. Might Guy's thick brows suddenly shot up, his demeanor shifting to that of a predator sensing its prey. Chapter 96. Hinata Hyuga and Karui Uzumaki. A green whirlwind flashed past, and he instantly appeared before Niji, his robust hands landing heavily on Niji's shoulders. You just mentioned youth, right? Guy exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes, his voice booming enough to be heard throughout the examination hall. His watermelon-shaped hair gleamed under the sunlight, his pearly white teeth reflecting a blinding light. Niji and Naruto recoiled in shock, their similar faces displaying identical expressions of terror. Niji's golden hair stood on end, resembling a startled little lion. Brother Guy? Niji struggled to free himself from Guy's grasp, gazing into his burning eyes, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Please, calm down. This is youth. Guy was completely absorbed in his own world, his tightly clenched fists trembling with excitement, tears cascading down his cheeks, refracting the sunlight into a spectrum of colors. Teacher Guy? Lee rushed over, tears streaming down from beneath his thick eyebrows. Lee, Teacher Guy. The master and disciple embraced passionately, their tears tracing sparkling arcs in the air. This scene prompted those around them to instinctively take a few steps back. Naruto quietly swallowed, stealthily retreating, and ultimately ducked behind Sasuke for cover. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. Indeed, even the stoic Mei could not withstand Kai's fervor. Niji Hyuga's lips twitched slightly, his aloof demeanor nearly crumbling. Tin had already buried her face in her hands, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide within. Both of their toes curled awkwardly, as if they could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment. May composed herself and redirected her gaze to the arena, where the battle was nearing its conclusion. Under her meticulous guidance, Ino had mastered the shadow clone technique and the water release ninjutsu. Presently, Sakura stood no chance against her. Ino hadn't even resorted to the Yamanaka clan's signature mind-body switch technique. With her exquisite mastery of the shadow clone and physical combat, she had forced Sakura into a relentless retreat. After a few exchanges, Sakura finally succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. Ino Yamanaka emerged victorious. The Moonlight Gale lazily announced the result, his voice tinged with evident disappointment. He had anticipated a fiercely contested battle, yet it ended so decisively. Victorious, Ino approached Sakura, sunlight casting a warm halo around her golden bangs. She extended her hand, her smile radiant, reminiscent of the day they first met. You have finally blossomed, becoming a beautiful flower. Sakura abruptly lifted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with tears. Trembling, she grasped Ino's hand. Ino. Seeing the two reconcile, May offered a faint smile. Just as she prepared to sneak away for a bite to eat, Moonlight Gale's voice rang out once more. Next match, Vortex Karui versus Hyuga Hinata. Huh. The announcement left May momentarily stunned, and the audience erupted in astonished murmurs. May felt a shiver run through him. He distinctly saw Karui adjusting her red-framed glasses, her crimson eyes glimmering with barely concealed excitement, while Hinata bowed her head, her alabaster eyes obscured by her bangs, betraying no expression. This could spell trouble. May unconsciously swallowed hard. Both palms were clammy, and any outcome could lead to discomfort for himself. How intriguing! Tsunade's languid voice suddenly floated from behind. She held a skewer of dumplings, a smudge of sauce on her lips, observing the scene below with keen interest. Her red lips curled slightly, her gaze toward May brimming with mischief. Let us see how you handle this. Tsunade casually produced a reclining chair, leaning back comfortably, her ample bosom swaying gently with the movement, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. On the field, Karui adjusted her red-framed glasses, the lenses reflecting a dangerous glimmer, while Hinata kept her head bowed, a turbulent undercurrent stirring in her pale eyes. Tsunade watched them, contemplating. Karui not only inherited the Vortex clan's vast chakra reserves, but also possessed a recovery ability that surpassed her own. She had mastered sensory techniques, the Vortex clan's sealing jutsu, and even displayed formidable strength. Upon reflecting on this, Tsunade cast a sympathetic glance at the seemingly frail Hinata. From the perspective of sheer capability, this confrontation poses no suspense whatsoever. However, what excites her most is that both of these young girls are ardent admirers of Menma. Tsunade's crimson lips curled into a playful smile as she turned to Minato and said, "Fourth Hokage, you are indeed the one to orchestrate this." Honestly, this was not my arrangement, Minato replied with a wry smile, gesturing dismissively. It was randomly selected by the drawing machine. Tsunade chuckled knowingly, nodding towards Menma. That kid is surely going to blame you. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, Minato hastily stood up, adjusting his Hokage robe. Oh, I just remembered there are documents I need to attend to. Before he could finish, the yellow flash had vanished without a trace. Wow, he runs fast, Tsunade remarked lightly, catching a glimpse of Ino, who had just completed her match, excitedly sprinting towards Menma. I won, Menma. Ino's jubilant voice abruptly faltered as she widened her eyes at the matchup chart, her lips curving into a peculiar smile. Wonderful. I hope they both end up injured. If that happens, Menma will be mine. As she spoke, a glistening droplet of saliva trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Do wipe your drool, Sakura said with disdain, offering a tissue, utterly baffled by her best friend's sudden frenzy. What a predicament. Beads of sweat formed on Menma's forehead, his golden lashes trembling with unease. He fixated intently on the two girls in the arena, his mind racing through various strategies to cope. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively glanced at Naruto beside him. What are you looking at me for? Naruto blinked in confusion. Never mind, just enjoy yourself, Menma sighed, rubbing his temples. It appeared that his only option was to concentrate entirely on the match. Should any unforeseen event arise, he must be prepared to act swiftly. At last, an opportunity had presented itself. Kankuro lightly flexed her fists, tilting her head to scrutinize Hinata across from her, wearing a determined smile. In her view, This duel was not merely about advancing in the exam, but also about the claim to Menma's affection. I must win beautifully this time, Kankuro thought with unwavering confidence. She did not believe anyone present, aside from Menma and Kimimaro, could surpass her skill. Not even her clan brother Naruto or that Uchiha Sasuke could compete. Her sole concern now was how to defeat Hinata in the most flawless manner, compelling the heiress of the Hyuga clan to willingly withdraw from the contest. Hinata. On the sidelines, Niji's brow furrowed in concern, his Byakugan filled with worry. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he was acutely aware of his cousin's capabilities. Although he had never witnessed Kankuro in action, anyone capable of teaming up with Menma could not be considered mediocre. Kimimaro was evidently the second strongest in their group. After Menma, Niji's Byakugan narrowed slightly. Even if this red-haired girl were weak, she would still be a formidable opponent. If it comes to that, perhaps it would be best to concede. Niji's voice was barely audible, a sentiment shared by those present who understood the circumstances. For instance, both Kimimaro and Kakashi are acutely aware of the prowess possessed by Karui, under the tutelage of the formidable Kushina and Tsunade. This scion of the Whirlpool clan has undeniably evolved into a fearsome entity. Chapter 97. Surrender, for you are far too weak. Go, Hinata. Inuzuka Kiba's resonant voice abruptly shattered the silence. He stood atop the railing, fervently waving his arms, while Akamaru barked excitedly above his head, the duo exuding an infectious zeal. Indeed, keep it up, Hinata, Shino Aburame remarked, adjusting his sunglasses, his voice calm, yet resolute. Though often taciturn, as a comrade, he chose to extend his support to Hinata. Waihai Kurenai gazed at Hinata, her crimson eyes filled with concern. Instinctively, she glanced at Niji, hoping this young man might devise a solution. What can I possibly do? Niji lamented, feeling a headache arise. He was acutely aware that although Hinata appeared delicate, her spirit was fiercely resilient. Compelling her to concede would be an insurmountable blow to her. However, should he cheer for Hinata, Karui would surely retaliate. Yet, supporting Karui risked wounding Hinata's heart. With a deep sigh, his golden bangs fell forward, obscuring his furrowed brow. Brother, what troubles you? Naruto approached, cradling a freshly prepared cup of ramen, its steamy aroma wafting enticingly. Noticing Niji's furrowed brow, he wore a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I lack an appetite. You should enjoy it. Niji replied with a forced smile, gently pushing away the ramen offered by his brother. Then I shan't hold back. I'll devour 2 bowls. Naruto exclaimed jubilantly, squatting down to relish his meal, oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Sometimes, I genuinely envy my brother, Niji thought, shaking his head in resignation at Naruto's carefree demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve once more. Very well, I shall bear the consequences myself. He directed his gaze towards the 2 girls on the field, silently vowing, I will protect you both. Surrendering now would still be feasible. Karui observed the ever downtrodden Hinata, a victorious smile curling at her lips. But you must forfeit, Niji. At these words, Hinata abruptly lifted her gaze, the veins around her alabaster eyes protruding, her soft hair seemingly defying gravity. Gradually, she adopted a poised stance. Her voice soft yet imbued with unwavering determination, I will not concede. Within her pure white eyes burned an unprecedented fighting spirit, declaring, it is precisely because of you, Niji, that I stand here today. To utter surrender now would be utterly unforgivable. Hinata. Niji's white eyes widened slightly, surprise flickering across his usually impassive features. He instinctively glanced at Niji, his heart a tumult of emotions. Because of this individual, Hinata has transformed so profoundly. Yet the chasm of strength cannot merely be bridged by resolve. Then, are you prepared for the consequences? Karui's gaze sharpened, her feet subtly parting as she assumed a standard combat stance. Her flowing red hair danced as if caught by an invisible breeze, emanating an overwhelming aura of chakra. Moonlight Gale initially anticipated a lengthy reminiscence, yet the pair swiftly fell into the fray. Clearing his throat, he promptly declared, begin. No sooner had he spoken than Xianglin's figure vanished from sight. How swift! Moonlight Gale stared in astonishment, as a special jonin. He found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Xianglin's speed. A crimson afterimage flashed by, and Xianglin appeared beside Hinata, delivering a fierce sidekick that struck Hinata's abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! Hinata soared through the air like a severed kite, skidding across the ground for several meters before barely coming to a halt. Amidst the swirling dust, she knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Give up. You are too weak," Xianglin proclaimed from her elevated position, gazing down at Hinata with disdain. "I will not concede." Hinata gritted her teeth, rising to her feet, the veins around her Byakugan becoming more pronounced. Panting heavily, her gaze held an unprecedented determination. This time, she must discern her opponent's movements. "Overestimating yourself," Xianglin remarked, her brow furrowing as she transformed once more into a streak of red lightning. Yet this time, Hinata's Byakugan widened, and in a moment of peril, she sidestepped, narrowly evading the punch aimed at her face. Although she dodged the direct hit, the force of the wind from the punch still sent her tumbling to the ground. "You can never defeat me," Xianglin said, adjusting her glasses as she looked down at Hinata, who struggled to rise again. "If you give up now, you might spare yourself some suffering otherwise." Her voice turned icy. "I shall not hold back any longer." Hinata remained silent, silently lifting her arm to wipe the blood from her mouth. Her movements were gentle, yet exuded an undeniable resolve. As she resumed her stance, her entire demeanor shifted. "This is—" Niji straightened up abruptly, astonishment filling his Byakugan. He gasped in disbelief, the 8 trigrams palm. When did Hinata learn this technique? Xianglin squinted, her gaze sharpening. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata's voice was soft, and as she declared it, a flawless bagua formation gradually unfolded beneath her feet. For years, during the stillness of the night, she had diligently practiced in the Hyuga training grounds, striving to draw closer to the figure of that golden-haired boy. "Impressive, Hinata. You have actually mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms," Niji remarked, his eyes wide with surprise. He had never imagined that this girl could attain the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan through her own efforts. If Uncle Hizashi knew, he would surely feel proud. First palm. Hinata's form suddenly transformed into a flash of white light, her supple fingers precisely striking Xianglin's chakra points. Second palm. Fourth palm. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Her movements flowed like water, each strike imbued with a blend of gentleness and strength. Xianglin was taken aback to discover that her chakra flow was being swiftly sealed. As the final strike landed, she was sent flying, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. "Hinata, that was incredible," Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, leaping into the air, while Akamaru barked excitedly above his head. Even the usually reticent Shino adjusted his sunglasses, a rare smile gracing his lips. "When did this child become so formidable?" Yuhi Kurenai gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her crimson eyes filled with astonishment. As a guiding jonin, she was taken aback by the realization that her student had matured to such an extent. To master the 8 trigrams 64 palms at such a young age was truly impressive. Tsunade regarded Hinata with a look of admiration, acknowledging that the Hyuga clan had produced an extraordinary female ninja. "Hinata is so strong," Ino exclaimed, her round eyes wide with wonder as she turned to Niji, only to find him still in a state of shock. "Niji, you didn't know about Hinata's strength either?" she asked curiously. Niji inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. He gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure in the arena, his voice laced with unprecedented complexity. "I had no idea Hinata had learned the 8 trigrams 64 palms. He paused, a soft glimmer appearing in his eyes. "She has truly worked hard." Niji understood better than anyone the immense effort required to master such a technique. He recalled the solitary nights spent training, the sweat-soaked practice clothes, the countless days and nights of perseverance, and clenched his fists at the thought. Ino's expression suddenly darkened, her golden ponytail losing its former luster. She patted her chest in relief, thankful that she had not faced this seemingly delicate Hyuga heiress. She knew she could not compete with her. "Are you all right, Ino?" Sakura noticed her friend's unusual demeanor and gently touched her shoulder. "I'm fine," Ino forced a smile, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. "Reaching this level is already remarkable, Hinata." Shino observed Hinata, panting in the arena, a tender smile gracing his lips. Yet, his gaze shifted to Karen, and he murmured, "But you still cannot defeat her." As if to validate his words, Karen slowly straightened, her crimson hair swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind. She lightly brushed off the dust from her clothing, her shoulders trembling slightly. "I'm quite surprised you've come this far." When she turned around, the red depths of her eyes behind the lenses held a hint of menace. "Now, I shall become serious." "What?" Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. I clearly sealed her chakra points. How could? Such a minor seal was insignificant compared to Karen's chakra reserves. In that fleeting moment as Shino shook his head, Karen transformed into a flash of red lightning. With a resounding thud, Hinata doubled over in pain, kneeling heavily on the ground. Referee, she has lost. You may announce the result. Xianglin adjusted her glasses and calmly addressed Moonlight Gale. Huh. Oh. At that moment, Moonlight Gale seemed to awaken from a dream. He glanced at Hinata, curled up on the ground, prepared to declare, I haven't lost yet, when Hinata's trembling voice silenced the crowd. Gritting her teeth, she slowly raised her body, declaring, I will never give up on Menma. Don't flatter yourself. Xianglin's rage flared instantly, red chakra erupting like flames. She seized Hinata by the collar and almost shouted, Menma wouldn't like someone like you. Cough, cough. Moonlight Gale awkwardly cleared his throat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was supposed to be a serious Chunin selection exam. How had it suddenly turned into an emotional dispute? He instinctively glanced at Menma in the stands. At that moment, Menma was the focus of the audience's gaze. He turned his face away stiffly, pretending to concentrate on the match. In an instant, Xianglin's fist, charged with enough strength to shatter mountains, hurtled toward Hinata with a whistling sound. You annoying brat. Xianglin's roar prompted Niji's Byakugan to widen in alarm as he leaped over the railing. Hinata. Just as he prepared to jump down, a golden figure appeared before Hinata. Bang! Menma effortlessly raised his hand, firmly catching Xianglin's powerful punch. The shockwave from the chakra collision tousled his golden hair, revealing his resigned eyes. Menma? Xianglin's fist froze in midair. Disbelief etched across her face. She had never anticipated Menma would personally intervene to stop her. Menma-kun, Hinata weakly called out, and upon seeing that golden figure, her taut nerves finally relaxed. She slumped down like a bird with broken wings. That's enough, Xianglin. Menma gently released her fist, a complex expression gracing his face. 3 parts compassion, 7 parts helplessness, making Xianglin's heart flutter. She immediately lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. I'm sorry, Menma. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, the earlier fury having dissipated entirely. Menma silently sighed in relief. He understood Xianglin's temperament well. Had he not taken the initiative, she would have surely exploded in rage. He turned around, tenderly lifting the unconscious Hinata in his arms. You can announce the conclusion now. He left a single remark for the stunned Moonlight Gale before departing with Hinata. Vortex, Xianglin wins. Moonlight Gale hurried to the center of the arena to announce the results, his voice resonating clearly in the hushed examination hall. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this match had finally reached its conclusion. Hinata buried her face gently against Menma's chest, her pale cheeks tinged with a blush. She dared not raise her gaze to meet those tender eyes, feeling her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. The outcome of the match mattered little now. Being held by Menma was an immense joy for her. In comparison to Xianglin, she felt she had already won far too much. Yea, on the spectator stands, Ino clenched her fists, her golden ponytail standing on end with indignation. Puffing her cheeks in fury, she muttered, That's outrageous, Hinata. How could you use such a ploy to deceive the princess into a bridal carry? She punctuated her words with a forceful stamp of her foot. What are you talking about? Sakura sighed, placing her forehead in her palm, feeling exasperated by her friend's peculiar reasoning. She glanced down at Hinata, who lay unconscious on the ground. It was evidently a grave injury. Yet how did it morph into some sort of strategy in Ino's mind? Below, Cheyenne stood rooted to the spot, only snapping back to reality when the sight of Menma cradling Hinata vanished into the passageway. Her eyes narrowed behind her glasses, a glint of cold light reflecting off the lenses. Have I been fooled? Though victorious in the competition, her chest felt as heavy as a stone. Cheyenne inhaled deeply, her nails digging painfully into her palm. She fixated on the direction in which the two had departed, a cold smirk creeping onto her lips. I was careless to have been outwitted by you. Her crimson hair danced without wind, her chakra beginning to stir restlessly around her. Next time, it will not be so simple, Hinata. With that, she turned sharply and strode away from the arena, exuding an aura that demanded distance. Only a whisper floated away with the wind. Menma can only be mine. Under the moonlight, the flustered Yukimura cleared his throat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly announced the next match. Next, The upcoming contest will be. He glanced at the electronic screen displaying the matchups and declared, Tian versus Temari. Is it my turn? Tian's heart raced upon hearing her name. She instinctively searched for Menma, hoping for a glimmer of encouragement. However, Menma was presently focused on attending to Hinata, entirely unaware of her surroundings. Tian's eyes fell, a wave of disappointment washing over her, but she quickly regained her composure. Drawing a deep breath, she leapt from the stands with newfound confidence, her black bun swaying gently. To earn Menma's admiration, I must give it my all, she vowed silently, casting a glance at Tsunade in the stands, who was lazily reclined against her chair, dozing. Tian, youth is invincible, Lee's excited voice rang out. As he leaned over the railing, his eyes ablaze beneath his thick brows. Charge. Youth once lost cannot be regained. Mike Guy chimed in, the two friends harmonizing in their enthusiasm, drawing the attention of those around them. Although Tian feigned indifference to their exuberance, a warm current surged within her. Meanwhile, Temari entered the arena, her massive 3-star fan resting on her back, walking with poise. The princess of Sunagakure held her head high, and when her gaze met Tian's, a fierce battle spirit ignited in both their eyes. Go, Temari! Kankuro cheered from the Sunagakure stands, rallying support for his sister. Though Gaara remained silent, his eyes were fixed intently on his sister below. As the new generation of elite from Sunagakure, Temari's strength was beyond question. Chapter 99. The total amount remains unchanged at this moment. Menma gently rolled up his sleeves and extended his arm toward Hinata, softly saying, take a bite, and your injuries will heal. Hinata looked up in confusion, her snow-white eyes reflecting Menma's tender smile. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, even the tips of her ears turning crimson. Menma possessed the remarkable ability to heal all wounds. Junmaru, standing nearby, explained in a calm voice. Hinata shyly lowered her head. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully grasped Menma's wrist. She parted her delicate lips and, as if savoring a precious delicacy, gently bit down. In an instant, a warm and powerful vitality surged within her. To her astonishment, Hinata realized that the pain in her body was visibly healing, even the faintest bruises disappearing without a trace. Hey, Hinata, don't you think that's enough? Ino had drawn near at some point, her hands on her hips, glaring at the two with evident dissatisfaction after having observed them for quite some time. Hinata, as if awakened from a dream, hastily released Menma's arm. She cast her gaze downward, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, yet a sweet warmth surged within her heart. Menma, I want some too, Ino exclaimed, seizing Menma's other arm, shaking it like a playful kitten. Are you injured as well? Menma raised an eyebrow, regarding the lively Ino with skepticism. Of course. Ino immediately adopted a theatrical demeanor, clutching her forehead in a feigned state of weakness, her whole body leaning into Menma's embrace. I'm on the verge of collapse. Let me have a bite. But you seem quite energetic, Menma chuckled, only to have Ino seize his wrist in that moment. It's internal injuries. It's all Sakura's fault for being too rough. She grumbled, stealing glances at Sakura, who was conversing with Sasuke in the distance, before biting down without hesitation. Hey, be gentle. Menma gasped, taken aback by her genuine bite. Wow, how amazing. Ino's eyes widened as she felt the warm energy flowing within her. All her fatigue vanished, and her spirits soared. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shall I have another bite? Menma, can you heal your own wounds by biting yourself? Ino suddenly had a flash of inspiration, tilting her head with curiosity. Well, Menma stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Theoretically, it should work, I suppose. After all, I haven't really been injured. Wow, then you would be invincible. Ino's eyes widened with excitement as she clapped her hands. You could endlessly restore your chakra. You're thinking too simply. Menma gently shook his head. The total amount of chakra remains unchanged. This method merely allows for a rapid activation of one's physical potential. If I could indeed sustain infinite endurance, I would have long since been unbeatable. In truth, with his current spirit power, he didn't even need to rely on such methods for recovery. If all else fails, one could always resort to biting the fragrant phosphorus. With a hint of disappointment, Jingya pouted, but soon regained her spirits. Nonetheless, that is quite impressive. She affectionately looped her arm through Menma's, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Fight hard, Tian. Believe in your own strength, Tian. We will wholeheartedly support you. Give it your all to defeat her. Excellent, Shaoli. Let us ignite our youth with fervent cheers. The exuberant shouts of Might Guy and Shaoli resonated throughout the examination hall, overpowering all other sounds. Menma was momentarily drawn to the sudden uproar and turned to observe the match. Upon recognizing the combatants, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Tian facing Shimaru. Isn't she doomed? Menma furrowed her brow. Shimaru's wind techniques completely countered Tian's weapon tactics. She began contemplating how to console the disappointed little fangirl. As expected, the battle commenced with a lopsided advantage. Tian's proud precision in throwing was rendered futile against Shimaru's casual wielding of the 3-star fan. Even when employing her Rising Dragon technique and skillfully manipulating her ninja tools with chakra threads, all it achieved was prompting Shimaru to swing her fan a few more times. Ninja art, Kamaitachi. Shimaru gracefully unfurled her 3-star fan, smiling confidently. With a swift motion, she brought the fan down, and a furious whirlwind instantly engulfed Tian. Lifting her into the air, the sharp wind blades tore through Tian's garments, leaving crimson streaks upon her fair skin, and despite her struggles, she could not escape the vortex of this storm. Menma shook her head gently. Tian's 2 bun hairstyles stood no chance against Shimaru's 4. Just as Tian was about to plummet to the ground, a golden flash swooped in. It's over. You have won. Menma executed a suave princess carry, catching Tian securely and landing gracefully, addressing Shimaru. Tian, still in shock, widened her eyes, her cheeks flushing with a visible hue. Shimaru clutched her 3-star fan tightly, her chest heaving with agitation. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, she couldn't help but glare at Menma with gritted teeth. That scoundrel. The mere thought of Menma's previous actions infuriated her golden locks to tremble with rage. She yearned to unleash a gust of wind that would send this detestable individual soaring. Why does that sand ninja harbor such animosity towards my brother? Her gaze is quite terrifying, Naruto mused, scratching his cheek in perplexity as he observed Shimaru's fiery wrath. Perhaps it's because Menma meddled in affairs that did not concern him, Sasuke remarked, crossing his arms in a calm analysis. Not entirely, Neji interjected, shaking his head. Tian has already lost her fighting spirit. It is reasonable for him to concede for her. There must be other reasons. Other reasons? Naruto blinked his bright blue eyes, looking utterly naive. I am not certain what they are either, Neji pondered, casting a curious glance towards Menma below, equally intrigued by what this fellow had done to the sand ninja girl. Feeling Shimaru's piercing gaze, Menma could only smile awkwardly as he hastily led Tian away from the arena. How do you feel? He gently set Tian down, his voice tender. I am fine, she replied, her cheeks flushed. Though she felt a pang of reluctance as she was placed down, she still weakly leaned against Menma. At this moment, the outcome of the competition was far from her mind. All she could recall was the warmth of that princely embrace. What is this? In a fit of frustration, Jingye tugged at her hair, regretting her choices and stamping her feet. I should have lost the match too. Thank you for your efforts, Menma. At that moment, Kai and Shaoli rushed over. Kai solemnly extended his hand, saying, let me take Tian to the medical room. All right. Just as Menma was about to release her, Tian suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, Teacher Kai? With an internal monologue of dissatisfaction, she thought, what an opportunity wasted. Huh. Kai scratched his head in confusion, utterly unaware of what he had done to provoke his disciple's ire. Kakashi shook his head in exasperation, realizing Kai had no understanding of a girl's feelings, making him utterly helpless. From what I gather, you seem to understand quite well, Tsunade teased, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. But at your age, aren't you still single? Ha ha ha. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, internally critiquing, aren't you single as well? Of course, he wouldn't dare voice such a thought. The next match is Menma versus Hinata Neji, announced Moonlight Shippuden. Chapter 100. A genius is merely a threshold I have established. As Moonlight Shippuden's voice echoed within the arena, all eyes converged upon the names flickering on the large screen. After a brief silence, the stands erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. What? How is this possible? Neji against Menma? Isn't this a battle destined for defeat? The murmurs reached Neji's ears as he stood quietly, the veins around his Byakugan subtly visible. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him. To challenge Menma? This seemed an insurmountable battle. Neji, are you alright? Hinata gazed anxiously in his direction, her snow-white eyes filled with concern. She nervously twisted her fingers, silently praying, Perhaps if Menma goes easy on him, he might heed my request. Should I cheer for Niji? Hinata found herself torn. On one hand was her cousin who had always looked after her, and on the other, she stole a glance at the quietly resolute Menma, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Niji and Tian exchanged complex expressions as they regarded their silent companion. As teammates, she understood better than anyone Niji's relentless efforts. This prodigy of the Hyuga clan had never ceased his pursuit of surpassing himself. He must have always yearned to challenge Menma, she thought, biting her lip. Yet, the reality was starkly cruel. The disparity between Niji and Menma was likely greater than that which existed between her and Lady Tsunade. Niji's luck seemed woefully poor indeed. Drawing the short straw against his formidable opponent, Naruto curled his lip in disdain. As one of the few who truly comprehended the prowess of Menma, he was acutely aware that none present, including Kakashi-sensei, stood a chance against his elder brother. Hyuga Niji gazed intently at Menma, pondering how he would respond if faced with such a formidable situation. Would he concede or rise to the challenge? Contemplating Menma's unfathomable strength, which had eclipsed even Itachi, his brother, Sasuke found himself immersed in thought. Niji, amidst the skepticism of the onlookers, Might Guy strode confidently to Niji's side. He placed a reassuring hand upon his disciple's shoulder, his resolute eyes gleaming beneath his thick brows. Though we all recognize the gap between you and Menma, as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, you must bravely confront any formidable foe. Guy-sensei. Niji lifted his gaze, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in his Byakugan. Go forth, Niji, Guy exclaimed, thrusting his thumb skyward, his bright smile radiating enthusiasm. Fight with the vigor of your youth. Even in defeat, let your spirit blaze. Niji. Lee rushed forward, his fiery determination evident in his eyes. You are my most formidable rival. Give it your all. Lee. Niji inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a serene smile graced his face. Thank you, Guy-sensei Lee. Wait, Guy suddenly called out, producing a green bodysuit from seemingly nowhere. Wearing this will help you fully embrace your youth. No way. Niji instantly leaped 10 meters away, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He would never don that humiliating suit, even if it meant facing Menma's wrath. In the center of the arena, Menma had been waiting patiently. Even if I cannot win, I wish to ascertain my limits. Niji assumed the stance for the gentle fist, his chakra swirling around him. Menma merely responded with a radiant smile. Niji, give it your all. The deafening cheers of Guy and Lee reverberated through the air. Go, Menma. You are the best. Ino's exuberant encouragement matched the fervor. Big brother. You can do it. Naruto shouted, pumping his fist. Menma, give him a good thrashing. Menma-kun, you can do it. Hinata's soft voice chimed in, adding quietly, and Niji Onaizen. You too. Sand Village Jonin Maki stood with arms crossed, his piercing gaze fixed on Menma, pondering the depths of this son of the Hokage. What level of strength had he truly attained? Was it truly as unfathomable as the rumors suggested? Menma was contemplating how to conclude the battle without harming Niji's pride when a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected that a clan genius dares to challenge the future clan leader. Task 1. Go all out. Making the clan genius understand that so-called talent is merely a threshold to meet me. Reward, Taisu Ling Tong. Task 2. Defeat the clan genius in one blow. Instilling fear in the small-minded, proving that in the face of absolute strength, all efforts are futile. Reward, if he were to exert himself fully, Niji would likely leave nothing but remnants. Menma shook his head internally, dismissing the first option outright. As for the second task, while it sounded enticing, the system's mention of an instant kill might very well be literal. Is this truly the so-called authentic school of mysticism? Menma silently derided the system and ultimately resolved to select neither task. Given the system's nature, it surely concealed a more suitable hidden option. With his decision made, Menma stepped forward, facing Niji. Begin. Upon the announcement of the moonlight's swift wind, he immediately retreated to the farthest corner. What a jest! If this young master were to unleash his prowess, the entire examination venue could be reduced to rubble. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, once the match commenced, both combatants remained completely still. Niji did not lack the desire to strike first. Menma appeared casually positioned, seemingly full of openings. Yet beads of sweat began to form on Niji's brow. The invisible pressure was truly suffocating. Is he still unable to make a move? Kai keenly noted Niji's slightly trembling fingertips and sighed inwardly. After all, He was facing Konoha's most dazzling genius. Even now, without opening the 8th gate, I have no chance of victory. Neji appeared to bear an immense burden. Naruto swallowed hard. The audience collectively held their breath, anxiously observing this seemingly uneven confrontation. Menma's golden eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a hint of an elusive smile. He slowly raised his right hand, gesturing as if to invite Neji to proceed. "Byakugan," Neji exclaimed, veins protruding around his eyes. Like lightning, he closed the distance between himself and Menma, with his right hand's fingers poised to strike directly at Menma's chakra point in his chest. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 128 palms. In an instant, a domain of absolute 8 trigrams appeared beneath Neji's feet. His fingertips converged pure chakra, tracing countless pale blue trajectories in the air, akin to a sky full of stars descending upon Menma's major chakra points. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Menma chose to remain motionless. Just as Neji's fingertips were about to contact his body, bang! A sharp sound resonated as Menma's right hand accurately blocked Neji's initial strike. Following this, his movements quickened, his arms transforming into mere shadows, each time managing to intercept Neji's onslaught at the last possible moment. The sound of their intense exchanges resonated like rain upon banana leaves, echoing across the vast arena. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Neji's forehead. Every strike he executed felt as though it were landing upon cotton. Despite having pushed the 8 trigrams to its limits, he could not breach Menma's defenses. What astonished him even more was that Menma not only defended flawlessly, but also counterattacked with minimal movement. Whenever Neji's techniques grew stale, Menma's elbows and knees would strike from cunning angles, forcing him to alter his approach on the fly. Chapter 101. The Authentic School of Mysticism. Bang! Another fierce collision. Neji leapt back, utilizing the momentum, his chest heaving violently. His Byakugan clearly discerned that his prideful gentle fist chakra had merely caused an insignificant obstruction within Menma's body. How could this be? Neji gritted his teeth, his hands trembling slightly. The opponent had not employed any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and yet, relying solely on pure taijutsu, he was able to completely suppress Neji's gentle fist. Such exquisite taijutsu. Might Guy, arms crossed, observed with eyes alight with excitement beneath his thick brows. As Konoha's foremost expert in taijutsu, he appreciated the intricacies of this duel more than anyone else. Did Menma intend to defeat Neji using only pure taijutsu? Guy broke into a grin, his white teeth glistening in the sunlight. Truly a prodigy who comprehended the essence of youth. With that, he gave Menma a thumbs up from the sidelines, showcasing his signature radiant smile. What a joke! Xianglin scoffed, her crimson eyes flashing with discontent. This was clearly a matter that could be resolved with a simple ninjutsu. She understood Menma's prowess all too well. Even the most basic of ninjutsu, when wielded by him, would be sufficient to leave Neji at a loss. Neji's gentle fist cannot entirely seal Menma's chakra. Hinata's snow-white eyes bulged with veins, as she clearly observed through her Byakugan that the chakra within Menma flowed unimpeded by the gentle fist's blockade. Bang! The unfolding battle confirmed Hinata's concerns. Neji had unleashed the 8 trigrams 128 palms to its utmost limit, yet he could scarcely land a hit. In the moment his final strike fell short, Menma's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Oh no! Neji's Byakugan contracted sharply. He sensed that Menma had broken through to his lower right blind spot. Yet, his body reacted a beat too late. Thud! A heavy punch struck precisely at Neji's solar plexus. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Can you still dance? Menma slowly retracted his fist, his golden locks shimmering in the sunlight. He quietly observed the fallen Neji, his tone serene. What are you talking about? Neji struggled to prop himself up, clutching his painfully injured torso, defiantly raising his head. Blood dripped from his lips, stark against his pale complexion. It seems you still possess the strength to fight. Menma gently shook his head, resolved to conclude this battle. In an instant, his figure surged towards Neji once more, his right palm lightly thrusting forward. 8 trigrams return. Just at that critical moment, Neji's Byakugan flared wide, an astonishing surge of chakra erupting around him. This was the moment he had been waiting for. A vast sphere of chakra formed, perfectly deflecting Menma's assault. Boom! A fierce chakra storm swept across the arena, pushing Menma back several meters. He steadied himself, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure. Interesting, Menma's lips curled upward. This was the caliber of strength befitting a Hyuga genius. Niji knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Yet his Byakugan remained defiantly fixed on Menma, unwilling to yield. The audience at the sidelines held their breath, captivated by the thrilling battle before them. Even the usually boisterous Naruto fell silent, his blue eyes wide with astonishment. I acknowledge your strength. Menma's eyes glimmered with a touch of well-placed admiration. It was the perfect opportunity to test Tsunade's formidable strength. He slowly retracted his right fist to his waist, chakra swirling like a vortex at his fingertips, emanating a faint glow. With a resounding thud, a simple yet powerful punch was unleashed, compressing the air to its utmost limit and producing a deafening sonic boom. Niji's proud defense shattered like fragile glass, and the ferocious gust of his punch sent Niji soaring through the air. Boom! Niji's body crashed heavily against the wall, causing it to crack like spiderwebs. He let out a muffled groan, his Byakugan gradually returning to normal, before slipping into unconsciousness. Victory for Menma. Moonlight appeared in the arena, his voice laced with undeniable astonishment. Although the outcome was anticipated by all, witnessing the Hyuga genius being so thoroughly overpowered left the audience in stunned silence. The medical team rushed in with a stretcher, closely followed by Lee and Guy. Fantastic, Menma! Ino's crisp cheer shattered the silence. She leaped down from the stands, accurately landing on Menma's back, her arms affectionately wrapping around his neck, her cheek brushing against his ear. Ino, please don't. Menma's ears turned slightly red as he helplessly reached to pry her off. However, this action only caused Ino to cling tighter, playfully sticking her tongue out towards the stands. You insufferable pig, Ino! Kin's furious shout echoed across the arena. With her fiery red hair ablaze, she charged forward, grabbing Ino by the collar and pulling her back. In the ensuing tug-of-war, Menma's collar tore partially, revealing his delicate collarbone. Seizing the moment of contention between the two girls, Menma's figure flickered, silently vanishing from the spot. Hidden task completed. Acknowledge the genius of the sect, the genius submits. Reward: heavenly level technique Taiji Bagua Palm. As the profound essence of Taiji Bagua Palm unfolded in Menma's mind, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into a vast expanse of martial arts starlight. Countless golden figures danced in the void, performing intricate and unfathomable techniques, each movement resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. Menma's pupils slightly contracted as he observed that the movements of the golden figures appeared to flow slowly like water, yet were as swift as thunder. Each palm strike carried the essence of yin and yang, leaving faint taiji patterns in the air. These patterns spun like living entities, vividly illustrating the principles of offense and defense. Menma noticed that when one of the golden figures encountered an attack, its body would gracefully evade like willow fluff in the wind, its hand tracing arcs that could return the opponent's force in full. What astonished Menma further were the transformations encompassed within the technique. The 8 fundamental postures corresponded to the 8 trigrams, and through variations in footwork, 64 changes could be derived. Each step precisely landed on the trigram positions, his form floating like clouds and mist, yet as stable as Mount Tai. So it is. Menma suddenly enlightened. The most exquisite aspect of this martial art lies in its perfect amalgamation of the harmonious essence of Tai Chi and the unpredictable transformations of Bagua. When cultivated to perfection, every movement can create a natural defensive realm, effortlessly dissolving any attack into nothingness through the subtle force of Tai Chi. What captivated him the most was that this palm technique could resonate wondrously with chakra. Unlike ordinary physical techniques, every move in Tai Chi Bagua Palm can evoke the chakra within, guiding it along specific meridians to form a unified flow of energy. Truly, it is a celestial-level martial art. This time, the system has not deceived me. It seems I must seek out Brother Kai for a sparring session. Menma smiled in anticipation. As the last small golden figure transformed into golden light and dissipated, Menma's consciousness returned to reality. He gently moved his fingers, sensing the marvelous rhythm of chakra flowing through a new pathway within him. System, I concede that you are indeed the authentic path of the mystical arts. Chapter 102. The Caged Bird. In the next match, Naruto Uzumaki faced off against Kiba Inuzuka. The sound of the moonlit gale resonated. Excellent. It's finally my turn. Followed by Naruto's vibrant voice. Menma watched as his brother leaped directly down from the stands. He smiled and turned toward the medical room. Upon opening the door, he saw Niji leaning against the hospital bed, his snow-white eyes unfocused as they gazed at the ceiling, the bandage on his forehead faintly revealing the blue mark of the caged bird. I hope this hasn't shattered your confidence, genius. Menma casually dragged a chair and sat down. Humph, are you here to mock me? Niji furrowed his brow, though there was little defeat in his eyes. Losing to such a monstrous opponent is no shame, especially since even father and teacher Kai have sung his praises. I'm not that malicious. Menma stood up, sunlight pouring from behind him, casting a long shadow on the ground. I merely came to see if you've shed any tears. As he approached the door, he suddenly paused, turning his head slightly to softly say, by achieving the title of genius through your own efforts, your future should have been even more radiant. This statement caused Niji's body to stiffen for a moment. Menma's gaze fell upon the mark on his forehead, his voice unconsciously softening. Trust my words. I will help you find a way to resolve that unsightly mark. The gentle sound of the door closing resonated clearly in the quiet medical room. Niji's clenched fist gradually relaxed as he looked out at the bright sunlight, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Does this guy want me to feel grateful? A gentle breeze rustled the curtains, carrying the cheers from the distant arena. Niji closed his eyes and murmured softly, at most, I want to oppose you being with Hinata in the future. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the rocks at the edge of the forest of death, where Akamichi Karui sat leisurely atop a high point, her coat fluttering gently in the breeze. She swung her legs, humming a tune, with the last skewer of dango poised to be devoured. Eating too many sweets isn't good for the body. A raspy yet magnetic voice suddenly interrupted, causing the bamboo skewer in Karui's hand to drop to the ground with a thud. Her muscles tensed instantaneously as she abruptly turned her gaze. Orochimaru. The pupils of Hondo's eyes constricted to the size of a pinprick, her right hand instinctively reaching for the kunai at her waist. A sudden searing pain radiated from the cursed seal on her neck, as if it were a reminder of a past she wished to forget. Long time no see, Hondo. Orochimaru lounged against the tree trunk, clad in the garb of an Otogekure shinobi, yet the distinct golden serpent eyes and pallid complexion left no room for misrecognition. But what brings you here? Hondo leaped down from the rock, her kunai twirling gracefully in her hand. Cold sweat trickled down her temple. Yet what concerned her more was Orochimaru's transformation. That once ominous visage now bore a touch of allure. Even the habitual lip-licking gesture while speaking appeared strangely seductive. If I said I came to see you, would you believe me? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, a strand of black hair cascading beside his cheek. This gesture, which had once haunted her nightmares, now seemed oddly charming. You scoundrel! Hondo nearly lost her grip on the kunai. Were it not for the chilling chakra she recognized to her core, she would truly question whether the figure before her was an impostor. Since when had Orochimaru adopted such a peculiar demeanor? What? Do you not recognize your teacher? Orochimaru chuckled softly, taking a step forward, the crimson sash swaying with his movement. The corners of Hondo's mouth twitched, her grip on the kunai tightening. The scene was utterly bizarre. She ought to raise the alarm immediately. Yet Orochimaru's sudden transformation left her at a loss. Enough of this nonsense. Hondo forced herself to compose, though her voice involuntarily rose an octave. What are you scheming? Orochimaru did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the cursed seal on her neck with those serpentine eyes filled with meaning. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across his enchanting visage, rendering this former demon surprisingly gentle. It seems you still blame me for abandoning you back then. Orochimaru advanced slowly, his gravelly voice imbued with an eerie tenderness. With every step he took, Hondo retreated until her back met the rough bark of a tree. You! Hondo abruptly hurled 3 kunai, simultaneously forming hand seals with haste. The explosive tags coiling around the kunai traced a perilous arc through the air. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending billowing smoke into the air, the flames illuminating Hondo's taut face. Yet, she knew that such an assault would not be fatal to Orochimaru. Hee hee. A chilling laughter emerged from the smoke, revealing Orochimaru unscathed, the injuries from the blast visibly healing at an astonishing rate. To attack your teacher upon our first meeting is not the behavior of a good child. Orochimaru's long hair danced in the wind, the terrifying scars having completely vanished. What? Hondo's kunai clattered to the ground. She had never witnessed such astounding regenerative abilities. Isn't it marvelous? Orochimaru, enraptured, spoke with fervor. his golden serpent eyes gleaming with excitement. This vibrant miracle stems entirely from that youth. As Orochimaru approached once more, Akkad found herself paralyzed, not by any binding technique, but by sheer astonishment that rendered her incapable of fleeing. A chilling fingertip gently caressed her cheek, and Orochimaru's voice, unnervingly tender, sent shivers down her spine. You too could possess such power, provided he consents. Akkad's breath nearly ceased. At this proximity, she could distinctly see the lingering dust upon Orochimaru's lashes. The very demon that had haunted her sleepless nights now appeared almost breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, so you are here? A clear voice of a youth suddenly interjected. Orochimaru slowly withdrew his hand, elegantly turning toward the source of the voice, a playful smile gracing his lips. Does Mitsuma-kun seek me for something? His tone bore a hint of respect. Mitsuma. Akkad jolted back to reality, her astonished gaze darting between the two. She had never envisioned these two would be entwined. It seems our secret has been unveiled. Mitsuma gracefully leapt down from his height, his golden hair shimmering in the twilight. He cast a sidelong glance at Akkad, his tone casual. Shall we silence her? Orochimaru momentarily appeared taken aback, then closed his eyes, revealing a beguiling smile. If Mitsuma-kun agrees, I would be most willing to handle it personally. You too. Akkad listened to their conversation, which hinted at a grand conspiracy, and it seemed they intended to eliminate her. Her throat tightened, cold sweat trickling down her spine. Enough. Mitsuma suddenly waved his hand dismissively. Do not frighten her. She looks as if she might wet herself. You bastard. You're the one who might wet himself. Akkad instantly erupted, her cheeks flushing crimson, the earlier fear evaporating, replaced by indignation at being mocked. Ha ha. Mitsuma chuckled lightly before turning serious as he addressed Orochimaru. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Do proceed, Mitsuma-kun. Orochimaru inclined his head slightly, his demeanor respectful, causing Akkad to widen her eyes in surprise. Is it possible to lift the caged bird curse seal of the Hyuga clan? Mitsuma asked straightforwardly. The caged bird? Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes sparkled with interest. Are you intrigued by the Byakugan, Mitsuma-kun? Not particularly. Mitsuma shook his head. A friend of mine requires the seal to be broken. Orochimaru, thoughtfully stroking his chin, mused. With some time dedicated to research, it should be feasible. Then I shall entrust it to you. I will bring him to see you in a few days. Mitsuma nodded with satisfaction. Hey, do you both disregard my presence? Akkad could no longer contain her frustration, her fists clenched tightly. Then I shall take my leave. Orochimaru, ignoring Akkad's outburst, elegantly bowed to Mitsuma. This child is now in your care. Before his words fully dissipated, his figure transformed into a flurry of leaves, carried away by the wind. Orochimaru. Red Bean roared angrily at the desolate forest, her voice startling a flock of birds into flight. Her clenched fists trembled slightly, uncertain whether it was from rage or the haunting memories of abandonment. Everyone had departed. Let them disperse. Menma lazily leaned against a tree trunk. Red Bean took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She fixed a wary gaze on Menma and lowered her voice to inquire. Are you plotting some kind of conspiracy? Indeed, Menma replied, a brilliant smile illuminating his face, the sunlight dancing upon his pearly white teeth. We are conspiring a grand scheme. What scheme? Red Bean unconsciously swallowed hard, leaning slightly forward. Menma suddenly drew nearer, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. She froze in place, her expression a captivating blend of tension, anticipation, and an inexplicable thrill. Well, Menma elongated his tone, observing the widening of Red Bean's eyes before breaking into a grin. I won't tell you. You rascal. Red Bean instantly lost her temper, launching a punch toward Menma's face with a whoosh. Menma nimbly leaned back, the punch narrowly grazing the tip of his nose, the gust of wind tousling his golden hair. I'll tell Lord Hokage. Red Bean exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot and pointing at Menma, who stood a few meters away. Go ahead. Menma nonchalantly dug at his ear. Let's see whether my dad believes you or his own son. Red Bean's expression froze. It dawned on her that this insufferable brat had another identity as the son of the fourth Hokage. She grimaced in annoyance, resembling a deflated balloon. Some things are better left unacknowledged. Menma waved goodbye, his figure turning into a golden flash under the sunlight. You jerk. Red Bean furiously swung her fist at the air. I will find evidence of your conspiracy sooner or later. By the time Menma returned to the arena, the preliminary rounds were nearing their conclusion. In the center, Gaara and Rock Lee faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension. Big brother. Naruto cheerfully rushed over, his golden hair bobbing with each step. He pouted. Where did you run off to? You weren't there when I defeated Kiba. Sorry, had some matters to attend to. Menma replied with an apologetic smile. Noticing Naruto's sulky demeanor, he added, but I know with your strength, you surely won against Kiba. Really? Naruto's expression brightened instantly, and he bounced with excitement. Humph. Fool. Sasuke leaned against the wall, his eyes filled with disdain, clearly unimpressed by such overt flattery. You're one to talk. Naruto. Kakashi raised his head from his book, a glint of mischief in his single eye. Some people's reactions to Itachi are rather similar. Shut up. Sasuke's ears flushed crimson, turning away in a mix of embarrassment and anger. From Naruto's narration, Menma learned about the progression of the matches. Naruto effortlessly defeated Kiba, Kimamaru's opponent, Kankuro, forfeited under Gaara's signal, and Shikamaru cleverly triumphed over the Sound Ninja's Kintoki. Now, the arena showcased a confrontation between Gaara and Rock Lee, while Choji fortuitously advanced by default. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer startled Menma. Choji, filled with excitement, leapt into the air, his rotund figure bouncing like a ball, startling Ino, Shikamaru, and Asuma behind him. I'm safe, Choji exclaimed, raising his hands in sheer elation, a tone infused with the joy of survival. Idiot. Don't be so dramatic. Ino and Shikamaru simultaneously landed punches on Choji's head. Asuma sighed in resignation. Choji, cradling his head in distress, could not conceal the excitement in his eyes. To celebrate this stroke of luck, he resolved to indulge in a feast of 10 servings of barbecue that night. Menma couldn't help but smile at the scene. Indeed, Choji was quite fortunate. He seldom engaged in disputes and never turned against his companions, unless someone dared to utter that forbidden word in his presence. Menma surveyed the surroundings. She, Karen, and Kimamaru had all advanced smoothly, while Tsunade had departed unnoticed. Asuma's team, the 10th Division, had all advanced by fortune. Kakashi's 7th Division had suffered only Sakura's defeat, and in the 8th Division, led by Kurenai, only Shino remained. Meanwhile, Gaia's 3rd Division faced the dire threat of total annihilation, as Rock Lee's chances against Gaara appeared bleak. The situation unfolded as Menma had anticipated. Although Gaara was no longer the violent figure he once was, his calm demeanor rendered him even more perilous. Even if Lee opened the 8 gates, he would merely manage to shatter a few fragments of Gaara's sand armor. That is sufficient, brother Guy, Menma said, approaching Might Guy. Gaia's brows were furrowed. Lee. His gaze remained fixed upon his disciple in the arena, his voice low and resolute. His expression was complex, reminiscent of the unwavering determination he once possessed. Unlike others, Lee held a dream worth sacrificing his very life for. Guy's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, as if he were lost in the memories of the past. Menma could see the veins bulging on his muscular arms, a testament to his immense restraint. This was not a life-and-death struggle. There was no need to risk one's life. Forcing the 5th gate open would inflict irreversible damage on his body. Menma gently sighed, urging caution. At that moment, Kakashi approached. Guy, Menma is right. Continuing down this path will ruin that child. Yet Guy's fists tightened further, the knuckles producing a faint crackle. Even I cannot allow him to surrender. Lee was willing to give everything to prove his ninja way. In the arena, Rock Lee had already opened the 4th gate, enveloped in a swirling green chakra. Each of his strikes sliced through the air, yet he still could not breach Gaara's impenetrable defense. The sand armor continuously shed and regenerated, making this confrontation seem endless. Forget it, this young man is quite stubborn. Temari shook her head and called out to Gaara in the arena. Gaara, it's time to end this. All right, Gaara replied succinctly. Seizing the moment while Rock Lee was still gathering his strength to open the 5th gate, sand swiftly ensnared his limbs, effectively interrupting him. Gaara? Temari's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never seen her brother so obedient to another. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what vortex Temari had done to transform her usually fierce brother into someone so compliant. Chapter 104. Stepping out of the shadows and facing the sun, Maki's brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. As a guiding jonin, he was all too familiar with Gaara's temperament. Even he, as a teacher, often received indifference from him. Yet now, this young man from Konoha commanded his complete obedience? Gaara wins. Moonlight and Wind announced as soon as they observed that Lee had entirely lost his ability to move. Teacher. Lee collapsed onto the sandy ground. the light in his eyes dimming, as though the entire world had lost its color. Lee. Guy rushed to his disciple's side, tears glistening in his eyes. He gently shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. You did exceptionally well. But I. Lee bit his lip fiercely. Tears mingled with blood cascading down his face. He had still lost. In my eyes, you have not lost. Guy suddenly clenched his fists, embracing the battered Lee without regard for his pain. Youth has only just begun. Today's defeat will only make you stronger. Youth never admits defeat. Teacher. The poignant scene of the master and disciple embracing in tears rendered Tintin on the sidelines exasperated, her head in her hands. Enough already. They both look like they're falling apart. Contemplating her own team's complete failure, she felt a mix of amusement and despair. Not a single one of our class advanced. It was not due to their lack of strength. Rather, they had simply run into insurmountable opponents. Fantastic. We can finally go eat barbecue. Choji exclaimed, his round figure bouncing with excitement as he celebrated the conclusion of the match. I really can't help you, Shikamaru sighed, pressing his forehead, yet he had to concede that Choji's luck was indeed remarkable. Everyone. Temari raised her hand to stop Ino, pretending not to notice her sulky expression, and addressed the departing crowd. Thank you for your hard work during the exams these past few days. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to dinner. Really? Choji was the first to leap up, his eyes wide with excitement, his voice rising an octave. Of course. Temari smiled and turned to Kakashi and Asuma, who were preparing to leave. Kakashi, Asuma, will you join us? No, you young ones enjoy yourselves. We won't intrude, Asuma replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he waved dismissively. Indeed, we shall pass, Kakashi concurred, his eyes squinting in agreement. Though inwardly he grumbled, this kid is surely going to concoct another excuse for me to foot the bill. It's happened too often already. With that, he swiftly slipped away. Kakashi-sensei is such a bore. Naruto pouted slightly, stealthily inching closer to Menma's side, and with his cerulean eyes wide, he whispered, brother. If Kakashi-sensei isn't going, shall we still proceed? Of course we shall, Menma replied, raising an eyebrow. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Where did you acquire the funds? Suddenly recalling something alarming, he exclaimed, you wouldn't have gone to Mother's shop again, would you? Menma swiftly covered his mouth, glancing around cautiously. Don't speak nonsense. This is my own money. A few years prior, he had discovered that the entire commercial street in the village belonged to his mother's enterprise. It was then that he realized he was not merely the son of a Hokage, but also an undeniable scion of wealth. Had he known this sooner, he wouldn't have needed to send Zabuza and the others to seek side jobs. Where did you get the money? Naruto pressed in a hushed tone. From investments. Menma replied nonchalantly. He had received a considerable dividend from Tsunade, which afforded him the confidence to treat everyone to barbecue. At the entrance, the youths gathered joyously. Even the injured Niji hobbled over on his crutch, balancing on one leg, his forehead wrapped in bandages, yet stubbornly standing among the crowd. You're really out here looking like that? Menma raised an eyebrow at Niji. It's just food. We're not going to fight. Niji rolled his eyes, decisively tearing off the bothersome bandage to reveal a healed wound. Niji and are you all right? Hinata expressed concern, wanting to assist him. I'm fine. The medical team's skills are quite good, Niji smiled gently, reassuring his sister. As the group prepared to set off, Menma noticed Gaara standing solitary in the shadows not far away. Temari and Kankuro flanked him, yet they could not fill the void of loneliness reflected in his eyes. Gaara Temari gazed at her brother with compassion. This boy, often regarded as a monster, had a yearning so palpable in his eyes at that moment. Menma turned and walked towards them. As he drew closer, Gaara's breath quickened, and his fingers instinctively clenched the hem of his clothing. Hope and fear intertwined within his gaze. He longed for Menma to invite him, yet dreaded that it might merely be a figment of his imagination. Come, it's on me. Menma extended his hand, his smile radiating warmth brighter than the streetlights. In that moment, Gaara felt something within him stir to life. He had never experienced such warmth. The warmth of being remembered by friends. Can I join too? His voice was barely audible, a whisper seeking assurance that this was not a dream. Of course. Menma's smile broadened. We are friends, are we not? Yes. Gaara nodded emphatically, stepping forward without hesitation, emerging from the shadows into the light. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, hesitatingly turning back. Looking at his sister and brother standing still, Gaara softly inquired of Menma, May I bring them along? Absolutely, they are friends too. Myanmar readily nodded, waving at Temari and Kankuro, "Come along." As Kanjuro gazed at Gaara's lively silhouette and radiant smile, he couldn't help but close his eyes. A slight smile gracing his lips, an invitation that was simply irresistible. He took a few steps forward, only to discover that Hanamaru remained rooted in place. A suspicious flush crept onto her face, her hands unconsciously twisting together. "Hanamaru, aren't you coming?" Kanjuro inquired, puzzled. "I don't want to go," she retorted loudly. But upon seeing her brother's disappointed expression, she inhaled deeply and feigned reluctance, stating, "However, I can't leave you two alone, so I suppose I shall begrudgingly accompany you." She donned an expression of exasperation, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kanjuro's lips twitched slightly. He wisely chose not to puncture his sister's pride and silently trailed behind her. Meanwhile, Maki was left entirely ignored. He sighed in resignation, pressing his forehead with his hand. "These three have completely disregarded my presence." Yet, observing the rare sight of his disciples relaxing, he shook his head and muttered, "Oh well, let them be." Before departing, Maki couldn't resist casting one last glance at the vanishing figure of the spirited Gaara, murmuring softly, "What an incredible little rascal." The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and the warm yellow light illuminated the youth's faces with vivacity. Gaara quietly counted the attendees in his mind, feeling reassured upon seeing Shino arrive. "Boss, we need the largest private room," he called out, evidently familiar with the establishment. The proprietor, recognizing the regular patron, promptly approached with enthusiasm. "Master Gaara, please hold on for a moment." Soon, the private room buzzed with energy. Naruto eagerly took a seat to Gaara's left, while the position on his right sparked a minor skirmish. Chapter 105. Seeking a master in a clash of wills, Ino and Karen simultaneously reached for the chair, their gazes sparking with intensity. "Four-eyed girl, I had my eye on this spot first. I got here first." Ino pig, just as Gaara contemplated intervening. A delicate hand suddenly pressed against the chair. Can I sit here?" Hinata shyly inquired, her cheeks flushed. Both Ino and Karen froze, taken aback by the usually timid Hinata's assertiveness. "Of course," Gaara replied with a smile, pulling the chair back. Hinata's face turned slightly crimson, completely unfazed by the annoyed looks from Ino and Karen. Ino and Karen exchanged frustrated glances, and then Karen moved behind Naruto, abruptly lifting him from his seat. "What are you doing?" Naruto protested, glaring at Karen, but upon noticing the dangerous glint in her eyes, he gulped and wisely settled down on the other side. Gaara and his siblings felt somewhat awkward. Gaara gestured, "Don't just stand there. Make yourselves comfortable." His eyes brightened as he slowly walked over to take a seat. Hey, you Sand siblings are here to mooch off us, aren't you?" Kiba exclaimed, his mouth wide open, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Hanamaru immediately retorted like a puffed-up cat. "Who would want that? It's you guys who insisted on dragging us along." She spoke, yet her gaze involuntarily flickered towards Myanmar. "Everyone here is my friend." Myanmar timely interjected, "Today, the treat is on me. Feel free to order what you like." He turned to the proprietor. "Let us begin with 20 portions of premium wagyu, 10 portions of pork belly, and 3 portions of each of the signature dishes." Dingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Myanmar is the best. He was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost shattering the table in his exuberance. As they awaited the dishes, the young men naturally formed several small circles. Myanmar noticed Iai Luo seated quietly and proactively poured him a cup of barley tea. "Do not feel constrained. Consider us as family." Iai Luo cradled the teacup, savoring the long-forgotten warmth. He softly replied, "Thank you." At that moment, the first wave of grilled meat was served. The sizzling slices instantly captivated everyone's attention. Naruto, unable to contain himself, grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, huffing from the heat, while Sasuke disdainfully handed him a cup of water. Ino and Sakura began bickering over who would serve Myanmar the meat, while Hinata quietly placed a piece of grilled meat into Myanmar's bowl, quickly retracting her hand. "Hey, don't just focus on me." Myanmar chuckled in disbelief at the mountain of bowls accumulating. Junmaru hesitated momentarily before deciding to place the food in his own bowl. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant as laughter and conversation flowed. Even the usually aloof Niji engaged in a discussion about Bagwajang techniques with Hinata. Kankuro finally lowered his defenses, showcasing his puppetry skills to the group, and Temari gradually opened up, chatting amiably with Tintin. Myanmar leaned against the window, observing the harmonious scene unfold, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Once upon a time, these youths had harbored animosity towards one another due to their village divisions. Yet now they sat together as true companions. What are you pondering? Kakashi's voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. Menma jumped in surprise. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? I couldn't resist the aroma, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though his eyes were fixated on the meat on the grill. One must seize a free meal, especially since this kid has tricked me before. Menma chuckled knowingly. Boss, add 5 more portions of Wagyu. Shino, your bugs are crawling all over me. Apologies. I must have drunk too much juice. Dingsy, I spotted that piece first. When did Kakashi-sensei arrive? Just as the morning light began to filter through the curtain's crevices, the door to Menma's room was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Big brother, wake up. Train with me. Naruto rushed into the room, his golden hair tousled and his blue eyes brimming with urgency. Menma groggily opened his eyes, glancing at the alarm clock on his bedside. He pulled the covers over his head, grumbling sleepily. What time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. However, Naruto, frantic as a bee in a hot pan, yanked the covers off and dashed to the wardrobe, exclaiming, Hurry, hurry. I've already prepared your clothes. As Menma rubbed his eyes and sat up, he gazed in confusion at his unusually agitated younger brother. Why are you in such a hurry today? He inquired, fully aware that at this hour, Naruto typically indulged in a leisurely slumber. Sasuke had already departed with Kakashi-sensei for training. Naruto gritted his teeth as he uttered this statement. Oh, Menma realized slowly, taking his time to grasp the situation. It was evident that whenever one mentioned the other, tempers would inevitably flare. Just as he slipped on his coat, a sudden thought seemed to freeze him in place. Last night, he had apparently promised Ino to guide her in her training. Menma awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid I can't accompany you in your training today. What? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? Just a little matter. Menma averted his gaze, clearing his throat uncomfortably. What about my training? Naruto exclaimed, tugging at his own hair in frustration. At this rate, Sasuke will surpass me. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Menma chuckled, now fully dressed and amused by his brother's exaggerated reaction. I can help you train in a few days. Seeing Naruto still wearing a devastated expression, Menma suddenly had an idea and added, How about this? I'll find a skilled instructor to guide you. Skilled instructor? Naruto's eyes lit up momentarily, then he pouted, muttering, How skilled could they be? Is there anyone stronger than you, big brother? You are mistaken. Menma turned to face him, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders with a serious expression. He is the one who has trained a Hokage. Trained a Hokage? Naruto appeared momentarily stunned, his eyes sparkling as if stars were twinkling within them. Who is it? They must be incredible. Is it really that difficult to guess? Menma sighed inwardly, thinking of his foolish brother. Who else could it be but Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sannin? Let us head down for breakfast. Menma rubbed his temples, realizing their mother would soon be urging them along. As the brothers descended the stairs, they encountered Kushina, who was preparing to leave with Karui. Today, she was dressed in practical attire, while Karui obediently followed behind, her eyes brightening at the sight of Menma, only to quickly feign indifference. I'm stepping out for a while. Breakfast is on the table. You must eat before you go, Kushina instructed, her gaze sweeping over the two boys, lingering for a few extra seconds on Naruto's tousled golden hair. Understood, the brothers replied in unison. Naruto hastily stuffed his mouth with a sandwich, nearly choking, and quickly gulped down a large swig of milk to catch his breath. Slow down, what's the rush? Menma said elegantly as he leisurely sliced his fried egg. But that skilled instructor, Naruto mumbled with his mouth full, his eyes darting towards the door. At last, after Naruto's repeated urging through his gaze, Menma set down his utensils. Before he could even wipe his mouth, Naruto seized his arm and pulled him towards the exit. Come on, big brother, let us go? Sigh, your impatience is palpable. Menma was helplessly being pulled along, pondering how her brother's fiery temperament was strikingly reminiscent of their mother. As they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered Ino, who was hurrying towards them. Chapter 106. The lecherous sage. The girl was clad in her signature sleeveless purple top and short skirt, the band around her waist accentuating her slender curves, while her forehead protector was casually tied around her midsection. Menma. Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, and she rushed over. I was worried you hadn't woken up. With a joyous flourish, she thrust a delicate food box into Menma's hands, the purple ribbon adorning it swaying gently with her movements. This is a special breakfast I prepared for you. Eat it while it's hot. Ino's voice was as sweet as honey. Menma cradled the food box, awkwardly clearing her throat. I just had breakfast. Upon seeing the immediate dimming of the light in Ino's eyes and the droop of her lips, Menma quickly amended, but I'm not full yet. I can eat it later. Great. Ino's smile returned, her golden bangs bouncing joyfully with her nod. It was then that she noticed Naruto sulking nearby. Her brow furrowed. What are you following us for? Is there a problem with me following my brother? Naruto grumbled inwardly, but dared not voice his thoughts. This guy was gentle as a lamb in front of his brother, yet fearsome with others, akin to a violent girl like Kirui. He could only sigh in resignation. I'm taking Naruto to find a teacher, Menma explained. Find a teacher? Ino paused, then her eyes lit up. As long as you're not dragging Menma into training. I'm fine with it. That way, I can spend time alone with her. She immediately linked her arm with Menma's. Let us go. I'll accompany you. Menma nodded, and the trio made their way toward the hot spring street. He had already received word that Jiraiya had returned to the village and was likely either peering into the women's bath or gathering materials at the waterfall in the back mountain. As they turned the corner, Ino suddenly leaned closer to Menma's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Inside that food box is my homemade Tamagoyaki, she winked mischievously, her blue eyes sparkling in the morning light. Naruto, trailing behind, comically mimicked Ino's coy gestures, marveling at the endless array of tactics these girls employed to win over his brother. However, he was more concerned about the identity of the formidable master capable of producing a Hokage. Brother, why are we coming to the hot spring street to find someone? Naruto asked, bewildered, gazing at the misty hot spring pool ahead, where he could faintly hear the laughter of girls. He scratched his head in confusion, droplets of condensed steam clinging to his golden hair. Menma was momentarily at a loss for words, catching a glimpse of Ino's puzzled expression from the corner of his eye. He certainly couldn't admit in front of the girls that it was because Jiraiya had a penchant for spying on the women's bath. Clearing his throat, he expanded his sensory perception to investigate. A wave of unfamiliar yet powerful chakra emanated from the direction of the back mountain. Without a doubt, it was Jiraiya. Let us head to the back mountain. As Menma turned, leading the two others to alter their course, Ino fluttered about like a cheerful little bird, chattering incessantly. From amusing anecdotes encountered during missions to the rare floral varieties newly arrived at her family's flower shop, she seemed eager to share every minutiae of her life with Menma. Yesterday, I discovered a mutated purple iris in the garden. It was simply stunning. I must show it to you next time, she exclaimed. And the day before, while on a mission, I came across an adorably tiny ninja cat. I wanted to hold it, but it scratched me. Menma listened quietly, occasionally nodding in response. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon Ino's golden bangs. He admired the girl's animated expressions. Her passionate and straightforward nature was undoubtedly her most endearing quality. As the trio approached the waterfall, faint laughter from girls playing in the water echoed from upstream. Suddenly, Menma halted, keenly observing a figure with white hair, clad in a red sleeveless coat, lurking stealthily in the nearby bushes, a large scroll conspicuously visible behind them. Hey! Ino followed Menma's gaze, momentarily taken aback, before veins bulged on her forehead. She pointed fiercely at the figure, her voice rising sharply. Perverted old man. What are you doing? Her shout resonated like thunder, startling Jiraiya, causing him to stumble almost to the ground. The girls by the waterfall screamed and scattered, splashing water high into the air. Menma quickly grasped the furious Ino, offering an awkward smile. Jiraiya spun around abruptly, his previously angry expression freezing upon seeing the newcomers. He sheepishly scratched his disheveled white hair and chuckled nervously. Ahem, I was just gathering material. For artistic creation. Who are you kidding? You're clearly a peeping Tom, Naruto remarked, resting his arms behind his head, unimpressed. What do you know, you little brat? Jiraiya's face flushed red, as he fumbled to produce a beautifully bound book from his pocket. See this? It's a bestseller throughout the ninja world, Paradise of Affection. I'm the author. He puffed out his chest proudly. I'm collecting material for my next work. Wait. Naruto's eyes widened as he pointed to the book in astonishment. Isn't this the one that Kakashi-sensei is always reading? My brother often. Menma swiftly covered his mouth. Offering an awkward laugh to the skeptical Ino, I often advise Kakashi not to read such books, but unfortunately, he doesn't listen. Ino wrinkled her nose in disdain. So Kakashi-sensei is also a bit indecent. She made a face at Jiraiya. A perverted old man who writes this kind of book is certainly not a good person. Hey, Jiraiya exclaimed, jumping in frustration. This is serious literature. He resolved to ignore the troublesome girl and instead scrutinized the two blonde boys. So these are the children of Minato and Kushina, he mused, his gaze softening. They've grown so much during this visit to the village. Aside from wanting to see his disciples' family, he was primarily concerned with reminding them of important matters. The organization known as Shao appears to be intent on capturing the tailed beasts. Brother, let us continue to seek out the skilled individual you mentioned, Naruto urged, glancing anxiously at the sky as he tugged at Yamato's sleeve. Yamato gently shook his head, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. There is no need to search further. The person before us is indeed the one. What? Both Naruto and Ino exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they scrutinized the white-haired elder before them. Ahem. Jiraiya suddenly straightened up, his demeanor turning solemn. With swift hand seals, he summoned a large toad that appeared with a resounding pop at his feet. I am the esteemed sage of Mount Mayaboku, known as Jiraiya. He struck his signature pose, his white hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. Naruto and Ino exchanged glances, skepticism etched on their faces. They murmured in unison. He is clearly just a lecherous sage. Hey, what kind of look is that? Jiraiya's forehead twitched with irritation, but he quickly deflated, deciding not to bicker with the youngsters. His gaze shifted to Yamato, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Is this the Uzumaki Yamato that Minato spoke of? The child hailed as Konoha's greatest prodigy? Chapter 107. Just the right moment for no interruptions, Jiraiya pondered silently. He knew his student well, Minato never boasted. The golden-haired youth before him appeared to stand casually, yet exuded an air of profound depth. Jiraiya-sensei, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yamato stepped forward and bowed respectfully. This action caused Naruto and Ino to widen their eyes once again. What? They cried out in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend that this peeping Tom was the teacher of the fourth Hokage. Ino, particularly flustered, bit her lip in confusion. Yamato, is he truly? Indeed, Yamato affirmed with a nod. He is the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three legendary Sannin. Ino's expression froze, her worldview seemingly shaken. The pervert who peeks at girls bathing was, in fact, a legendary ninja on par with Tsunade-sama? What is going on? My father's teacher is a notorious lek. With a dejected expression, Naruto pointed at Jiraiya and exclaimed, Brother, you can't possibly want this lecherous sage to be my teacher. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, surprised that they had come specifically to find him. He crossed his arms and feigned indignation. You want me to teach this rude brat? Have you considered my opinion? Though he outwardly displayed dissatisfaction, inwardly he chuckled, recognizing that Naruto's temperament was strikingly similar to Kushina's, while Yamato bore a resemblance to Minato. My apologies, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto is just like that, Yamato said with a resigned shake of his head. He then spoke earnestly, but in terms of mentoring, no one is more outstanding than you. I sincerely hope you will guide Naruto. Ahaha. Jiraiya, flattered by the compliments, soon regained his composure and cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. You want me to teach him? This brat is not worthy. Who needs your teaching, you lecherous sage? Naruto retorted, making a comical face at Jiraiya, turning his head defiantly while muttering. My brother and my dad are far more formidable than you. Mikoto gently reprimanded him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her tone soft yet tinged with exasperation. Though Master Jiraiya does have a penchant for frivolity and often frequents rather unsuitable places, she began, each word darkening Jiraiya's expression, especially as he caught sight of the increasingly disdainful gaze of the girl beside Mikoto. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, you really needn't say such things. However, Mikoto continued, he is indeed the mentor of your father, a ninja of remarkable prowess. I believe that under his guidance, you too can become an exceptional ninja like your father. Naruto gazed at Mikoto in astonishment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes before he subtly glanced at Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was slightly closing his eyes, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of pride. Is the lecherous sage truly that impressive? Naruto questioned, half convinced. Jiraiya, catching the skepticism in his voice, feigned aloofness with a dismissive grunt. He is indeed a very powerful ninja. Mikoto nodded earnestly and added, at least in certain aspects. He surpasses me. Huh? In what aspects? Naruto pressed. In teaching, Mikoto replied with certainty. Though this praise was meant for Jiraiya, it inexplicably irked him. What does it mean to say he is merely better at teaching? Master Jiraiya, I entrust Naruto to you, Mikoto said, bowing slightly with a gentle smile. Please join us for dinner later. Dad and Mom will surely be delighted to see you. Hey, I haven't agreed to teach this brat yet, Jiraiya exclaimed, hastily reaching out to stop Mikoto, only to see her swiftly retreating with the girl in tow. Jiraiya's eye twitched in irritation as he turned to find Naruto, who was observing him with curiosity. Humph. Jiraiya feigned a stern expression, striding away. However, no matter where he went, a persistent little shadow followed closely behind. Why do you keep trailing after me, you brat? Jiraiya finally halted in annoyance, turning to glare at his unwelcome companion. Lecherous sage, please instruct me in my training. Naruto stood tall, his expression unusually earnest. I do not teach students who appear dull-witted, Jiraiya replied, crossing his arms and pouting while rummaging through his pockets for binoculars, searching for inspiration. Naruto squinted, suddenly poking Jiraiya's arm. What is it? Jiraiya turned impatiently only to find Naruto already forming hand seals. Oh, you wish to spar with me? Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. Ninjutsu, seduction technique. As a plume of smoke dissipated, a stunning blonde girl with twin ponytails materialized, the eternal springtime shimmering faintly within the haze. Oh my! Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, excitedly waving a scorecard that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. A perfect score. The lecherous sage teaches one how to cultivate, right? The transformed Naruto shyly pouted, his voice sweet enough to drip honey. Absolutely. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his nose, ready to propose conditions when a terrifying image of Kushina in a fit of rage flashed across his mind. He jolted upright, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. Ahem. I am not such a superficial person. Such trivial ninjutsu holds no value for me. Noticing Naruto's disappointed expression upon reverting to his original form, he quickly added, however, before I decide to take you as my apprentice, I must first test your qualifications. Fantastic. Naruto leaped up in joy, eagerly assuming a fighting stance. Bring it on. Lecherous sage. This kid. Jiraiya closed his eyes in amusement, then opened them to reveal a serious expression. Let me see what you're truly capable of. After several rounds of testing, Jiraiya's expression gradually became nuanced. He was astonished to discover that this reckless young lad had already mastered most ninjutsu. The Rasengan was already second nature to him. The summoning technique had also been taught by Minato. The shadow clone technique and wind release ninjutsu had been imparted quite thoroughly. What surprised him even more was that Naruto could even initially control the chakra of the Nine Tails. Sighing involuntarily, Jiraiya's breath was a mixture of satisfaction and disappointment. What's wrong, lecherous sage? Naruto tilted his head, looking at the suddenly silent Jiraiya in confusion. It's nothing. Jiraiya shook his head, quickly adjusting his mindset. As one of the legendary Sannin, he was not one to concede so easily. Although Naruto had learned a great deal of ninjutsu, a truly exceptional ninja must possess far more than just that. With this thought, Jiraiya's fighting spirit reignited. Naruto still lacked ample practical experience, and most importantly, he had yet to reveal his ultimate techniques. Kid, don't celebrate too soon. A meaningful smile crept across Jiraiya's lips. The true training was only just beginning. Menma, are you really comfortable entrusting Naruto to that? Jiraiya-sama? Ino hurried to catch up with Menma, her golden ponytail swaying gently with her steps. A hint of worry on her face. It's fine. Menma turned to offer her a reassuring smile. Don't let Jiraiya's usual demeanor fool you. He is quite reliable when it matters. All right. Ino nodded softly, then suddenly linked her arm with Menma's, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. So, can we start now? Perfectly undisturbed. Chapter 108. The promise. With Ino, Menma gazed at her flushed face and expectant eyes, swallowing nervously, and said earnestly, Are you sure you want to do this? Absolutely sure. In a spirited manner, nodded vigorously, her golden ponytail playfully swaying with her movements. She lifted her chin, gazing directly at. Do not regret this, she warned. Reiterated, her voice involuntarily softening. I will never regret it. Let us begin. Responded decisively, infused with the characteristic stubbornness of youth. Then let us commence. Inhaled deeply, taking a step back to create some distance. Instantly, assumed the standard hand sign posture, her red lips parting to utter, ninjutsu, heart turn technique. As chakra flowed, consciousness swiftly infiltrated its body. Her own form slumped languidly, while his body became a vessel for awareness. Success! Exclaimed, eagerly flexing his fingers, first curiously pinching her cheeks. Then her hands began to wander restlessly. "Hey, don't touch that." S' voice trembled with a hint of panic as she observed increasingly audacious antics within the realm of consciousness. Now, she regretted her agreement to assist in practicing the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan. The girl was far too bold. My apologies. Suddenly realized was still conscious. Her face flushing with embarrassment as she instinctively covered her heated cheeks, albeit those of. After a period of training, a soft blush graced cheeks, her excitement still palpable. The novel experience of controlling his body filled her with both trepidation and exhilaration. "Isn't it about time?" mused, glancing at the sun dipping toward the horizon. Her tone tinged with hesitation. She had promised to practice with daily, and reflecting on this, she felt pressed for time. "It's still early," pouted, playfully tugging at his arm, when suddenly, a spark of mischief flickered in her eyes. "It's so hot. I was thinking of bathing by the river. But I'm afraid to go alone." She blushed, tapping her finger on her lips, stealing a glance at its reaction. "Why don't you accompany me?" Was momentarily speechless, then resolutely grasped her hand. "Let us just wash up at home instead." Observing S' cheeks puffing up in indignation, he quickly added, "How about this? In a few days, I'll treat you to a hot spring." "Really?" S' previous discontent vanished instantly as she leaped up, wrapping her arms around his neck, her entire being clinging to him like a koala. "You promised. No backing out." "Yes, I shall keep my word," replied with a smile, affirming his commitment. Knowing that they would be separated by gender at the hot spring, as she was still quite young. "But I don't want to go home just yet," murmured, walking ahead. Noticing silence, she suddenly turned, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Why don't you accompany me to gather flowers?" Relishing their rare moment of solitude, she was determined not to conclude it so soon. Discreetly glanced at the waning daylight, feeling a rush of anxiety yet, seeing his eager expression, he gently nodded. "All right. I knew you were the best." Jingyi was so elated that she nearly leapt into the air, grasping his hand and dashing up the hillside. For her, gathering flowers was merely an excuse. The true joy lay in spending a moment longer with Menma. The wildflowers swayed gently in the mountain breeze. Yet they scarcely captured Jingyi's attention. Her gaze remained fixated on the youth beside her, her eyes brimming with uncontainable delight. "Menma," she suddenly halted, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. What is it?" Menma turned to find her wearing an unusually serious expression. "Does this count as a date?" Jingyi bit her lip lightly, a captivating blush spreading across her cheeks. Menma froze, momentarily stunned by the directness of her inquiry. Warning: detection of the young lady from a prestigious family expressing feelings. Host should respond cautiously to avoid unforeseen consequences. The system's cold voice reverberated in his mind, startling him. What did unforeseen consequences entail? He pondered. Causal cycle. The seeds sown by the host today will inevitably yield corresponding fruits. The system's mechanical tone was devoid of emotion. Menma felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He found himself in a precarious situation. A misstep in his response could lead to dire repercussions. "Menma?" Jingyi's voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. The young girl tilted her head slightly, golden strands of hair glimmering like honey in the sunset, though her eyes flickered with an underlying peril. Menma felt a shiver run down his spine as he began to contemplate his next move. If he couldn't handle this young girl, what had he been doing all these years? Clearing his throat to feign composure, he let a glimmer of brilliance flash in his gaze. He elegantly raised his fingers, gently covering Jingyi's cool fingertips. "Of course, it does," he replied, his voice rich like aged wine, imbued with just the right amount of tenderness. His fingertips caressed the back of Jingyi's hand, feeling her pulse quicken in response. "From the moment I first saw you in the flower shop," Menma leaned slightly closer, their shadows merging on the grass, "I was captivated by your charm. You radiate such sunshine, just like, simultaneously." His perception expanded like a delicate web. 3 sparrows, 5 butterflies, and 2 villagers gathering herbs in the distance. Once he confirmed their safety, the smile on his lips deepened. Like flowers adorned with morning dew, so dazzling and passionate. Jingyi's breath grew erratic, and Menma could distinctly see the tremor in her pupils. He tightened his grip at just the right moment, drawing them close enough to share each other's essence. Just as Jingyi closed her eyes and leaned in, Menma executed a graceful turn, directing her gaze toward a wild rose on the hillside. The setting sun stained its petals a crimson hue, swaying gently in the wind. Let this rose be our witness. His voice possessed an enchanting allure, and when it blossomed for the third time, I shall personally weave a garland for you as a formal declaration of my affection. Is what you said truly genuine? Ino's voice quivered slightly. Menma smiled softly and nodded, sensing her tension and excitement. Indeed, it is genuine. He tenderly tucked back the strands of hair that the wind had tousled as a sudden breeze stirred, sending petals swirling between them, as if bestowing blessings upon this meticulously crafted promise. System notification. The host has successfully evaded short-term risks, yet the seeds of long-term consequences have been sown. Upon hearing this, Ino's golden ponytail traced a joyful arc in the setting sun. She released Menma's hand and, like a delicate butterfly, flitted towards the cluster of wild roses. As she retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, her movements were cautious, fearful of harming the tender roots of the flowers. Just as Menma began to caution her, he noticed Ino had already enveloped her fingers in chakra, gently parting the soil. Her focus was so intense that even her breathing became soft, as if she were handling an exquisite treasure. When the rose, imbued with the fragrance of earth, was successfully extracted, a radiant smile blossomed on Ino's face, brighter than the flowers themselves. Chapter 109. Can effort truly surpass genius? She returned to Menma, cradling the rose in her hands. I will water it daily and protect it from pests. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, as her fingertips lightly brushed against the petals. When it blooms again in 3 years, she left her unspoken words lingering in a blush upon her cheeks, yet the determination in her eyes shone brighter than any vow. Menma gazed at her, holding the rose, and for a fleeting moment, she seemed to cradle a beating heart. I will too. Menma instinctively softened his tone, reaching out to brush away the grass clippings caught in her hair, vowing to safeguard your smile. Ino's eyes sparkled with joy, brimming with starlight. She carefully held the rose close to her chest and nodded vigorously. It was getting late. Allow me to escort you home. Menma glanced at the sky, naturally taking her hand in his. Indeed, Ino replied cheerfully. The gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers, and Ino occasionally glanced down at the rose in her arms, while Menma admired her smiling profile, unable to suppress a smile of his own. After safely delivering Ino to her doorstep, Menma let out a sigh of relief, wiping away the non-existent beads of cold sweat from his forehead. I must seize the moment, he murmured to himself, and in the blink of an eye, his figure appeared at the edge of the training ground, marked by the flying thunder god. Not far off, a girl with a bun was idly swinging her legs, her playful feet exposed to the air. Menma retrieved a small mirror from his system space for a quick inspection. He adjusted his slightly disheveled collar and donned a gentle smile once more. Tion, he called softly, a hint of apology lacing his voice. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Menma, the girl exclaimed joyfully. She leaped from the tree, only to exclaim in surprise as she landed. The smooth soles of her feet came into contact with the sharp stones, and it was only then that Tion remembered she was barefoot. In a flurry of panic, she leaped back up the tree to put on her shoes, but stumbled as she landed. Menma swiftly caught her wavering figure and helped her sit at the edge of the stone slab. Are you hurt? He inquired gently, kneeling before her. A bit. Tion bit her lower lip, her voice barely a whisper, as if she had twisted something. As a disciple of Kai and an elite member of the physical training class, how could she possibly sustain an injury so easily? It was merely her own overthinking. A flicker of doubt crossed Menma's eyes, yet he tenderly lifted the girl's ankle, his movements gentle. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound. After a careful examination, he concluded, and when his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of her foot, he felt her slight shiver. Can you still train? Menma asked, catching sight of Tion's toes curling in secret. The way she nodded, her face flushed, resembled the first bloom of cherry blossoms in spring. As the training progressed, Menma keenly noticed that Tion's movements began to slow. Each time she threw her shuriken, her wrist involuntarily rotated an extra half-turn. This was a telltale sign of her inner turmoil. Let us take a break, Menma said softly, catching the shuriken that veered off course. Tion's bangs were damp with sweat, clinging to her flushed cheeks, and her shirt rose and fell with her heavy breathing. I can continue. She stubbornly shook her head. Training like this isn't efficient, he replied, guiding her to sit on the grass, offering her a water bottle and kindly twisting off the cap. Is there something on your mind that you'd like to share? Tion's fingertips absent-mindedly traced the patterns on the bottle. When she finally looked up, The confusion in her eyes surprised Myanmar. It was a look he had never seen on the vibrant girl before. Myanmar, she spoke softly, her voice as light as a falling leaf. Can hard work truly surpass talent? Myanmar gazed at the brightly lit street in the distance, momentarily at a loss for words. He deliberately struck an exaggerated pose of confidence, adjusting his forehead protector. Well, with a genius like me, it is indeed quite difficult for an ordinary person to surpass. Tian let out a soft laugh, though her smile quickly vanished into the night breeze. She buried her face in her knees, her voice muffled. Teacher Kai said that hard work can surpass genius. Her fingers instinctively drew circles in the dirt. But my talent pales in comparison to Niji's. And my efforts fall short of Li's. Teacher Kai has comforted me, saying everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Yet, my proficiency in ninjutsu still loses to Tamari. Suddenly, the cicadas in the forest became a cacophony, as if mocking her weakness. A leaf spiraled down and landed in her hair, and Myanmar gently brushed it away, his fingertips grazing her strands, which felt softer than he had imagined. Lady Tsunade has always been the ninja I admire. I thought, since my combat skills cannot compare. Perhaps I should learn medical ninjutsu. Who knows? I might possess a decent talent in healing. One day, Tian's ears suddenly turned red, her voice grew softer. Consequently, during the medical class practice, she tightened the corner of her shirt with her fingers. I transformed the fish into sashimi, and Sister Silent remarked that this was the most lethal medical ninjutsu she had ever witnessed. Myanmar's mouth twitched slightly, and he feigned a cough to disguise his amusement, only to be met with a furious glare from Tian. The sight of the irate girl resembled their first encounter in the ninja tools shop, when she blushed crimson for being admonished for her improper maintenance of the tools. As the night breeze gently caressed, Tian's gaze followed the clouds drifting across the sky, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I had once inquired of Teacher Kai about the legends surrounding Lady Tsunade, to which he responded with tales of gambling and drinking. At this, the girl's cheeks flushed with the hues of twilight. Back then, I naively believed that mastering these skills would make me as formidable as Lady Tsunade. However, when I ventured into a tavern, the owner swiftly tossed me out by the scruff of my neck, claiming I was there to cause trouble. Myanmar could no longer suppress his laughter, yet immediately adopted a serious demeanor under Tian's disgruntled stare, cautioning, "As a good girl, you mustn't learn this." He glanced around nervously, fearing that some buxom lady might spring forth from the shadows. Tian's voice took on a somber tone. Teacher Kai told Xiao Li that those who do not believe in themselves lack the worth of effort. Unconsciously tugging at the grass beneath her, her voice quivered. But Myanmar, why is it that despite our hard work, we still cannot prevail? In the moonlight, the tears glistening in the girl's eyes were more heart-wrenching than the stars. Myanmar gazed at the girl confiding in him, a pang of sympathy welling up within him. This optimistic, cheerful little angel harbored such fragility. He gently approached her, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Effort may not surpass genius, but it certainly can surpass oneself. In the distance, the flickering lights shimmered in the night, and Myanmar's gaze pierced through the trees, as if glimpsing a further reality. This world has never been fair. Some individual starting points may be unattainable endpoints for others. He sighed softly. Many do not even possess the qualifications to become ninjas. When Tian lifted her head, Myanmar's hand rested gently on her shoulder, the warmth of his palms seeping through the fabric. Although I cannot provide you with answers, my resolve is as steadfast as the rising sun. No matter what happens, I will protect you from harm. These words shone like a beacon into Tian's heart. Her eyes widened, tears glistening in the moonlight like diamonds. Chapter 110. No? Suddenly, the girl leaped into Myanmar's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist as if grasping a lifeline. Thank you, her voice muffled against his garment, imbued with a moist warmth. Myanmar felt her heartbeat through their pressed chests, rapid as a startled bird. After soothing this bewildered girl, he gently held her cool little hand and spoke softly. If you wish to grow stronger, I will do my utmost to assist you. Amidst the gentle gasps of surprise, he effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. The girl instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, the moonlight illuminating the blush that blossomed at the tips of her ears. I shall take you to a special place, he said, his voice tinged with mirth. As chakra coalesced beneath his feet, he leapt, their figures slicing through the moonlit night. The girl nestled closely against him, gazing up at the chiseled contours of his profile. The moonlight graced him with a silvery halo. Even the shadows cast by his lashes appeared extraordinarily tender. In that moment, all confusion and unease faded away, leaving only the boy who held her in his embrace within her world. When they landed, his descent was as gentle as a feather. They arrived at an open meadow outside the village, where the night breeze whispered through the grass. He carefully set her down and retrieved 2 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. "What is this?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. "A summoning contract from Miyaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave," he replied, while drawing a kunai across his fingertip. Blood dripped onto the scroll of the Dragon Cave as he inscribed his name beside the words Orochimaru. "Orochimaru," she gasped, startled. "The legendary Sannin. A trader of the Leaf Village." Her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her clothing. Noticing her unease, he chuckled softly. "He is now my subordinate." Seeing her still perplexed, he affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her that further details would be shared later. She ceased her inquiries, resolutely deciding to remain by his side, no matter what this boy intended to pursue. His gaze turned serious. "Your talent in space-time ninjutsu is exceptional." He had contemplated teaching her the Flying Thunder God technique, but the prerequisites were exceedingly demanding. It required not only a high aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, but also rapid reflexes and heightened perception, criteria that she lacked. "Flying Thunder God may be too challenging for you, yet I am confident that you can master summoning techniques." "Can I truly?" she murmured, biting her lip, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. He gently clasped her hand, the warmth of his palm imbued with reassurance. "With me here, there is no need for worry." He gestured towards the runes on the scroll, explaining that Miyaboka Mountain belonged to the Toad clan, while the Dragon Cave was associated with serpents. "As for Tsunade's slug, I do not possess it at this moment." He paused. "If you are interested, I can inquire about it another day." Images of the warty toads and serpents with flickering tongues flooded her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, silently lamenting. Compared to Teacher Kai's tortoise, these summoning beasts are far too intimidating. Unaware of her true feelings, he mistakenly assumed her tension stemmed from nervousness. He offered a reassuring smile. "Let me demonstrate for you." This marked his inaugural attempt at summoning from the Dragon Cave, and he was uncertain of what would manifest. Biting his thumb, he swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Summoning technique." A thunderous boom erupted as a massive cloud of smoke burst forth. Every day, an icy chill seemed to envelop her, as if countless cold serpentine tongues were caressing her skin. She trembled all over, her legs weakened, instinctively retreating behind Menma, daring only to peek out with a pair of terrified eyes from over his shoulder. As the mist gradually dissipated, a colossal white snake coiled in the moonlight. Each of its scales shimmered with a frigid gleam, and its golden vertical pupils glowed like 2 ghostly flames in the darkness. Most unsettlingly, it held a pipe in its mouth, exhaling plumes of violet smoke. Tian clutched Menma's shoulder tightly, her heart racing perilously close to her throat. She screamed silently in her mind, "Isn't it too large? So terrifying." Menma narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the monstrous creature before him. The suffocating presence emanating from the white phosphorus serpent was unmistakably that of an extraordinary spirit beast. "Ah, so it is you, little ghost, who summoned me." The golden vertical pupils of the serpent constricted slightly, its tongue glinting coldly. With a rising cloud of white smoke, the massive serpent gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a hunchbacked old woman. With her pipe, she resembled an ordinary villager one might encounter in the countryside. "Eh." Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as she tentatively poked her head out from behind Menma, whispering, "A snake that large turned into an old lady?" Menma subtly shielded Tian behind him, slightly bowing. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am the white serpent immortal of the dragon's lair." The old woman exhaled a ring of smoke, which twisted eerily in the moonlight. "Menma, I am aware of you." Menma's pupils constricted slightly. "How do you know? The winds and whispers of the ninja realm are never lost on me." The white serpent immortal tapped the ground with her pipe, her gaze sweeping disdainfully over the nearby Miyaboka Mountain scroll. "Since you have made a pact with the old toad, why would you provoke the dragon's lair? Are you unaware that we are irreconcilable?" Menma feigned surprise. "I truly did not know. If I have caused any offense, I beg the white serpent immortal's forgiveness." Enough. The white serpent immortal waved her hand, the embers in her pipe flickering in the night. "To summon me indicates your worthiness." She narrowed her eyes, the wrinkles on her face concealing profound meaning. Speak, what do you desire? Power? Immortality? As long as you are willing to pay the price. Menma sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, actually, I just wanted to demonstrate spirit summoning to this girl. The white serpent immortal froze momentarily. She took a deep breath, her wrinkles trembling, the embers in her pipe crackling. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, in the future, do not summon me without cause. Her figure began to fade into transparency, ultimately dispersing into a wisp of blue smoke under the moonlight, leaving only her hoarse voice echoing. If you wish to learn immortal arts, come to the dragon's lair to find me. Menma, who exactly is that old lady? She felt so terrifying to me. Once the white serpent immortal had completely departed, Tian finally dared to inquire in a hushed tone. She instinctively leaned closer to Menma, as if to dispel the chilling aura that had just enveloped them. It must be the leader of the dragon cave, the white snake sage. Menma gazed towards the direction in which the white snake sage had vanished, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Leader? Tian tilted her head in confusion, her bun bobbing gently with the movement, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. It means the boss. Menma asked with a smile, what do you think? Should we consider signing a contract with the big snake? Absolutely not. Tian exclaimed, jumping back like a startled kitten, crossing her arms defiantly over her chest. Those cold, scaly reptiles were the most terrifying. What about the toad from Mayaboka Mountain? She queried. EW. Tian shuddered, instant goosebumps rising on her skin, shaking her head vigorously. No way. Menma sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. This complicates things. After a moment's thought, she suggested, how about the slugs from the wetbone forest? Just as Tian was about to refuse, she suddenly remembered that they were Tsunade's summoned beasts, and the words caught in her throat. She fidgeted with her fingers, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What kind do you actually like? Menma chuckled at her conflicted expression. I'll help you find one another day. Chapter 111. The winds have changed something a little cuter. Tian's voice dwindled to a whisper, her gaze furtively darting to Menma for a reaction. Menma silently scoffed. You're not looking for a battle summon. You're merely selecting a pet, aren't you? Yet, seeing the anticipation in her eyes, she refrained from voicing the thought. In truth, Tian's cheeks suddenly flushed, her gaze dropping to her clothing as she murmured almost inaudibly. As long as you're by my side, that's enough. The night breeze fell into a serene hush, the moonlight gently enveloping the two. Menma paused momentarily, then chuckled as she ruffled Tian's bun. Are you treating me as your exclusive summon beast? Tian playfully stuck out her tongue, squinting her eyes like a cat that had just snagged a fish. She stealthily leaned in closer to Menma, relishing the gentle chaos of his hand in her hair, her heart brimming with sweetness akin to honey. In a dim underground base, the cold cultivation tanks emitted a faint, ghostly glow. Obito stood motionless before countless white Zetsu clones, the single eye behind his mask reflecting the writhing human-like shadows. Obito. Kagaya's voice oozed from the ground like viscous tar, its raspy tone echoing through the vast cavern. The Sand Village's Raza has made contact. What was his response? Obito's voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, his fingers unconsciously tracing the swirling patterns on his mask. He is still hesitating. Kagaya's sinister laughter echoed, revealing his stark white teeth. It appeared that this esteemed Kazekage lacked the courage for decisive action. As expected, Obito slowly turned, recognizing that the Sand Village had always been lacking in resolve. Furthermore, Kagaya inched forward. One of the legendary three, Jiraiya, has returned to Konoha. The current state of Konoha seems to have returned to its zenith. With the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunade, alongside the formidable Shunshin Shursui, and the most troublesome of all, Uzumaki Menma. He paused deliberately, gauging Obito's reaction. As far as I am aware, Orochimaru shares a close relationship with Uzumaki Menma. A barely audible scoff emanated from beneath the mask. The only true threats are Minato and Uzumaki Menma. Obito's Sharingan glimmered ominously in the shadows. No one else poses a danger to us. He spoke as a phantom pain surged from behind, where the mark of the flying thunder god still lingered. Kagaya's voice trailed behind him like a curse. The cells of white Zetsu can seamlessly replace the marked areas. I am aware. Obito's footsteps toward the operating room cast a distorted shadow upon the stone wall. Kagaya's voice pursued him relentlessly, regarding the other eye. The upcoming Chunin exams hosted by Konoha may present an opportunity. The iron door to the operating room began to close slowly behind Obito, cutting off his final words. Perhaps it is a chance. Kagaya's smile expanded in the shadows until his entire form melded into the ground. The last remnants that faded were his cryptic whispers. This matter may find assistance from Obito. In the land of Earth, the village of Awakens was shrouded in ominous clouds. The third Hokage Inoki, stooped and frail, stood before the window of the Hokage's office, his wrinkled visage etched with worry. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, he had been compelled to painfully reduce the village's military forces. Lord Hokage, here is the financial report for this quarter. The secretary cautiously placed the document on the desk, her voice instinctively softening. Inoki slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the alarming figures. The economic state of the land of Earth was far inferior to the prosperous land of Fire. His fingers drummed on the table, producing a dull sound. Has there been any recent activity from Konoha? The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze has just completed a new round of reforms, the secretary replied, her voice dwindling. Moreover, the joint Chunin exams with Tsunagakure seemed to have showcased several talented ninjas. Inoki's brow furrowed even deeper. The harrowing scenes of the battle at Kanabi Bridge resurfaced in his mind. That blonde Konoha ninja had single-handedly obliterated Awagecure's elite forces. Now, a decade and more had passed, and Minato had not only maintained his strength, but had also led Konoha to unprecedented heights. Kakashi Hitaki, Gai Medo, Asuma Sarutobi, sure sway of the body flicker technique. Inoki murmured to himself, each name striking his heart like a hammer. In stark contrast, Iwagakure could scarcely produce a new generation worthy of note. Aside from his son Karatsuchi, most painful of all was Deidara. That exceptionally gifted disciple had now become a member of the Akatsuki organization. Inoki couldn't help but recall the last time he had seen Deidara, the rebellious fire burning fiercely in the boy's eyes. Lord Hokage, a letter has arrived from the Akatsuki. The secretary presented a document with a black cover. Inoki accepted the file, but refrained from opening it immediately. He understood the implications of this document, a perilous alliance forged for a trifling price. Yet, confronted by the relentless pressure from Konoha, he found himself with no alternative. Summon KT. After a prolonged silence, Noki finally spoke, his voice hoarse and strained. Additionally, prepare a confidential letter for the Raikage. As the office returned to its tranquil stillness, Noki drifted slowly to the window, gazing at the young ninjas training in the distance. His shadow cast a solitary figure against the stone walls of Awagakure. It was a bright morning. Golden sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha, with the chorus of cicadas resonating in the air. Menma, adorned with a wide-brimmed straw hat and a refreshing light blue short-sleeve shirt paired with capri pants, sauntered leisurely ahead. A bamboo fishing rod slung over his shoulder. "Brother, wait for me," Naruto called out, sprinting to catch up, clad in the same orange shirt. A water bucket and fishing net in hand, his face alight with excitement. "You too, remember to return early for dinner." Kushina stood at the doorway, still clutching the spatula she had yet to set down. "Got it," the brothers chimed in unison. As they turned the corner, Menma nearly collided with a tall figure. Tsunade stood there, arms crossed, her golden twin ponytails shimmering in the sunlight. "Aren't you supposed to be teaching Ino and the others medical ninjutsu?" Menma raised an eyebrow. "That foundational instruction is sufficient for Shizun to handle." Tsunade pouted, petulantly remarking, "Had I known being an advisor would be so bothersome, I would have never agreed to the old man's request." Her gaze swept over the brother's gear, and she quirked an eyebrow. "Oh, are you off to fish?" "Indeed," Menma nodded. About to continue on his way. "Wait." Tsunade suddenly leaned down to block their path, her impressive figure casting an enticing shadow in the sunlight. "As fate would have it, I am rather bored, so I shall reluctantly accompany you." Menma rolled his eyes in exasperation. Naruto muttered under his breath, "We didn't invite you." "What did you say?" Tsunade turned with a smile, her fists cracking ominously. "And nothing." Naruto stood at attention, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had witnessed firsthand just days prior how the perverse sage had been sent flying by Tsunade after he had been caught peeping at the women's bath. Even Kakashi-sensei, who came to urge the sage to finish his manuscript, had been caught in the crossfire. Chapter 112. How can one speak to a teacher in such a manner? "Suit yourself," Menma shrugged nonchalantly, expecting Tsunade would soon grow bored and depart. The trio arrived at the riverbank outside the village, where the crystalline waters sparkled under the sun. Menma deftly cast his line. As anticipated, Within half an hour, Tsunade began to yawn in boredom. Ever since losing interest in gambling, she had been aimlessly wandering the village like a drifter. Whenever she grew weary of idleness, she would seek out Menma under the guise of offering training guidance. Though her true aim was merely to find some amusement, the shimmering river surface reflected the sunlight, while Naruto's bucket already flopped with 2 plump fish, whereas Menma's bucket remained completely empty. Upon witnessing the scene, Tsunade could not help but emit a derisive chuckle. You can't even catch a single fish. I truly fail to comprehend what is entertaining about this. She boldly settled beside Menma. What do you know? Fishing is merely a means of cultivating one's spirit, Menma retorted, though his gaze inadvertently flickered toward his brother's bucket. Rising from his seat, he brushed off the grass clippings from his trousers. Naruto, let us change positions. Huh. Naruto appeared bewildered but obediently vacated his prime fishing spot. Yet, the outcome remained disheartening. Naruto quickly caught yet another fish, while Menma's rod remained utterly still. Ha ha. Tsunade laughed heartily, her boisterous laughter startling the birds from the trees. Is this what you call cultivating the spirit? What are you laughing at? Menma, flushed with indignation, exclaimed. If you catch a fish, don't expect to eat it. He flung down his fishing rod and feigned sleep by shutting his eyes. Menma, how could you speak to your teacher in such a manner? Tsunade suddenly called out in an overly sweet voice, causing Naruto to stumble and nearly topple into the river. Is Aunt Tsunade losing her mind? She is usually quite fearsome. How terrifying must she be when she is truly unhinged? He scrambled to his feet, grasped the bucket, and hurried back. Brother, I just remembered Shikamaru needs me for something. I'll be heading back now. You ungrateful little brat. Menma scoffed as he watched his brother flee in a panic. He turned back to Tsunade, rolling his eyes. Now look, we have nothing to eat. Who said that? Tsunade approached, snatching his fishing rod and nudging him aside with her hip. Watch me. You? Menma scoffed. If you manage to catch something, I will. Before he could finish, Tsunade flicked her wrist, and a large fish arched gracefully before landing on the grass. She raised an eyebrow triumphantly. What will you do then? Menma quickly altered his response. I will turn it into braised fish on the spot. With deft movements, he produced a kunai, skillfully scaling and gutting the fish, then, as if by magic, pulled out pots and pans from a summoning scroll. His motions were fluid, the gleam of the blade reflecting in Tsunade's smiling eyes. The savory aroma of braised fish wafted along the riverbank, and Tsunade, quick as lightning, snatched away most of the fish meat, leaving Menma with a mere morsel. Your eating style is rather unsightly, Menma remarked, observing the pitiful amount of fish on his plate with a raised brow. Children shouldn't eat too much. It's not good for their health, Tsunade teased, winking playfully, her red lips still smeared with sauce. This is merely me being concerned for your well-being. Should I then thank you? No need to be polite. It is my duty to guide my disciples, Tsunade said gracefully, waving a hand dismissively before shoving a generous piece of fish into her mouth. Menma chose to endure for the moment, silently vowing that one day he would make this woman pay. He finished his portion in a few bites and was about to tidy up the utensils when he suddenly caught sight of a small snake slithering out from the grass, flicking its tongue at him. What is the matter? Tsunade noticed his unusual expression and casually wiped the corner of her mouth. No worries. Menma swiftly tidied up the cooking utensils and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, inviting you to meet someone. Would you like to go? Who is it? Tsunade inquired with curiosity, leaning closer. You'll find out once we go. The two of them traversed through the woods, and when that familiar figure came into view, Tsunade abruptly halted, her pupils constricting. Orochimaru. The figure standing beneath the tree turned around, its pale skin glaring under the sunlight. Orochimaru regarded her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, his presence still exuding that familiar aura. Tsunade found herself at a loss, gazing at the androgynous Orochimaru before her, her shock evident. She scrutinized both individuals, suddenly realizing something, and pointed at them, exclaiming, "You can't possibly be?" She exaggeratedly rubbed her arms, shivering as if covered in goosebumps. Menma shot her an annoyed glance. Long time no see, Tsunade. Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, spoke with a raspy voice tinged with nostalgia, remarking on her enduring liveliness. Tsunade forced a smile. She clearly understood that this wayward disciple was not that kind of person and had merely intended to jest. However, Orochimaru's appearance was indeed startling. Tsunade's gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. What brings you here? Her voice betrayed a hint of undeniable wariness. I am now under Myanma-kun's command, Tsunade. Orochimaru handed a bundle of scrolls to Myanma, slightly bowing, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Under command? Tsunade abruptly pivoted towards Myanma, disbelief etched across her face. She suddenly realized that this disciple harbored countless secrets unknown to her. Myanma, what on earth? Some matters are not yet for you to know. Myanma's tone was calm to the point of indifference. What kind of attitude is that? Tsunade erupted in fury, striking the nearby tree trunk with her fist, which promptly splintered. I am your teacher. Myanma stepped forward, his profound gaze locking onto Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade, who had never been regarded in such a manner, instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. It is not that I underestimate you, Teacher Tsunade. His voice was deep and magnetic. What exactly are you plotting? Tsunade's voice trembled involuntarily. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Although she had long been away from the village, the one her grandfather had protected with his life was forever a concern in her heart. We are orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Myanma's lips curled into a dangerous smile, as he and Orochimaru planned to execute the Konoha collapse scheme, aiming to overthrow the village entirely. What? Tsunade felt as though struck by lightning, her legs weakening as she sank to the ground, the light in her eyes dimming instantly. No, it's impossible. She shook her head, her golden hair disheveled across her shoulders, tears welling in her eyes. Orochimaru observed this scene with keen interest, silently lamenting. The biases in the human heart are like a towering mountain. You were right, Myanma-kun. We must overthrow my father's regime, Myanma continued in a chilling tone, and establish our own village, capturing you all for human experimentation. Are you out of your mind? Tsunade suddenly looked up, tears finally streaming down her face. Her voice trembled with anguish. Even if I mean nothing to you, what about your parents? What about Naruto? Do they not matter to you? You know that, don't you? Myanma rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and gently pinched Tsunade's tear-streaked cheek, chuckling softly. Don't be foolish, rise up. He tenderly pulled Tsunade from the ground. Little brat. Tsunade's dazed expression suddenly transformed, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Chapter 113. Don't go, Orochimaru. She swiftly seized Myanma, enveloping him in her embrace. Her arms like iron bands tightly locking around his neck, burying his face deep into her ample bosom. Ugh. Myanma instantly found it hard to breathe, his vision darkening. His nostrils filled with the faint fragrance of Tsunade's body and the scent of milk. He struggled to escape, only to discover her strength was astonishing. What is the matter? Is it amusing to toy with your teacher like a 3-year-old? Tsunade laughed triumphantly, sensing his struggles gradually weakened before loosening her grip slightly. She pinched Myanma's flushed face, provocatively asking, how was the performance, teacher? Cough, cough. It was mediocre. Myanma gasped for air, an unnatural flush adorning his cheeks, his voice quivering. Humph. Only then did Tsunade completely release him, turning her gaze towards Orochimaru, who had been watching with a smile, her expression growing serious. When did you two start conspiring together? A few years ago. Myanma rubbed his sore neck and replied honestly, straightening his disheveled collar. Tsunade crossed her arms, her eyes darting between the two. So, all these years, you have been collaborating in secret? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she narrowed her eyes. Wait, Kamaru's bloodline illness, it couldn't be. Indeed. Orochimaru rasped, his golden slit pupils glimmering with delight. Thanks to Myanma's cells, I was able to cure that child. Does the old man know about this? Tsunade asked with a frown. Myanma shook his head, aside from Kamaru. Essentially, only you are aware. Essentially? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, about to press further, when suddenly, Tsunade, I've come to save you. A dramatic shout descended from above. A massive toad crashed to the ground, Jiraiya leaping down from its head in an exaggerated manner. Upon seeing the scene before him, he froze as if struck by lightning. This Jiraiya's pupils constricted violently, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His gaze fixated on Orochimaru, his throat bobbing, yet he could not produce a coherent sound. His hand, pointing at Orochimaru, trembled as if afflicted by fever. Jiraiya, you haven't changed a bit. Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's voice suddenly soared an octave higher. He turned mechanically to face Tsunade, his eyes brimming with a plea for assistance, as if seeking confirmation that this was not an illusion. Indeed, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed and a playful smile gracing her lips, a perfect replica of Orochimaru. However, at this moment, she was scrutinizing Orochimaru with an implied meaning. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to her as the Serpent Princess? Jiraiya's mind was utterly incapacitated. His gaze uncontrollably darted over Orochimaru, that slender waist, the pale skin, and he abruptly shook his head, unable to dispel the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind. It's been quite a while. Jiraiya's voice turned unexpectedly hoarse, instinctively scratching the back of his head, resembling an awkward youth experiencing his first infatuation. A suspicious flush crept onto his cheeks. Orochimaru keenly detected the unusual gaze from his old friend and subtly stepped back, a flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. Something was amiss. Anko squinted, her gaze flitting between the two. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Tsunade's enigmatic smile. "Let us leave them to reminisce," Anko urged, tugging at Tsunade and lowering her voice. "Wait." Tsunade briskly shook off his hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement, unwilling to miss such a splendid spectacle. Her gaze remained fixed on the two, her face radiating thrill. Anko sighed in exasperation. There's nothing remarkable to see. He firmly grasped Tsunade's arm. It wasn't their first encounter. "Hey, I haven't seen enough yet." Tsunade protested as she was reluctantly pulled away, frequently glancing back, her eyes gleaming with gossip. Jiraiya remained rooted in place, helplessly observing the figure before him, both familiar and foreign. His heart raced uncontrollably, a myriad of youthful memories flashing through his mind. Yet the presence before him left him in disarray. "Jiraiya, you're standing too close." Orochimaru's voice, rare with a hint of panic, broke through the moment. Apologies. It's been years, and I momentarily lost control," Jiraiya replied, though his gaze burned with intensity as if attempting to see through Orochimaru. Tsunade abruptly turned, her eyes widening. But upon realizing the two merely stood facing each other, she let out a disappointed click of her tongue. "What are you even disappointed about?" Anko was utterly speechless at her perverted master. At this moment, Jiraiya had completely forgotten his original purpose, casting it aside as if it were of no importance. In his world, only the figure before him remained, a blend of familiarity and strangeness, 1,000 words lodged in his throat, ultimately transforming into a simple statement. "Orochimaru, over the years, I have been well. Thank you for your concern." Orochimaru coldly interrupted, nonchalantly stepping back another pace. "If there is nothing else, don't go." "Orochimaru," Jiraiya implored, stepping forward eagerly, nearly tripping over his own feet. "At least tell me where you reside now. Goodbye." "No," Orochimaru turned, her long black hair tracing an elegant arc through the air. "Let us hope we never meet again." His figure instantly transformed into countless small serpents, vanishing into the grass, leaving Jiraiya standing motionless, hand outstretched, resembling a statue struck by lightning. Since their unexpected reunion, Jiraiya had begun to frequently appear around Menma. Whether during daily training or while embarking on missions, the shadow of the white-haired man could always be seen lurking nearby. On this day, as Tsunade and Menma were preparing to embark on a simple escort mission, the familiar sound of footsteps approached from behind once more. "Jiraiya?" Tsunade turned, tilting her head slightly, a mischievous glint sparkling in her beautiful eyes. "What brings you here this time?" "Well," Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, his gaze darting toward Menma. "It has been a while since we last gathered. How about I treat you to some drinks tonight?" Tsunade's lips curled upwards as she softly inquired. "Does that mean we need to invite the other Sannin?" She deliberately emphasized the phrase "the other." "That would be perfect," Jiraiya replied, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Menma, feeling somewhat exasperated, began to understand the true reason behind Jiraiya's persistent presence these past few days. It was all for Orochimaru. "What a pity," Tsunade feigned regret. Yet her eyes frequently flicked towards Menma. "I have no idea where he is." Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared flustered, akin to a bashful youth. Tsunade, her eyes glimmering with curiosity, lowered her voice and remarked, "I can't help but wonder if you truly have feelings for the current Orochimaru." "Don't be ridiculous." Jiraiya leaped up as if someone had stepped on his tail, his face flushed crimson. "I merely wish to bring him back to the village. I have been searching for him ever since he changed." Changed refers to becoming a woman, doesn't it? Tsunade's smile grew even more radiant, her lips curling with playful intrigue. That was his own choice. Jiraiya's voice dwindled, his gaze wavering, as if even he was unsure of his intentions. Was it to bring back an old companion? To rectify past regrets? Or was it for that elusive figure haunting his mind? Suddenly, he glanced around, and abruptly pulled Menma to the side. Chapter 114. The most loyal Karen watched their departing figures with confusion, turning to Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, what did you mean by what you just said? I don't quite understand. Such matters are not for children to inquire about, Tsunade replied nonchalantly, casting her a brief glance before calling out, Kimimaro, Karen, let us be on our way. Meanwhile, Menma looked at the mysteriously furtive Jiraiya with a puzzled expression. Did you call me over for something specific? Jiraiya first glanced around furtively to ensure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. Menma, I've heard that you enjoy reading my books as well. Enjoy is not quite the right word. Menma's expression momentarily stiffened before he regained his composure. I merely glanced through them with a critical eye. Jiraiya's lips twitched involuntarily. Over the course of their interactions, he discovered that this seemingly gentle youth possessed a surprisingly cunning nature, starkly contrasting with Minato. Moreover, he shared an enigmatic charm akin to Kakashi. What is it that you desire? Asked Menma, his expression innocent, as if genuinely unaware of Jiraiya's intent. Once more, Jiraiya cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring Tsunade had moved far enough away before carefully retrieving a beautifully bound manuscript from his pocket. With an air of mystery, he declared, This is my latest creation, a rare unpublished edition. He paused deliberately, but at the moment Menma's eyes sparkled with interest and he reached to take it, Jiraiya suddenly retracted the manuscript. He feigned a sigh. By the way, do you happen to know where Orochimaru resides now? After posing the question, he pretended to look elsewhere. Though his ears were perked up in anticipation, Menma nearly laughed aloud. He had already surmised Jiraiya's motives, yet given Orochimaru's recent avoidance, it was clear he was reluctant to reunite with this old friend. I do know a little, Menma replied, slowly retracting his hand and gently brushing non-existent dust from his clothing. Really? Jiraiya's eyes widened in excitement, his breath quickening involuntarily. Like a child eagerly awaiting a treat, he gazed at Menma. Can you tell me? Well, Menma deliberately elongated his response, casting a fleeting glance at the manuscript in Jiraiya's hands, his slender fingers lightly tapping against his arm. Jiraiya immediately understood, without hesitation shoving the manuscript into Menma's hands. From now on, I'll reserve a special edition for you before each new release. He spoke in a hushed tone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is a matter of life and death. If Tsunade or Kushina finds out, fear not. Menma swiftly tucked the manuscript into his ninja tool pouch. I am known for my loyalty in the ninja world. I would never betray a friend. He patted his chest solemnly. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, leaning in with eager anticipation. So, what about Orochimaru's whereabouts? I can tell you. Menma nodded, then feigned a look of concern, but his whereabouts are rather unpredictable, and... He hesitated, carefully choosing his words. He seems quite unwilling to see you. I suggest you take it slow and not be overly enthusiastic. You cheeky brat. Now you're giving me advice, Jiraiya thought to himself, but then he reconsidered. This young man was never short on beautiful companions, always arriving with a different lovely lady by his side. He had even encountered the princess of Sunagakure once. I know how to handle such matters, Jiraiya declared. Eager to depart, Menma gently stroked his chin. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. He turned toward the direction Tsunade had taken, hastening to catch up. Their task was straightforward: escort a wealthy merchant to the land of hot water. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Menma spotted Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi bidding farewell. To his astonishment, Izumi Uchiha closely followed Itachi, her cheeks flushed, resembling a delicate bird. It was unexpected to see Itachi flourish as well. Mina, with a gentle smile, shook his head and stepped forward to greet them. Shursui, Itachi. His gaze then turned to Izumi Uchiha, offering a warm smile. Sister Izumi, young Master Mina. Izumi Uchiha responded sweetly, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Itachi. Noticing Mina's meaningful glance, a rare blush appeared on Itachi's pale face. Is Mina also on a mission? Shursui glanced at the merchant convoy waiting not far away. He had just exchanged pleasantries with Tsunade. Indeed, Mina nodded, waving to the group. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and walked towards the convoy. Tsunade deliberately slowed her pace, and, as Mina caught up, she gently nudged him with her elbow, teasingly whispering, Did you inform Jiraiya about Orochimaru's whereabouts? Yes, Mina admitted candidly. He must be eagerly seeking out someone now, right? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who knows? Mina shrugged innocently. Suddenly, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him suspiciously. Wait, did that guy bribe you? Given her understanding of her disciple, it would be unusual not to extort a hefty sum from such an opportunity. How could that be? Mina's gaze wandered, his voice dwindling. As a person of integrity, how could I possibly extort? Humph. Tsunade scoffed, narrowing her beautiful eyes, her dangerous gaze sweeping over Mina. You aren't after something indecent, are you? Absolutely not. Mina straightened, vehemently rebutting, someone of my character would never indulge in such base literature. Aunt Tsunade, you underestimate me. Oh. Tsunade suddenly leaned in, her lips nearly brushing against Mina's earlobe, her warm breath carrying a faint fragrance. I haven't even mentioned what it is yet. Her voice was soft. Are you inadvertently confessing? Mina stiffened, a cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Almost instinctively, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing to stand beside K-Rin. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, as Tsunade's formidable punch created a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground, sending debris flying. An ambush. The wealthy merchant's guards, startled, drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings warily. It's nothing. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, her sweet smile returning. She pulled the just-escaped Mina back into her embrace affectionately. We were merely sparring. The guards, witnessing the alarming crater on the ground, and then glancing at Mina, who was tenderly held by Tsunade yet appeared pale, collectively swallowed hard, and discreetly retreated to the front of the convoy. Little rascal, Tsunade chuckled, playfully pinching Mina's face with surprisingly great force. You'll have a taste of it later. Do not let go. Menma gasped as her face was pressed into Tsunade's ample bosom, struggling until she finally broke free, panting heavily. You are committing murder. And that scoundrel Jiraiya. Tsunade's fists cracked ominously. The very air around her seemed to warp with her fury. Menma could not help but feel a tinge of concern for Jiraiya. This time, it was truly not his betrayal. If blame were to be cast, it should be on this woman who was not only well-endowed but also quick-witted. Chapter 115. Another Uchiha at the border of the Land of Fire, within a concealed underground base, Korezetsu seeped from the ground, his hoarse voice echoing in the dim space. Obito, Uzumaki Menma has departed from Konoha. Indeed. Obito slowly raised his hand to cover his face with the swirling orange mask, which shimmered with an eerie glow under the dim lights. He pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing Black Zetsu and Kisame, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Ah, Obito, you are exceedingly cautious, Black Zetsu remarked with a hint of derision. Is a mere child truly worth such elaborate efforts? Obito's Sharingan, concealed beneath the mask, cast a cold glance, dismissing the trivial provocation. What is your level of confidence? Quite substantial, Black Zetsu replied with a light chuckle, then shifted the conversation. However, my technique, the ghostly gourd technique, still requires one final bloodline limit. He gazed meaningfully at Obito, his eyes shimmering with greed. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. After a prolonged silence, Obito's voice emerged coldly from beneath the mask. The power of wood release is on par with the Uchiha clan Sharingan. If you possess the capability, you might as well give it a try. Nearby, Black Zetsu controlled White Zetsu, who trembled imperceptibly. He was inwardly astonished. Indeed, Obito, like himself, was willing to sacrifice everything for his goals. He harbored no particular sentiments for Black Zetsu, merely considering that allowing him to march towards his demise seemed a waste of potential. If one must perish, it should be with purpose. He had prepared numerous elements, yet lacked individuals to execute the plan. Thus, he spoke. There is no need to take such great risks. White Zetsu also possesses wood release abilities, albeit inferior to Uzumaki Menma's. With a wave of his hand, a pale figure rose from the ground. Black Zetsu scrutinized the substitute before him, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, though he quickly masked it. While somewhat arrogant, he was no fool. Those who could instill fear in both Obito and Korezetsu were certainly not to be underestimated. Throughout the exchange, Kisame remained silent as a statue, the bandages on his shark-like skin fluttering slightly in the chilling breeze. Time is of the essence. We must commence our operations, Obito stated, gazing up at the darkening sky. His voice frigid. Black Zetsu, with a sly grin, handed over a scroll inscribed with curse marks. This is a modified curse seal. Obito accepted the scroll, examining it carefully before taking 3 steps forward. His fingers formed intricate seals in front of his chest. As the final seal was completed, the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, a fierce wind sweeping up sand and debris that battered against the rock walls, emitting a chilling sound. Now, we merely await the prey to take the bait. I shall take my leave, he concluded. As Bei Liuhu turned, he cast a meaningful glance at Obito, revealing the darkness and distortion that surely resided within the man's soul. Once Bei Liuhu's figure vanished beyond the horizon, Obito spoke in a low voice. Kisame. Understood. Kisame stepped forward. Proceed to assist the target and intercept the pursuers. Obito's voice, filtered through his mask, echoed with urgency. Remember, if a second wave of pursuers appears, retreat immediately. Kisame tightened his grip on the Samahata, his imposing figure springing into the forest with astonishing grace. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of Konoha, Kakashi's instruction regarding the Chidori was abruptly interrupted. He clutched his left eye as his Sharingan spiraled uncontrollably. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing Kakashi to kneel on one knee. Bursts of sealed memories erupted within his mind. Kakashi. Sasuke rushed forward, only to be taken aback by the bizarre sight before him. Kakashi's body stood frozen in an unnatural posture, moving mechanically like a marionette. Stop! Sasuke swiftly launched a shuriken laced with wire, but at the last moment, Kakashi deftly deflected it with a kunai, sparks flying from the metallic clash illuminating his hollow gaze. One that was utterly unfamiliar. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth and pursued. He should have returned to the village to raise the alarm, yet his instincts warned him that allowing Kakashi to leave now would spell disaster. Stop him! He yelled as he reached the village's entrance, calling out to the guards, Gangzadi and Kemizuki Izumi, while continuing his relentless chase after Kakashi. The two guards exchanged perplexed glances, with Gangzadi scratching his head. Are they training or something? Before they could react and inquire further, Sasuke's figure had vanished into the woods beyond the village. What in the world is happening? Kemizuki Izumi looked at her companion in confusion. Gangzadi frowned, shaking his head. Something's off. Kakashi-senpai is acting strangely, and Sasuke seems quite anxious. Should we report this to Lord Hokage? Izumi hesitated. However, Gangzadi's indecision lingered. What if this was merely a unique training method? Just as the two were caught in their deliberation, Itachi Uchiha and Izumi's brother, Uchiha Izumi, returned. Itachi, Gangzadi called out urgently. Your brother and Kakashi just rushed out of the village. Something feels very wrong. Sasuke? Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly inquired about their direction of departure. Vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a command, Izumi, go inform father. Standing still, Uchiha Izumi unconsciously twisted her slender fingers together. She gazed in the direction Itachi had taken, biting her lip before hastily turning to sprint towards the Uchiha compound. Kakashi's silhouette darted swiftly through the trees, while Sasuke gritted his teeth, pushing himself to the limit in pursuit. Sweat soaked his dark hair, and his lungs burned like fire, yet he dared not relent. As he burst forth from the woods, the blinding sunlight compelled Sasuke to squint. He halted at the riverbank, trembling hands retrieving a soldier pill to hastily consume. As he prepared to continue his pursuit, a towering figure slowly rose from the river's surface. The robe, adorned with a black background and red clouds, rustled in the wind, and when Sasuke discerned the familiar attire, his pupils trembled with shock. During the mission in the Land of Waves, their Team 7 had almost met with total annihilation. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Kakashi, the consequences would have been dire. Sharingan, activate. Sasuke instantly entered a combat stance, the double tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes, while the kunai in his palm traced a cold arc through the air. Ah, I thought it was a formidable opponent. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing shark-like teeth. It turned out to be merely a young Uchiha. He couldn't even be bothered to remove his sword, Samahata, from his back, casually forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The placid river suddenly boiled as a water dragon, towering several dozen meters, roared skyward. The scale of this attack far surpassed that of Kakashi, leaving Sasuke's fire techniques utterly futile against such a deluge. He could only concentrate his chakra at his feet, bracing himself to withstand the impending lethal strike. Just as the situation seemed dire, another water dragon roared in from the side. The two dragons collided mid-air, erupting into a shower of water. Brother! Sasuke exclaimed in delight at the figure that suddenly appeared before him. Itachi's dark hair billowed in the splashing droplets. His three-tomo Sharingan locked onto each of Kisame's movements. Sasuke, what has transpired? Itachi's voice was as calm as water, yet Sasuke could sense the tension in his brother's taut muscles. Quickly, Sasuke recounted the events. Kakashi-sensei suddenly acted possessed, and I followed him here. Oh? Kisame's shark-like eyes narrowed slightly, and upon recognizing the newcomer, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He slowly unwrapped the bandages from Samahata, the heavy blade crashing onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Another Uchiha? Chapter 116, Uchiha Itachi vs. Hoshigaki. Kisame Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan glimmered ominously in the shadows as he leaned toward Sasuke and whispered, "Go inform father. Let the Hokage be aware." "But brother," Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, turning pale. "Move." Itachi abruptly interrupted, his right hand swiftly launching 6 shurikens. The cold glint sliced through the air, each one precisely aimed at Kisame's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. The broad blade of Samahata swung like a shield, sparks flying from the metallic clashes. In that fleeting moment of Kisame's defense, Itachi completed his final hand seal. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball, 10 meters in diameter, roared forth, its intense heat causing the river's surface to erupt in steam. Kisame's gills tightened as he rapidly formed hand seals. Water style, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. A massive water shark leapt from the river, colliding with the fireball, resulting in a deafening explosion. Scalding steam instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Behind you. Kisame's primal instincts compelled him to whirl around, his Samahata clashing against the ninja blade, sending brilliant sparks flying. Amidst the shower of embers, he was caught off guard by those otherworldly Sharingan eyes. The world twisted abruptly. The shrill cries of crows pierced the eardrums, and beneath the dim sky, thorny vines coiled around his limbs as if they were sentient. Kisame found himself impaled upon a desolate tree, unable to move. Was it an illusion? At that moment, his shark-like eyes widened in shock. Within him surged the familiar flow of chakra from Samahata, and he grinned menacingly as he swung his blade at the void. Useless. In the real world, Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. Almost at the instant Samahata cleaved through the air, his figure transformed into a flock of scattered crows. So that was it. Itachi appeared atop a tree 10 meters away, his gaze fixed upon the writhing monstrosity of a sword, understanding in a flash, it absorbs chakra to nourish its master. The three-tomo spun rapidly. A protracted battle would not favor me. Clang. The piercing sound of metal colliding echoed along the riverbank as Itachi's kunai clashed with Samahata once more, sparks flying. Using the recoil, Itachi swiftly retreated, his hands tracing a fleeting shadow in the air. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of shuriken entwined with blazing flames rained down upon Kisame, enveloping him entirely. The flames cast flickering shadows upon the river's surface, and amidst the rising mist, Kisame swung Samahata, forming an impenetrable defensive net that deflected all attacks. In that fleeting moment, a pitch-black crow silently emerged from Itachi's sleeve, vanishing deep into the woods. This isn't over. Itachi's figure surged forward, the three-tomo within his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Each of his moves anticipated Kisame's actions with uncanny precision, alternating between his kunai and blade, skillfully weaving through Samahata's onslaught. Damn that Sharingan, Kisame cursed through gritted teeth. The combat experience of this Uchiha far exceeded his expectations. And even more troublesome was the unpredictable Jinjutsu. Although Samahata could timely supply chakra to aid his escape, every attempt to break free caused him to lag a fraction behind. On the river's surface, their silhouettes moved so swiftly they nearly became mere phantoms. Itachi's breath had grown somewhat labored. The opponent's chakra seemed boundless. And what was even more terrifying was that eerie Samahata, which silently drained his chakra with each clash to sustain its master. Water release. Water Shark Bomb Technique. Kisame suddenly altered his strategy. Itachi's Sharingan instantaneously tracked every trajectory, forming the same seals. Water release. Water Shark Bomb Technique. 2 waves of water collided, splashing in all directions. In that moment of stalemate, Kisame revealed a sinister grin. It's time to end this. He clasped his hands together forcefully, chakra surging wildly throughout his body. Water release. Great Shark Bomb Technique. The river roiled violently as a colossal chakra shark erupted from the depths, its gaping maw aimed directly at Itachi. Even more fearsome, this giant shark continued to absorb the surrounding moisture as it swam, growing in size. The brilliance of this technique lay in the fact that any chakra attack would serve as its sustenance, causing it to swell ever larger. Itachi raced to analyze all possible countermeasures, but time was running out. Just as the giant shark was about to engulf him, a voice filled with fervor split the air. The seventh gate of the 8 gates released. A torrent of blue steam shot skyward as Might Guy descended upon the battlefield like a shooting star. His muscles rippled, veins bulging, and with his right fist pulled back to its utmost limit. Daytime Tiger. The compressed air cannon transformed into a fearsome white tiger, colliding violently with the chakra-infused giant shark. Amidst the deafening explosion, the formidable shark bomb, which Kisame took great pride in, was mercilessly shattered into a cascade of water droplets. The aftermath of the blast surged forth, propelling Kisame several dozen meters away, crashing into 7 or 8 towering trees before he finally came to a halt. The azure beast of Konoha entered the fray. Guy landed steadily in front of Itachi, maintaining a poised stance with his fist raised. Surrounded by a blue steam that resembled flames. Breathing heavily, he inquired, "Are you all right, Itachi?" Struggling to rise from the debris, Kisame spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. His gaze fixed intently on the suddenly appearing Guy, his pupils constricting sharply. Where did this rare beast come from? The bandages of Samehada unwound on their own, beginning to heal his wounds. Guy-senpai, Itachi exhaled softly, relieved, as his Sharingan scanned the reinforcements arriving one after another. Asuma appeared atop a branch, 1,000 blades clenched in his mouth, their edges glinting ominously in the sunlight. Aoba and several ANBU members formed a surrounding formation. Be cautious of his weapon, Itachi warned in a low voice, his 3-tomo Sharingan locking onto every movement of Kisame, aware that the sword could absorb chakra. Kisame gradually straightened, Samehada writhing restlessly in his hand. He surveyed the tightening encirclement, a sinister grin spreading across his blood-stained lips. It seems today will end here. With that, he plunged Samehada into the ground. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A colossal wave surged forth, and while everyone evaded, Kisame's figure transformed into a shark, vanishing from sight. Only his voice echoed through the forest. "I will remember you, rare beast." As Guy's blue steam gradually dissipated, he turned to Itachi, urgently asking, "Where is Kakashi?" "It remains unclear," Itachi replied, gazing in the direction Kisame had vanished, a shadow of concern crossing his Sharingan. Things may not be as simple as they seem. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Guy stood in place, his eyes betraying an unmistakable anxiety and worry. "Itachi," he suddenly spoke, urgency lacing his tone. "I must pursue Kakashi. Wait here for reinforcements to act together." With that, he immediately assumed a running stance, ready to sprint after him. "Wait, Guy-senpai." Itachi swiftly intercepted him, calmly analyzing. "The situation is unclear, and we do not even know Kakashi-senpai's destination, let alone the enemy's strength in numbers. Acting recklessly alone could lead you into an ambush." He paused briefly. "Moreover, you have just opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates. You need to rest and recover." "I'm fine." Guy vehemently shook his head, his voice unintentionally rising. His clenched fists trembled slightly, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. "But if anything were to happen to Kakashi, I would never forgive myself." Chapter 117. How can one engage in combat without a healer? Guy? Aoba stepped forward to dissuade him, his tone serious. "Reinforcements dispatched by the Hokage are already on their way. Do not act impulsively." Itachi observed the conflicted expression on Kai's face and added, "I have already informed Mei, and he will arrive shortly to provide assistance." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kai took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He gazed at the last vestiges of twilight on the horizon, murmuring, "Kakashi, we have yet to determine the victor. You must not come to harm." Having completed the escort mission, Tsunade stretched languidly, her alluring curves accentuated by the fading light. "There's a lovely hot spring in ahead. Shall we indulge in some relaxation?" "Wonderful. At last, we can rest." In a burst of excitement, Cheyenne waved her fists and dashed into the inn. Upon seeing them enter, Mei could only follow suit. He and Kimimaro proceeded towards the men's bathing area. Cheyenne instinctively attempted to follow, but was abruptly yanked back by Tsunade by the scruff of her collar. "Where do you think you're going, little one?" Without room for argument, Tsunade dragged her towards the women's bath, stating, "This is where you belong." The men's bath was enveloped in steam, devoid of anyone except Mei and Kimimaro. As Mei immersed himself in the warm waters, he closed his eyes in comfort. Suddenly, an exaggerated gasp from the adjacent room pierced through the steam. "Oh my goodness! Tsunade-sensei, This is simply too large. Humph. Tsunade's proud scoff echoed through the bamboo wall. How can one grow to such proportions? Cheyenne-'s voice brimmed with envy. It's all natural, Tsunade replied, her tone betraying an unmistakable sense of pride. Mei suddenly felt the water temperature rise significantly, prompting him to awkwardly adjust his sitting position, striving to suppress certain inappropriate reactions. Hey, don't touch. Tsunade's sudden fury erupted. Ah, that hurts. Cheyenne-'s cry followed. Mei's cheeks flushed, and he quickly shook his head to dispel unwelcome images from his mind. He attempted to empty his thoughts, focusing on the chirping of the insects around him, yet tranquility eluded him. Sister Yuin should be back soon, he mused, when a crow silently alighted on a nearby rock. Furrowing his brow, Mei stood and donned his bathrobe. The crow gradually settled on his shoulder, its pupils suddenly morphing into swirling tomo. Itachi? Mei was aware that Itachi's presence signified urgent business. Turning to Kimimaro, he instructed, "Inform them that I have pressing matters to attend to. You all may return." Understood. Kimimaro respectfully handed him his clothing. Once properly attired, Mei's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Itachi. Seeing the numerous Umbu members in a state of readiness, a sense of dread enveloped Mei. What has happened? Itachi. He breathed, visibly relieved at Mei's arrival. Kakashi-senpai has suddenly lost consciousness and is behaving erratically. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Sasuke encountered members of the Akatsuki while investigating. Does my father know of this? Mei directed his question towards Kakashi. The Hokage is already aware, Kakashi replied, clenching his teeth. However, he is presently engaged with the delegation and is unable to attend. He has dispatched someone to notify Jiraiya-sama for reinforcements. Mei's brow furrowed in concern. Without the flying thunder god Kanai, Kakashi found himself in a precarious situation. I must seek someone and shall return swiftly, he declared to Itachi, vanishing in an instant. Outside Orochimaru's laboratory, Jiraiya clung to him like a stubborn patch. Orochimaru, must you be so aloof? Orochimaru, your presence is still utterly nauseating, came the disdainful retort from the golden-eyed serpent. After all, we have fought side by side for decades. Jiraiya, unfazed, leaned in with a cheeky grin. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Menma, who had appeared beside him, his eyes filled with reproach as if accusing him of betrayal. Ahem. Menma cleared his throat awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. Let us set that aside. I have matters to discuss. He quickly relayed the information he had regarding Itachi. Kakashi has likely fallen victim to a puppet curse. Orochimaru narrowed his serpent-like golden eyes, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The only one capable of manipulating a ninja of Kakashi's caliber, to my knowledge, is Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori? Menma furrowed his brow. Kakashi should not be acquainted with him. Wait, Orochimaru suddenly shook his head. There is another. Who? Menma inquired eagerly. Hibiriku. Orochimaru slowly articulated the name. Hibiriku. Jiraiya exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. That scoundrel Menma keenly observed Jiraiya's complex expression. I recall he was once your ally. Jiraiya's gaze deepened. Indeed, he was a genius, yet he was always obsessed with surpassing us. His voice lowered. Eventually, he clandestinely researched the forbidden technique of Jiraiya. At this point, Jiraiya discreetly glanced at Orochimaru. When the old man discovered it, he sent us to handle the situation. He sighed heavily. Ultimately, he managed to escape. You deliberately let him go, did you not? Menma smiled knowingly, recalling the Third Hokage's leniency towards Orochimaru. It was merely compassion that held us back. To my knowledge, he has now joined the Akatsuki. Menma turned to Orochimaru. What is the principle behind the Jiraiya technique? It is a forbidden art that integrates the bloodline limits. Orochimaru licked his lips. According to his theory, merging 5 bloodline limits would grant immortality. He scoffed, a laughable delusion. Much like your past aspirations, would you not agree? Jiraiya remarked with a knowing smile. Indeed, Orochimaru conceded, his golden serpent eyes shifting to Menma. Were it not for encountering you, Menma, in my pursuit of eternal truth, I might not have fared much better than him. Urgent matters must take precedence. We shall reminisce later, Menma asserted gravely. I have a notion of Hibiriku's intentions, and Kakashi is in grave danger. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The 3 of them instantly materialized at the location where Itachi and the others awaited. Orochimaru surveyed the vigilant ninjas of Konoha, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Are you intending to present me before the old man, Menma? He mused. Reconciliation is a matter between you and Sarutobi, but I require you to atone through action. He then addressed the wary crowd. Do not be alarmed. She is my ally. Is that Orochimaru? Came the astonished whisper, eyes widening in disbelief as Akatsuki sought confirmation from the nearby Shiranui Genma. It must be, Genma replied, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He cast a complex glance at Menma, shaking his head in resignation. Menma has always been rather unconventional in his dealings. A gust of night wind swayed Orochimaru's robes, causing the Konoha ninjas to tense instinctively, though they forced themselves to remain composed in Menma's presence. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Menma's keen gaze swept across all the Umbu members present. Upon noticing that only one Hyuga ninja was among them, he frowned slightly. The reconnaissance capabilities seemed rather inadequate. How can we engage without a healer? He muttered to himself, then addressed the group. Please wait a moment. Before his words fully resonated, he had vanished from sight. Chapter 118. A lavish assembly in the next instant. Menma materialized outside the changing room of the hot spring inn. Just then, Kagaya emerged, wrapped in a towel, nearly startled into a scream at the sudden appearance of Menma. Upon recognizing him, a blush instantly crept onto her cheeks. She mimicked the descriptions from her readings, swaying her youthful form gently towards him. Get dressed and follow me. Menma stated directly, perplexed by her behavior. Is Tsunade still inside? She had a bit to drink and is resting, Kagaya replied, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. However, upon observing Menma's serious demeanor, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Go fetch her. I need both of you. With that, Menma turned and departed. In the common room, Kimimaro was already fully attired, seated in silence. Upon seeing Menma emerge, he promptly stood. Is there a problem? Yes, Menma nodded, preparing for battle. I understand, Kimimaro said, a spark of excitement illuminating his eyes, his presence transforming into that of a blade poised to be unsheathed. Before long, Tsunade sauntered out lazily. Yawning as she inquired, what is the rush? I'll explain on the way, Menma replied, shaking his head. Flying Thunder God technique. In a twist of space, the four of them arrived at their rendezvous point. Even Lady Tsunade is here, Shiranui Genma exclaimed, removing the sunbon from his mouth, gazing in awe at the impressive assembly. Menma, with the legendary Sannin, the prodigy Itachi, and over a dozen elite Umbu. This force is formidable enough to instill fear in any great nation. Akiyama Aoi mirrored the excitement, his clenched fists trembling slightly. He had never participated in such a well-equipped battle. Menma was acutely aware that sensing the entirety of the Land of Fire would demand an immense expenditure of chakra to ensure absolute preparedness. He had deliberately included Kagaya and Tsunade as chakra reserves. Lady Tsunade, prepare yourself, he spoke in a low voice. Although Tsunade was still unclear about the specifics of the situation, the gravity of the circumstances was evident given the unfolding scene. Without hesitation, she approached Menma, her hands radiating with a luminous green chakra. Sealing technique, release. A torrent of powerful chakra surged into Menma's body. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as his perception expanded rapidly in concentric ripples around him. Karen watched anxiously as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, instinctively biting her lower lip. She gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists, ever ready to offer her assistance. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, she understood better than anyone the terrifying magnitude of chakra required to cover the vast sensory range of the fire country. I found it. Menma suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his pupils. The moment his voice resonated, every ninja present instinctively tensed up. Quick, restore your chakra, Karen urged, stepping forward with her delicate wrist extended toward Menma, concern etched in her eyes. Not necessary for now, Menma replied warmly, gently shaking his head as his own chakra remained plentiful. However, Karen's eyes flickered with disappointment as she insisted, what if we need to fight soon? Very well, Menma relented. Seeing her determination, he grasped her wrist and lightly bit it. Karen let out a soft, surprised gasp, prompting Menma to immediately release his hold. What's wrong? Noticing the peculiar gazes from those around them, Karen's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly adjusted her glasses. It's nothing really, just enough already. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples, and pulled Karen behind her. Now that we've located Kakashi, let us set forth. She had already gleaned the details from Jiraiya. Let us move. Menma's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, racing toward the synth's location. The other ninjas followed closely, becoming fleeting shadows beneath the moonlight. Karen trailed behind, covering her flushed cheeks, before hastily catching up with the group. Obito, the reinforcements from Konoha are approaching. Time is running short, Black Zetsu remarked, sensing Obito's lingering hesitation, his tone imbued with an unusual urgency. Yet Obito remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. The Sharingan behind his mask shimmered with complex reflections, as if piercing through time itself. Kakashi stood vacantly, resembling a marionette devoid of a soul. Obito, Scorpion and Deidara cannot hold out much longer, Black Zetsu pressed again. Inform them to retreat. Obito finally spoke, his voice deep and echoing like a chasm. He slowly approached Kakashi, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the derelict temple. Hurry! Black Zetsu begrudgingly sank into the ground. Obito's gaze turned icy once more. Just as he reached out to touch the Sharingan, Raikiri, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted as Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Obito's chest, yet it struck only empty air, as if hitting a mere illusion. What? Kakashi exclaimed in shock, retreating as his Sharingan whirled rapidly. He initially believed that he was under the control of Obito, only to find himself confronted by this enigmatic masked figure. Who are you? Kakashi demanded, creating distance while the lightning crackled in his grasp. My identity is of little consequence, came the emotionless reply from Obito, who silently admired Kakashi's ability to break free from his manipulation. He advanced slowly, stating, I am merely here to reclaim something. Several shurikens were launched from Kakashi's hand, yet they passed through the phantom, embedding themselves in the wall. The moonlight cascaded through the shattered roof, illuminating the standoff between the two figures, their Sharingan eyes glowing crimson in the darkness. In the forest, Pain darted through the trees, suddenly struck by a chill. Almost instantaneously, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. The ground where he once stood erupted in a tremendous explosion, a deafening roar tearing through the air, followed closely by a violent shockwave that forced him to shield his eyes. He quickly locked onto the enemy's silhouette. A colossal bird was diving from the sky, casting a vast shadow. The figure atop the bird raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of small birds that fell like a dark rain, sealing off his surroundings completely. In the next moment, all the tiny birds ignited in blinding light. Boom! Another deafening explosion rent the sky, engulfing the spot where Pain had just been in searing flames. Enemy attack. Pain, keep up. Jiraiya and the others, rushing from behind, accelerated upon witnessing the fiery blast. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Deidara furrowed his brow, staring at the center of the explosion. A hemispherical wooden shield stood intact, untouched by the chaos. He gritted his teeth. This wood release was nothing short of a desecration of his art. The wooden wall slowly parted, and Pain did not even spare him a glance, gliding right past. That insufferable wretch. The humiliation of being completely disregarded ignited Deidara's fury. He hurled a clay centipede, but the figure flickered and vanished from his sight. Damn it! Before Deidara could finish his exclamation, a massive fireball surged toward him, forcing him to pivot and confront the threat. Lord Jiraiya, you go support Pain. I'll handle things here, Itachi said, landing with composure as his Sharingan began to whirl. I leave this to you. That kid is far too fast. Jiraiya nodded, leading the others onward in pursuit. You dare to continually belittle my art. This is unforgivable. Deidara's rage reached a boiling point as he swiftly formed the giant puppet bomb, number 18. Yet, before he could unleash it, his vision was suddenly engulfed in blood red. Crows cawed ominously overhead, and a chilling gaze pierced through the clamor. Under the scrutiny of the Scarlet Sharingan, his body froze, rendered immobile. Chapter 119. The Art of Being Ignored. It appeared that Deidara had met his defeat. Concealed within the crimson stream was Sasori, who, upon witnessing the emergence of the golden-haired youth, immediately grasped that Deidara's attempt to obstruct had failed. Your art is nothing more than this, Deidara, Sasori remarked with a cold chuckle, unfurling a scroll that summoned the third Hokage puppet, which hovered before him. It will not be so easy to pass through me. As his words hung in the air, the youth opposite clapped his hands, and the earth trembled violently. Sturdy trees erupted from the ground, swiftly intertwining to form a roaring wooden dragon, charging forth with an unstoppable force. Scorpion's pupils constricted. He had no time to evade and could only hastily retreat from the crimson stream. Where the wooden dragon passed, The hard crimson stream shattered like fragile pottery. And even the 3 generations of wind shadow puppets were violently sent flying. Just as he steadied himself, ready to unveil his final trump card, he noticed that the opponent showed no signs of pausing, guiding the wooden dragon to rush past him. The fleeting glance he received was as calm as one would bestow upon an ant by the roadside. A profound sense of humiliation seized Scorpion's heart. In that moment, he felt not only shame, but also an unprecedented confusion. What did the art he had devoted himself to pursuing mean in the presence of this youth? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had arrived in succession. The members of Akatsuki? Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he swiftly assumed a combat stance. "Leave him to me," Orochimaru said slowly, his voice deep. "You go support Menma." "Understood." Jiraiya hesitated briefly, departing with a warning, "Be careful." Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Scorpion, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It has been quite a while, hasn't it, Scorpion?" "Orochimaru?" Scorpion narrowed his eyes. Though the appearance of his adversary had changed, he would never mistake him. The brief encounter from years past, when he and Pain had sought this individual, had inexplicably bred disdain within him. Now, faced with this reunion, it was indeed an opportunity to reminisce. He forcefully suppressed the humiliation and confusion brought on by Menma's earlier dismissal, quickly redirecting his focus to the battle at hand. Calmly, he unveiled the mechanism on his chest, simultaneously unfurling several scrolls. In an instant, hundreds of puppets surged forth, darkening the sky like a dense cloud, rendering Orochimaru minuscule in comparison. "What a grand spectacle, Scorpion!" Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips, his hands forming seals with incredible speed, chakra erupting around him. "I shall test the new power Menma has bestowed upon me with you." His body swelled and twisted dramatically, transforming into a colossal being comparable to a tailed beast. Yamada no Orochi manifested. The snake's body shimmered with an ethereal glow, each head adorned with the horns of a dragon. Gathering swirling lightning, roaring flames, howling storms, surging tides, and unfathomable life energy within their gaping maws. "This is art, my most exquisite masterpiece." Orochimaru partially floated before the central head, looking down at Scorpion, who rarely displayed astonishment, his voice brimming with almost frenzied joy. To fuse 5 types of chakra essence is to transcend into 5 forms of natural energy, and with the eternal cycle of life force. Before such power, you stand no chance. No sooner had he spoken than several snake heads unleashed their fury simultaneously. Thunder crashed down like colossal pillars, flames surged like a wild tide. Storms rent the atmosphere, and torrents of mud and rock cascaded down. The Scorpion, renowned for commanding an army of puppets, could not withstand the cataclysmic forces of nature for even a fleeting moment. One by one, they shattered, ignited, and ultimately disintegrated into a cloud of drifting ashes. Yet, as the rampant energies waned, the remnants revealed no trace of Scorpion. Had he fled? Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. Scorpion's body, having undergone complete transformation, emitted almost no sign of life. More troubling was the fact that, at the moment of attack, he sensed an obscure force intervening, swiftly extracting Scorpion from the battlefield. It seemed that the Akatsuki harbored formidable figures within its ranks. He clicked his tongue, dispelling the 8-headed serpent technique to regain his human form, and without further delay, he hastened in the direction where Scorpion had vanished. In the Hokage's office of Konoha village, Minato had just concluded a meeting with the daimyo and was eager to set off for reinforcements. "Do you really need to go personally?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his brow knitted in concern. "Jiraiya and the others are already there, and that kid, Menma, should logically be fine." "I remain uneasy," Minato replied, shaking his head, a subtle worry flickering in his eyes. After all, they were facing the Akatsuki, comprised of elite rogue ninjas, far from ordinary adversaries. Despite his confidence in his eldest son's abilities, as a father, he felt Menma still lacked certain experience. "I entrust the village to you for the time being." Just as Minato turned to depart, an Umbu ninja hurriedly burst in, kneeling on one knee, breathless. "Urgent report. A significant number of Awakens ninjas have been spotted gathering at the borders of the land of Earth." "What?" Sarutobi's pipe trembled slightly in his hand, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Minato's gaze sharpened, calmly inquiring, "What is the estimated number?" "The exact figures are unclear, but the scale is estimated to be around 5,000. Report." Another Umbu rushed into the office, raising his voice to add, "A large number of Kumogakure ninjas have also appeared at the borders of the Land of Lightning, with numbers expected to be no less than 8,000. Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave as he pressed further. "What about the Land of Water? Any activity?" "None detected so far." Sarutobi exhaled a slight breath of relief, then turned to Minato, who remained composed, his tone heavy. "It seems this has all been premeditated, otherwise they could not have mobilized such a force in such a short span of time." "Indeed," Minato nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before confirming with the Umbu. "Have they crossed the borders?" "They are still lingering just outside the borders, yet to breach." From the intelligence, it's clear that the actual mobilizable forces of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning far exceed this, Minato analyzed coolly. In other words, they remain in a phase of intimidation, yet have not truly resolved to engage in battle. With Konoha having regained its pinnacle under your leadership, the disparity in strength with other great nations is widening. They can no longer contain themselves. Sarutobi exhaled another cloud of smoke, his voice laced with gravity. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "We can no longer rely solely on the hope that they are unwilling to initiate conflict. We must prepare thoroughly and expeditiously." "I understand." Minato lowered his head, swiftly organizing his thoughts, and issued a series of commands to the Umbu. Enhance border vigilance, mobilize reconnaissance teams, and organize medical logistics. He then raised his gaze and added, "Please summon clan leader Fugaku immediately." Before long, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly entered the Hokage's office. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately sensed the heavy atmosphere permeating the air, and his expression turned serious. "What has happened?" "The Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth are amassing troops on the border. The situation is tense." Minato succinctly articulated the current state of affairs. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. In the world of shinobi, war was never a distant concept. He had long been prepared for it. "Allow me to lead the Uchiha clan to the border of the Land of Thunder," he requested without hesitation. "We will defend that line." "Then I entrust this to you," Minato replied solemnly, adding in a serious tone, "Remember, at this stage, our focus is on deterrence and confrontation. If they do not cross the line, we must not provoke the conflict." "Understood." Fugaku nodded sharply and turned to leave. His figure swiftly vanished beyond the door, the shadow of war already resting upon his shoulders. And he must act without delay. As Minato pondered the choice of commander facing the Land of Earth, he found himself briefly hesitant. "Let me go," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, gently shaking off the ash from his pipe, his voice steady and resolute. "But you," Minato hesitated. The third Hokage was advanced in age and should be enjoying his twilight years, not venturing into perilous circumstances. Yet, he must remain in Konoha. No one could predict whether the Land of Water would suddenly strike, and the Land of Wind had never truly been a reliable ally. This ally had betrayed Konoha more than once. The bountiful lands of the Land of Fire have always been an irresistible temptation for neighboring nations. "I am merely old, not incapacitated." Sarutobi chuckled, yet his eyes shimmered with an undeniable sharpness. "That old Koot Noki can still navigate the battlefield. How could I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fall short?" Minato gazed at the elder for a moment before bowing deeply. "I entrust the border to you. Rest assured, the village needs you here to stabilize the situation." Sarutobi nodded and, before departing, solemnly reminded him to remain vigilant regarding movements from the Land of Water and the Land of Wind. "Understood." Minato watched the figure that, though no longer as upright, still bore an air of determination as it receded, and he let out a gentle sigh. Turning his gaze towards the window, he observed the dark clouds gathering on the horizon, as if brewing a tempest. The shadow of war was once again silently encroaching. He was acutely aware of the concerns harbored by the other great nations. The more prosperous Konoha became, the more it incited trepidation. They sought to stifle the growth of this mighty tree while its new shoots had yet to fully blossom. However, Minato recalled his eldest son, and a smile, difficult to conceal, crept upon his lips. They would never anticipate that Sasuke had already surpassed me. Moreover, Naruto and the others were also growing at an astonishing pace. In this game of strategy, it remained uncertain who would dominate whom. The once ruined temple had now been completely reduced to rubble. Kakashi knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his chakra nearly depleted. In stark contrast, his opponent stood unwavering, the only sign of damage being a torn corner of his robe, completely unscathed. "Who on earth are you?" Kakashi struggled to lift his head, his gaze a tumultuous blend of exhaustion and an intensifying unease. Every detail of this battle emanated a disquieting familiarity, an uncontrollable surge of deeply buried terror rising within him. I am no one. Obito's voice remained chilling and hollow. Sensing the approach of that familiar chakra, he was reluctant to delay any further. The space before him began to warp slightly. In an instant, several massive shuriken materialized out of thin air, slicing through the atmosphere and hurtling towards Kakashi. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi formed a hand seal, earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth, inscribed with a dog's head, erupted with a thunderous roar, barely blocking the onslaught of shuriken. However, at that moment, Obito had already penetrated the earthen barrier, advancing before him like a specter. Before Kakashi could react, a hand shot out like lightning, precisely gouging out his Sharingan. Yet, Kakashi was not entirely passive. He had awaited this very moment, and as the tips of Obito's fingers brushed against his eye socket, his Raikiri surged upward, expertly tearing through that mask. The remnants of his remaining eye finally beheld the visage concealed beneath the mask. The entire world seemed to collapse in that instant. Obito. Kakashi froze in place. All sounds caught deep within his throat. Confusion, shock, and pain tore at his rationality. He could neither fathom nor accept how that passionate boy, who often arrived late for being too busy assisting an elderly lady across the street, who shouted of the importance of cherishing comrades, and who ultimately sacrificed himself beneath a boulder to save him, could transform into this cold, hollow, and ruthless entity before him. Do not look at me with such eyes, Kakashi. Obito, now unmasked, remained unnervingly calm. He slowly embedded the recently acquired Sharingan into his vacant left eye socket, his voice low like the echo of an abyss. This world, steeped in despair, is beyond salvation. You and I are merely worthless. Kakashi raised his remaining right eye, gazing blankly at his old friend. How he wished this were but a nightmare, yet the weight of reality suffocated him, rendering him breathless. Obito merely returned his gaze in silence. The cold night wind swept through the ruins, brushing against the insurmountable chasm that now lay between them. In the stillness, only the specters of the past remained, alongside a time that could never be reclaimed. Suddenly, a kunai inscribed with the character for thunder sliced through the air, hovering before Obito. Yet, he stood still, his expression indifferent. In the next moment, Minato's figure materialized alongside a Rasengan. Just as the attack was about to connect, Obito merely tilted his body slightly, his hand reaching towards Minato's chest. Minato immediately felt the space around him warp violently, an irresistible pull threatening to consume him entirely. In a critical moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God once more. Simultaneously, a fervent roar split the air, Konoha's gale. The six-door Might Guy surged forth like a whirlwind from behind. Obito was compelled to momentarily shift into a phantasmal state, as Guy's fierce strike pierced through the illusion, while Rin had already teleported to a safe distance. The moment Guy landed, Obito's Sharingan began to whirl frantically. The air before him twisted and collapsed. This is bad. I can't move. A sense of dread washed over Guy as an invisible force bound his body. Just as he was about to be engulfed, he suddenly felt a lightness envelop him and instinctively propelled himself backward to escape. Turning around, he saw Rin reappearing directly in front of Obito, unleashing a massive Rasengan that once again passed through the phantasmal figure, returning without effect. Without hesitation, Rin swiftly retreated to Kakashi's side. Are you alright, Kakashi? Guy rushed forward to support his comrade, only to find Kakashi clutching his left eye tightly, the remaining right eye clouded and vacant, as if still reeling from the tremendous impact. Big brother Guy, first take Kakashi away, Rin's calm voice resonated. As he threw several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, his gaze fixed intently on Obito. I'll handle this. Obito, why have you become like this? Kakashi's voice was hoarse, his eyes locked onto his former ally, trying to pierce through that cold mask to discern the true visage of a once-cherished companion. Obito? Rin's heart jolted, a faded family photograph flashing through his mind. His father, Kakashi, a smiling sister standing in the middle, and beside her, a cheerful boy wearing goggles. Was that boy the one before him now? Chapter 121, The Value Mechanism. He turned to Kakashi in disbelief, urgently seeking confirmation. Kakashi, is he truly Uchiha Obito? You haven't mistaken him? There's no mistake. He is Obito, Kakashi replied, shaking his head bitterly. I know Obito, but who is Uchiha Rin? Guy interjected, a look of utter confusion on his face. My apologies, I misremembered the name, Rin said, a bit embarrassed as he pressed his lips together. I thought this masked man was called Uchiha Rin. Kakashi could only shake his head and offer a wry smile in response. Since he is the disciple of my father, why would he commit such acts? The more Rin pondered, the more incomprehensible it became, and anger surged within him. How dare he? How dare he inflict harm upon those who once taught and cared for him? Hadn't his father and mother treated him well? This made no sense. I don't care who you are, nor do I care about your suffering. For the first time, Rin was consumed by such fury. His chakra erupted violently. A terrifying energy sweeping forth like a tempest, leveling the surrounding ruins and clearing a space. You dare to do that to my parents, nearly killing them? I will never forgive you. The surging wave of energy, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, caused both Guy and Kakashi to tremble involuntarily, instinctively raising their hands to shield themselves. At that moment, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade arrived at the battlefield. Kimimaro and Karui followed closely behind, and soon, the likes of Noera and other ninjas began to arrive, all of whom were struck with awe by the terrifying chakra erupted by Rin. The magnitude of this chakra made Jiraiya's pupils constrict as he murmured in disbelief. It was an unprecedented sensation, one he had never experienced, even when facing Hanzo the Salamander in the past. Orochimaru, unable to restrain himself, licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with an almost obsessive gleam. How many surprises do you still conceal? Uchiha Itachi, who arrived last, halted at the battlefield's edge, gazing at the golden-haired boy at the center of the storm. Even in his typically calm demeanor, he could not suppress his astonishment. He had always known that Menma possessed extraordinary strength, yet he could never have imagined that his chakra would be so vast, far exceeding the suffocating pressure exerted by the rampaging Nine Tails. Is this the true caliber of the strongest genius? He muttered, his voice nearly swallowed by the surging energy. On the other side, Obito remained as composed as ever. He understood that, at this moment, there was scarcely anyone in the world capable of leaving a mark on him. Thus, when confronted by the oncoming forces of Konoha, he remained unflustered. Black Zetsu materialized beside him like a shadow, his voice low and urgent. Obito, now that we have secured the Sharingan, we must retreat swiftly. The enemy's momentum is overwhelming, and the situation is dire. He paused before adding, Deidara and Sasori are no longer combat ready. Although Kisame is still capable of fighting, he is but a lone warrior. It is unwise for us to linger. You should leave first. Obito's tone was flat. I wish to personally test the depths of Vortex Menma's abilities. Black Zetsu ceased further discussion, swiftly merging into the ground. Obito, emboldened, knew that if he remained any longer, his life would indeed be in jeopardy. Evading danger was, after all, his greatest skill. Amidst the ruins, chakra surged like a tsunami. Menma stood at the eye of the energy storm, his golden hair swept by the chaotic winds, his eyes radiating an unprecedented intensity. Opposite him, Uchiha Obito stood like an abyss, the crack in his mask revealing a newly embedded Sharingan, quietly reflecting the nearly tangible torrent of chakra before him. Without a word, Menma clapped his hands, and before the sound reached them, the technique was unleashed. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The earth shattered as colossal trees roared from the ground, transforming into a fearsome wooden dragon that surged toward Obito with the might to crush mountains and rivers. This scale of wood release is identical to my grandfather's, Tsunade exclaimed, clenching her fists instinctively. Obito did not flinch or evade, even as the dragon's head lunged at him, phasing through his form. The wooden dragon pierced through his ethereal silhouette, reducing the remnants of the wall behind him to dust. At the moment the wooden dragon passed through his body, the kaleidoscope pattern in Obito's eye began to whirl. Kamui, the massive head of the wooden dragon experienced a sudden distortion in space, as if devoured by an invisible maw, losing a significant portion of its mass in an instant. To think even wood release could be countered, Jiraiya gasped, astonished. Is this the true power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Might Guy, rarely abandoning his fervent demeanor, spoke gravely. Kakashi, this opponent's space-time ninjutsu is more formidable than the fourth's. Yet Menma's figure had already vanished from his original position. A flying kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique appeared behind Obito, and Menma materialized, a spiraling wheel of dark energy rapidly collapsing in his palm, mercilessly thrusting it toward Obito's back. Futile. As Obito's indifference enveloped him, his form once again became ethereal. The terrifying power of the Rasengan, capable of obliterating all existence, pierced through the void and soared into the distance, silently erasing a mountain peak. The sheer destructive force caused cold sweat to bead on Jiraiya's brow. Were he to be struck directly, even Sage Chakra would offer no protection. Orochimaru's golden slitted eyes sparkled with excitement. Madara, you never cease to amaze me. This technique, which reverses the very nature of the Rasengan to such an extreme, is nothing short of a subversion of the existing ninjutsu system. Is evasion all you can do? Uchiha Obito? Madara retorted sharply, his hands dancing in a blur, forming seals with such speed that they left afterimages. Water style, water surge wave. A colossal wave surged forth, crashing down like the wrath of a sea deity. Simultaneously, a distortion in space around Obito conjured a whirlwind, unleashing torrents of searing flames. The clash of water and fire erupted into a scorching white mist that obscured the sky. As both fire and water techniques unfolded on such a grand scale, Itachi's Sharingan whirled rapidly, striving to capture every detail. Madara's control over chakra had reached an astounding level. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized his kin. What had transformed Uchiha Obito into this? In the instant the battlefield was shrouded in mist. Countless kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique shot toward Obito from all directions, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Flying Thunder God, infinite instant kill formation. In the next moment, Madara's figure flickered alongside each kunai, with hundreds of Madara appearing from every conceivable angle, each wielding a roaring Rasengan. The speed surpassed even that of Minato. Jiraiya was left in profound astonishment. Yet, in spite of it all, Obito's kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun wildly, and his half-formed Susanoo erupted with a thunderous roar, shielding him within its embrace. All attacks crashed against the Susanoo's armor, erupting in a deafening cacophony. Kimui Shuriken. The colossal hand of Susanoo swept forth, launching two massive shurikens, their edges warping and collapsing the surrounding space, tearing through the mist toward Madara's true form. Even Susanoo could be wielded to such an extent, Itachi thought gravely. Obito's strength far exceeded expectations. Orochimaru murmured softly, the power of the Sharingan. Madara's pupils constricted, and he clasped his hands together. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. A massive Wood Dragon materialized before him, intercepting the Kimui shurikens. Upon contact, the Wood Dragon collapsed. Yet under Madara's chakra's influence, it rapidly regrew, roaring as it surged toward Obito. However, Obito once again became ethereal, allowing the Wood Dragon to pass through him. In that fleeting second, he switched between his ethereal and physical forms, delivering a colossal punch from the Susanoo toward Madara, who was momentarily stiffened from casting ninjutsu. Chapter 122. He should have been eliminated, then boom. The ground was shattered into a deep pit. But all that remained beneath the punch was a fragment of a substitution wooden doll. The true Madara had now appeared directly above Obito's Susanoo, his chakra surging wildly. 5 elements great multiple shot. The roaring fire dragon, the galloping thunder beast, the storm giant blade that rends all, the meteor-like rock fist, and the piercing water gun. These 5 elemental ninjutsu were extraordinarily enhanced by his chakra, merging into a colorful torrent that descended from the heavens, engulfing Obito and his Susanoo. The ultimate fusion of 5 elemental attributes left Orochimaru involuntarily licking his lips. This transcended the realm of ninjutsu and was nothing short of a miracle. The blinding light of destruction persisted for several seconds. When the radiance subsided, Obito's Susanoo had all but vanished, yet he remained standing within a vast chasm. He gazed at Menma, who stood atop the wooden dragon's head, his pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan bleeding profusely. The strain of his ocular prowess was overwhelming. Gasping for breath, Obito felt his vision beginning to blur. He was curious whether Menma's chakra was indeed limitless. Such astonishing power, yet still unattainable. Determined, Menma dove swiftly downward, conjuring a Rasengan in each hand, accompanied by a swirling mass of dark energy. His body traced an arcane path through the air as the domain of Tai Chi and Bagua unfolded invisibly, attempting to predict and seal off every moment and angle of Obito's phasing. This martial technique left Might Guy wide-eyed, perfectly combining soft and hard styles to form a unique domain. Meanwhile, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan members in the Umbu pulsed with intensity. The flow of chakra was utterly opaque, surpassing all the secrets of the Hyuga style. Obito quietly observed the approaching Menma as the power of his Sharingan began to resonate, causing the space before him to distort severely, forming a colossal vortex that seemed intent on swallowing everything in sight, including the very fabric of this space itself. At that critical juncture, Menma's form suddenly split in two. One continued the frontal assault, while the other quietly appeared in Obito's blind spot. Flying Thunder God, double flash. How swift! Obito's pupils constricted as he realized he could not simultaneously counter two directions of attack, especially with the Rasengan in Menma's rear hand emanating a chilling aura of destruction. Kamui. Obito was compelled to devote most of his power to defend against the attack from behind, causing the distortion in the space before him to wane. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Menma unleashed the Tai Chi Bagua Palm, Bagua Breaking Palm. A shockwave of palm energy penetrated the re-emerging Susanu's skeletal frame, striking Obito squarely in the chest. Coughing up blood, Obito was sent flying several meters away, his chest now caved in. For the first time, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Impossible. How could you possibly injure me? Menma landed, his demeanor appearing especially imposing under the moonlight. Your phasing is not invincible. Each moment of materialization reveals your vulnerability. He raised his hand, condensing a Rasengan once more. Stumbling backward, Obito's Sharingan spun wildly. Just as Menma prepared to deliver the final blow, the space around Obito began to warp violently. It wasn't over yet. Vortex Menma. Obliterating the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, Obito mused upon the long road ahead. As the distortion of space intensified, his figure gradually became transparent. Just as the spiral wheel in Kakashi's grasp was about to make contact, its target had entirely vanished into the vortex-like rift in space. He stood silently, the spiral wheel in his hand dissipating slowly. The battlefield was left with nothing but shattered earth and the astonished onlookers. Kakashi knelt helplessly on the ground, his singular eye filled with complex emotions. Obito. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, approaching Kakashi. You did well, Kakashi. Orochimaru gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Obito had disappeared. The Sharingan is indeed a fascinating ability. Kakashi stared in the direction of Obito's departure, devoid of any victorious elation. He escaped, he murmured. This individual is more perilous than I had anticipated. Obito staggered into the shadowy depths of the base, collapsing to his knees upon his arrival. A fresh torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the cold ground in a stark, dark red. He clutched his chest, his mask shattered, revealing a face as pale as parchment. The blow from Kakashi, imbued with destructive and peculiar oscillating power, was far more complex than it appeared. His internal organs had been utterly shattered, and the mere fact that he could still maintain consciousness was solely due to the transplanted Hashirama cells desperately clinging to his life. Yet, he had succeeded. While enduring that strike, he had simultaneously leveraged the force to obliterate the remnants of Uchiha Madara's control that lingered in his heart. The last shackles imposed by that old man had disintegrated along with his broken innards. With the last vestiges of his strength, Obito struggled into the rudimentary yet adequately equipped operating room. White Zetsu's body writhed nearby, awaiting its fate as material to mend his shattered form. The intense agony and overwhelming hatred burned in his eyes. He should have eliminated you in your cradle. An endless remorse gnawed at him. Had he eradicated this nascent threat on the night of the Ninetales assault, everything would not have escalated to this point. Black Zetsu seeped from the ground like a shadow, silently returning to the base. He cast a silent glance at the tightly shut operating room door, within which muffled groans of pain and the cold sounds of mechanical operation echoed. Silently, he manipulated several white Zetsu, carelessly discarding the two broken bodies in the corner. They were Sasori and Deidara. Sasori's puppet body was nearly in shambles, with only the core block inscribed with his name flickering dimly, proving he had not truly perished. Deidara fared slightly better, ensnared in Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu, temporarily unconscious, though his body remained largely unharmed. As Black Zetsu surveyed the chaos, a flicker of genuine concern pierced through his eternally somber demeanor. The power of Konoha, particularly that prodigious Kakashi, had far exceeded expectations. The plan he had awaited for a millennium could not afford any missteps at this juncture. The weight of the pieces on the board was still far from sufficient. He rasped softly, his voice echoing in the desolate base, yet no one answered. In the next moment, he silently sank back into the earth, as if he had never existed, leaving behind a suffocating silence and the wounded souls of those present. The dawn began to break, a pale light emerging on the horizon, as the gates of Konoha gradually became discernible amidst the receding night. The team, led by Menma, returned. He cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi beside him, who remained with his head bowed, as though his very essence had been drained, submerged in a vortex of silent anguish. Menma sighed softly, a weight in his voice that belied his youth. "Brother Kai, I entrust Kakashi to you. Fear not. Our youthful companions shall never be crushed by adversity," Kai fervently replied, one hand firmly supporting Kakashi while the other shot up in a thumbs up, his radiant smile illuminating the moment, a testament to the bonds forged between men. Before his words had fully faded, he unceremoniously hoisted Kakashi onto his shoulder and, disregarding the latter's reaction, dashed away with astonishing speed, vanishing at the end of the street, leaving only a swirl of dust in his wake. Chapter 123. Dreaming of illusory seas and clouds. Well, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. Tsunade lazily stretched, stifling a yawn, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. For a woman's beauty, sleep is indeed her lifeline. Any further delay would surely invite wrinkles. She mumbled softly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Menma, pondering, has this young man's strength truly reached such heights? The echoes of the earth-shattering battle lingered in her mind, leaving her utterly astonished. "All right, everyone, let us return to rest." Menma nodded, then turned to the ever-quiet Cheyenne and Kimaru, stating, "I still have some matters to attend to." Cheyenne pushed up her red-framed glasses, hesitating before softly advising, "Then please, return home early." The concern in her eyes was palpable, though she endeavored to mask her excessive worry. Kimaru remained as taciturn as ever, merely nodding slightly, his expression devoid of emotion. After watching everyone depart, Menma turned and walked alone toward the Hokage building. Upon pushing open the office door, he was greeted by the sight of Minato sitting quietly in his chair, gently holding an old photograph. The soft morning light streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden hue upon him, rendering him serene as a statue. "Father, where's Grandpa Sarutobi?" Menma approached silently, lowering his voice. Minato's eyelashes fluttered, as if roused from distant memories. He looked up and offered his eldest son a gentle yet weary smile. "The Third Hokage has already set off for the borders to deter the land of Earth. Are they preparing for war?" Menma's pupils constricted, his voice suddenly heavy. "No," Minato shook his head, his tone steady yet grave. "It remains a standoff for now. We have not yet reached that final step." At this, Menma felt a quiet relief wash over him. He did not fear battle. However, war was never a trivial matter. It signified the loss of countless lives, the shattering of innumerable families, parents bereaved of their children, and children left orphaned. Although the father's smile remained warm, Minato astutely perceived the pain and struggle concealed within his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly. "I am already aware of the situation regarding Obito." Minato let out a gentle sigh, interrupting his son's words. "Kakashi has already reported everything to me." He slowly rose and walked toward the window, gazing out at the gradually awakening Konoha. In the morning light, his silhouette appeared heavy, his voice laden with unshakable guilt. "It is all my fault. I failed to protect them, which led Obito to become what he is now. It is not your fault." Minato shook his head gently, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. "Although I do not fully understand the specifics of what transpired back then, nor do I care about what he endured." His tone grew colder. Like a frozen lake, he chose that path. He turned against you and Mother, almost leaving Naruto and me as orphans. He manipulated the Nine Tails to attack the village. How many lives were lost that night? Irika-sensei's parents perished in that disaster. Minato's fists unconsciously clenched, his knuckles whitening with the force. "Such a person I will never forgive." Minato, his father's brow furrowed, a heavy weight pressing upon his chest. The guilt overwhelming yet unspeakable. "If you and your mother had truly left us," then Minato's tone grew increasingly frigid, his gaze sharp and nearly unrecognizable as he fixed his eyes on his father, enunciating each word. "What do you think would have happened to Naruto and me?" Minato was momentarily at a loss for words, his throat constricted as he finally rasped, "The Third Hokage would take care of you." Minato let out a brief, cold laugh. "Just the Third Hokage alone? Losing you both, with the village beset by both internal and external strife, how much could he, an old man, truly support? By then, even the Uchiha clan might not escape tragedy." He paused, his voice heavy with the chill of a winter night, "and Naruto would be regarded as a monster." growing up in isolation and humiliation. A shadow flickered in Minato's eyes, would likely be taken by Danzo into root, plunging into darkness, never to see the light of day. Merely contemplating such possibilities sent a wave of cold dread and fury surging within him, suffocating him. It won't be like that. For the first time, Minato lost control of his emotions, his voice quivering with barely concealed tremors. He rushed forward, enveloping Minato tightly in his embrace, as if fearing that releasing him would mean losing something precious. His eyes reddened, tears welling up. The repeated assurance of it won't be like that felt more like a self-persuasion, dispelling the deepest fears within him. This was the first time Minato witnessed his father so uncharacteristically emotional. He gently pushed away from the embrace, his tone softening. That was merely a hypothetical. You and mother are both well now, and Naruto and I are safe, are we not? Minato took a deep breath. The warmth of his son's presence lingering in his palm, gradually calming his racing heart. He could scarcely imagine the world Minato had described. Merely contemplating it was enough to suffocate him. Rest assured, Minato's voice regained its former steadiness, imbued with an unwavering resolve. I shall never allow such a calamity to transpire. Even at the cost of my own life, I will safeguard each and every one of you. Mina nodded slightly, a comforting smile gracing her face. You should return to rest early. If your mother discovers that you have been up late attending to matters of state, she will surely be furious. The thought of Kushina's wrath sent a shiver down Minato's spine. Suddenly recalling something, his expression grew serious as he addressed Mina. Do not inform your mother about Obito for the time being. I fear the knowledge would only bring her sorrow. I understand. Mina nodded solemnly. Mother has always regarded Obito as her own, and her concern remains undiminished. If she were to learn that the once sunny boy committed such a cruel act, it would undoubtedly shatter her heart. When Itachi Uchiha quietly returned to the estate, he keenly sensed that the clan grounds were markedly more desolate than usual. He traversed the silent corridor, only to find his mother alone in the living room, the lamp still aglow, clearly having spent the night awake. Itachi, you have returned. Mikoto Uchiha lifted her gaze, offering a loving yet weary smile. Habitually, she rose to head to the kitchen. I will prepare you some breakfast. Mother, there is no need for you to busy yourself. Itachi softly interjected, his eyes scanning the empty surroundings. Where has father gone? There seems to be an issue at the border, Mikoto explained quietly, her brow furrowed with persistent worry. He departed urgently with a group of clan members for support. As she spoke, she turned and retrieved a sealed scroll from a nearby cabinet, solemnly handing it to her son. This is something he instructed me to personally deliver to you before he left. Itachi accepted the scroll, his crimson Sharingan activating instantaneously as he swiftly perused the information contained within. After a moment, he closed the scroll, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. I shall set out at once. He turned to return to his room to organize his ninja tools and equipment. Itachi, Mikoto called out urgently, her eyes full of concern. You have only just returned. At least take a moment to rest. The affairs of the battlefield can afford a brief pause. She understood the fate of a ninja better than anyone, recognizing that heading to battle was an obligation her eldest son could not evade, yet her maternal anxiety lingered unrelentingly. The mission is of utmost importance. Itachi's stride did not falter, but as he reached the door, he seemed to recall something and turned back to inquire. What of Sasuke? He is still asleep. At the mention of her younger son, Mikoto's voice softened further. Itachi nodded, ultimately bidding farewell. I am departing. Please take care of yourself. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure melded into the lingering morning mist beyond the door, leaving his mother standing alone in the corridor, gazing in silence at the direction of his departure. Chapter 124. The name of the hero strikes fear into all upon learning that Hiruzen Sarutobi had personally appeared at the border. Inoki realized that the situation had become dire. As a longtime adversary, he was all too aware of how formidable that old man from Konoha could be. Even more troubling was the fact that the members of the Akatsuki had vanished as if they had evaporated from existence, with all means of communication falling into silence. Damn the Akatsuki! Dayemu, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist onto the table, only to be unexpectedly reminded of the old injury in his back, causing him to gasp in pain and utter an ouch. The sound drew the attention of his little granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. Peering through the door, she saw her grandfather grimacing and complained, Grandpa, you've been losing your temper far too often lately. Are you all right? I'm fine. Dyemu hastily waved his hand, forcing a cheerful smile. You should head home. I'll be back shortly. All right, but be careful. Kuratsuchi warned as she left, her tone resembling that of an elder. Understood. Dyemu replied, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he watched her depart. However, once the door closed, the smile vanished, and his expression turned grave. How many more children would lose their lives if war were to erupt again? He fell into a deep silence, his heart tumultuous. Having personally endured 3 shinobi world wars, he understood better than anyone the harrowing scars that war inflicted. Am I truly doing the right thing? He murmured to himself. Yet, another cold voice echoed in his mind. But if we allow Konoha to continue its rise, it will be too late when they regain their peak. His gaze returned to the top-secret document on the table, prominently featuring the name Uzumaki Mina. In a fleeting moment, the nightmarish figure of Uchiha Madara resurfaced in his thoughts. The disdainful gaze that man had cast upon him and his teacher still lingered in his bones, an indifference akin to viewing mere ants. If Uzumaki Mina fully matures, his achievements would undoubtedly rival those of Uchiha Madara. At that point, we would likely find ourselves as mere prey. Dyemu's emotions were a tumultuous mix, culminating in a reluctant sigh. Why must such a genius appear in Konoha and not in our Awagakure? Meanwhile, in the office of the Fourth Hokage, his brow was furrowed, and his thick fingers anxiously drummed against the desk. The response from Konoha had far exceeded his expectations. Within just a day or two, the borders of the Land of Fire were heavily fortified, with numerous members of the Uchiha clan visible among the ranks. As someone who had faced off against Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage understood better than anyone the terrifying prowess of that man. Even when teaming up with his brother, Killer Bee, they barely managed to reach a stalemate. The memory of that strength and speed still haunted him. That old fox, Dyemu, had indeed recoiled. A's expression darkened further as he looked over the newly arrived intelligence. The report indicated that the Land of Earth had unilaterally withdrawn its forces and reached a reconciliation with the Land of Fire, with both sides declaring the standoff to be a mere misunderstanding. Infuriatingly, Dyemu himself even shook hands with Sarutobi Hiruzen in a public display of peace. Damn it! The enraged Hokage shattered the heavy desk with a single blow, splinters flying. His secretary, Mabui, sighed helplessly. Lord Hokage, this is the 17th desk you've broken this month. It was Dyemu who initially proposed the plan to intimidate the Land of Fire, and now he has turned tail like a coward. The roar of AI reverberated, causing the windows to hum in response. After a considerable pause, he managed to suppress his fury and asked in a low voice, "What are our chances of victory if we engage in battle with Konoha now?" Mabui was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. She understood all too well the fragility of peace. 3 generations of Hokage had perished on the battlefield, not to mention the ordinary shinobi. Nonetheless, she dutifully began to analyze swiftly. In terms of regular armed personnel, we hold a numerical advantage. Konoha can mobilize approximately 10,000 troops, while we can muster around 16,000. However, she hesitated, and upon the Hokage signal, continued, our elite forces are evidently lacking. The policy of Minato Namikaze promotes elite shinobi, and the number of J-Nin and Ch-Nin in Konoha surpasses ours. More gravely, Mabui's tone became somber. The opposing forces' top-tier combatants far exceed ours. Minato and his wife, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Tsunade of the legendary 3, Uchiha Shursui, and... She took a deep breath, uttering the name that had drawn particular attention from the intelligence department of Kumogakure, Minato Namikaze, and his son, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. According to the latest intelligence, he has already mastered Wood Release and the Flying Thunder God technique. What? AI's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly propelling himself from his seat. He understood the terrifying implications of the Flying Thunder God technique better than anyone. One Minato Namikaze was already a formidable adversary, and now his son had mastered the same technique? Even more astonishing, he possessed the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai of the First Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Is this information reliable? AI inquired, his expression grave and his voice instinctively lowered. It has just been delivered, and is ready for your review. Mabui handed over 2 classified documents to the Hokage. One sourced from a clandestine channel in Awagakure, and the other provided by an individual claiming to be a member of Akatsuki. AI eagerly tore open the documents, skimming through them. As his gaze fell upon the detailed account of Uzumaki Naruto, his pupils constricted in astonishment. He leveled a mountain in an instant. How is this possible? He slammed the documents onto the armrest, his brow furrowed with disbelief. This level of destruction rivals that of a tailed beast. Is such an existence truly justifiable? He felt as though his previous understanding had been utterly shattered. Once upon a time, the strongest force of destruction in the shinobi world was solely represented by the tailed beasts, and now, a humanoid tailed beast had emerged. The very thought was utterly preposterous. If we were to engage in war with the current Konoha, Mabui continued with a calm demeanor, we would need to ally with the other three great nations to have any chance of success. However, the Wind Country and Fire Country are allies, and the Water Country is currently entirely isolated. The only possible alliance could be with the Earth Country, but Inoki has already retreated. Time inevitably wears down one's ambitions. AI shook his head slightly, releasing a heavy sigh. It is time for us to reconsider our strategy towards the Fire Country. He fell into deep contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the armrest of the sofa, the rhythmic sound seemingly synchronizing with Mabui's anxious heartbeat. After a long while, he finally raised his head and made a decision. Send word for Darui to retreat. The present situation has lost its deterrent significance. Indeed, Menma responded immediately, feeling a quiet sense of relief within. The ominous clouds of war seemed to finally begin to disperse. Chapter 125. Kakashi's emotional tale. Tomorrow marks the official preliminary round of the Chunin exams. During dinner, Menma sat quietly at the table, contrasting sharply with the restless and excited Naruto beside him. I am definitely going to pass the preliminaries. Just wait and see how impressive I am, Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed, waving his chopsticks, nearly toppling his bowl. Mind your manners while eating, Kushina admonished, delivering a precise chop to Naruto's head, causing him to wilt immediately. All right, I got it. Naruto mumbled with teary eyes, finally settling down to eat. Minato simply looked on with a smile. He never dared to intervene when Kushina was educating their child. After all, one extra word might lead to him being the next target of her reprimands. By the way, Kushina suddenly recalled something and turned to Minato. What is up with Kakashi lately? I noticed he looks rather unwell, and I called him for a long time with no response. Her brow furrowed in concern. Has he encountered some trouble? Seeing Minato remain silent, Kushina's brow furrowed even more. As his teacher, shouldn't you be concerned about your disciple's well-being? He might just be feeling a bit under the weather. I will check on him shortly, Minato replied, unable to reveal the truth and resorting to a clumsy lie. However, he was clearly not adept at lying, as his evasive gaze was instantly recognized by Kushina. Really? She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing her husband. Minato, feeling helpless, cast a pleading glance at their eldest son. Menma sensed his mother's gaze upon him, his expression stiffening, and he shot an annoyed look at his father. What does this have to do with me? His gaze shifted to Cheyenne, only to find her seemingly lost in a world of her own. Then he looked at Junmaru, who was intently studying the patterns on the floor, as if suddenly fascinated by the structure of wood. Menma couldn't help but sigh internally. A bunch of ungrateful souls. Feeling the intensity of his mother's gaze, Menma knew he had to act, albeit reluctantly. Kakashi brother, he probably just suffered a heartbreak. Uffed. Minato was caught off guard, nearly spitting out his tea, and had to suppress it, resulting in a fit of coughing. Cheyenne immediately covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to contain her laughter. What? Kakashi-sensei is in a relationship? Naruto suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How come I didn't know anything about this? Why would he tell you such things? Menma shot his brother a disdainful look. When did this happen? I've never heard of it. Kushina perked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She leaned forward over the table, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Who is this girl? Do I know her? Minato also looked at their eldest son, his eyes glinting with a mix of anticipation, eager to see how he would navigate this web of deception. You probably don't know her. She is someone Kakashi met while on a mission outside the village. In a moment of hesitation, the storyteller found himself ensnared, compelled to weave a tale. He cleared his throat and began to narrate, much like a bard, on a serene afternoon. Kakashi encountered a maiden radiant as the moonlight amidst a sea of purple hydrangeas during a mission. His voice gradually adopted a lyrical quality, as a poignant love story unfolded through his words. Her name was Shuriwe, a descendant of a secluded clan, possessing cascading silver hair and eyes that, having witnessed the world's joys and sorrows, remained pure and clear. In that moment, petals fell like whispers, and time seemed to stand still for them. Kakashi had never beheld such a woman. She seemed untouched by the mundane, yet possessed a gentle grace. He paused, savoring the captivated expressions of his mother and younger brother. Then continued to deepen the tragic hues of the narrative. They met in their youth, fell in love amidst chaos. She tended to his wounds, while he taught her the art of reading the world's texts. She danced for him under the moonlight, and he recited poetry in the morning light. Yet, such bliss is fleeting. Shuriwa bore the curse of her clan, her life destined to be brief. Not wanting Kakashi to witness her decline, she chose instead to let him believe she had lost her affection for him. His voice grew increasingly somber. Their final meeting took place on a drizzly dusk. She, holding back tears, feigned indifference, stating, "We are but two souls from divergent worlds. Let us part ways." Kakashi, bewildered by the sudden chill from the warmth of yesterday, pleaded for understanding, but only received her resolute departure. At this juncture, the storyteller paused, observing his mother's reddening eyes and Naruto's gaping mouth. Eventually, Kakashi would learn the truth. With a heavy sigh, the storyteller lamented. At the place of her departure, he discovered a letter she had left behind, which read, "In this life, we are fated to part, yet I hope that in the next, we shall meet again. May you find peace in your remaining days. Do not mourn or seek me." In her final days, she faced death alone, clutching the bell that Kakashi had gifted her. He concluded with a poetic sentiment. The girl's last words were, "How can one attain perfect harmony in this world, fulfilling both the divine and their beloved?" She then vanished like morning dew from Kakashi's life, leaving no trace. As he completed his tale with heartfelt emotion, Kushina's eyes brimmed with tears, her hand covering her mouth in a choked silence. Naruto, equally moved, wept, exclaiming, "How tragic for Kakashi-sensei. What a touching love story." Even the knowledgeable Karen found herself unexpectedly in tears, murmuring softly. The storyteller felt a wave of disbelief. It was one thing for his mother and Naruto to be so engrossed, but for Karen, who knew the truth, to be equally affected. Minato, suppressing laughter, cast an approving glance at his son, only to receive an eye roll in return. How could this be? This is too much. Kushina suddenly slammed her fist on the table, rattling the dishes. Why didn't Kakashi bring her back? He should have returned to Konoha for her treatment. Both the storyteller and Minato were startled. The father and son exchanged a guilty glance, contemplating an escape, but were halted by Kushina's firm command. "Minato, as a teacher, you must take responsibility for this matter." Kushina fixed her husband with a serious gaze, launching into a fervent discussion of strategies. She insisted on sending someone to locate that girl, no matter the means, and bring her back to Konoha. If the medical team was incapable, she would personally seek out Lady Tsunade. Minato felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, internally lamenting, "Where on earth am I supposed to find a girl conjured from the imagination?" He cast a resentful glance at his son. Menma averted his face, feigning ignorance, while inwardly he scoffed. "Those who mix in the world must eventually pay their dues. Good luck with your search." "No." Kushina slammed her palm on the table, her face etched with concern as she stood up. "I must check on Kakashi. What if that child does something foolish in his despair?" With that, she untied her apron and dashed toward the door. Minato, quick on his feet, intercepted her. If she were to seek out Kakashi now, the ruse would surely unravel. He gently urged, "Kushina, Kakashi is in a foul mood and likely wishes to be alone. He needs some time to himself." Yet, Kushina remained unconvinced. "I should go check on him." Menma instantly rose and briskly made his way to the door, slipping on his shoes. "You stay here and discuss with Dad how to find that girl." Ignoring his father's mournful gaze, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. "Wait, I'm going too," Naruto exclaimed, setting down his bowl and hurriedly following suit. Cheyenne and Kinshiki exchanged glances, silently agreeing to find an excuse to discreetly exit. Only Minato was left, feeling the weight of anxiety as he braced himself to listen to his wife's unending discourse on resolving Kakashi's heartbreak. Chapter 126. Those who abandon themselves hold no value. Once Menma escaped his home, he let out a long sigh of relief. The setting sun painted the horizon in warm hues of red, enveloping Konoha in a gentle glow. He first ventured to Kakashi's old residence, finding it utterly deserted. He then proceeded to the single dormitory area behind the Jonin building. Since the passing of Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi seldom returned to that memory-laden home, preferring the simplicity of this modest dormitory. For him, a space accommodating a bed and a desk sufficed. Strangely, the dormitory also bore no signs of life. Where could he possibly be at such a time? Menma furrowed his brow, leaving the building with a sense of unease. Just as he reached the street corner, he encountered Guy and Lee, the dynamic duo. The pair was running down the street in a handstand, oblivious to their surroundings, shouting synchronized, fervent slogans. Menma was accustomed to their antics and approached them. "Brother Guy, have you seen Kakashi?" "Ah, Menma," Guy exclaimed, effortlessly flipping back onto his feet. "I just saw Kakashi a short while ago near the third training ground, practicing free climbing." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his tone filled with admiration as he added, "That guy has been training exceptionally hard lately. He truly is my eternal rival." At this, Guy's enthusiasm reignited, and he once again executed a handstand, giving Menma an enthusiastic thumbs up. "I cannot afford to lose to him either." Immediately, he called out to the inverted figure of Xiao Li, "Li, can you feel the flames of youth? Let us practice an additional 500 laps." "Yes, Teacher Kai," Xiao Li responded with equal fervor. The master and disciple completely disregarded the astonished gazes of passers-by, charging forward in their inverted stances, exuberantly racing towards the setting sun. Menma, watching their retreating silhouettes, couldn't help but chuckle before turning towards the third training ground. Kai, oblivious to the underlying turmoil, assumed Kakashi was diligently honing his skills. However, Menma understood that Kakashi was merely engaging in a form of self-punishment, overwhelming himself with training to numb his pain. Unlike Tsunade, who could drown her sorrows in drink or gamble her troubles away, Kakashi had no such solace. Near the rocky wall of the training ground, Menma finally located Kakashi. He observed him engaged in intense one-handed rock climbing, sweat thoroughly soaking his dark attire, clinging to his lean back. His movements were mechanical and devoid of life, resembling a soulless shell, instinctively climbing higher. Just as his fingers grazed a protruding rock, it suddenly shifted, and Kakashi lost all weight, plummeting from the height. What was even more alarming was his utter lack of struggle, surrendering to the fall as if he had already accepted his fate. Menma's brow furrowed in concern. A fall from such a height could lead to severe injury or even death. Had Kakashi truly given up? With a calm demeanor, Menma formed hand seals to cast a jutsu as Kakashi neared the ground. In that moment of descent, Kakashi felt a gentle yet powerful current enveloping him, skillfully dissipating the force of his fall and allowing him to land safely on his feet. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the golden-haired youth before him, momentarily dazed as if awakening from a distant dream. "Do you no longer have anyone to care for?" Menma squinted, his voice laced with a barely perceptible anger. Kakashi remained silent. In those fleeting seconds of his fall, his mind had indeed gone blank. Echoing a solitary thought, "It would be nice to end it here if I am tired." Thus, he relinquished his struggle, embracing the potential conclusion. "Kakashi," Menma's tone grew colder as he looked down at the man seated on the ground. "If you choose to succumb to your pain and seek to darken your soul, even wishing to annihilate this world, I might admire your resolve and madness. But to abandon oneself entirely is the most worthless choice one can make." Noticing Kakashi's continued silence, Menma took a deep breath, gradually softening his tone. "Even if you believe you have nothing left, many still care for you in this world. Brother Kai considers you his most important friend. My parents have always seen you as one of their own, and your disciples, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, each worry for you." Menma's gaze pierced into the depths of Kakashi's eyes, his voice gentle yet clear. "Can you truly forsake yourself and justify it to them?" Kakashi's eyelashes quivered slightly, and a barely perceptible glimmer of moisture surfaced in his eyes. He felt as though something heavy had lodged itself in his chest, causing a suffocating discomfort. Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward the horizon where the sun hung, blood red against the sky, remaining silent for an extended period. As the setting sun elongated their shadows, he finally spoke in a voice that was hoarse and nearly broken. "I apologize. It was my fault." "I accept your apology," Menma softly replied, extending his hand to help Kakashi rise from the ground. "Since we are powerless to alter what has already transpired, the only course of action left is to confront it with courage." His voice was steady, embodying true heroism by choosing to move forward despite the harsh realities of life. He gazed at Kakashi, warmth and trust reflected in his eyes. "Brother Kakashi, you have always been an extraordinary person in my heart. I believe you will not be crushed by adversity." Kakashi regarded the younger boy with a complex expression and finally murmured, "Thank you. I know what I must do." "This is the Kakashi I know." Menma smiled as he took out a beautifully wrapped book, the limited edition of Jiraiya's Makeout Paradise. I went to great lengths to obtain this cherished edition from Master Jiraiya, he said, lowering his voice playfully. I'll lend it to you for a bit of distraction. Remember, you must return it once you're done, and do not let my mother find out. Kakashi found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet he quietly accepted the gilded-covered book, carefully stowing it away in his ninja tool pouch. A faint smile finally flickered in his eyes. There's one more thing. Menma suddenly recalled something important and hastily advised Kakashi, my mother is still unaware. If she asks, just say you've been feeling down due to a recent heartbreak. Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi's temple. However, this diversion seemed to alleviate some of the heavy anguish in his heart. I should take care of your eye. Menma's gaze fell upon Kakashi's hollow left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector, his tone laced with concern. No need to trouble yourself. Kakashi instinctively attempted to decline, but Menma decisively interrupted. It won't take long. My father has already approved a brief leave for you. He paused, his voice gentle yet firm. We need you, and the village needs you to return in complete condition. Before he finished speaking, Menma's hand had already rested on Kakashi's arm. The Flying Thunder God technique was instantaneously activated, and the surroundings blurred. In the next moment, they found themselves beside Orochimaru. Chapter 127. Still hungry, Menma keenly observed Orochimaru's somewhat disheveled state. Several scorched tears marred his clothing, dirt clung to his cuffs, and his complexion appeared paler than usual. What happened to you? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. It's nothing, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head, his tone flat. I merely exchanged a few moves with the old man. Menma was momentarily at a loss for words, incredulously asking, you two don't actually fight the moment you meet, do you? Seeing Orochimaru's silence, he half-jokingly inquired, have you not mentioned my name? Orochimaru subtly shook his head, seemingly reluctant to delve into the matter further. His gaze shifted to Kakashi, and with understanding, he said, follow me. Clearly, he discerned Kakashi's purpose for coming at a glance. Kakashi did not immediately follow. Instead, he instinctively glanced at Menma, his eyes questioning. Go ahead. We are all on the same side. Menma smiled and nodded, watching the two enter the operating room. He gently stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, I hope Orochimaru hasn't harmed the old man too severely. If he has been too rough, returning to the village will be quite challenging. With this thought, he resolved to check on Sarutobi Hiruzen's condition. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and he found himself in the courtyard of the Third Hokage's residence. To his surprise, Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present. Jiraiya was pacing around the old man, incessantly advocating for Orochimaru, while Tsunade sat leisurely in a chair, watching the scene with keen interest. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Menma quickly understood that the old man was not gravely injured, merely sporting some bruising around his eyes. Give it up. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, bothered by the commotion, suppressed his anger and declared, I will not forgive him. What is happening? Menma stealthily approached Tsunade and quietly inquired. Nothing serious. Tsunade replied, her eyes lighting up upon his arrival. She cleared her throat and gestured towards her shoulder, indicating that he should come over to massage it. It's just that Jiraiya insisted on bringing Orochimaru to see the old man, but their conversation did not go well, leading to a minor scuffle. Menma raised an eyebrow, delivering a look that questioned her certainty. Indeed, Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze resolute, clearly signaling, it is you. Seeing that Menma remained unmoving, she suddenly broke into an excessively radiant smile, her voice saccharine sweet. Come on, give the teacher a massage. Menma was taken aback by her tone, a shiver coursing through him, and goosebumps raised on his skin. Reluctantly, he extended his hands to knead her shoulders, eager to silence her. What noise is that? Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were drawn by the commotion, turning to look. What are you staring at? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at them in annoyance. I must be hearing things. Sensing the dangerous glint in Tsunade's eyes, Jiraiya muttered softly. His gaze shifted to Menma, and he immediately pointed at him as if he had found a lifeline, exclaiming, Old man, Orochimaru has really changed a lot. Just ask him. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Menma, his brow furrowing. He tapped his pipe and asked in a deep tone, You young lad, I have yet to seek you out. Yet you come to me. What is the story between you and Orochimaru? Isn't he your disciple? Menma, looking bewildered, innocently replied, Is that so? What is the problem? Indeed. What is the issue? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by the seemingly irrelevant response, instinctively replying, "Yes, there is no issue." Menma's gaze remained pure and sincere. "I am asking when you started associating with Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen finally realized, feeling somewhat irritated by the convoluted conversation. "Is he not your disciple?" "He is indeed my disciple. But why do you inquire of me?" Tsunade nearly burst into laughter, watching the bewildered old man being led in circles by Menma's feigned ignorance. Noticing the old man's expression darkening, she quickly composed herself, observing with a calm demeanor as she savored her disciple's massage. "Oh, you find it amusing to toy with this old man, do you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen finally grasped the situation, puffing his cheeks in indignation as he glared at Menma. "How could I dare?" Menma feigned guilt, retreating behind Tsunade, murmuring just loud enough for the elder to hear, "If it weren't for seeing you so pitifully alone, I might have tried to gather all 3 of your disciples around you. I've put considerable effort into that." As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. This display made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitch, yet he refrained from directly countering, internally lamenting how cunning Menma was, so unlike Minato. However, when he thought of Orochimaru, the disciple he had once held in high regard and placed great hopes upon, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Had he not been so permissive in the past, even placing him beside Danzo, perhaps Orochimaru would not have taken the path of defection. With this thought, the old man's heart was once again filled with self-reproach. Yet, if he were to easily accept Orochimaru's return now, the voices of dissent within the village would undoubtedly rise. After all, that individual had committed nothing but heinous acts. "Rest assured, old man, that fellow has truly reformed." Jiraiya, noticing a shift in his teacher's attitude, quickly seized the moment, suggesting that it would be even better for him to redeem himself. "This matter requires further contemplation," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head as he turned to Menma. "Does Minato know about your situation with Orochimaru?" "He should be aware," Menma nodded. "What is his stance?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on. "My father said it all depends on your decision." Menma carefully considered his words. He is willing to give every sincerely repentant individual a chance for a new beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily speechless. This indeed sounded like something Minato would say. After a brief silence, he gestured for everyone to leave. "You may return. I wish to be alone for a while." "Then we shall take our leave," Jiraiya replied, his steps lightened by the hope of Orochimaru's return, nearly bounding off to share the good news. As Menma reached the doorway, he was unexpectedly called back by Tsunade. She naturally placed her hand on his shoulder, sporting an exaggeratedly troubled expression. "I haven't eaten yet, my dear disciple. If you continue speaking this way, we may struggle to maintain a pleasant relationship." Menma rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Humph." Tsunade huffed, releasing her grip. "I'm hungry. Wouldn't it have been better to act normal from the start?" Menma shook his head in resignation, leading Tsunade towards her home, dutifully preparing to satiate the hunger of this insatiable woman. Upon entering Tsunade's abode, they were met with the simultaneous gaze of both her and Shizune, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sister Silence, I trust you have not neglected your meals?" Menma, observing Sister Silence's demeanor, cautiously inquired. "I had a little, yet I am still quite hungry," Sister Silence replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she lowered her gaze, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. "Ahem." Menma, feeling slightly uncomfortable with her expression, retreated to the kitchen to don an apron. "Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. I shall assist." Sister Silence's eyes brightened, and she eagerly followed him into the kitchen. Ever since their last parting, she had been unable to forget him, secretly yearning for his return. Today, she had finally awaited this opportunity. She resolved to indulge herself fully this time. Chapter 128. The Spring Breeze. If only it cherished the flowers at the dining table, Menma watched as Tsunade and Sister Silence nearly grappled over a dish. "Lady Tsunade, please leave some for me," Sister Silence protested, attempting to maneuver her chopsticks past Tsunade's defenses. "Humph, it's a matter of skill, after all." Tsunade deftly swatted Sister Silence's chopsticks aside, completely disregarding her reproachful gaze, elegantly savoring a tender piece of meat while feigning exaggerated enjoyment. "This is outrageous." Sister Silence, incensed, slammed her hands on the table, leaning forward with fiery indignation, glaring at Tsunade. "What is the matter?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. "Do you wish to challenge me?" Sister Silence immediately wilted, pouting in dismay. Menma sighed in resignation. These two could turn a meal into a childlike quarrel. He turned to Tsunade, skillfully diverting the topic. By the way, have you found a suitable successor? He posed the question because Tsunade's exceptional medical ninjutsu had yet to be passed on. He and Karui possessed unique healing abilities and did not require conventional medical ninjutsu. Junmaru, however, had no talent in this area, necessitating the search for an external candidate. Not yet. Tsunade shook her head, lazily glancing at Sister Silence. I had intended to pass it to someone, yet regrettably, this individual possesses only mediocre talent, having mastered merely the basics of medical ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade, Sister Silence protested, her face aflame. She cast a furtive glance at Menma, who happened to look her way, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper as she hastily averted her gaze. However, I have noticed that Haruno Sakura seems to possess considerable aptitude in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade remarked after a moment of contemplation. Sakura, you say? Menma nodded, then inquired further, what about Ino and Hinata? Oh. Upon hearing these names, Tsunade's face broke into an amused smile. Are you concerned about your little girlfriend? You. That is absurd. Menma's eyes darted away, stammering in his defense, merely inquiring about a comrade's well-being. TCH. Tsunade donned an expression of feigned indifference. She truly had no means to contend with this tender-hearted disciple. After all, this young man, of noble birth, strikingly handsome, and possessing a warm demeanor, was exceptionally gifted. Were she to be decades younger, she might have found herself smitten as well. Contemplating this, Tsunade felt a brief pang of melancholy at the relentless passage of time. She fell silent for a moment, gradually extricating herself from her nostalgic reverie, and offered a gentle smile to Menma. The talents of Ino and Hinata in medical ninjutsu are probably comparable to Shizun's, Lord Tsunade. Shizun, feeling somewhat disheartened, tightly clenched her fists on her thighs, her fingertips turning pale. A lack of medical talent does not imply incompetence in other areas. Menma seemingly cast a casual glance at Shizun, her tone warm and cheerful as she remarked, Shizun, you are beautiful, with a gentle and virtuous disposition, qualities that are indeed rare. Really? Shizun, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed at Menma. Do you truly think I am that wonderful? With a shy gesture, she covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, akin to a young girl experiencing the bloom of first love. Honestly, Tsunade remarked, her lips curling in disdain as she observed how easily Menma had enchanted Shizun with mere words. That boy's tongue is clearly crafted for beguiling young women. It is getting late. Menma, disregarding Tsunade's disapproving look, stood to take his leave. I shall head back now. I'll walk you out. Shizun quickly stood as well. There's no need, Shizun. Please rest early. Staying up late is not good for your health, especially for young ladies. Before his words had fully settled, he had vanished through the door, leaving Shizun gazing thoughtfully in his direction, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush. The following morning, Naruto burst into Menma's room like a whirlwind, shouting, Big brother, wake up. Today is the official selection for the Chunin exams. Noting his brother's lack of response, still cocooned in his blankets, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief. He tiptoed over, suddenly yanking the covers away, and lowered his voice, if you don't get up now, Mom will come to fetch you herself. This statement struck Menma like a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake. He sat up with a start and quickly told his brother, You go ahead. I'll be down shortly. Before long, Menma had donned his attire and descended the stairs. He found both Kankuro and Temari already prepared, while Naruto was diligently organizing his backpack. You're going to the Chunin exams, not on a picnic, Menma remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of Naruto stuffing a multitude of items like a water bottle and lunchbox into his bag. This is all Mom's requirement, Naruto whispered, casting a furtive glance towards the kitchen. Just then, Kushina emerged, presenting Menma with a carefully prepared bento and water bottle. Menma, this is your portion, take it with you. Isn't this unnecessary? Menma attempted to decline. If I get hungry, I can purchase something outside. Absolutely not. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, patiently admonishing him. Nothing outside is as clean and hygienic as what I prepare. Take it, so that I can rest easy. All right. I understand. Menma conceded with a resigned nod. You two should head out now. Don't be late. As Kushina continued tidying up, she added, I'll join you shortly. Menma and Naruto exited their home, hurrying towards the venue of the Chunin exams. As they journeyed along, a throng of villagers and ninjas surged forward. all heading in the same direction, eager to witness the highly anticipated Chunin exams, no one wishing to miss the thrilling confrontations. The grand procession of the Fire Country's daimyo moved steadily down the center of the road, making its way to the arena. As they rounded a street corner, Menma noticed a petite figure standing quietly against the wall, seemingly having waited for quite some time. "Menma-kun," Hinata softly called, her voice delicate as a whisper. "Hinata?" Menma blinked in surprise, gazing at the rosy-cheeked girl before him, and gently inquired, "What brings you here?" "Because I want to watch Menma-kun's match," Hinata replied, her voice still gentle, yet imbued with a hint of resolute anticipation. "Perfect. Let us walk together," Menma smiled, extending his invitation. TCH. In the rear, Ino couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. If it were Ino, she could easily engage in a heated argument with someone like Sakura. However, facing a timid girl like Hinata, she felt that even a harsh word might bring her to tears. Ultimately, it would only result in Menma being displeased, as if she were bullying her. This thought filled Ino with irritation. "They're getting away," Shikamaru calmly reminded from the side. "Mind your own business." Ino shot him an annoyed glare before hastily catching up to Menma. Just as they were about to enter the examination hall, they encountered Sasuke and Sakura. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto immediately rushed over, exclaiming, "Sakura, are you here to cheer for me?" "No." Sakura decisively shook her head, then gazed dreamily at Sasuke beside her. "I'm here to cheer for Sasuke-kun." Naruto felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his head drooping in despair, and he shot an irate glare at Sasuke, who stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of cool indifference. "Damn Sasuke, just wait, I'll flatten you in the match," he thought vehemently, envisioning a grand scene where he would defeat Sasuke before all the spectators, earning Sakura's admiration and ultimately winning her heart. As he reveled in this delightful fantasy, Naruto's grin widened, almost reaching his ears, and he nearly drooled in excitement. "Menma." Just as Menma was about to step into the arena, a jubilant cheer erupted from behind. Suddenly, a soft figure, fragrant with the scent of flowers, leapt into his arms. There was no need to guess, it was Ino, always so bold and enthusiastic. "Be careful," Menma exclaimed, quickly steadying her to prevent a fall. Ino's face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "I've been training intensively with Asuma-sensei these past few days, and Haven T had time to visit you." At this, her tone turned slightly plaintive. "Why Haven T you come to see me?" Menma was momentarily at a loss for words, hastily explaining, "I've been training hard too. The opponents in this competition are formidable, I must take it seriously." Beside them, Shikamaru and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances, clearly intrigued by the exchange. Shikamaru muttered softly, "What kind of opponent requires such serious consideration? Truly a hassle." Remaining in his characteristic languid demeanor, he shook his head and led Sage-G into the examination room. Meanwhile, the group led by Temari gradually entered as well. The chief examiner was the lethargic Nara Shikaku, who, upon spotting Temari, noticeably paused, perplexed as to why someone of her caliber would deign to participate in the Chunin exams. The examination hall was already abuzz with excitement, the stands filled to capacity, with many spectators opting to stand rather than miss this highly anticipated contest. In the main viewing area, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat centrally, flanked by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other esteemed figures from Konoha. The Kazekage, Raza of Sunagakure, was also present as an invited guest. In the VIP section, the daimyo of the Land of Fire gracefully fanned himself, standing out amidst a throng of nobility. He turned to his guard, Uchiha Shursui, and inquired, "I have heard that the fourth child is participating as well." "Indeed, young Naruto is among the contestants," Shursui replied respectfully. "How delightful," the daimyo remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he waved his fan. He had long heard of the prodigious talent of Naruto Uzumaki, and today he would finally have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Shursui gazed at Naruto in the center of the arena, a subtle smile of satisfaction gracing his features. "It is your presence that instills such trepidation among the various ninja villages, preventing them from igniting the flames of war." Recent reports had indicated that the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had retreated, allowing their leaders to withdraw in safety. Initially concerned about the resurgence of conflict, it now appeared that they were ultimately wary of Konoha and the power represented by Naruto, thus opting for retreat. Cheers and discussions from the audience filled Shursui's ears. "When does Master Naruto's match begin?" I can hardly wait to witness the strength of Konoha's greatest genius. The finale is sure to be the most thrilling confrontation. I came specifically to see Master Naruto. Everything else pales in comparison. I hear the genius of the Uchiha clan is also participating. In the presence of Master Naruto, they will likely serve merely as a backdrop. As Minato surveyed the contestants, his gaze ultimately settled on Naruto, brimming with uncontainable pride. Here are the upcoming match arrangements. Familiarize yourselves, Nara Shikaku announced, unfolding the schedule before the contestants. Naruto quickly scanned the list, momentarily taken aback. The first round, is this intense? The schedule prominently featured names: Yamanaka Ino, Temari, Kintsuchi, Gaara, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Shino, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and a Kimichi CHG on standby. Goodness, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Upon realizing he would face off against Kintsuchi in the final match, a wave of apprehension washed over him, prompting him to cast a resentful glance towards his father in the stands. Minato, perceptively noticing his son's gaze, cleared his throat and nonchalantly turned away to engage in conversation with Kazekage Raza. How splendid! Ding Ci leapt up in excitement, fortunate once again to have a bye. Don't scare me like that, you fool. Ino struck Ding Ci on the head with a fist, causing him to crouch down, tears welling in his eyes. All right. Aside from Yamanaka Ino and Temari, everyone else please leave the arena, announced Su Jian as he put away the schedule. Menma and the others turned to walk towards the stands, leaving only Ino and Temari facing each other in the center of the arena. He gazed down from the stands at the two girls confronting each other. With his understanding of Ino, she had a strong chance of victory. Go, Ino. Sakura cheered loudly for her friend from the stands. Ino's mother, Yamanaka Rina, anxiously clenched her hands, encouraging her daughter. Sorry I'm late. Kushina rushed in, dressed in a refreshing summer outfit, wearing a large sun hat and sunglasses, resembling a vacationer. Uchiha Mikoto immediately waved at her. Kushina, over here. Kushina's eyes lit up as she quickly walked over to sit among the other mothers. As soon as she sat down, she eagerly inquired, has it started? Whose match is it now? When are Menma and Naruto going on? It's little Ino's match now. Menma and Naruto's bouts are later, Mikoto replied gently. Lowering her voice, Sasuke and Naruto's duel is scheduled for the fourth match. They are facing each other so soon. Kushina glanced at the two girls below and turned to Mikoto with a smile. Sasuke is quite exceptional too. Not at all. Naruto will surely outshine him, Mikoto chuckled softly, her eyes radiating warmth. Go, Ino. Kushina stood up, raising her fist in support for Ino. Huh, why is Kushina cheering for Ino too? Ding Ci's mother asked in confusion. Of course. Shikamaru's mother, Nara Yoshino, teasingly nudged Ino's mother. Perhaps she'll be her future daughter-in-law. What are you talking about? Yamanaka Rina rolled her eyes in annoyance. She looked at the enthusiastic Kushina and then at her daughter in the arena. A hint of helplessness swelling in her heart. Her child had harbored feelings for Menma since childhood, while Menma seemed to have eyes for the Hugo heiress. As this thought crossed her mind, a shadow of worry crossed her face, fearing for her beloved daughter's heart. The battle begins, announced Noera Su Jian, holding 1,000 books in his mouth. This time, watch me bring you down. Ino's lips curled into a confident smile as she gathered her strength, dashing toward Temari like lightning. Let us see you try. Temari replied with a calm smile, unfurling her massive star fan and swiftly swinging it toward the charging Ino. A powerful whirlwind erupted, instantly sending the rushing Ino flying. Chapter 130. No one can stop what I want to do. It felt just like that. In the stands, Tian clenched her fists unconsciously, recalling the moment she was defeated by the Sand Village girl. Well done, Temari. Kanjiro cheered loudly for his sister. Their father, Rasha, appeared indifferent. His sole concern lies in the growth of Gaara, eager to ascertain whether this son possesses the potential to become a perfect weapon. Could the Uzumaki's influence truly alter Gaara? Memories of the intelligence reported by Maki flooded his mind, igniting an interest in the rumored prodigy from Konohagakure, and he yearned to witness firsthand the extent of the young man's prowess. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the refined figure of Minato Namikaze beside him, stirring within him an indescribable envy. The latter governed the most prosperous nation in the shinobi world and commanded the mightiest ninja village, enjoying a harmonious family life and a remarkable son, unlike himself, who faced a strained relationship with the feudal lord of the Wind Country. Living in poverty and relying on personal endeavors to scrape by. His wife had tragically perished during childbirth, leaving behind 3 children who, while considered exceptional within their village, paled in comparison to the geniuses of other shinobi villages. Gaara perceptively caught the chill of his father's indifferent gaze, a surge of uncontrollable rage swelling within him, the murderous intent bubbling to the surface. He clenched his teeth tightly, striving to suppress his tumultuous emotions, his fingers gripping the railing of the spectators' stand so fiercely that his knuckles turned white, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gaara? Maki immediately sensed his distress and turned to inquire with concern. He sensed that the shikaku within Gaara remained dormant. The overwhelming bloodlust emanated solely from Gaara himself. Rooted in the presence of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, Maki understood all too well that Gaara was already sufficiently strong. Had he endured such inhumane treatment, he would have likely left Raza with a parting gift that would haunt him for a lifetime. Upon hearing Maki's voice, Gaara noticeably calmed, taking a deep breath, shaking his head slightly as he murmured, "I'm fine, thank you. Do you require assistance?" Maki inquired, casting a meaningful glance toward Raza in the main stand, adding, "You are more suited for the position of Kazekage than he is." Gaara paused, his eyes flickering momentarily before he slowly shook his head in refusal. After a brief silence, he raised his gaze to Maki, asking earnestly, "Do you wish for me to become Kazekage?" "That entirely depends on your own desire," Maki replied, his tone resolute yet gentle. "If you wish it, I will support you wholeheartedly. If you do not." He turned to Gaara, offering a smile as warm as sunlight. "Konoha will always have a place for you. Is that truly possible?" Gaara gazed at him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, tinged with worry. "But they will not agree." "You need not concern yourself with that," Maki interjected, shaking his head with an undeniable confidence. "There is no one in this world who can thwart what Uzumaki Maki sets out to accomplish." Gaara was profoundly moved by Maki's assertive declaration. In that moment, he suddenly realized that this young man before him represented the faith and direction for which he was willing to strive throughout his life. "There is one more thing," Maki abruptly recalled, advising Gaara, "when you face Kankuro later, act within your capabilities. At present, you may find him challenging." "I understand," Gaara murmured softly, lowering his head slightly. "I am still here, Lord Menma," came the sudden voice of Kimimaro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, casting a melancholic glance in Gaara's direction. Menma chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and confidently replied, "I am aware. Is there a problem?" "No problem. As long as you are happy," Kimimaro sighed helplessly, casting a sidelong glance at Gaara, thinking to himself, "If it weren't for Lord Menma, your injuries would be far worse than mere scratches." "We are nearing the end," Kankuro suddenly announced, redirecting everyone's attention. "What ascending?" Menma inquired. Kankuro rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Do you not care about Ino's battle?" "What nonsense. I have been watching intently," Menma laughed, immediately shifting his gaze to the battlefield center. There, Ino appeared somewhat disheveled, with her clothing marred by wind blades, while Temari's situation seemed even more dire. Her chakra nearly depleted as she crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Ino called out loudly, "I admit your cunning surpasses mine." She re-established her fighting stance, her eyes resolute. However, as Menma has said, against absolute power, all strategies are futile. With that, she concentrated her chakra into her fist and dashed toward Temari like a bolt of lightning. This sight instantly roused Tsunade from her stupor in the stance. She frowned slightly. "That brat has even taught my jutsu to his little girlfriend?" Propping her chin in her hand, she mused to herself with interest, "Without even seeking my permission, how do you intend to compensate me for this?" Ino's punch was as swift as lightning. Temari had no time to evade and hurriedly raised her fan in defense. The impact was thunderous. Temari felt an overwhelming force surge through the fan, sending her hurtling backward uncontrollably, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. "I won," Ino exclaimed joyfully, clearly still with reserves of strength. She placed a hand on her hip and playfully flashed a peace sign to the audience, her golden bangs dancing wildly in the wind. In the stands, Tintin watched this scene unfold with a complex mix of emotions. She had not anticipated that her former foe would be dispatched so decisively by Ino. "Menma is so biased," she thought, feeling frustrated. It seemed she had not spent enough time training with him. Resolving to cling to him for training every day from now on, she thought, "It doesn't matter if I grow stronger or not." Suddenly, Tintin covered her flushed cheeks, her body unconsciously squirming. "Tintin, are you feeling unwell?" Lee, sitting beside her, asked with concern. No, not at all. Tintin snapped back to reality, realizing they were in full view of everyone, and quickly straightened her posture, forcing herself to appear composed. Sitting next to Hinata, who was beside Niji, she gazed at Ino, who was being cheered on in the arena, feeling a surge of pressure and envy. She admired Ino's boldness in continuously persuading Menma to train with her. In truth, she merely yearned for strength, yet the relentless training imposed by her family had left her utterly exhausted. Each time she sought out Menma-kun, she found him either with Ino or with Tenten. This thought ignited an inexplicable agitation within Hinata's heart. She felt an unprecedented desire to grow stronger, strong enough to surpass even the likes of Ino, strong enough to claim Menma-kun as her own. Chapter 131, Proving One's Worth. Father. Hanabi's voice abruptly interrupted Hinata's reverie. She turned to see her younger sister, perplexed, questioning their father. Why are we here to watch when neither sister nor Niji brother is competing? Hanabi rested her chin on her hands, muttering softly, "It's so boring." "Pay attention," Hayashi Hyuga gently reprimanded. "The competitors are all stronger than your sister. They possess many qualities from which you can learn." He had long since resolved to cultivate Hanabi as the heir. In his mind, his eldest daughter Hinata had already become a part of the Hokage lineage. Moreover, was it not entirely normal to observe the match of a future son-in-law? Yet, unbeknownst to him, this seemingly innocuous remark once again pierced Hinata's sensitive heart. "The second match, Kagaya Kimimaro versus Gaara," announced Kakashi, his voice somewhat muffled through the numerous spectators. Gaara cast a quiet glance at Kimimaro, who stood beside Menma, instinctively clenching his fists. After a moment of silence, he slowly leapt to the center of the arena, standing still like a statue, awaiting his opponent's arrival. Kimimaro stepped forward unhurriedly, about to enter the arena when Menma called out, "That's enough. Be gentle." With a quiet sigh, Kimimaro responded calmly, "Understood." He then nimbly descended from the stands. For the first time, Menma detected a faint hint of dissatisfaction from him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Let us begin when you're ready," Kakashi said, nimbly retreating to the sidelines. These two were extraordinary. Should a real fight ensue, the commotion would be anything but trivial, and he wished to avoid any entanglements. A refreshing autumn breeze swept across the arena, stirring a few fallen leaves. Gaara gazed intently at Kimimaro opposite him, acutely aware of the formidable aura emanating from his adversary. Though he had promised Menma not to push himself, he was resolute in his determination to prove his worth and not squander that rare acknowledgement. "This match is indeed promising," Jiraiya remarked, sensing the impressive abilities of the two contenders below. He cast a sidelong glance at Rashi, only to find no discernible emotion on his face. "Is that white-haired boy the descendant of the Kagaya clan?" Rashi inquired, his gaze fixating on Kimimaro with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed," Minato Namikaze replied with a gentle smile. "He is a child brought back from the land of water by Menma. He is now part of our family." "Family?" Rashi's intrigue deepened. "As far as I know, the Kagaya clan was a ninja clan from the land of water, eradicated by the Mist Village a few years ago due to a rebellion." "Yes," Minato responded nonchalantly, though his tone brooked no argument. "He is currently a member of Konoha and also my disciple." Sitting beside Watergate, Tsunade interjected. "I see," Rashi chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, his heart far from the calm demeanor he projected. Faced with such a formidable assembly and their attitudes, he mused that he too would likely have remained silent in the face of this matter. He let out a quiet sigh. The situation in the Land of Wind was becoming increasingly dire. The daimyo preferred to employ the ninjas of Konoha rather than entrust tasks to the sand village of his own nation. As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously clenched his fists. "Now, I am but a fish to be slaughtered, while the sand village lacks the strength to rival Konoha in its current state. Must it truly be that only through collaboration with those individuals can the sand village glimpse a future?" Rasha was engulfed in turmoil. As the leader of a major ninja village, every decision he made bore the weight of his village's survival. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. At that moment, he felt as though he were dancing upon the edge of a blade, where caution was a luxury he could not afford. The gourd strapped to Gaara's back quietly unsealed, and the sand coiled around him as if it were a living entity. Kinshiki stood motionless, clad in white, his eyes a tranquil gray. "Commence." Before the command was fully uttered, the sand surged forward like a roaring wave towards Kinshiki. Simultaneously, several bone spikes erupted from the ground, precisely tearing through the sand waves. What swiftness! Temari on the spectator's platform exclaimed, astonished that the opponent had not even performed any hand seals. Kinshiki had not moved an inch, merely raising his hand slightly. The bones, as if animated by a will of their own, grew wildly, forming an impenetrable barrier that thwarted all of Gaara's counterattacks. The terrifying bloodline limit. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan spun slowly, allowing him not only to manipulate bones freely, but also to exert strength far beyond recorded limits. Sand and bone clashed, grinding and shattering against one another. They were evenly matched. Is this truly all there is? Kinshiki finally spoke, his voice icy. Then let us conclude. With a violent flick of his right arm, his entire forearm was instantly enveloped in a gruesome bone blade, its surface gleaming with a chilling brilliance surpassing that of metal. The earth trembled beneath their feet as numerous colossal bone spears erupted from the ground, charging towards Gaara like a forest of death. What scale is this? This battle is absolutely incredible. The stands erupted in gasps. Gaara's sandy defenses began to falter against the onslaught of bone spikes, the sand walls being relentlessly torn apart and pierced. He was forced to retreat, cracks appearing in his sandy armor. In this moment of crisis, Gaara's mind flashed to the image of the golden-haired boy and his words, "We are friends." Why? Why would someone like you extend a hand to me? The warm smile in his memories reassured him, "Because I believe you are worthy." Gaara let out a low roar as chakra surged wildly within him. More sand erupted from the gourd, infused with a resolute will, instantly forming a massive sand hand that slammed fiercely against the forest of bones before him. Boom! The violent collision of sand and bone shook the entire arena. As the dust settled, the two remained locked in a standoff, surrounded by a chaotic landscape of shattered bones and sand. Impressive ninjutsu, Kinshiki remarked blandly, his gaze still devoid of emotion, but this is where it ends. For the first time, he truly assumed a combat stance. The fabric of his back suddenly tore apart, and enormous vertebrae erupted from within, resembling colossal whips or the tailbones of a dragon, dancing menacingly behind him. The dance of skeletal tendrils and iron threads. The bone whips lashed out with a speed that transcended the limits of perception. Gaara's meticulously gathered sand shield was shattered in an instant. He barely had time to react before he was violently hurled away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the wall at the edge of the arena. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro sprang to their feet. Blood spurted from Gaara's mouth as he struggled to command the sand, only to find himself ensnared by a cage of bone spikes, their sharp tips mere inches from his throat. It was a complete annihilation. In the main stand, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, wore a mask of indifference. Yet, the slight constriction of his pupils and the tightening of his fists betrayed a flicker of undeniable disappointment and humiliation. He didn't even glance at his injured son, instead directing his gaze towards the blonde youth, Naruto Uzumaki, across the arena. The origin of this insurmountable power was about to be revealed just moments before Nohara's announcement of the outcome. "Enough, Kimimaro." A calm voice resonated, cutting through the tumult of the crowd with clarity. The figure of Naruto appeared in the center of the arena as if teleported, positioning himself between Kimimaro and Gaara. One hand gently pressed against Kimimaro's menacing bone whip, while the other extended toward Gaara. "It has been quite the spectacle," he remarked to both combatants before nodding slightly at Raza in the stands, as if perceiving all his thoughts while granting him dignity. Kimimaro silently regarded Naruto, and the bone whip behind him retreated as if it possessed a life of its own, his shattered attire revealing skin as smooth as before, as if the horrific form had merely been an illusion. He offered a slight bow and silently stepped back behind Naruto. Naruto lifted the injured Gaara. The arena fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on the blonde youth who had effortlessly quelled the fearsome battle. "Lord Naruto is so handsome. I want to marry him." The audience erupted in fervor, the shrieks of countless girls crashing like waves. In the crowd, Ino and Sakura shared awestruck glances, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the radiant figure in the arena. "This kid really knows how to steal the spotlight." Jiraiya sighed helplessly, resting his chin in his hand, a smile dancing in his eyes as he looked at Minato beside him. "He certainly overshadowed the two main protagonists, just as you did in your youth." Ha. Minato could only chuckle awkwardly, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. "Naruto truly is remarkable." Makoto watched the center stage, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes, noting how both exceptional youths willingly followed in his wake. Even her eldest son, Itachi, held Naruto in high esteem. How could you say that? Menma is quite the mischievous child. You have no idea, Kushina chattered, her words laced with playful reproach. Yet her eyes sparkled with an undeniable pride, the corners of her mouth curving upwards in joyous delight. Inuzuka Kiba cast a wary glance over the disarrayed arena, his heart racing as he replaced his broken kunai with a fresh one. Fortunately, he had managed to keep his distance earlier, otherwise, he might have truly embarrassed himself in front of everyone. Noticing Menma and the others had already exited the arena, he cleared his throat and announced loudly. Next match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Yamanaka Ino. Alas, Shikamaru sighed heavily from the sidelines, feeling utterly disenchanted. He genuinely believed that participating in the Chunin exams was a bothersome endeavor, especially against the enigmatic Yamanaka Ino. Perhaps it would be best to forfeit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, and he raised his hand to signal, Naruto suddenly burst forth from nowhere, delivering a hearty slap on his back, exclaiming, "You can do it, Shikamaru." Shikamaru stumbled forward, caught off guard by the unexpected blow, and landed in the center of the arena, stirring up a small cloud of dust. For crying out loud, Ino lamented, exasperated as she held her forehead, unable to bear the sight. Asuma, watching from the stands, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He knew his lazy disciple all too well. Nara Shikaku observed his son sprawled lazily on the ground, appearing utterly disinclined to rise, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. That boy, he mused. Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother, smacked her forehead in frustration, her veins bulging with irritation. That little rascal. Just wait until we get home. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Now, Yoshino, Yamanaka Ryo interjected, stifling a giggle. This child is simply his own person, just like Shikaku was in his youth. It's all Shikaku's fault for indulging him. Yoshino retorted, growing even more incensed, her resolve now set to reprimand both her husband and son. Just then, Shikaku felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition creeping in. Menma gazed at the audience, who were hurling debris towards Shikamaru, the atmosphere thick with jeers. Yet Shikamaru remained unperturbed, reclining on the ground as if the fray did not concern him in the slightest, which brought a slight smile to his face. That boy, Shikamaru, was forever the essence of leisure. At times, even he found himself envying Shikamaru's contentment with simplicity and his untroubled heart. If you don't get up soon, you might as well forfeit, Inuzuka Kiba remarked, glancing at the time and noticing the audience's growing agitation, prompting him to speak up. In contrast, Yamanaka Ino appeared unhurried, standing calmly in place, her gaze behind her sunglasses steady as she rapidly devised strategies in her mind. The key was to avoid his shadow imitation technique. As long as she wasn't ensnared, victory was within reach. While she remained focused, the attention of all present was fixated on the still reclining Shikamaru. What on earth is Shikamaru doing? Naruto exclaimed anxiously, nudging his friend Choji beside him. Choji, calmly munching on chips, replied indistinctly, "That's just how he is. He's probably going to concede soon." "How could he?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Immediately, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted into the arena, "Shikamaru, get up and fight." Naruto, that foolish child, instantly incited irritation in Shikamaru upon hearing his voice. Having initially resolved to forfeit, he was unexpectedly pushed into action by this guy. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to at least feign participation. With this thought, he finally sluggishly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, his gaze languidly directed toward the opposing Shino. As he stood firm, the previously raucous audience fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes converging on the two, subtly anticipating whether this match would prove as exhilarating as the last. Was it finally about to commence? Shino withdrew his hands from his pockets, his expression beneath the sunglasses turning gravely serious. If he could swiftly escape the range of the shadow imitation technique and seize the opportunity to counterattack, surely this would leave a lasting impression on the spectators. With this resolve, a surge of determination welled up within him. Across the way, Shikamaru began to lazily form hand seals, the shadows beneath him creeping forth like living entities. Shino frowned slightly and nimbly leapt out of the shadow's reach, poised to launch his offensive, only to witness Shikamaru suddenly raise his hand and languidly address the proctor. "I forfeit." The proctor, Genin, momentarily taken aback, nearly dropped the sunbon he had been holding. "What?" The audience erupted into chaos, a cacophony of boos and shouts reverberating through the air. "What on earth?" This is such a letdown. Refund. Various objects were hurled into the arena as the crowd expressed their discontent. Shikamaru. Naruto stood in a state of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend. Is this truly my teammate? Ino sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. That brat. From the stands, Shikaku shook his head in resignation, having anticipated this outcome long ago. Shikamaru. Nara Yoshino was infuriated, her anger flaring as her son had embarrassed her in front of the other mothers. Calm down, Yoshino. Ino's mother gently tugged at her sleeve. That child is actually quite clever. In stark contrast to the crowd's reaction, the one filled with the most resentment was undoubtedly Shino in the arena. He had meticulously devised numerous strategies, yearning for victory to etch his name in the audience's memory, only to have his opponent concede without even attempting to strike. It felt akin to throwing a full-force punch into cotton, utterly futile and frustrating. At least try once more? Perhaps I could have controlled you. Shino gazed longingly at the laid-back figure, his heart heavy with resignation. In the audience, Yamanaka Ino gently adjusted her sunglasses, fully understanding her son's feelings, as she often found herself overlooked in similar situations. Chapter 133. Has he actually grown wiser? Mikami observed Shikamaru's leisurely demeanor, sauntering back with arms crossed, and couldn't help but chuckle. You, my friend, truly do take it easy. Avoiding troublesome matters is indeed the best course. Shikamaru languidly replied, feigning indifference. It's rather nice. Mikami nodded, gently stroking his chin, his tone leisurely. However, once you return home, things may not be quite so relaxed. Shikamaru halted abruptly, his expression stiffening as he looked at Mikami in confusion. What do you mean? Aunt Gina appeared rather displeased. She pointed towards the audience, where the mothers were seated, and added nonchalantly, Oh no. Shikamaru felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and quickly looked up, only to see his mother standing with her hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with fury. The calm demeanor he had just exhibited vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling weak-kneed and drenched in cold sweat. Observing his reaction, Menma couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement, though it seemed insufficient, as she kindly added, But Aunt Gina probably wouldn't be too harsh, right? As if. Shikamaru's scalp prickled with dread. Even with an IQ of 200, it was of no use at this moment. All he wanted was to escape. Yet he realized that fleeing would only lead to a more dire consequence. Resigned, he remained rooted in place, silently hoping that his mother would be lenient when they got home. Shikamaru, what's wrong? Naruto approached, intending to chide him, but was taken aback by his frightened and distracted expression. What happened to him? He seemed fine just now. Menma contemplated briefly before explaining in a manner Naruto could grasp. It's akin to forgetting to do your homework and skipping class, only to have your mother discover everything. Naruto instantly recalled the terror of his own mother's wrath and cast a sympathetic glance at Shikamaru. Let's not worry about him for now, Menma chuckled, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Your match with Sasuke is about to commence. I will definitely defeat Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pumped his fist, not forgetting to shoot a provocative glance in Sasuke's direction. Humph, you dimwit. Sasuke shot back defiantly, eager to showcase the fruits of his recent training. Make sure to give it your all. I wouldn't want to see you crying if you lose. Menma teased with a smile. I want to lose to him, Naruto retorted stubbornly. Then a mischievous smile crept onto his face as he leaned closer to his brother, whispering, Even if I do lose, I won't cry. Everyone will just say it's because you didn't teach me well, while Sasuke's brother taught him properly. With that, without waiting for Menma's reaction, he nimbly leaped off the platform. That little rascal. Menma finally reacted, reaching out to catch him, but grasping at air instead. He shook his head with a chuckle. He has actually become clever, my foolish brother. The fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. The voice of Nara Kengan resonated throughout the arena. The audience fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a deafening cheer. It was the second son of the fourth Hokage against the second son of the Uchiha clan. This clash promised to be captivating. They were both shining representatives of this new generation. Amidst the fervent discussions, all eyes were drawn to the two spirited figures brimming with energy and competitive spirit in the arena. Kengan subtly shifted to the sidelines, allowing the intense focus of the crowd to rest solely on the center stage. The golden-haired youth wore a radiant smile, while the dark-haired boy's gaze was sharp and penetrating. They faced each other like reflections in a mirror, and the air crackled with tension. Naruto. Today, let me show you the stark reality, Sasuke declared. his Sharingan eyes slowly rotating, cold and haughty. Enough with the bravado, you arrogant Sasuke. Naruto retorted defiantly, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, dozens of shadow clones emerged, charging at Sasuke from all directions with fervent shouts. Boring, Sasuke scoffed with a dismissive smile, his Sharingan effortlessly discerning the movements of each clone. Like a phantom, he darted through them, his kunai piercing each clone with precision. While he calmly formed seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball surged forth, forcing Naruto's original form to retreat in a flustered manner. Sasuke is so cool. Sakura cheered excitedly from the stands. At that moment, a commotion arose in the audience. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi arrived in haste. With Fugaku bowing slightly to Minato, I apologize for my tardiness. You are not late, clan leader Fugaku. You arrived just in time for Sasuke and Naruto's match. Minato replied with a warm smile, gesturing for him to take a seat beside him. Fugaku nodded and sat down, his gaze immediately locking onto his youngest son. Filled with stern anticipation, Itachi stood quietly behind his father, watching his brother with eyes full of gentle trust. Sasuke, I have always believed you would surpass me, he thought. On the opposite side of the stands, Kushina and Mikoto's conversation painted a different picture. Mikoto, Sasuke has truly become more impressive. His fire techniques are executed beautifully. Kushina praised sincerely. Not at all. Naruto is bursting with energy and possesses an astounding amount of chakra, Mikoto replied with a polite smile, stifling a light laugh. Below, Sasuke leveraged the advantage of his Sharingan, continuously unraveling Naruto's offensive maneuvers. His swordsmanship was fierce, leaving small wounds on Naruto with each clash. Do you see? This is the gap between us, Sasuke sneered, quickly forming seals once more. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Several fireballs cunningly sealed off Naruto's escape routes. Naruto hastily performed the body replacement technique, reappearing a short distance away, though the hem of his clothing was already singed. Go, Sasuke! Sakura's cheers grew louder. Mikoto couldn't help but sit a little straighter, her tone laced with pride. Sasuke has indeed put in a tremendous effort to perfect his ninjutsu accuracy. Kushina, observing Naruto's somewhat disheveled state, forced a smile in response. Indeed, but Naruto is incredibly tenacious and never gives up easily. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Breathing heavily, Naruto's eyes burned with intensity. Don't get too cocky. Watch this. Wind style, great breakthrough. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind, momentarily dispersing Sasuke's onslaught. Simultaneously, his newly created shadow clones refrained from reckless charges, instead launching shurikens from various angles and at different rhythms. Futile. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, easily evading all attacks. Yet, in the split second he dodged, Naruto's original form quietly formed seals, summoning technique. A puff of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a small toad, barely half a person's height, that appeared bewildered and croaked. Wah? The audience erupted into a chorus of benevolent laughter. Sasuke scoffed. Is this your trump card? What a fool. Seizing the opportunity, lightning surged in his right hand, emitting the piercing sound of Chidori. He shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning, charging at Naruto. Now's the time. Naruto, unwilling to concede, shouted, as a highly condensed blue chakra sphere rapidly formed in his hand. Rasengan. With a resounding crash, the lightning collided violently with the blue sphere, creating a thunderous explosion. The immense shockwave sent both combatants flying, leaving a deep crater in the center of the arena. Naruto. Kushina sprang to her feet, her face pale. Mikoto gasped, covering her mouth, then breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Sasuke struggle to rise first. A hint of gratitude escaping her lips. Thank goodness Sasuke is all right. Kushina, upon hearing this, immediately turned, her tone laced with obvious displeasure. Mikoto, our Naruto has worked hard too, you know? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Mikoto, protective of her son, retorted. But it was clearly Sasuke who had the upper hand just now. The atmosphere between the two friends shifted awkwardly, and they returned to their seats. Their gazes fixed on the arena, ceasing further conversation. Naruto, go for it, beat him up. Kushina cheered, her fiery red hair seemingly defying gravity, emanating an aura that intimidated the other mothers nearby. Sasuke, don't be afraid. Mommy is cheering for you. Mikoto shot a disgruntled glare at Kushina, but resolutely stood to support her own child. Minato observed the scene, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hesitant to intervene, merely chuckling awkwardly. Fugaku wore a resigned expression, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His familial position was not as esteemed as others perceived it to be. As the dust began to settle, both boys struggled to rise, battered and bruised, their chakra nearly depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower. "I will never lose to you," Naruto roared, pushing his body to its limits as an even larger yet unstable Rasengan began to coalesce. "Neither will I." Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, the thunderous cry of Chidori resonating once more, though the lightning appeared somewhat dimmer. Like two meteors burning their last, they charged at one another. In the final moment, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and Chidori veered slightly, grazing Naruto's shoulder. Meanwhile, Naruto's uncontrollable Rasengan struck the ground beside Sasuke. Boom. Amidst the explosion, Sasuke exhausted his final vestiges of strength. Collapsing helplessly, Naruto stood unsteadily, gazing down at the fallen Sasuke, a weary yet radiant smile gracing his face. "I won." With that, he too fell backward. Mere seconds after Sasuke. After a moment of silence, a deafening cheer erupted. "Incredible. This is the most extraordinary genin I have ever witnessed." Sakura, looking at the fallen Sasuke and then at Naruto, called out, her voice choked with emotion. "Sasuke." "Naruto." Fugaku exhaled slowly, the initial stringent expectations transforming into disappointment as he watched his son fall behind, ultimately yielding to profound recognition. He observed the two youths in the arena, exerting every ounce of their strength, and slowly nodded. A barely perceptible smile graced Itachi's lips. Both of these little warriors were truly remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with a sense of relief, while Minato finally relaxed, his eyes brimming with pride. "Honestly, you little rascals, you nearly gave your mother a heart attack." Kushina and Mikoto exclaimed almost in unison. After speaking, they paused, exchanging glances and recalling their earlier quarrel, which made them both chuckle, their previous grievances instantly dissipating, leaving only concern and pride for the children. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Minato, your son is destined for greatness." The audience rose to their feet, applauding the spectacular duel. Has the new generation of Konoha truly grown to such heights? The worry in Gaara's eyes deepened. He gazed at the two boys being carefully carried away by the medical team, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. "The heroes of the enemy are my adversaries. This burgeoning power is far from a boon for Sunagakure." Mei Terumi leisurely leaned against the railing, deftly spinning a kunai. Seeing the two boys so completely absorbed in their battle, he had been prepared to intervene, only to be surprised when they both halted in the final moments. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others in the high stands remained calm. When it mattered most, Minato would undoubtedly take action. Minato himself was not at all concerned about Mei's potential intervention. As Naruto and Sasuke were carried off on stretchers, Noara Kurama gazed at the battered arena, sighing in resignation. Is this truly just a Chunin exam? The current genin are terrifyingly formidable. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled vest and announced with a clear voice. The fifth match, Uzumaki Meiterumi versus Uzumaki Karui. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a cheer far more fervent than for any previous match, the roar nearly overturning the entire arena. At last, it was time for young Master Mei's match. Yet, his opponent was a girl, being of the same Uzumaki clan. Her strength should not be underestimated, right? Would young Master Mei fight seriously? Deep down, Mei felt quite conflicted. He had entered the Chunin exams solely for promotion, but it felt rather difficult to engage in combat with Karui. He instinctively looked at her, only to find her expression as tranquil as water, devoid of any discernible emotion. Just as he was about to speak, Karui suddenly leaped into the arena, standing silently and waiting patiently. Mei could only let out a quiet sigh, his form shifting as he descended silently before her like a falling leaf. "Karui, we really don't need to say anything." Karui gently bit her lip, interrupting him with a tone that was calm yet resolute. "I understand." "Mei, what did you understand?" He watched as she assumed a combat stance, unable to suppress a facepalm. Meanwhile, beneath her placid exterior, Karui was already brimming with excitement. "This is it. Mei, come, witness my effort and growth firsthand." Noara Kurama glanced at the expressionless Karui and then at the troubled Mei, wisely stepping back once more. "Begin." As the voice fell, the two individuals in the arena did not immediately spring into action. Menma gazed intently at the red-haired girl before him, his eyes hidden behind glasses. swirling with a fervent emotion he was all too familiar with yet perpetually uncertain of how to respond to. He found himself utterly unable to strike against her. However, Xianglin moved. She did not form any seals, nor did she employ any ninjutsu. She simply advanced with the most unadulterated, fundamental taijutsu, delivering a straight punch aimed directly at Menma's face. Her movements were standard and fluid, yet devoid of lethal intent, resembling rather a stubborn test. An awkward expression of her desire to draw closer. Menma slightly turned his body, deftly evading the punch without offering any counterattack. Xianglin, he attempted to speak. Yet, before he could finish, her kick, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, swept toward his waist. Menma raised his hand to block once more, his feet remaining firmly planted, steadfast in defense. On the sidelines, Jiraiya stroked his chin, chuckling softly, teasingly remarking in a volume audible to those around, "Tisuke, Tisuke." This lad clearly cannot bear to lay a hand on his little girlfriend. Minato could only respond with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Kushina watched with concern in her eyes. She had long regarded Xianglin as her own, this child with a troubled past, yet a heart more tenacious than anyone else's, always evoking her sympathy. In the arena, Xianglin's assault gradually intensified, her fists and feet leaving behind afterimages. Yet each strike was effortlessly neutralized by Menma with an air of near nonchalance. He seemed to be accompanying her in a training session. This unhurried, generous tolerance ignited something within Xianglin's heart. Why won't you strike me? Why is it always like this? Is it because I am too weak? Because I am not worthy of your serious consideration? Her gaze shifted subtly. The initial calm supplanted by a rising tide of frustration and grievance, her movements becoming somewhat disordered, losing their form. Why? She whispered softly. Her voice quickly drowned out amidst their intertwined figures. Underestimating Xianglin could lead to regret. Tsunade, arms crossed, stood on the sidelines, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She was aware of her disciple's hidden stubbornness and potential. This remark acted like a switch. Xianglin's movements suddenly faltered. She gracefully leaped back, breathing slightly heavier, her chest rising and falling. She adjusted her glasses that had slipped down her nose, lowering her head to conceal all emotions behind the glint of the lenses and the cascade of her red hair. The floodgates of memory burst open, past experiences inundating her like a chilling tide. Darkness, a damp prison, her mother's gradually cold body, the greedy faces of the grass ninjas, endless pain and despair. Then, that moonlit night, a golden-haired youth descended like a deity, shattering the confines and extending his hand towards her. "Come with me. I will not let you come to harm." His voice was calm, yet it illuminated her entire world. In that instant, she understood that the meaning of her existence hinged solely upon him. When she lifted her head once more, her gaze had undergone a complete transformation, no longer marked by grievance and agitation. It was now replaced by an almost frenzied determination and a searing intensity that consumed her from within. Boom! The magnificent chakra surged forth from her being like a tempest, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. What memories could this possibly evoke? Menma stood silently, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. At this moment, Xianglin resembled a being transformed, as if she had entered a second phase. He was momentarily left speechless by this sudden turn of events. "Menma." Her voice trembled with excitement, yet resonated with clarity, piercing through the entire arena. "Look at me. Please, look at me earnestly." Whoosh! Several gleaming golden chains erupted from her back, akin to serpents possessed of life, dancing wildly in the air, radiating a heart-stopping sealing power. The colossal chakra surrounding her seemed almost tangible. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What?" Jiraiya instantly ceased all jest, his expression transforming to one of shock. "This child." Tsunade's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly morphing into relief. The diamond sealing technique. It is a secret sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, a technique identical to Kushina's. The stands erupted with exclamations and fervent discussions. In the next moment, Xianglin's figure vanished from her spot. Her speed had increased exponentially. "Diamond sealing," she exclaimed, and the chains imbued with terrifying sealing power shot forth like golden lightning, targeting Menma with unerring precision. What the? Menma was still reeling from the rapid developments, caught off guard as he found himself bound tightly, becoming a literal glowing rice dumpling. He beheld Xianglin's tranquil crimson eyes, which were suddenly consumed by an almost pathological, searing love that was heart-stopping. With a slight tremor, She raised her hands, gently yet insistently cupping his face. Her voice was sweet enough to seem honeyed, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered. You are my favorite, Menma. This left Menma in a state of utter shock. His eyes darted around at the audience, who were wide-eyed and speechless, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Xianglin, I would accept this anywhere else, at any other time. But this setting is far too perilous. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he inhaled deeply, and his chakra erupted with fervor. Miraculously, he broke free from the binding chains. Almost simultaneously, he swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand and cried out. Wood release, wood wall. Boom. A massive, semicircular wooden barrier rose from the ground, resembling a sturdy fortress, instantaneously isolating the two from the outside world, shielding them from every curious, shocked, or suggestive gaze. Xianglin, listen to me, he implored, gazing at the girl before him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes dazed, attempting to help her regain her composure. Warning, warning, target, the crimson-haired enchantress is on the brink of emotional collapse. Host, please exercise caution. Do I really need your reminders? Menma mentally berated the system for its untimely interruption. Mission 1. Solemnly declare that I have always regarded you as a sister. Reward, Youth Preservation Technique. Unlock hidden achievement, the revenge legend of the world-destroying enchantress. Revenge? Who is she seeking vengeance against? Task 2. A heartfelt response. You are the only one in my life. Reward, heavenly level skill, birth and transformation technique. Unlock hidden achievement. What does mean? Menma's heart jolted, and almost instinctively, images of Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and Yuka flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Taking a deep breath, his gaze like tranquil waters, he deeply looked into Xianglin's eyes, filled with obsessive affection, gently caressing her flushed cheek with his fingertips. His voice was as soft as a whisper beneath the moonlight. Xianglin, how could I be unaware of your feelings? How could I not understand? Do you realize that with every gaze you cast, every soft call you utter, ripples have long since spread across the lake of my heart, impossible to quell? He slowly took her trembling hands, their fingers intertwining delicately, and continued to speak softly. What about my feelings for you? Are they not equally profound? Yet, we are both still too young, burdened with unfulfilled dreams and promises. In this vast world, there are still countless storms we must weather, many paths we need to forge. His thumb tenderly stroked her palm, his tone earnest and sincere. Please believe in me. When the clouds part and the moon shines bright, when the time is ripe, I shall provide you with a complete resolution, a future that belongs solely to us. But until then, his voice deepened, imbued with endless affection and hope. I implore you, stay by my side, never depart. Let me see your smile at all times, feel your warmth. Without your companionship, my world will lose its luster. I will always be by your side, Menma declared fervently. Xianglin's fiery gaze suddenly became dreamy and unfocused, as if immersed in the sweetest of dreams, and she let out a soft, tender sigh. The tumultuous chakra around her rapidly dissipated like receding tides, the brilliant adamantine chains transforming into soft golden light, vanishing into the air. She softened, like a feather, falling forward into his embrace. Menma swiftly reached out, securely catching her and holding her tightly. The red-haired witch's emotions stabilized, but deeper causal connections had already been sown. Chapter 136. Why is it not over yet? Xianglin. His voice was unprecedentedly gentle, tinged with a hint of relief. I have truly seen your strength, your determination, everything about you, and it is deeply etched in my heart. Xianglin leaned softly against his warm chest, listening to his low and affectionate words. All previous madness and grievances were now replaced by a profound sense of relief and bone-deep shyness. I'm sorry, Menma, she murmured, burying her burning cheeks deep in his chest, her voice barely above a whisper, her ears flushed as if they might bleed. I couldn't control myself just now. It's not your fault. Menma gently shook his head, resting his chin on her hair, softly comforting the girl in his arms. Outside the wooden barrier, the crowd observed the enormous wooden cover standing in the center, silent and mysterious, leaving them in a fog of uncertainty. Their curiosity peaked to its peak. What on earth had transpired inside? Why was there not a single sound? How anxious they were. How they longed to see what had happened. How vexing. In a fit of rage, Ino fiercely waved her fists, glaring at the tranquil wooden wall with a tumult of worry and anxiety within her. fearing that Cheyenne might commit some astonishing act behind it. Meanwhile, Hinata had quietly activated her Byakugan, fixating her gaze on the two figures embraced within the wooden barrier. A faint ripple of emotion stirred in her pristine eyes, and an indescribable restlessness began to spread quietly in her heart. At that moment, the massive wooden wall gradually descended, revealing the scene within to the eager crowd. Menma held the weakened Cheyenne in his arms, turning towards the nearly petrified Shiranui Gunma and giving a slight nod to signal. "Brother Gunma, it is over." Gunma, jolted from his stupor, cleared his throat and announced loudly, "The victor is Menma Uzumaki." However, instead of the anticipated cheers and applause, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. What was this? A limited edition large-scale youth romance series for the Chunin Exams? How outrageous. That four-eyed girl dared to do such a thing to Menma. Ino was the first to react, veins popping on her forehead as she excitedly shouted in Shine's direction. Had it not been for Shikamaru and Choji's quick reflexes in restraining her, she would have rushed onto the stage to confront Shine herself. "What the heck?" she muttered under her breath, her tone laced with envy and resentment as her fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of her dress tightly. Hinata, with her white eyes subtly shifting, recognized an unprecedented path before her. Menma, cradling Cheyenne, began to leave the competition area. Just then, a familiar warning echoed in his mind. "Warning! Warning! The sacred maiden's mind has been corrupted. Please treat with caution." Menma instinctively glanced down at Cheyenne, who had nestled her face against his chest, appearing utterly dependent and innocuous. How could this be endless? He swallowed hard, resolving to pay closer attention to Cheyenne's emotions from now on. Her obsession with him was likely more intense and perilous than he had ever imagined. The second stage of the competition would not commence for another hour, and the audience gradually dispersed to take a break. Ino rushed over immediately, pulling Cheyenne away from Menma and questioning her angrily. "What did you just do to Menma?" "Humph." Cheyenne lightly brushed off Ino's hand, lifting her chin and provocatively gazing at her with the air of a victor, disdainfully retorting, "Are you in any position to question me?" Infuriated, Ino's forehead throbbed with tension, her fists cracking ominously as she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she pointed a fierce finger at Cheyenne, declaring, "I challenge you." Menma's expression stiffened. He intended to intervene, but Ino's sharp voice cut him off. "Menma, you are not to interfere. This is a battle between women." Menma silently regarded her, internally face-palming. "Silly girl, you cannot defeat her." "Oh." Cheyenne crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Ino with amusement, her tone teasing, "Are you sure?" "I am certain." Ino retorted with unwavering resolve. Ino's resolve was unwavering, her gaze steadfast. Alas, women can indeed be quite troublesome. At that moment, Shikamaru and Choji approached, with Shikamaru sighing deeply as he rubbed his forehead. Once Ino became incensed, neither he nor Choji could restrain her. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Sakura hurriedly rushed over, wrapping her arms around Ino's waist and pulling her back, urgently imploring, "Ino, calm down. This is not the time for a fight. You can't even defeat me with one hand." Karen, seemingly intent on escalating the chaos, sneered disdainfully. "What did you say?" Ino, momentarily softened by Sakura's words, suddenly flared up again, shoving Sakura aside in a fit of rage, ready to charge at Karen. Alarmed, Menma quickly covered Karen's mouth with his hand and pulled her back, soothingly addressing Ino. "Ino, dear, please calm down. Karen just finished a match. She is not thinking straight." Hearing his gentle tone, Ino's fury dissipated like mist. Ignoring Karen, she turned to Menma, playfully pouting, her voice sweet as honey. "I can overlook her insolence, but you must accompany me for training every day." Menma's lips twitched slightly as he met Ino's expectant, pleading gaze. He found it impossible to utter a refusal. Reluctantly, he nodded and mumbled, "I'll try." "No, not just try. You must." Ino insisted loudly, stamping her foot. Menma, feeling the pressure, finally relented. "You're the best, Menma," Ino exclaimed, her face lighting up with satisfaction. She cast a taunting look at Karen and, with a triumphant flick of her radiant golden ponytail, turned on her heel and departed with a buoyant stride. This display of victory left Karen feeling frustrated. Had Menma not been holding her back, she would have undoubtedly rushed forward to engage in a fierce duel. Menma, feeling a headache coming on, pinched the bridge of his nose while scanning the match schedule, Yamanaka Ino Nara Shikamaru Uzumaki Menma, Uzumaki Naruto Yamanaka Shino, facing Kajaku, huh? He muttered to himself, then chuckled resignedly. Well, facing Kajaku is certainly preferable to Ino. At least at 1TB is hard to contend with. In the lounge, he quietly finished the bento prepared by his mother. As the time drew near, he could have waited until his turn to compete. But the thought of Ino not seeing him during her match would surely provoke her temper. Thus, he begrudgingly gathered his refuse and exited the lounge early. In the corridor, he encountered Gaara, who was slowly making his way to the arena. The red-haired youth, bearing his signature gourd, appeared somewhat distracted. Gaara, Menma called out. Yes, Menma, Gaara replied, raising his head and forcing a faint smile as he fell into step beside him. Despite Gaara's attempts to conceal it, Menma keenly perceived the shadows lurking within his eyes. Meanwhile, from the direction of their lounge, the stern reprimands of the fourth-generation Kazekage and the anxious explanations of Kankuro could be faintly heard. Menma immediately grasped the situation. Without pointing it out, he simply offered a warm smile to Gaara, saying, "The match is about to begin. It will soon be my turn. Be sure to cheer for me then." Yes, Gaara nodded emphatically, and the clouds of doubt in his heart seemed to dissipate in the face of this simple trust, causing his footsteps to unconsciously lighten as he followed Menma. Upon arriving at the arena, Nara Shikamaru's voice rang out, announcing, in the second match, Ino Yamanaka faces off against Choji Akimichi. Huh. Choji's eyes widened in disbelief, forgetting to chew the chips that were almost in his mouth. He looked helplessly at Shikamaru, confusion written all over his face. "What are you staring at?" Shikamaru replied lazily, "Your streak of good luck has run out. Good luck to you." Noticing Choji's lingering anxiety, Shikamaru leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "But on the bright side, your opponent is Ino, so consider yourself fortunate. As long as you don't provoke her, you should be just fine." What should I do to avoid angering her? Choji eagerly inquired. Winning or losing no longer mattered to him. Had it not been for Asuma's promise of barbecue if he didn't forfeit, he would have followed Shikamaru's example and conceded already. Just avoid sensitive topics, Shikamaru advised, glancing pointedly at Menma in the distance. For instance, certain names. I understand. Choji nodded earnestly. In truth, upon learning that his opponent was a teammate, his psychological burden had lessened considerably. After all, Ino could be quite gentle when she wasn't angry. With this thought, he took a deep breath and decisively jumped down from the stands. "Oh, I thought you would just forfeit," Ino remarked, unexpectedly scrutinizing her teammate as she flicked her golden bangs. "I will never concede for the sake of barbecue," Choji declared, clenching his fists with newfound confidence, as if he were not heading into a match but rather to a barbecue restaurant. His expression suddenly shifted to one of intense focus. Taking another deep breath, he shouted, "Multi-size technique." In an instant, Choji's body inflated like a balloon, transforming into a massive sphere that began to spin at a high velocity, generating a fierce wind. "Human bullet tank," he bellowed, propelling himself forward toward Ino with astonishing speed. "Bring it on." Ino's lips curled into a confident smile as she advanced rather than retreating, her right fist clenched tightly, chakra coalescing around it, ready to meet the oncoming projectile with a powerful punch. Boom. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the arena. Choji felt as if he had collided head-on with an immovable wall. The immense recoil halted his spin, sending him uncontrollably hurtling backward until he crashed against the distant wall, causing fine cracks to appear. Slumped against the wall, he saw stars, the world spinning around him, and he found himself unable to rise again. Was that it? Surely it couldn't end so swiftly? Many spectators had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when they witnessed the swift and decisive dismantling of the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan, leading to a flurry of discussions in the stands. The strength of the young girl from the Yamanaka family was astonishing. It was entirely unperceived. When did Ino become so formidable? Ino's mother, bewildered, inquired of Yamanaka Ryo. "I too am at a loss as to when she became this powerful," replied Yamanaka Ryo, equally astonished, unaware of her daughter's remarkable transformation. Casting a glance at Ino, she felt a swirl of complicated emotions, recognizing that her daughter's prowess was likely due to that young boy. Even Yamanaka Hai was utterly astonished. His daughter's abilities evidently exceeded his expectations. Incredible. That child Ino has truly become this impressive, he marveled, as Akimichi Choji expressed his genuine admiration beside him. On the main platform, Tsunade observed the scene, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She was all too familiar with the potency of her strength of 100 technique, and among this cadre of genin, perhaps only a select few of her own choosing could withstand such a blow without faltering. Tsunade, Jiraiya approached, a hint of trepidation evident as he gingerly touched his ribs, instinctively swallowing hard. When did you teach this little girl the strength of 100? He had experienced the force of that punch firsthand, and the memory lingered vividly. It wasn't Ti who taught her, Tsunade yawned languidly, her gaze subtly directed towards a certain blonde youth. It was that Ino's boyfriend who instructed her in private. Even I discovered it only recently. Ah, I see, Jiraiya replied, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he regarded the figure of Ino below. This seemed precisely the sort of thing that boy would do. He silently added, teaching his little girlfriend such a violent technique. Doesn't he fear being sent flying in an argument someday? The image of Ino potentially facing such scenarios in the future danced in his mind, prompting him to nearly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Tsunade narrowed her eyes suspiciously at his mischievous grin. Nothing at all. Jiraiya stiffened, hastily waving his hands in denial, attempting to mask his indiscretion. By the way, Tsunade suddenly recalled something, her gaze shifting slightly towards the elder's direction as she leaned closer to Jiraiya, lowering her voice. Why hasn't Orochimaru shown up? Jiraiya sighed softly. Casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before replying in a hushed tone, the old man probably hasn't made up his mind yet. It seems Orochimaru is reluctant to reveal himself to the public just yet. Tsunade nodded slightly. Indeed. Allowing Orochimaru to appear openly before the masses at this juncture would not be prudent, as many would likely find it difficult to accept. After all, his past deeds were far from commendable. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to catch an intriguing thought, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Elbowing Jiraiya, she teased in a hushed tone, what is going on between you two? What are you imagining? Jiraiya reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, immediately voicing a rebuttal, his tone imbued with evident discontent and a subtle hint of panic. We are merely old friends. It is not as peculiar as you might think. As he uttered the latter part of his statement, his voice unconsciously lowered, and a suspicious blush unexpectedly crept onto his cheeks. This hero, now past 50, found himself in a state of embarrassment akin to that of a love-struck youth. Tsunade, observing his demeanor, could not help but smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Though internally she mused, it seems there is indeed something intriguing between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. CHG lay on the stretcher, gazing at Shikamaru who was approaching, his eyes filled with confusion and existential doubt. Did you not say that as long as you do not provoke her, I would not be harmed? His tone carried a sense of grievance, and he increasingly suspected that Shikamaru was deceiving him. In theory, that should be the case, Shikamaru replied awkwardly, scratching his head and directing his gaze elsewhere. He had indeed not anticipated that Ino's punch would possess such formidable strength to leave CHG in this state. Noticing CHG's lingering skeptical gaze, he cleared his throat, attempting to explain. Perhaps you inadvertently said something that upset her? CHG strained to recall, firmly convinced that he had not misspoken nor mentioned anyone's name. He could not fathom why Ino, a fellow member of their trio, would unleash such ferocity upon him. In truth, Ino also felt a pang of innocence and guilt. Watching CHG being carried away, she felt a twinge of discomfort. She was simply accustomed to the rhythm of sparring with Sakura, where each time she exerted her utmost effort, Sakura would effortlessly counter, even jesting that her punches felt like cotton. She had not anticipated that CHG would be so susceptible to blows. Ino, lost in thought as she stared at the stretcher, was misinterpreted by Sai, who assumed she felt remorse for injuring her teammate and was about to offer comfort. However, unexpectedly, Ino turned and dashed into his embrace. Sai instinctively caught her, noticing her slight tremor, and softened his voice to inquire, "What is it?" "I think I might have been too harsh," Ino murmured, burying her face against his chest, her voice muffled and laced with regret. "It is all right." Sai gently patted her back, reassuring her, CHG has only sustained a minor injury. A few days of rest will suffice. He then leaned in closer, lowering his voice to add, "Their physique is quite different from ours, so in the future, remember to be gentler with them." "I understand," Ino replied softly, akin to a contrite kitten bashfully nuzzling against him. "Ino," came the irritable interruption from Karui, shattering the tender moment. Ino's temper flared anew, and the atmosphere of happiness dissipated in an instant, leading to a heated exchange between the two. Sensing the brewing storm, Sai seized the opportunity and quietly slipped away. This is all your fault. You made Sai leave. Ino shouted angrily at Karui upon realizing Sai's absence. Clearly, you are the annoying one. Sai must surely despise you now. Karui retorted without backing down. Four-eyed girl, say that again if you dare. Go ahead and say it. Ino. Beside them, Shikamaru observed the all-too-familiar scene of quarrel. Quietly retreating a couple of steps, too intimidated to intervene. His resolve strengthened once more. The violent woman was truly terrifying. He must seek a gentle partner in the future. Next match, Uzumaki Menma vs Kagaya Kimimaro. The voice of Nara Shinkai resonated clearly throughout the arena. Menma was about to leap from the stands when he noticed Naruto. Lively and sprightly, returning, his injuries surprisingly healed, though his golden hair remained somewhat disheveled. The absence of Sasuke suggested that the second pillar lagged behind Naruto in recovery and was likely still recuperating in the medical room. Go for it, big brother. Naruto had rushed to cheer for Menma, who returned his smile and gracefully descended into the center of the arena. However, Kimimaro was still unresponsive. Lingering at the edge of the stands, Menma glanced at the solitary figure above, already understanding the situation, and sighed softly. The proctor, Kimimaro, remained motionless at the edge of the stands, calmly raising his hand. His voice, though soft, reached every ear. I forfeit. What? How could this be? Another forfeit? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Those who had anticipated yet another thrilling showdown were met with disappointment, and the arena was soon filled with murmurs of discontent directed at Kimimaro. He remained indifferent to the reactions surrounding him. The opinions and gazes of others held no significance for him. In his heart, he deemed it impossible to lay a hand on Menma. To follow and protect him was the essence of his existence. Battling him had never crossed his mind. Due to Kagaya Kimimaro's forfeit, the winner is Uzumaki Menma. Shinkai seemed unsurprised by this outcome, smiling as he announced, next match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Aburame Shino. It's my turn. Naruto, brimming with energy, eagerly leapt down to the arena's center, cracking his knuckles in preparation for an exhilarating contest. Meanwhile, Shino quietly adjusted his sunglasses, the gaze behind the lenses inscrutable. He was rapidly calculating. Since giving it his all might not garner any attention, why not forfeit like Shikamaru and the others? After all, the Chunin exams held little importance for him. What truly mattered was to be remembered. As the audience began to grow impatient, he slowly raised his right hand. Calmly addressing Shinkai, Proctor, I forfeit. Shinkai, momentarily speechless yet maintaining his languid demeanor, announced, Aburame Shino forfeits. Uzumaki Naruto wins. Another forfeit? Who is Aburame Shino? Never heard of him. A sparse murmur of confusion arose from the stands, quickly fading into silence, as if merely a fleeting breeze had passed by. Even Naruto did not exhibit much emotional fluctuation, merely scratching his head, appearing somewhat deflated. Standing in place, Shino listened to the indistinct discussions, some unable to even recall his name, and observed the audience's indifferent expressions, his brow furrowed tightly. He suddenly regretted this hasty decision, feeling as though he had once again been relegated to the background. Shino does not strike me as someone who would easily forfeit, thought Inuzuka Kiba, cradling Akamaru in the stands, perplexed. Even their guiding Jonin, Yuhi Kurinai, furrowed her brow slightly. She realized that she did not truly understand this student, who always remained quietly in the corner, half of her face obscured by a high collar. Shino rarely seemed to speak, she mused, feeling a twinge of guilt as she occasionally forgot that such a member existed within her team. After 2 consecutive matches ended in forfeits, the arena entered a brief intermission before the third phase of competition would commence. The thought of facing Ino in the next round gave Menma a headache. Naruto was on break this round and would not compete until the next match. Just as he pondered how to cope, Hanabi silently approached him, her demeanor suggesting she had something to say, which left Menma feeling puzzled. Do you need something? Menma asked softly. Yes, Hanabi replied in a hushed tone, lowering her head slightly, her gaze evasive. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage to speak. Although I am not entirely aware of what transpired between you and Gaara, he trusts you immensely. Her voice gradually took on a barely perceptible plea. His relationship with his father has become increasingly tense, and I am truly worried. If you could assist him. Hanabi bit her lip, raising her eyes to meet Menma's complex gaze. I hope you can help him. No matter the cost, I will agree to anything within my capability. After all, he genuinely regards you as an important friend. Oh, Menma raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hanabi. As his gaze roamed over her, it was evident that the young girl was trembling slightly, as if anxiously awaiting his response. What kind of cost would it be? Menma asked with a playful smile, his eyes lingering on her. Anything. Hanabi's voice quivered slightly, her ears flushed crimson. The boy's unabashed scrutiny quickened her heartbeat, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Observing the resolute determination in her demeanor, as if she were prepared to throw herself into the jaws of a tiger, Menma felt a flicker of amusement. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Am I really that frightening? To make you tremble like this?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, prompting Hanabi to instinctively take a half-step back, her fingers clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Unbidden. Memories of the disquieting genjutsu he had once cast upon her surfaced, leaving her legs weak and a strange heat coursing through her body, her cheeks burning. Yet, thinking of her brother, she forced herself to muster courage, lifting her head defiantly to meet his gaze, slowly shaking her head. And no. Seeing her reaction and noticing Ino approaching, Menma decided not to tease her further. Resuming his usual calm demeanor, he spoke with tranquility. "I will need time to consider how to address what you have mentioned." With that, he turned and made his way toward Ino. In such moments, one must seize the initiative. Should one wait for Ino to approach and inquire? Witnessing Shikamaru's expression of unjustified grievance, anyone would assume he was the one who had wronged her. Shikamaru gazed at his departing silhouette, feeling a sudden heaviness in his heart, as if he were utterly valueless in his eyes. Slowly, she lowered her head, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip. In her heart, she silently vowed she would ensure he recognized her worth. Everything she did was solely for the sake of her brother. The match between the vortex's Ino and the mountain's Shikamaru was about to commence. As Nara Shikaku's voice resonated in the arena, the audience erupted in a chorus of laughter and murmurs filled with kindness and anticipation. Almost everyone had foreseen the outcome of this duel, yet remained eager to witness it unfold. After all, observing Konoha's most brilliant prodigy engage in battle with his little girlfriend was a spectacle in itself. Ino gracefully entered the arena, her golden hair flowing like a cascade, her smile radiant. Shikamaru could not help but smile in return. He understood that the victory or defeat of this match had long since become inconsequential. Ino, with the lightness of a butterfly, approached him, her kunai tracing arcs devoid of malice, as if inviting him to dance. Shikamaru sidestepped with ease, refraining from employing any ninjutsu, opting instead for a composed display of taijutsu. She spun, kicked, her movements fluid and elegant. Each strike seemed not aimed to hit him, but rather to draw nearer and savor his presence. Shikamaru's hands, at times blocking, at other moments gently guiding her wrists, created the illusion of a duet rather than a fierce confrontation. "Is this truly a match?" Jiraiya remarked from the stands, picking his nose, his tone dripping with sarcasm, clearly perceiving it as a guise for romance, teasing the older spectators. Tsunade, smiling, commented with sparkling eyes, thoroughly enjoying the scene, wishing to personally instruct Ino in a few techniques. In the arena, Ino stumbled once more, her balance faltering as she leaned forward. Shikamaru instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, securing her safely in his embrace. In that instant, they were close enough to feel the rhythm of each other's breath. Ino nestled against him, tilting her face upward, her voice sweet as honey, sparkling with mischief and happiness. "I think I twisted my ankle. It's all your fault." Shikamaru looked down at her unabashed antics, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. Yes, it's all my fault. "Oh, I can't take this anymore." Ino's friend, Kiba, gasped, cradling Akamaru, exclaiming how unabashedly forward they were. "Humph." Karui, irritated, turned her face away, though unable to resist stealing glances with the corner of her eye. Shikamaru sighed wearily. "This is why I say women are the most troublesome, especially those in love. Their complexities multiply manifold." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the stands, Hinata sat quietly, her snow-white eyes fixed unwaveringly on the embracing figures in the arena. She observed how Ino could so freely lean into him, luxuriating in his indulgence and tenderness, while she herself required immense courage just to utter a single word. Why can she? A bittersweet, stinging emotion quietly spreads within her heart. Her hands, crossed before her, unconsciously clenched tightly. "If only I could be like her." No. Another voice hoarsely counters in her mind. "It is merely a matter of not being strong enough. If only I were powerful enough." then that radiant presence would belong solely to me. Deep within those pure white eyes, something once tender seems to silently congeal and transform. The atmospheric pressure around her appears to have lowered slightly, causing the nearby flowers to sense an inexplicable chill. What is the matter with Sister? Huala, still naïve about many things, merely feels that the blonde-haired girl is quite detestable. The two individuals in the arena remain oblivious to the commotion in the stands. Are we still fighting? Menma asks with a smile. Of course. Inoue responds cheerfully, yet shows no intention of rising, instead snuggling closer, declaring, "My strategy is simply to hold on to you, rendering you immobile. That way I win." Menma is amused by her cheeky tactic and sighs in playful surrender. All right. You win. I concede. Really? Inoue's eyes instantly light up. Yes, Menma nods, her voice gentle. I willingly yield to you. No. Inoue stands up from his embrace but still clings tightly to his hand, facing the examiner and the audience, proclaiming loudly, "This victory belongs to Menma." She turns her head, her gaze intense as she looks at Menma, her voice soft yet resolute. "You must continue to triumph, then challenge that foolish Naruto. This is the competition you deserve." At that moment, all eyes are drawn to this radiant, passionate young girl. In the stands, Yamanaka Rya watches her daughter unhesitatingly relinquish victory, sighing with a complex mix of emotions. With such wholeheartedness, without reservation, I truly fear she may get hurt in the future. Kushina, however, is quite worried. Little Inoue is pure of heart, just as I once was. Her gaze inevitably drifts toward her son, a hint of concern shadowing her brow as she murmurs, "This boy attracts so many wonderful girls, each devoted to him. How will this end?" In the arena, Menma gazes at Inoue, a warm current surging within her. All right. He no longer hesitates, solemnly nodding. "Thank you, Inoue." He accepts this heartfelt gesture and also claims the qualification for the final match. Noera Jinkan, snapping out of his astonishment, gazes at the young couple and ultimately announces with a booming voice, "Yamanaka Inoue has forfeited. The victor is Uzumaki Menma. The finals will feature Uzumaki Menma against Uzumaki Naruto." The cheers resound once more, yet this time, they are filled with anticipation for the impending brotherly duel. Menma squeezes Inoue's hand gently and whispers, "Go rest for now." Yes. Inoue nods vigorously, her smile more radiant than the sun. "I will definitely win." She departs from the arena, her heart devoid of any disappointment, filled only with anticipation and support. For her, his dreams and battles hold far greater significance than the outcome of a mere competition. Hinata quietly observes that dazzling scene. Watching Menma's figure, she slowly lowered her head, the shadows obscuring much of her face, rendering her expression indecipherable. Within that pure white gaze, a flicker of icy determination glinted in the gloom. Sister's eyes. Hanabi suddenly gasped softly, gripping her father's sleeve tightly, her clear white eyes fixed intently on Hinata, her small face etched with astonishment and unease. Chapter 140. That is not the Byakugan in that fleeting moment. She witnessed her sister's usually gentle eyes transform into a chilling and unfamiliar coldness, invoking an instinctive shiver within her. What's wrong? Hayashi Hyuga came back to his senses, first casting a puzzled glance at his youngest daughter, then following her gaze to his eldest. Hinata, with her head slightly bowed, had strands of hair casting a faint shadow over her face, obscuring her current expression. As if sensing the scrutiny from her father and sister, Hinata gradually lifted her head, her countenance returning to its customary gentleness and tranquility. She softly inquired, "Father, Hanabi, what is it? Is something the matter?" "Nothing," Hayashi replied, scrutinizing her for a moment, finding no abnormalities, and ultimately offering a resigned smile as he gently patted Hanabi's head. "You're overreacting." Yet Hanabi remained steadfast in her belief that she had not been mistaken. In that instant, her sister's Byakugan bore no resemblance to that of their family. It was a disquieting unfamiliarity that sent shivers down her spine. She pressed her lips together, choosing silence, yet a seed of worry was sown deep within her heart. In the center of the arena, Niji, poised for the final confrontation with his younger brother, felt an inexplicable chill sweep through him. An indescribable sense of unease quietly surfaced, as if an unforeseen event loomed on the horizon. This sensation of foreboding was unprecedented. He furrowed his brow, attempting to grasp the source of this disquiet. However, before he could ponder further, Naruto, with exuberance, let out a loud shout, summoning dozens of shadow clones that surged forth like a golden tide, clamoring from all directions. Niji instinctively adopted the initial stance of the Tai Chi Bagua palm. His form glided like water, his hands tracing harmonious arcs, elegantly dispelling the onslaught of Naruto's raucous clones with ease. Yet, Niji's mind remained ensnared by that lingering sense of unease. Could it be that Obito Uchiha was scheming once again? As his thoughts raced, Naruto's multitude of shadow clones, akin to a golden tempest, charged forward, their raucous cries resonating powerfully. Niji's body, however, seemed to possess a will of its own. His feet remained planted, yet he swayed with the grace of a willow in the wind, his hands carving circular motions. With a seemingly gentle yet precise wild horse split mane, he deftly parried the simultaneous strikes of 3 clones closing in from the left, using their momentum against them, causing them to collide and dissipate into puffs of white smoke. Oh, such martial prowess. In the stands, Might Guy's brows shot up in astonishment, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It was not a display of brute force, but rather an exquisite demonstration of grace and skill. Is this a new manifestation of youth? On the right side, 5 or 6 shadow clones seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Menma's center of gravity subtly shifted, with a gentle sweep of his right hand. It seemed as though he was guiding rather than blocking, deftly diverting the first incoming punch. The shadow clone immediately lost its balance, colliding with its companions, resulting in a chaotic burst of white smoke. Fluid and seamless, his movements left no room for criticism. Hinata Hisashi's Byakugan captured every detail of the scene with unparalleled clarity, and even his stern visage could not conceal a hint of astonishment. He had constructed an invisible field of influence, redirecting every attack that entered it, even utilizing them to his advantage. Despite lacking the Byakugan, Menma had astonishingly forged such a formidable martial art style. Within the arena, the contrast between Menma's apparent distraction and his supremely fluid motions was striking. He seemed less engaged in combat, and more as though he were performing a transcendent martial art. With a whip-like motion, his arm lashed out, precisely striking the elbow of another clone, causing its offensive momentum to dissipate. The cloud hands technique followed, his palms alternately tracing arcs, enveloping the incoming wave of attacks on the left, sending several clones tumbling into disarray. Defensive as a fortress, his arms encircled, creating an invisible barrier that completely nullified frontal assaults. His steps were perfectly calibrated to the Bagua directions, his form elusive and unpredictable, deftly evading all attacks by mere inches. With every gentle flick of his fingers, shadow clones would shatter in response, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Naruto's fervent onslaught could not compel him to retreat even a single step. As Naruto's excitement grew, he beheld his elder brother's ethereal figure, his strikes as swift as lightning, exuding an effortless grace. Believing that his brother had finally unleashed his true prowess for a fierce duel, his blood surged with fervor. "Brother, you are incredible, but I will not concede easily," Naruto bellowed, summoning forth more shadow clones that surged forward, only to be continually dispersed by Menma's harmonious and intricate palm techniques. After a prolonged struggle, Naruto's competitive spirit resonated with the primal force within him. A searing, ferocious, and destructive chakra could no longer be restrained, erupting with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a roar that transcended human sound, crimson chakra, akin to molten lava, erupted violently from Naruto's body. The first chakra tail formed fiercely, a tempest of energy waves sweeping the area, stirring up clouds of dust. The chakra of the 9 tails. Jiraiya's smile vanished entirely, his expression turning grave. He glanced at Minato, who appeared unfazed and understood. Had Naruto truly harnessed the 9 tails chakra to such an extent? A host of the 9 tails? Raza furrowed his brow even deeper, having thought that within the new generation of Konoha, only Uzumaki Menma warranted serious attention. Yet he was astonished to find his younger brother, Uzumaki Naruto, equally formidable. This realization left him increasingly dissatisfied with Gaara's inability to control Shikaku. But this was merely the beginning. Naruto's roar, imbued with pain and fury, heralded the emergence of a second tail, piercing through the waves of energy with a sudden lash. His skin began to burn and tear under the intense heat, only to be enveloped by a newly formed dark red-tailed beast cloak, his teeth sharpening, and his roars becoming increasingly primal. As the astonished gazes of onlookers intensified, a third tail struggled to manifest. At this moment, Naruto had nearly lost his human form, his limbs planted firmly on the ground, transforming into a ferocious beast enveloped in dark red chakra. The oppressive aura he emanated felt tangible, leaving many of the lower-ranked ninjas in the stands struggling to breathe. Three Tails. This power made Jiraiya spring to his feet. As one of the legendary three ninjas, he understood all too well the rarity and terror of this state, yet Naruto had not succumbed to madness. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly. Naruto's mastery over this power has transcended conventional understanding. Ultimately, as Naruto completed his transformation into a four-tailed beast, he unleashed a deafening roar and propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Boom! He left behind a deep crater resembling a spider's web, his figure morphing into a crimson flash that tore through the air, moving at speeds vastly greater than before. The claws, shrouded in tailed beast chakra, charged forward with a momentum capable of rending anything apart, heading straight for Menma's head. That sheer murderous intent, the wild energy, and an almost palpable sense of crisis jolted Menma back to reality from his contemplation. Confronted with this entirely different dimension of primal ferocity, Menma's gaze sharpened. All distractions cast aside, he was compelled to treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. As the red lightning-fast attack bore down on him, Menma's footwork shifted rapidly, executing a brilliant transformation of his bagua stance, his form sliding back like a wraith, while his hands deftly formed seals like phantoms. Chapter 141, Menma's Prudence. Wood release, wooden blockade. A sturdy wooden barrier erupted from the earth, standing resolutely in front of the claws. Sizzle. The claws, draped in tailed beast chakra, shattered the wooden wall as easily as a hot knife slices through butter, sending wooden splinters flying. Yet, in that fleeting moment gained, Menma unleashed his second wave of attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. A massive whirlwind materialized from thin air, accompanied by a piercing howl as it surged toward Naruto. The ferocious gale collided with the dark red cloak of the tailed beast, but was effortlessly dissipated by the incredibly solid chakra. Useless, brother, Naruto roared, a mix of agony and exhilaration in his voice, accelerating once more, charging from a different angle with an even more cunning stance, his claws slashing through the air, leaving trails of blood-red chakra. Menma took a deep breath, his gaze tranquil as water. Conventional ninjutsu struggled to impact Naruto in this state. He clasped his hands together once again, a colossal surge of life-filled chakra erupting forth. Wood release, adamantine technique. Countless impossibly hard, razor-sharp wooden stakes erupted from the ground and the sky, growing wildly at various angles, crashing and entwining toward the red beast that was Naruto. Naruto howled, wielding his claws to shred one massive tree after another, the thick trunks shattering and exploding under his terrifying strength. Yet the wood release was relentless. As more colossal trees surged forth, like a living cage, desperately constraining his movements. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Menma unleashed his full potential, combining the controlling power of wood release with his exquisitely refined Tai Chi techniques to their utmost limit. At times, he would retreat, employing the wind release, vacuum wave to exert long-range control, disrupting Naruto's advance. At other moments, he would seize the fleeting opportunity when Naruto was briefly ensnared by a wooden post, dashing forward to deliver a crushing blow against the tailed beast's cloak. Although it did not inflict any tangible harm, the unique force behind the strike momentarily hindered Naruto's movements. He would also skillfully evade lethal attacks capable of splitting mountains, utilizing the body replacement technique in a precarious manner. The battlefield was a chaotic tableau of towering trees entwining and wild gusts of wind slicing through the air, with dark red chakra rampaging and roaring. Each clash erupted with deafening booms and staggering energy surges, the brilliance of chakra intertwining with swirling wood shavings and dust. The intensity of the battle surpassed all previous matches combined, leaving the spectators in stunned awe. "Minato, will you not intervene?" Jiraiya exclaimed, observing that the arena was on the verge of being demolished by the two brothers. Minato, ever composed, merely shook his head. Just as Jiraiya was about to voice his concerns, he heard Naruto emit a particularly ferocious roar. Turning to look, he witnessed Naruto forcibly tearing apart the bindings of the surrounding adamantine wood, the phantom of his fifth chakra tail beginning to materialize behind him. The overwhelming, destructive aura was about to consume his sanity entirely when Minato had already teleported in front of Naruto. With his palm facing upward, a distinctive seal emerged clearly. That is enough, Naruto. It is time to rest. His voice was calm, imbued with an undeniable authority. Would release, the calm before the storm. That seemingly ordinary hand, yet imbued with tremendous suppressive and soothing power, gently and firmly pressed against Naruto's brow, which was covered in the dark red cloak of the tailed beast and heaving violently. In an instant, a gentle yet immense life force surged forth, causing the raging crimson chakra to hiss and dissipate, as if confronted by its natural nemesis. Like snow under the warm sun, the madness in Naruto's eyes swiftly faded, and his body softened as the tailed beast cloak vanished, revealing his weary and battered form. Collapsing backward, Minato stepped forward, gently catching his unconscious brother. The arena fell into an extreme silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Soon after, cheers and applause erupted like a torrent unleashed after a storm, resounding throughout the entire training ground. The outcome was clear. The Chunin Exam concluded with the resounding victory of Uzumaki Minato. This result was not surprising to those acquainted with his prowess. However, for the entire ninja world, it was undoubtedly a monumental shock. A young prodigy, not only possessing the legendary would-release bloodline limit, but also showcasing an unprecedented mastery of body techniques. What did his emergence signify? Among all the onlookers, a consensus began to crystallize. A supernova, capable of surpassing the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, was rising in Konoha. Moreover, the potential demonstrated by this generation of Konoha ninja was far from being fully realized. The new generation of Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, who has begun to master the limitless power of the Nine Tails, alongside the exceptionally gifted prodigy Sasuke Uchiha from the Uchiha clan, have showcased the formidable foundation and terrifying potential of Konoha during this Chunin Exam. This display has instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure among the other major ninja villages, who were already wary. In a swift response, the neighboring factions and smaller ninja villages, previously observing from the shadows, hastily dispatched envoys, adorned with the utmost humility and lavish gifts, to Konoha. Their eagerness was not only to express unwavering loyalty and respect, but more profoundly, to secure a stable alliance before this new star fully illuminates the entire ninja realm. As the Chunin Exam concluded, Ino was about to depart when she noticed Tenten hastening towards her. Ino, Tenten called out, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Is there something you need, Tenten? Ino paused, turning with a gentle smile. Congratulations on advancing to Chunin. Taking a deep breath, Tenten mustered her courage and produced 2 exquisitely crafted tickets from behind her. I have prepared a celebration banquet for you. The venue is, she lowered her gaze, extending the 2 pristine luxury experience vouchers adorned with a hot spring hotel logo, her voice dwindling. It's a special experience voucher for the hot spring hotel. Ino, gazing at the bashful yet hopeful girl before her, found it difficult to outright reject such a heartfelt gesture and pondered how best to respond. Suddenly, Naruto sprang into view. Wrapping an arm around Ino's shoulder, his keen eyes immediately spotting the tickets in Tenten's hands. Wow, luxury experience vouchers for the hot spring hotel. I've always wanted to check that place out. I heard the onsen eggs and ramen there are exquisite. Tenten's smile instantly froze, her lips twitching awkwardly. To her dismay, she caught sight of her friends approaching, laughing and chatting merrily. A wave of dread washed over her. She silently lamented, what an utter fool. Why stir up trouble? Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely behind, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. What did you say, Sasuke? Naruto exploded, his attention successfully diverted, glaring at Sasuke. Sasuke merely huffed, turning his head away, uninterested in engaging. Chapter 142. Maybe next time, Hanabi Tenten. Lee suddenly appeared beside her, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Are you inviting Ino alone? Can't we all go together? Lee. Niji sighed, facepalming, quickly pulling his overly straightforward teammate back. He certainly recognized Tenten's intentions, but thoughts of his sister Hinata made him frown slightly. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward to mediate, his tone as calm as ever. Tenten, actually, we just discussed it, and everyone wants to prepare a celebration banquet for Ino. However, it appeared that there were far too many individuals extending invitations to him, which led us to conclude that it would be preferable for everyone to don polite, yet somewhat awkward smiles on their faces while internally lamenting, how frustrating. I have finally managed to secure this opportunity, and now all my plans have gone awry. She silently sighed within, contemplating the painful decision to invite everyone to the hot spring hotel when, at that moment, Menma, ever perceptive, spoke up. With a gentle smile, he surveyed the gathering companions and suggested, "Let us adhere to our usual custom. Let us go for barbecue. I shall treat." "Really?" Ding exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if the pain he bore had suddenly diminished significantly. "Yes," Menma replied with a smile, then turned to Naruto, instructing, "Naruto, please reserve a table at the barbecue restaurant." "Leave it to me." Naruto cheered, eagerly seizing Sasuke's arm and rushing towards the direction of the barbecue establishment. "Hey, why must you drag me along?" Sasuke complained, though he did not resist Naruto's grip. Sakura, left behind, watched the departing figures of her companions, her face etched with resentment. Thankfully, she had Ino by her side. Just as she thought this, she turned to find Ino already chattering away with Menma, completely disregarding her presence. Sakura's feelings of discontent deepened, and she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "What a friend who prioritizes romance over friendship." As the lively group prepared to depart, Hyuga Neji noticed that his sister, Hinata, remained quietly in place, her head bowed and silent. This struck him as peculiar. Typically, at this time, she would be discreetly seeking an opportunity to approach Menma. "Hinata, what is the matter?" Neji inquired, approaching her with concern. "Huh." Hinata seemed to awaken from her reverie, and upon seeing her brother, gently shook her head, her voice barely audible. I suddenly do not wish to go. Neji and I, could you please inform Menma-kun for me? Is it that you are unwell?" Neji asked, a frown of worry crossing his features. Hinata quietly affirmed, offering no further explanation, and then turned to head homeward. Neji regarded his sister's solitary silhouette with a sense of unease, finding her demeanor unusually withdrawn. Yet, he reasoned that perhaps she truly was unwell and opted not to probe further. Once the group settled at the barbecue restaurant, Menma surveyed the surroundings and soon noticed Hinata's absence. He naturally took a seat next to Neji and inquired, "Neji, where is Hinata? Why hasn't she come?" Neji cast a calm glance in his direction and replied evenly, "She said she was not feeling well and went home." "What?" Menma exclaimed, hastily pressing for details. "Is she all right? Is it serious?" "She should be fine," Neji reassured, shaking his head slightly as he took a sip of his juice. "She simply needs some rest." "That's good to hear," Menma said, his spirits lifting, dismissing it as merely a case of her feeling unwell. Meanwhile, Hinata returned alone to the Hyuga estate, silently traversing the corridor towards her room. Just as she was about to push open the door, her sister Hanabi's voice called from behind. "Sister?" Hanabi trotted up to her, tilting her little face upward, her eyes brimming with evident concern. She had clearly seen her sister with Neji and the others, including that insufferable blonde. Yet now, her sister had returned alone, her demeanor somewhat unusual, which was clearly troubling. "Hanabi? What is it?" Hinata halted her movements, a gentle smile gracing her face as she softly inquired. "You." Hanabi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, her small face etched with distress. After a moment's hesitation, she sought refuge in a pretext. "Sister, I want you to accompany me in training." In truth, the training was hardly significant. She merely wished to bring a smile to her sister's face and to be by her side. "Perhaps another time, Hanabi," Hinata replied unusually, her tone still tender. "I'm a bit tired today." As she spoke, she gently pushed open the door, stepping inside, and silently closed it behind her, shutting out her sister's anxious gaze. "It's all that blonde's fault." Hanabi pouted at the closed door in frustration. The calm yet strangely unfamiliar expression her sister had just displayed left her feeling quite unsettled. She attributed all her discontent to that Uzumaki. After lingering at the door in worry for a moment, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she clenched her little fists, determined to confront that blonde. It was all because of him that her sister had changed like this. With this thought in mind, she turned on her heel and hurried out of the courtyard. Inside, the moment the door clicked shut, Hinata's habitual gentle expression vanished without a trace, replaced by an unsettling tranquility devoid of joy or sorrow. Silently, she approached the vanity, casting her gaze upon her reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, her light blue eyes now shimmered with a strange and uncontrollable power, as if a chilling blue flame was silently igniting deep within. "Uzumaki," she murmured, gazing intently at her reflection, her fingertips gliding over the cold surface of the glass. A chillingly obsessive yet bone-deep smile crept onto her lips. "Soon, you will belong to me alone. At the instant her words fell, the mirror before her unexpectedly shattered with a sharp crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface, silently fracturing into countless pieces. Warning! Warning! The sect's saintess has been corrupted. Please exercise caution, host. As he was about to grasp a piece of grilled meat, the shrill alarm ringing in his mind caused Uzumaki to jerk his wrist, nearly dropping the meat from his chopsticks. Instinctively, he turned sharply to look at the side where Cheyenne sat. To his astonishment, Cheyenne was resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him with unabashed infatuation. Upon being caught, her face flushed crimson, hastily diverting her eyes and feigning interest in something else, inadvertently knocking over the juice of kinshiki beside her in her fluster. This hardly seemed like the behavior of someone who had been corrupted. Just as the thought began to form in his mind, another idea struck him like an ice pick. Could it be Hinata? Chapter 143. Good brothers. He inwardly cursed his bad luck, immediately rising to his feet. You all continue eating. I have something urgent to attend to. I'll step outside. Uzumaki, Jingya, filled with confusion, raised his head and gazed at him in puzzlement. Suddenly, a pressing matter required his attention. Menma swiftly yet gently reassured Jingya before turning to Naruto, hastily instructing, Naruto, if I do not return shortly, please remember to settle the bill. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and briskly exited the barbecue restaurant. What? Naruto stood there, momentarily dazed. Before he finally came to his senses several seconds later, he hurriedly pulled out his frog wallet, opened it, and was met with a scant few coins, causing his expression to fall in dismay. Humph. Sasuke, seated beside him, casually cast a glance, letting out a characteristic cold snort. Yet, in a swift motion, he shoved his own wallet into Naruto's hand and immediately turned away, feigning interest in the view outside, as if nothing had transpired. Holding the unexpectedly abundant wallet, Naruto was momentarily stunned before looking up at Sasuke's deliberately aloof profile, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. What a good brother. Menma was on his way to the Hyuga clan's residence when he unexpectedly encountered Hinata Hanabi, who was approaching with an indignant expression. As he momentarily froze, he noticed the determined little girl charging directly at him. Hanabi? He observed her cheeks puffed up like dumplings and her wide, glaring eyes, wondering to himself if he had inadvertently provoked her lately. I was just looking for you. Hanabi abruptly halted, hands on her hips, glaring up at Menma with fierce intensity. Looking for me? Menma was even more perplexed. Then, as if struck by a realization, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly crouched down to meet her gaze. His tone urgent. Is something wrong with Hinata? Taken aback by his immediate concern for her sister, Hanabi momentarily faltered, the fiery wrath she had intended to unleash seemingly doused by a splash of cold water. No. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the wavering sentiment, and pointed an accusatory finger at Menma. I have come to settle a score with you. I officially challenge you. Menma, momentarily speechless, gently ruffled her soft hair. Don't be silly, Hanabi. Please tell me, what has happened to Hinata? Let go. Hanabi swatted his hand away, still brimming with indignation. Sister is fine. It's me. I want to challenge you. With that, she took a step back, assuming the standard starting stance of the Hyuga style. Her pristine Byakugan activated, her small face radiating confidence as the surrounding chakra pathways subtly swelled. Don't underestimate me. I'm quite formidable now. Upon hearing that Hinata was unharmed, Menma silently exhaled in relief. He looked at the earnest and adorable little girl before him, unable to suppress a smile. His tone gentle. I have an urgent matter to attend to concerning your sister. If you wish to challenge me, let us arrange it for another time. Before he could finish his sentence, he moved slightly and vanished from sight, leaving only a whisper of wind in his wake. Hanabi blinked, stunned for a moment before stamping her foot in frustration. Cunning rascal. He slipped away again. She quickly turned and sprinted in the direction of the Hyuga household, resolutely determined to intercept him. As Menma swiftly traversed 2 blocks, preparing to accelerate towards the Hinata residence, she spotted another figure hastily approaching from the opposite direction, visibly distressed. Tamari's golden hair was in disarray, damp strands clinging to her forehead, her breath coming in quick gasps. Upon locking eyes with Menma, it was as though she had grasped a lifeline amid despair, an intense glimmer of hope and pleading ignited in her gaze. What calamity has befallen? Menma hastened forward, instantly comprehending from her anxious demeanor that the situation must pertain to Gaara, a tightening sensation gripping her heart. Quick, follow me. Tamari, with no time for elaborate explanations, seized Menma's wrist, and turned to sprint desperately in the direction she had come from, her voice trembling with urgency. "You're too slow. Let me take the lead." Menma immediately activated her sensory abilities, pinpointing Gaara's location, and swiftly guided Temari towards him. In the moonlit, secluded woods outside the village, Gaara was on the verge of full-tailed beast transformation. He bent over in agony, one hand pressing against his forehead as if it might split, the other bracing against the ground. Tears mingled with the dust on his face, streaming freely as he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar towards the indifferent figure before him. "Why? Why must you force me into this?" Facing him was Raza, who remained silent throughout, observing his son's gradual succumbing to the violent chakra as if evaluating the performance of a mere tool. After a prolonged silence, as Gaara's anguished cries began to fade into the woods, Raza spoke in an emotionless tone. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to serve as a competent weapon." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over Gaara's contorted face, a flicker of clear disappointment crossing his eyes. "It appears, at present, that you remain nothing more than a failure." The word failure pierced Gaara's already ravaged heart like the coldest of kunai. He had once believed he had touched a fleeting warmth from his uncle, Yashimaru. Yet, it was this very man, calling himself father, who had compelled Yashimaru to attempt to take his life, shattering that glimmer of light. "You have never truly been loved," echoed Yashimaru's final words, resonating sharply in Gaara's mind like a curse. A wave of suffocating pain gripped his heart, more profound than the claws of Shikaku. The rage-filled chakra within him could no longer be subdued, erupting violently. The mouth of the gourd behind him opened automatically, sand pouring forth like a living shadow, swirling and distorting, gradually forming menacing chakra tails that exuded a chilling aura. Raza observed this scene in silence, his expression devoid of emotion, as if merely assessing the weapon's maximum output. "If you cannot master the power of Shikaku, then the future of Tsunegakure is bleak," he stated coldly, as though discussing a matter wholly unrelated to his son. The sand surrounding Gaara writhed chaotically, mirroring the turmoil within his soul. Yet, his howling voice abruptly descended into an eerie calm, those bloodshot eyes, gradually overtaken by primal ferocity, fixated on Raza as he inquired, word by word, "What do I truly represent in your eyes?" The sand, animated as though it were a venomous serpent, silently coiled around Raza, drawing nearer. Raza inhaled deeply, briefly closing his eyes, as if steeling himself with a resolute determination. When he reopened his eyes, they were imbued solely with chilling coldness and rationality. "It is merely a weapon that serves the village." As the words fell, resplendent and weighty grains of sand gold levitated from behind him, shimmering with a frigid luster, precisely obstructing and colliding with Gaara's surging wave of sand. The final vestige of warmth between father and son was irrevocably extinguished. The last flicker of light in Gaara's eyes was utterly snuffed out. He emitted a cry that mingled despair with wrath, as the surrounding sands roared to life, surging like a tumultuous black tide, crashing down upon Raza.